You were clearly recognized as the genius of the entire school, yet the principal publicly expelled you, and even the campus belle Lu Ruyan broke up with you, all because you awakened the most worthless E-grade sword soul, Black Iron Sword. But instead of getting angry, you laughed, because at that moment, a voice echoed in your mind, Devouring system binding complete. Detected that the host has awakened the most badass sword soul Endless Shadow, which is not restricted by grade limitations. As long as the host uses the shadow to devour energy, you can grow stronger. Currently, the shadow only possesses the ability of Shadow Devour, which can consume and dissolve all things. Host, please use this ability to devour everything. Enhance soul pressure, level up the shadow, and unlock more abilities. Chen Fan, let's break up. Xiaoting is the man I love. At that moment, a resolute female voice rang out on the playground. You turned around and saw Lu Ruyan, your girlfriend of 2.5 years, clinging to Zhou Xiaoting beside her. Zhou Xiaoting had awakened an S-grade sword soul, Purple Thunder Divine Punishment, before you. Seeing this scene, you only sneered in disdain. Did Lu Ruyan think she was being clever by abandoning you the moment she awakened an A-grade and Zhou Xiaoting an S-grade, throwing herself into his arms? Chen Fan, awakening an E-grade sword soul is a disgrace to our province's top Black Sun High School. You're expelled. The furious roar of Principal Qin Tianzheng also came from the podium, followed by the mocking laughter of countless teachers and students. Hearing all this, you only felt a cold laugh in your heart. Expulsion, this principal really went all out. The college entrance exams were just 3 months away, and he chose to expel you now. But it didn't matter much. Even without a school registration, you could still take the exams as an independent candidate. With the devouring ability of the devouring system, your strength would skyrocket rapidly. The infinitely upgradable shadow level would also unlock various powerful shadow abilities. You were confident you could become the top scorer in the Ikuan Province college entrance exams in 3 months. Right now, let's start by devouring this worthless sword embryo of yours. You looked at the glowing awakened sword embryo, its energy seemingly abundant, and pressed a hand directly onto it. Devour. Endless shadow. Wisps of shadow quietly seeped into the sword embryo, and the gushing energy, like a spring, was greedily devoured by the shadow, surging into every part of your body. Seeing this, the students in the audience mocked. What's he doing? Doesn't believe the result of his awakened sword soul? Meanwhile, Principal Qin Tianzheng was furious. Chen Fan, you're expelled. Don't linger here. His ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan shook her head and sneered. Chen Fan, even though we've broken up, I still want you to leave with dignity. But to all this, you just found it amusing. Wait till I finish devouring the energy, I'll make it so none of you can even awaken your sword souls. At this moment, you could clearly feel your shadow voraciously devouring the energy inside the awakened sword embryo. Soon, your strength broke through, your soul pressure reached the mid-stage of the second rank, and your shadow level rose to 6. The glow of the awakened sword embryo gradually dimmed, and you sensed that most of its internal energy had been consumed. Then, the system popped up a notification. Chen Fan, soul pressure, late stage second rank. Sword Soul, Endless Shadow, Unknown Grade. Shadow Level, 10. Awakening Skills. Shadow Refinement, can strengthen, condense, and even solidify shadows into tangible forms like blades or swords, making them indestructible. Shadow Camouflage, the shadow can freely transform into any color or become completely transparent, concealing all traces of its presence. Shadow Amplification, increases the total amount of shadow emitted by the Sword Soul. With continuous enhancement, this skill can amplify the shadow's volume to an infinite level. Shadow Vassals, living vassals can be generated from the shadows, showing absolute loyalty to their master. Witnessing this, you felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Soul pressure is categorized into 9 tiers, each with stages ranging from initial to peak. Your soul pressure had risen from the initial second tier early stage all the way to the second tier late stage, placing you at least a full major stage ahead of all your peers. Moreover, your shadow had also advanced to level 10, unlocking 4 skills. With such rapid progress and strength, you were certain to dominate the provincial college entrance exam 3 months later and claim the title of top scorer. When people eventually discovered that the top scorer's student status had been revoked by Qin Tianzheng, the principal of the province's top Sword Soul High School, the scene would be unimaginably hilarious. Qin Tianzheng would undoubtedly become a national laughingstock and lose his position as principal. Thinking this, you said nothing more and left Heisei High School without another word. After you left, the students in the playground continued with the Sword Soul Awakening ceremony. However, when one examinee stepped up to the awakening sword embryo and placed their hand on it, no sword soul manifested for a long time. What's going on? Everyone present, teachers and students alike, voiced the same question. But soon, something happened that left them utterly stunned. With a loud crack, the awakening sword embryo began to split apart from the middle. At this moment, after leaving the school, you headed straight home, eager to see your mother. She had raised you single-handedly since childhood. Despite her frail health, barely making ends meet by sewing and mending clothes for others. In this world, she was the only one who truly loved you unconditionally. Later, after you and Lu Ruyan got together, you indeed owed a great deal to your would-be father-in-law, Lu Xiong. As the governor of Shanha province, Lu Xiong wielded immense power. He had arranged a recuperation villa for your mother and covered all your high school expenses for 3 years, so you had always been deeply grateful to him. But when you arrived at the secluded villa where your mother was staying, you saw her dressed in a plain white dress, being dragged out by her hair onto the street. Her belongings were thrown out, and as she lay on the ground, the assailants kicked and punched her mercilessly. Standing among them was none other than your former would-be father-in-law, Lu Xiong. At this sight, veins bulged on your forehead, and an unprecedented rage surged within you. Breaking up was one thing, but how dare they lay a hand on your mother? What have you done to my mother? With those words, you drew the endless shadow sword from your waist, its blade immediately wreathed in swirling shadows. In a burst of speed, you dashed forward like a phantom, swinging the sword and sending several servants who had been beating your mother flying several meters before they crashed to the ground. Lu Xiong, what is the meaning of this? You shielded your mother, turning to point the tip of your sword directly at Lu Xiong's throat. The shadows on the blade flickered ominously, as if gathering explosive power. Chen Fan, you're back so soon? Were you kicked out of Provincial Black Sword High School? Lu Xiong stood with his hands in his pockets, his face filled with cold indifference and disdain, completely devoid of the fatherly kindness he had shown before. Just moments ago, he had received a message from his daughter, Lu Ruyan, saying that Chen Fan had awakened an E-grade sword soul utterly worthless, while the one who had awakened an S-grade talent was Zhou Xiao, someone he had barely noticed before. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiong was instantly enraged. He had bet on Chen Fan's extraordinary potential, certain he would awaken an S-grade sword soul with limitless future prospects, which was why he had encouraged his daughter to get close to him, hoping to make Chen Fan his son-in-law. But now, it seemed he had backed the wrong horse. Hearing this, your grip on the sword trembled slightly. Once, Lu Xiong had indeed been someone worthy of your gratitude. But now, believing you had awakened the worthless E-grade black iron sword soul, they had ruthlessly cast you aside, treating you as nothing more than a worthless burden. Unfortunately for them, they were all mistaken. You hadn't awakened a trash E-grade sword soul at all. Instead, you had awakened the boundless shadow sword, far more powerful than any S-grade sword soul. It was just a shame that the Lu father and daughter had already lost you for good. Lu Xiong, even if I've awakened a worthless sword soul and you want to abandon me, I'll take my mother and leave. I'll repay your investments in the future. There's no need to throw my mother out onto the streets. You pointed your sword at Lu Xiong, your voice brimming with fury. But Lu Xiong showed no fear of your blade. He didn't believe a high schooler who had just awakened a sword soul could pose any threat to him. Good. Very good. Since you know your place, take your frail mother and get out of here. Lu Xiong didn't bother hiding the anger and disgust on his face. A sickly mother and a son with a worthless E-grade sword soul, what a pair. At these words, your face twisted with rage. Even though you now saw Lu Xiong for who he truly was, you couldn't bring yourself to strike him down. After all, you owed him for his past kindness. The most urgent matter now was to take your mother and find a safe place for her to rest. With that thought, you sheathed the boundless shadow sword, lifted your mother, Chen Nianzi, into your arms, and turned back to glare at Lu Xiong. I'm grateful for the 3 years of care you've given us, but today, I've seen the true faces of you and your daughter. By driving my mother out onto the streets today, you've settled all debts between us. I won't lay a hand on you today, but if we meet again, I won't show any mercy to you or Lu Ruyan. I don't care for a woman like Lu Ruyan, and you're no father-in-law of mine. From this moment, Chen Fan and Lu Ruyan are no longer engaged. Hearing your words, Lu Xiong's brow furrowed deeply, his face dark with anger. How dare this brat break off the engagement with his daughter? Could it be that he hadn't awakened the E-grade black iron sword soul after all? After carrying your mother, you arrived at the place where the two of you once lived. Fortunately, the dilapidated rental was still vacant, so you rented it again. Once you settled your mother at home, you began to think about how to earn money. Your mother, Chen Nianzi, had been chronically ill and weak, and her recovery would require a considerable amount of funds. Additionally, you needed money to purchase essential supplies for your further cultivation. However, things weren't too bad now. You had awakened the Sword Soul Endless Shadowblade, officially becoming a Sword Soul Master. Moreover, the grade of your Endless Shadowblade surpassed even an SSS grade Sword Soul, meaning you had no equal among your peers. Even against Sword Soul Masters who had trained longer than you could hold your own. Earning money wouldn't be too difficult. At that moment, you inadvertently discovered an old leather chest. Opening it, you found a worn black cloak and an exquisite token, a pass to the underground sword arena. This was a place where you could both hone your skills and earn substantial money, making it the perfect destination for you. You then draped the black cloak from the chest over yourself, concealing your face. You had already guessed that the items in the leather chest had belonged to your father. Yet, You knew very little about him, not even his name. All you remembered was that he had once been a professional gladiator in the underground sword arena, earning money through matches, but he had mysteriously disappeared one day. Before leaving, you glanced through the window at your mother, who was sound asleep in bed. Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. You whispered softly before turning and heading into the night toward the underground sword arena. Soon, you found the arena. When you tossed the token onto the counter and declared your intention to participate in a match, the receptionist was utterly stunned. I'll go get our manager. Please wait in the VIP room, he stammered. Clearly, the token's rank was far beyond what the receptionist was authorized to handle. Chen Xian was very curious. What kind of person would the dad be? Was he very strong? But all in all, Chen Xian was very detached and even a bit hateful to this dad. For what kind of reason did he leave? Doesn't he know that mom's health is very poor and it's hard for her to live alone? Chen Xian once questioned that man's back in his mind for a long time, but slowly he no longer questioned it. He rejected this man's back from his mind. What's the point? Leaving is leaving, there is nothing to expect. So many years have passed, he became able to take care of his mother, no longer need the existence of this man. At this time, the door to the VIP room was opened, and a sexy woman wearing a gorgeous black dress with long scarlet hair walked in. Hey you, haven't seen you for so many years, which gust of wind brought you? Halfway through her words, the sexy woman froze for a moment and stopped talking after seeing that it was Chen Xian, as if the person who was expected to be here was not Chen Xian. Could it be that she recognized herself as her father? Chen Xian's heart thought so. The sexy woman quickly pretended that nothing had happened, and smilingly walked over to sit down opposite Chen Xian. Little brother, what do you wish to do here in our underground sword fighting arena? We don't welcome little brothers like you here. Chen Xian's face did not look shocked, he could not act childish when coming to such a place, and deliberately said in a deep tone. Coming to the sword fighting arena, naturally, I want to fight matches to earn money. Ha ha ha. The sexy woman covered her mouth and laughed. I'm sorry, my name is Tao Hong, you can just call me Sister Hong. Chen Xian did not speak. He. Tao Hong didn't get angry, instead, she was grinning and smiling. Little brother, playing a match, but it can kill you. You've only just awakened your sword soul not long ago, right? It's better to practice for 2 years before coming back. I need money badly. Chen Xian said. After saying that, the opposite party was silent for a moment, then took out a small crystal ball. How about this, you put your hand on it, I'll test your soul pressure, and if your strength passes, I'll let you participate in the sword fighting competition. Chen Xian directly placed his hand on it and began to inject his soul force. As a sword soul master, whether one was strong or not was directly related to one's soul pressure. Soul pressure described how high or low one's soul level was. The essence of a sword soul master's battle was a competition of soul pressure. The higher the soul level and the stronger the soul pressure, then the more power that person exerted. Soul pressure realm is divided into 9 stages from 1 to 9, and each stage is divided into 4 periods, before, during, after, and at the peak. A sword soul master who reaches the 9th stage will obtain the title of Sword Emperor in the mouth of the world. A strong person at the Sword Emperor level could protect and destroy a country. After Chen Xian injected his soul power into the crystal ball lit up and quickly reflected the strength of Chen Xian's soul pressure. This has actually reached the late 2nd stage. Tao Hong stood up in shock. She knew that the teenager in front of her had only just awakened his sword soul and become a sword soul master. By all rights, he should still only be at the 1st rank level. How could he have directly reached the late 2nd rank? She knew that a high-quality sword soul would bring about a higher initial soul pressure, but generally speaking even a higher initial soul pressure would not break through the boundary between the 1st and 2nd orders, but this kind of boundary-breaking thing happened right in front of her eyes. And the breakthrough wasn't even by a single star, it was immediately on its way to breaking through the 3rd order. Even an SSS grade sword soul might not be able to do so outrageously. What kind of heaven-defying sword soul had he awakened? Little brother, can you show your sister what your sword soul is? Can you introduce it to elder sister? Tao Hong blinked her eyes and said pleasingly. Chen Xian of course shook his head. How could one reveal something that could hold the other party for nothing? Moreover, as a sword soul master, it was also important to know how to hide one's sword soul ability, otherwise, it would be easy for others to be wary and targeted. All right. Tao Hong didn't continue to insist. Since you, little brother, have already reached the late 2nd stage, you are fully qualified to participate in our sword fighting competition. Only, it's too early for you to want to use this king token in your hand. You're a newcomer, so it's better to start with the black iron token. Chen Xian nodded as he took the black iron token handed over by Tao Hong. The official matches in the underground sword fighting arena were also divided into levels. From low to high, they were black iron, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, and king. With Chen Xian's strength at the late second stage, it was just right to participate in a black iron level match. When will I be able to play in the tournament? Hee, little brother, you're in a real hurry. Don't worry, sister, I'll arrange a match for you right here. Good. But I want to emphasize that I'm 18, not little. Ha, well, some other day you can let your sister see, is the younger brother small or not? Ha. Chen Xian didn't have to wait long before he went on stage. His opponent was a large, muscular man with a height of over 1 meter 9. Surrounding the ring of the sword fighting arena was a packed audience stand. Who is this black-clothed kid who made his entrance? Haven't seen it before, huh? A newcomer to the sword fighting arena? A newcomer? Then this kid is really unlucky. He met Naba in the first match. He's going to die a horrible death. That's right. I remember that Naba has already gotten 10 consecutive kills, so if he wins one more round, he'll be promoted to a silver-level sword fighter, right? This kid will die a horrible death. I'm betting on Naba to win, $1,000. I'm also betting on Naba, $3,000. No doubt Naba will win, $5,000. Chen Xian looked at the ferocious big man in front of him. In his heart, he was relaxed. Since this fellow had a cruel heart and had killed quite a few people, then it would be no problem for himself to devour him with his dark shadow, right? By swallowing this fellow, the soul pressure and dark shadow levels would definitely be able to rise quite a bit more. Goo. Naba laughed so hard that the skin and flesh on his body trembled. Kid, I advise you to admit defeat quickly, or else Master Naba's sword is not long for the eyes. The surrounding stands were also filled with voices calling down Chen Xian. Hurry up and surrender, kid, or you'll die a horrible death. Not a single opponent who fought against Naba survived. Hurry up and kneel down and admit defeat, kid, or else you won't have a chance to cry for mercy in a while. The vast majority of the spectators were mocking Chen Xian to hurry up and surrender, or else he would only die a miserable death. It was no wonder that they were so confident, because Naba had gotten a staggering 10 consecutive kills in the past few days. Any opponent who fought against Naba had all been brutally killed by him. These spectators were clamoring for Chen Xian to hurry up and surrender, but in reality, they were all eager for the two to hurry up and fight. They had all paid money to come to the sword arena to watch the fights, so if they conceded before the fight even started, what was there to see? What they loved to see most was someone's blood splattered in the sword fighting arena. The more tragic the death, the better. Moreover, Naba had already gotten 10 consecutive kills, and as long as he won another round, he would be able to save enough points to enter the silver sword fighting arena. So once the fight started, Naba would definitely not let his opponent off the hook. Chen Xian calmly stood in the ring, clad in a slightly worn black cloak and wearing a cloak hat, so that onlookers could not see his face. When he had decided to step onto the stage to fight, he had already signed a life and death contract under Tao Hong's guidance. As long as one ascends the stage, life and death will not matter. Moreover, in this sword fighting arena, there was a set of very cruel rules about admitting defeat. That is, before there is a winner and a loser, if any party wants to admit defeat, it can only be done with the consent of more than half of the audience. Even so, after successfully admitting defeat, one would still face penalties in terms of points, pay, and other aspects. In addition, if one of the parties is not killed, the referee will decide whether to win or lose. And the referee's decision, but also often take care of the audience on the scene, so the sword fighter's life is often not guaranteed. It was precisely because of this rule that Naba would not relent after defeating his opponent, and the audience refused to agree to his opponent's surrender, that Naba was able to kill his opponents over and over again. Understanding all of this, Chen Xian could sort of understand why her mother would be so disgusted with her father's profession when talking about his father. Someone as kind and gentle as her mother must have hated this kind of cruelty immensely. But there was no way around it. Wanting to earn enough money to take care of his mother and enough to maintain his cultivation in large amounts, he had no choice but to ascend to the ring of the underground sword fighting arena. Come on. Chen Xian only said indifferently. He was not afraid of this so-called Naba. According to his senses, this Naba probably had the strength of a peak second rank. Although he was one rank higher than him in terms of strength, Chen Xian was confident that he could easily solve him. I declare. The match begins. After the referee announced the start of the match, he hurriedly exited the ring. Good. Naba, this kid who doesn't know what he's doing. Naba, take another head. The spectators above the stands shouted. What, you don't come out with a sword? Naba drew the sword at his waist, the yellow handle was yellow and the blade was white, like ivory. No need. Chen Xian returned indifferently, a slight breeze blowing the black cloak. As long as one's control over the sword soul was strong enough, even without drawing the sword, one could still utilize its abilities to a certain extent. Chen Xian did not want to reveal his identity at this time, and thus did not want to reveal the appearance of his sword soul either. Arrogant, watch me kill you. Naba's eyes were scarlet, in the eyes of a sword soul master, for an opponent to not draw their sword on you was to nakedly despise you. Since awakening his sword soul, no one had dared to look down on him, Naba, like this. He must ravage this brat ruthlessly. Charge, mammoth sword. Naba let out a bellowing cry and aimed the tip of his sword at Chen Xian, attaching golden yellow invisible armor around his body like a mammoth elephant, charging straight towards Chen Xian. It's appeared. It's Naba's mammoth charge. Only a second-ranked sword soul master with this aura, it's really strong. The mammoth sword belongs to the best amongst B-class sword souls. This stupid kid is still standing, he doesn't even make a sword move, is he waiting for death, huh? Seeing Naba make a sword move, many of the spectators boiled over. There were quite a few of them who had seen Naba use this move with their own eyes and tear their opponents directly into pieces. And on a special grandstand within the sword fighting arena, Tao Hong was standing and watching the battle in the ring. This black cloak, it's so nostalgic. Die. Naba held up his sword blade, the golden mammoth giant around him was majestic as he stabbed straight towards Chen Xian. Devour, endless shadow. Chen Xian lightly called out a sentence, and the endless dark shadow sword in the scabbard at his waist immediately sensed it and gently trembled. A stream of dark shadows immediately emanated from his surroundings, converging towards his palm. Dark shadow condensation. The strands of dark shadows converged in his hand, surprisingly gradually forming the shape of a sword. With that, Chen Xian struck out with his sword. The dark shadow longsword collided with the mammoth sword, rubbing out intense electric sparks. Upon closer inspection, the tips of the two swords did not collide with each other. What was colliding was the invisible momentum and power of the swords. All of a sudden, waves of shadowy and golden air spread out in all directions. What? Naba's eyes widened. The spectators on the stands were also all incredibly stunned. Naba's mammoth sword was originally known for its domineering power. And Naba's move, Mammoth Punch, didn't know how many enemies it had crushed in this black iron sword fighting arena. However, it was blocked by this black-clothed boy in front of him with a random sword? Moreover, this black-clothed teenager did not seem to have actually drawn his sword. The sword in his hand was just a pseudo-sword that he had forcibly invoked his sword soul's ability to condense. Without drawing the sword, the power that a sword soul master could call upon was only 20% at most. But even so, this black-clothed boy was still able to easily block Naba's attack. What kind of terrifying strength is this? How is it possible? Naba's heart was shocked to the core. He really couldn't figure out what exactly the other parties was based on to be able to block his strike so casually. But no matter how hard Naba tried, his sword just couldn't break a step forward. Chen Xian looked at Naba in front of him indifferently. The force in his hand only gradually intensified along with his opponent's strength. Although his soul pressure realm was a bit lower than Naba's, there wasn't a huge difference, and his sword soul level was much higher than Naba's, so it was completely possible for him to kill someone over the level. Dark Lock. Chen Xian's left hand grabbed from top to bottom, and a swirl of dark shadows appeared from above Naba's head and at his feet. A chain with spikes shot out from the vortex, piercing straight through the sword chi protection on Naba's body surface, followed by several bloody holes, and passing straight through Naba's body before disappearing into the shadow vortex on the opposite side. Ah! Naba let out a shocking miserable scream, and the sword aura around his body dissipated abruptly. Little boy, what kind of trick did you, in the end, use? Naba spat out blood from his mouth, unable to move a step. The lock of darkness had pierced through multiple key acupoints and bone joints on his body, and at this point, Naba was no longer able to smoothly run his soul power, nor was he able to move. Naba just did not understand, this kid in front of him, obviously did not even pull out his sword, in the end how to do this kind of thing. Could it be that he, Naba, is so unbearable? Those who kill, people will always kill. Chen Xian softly recited a sentence, and with a chop of the shadow longsword in his hand, he instantly appeared behind Naba. As he swung out a chop, a dark shadow appeared out of thin air, enveloping Naba's entire body and spinning it like a whirlpool at breakneck speed. No, no! People were unable to see what kind of attack Naba had encountered within the black vortex, and could only hear Naba's increasingly miserable screams. Chapter 7, winning 11 rounds in a row, advancing to the Silver Sword Arena. Soon, the black vortex dispersed, but inside, only a clean white skeleton remained, which then fell to the ground in pieces. For a while, the spectators on the stands didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. He actually killed Naba? This is more than killing Aigo, the bones are all shattered. How can this death be described as tragic? This black-clothed swordsman is too ruthless. Is this really a newcomer to the sword-fighting arena? There's a ruthless character here, we'll have a good show in the future. After a moment of deathly silence, the spectators in the stands made various noises. They really could not have imagined that Chen Qian had struck so viciously, directly thwarting Naba. Compared to this, the various so-called abuses that Naba had previously inflicted on his opponent were nothing at all. The shattered white bones that fell on the ring sent shivers down everyone's spine. Who would have thought that this crushed white bone was a big man who was alive and well not too long ago? There were many people in the stands who were also heartbroken. They all thought that the victory belonged securely to Naba before the match began. After all, in their eyes, Naba possessed a record of 10 consecutive kills and practically ruled the Black Iron Sword arena. Chen Qian, who was clad in a black cloak, was nothing more than an unknown newcomer. Anyone would have chosen Naba. And because of this, the fact that most of them chose to bet on Naba would make the odds very low, and the only way to make a sizable profit was to throw more money at it. Who knew that Naba would be killed in seconds? They directly lost their money. Whoa, I bet my entire fortune on Naba, I can't, I'm going to the rooftop to blow off some steam. This gentleman, I'll accompany you. Chen Qian turned his back to the crushed white bones and dissipated the dark shadow long sword in his hand and put it away. The energy that Dark Shadow had gotten from devouring Naba whole was also great. Although the soul pressure hadn't broken through, it was on the verge of breaking through the late second stage and entering the peak. Dark Shadow leveled up, LV13. Those who kill, people will always kill. This sentence, he didn't just say to Naba, who had brutally abused more than a dozen opponents. It was even more to himself. The reason why he had killed Naba so decisively was also because Naba had brutally abused other participating sword fighters to death. If it had been any other sword fighter, he would not have done this. However, if he kept Naba here, there would only be more and more sword fighters killed by him. Among them, there were probably quite a few who, like himself, had chosen to become sword fighters for the sake of their families. Their deaths would be the destruction of a family. Chen Qian did not have the power to change the rules here, but only sought to do what he could to get rid of a scourge like Naba. Therefore, he chose to become a murderer as well. Even if he killed an evil person, he might be killed by another evil person later on. Only those who were ready for certain death were qualified to shoot. The referee stood not far away and was also stunned. He was just now considering if the black-clothed contestant had been violently beaten up by Naba, whether he should announce the end of the match when he was about to die or not. As a result, he hadn't even thought about it yet, and this black-clothed player directly messed up Naba to the point where he was left with a pile of bone fragments? This hand down is also too hard, right? Living Hades, this is simply. At this moment, Chen Qian's eyes suddenly looked towards the referee. The referee trembled. Could it be that the thought of letting him die at Naba's hands just now had been seen through by him? He wasn't going to make himself into a bone crumb as well. The referee's knees went weak and he nearly knelt down for Chen Qian. Aren't you going to pronounce the judgment? It was Chen Qian's faint words that brought the referee back to his senses. Right. One was the referee himself. Great, no need to turn into a bone crumb. The referee was busy jumping into the ring and announced in a loud voice. The winner, Dark. A wave of cheers erupted from the stands, and those who were earlier mocking Chen Qian and urging him to hurry up and surrender Naba were now cheering for him to kill Naba. After all, they were just paying money to come in and watch the fun. As long as they had a good time, they didn't care who won. If Naba was able to win, get 11 consecutive kills, and move up to the Silver Sword arena, they would naturally be happy to see that. But for Naba to be counter-killed by his opponent at the speed of light and turned into white bones and slag was even more exciting to them. It was worth the price of admission. Too awesome. Black-clothed swordsman Dark. I'll bet all my money on Dark from now on. Dark, the rising dark horse of the Black Iron Sword arena. As Chen Qian did not wish to reveal his identity, he did not reveal his real name when filling out his information, but instead assumed the name Dark. After retiring from the arena, Chen Xian received his first appearance salary from Tao Hong's hands, which was a full $30,000. Chen Xian took the heavy ticket from Tao Hong's hand, pretending to be unconcerned so that the other party would not look down on him, but his heart was still a bit excited. He was not out of control because of the excitement of just $30,000, but rather, this was the first amount of money that he had earned by himself. This meant that as long as he was around, his mother wouldn't have to work hard anymore in the future. In the Black Iron Sword fighting arena, the base salary for a match is $5,000, and since you're making your first appearance, a lot of spectators didn't bet on you, so the odds are high, and so is your commission. Plus Sister Red, I felt like it when I saw you for the first time. Read, you are the first time on the field, extra, and gave you some more. Still not quick to thank Sister Red? Tao Hong is still wearing a black slit long dress adorned with silver dots, a head of very charming scarlet red long hair hanging over the shoulders, pasted on the full peaks, smiling, raising her hands and feet are full of temptation. Thank you. Chen Xian heart some excitement, but did not easily fooled call each other what red sister, which makes Tao Hong feel some trap did not succeed in the spoils of fun. How do you feel about the first match? Do you want to continue? Tao Hong said with a smile. Chen Xian looked up at her and suddenly froze a little. Only to see Tao Hong smile and eyebrows, not that kind of polite face, nor the utilitarianism of wanting the players to get on the field as soon as possible to make money. She hugged a pair of arms, surprisingly, some like elders laughing at your affectionate feeling. This kind of almost affectionate tenderness, he felt that he had only seen it on his mother. But he and Tao Hong had only known each other for less than 2 hours, so how could he have this kind of feeling? Chen Xian, who couldn't figure it out, attributed this matter to, "What? Really like your sister?" Tao Hong saw Chen Xian froze, and again covered her mouth and laughed. "Do you want to touch it? Sister is very good at touching yo." Chen Xian instantly blackened his face. He attributed the matter to the necessary acting skills of a senior vixen of his age. Had presumptuous attempt to seduce me? Ridiculous. This brat. Tao Hong thought angrily in his heart as he saw the bellyaching on Chen Xian's face. Although he had gotten $30,000, Chen Xian was not satisfied. The night was still early, and he had every time for a few more fights. For the next few fights, Chen Xian did not draw his sword either. He used Shadow to transform his long sword as he had done against Naba. With just a simple sword move, he crushed his opponent in one fell swoop. Dark YYDS. It's all up to you to win tonight. Brother Dark, brother, I'm looking out for you, yo. It's a good thing I didn't jump off the rooftop just now I've won it all back. The guys in front of me jumped early. Kill someone, Dark, why don't you kill someone? Chen Xian's outstanding performance naturally attracted many spectators. As Chen Xian's winning streak grew, more and more viewers would bet their money on him. The commission from each victory became a little less. Some viewers also became dissatisfied with him because Chen Xian never killed his opponents. Unless he encountered a villain like Naba, he would kill his opponent. Just like that, Chen Xian fought 11 matches in a row. Congratulations to our Mr. Dark. He has achieved 11 consecutive victories for the night, and according to the rules of the Sword Arena, Mr. Dark advances into the Silver Sword Arena. Soul Pressure Breakthrough, peak of the 2nd rank. Dark Shadow level up, LV 15. Unlocked skill, Shadow Transformation. The user can deconstruct his body into a shadow to avoid attacks, or return to his original body at will. Chapter 8 Supreme Martial Arts Center, Chance Encounter with Ex-Girlfriend. According to the rules of the underground sword fighting arena, anyone whose soul pressure reached the 3rd rank could directly enter the silver sword fighting arena. Furthermore, even if the soul pressure did not reach the standard, as long as one was able to win a staggering 11 consecutive victories in the Black Iron Sword fighting arena, one could similarly be promoted. After advancing to the silver sword arena, the base salary for each match would reach 10,000 yuan, and the spectators' bets for each match would come to a new order of magnitude, with a higher commission. When Chen Xian's black iron token was replaced with a silver token, it had already reached the early hours of the morning, so he didn't choose to continue his first battle in the silver sword arena, and with tonight's haul, which amounted to $250,000, he was already quite satisfied. Such a huge amount of wealth is something he could not even imagine before. If he relied on his mother to sew clothes for others, I am afraid that it would take 10 years to do so. This is not counting a single cent of spending, and he only used one night. This is the power of the Sword Soul Master. Chen Xian returned home with the money. The dilapidated rented house was surprisingly lit with dim lights. Mom, why aren't you asleep? Why are you sewing clothes in the middle of the night? Chen Xian had already taken off his black cloak and walked into his mother's room, seeing that she was surprisingly leaning on the back of the bed, taking a needle and thread and sewing a dress. "You're the one, where have you been all day? Why did you come back so late?" Chen Nianzi saw Chen Xian come in and was first startled, then said with a smile, "I just awakened my sword soul and went out to casually try it out." Chen Xian of course couldn't possibly tell the matter of the underground sword fighting arena, so he casually said. According to the understanding of ordinary people who heard this sentence, it would only be that Chen Xian was too excited about awakening his sword soul and looked for a nearby open space to put in a try of his abilities, and would not associate it with anything else, but Chen Xian did not lie to Chen Nianzi, he did look for a place to casually try it out. "Mom, don't do these things, hurry up and rest, when the daytime if you're bored, talk to the landlord's grandmother and look at the flowers in the yard." Chen Xian leaned over and sat down on the edge of the bed, saying rather heartbreakingly. As he remembered, his mom always worked so hard, perhaps because of this, her body was always sickly and weak, and when she spoke louder in severe cases, she would cough non-stop. "But we always need money, don't we?" Although it ended up like this, but these 2 years are also thanks to Governor Lu's help. During the day I've rested long enough. First take my own old clothes to try, I hope the craftsmanship hasn't regressed cough cough. Without saying 2 words, Chen Nianzi began to cough. Chen Xian hurriedly went to pour a cup of hot water and served Chen Nianzi a drink. He knew that his mom was afraid that she was worried about the tuition fees for his college education, although in Daxia, the higher the institution of learning the lesser the fees needed, but it was always a sum of money, and the family would definitely need to have an income to support all the expenses in the future, including daily life, and his mom was in a hurry for that. "Mom, don't worry, I can earn money too, look." Chen Xian took out $5,000 and handed it over to Chen Nianzi. He hadn't planned to take the money out so quickly so that his mom wouldn't have doubts in her mind, but looking at his mom in this state, he had to take out a portion of it to let her rest in peace. "This." Chen Nianzi saw the $5,000 and revealed a shocked look. "How did you have so much money?" "It's like this, when I went out, I incidentally negotiated a job with the dojo as an escort, this is an advance payment." Chen Xian had already thought of an excuse a long time ago. A dojo was a place that many sword soul masters would go to for their daily training, and there would be some staff members who would come as chaperones to provide the necessary chaperone assistance to the customers, and he had awakened a very strong sword soul, which his mother was aware of, so this excuse didn't seem out of the blue. "When I go to college, I'll also find a dojo near me to be a chaperone, and with my strength, I'm sure I'll be able to get a relatively high paycheck. Both of us don't have to worry about our living expenses." "Good, good." Chen Nianzi held $5,000 in her hand, didn't say much, but her eyes were filled with a soft tearful smile. Then, Chen Nianzi returned $5,000 back to Chen Xian. She held just pleased to feel the sun's growth, not like the money itself, compared to her a bedridden patient, just awakened the sword soul of the sun is more in need of this money. Chen Xian refused to take back, he still has more than 200,000 yuan, this money left to the mother to use just right, but he could not always find a suitable reason to refuse his mother, he cultivation really need money, he cannot have other prepaid wages, so he had to take back another 5,000 pieces. It didn't matter, as long as he bought something nice to spend on mom directly. The next day, Chen Xian surprisingly really wanted to go to the dojo, since the underground sword fighting arena was closed during the day, he really didn't have much of a place to go to, so the dojo was a good place to go to focus on his training. Dojos generally cost a lot of money, but with the speed at which Chen Xian earned money from fighting matches, spending money here would be more than enough. He had already made plans to take the Sword Soul College entrance examination in Mountain River Province as a social identity, so he was going to raise his strength to a state that was strong enough to crush the entire college entrance examination center. He was also going to dominate the first place in the college entrance examination hall and win the provincial first prize in one fell swoop. At that time, expelled his own school registration dead horse principal Qin Tianzheng, estimated will be reduced to the national laughingstock, lost the pig's head on the hadit? Chen Xian mouth corner hooked up some smile, he is still quite vindictive. Chen Xian walked on the streets of the city center, seeing the electronic advertisement screens outside the surrounding shopping malls broadcasting all kinds of news. One of the recent hot news was that Sakura Island was attacked by a siren, and eventually sank to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. In this case, the entire island would most likely be spared. Some people said that this was deserved, others said that this was an act of God, and it could also befall the great summer, and that the siren tide should not be taken lightly. "Hello sir, may I ask what service you require?" Chen Xian eventually walked inside a Dao Hall called Supreme Dao Hall, and immediately a female employee in charge of reception walked up to him and inquired. "Open a separate meditation room for me, don't let anyone else disturb it." Chen Xian said. "Okay, But the price of a separate meditation room here is rather expensive. Using it for an hour will cost you $2,000. Do you think it's acceptable? The female employee asked. Hearing the price, Chen Xian also couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. 1 hour would cost $2,000. This was too damn expensive. His mother used to sew clothes for a month, and at most, she would only earn more than $3,000. It wasn't enough to spend a couple of dollars here. It's fine, go ahead and open it. However, surprised as he was, Chen Xian didn't like this kind of money at all now. Alright, we still have the last meditation room left, we'll handle it for you right now. The female employee said with a smile. Chen Xian, why are you here? Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. Who was the owner of the voice, if not Lu Yao? Only to see Lu Yao snuggling in Zhou Xiaoting's arms, as docile as a cat. Behind the two of them were a few students from their class. Chapter 9 Grady Waste, dare to challenge our William Xiao? Chen Xian swept a glance at these faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar. He really felt that he was unlucky and unlucky. Shouldn't these guys be at school? How come he could run into them at a random martial arts school? How can I come to a martial arts center and run into you, you piece of really bad luck? Zhou Xiaoting seemed to be showing off, pulling Lu Yao, who was walking beside him, into his arms and hugging her tightly. He opened his mouth. The few people who followed behind Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao opened their mouths to ridicule as if they were helping out. The diving god is no longer the same diving god from before, now he can only be called Diving Waste. Schoolgirl Lu already belongs to our brother Timothy. You useless ex-husband brother should stop being an eyesore here. That's right, a waste who awakened an E-ranked sword soul. How dare he come to the dojo? Doesn't he still want to take the sword soul exam? Don't laugh at me. Chilliness grew in Chen Xian's eyes. Because these few guys who exited arrogantly and were most attentive around him earlier, a bunch of wallflowers who tended to follow the trend, it was truly sickening in the heart. What are you guys talking about? Chen Chen is clearly our classmate. At this time, a familiar rebuke sounded. This was a girl wearing a shirt and short skirt, very youthful and energetic, but between her brows and eyes was not just a girl's delicacy, there was more of a tough heroic spirit in it. She anxiously ran lightly to Chen Xian's side, her long brownish-orange hair swinging, her voice a little thin. Chen Xian student, are you alright? Yesterday you just left the school like that, we are all very worried. Su Shuiying's beautiful eyes flashed, her voice gentle and concerned, and a little thin and soft. Chen Xian looked at the other party, his heart somewhat touched. Su Shuiying is the class president of their experimental class. As the class president, she is very gentle to all care, no matter the boys or girls in the class do not like her. Chen Xian's impression of her is also very good. Just after he and Lu Yao together, they are deliberately avoiding other girls, so did not have and Su Shuiying have much to get along with. Nowadays, it seemed that he had a good impression of Su Shuiying. This girl was not like the others. Just the we in her mouth. Even if there is, I'm afraid it's only herself, right? He. Also, we are all worried about him. Who is worried about him? A waste. This waste are expelled from school by the principal in public. Only worry about him, haha. Hey, you can't say that. Our class president Su was the one who rebutted the principal in public for this punk that day. A few followers mocked loudly without letting Chen Chen down at all. Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao were both laughing loudly as well. You guys? Su Shuiying angrily turned back to look at them. Classmate Chen Xian, don't be too concerned. Even if you don't have a school registration, you just can't participate in the Sword Soul higher education examination as a student. Su Shuiying hurriedly comforted Chen Xian. Class President Su, you're also too good to that punk. When the principal announced the expulsion of this loser, you were the one who opposed the principal in front of the entire school and even received a disciplinary action. Is it worth it for such a loser? A follower behind Zhou Xiaoting said. You shut up. Su Shuiying's beautiful eyes contained anger. Chen Xian was suddenly amazed after hearing this. Yesterday, after he walked out of the gates of Provincial Sword and Soul No. 1 Middle School, he had indeed heard a girl shout, and in that playground full of hypocritical and mean-spirited people, that shout had appeared to be so lonesome and powerful, like a lonely sword blade pointing straight up to the clouds. At the time he wondered who on earth would rise to speak for him at such a time. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed the voice of class president Su Shuiying. Well, Su Shuiying blushed a little, seemingly not daring to look directly at Chen Xian. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to convince the principal. No, class president Su, thank you. Chen Xian said with a faint smile. Successful or not, it wasn't like he cared about that school registration or not. The fact that someone was still willing to stand up for him made him feel warm and fuzzy. Obviously, so many of the people who were on good terms with him on a regular basis, or Lu Yao, his former girlfriend, or the boys who were now following Zhou Xiaoting, or the principal Qin Tianzheng, who had always taken good care of him, had all turned their backs on him at the moment he awakened his E-level sword soul. On the contrary, it was class president Su Shuiying, with whom Chen Xian's memories rarely crossed paths. It was one thing for him to deliberately avoid contact with other girls for the sake of Lu Yao, which only meant that he would avoid exchanges that might lead to intimacy, not that he ignored all the girls, and there were a few girls who had a good relationship at that time, but class president Su Shuiying was different, and the other parties seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Therefore, even though he had already spent 2.5 years in the same class, Chen Xian still didn't get along much with this class president adult. In such a situation, the other party actually showed such concern for him, and Chen Xian felt astonished. Was this the benevolent heart of the class president? However, he had already been expelled, so what was the point of this? Classmate Chen Xian, Su Shuiying's eyes shone with a gentle and heartfelt light. She wasn't being sycophantic, nor was she trying to pretend to be a gentle and benevolent class president image. She really cared about Chen Xian. In fact, when she entered the senior experimental class, the first time she saw Chen Xian, she was attracted to the other party. She always saw Chen Xian sitting quietly alone in his seat, looking out of the window at the swaying branches of the trees. His eyes looked so lonely and isolated, so cool and detached. He was different from all the others. He had a very attractive and comforting qualities. Such his grades are still far ahead of the first in the whole school. How could there be such a good and special boys? But she wasn't able to muster up the courage to get to know each other a little better. When she came back to her senses, Chen Xian was already with Lu Yao. She could only lower her eyes glumly. Lu Yao's classmates were very good, very pretty and gentle, unlike her who actually always lost her temper sometimes, and her father was also the governor of their Shanha province, far brighter than her, a girl from an ordinary family. Look the two of them together, smile is so happy. Su Shuiying ended before she even started. After that, she was deliberately avoiding Chen Xian, otherwise she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to help liking each other even more. She didn't want to destroy other people's feelings. As long as 3 years passed and the college entrance exams were over, she and Chen Xian wouldn't cross paths anymore. What she hadn't expected was that Chen Xian would awaken an E-rank sword soul, and even more so, she hadn't expected that Lu Yao, who had originally seemed to love him so much, would undergo a 180 shift in her attitude, as well as all the other people, who were diametrically opposed to their usual selves. She was very angry and sad. She knew that a genius like Chen Xian would be very proud in his heart. Awakening the E-rank sword soul was already a very heavy blow. Why did everyone still treat him like this? It wasn't that she didn't know the answer in her heart. She knew that everyone would respect and like the strong more, and would also like to spit on the weak, especially the phoenix that had once stood tall and suddenly fell off the branch. But she still couldn't tolerate it, so she shouted out in the playground. Only, she still couldn't really do anything for Chen Xian. "I'm fine, don't worry," Chen Xian said. He had already decided to participate in the Sword Soul College entrance examination in his social capacity. With his strength to win a first place, it wasn't difficult to get into the top Sword Soul colleges like Beijing University and Magic University. By then, it would be Qin Tianjing's turn for this dead horse principal to stand there and cry, the charge of expelling the first place winner with his own hands. There was enough for him to suffer. "Brother William, don't waste time with this kind of waste, let's quickly go in and cultivate," Lu Yao said impatiently, as if seeing Chen Xian would make her feel bad. "Good. There are so many of us, each of us get us a room," Zhou Xiaoting said with a wave of his hand. A few followers shouted and complimented Brother Timothy's might, but in fact, how could Zhou Xiaoting have this money? In the end, it was still Lu Yao who paid for it, but Zhou Xiaoting was very much enjoying the scenery of possessing all this. Before, this could all be Chen Xian's. "I'm sorry, our last cultivation room has already been booked by this gentleman," the female employee apologized. Almost all of the city's Sword Soul high schools had held their Sword Soul awakening ceremony in recent days. And as the college entrance exams were approaching, more and more students were entering the dojo to cultivate, and it was full every day, and the only way to book a spot was to make a reservation in advance, and coming on the spot to have a room available was already very fortunate. "What? Just this kind of waste, but also open a single cultivation room? He'll be fine in the hall," Zhou Xiaoting said. "Sister, this person is a waste who has awakened an E-rank sword soul. What's the use of giving it to him? Give it to us," Lu Yao said. The waitress was in a difficult situation. In fact, what does E-rank or not have anything to do with her? She is just a waitress. The most important thing is to follow the rules and do a good job. It's just that in front of her, a few people are aggressive. They look like they are not to be messed with. It makes her feel a little scared. "Well, who the hell belongs to? Just speak from strength." Chen Xian did not want to make it difficult and said. Surprise appeared on the waitress's face as she happily looked at Chen Xian. She felt that such a customer who would look out for the battered workers was very handsome. Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao and the others, however, showed disdain like they were stunned. The followers even opened their mouths to laugh. Ha, an E-ranked waste who also wants to challenge our S-ranked William Xiao? Chapter 10 Pressing the dog man and woman to kneel and spit out blood. Several people laughed out loud, and Lu Yao similarly laughed many times, but when she happened to raise her head and bumped into Chen Xian's gaze, she froze in dawning awe. Although she had ulterior motives for being with Chen Xian and only saw the other party's talent, after all, after being together for more than 2 years, she asked herself that she still knew Chen Xian very well. When Chen Xian was alone, his eyes were always light and looked like he didn't care about anything, while when he looked at others, his black eyes would be flooded with circles of tenderness. Lu Yao also had to admit that being with a gentleman like Chen Xian was much better than being with Zhou Xiaoting, a rough and arrogant guy. It was just that she had to choose benefits in the end. But now, what did she see in Chen Xian's eyes? The dark and deep eyes were as if they were thousand-year-old deep cold pools of water, as if there was a wolf king, implying the deepest cold fury to devour his prey. When had she ever seen such terrifying eyes? Su Shuiying felt a gentle and powerful hand that grabbed her wrist, and in the next moment, she was pulled back by the strength coming from this hand, and in front of her eyes, was the back of classmate Chen Xian. Buzz! Without waiting for Lu Yao to continue thinking, Chen Xian had already unleashed his attack. Within a space, the air seemed to vibrate violently under this huge pressure, as if it would shatter at any moment. Puff! Several followers, directly unable to resist the pressure, knelt on the ground. Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao both bent their knees as well, their faces pale, as if they would kneel at any moment as well. They all understood in an instant, this was pure soul pressure shock. The pressure caused by the release of soul pressure alone could actually make them unable to straighten up like ants. How could this be? How could this be the power that Chen Xian possessed? Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao had awakened S-rank and A-rank sword souls, innately possessing soul pressure of at least the late first rank. This kind of strength was considered top-notch amongst the newly awakened students. How could Chen Xian, an E-ranked sword soul, be stronger than them? Poof! Chen Xian sneered disdainfully. An even stronger invisible pressure, as if a mountain, was exerted on Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao. Put! Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao were also unable to support themselves and directly fell to their knees. At the same time, because they fought against each other to the death, they received even more damage, and blood directly sprayed out of their mouths. This. Su Shuiying's beautiful eyes were startled. It turned out that Chen Xian had pulled her behind him in order to avoid her being attacked by the soul pressure. But, this was at least second-order strength, right? Chen Xian, don't be too arrogant. Zhou Xiaoting knelt on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth while his eyes glared deathly at Chen Xian. Chen Xian! My father won't let you go if you treat me like this. Lu Yao was even more woefully close to sprawling on the ground, also spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, her mouth unforgiving. Poof! Chen Xian sneered once again. This pair of dogs, even at this point in time, how dare they threaten themselves? Really, they hadn't suffered enough. Chen Xian continued to enhance the soul pressure he released. With his current strength that was a whole stage beyond, even if he wanted to directly shock Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao to death, it wasn't that difficult. Well. Poof. Chen Xian, I beg you to let me go, I'm dying. Feeling that her entire body's organs were about to be crushed, only then did Lu Yao finally drop her stance and start begging for mercy. Zhou Xiaoting, on the other hand, was still holding on. It was impossible for such a big commotion to occur at the entrance of the dojo to go unnoticed, and many of the members of the dojo who were practicing in the halls had their gazes cast over, staring wide-eyed like melons, and repeatedly praising the fact that this soul pressure could be really strong. This guest, why don't you just stop? They are all a bit dead, the waitress, standing far away and unaffected, said in alarm. Chen Xian did not say a word, slowly putting his soul pressure away, his eyes still cold. Originally, he did not have the intention to kill these few people. After all, murder is always sentenced. No matter who you are, this is the rule to maintain the stable operation of modern society, unless you hide this matter very well, as if it does not exist. Just the lesson that should be learned, cannot be less, he is not without anger. Zhou Xiaoting, Lu Yao, and the others were still kneeling where they should be kneeling, lying down where they should be lying down. None of them regained their consciousness for a while. Hello sir, the cultivation room has been opened for you. I wish you good luck in your cultivation, your strength will soar. The waitress handed Chen Xian a door card for the cultivation room and said. Good, many thanks. Chen Xian took the doorcard and walked towards the second floor. The second floor of the Supreme Dao Hall was only the single room of the cultivation room, while the first floor was the open cultivation area. Chen Xian had money in his hands anyway, so why not spend some money to open a single room? It was much more uncomfortable than squeezing in with others in the hall on the first floor. Moreover, the single room's auxiliary facilities were also more complete and performed better. Seeing Chen Xian walk up the steps of the second floor, Zhou Xiaoting, who was still kneeling on the ground and had not yet slowed down, was filled with indignation. His talent was also very good. He had always been number one in junior high school and was loved by all the girls in the school, and after being promoted to the provincial sword in Seoul number 1 middle school, he quickly became infatuated with Lu Yao, a girl who smiled like a hibiscus flower. However, Lu Yao, whom he liked, launched her pursuit of Chen Xian, not even looking at him. The aura of Chen Xian, a supreme genius, pressured him to suffocate. But finally, he awakened his S-rank sword soul, and Chen Xian became an E-rank waste. He took away everything from Chen Xian. He possessed everything from Chen Xian: women, brothers, money, fame. But why? Why was it such a result? Zhou Xiaoting felt a rush of congestion in his head, his eyes went black and he nearly fainted. Squad leader Su, why are you frozen? Aren't you coming with me? Chen Xian walked halfway up the stairs and thought of something as if he turned back to Su Shuiying, who was standing below, and said with a smile. Su Shuiying revealed surprise and bewilderment, reaching out and pointing down at herself. Me? Of course, who else could there be? Can I really join you? If class president Su doesn't appreciate the face, there's nothing I can do. No, classmate Chen Xian, wait for me. Su Shuiying laughed as she opened her jade legs and ran towards the stairs. What she cared about was certainly not the fact that she could enter the cultivation room to train. Her family was considered a middle-class family. It wasn't that she didn't have the money to come to the Dao Hall to train. What she was happy about was that classmate Chen Xian would actually take the initiative to invite her. For more than 2 years, she had only been silently observing Chen Xian, subconsciously staying away from him, watching Chen Xian and Lu Yao talking and laughing, alone and gloomy, regretting how she hadn't launched her attack earlier, and perhaps had some chance. Now, her heart fluttered, a deer in the headlights. She felt as if her chance had come. Classmate Chen Xian, let's go. Su Shuiying smiled sweetly. Good. Chen Xian smiled and nodded. Su Shuiying didn't turn her back on herself like the others. Instead, she rebutted the principal in public on the playground for herself, and just now, she was also concerned about herself, offending Zhou Xiaoxing and Lu Yao and the others. No matter what, Chen Xian felt bad about leaving her alone in the hall. Inviting her to cultivate with him was nothing. It was a little bit of a small reward for caring about himself. Only after the two of them walked up to the second floor, Zhou Xiaoting and the others felt their bodies gradually recovering and slowly stood up. Lu Yao's face was pale, her chest heaving together. She was also completely puzzled as to why Chen Xian had such a powerful soul pressure. Surprisingly, it had pressed her down to the ground and spat out blood straight away. Chen Xian's soul pressure must have reached the second stage. At this time, the female employees seized the opportunity and enthusiastically went up to inquire. Hello guys, may I ask what services are needed? We have various grades of healing elixirs here. A few of you have been beaten like a dog. No, and are injured so badly. I recommend our Supreme Martial Arts Museum's latest special effect healing elixir for all of you. A few of you group purchase if you get 20% off. Oh. Chapter 11 Overlord, Empress, Female Emperor. The waitress happily went to get the special effect injection, but Zhou Xiaoting and the others could not understand. What Chen Xian had awakened was clearly only an E-rank Black Iron Sword soul, and the initial soul pressure should only be at the early stage of the first rank, so how could he have a powerful soul pressure of the second rank? Lu Yao suddenly had some doubts that her choice to break up with Chen Xian and throw herself into Zhou Xiaoting's arms wasn't a bit reckless? Xiaoting, schoolgirl Lu, don't worry, I know why that punk has strong soul pressure. At this moment, a crouching dragon behind Zhou Xiaoting spoke up. Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao curiously looked over towards the crouching dragon who spoke. As we all know, the higher the soul strength of a student, the easier it is to awaken a powerful sword soul. But Chen Xian has such a strong soul strength, why has he only awakened the Black Iron Sword? Wulong first threw out the question. Well said, the answer is obvious. Chen Xian's high soul strength didn't help him awaken a powerful sword soul, but it was returned to him in another way, that of a powerful soul pressure. Feng Xiao also pressed on with his opinion. Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao's eyes lit up. They felt that these two's words. There was truth to it. People often found it difficult to accept facts that they were unwilling to accept. Instead, they were biased towards distorted falsehoods. It was because the weak could not live without it. Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao were like that. They were willing to believe the seemingly flawed inferences of Crouching Dragon Phoenix, which were actually full of holes, and also refused to imagine that Chen Qian had actually awakened a more powerful sword soul. Obviously have already abandoned the other party, obviously have already trampled the other party hard underfoot. As a result, you tell me that the other party has never stood in the sky, and what I see is only a false reflection in the water? Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao were categorically unable to accept this. That's right. Lu Yao let out a voice in delight. That loser is just having a high initial soul pressure because of his high soul strength. But he awakened his E-rank waste sword soul, so he definitely won't have much growth in the future. As long as we break through to the second rank in these 3 months as well, and then with the advantage of our powerful sword souls, we'll definitely be able to beat him to death. Zhou Xiaoting also nodded approvingly, giving a thumbs up to the Crouching Dragon Phoenix Eagle duo. You guys did a good job. I'll have Yao Yao reward you guys later. Crouching Dragon Phoenix Chick's eyes were glowing. Many thanks to Xiaoting, many thanks to schoolgirl Lu. But can we only cultivate in the hall? Zhou Xiaoting said with a frown. Don't worry Xiaoting, my father is Lu Xiong. Lu Yao said with her chest puffed out. On the second floor, the cultivation room. Student Chen Qian, you're so strong. Your soul pressure must have reached the early second stage, right? Su Shuiying lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, her hands' index fingers hooked behind her waist, her toes tiptoeing on the ground. Chen Qian smiled faintly. Class President Su, won't we know if we test it? In front of them was a modest platform, the surface of which was carved with many patterns, giving one the impression that it contained some sort of mystery at a glance, and on top of it floated a very large crystal ball. As long as one inputs one's soul pressure into it, the crystal ball would be able to automatically determine the strength of the soul pressure and display the corresponding text on the surface. Last night, the crystal ball Tao Hong used for Chen Qian's test was the same kind as the crystal ball on the soul pressure tester. However, that was a portable soul pressure tester, which was small and easy to carry at the same time, and the testing accuracy was not as high as the desktop soul pressure tester. This kind of instrument was generally only supplied to sword soul masters with low soul pressure, and once the soul pressure reached a higher level, even without the help of this kind of instrument, the sword soul masters would be able to have a clearer judgment of their own and other people's soul pressure. Squad leader Su, you go first. Chen Qian said. Su Shuiying nodded, not being polite. After awakening her soul pressure yesterday, she had yet to test it, although she was vaguely able to feel the general level that her own soul pressure was at, but it was certainly not as accurate as the results given by the tester, and having an accurate judgment of oneself was quite important for cultivation. Su Shuiying held her breath, pressed her hand on the surface of the crystal ball and released her soul pressure. The crystal ball emitted an unstable flickering light. Soon, the crystal ball's light stabilized and a few words emerged late first order. What? Su Shuiying was shocked. What's wrong? Chen Qian asked. I thought that my soul pressure was only in the middle of the first order. After all, what I awakened was an A-rank sword soul, Frost Queen. I didn't think that there was even a late first order. Su Shuiying covered her mouth in shock and joy. According to normal experience, only those who had awakened an S-rank sword soul could have an initial soul pressure that reached the late first order, just like Zhou Xiaoting. If the one who had awakened an A-rank sword soul, the initial soul pressure should be in the middle of the first rank. But the result exceeded Su Shuiying's expectations. She actually had a late first rank as well. How could this not make her surprised and happy? Congratulations, Class President Su. Chen Qian appeared calm and said with a smile, it's probably because Class President Su's Frost Queen sword soul is ranked very high in the A rank, very close to the S rank, so the soul pressure has reached the late first rank. Aha! Su Shuiying nodded excitedly. Although this kind of situation was rare, it did exist, and it was generally referred to as a super A-rank sword soul, and it was said that the possibility of a sword soul ability of this rank to grow into an S rank in the future was also quite high. If her initial soul pressure was only mid-first rank, then in 3 months' time, she might be able to ascend to peak first rank at most. But if the initial soul pressure was late first rank, then she could hopefully ascend to early second rank. During the college entrance exam, most of the candidates' soul pressures were within the second order, so if they were able to break through to the second order, it would be a descending blow to the other candidates. Fellow student Chen Qian, you come. Su Shuiying smiled and made way for the position. Watching Chen Qian step forward, Su Shuiying's heart was curious. Since classmate Chen Xian could suppress Zhou Xiaoting and the others with his soul pressure alone, it meant that his soul pressure had at least reached the second rank, and normally, if he practiced diligently in these few months, when the time came, no one would be able to compete with him in the Sword and Soul Higher Education exam, and winning the top spot could be said to be within his reach. Su Shuiying secretly sighed. Why is it that heaven envies the talented? Student Chen Xian was so outstanding, her soul strength was extremely high, and her soul pressure was extremely strong. So why did the heavens allow her to awaken an E-rank sword soul? Based on experience, it was impossible for an E-rank sword soul to go far. Many people, even with grueling cultivation, would at most reach the second rank, not even touching the threshold of the third rank. Classmate Chen Xian was definitely better than those people, but how far could he break through? Just as she was rambling on, Chen Xian's open voice pulled back her thoughts. In the past, I didn't know Class President Su. Well, Chen Xian's hand pressed vaguely on the surface of the crystal ball, the corners of his mouth smiling lightly. I heard the others in the class say that Class President Su has the temperament of an empress from the ancient times, dignified, gentle and capable of doing things. Only an overlord of the world like Emperor Qin and Emperor Tang can marry you? Su Shuiying blushed all of a sudden. It wasn't like she hadn't heard this kind of talk before, but why did Chen Xian bring up this kind of joke as well? Could it be that classmate Chen Xian was testing her? If she answered yes, she would be considered by fellow student Chen Xian as a woman who tended to favor the powerful and only recognized the so-called hegemon, and if she smiled and vaguely passed, she would be considered by fellow student Chen Xian as insincere and not having the truth in her mouth. Su Shuiying's heartbeat skyrocketed and her thoughts were jumbled. Regardless of what happens to classmate Chen Xian in the future, he is the talented young man in her heart that she saw at first glance. His quietness, handsomeness, and temperament fascinated her. Previously, she missed out. If she is willing to give her a chance now, she can become very strong and cover classmate Chen Xian for the rest of her life. What Qin Emperor and Tang Emperor, idle talk from idle people, as long as classmate Chen Xian is willing. So what if I become a female emperor? Su Shuiying spoke from her heart, tough and strong, as if she was pronouncing some kind of oath. Chen Xian froze for a moment. What do you mean as long as he is willing? He just felt that he was not too familiar with Su class president, and wanted to find a topic to open up the situation of talking, and it just so happened that he thought of some playful words about her, and brought it to ask the person concerned to look at it. Empress? Well, it is really a woman with great ambitions, and he appreciates it. Chen Xian smiled blandly, did not say much, and his hand was completely pressed. Su Shuiying was flustered in her heart. What does it mean for Chen Xian's classmates to smile a little, and did she answer well or not? At this time, the crystal ball emitted a bright light. The words displayed completely shocked her. Su Shuiying's beautiful eyes stirred in shock, her hands covered her mouth, and she even took several steps back. This, impossible. Su Shuiying simply couldn't believe her eyes. She actually saw that the crystal ball displayed peak of the second rank. Chen, classmate Chen Xian, your soul pressure, peak second rank? Su Shuiying couldn't believe it, but there was a surge of elation in her chest. Aha! Chen Xian nodded with a smile. According to the hints given to him by the system, he had already known this result, and there was simply no need to test it again. It was just that Su Shuiying was by his side, and it seemed strange for him not to test. Anyway, there was nothing to hide in terms of strength, and leaking it out through Su Shuiying would not affect his own compulsion, but also deter some of the curmudgeons, and there would be a lot less trouble. Chen, classmate Chen Xian, you are just too powerful. Su Shuiying's gaze was filled with admiration. It was as if she had seen that talented young man again. No, actually that talented young man had never changed, had he? It was just that all of them had misunderstood, it was just that all of them had looked at it wrong. Student Chen Xian, could it be that your sword soul is not a black iron sword? Su Shuiying asked indistinctly. The results of the awakened sword embryos test had never been wrong, so even she hadn't thought so at first, but judging from the facts, this possibility was indeed very high. Chen Xian only smiled and didn't say anything. There was nothing to hide about the soul pressure realm, but what the real sword soul looked like, he really didn't want to casually say. Su Shuiying, on the other hand, took it as Chen Xian's default and laughed pleasantly. The awakened sword embryo couldn't even be recognized, and even gave a wrong judgment, so the sword soul awakened by classmate Chen Xian was by no means just S-ranked. Could it be SS? No, SSS? Or was it an existence that she couldn't even think of? She felt that the overlord of an era was right in front of her, so where was the need for her to be a female empress? Chapter 12 Awakening Skill Shadowing, First Battle Silver. Chen Xian student, you must have awakened a rather powerful sword soul, I won't guess or ask much. Although you just have to prove it out, restoring your school registration to take the college entrance exams is a certainty, but there's really no need for that anymore. Do you intend to sign up for the Sword Soul College entrance exam as a social identity? Su Shuiying said. Well, Chen Xian did not hide it, and asked again with interest, but why do you say that there is no need to restore your school registration? Although social identities could also participate in the Sword Soul College entrance examination, the conditions would be more stringent, and even if they met the requirements to be allowed to participate, they would mostly be discriminated against in the admissions process after the college entrance examination was over, and even after enrollment, there would be differences in the various treatments. Because generally to social identity to participate in either is not talented enough older players, or in school when the bad, each have a problem, or is itself not intended to have how much development in the sword and soul master along the way, just happens to be a bit of strength to mix a reputation seniority. In short, candidates in this category tend to be far inferior to those who are in school. Everyone who could take the college entrance exam in school would not choose the social reference. If it's me, I definitely won't choose to go back to school. Su Shuiying's face contained a smile. Those people treated me so well, why would I rush up to prove to them, begging to let myself go back? Going back would be adding to their performance. As long as one's strength is excellent, any discrimination will not exist. Most importantly, when everyone finds out that the candidate who won the Mountain River Province Sword Soul High School examination is actually a social identity, and that his school registration was expelled by a certain famous principal, Qin Tianzhan, how wonderful things will be then. What kind of expression will be on Qin Tianjing's face, and what kind of charges will be slapped on him? What abuse of power, suppression of geniuses, sightlessness, lack of teaching ability, and so on. Removing the principal's hat is the least of it. Chen Xian laughed. Su Shuiying's thoughts were surprisingly similar to his own. This seemingly gentle and generous Su class president, the heart is not so simple. Revenge on people think up a set of things? Su Shuiying and I think alike. Chen Xian said casually. Shuiying. He even directly shouted my name. Su Shuiying noticed this and blushed. That, Xian. Chen Xian students, I will transfer half of the fee to you. She didn't know whether Chen Xian had intentionally or unintentionally called out her name, so she was tempted to yell it out that way as well, only the words reached her mouth and were sheepishly swallowed back. Why was classmate Chen Xian's name a two-word name? A two-word name would be so obvious if you didn't shout out your last name. If classmate Chen Xian was just unintentional, then would her doing so make the other party think that she didn't have any sense of boundaries and was pretending to be intimate after just getting to know her a little more? No need, consider this a thank you for taking the risk to speak up for me. Chen Xian said with a smile. He couldn't have imagined how much of a huge wave his thoughtless shout had set off in the other party's heart. Then well, Su Shuiying's voice grew thinner and thinner. The heart was suddenly a little disappointed. The independent cultivation room was also equipped with 2 meditation rooms. Meditation was the main way for sword soul masters to raise their soul pressure and break through realms, and it had to be in an extremely quiet environment for the best results. Chen Xian and Su Shuiying each entered a meditation room and meditated for a long time before walking out again. Although the soul pressure had not grown significantly, it was more solid and quite a bit more solid. Next, were some exercises in combat. After each of them had envisioned their own sword soul abilities and made some progress, the two of them began to hone and compete in sword arts. Using a sword blade was the basic means of attack for every sword soul master, and a sufficiently excellent sword art was indispensable. Clang! A burst of sword light flashed by. Su Shuiying was ultimately undefeated and stumbled and fell to the ground. Her arm exerted itself to try and support her body to stand up, but the moment she looked up she saw a hand reaching over. Gosh, what a mesmerizing cheek that was, he smiled gently at himself, as if it was as beautiful as a dream. Su Shuiying froze with a slight blush. More than 2 years she could only secretly look at this handsome and somewhat cool face, either faintly lost in thought or showing a smile to another girl. But now, was that smile going to belong to her? Fluttering. Her heart jumped straight. What's wrong, Class President Su? Let's call it a day, it's getting late, we can still practice together if we like, it's good to have a companion. She was quickly pulled back to reality by the other party's words, and busily nodded her head. At the entrance of the dojo, looking at Chen Xian's back gradually fading away, Su Shuiying only felt that she had finally returned to the real world. It's still possible, practicing in one piece? All our opportunities She must work hard, not seeking to catch up with Chen Xian, but must have the strength to enter the same sword and soul college as the other party. With Chen Xian's strength, she will either go to Beijing University or Magic University, right? She also had to be strong enough to go to these 2 colleges. She had already waited for Chen Xian for a long time, originally thinking that it would just be over, and in the future, there would only be forgetfulness and memories from time to time, but the heavens had unexpectedly given her this opportunity. This time, she said nothing would give up. After leaving the Supreme Dojo, Chen Xian returned home. Whenever it was time to eat, the landlady would make an extra portion and eat it with his mother, Chen Yancy. And Chen Xian would also pay the landlady an extra portion for the meal. Seeing from the window that his mother was having dinner with the landlady with a smile on her face, Chen Xian felt warm. As long as his mother was happy, then he was relieved. Instead of walking in, Chen Xian went to the warehouse and took out the black cloak and the token for the underground sword fighting arena, then headed straight to the underground sword fighting arena. He had worked out with Su Shuiying at the Supreme Dao Hall for a day and had gained quite a bit. Now, it was also time to test the results of his training. I'm sure the spectators present are in the same excited mood as I am. On one side, although they were defeated continuously in the silver sword fighting arena, their strength is after all a third-ranked powerhouse. On the other side is Dark, who reached an amazing 11 consecutive victories in the black iron sword arena and was promoted to the silver sword arena, but his strength is only at the peak of the second rank. Who will win or lose? Welcome to place your bets. The referee held the microphone and shouted from the center of the arena. I'll bet on Dark. I don't usually come to the silver sword arena, but I've come here from black iron especially for Dark. I believe Dark can create a miracle again. You little student who only looks at black iron, do you know how big the gap is between a third-order sword soul master and a second-order sword soul master? It's impossible for Dark to win. I also think that even though Broken Wind has suffered successive setbacks in the silver sword fighting arena, he is after all a third-rank powerhouse. It's not something that Dark, a small child of the second rank, can compare to. I'm betting on Windbreak. I still believe in Dark. He's the hero who saved me from the rooftop. I bet on Dark. The spectators in the arena placed their bets one after another, and for a while, the odds between the two sides were surprisingly similar. Chen Xian was unmoved, still wearing a black cloak that concealed his face, standing quietly on the field. Broken Wind stood right across from Chen Xian, his face full of anger. He had already lost several matches in a row. If he couldn't even win against a soul pressure second stage brat, how would he have the face to stand in the silver sword arena in the future? Strike, Iron Fist Sword. With Broken Wind's cry, the sword in his hand unexpectedly transformed into a hard fist in his hand. Broken Wind took up an attack stance. Come on, brat, it won't take you too long. Chapter 13, High School Exam Approaching, Breaking Through Mid-Third Stage. Devour, Endless Dark Shadow. As he watched Broken Wind stride towards him, Chen Xian continued to lightly call out without haste. He still did not choose to unsheath his sword, but instead forcefully activated his sword soul ability to using Dark Shadow to condense a Dark Shadow longsword in his hand. Damn it, this dark fellow, is he underestimating me? Broken Wind came close and realized that Chen Xian didn't pull his sword out, but only used a strange ability to create a makeshift sword, and immediately, he felt a great humiliation. But Chen Xian wanted to say that he wasn't looking down on Windbreak, but everyone here was trash. Chen Xian swung the shadow longsword in his hand, parrying Broken Wind's punches left and right. The force of a third-ranked sword soul master was truly astonishing, but he wasn't struggling to fend it off. Damnable! Catch it, watch my 3 caravans of fist power. Broken Wind took a few steps back and stored up his strength to throw a punch, a strong fist pressure striking out with it. Chen Xian threw out his sword to parry, but the power of his shadow longsword alone was surprisingly insufficient to dislodge the force of it. It's good to try the new skill given by Brother Unity, Shadow Transformation. Chen Xian simply put his shadow longsword back. Immediately afterward, his body began to gradually transform into dark shadows, dissipating towards the space around him. And that fierce fist pressure naturally hit an empty space. What? Broken Wind was shocked. Even in all the years he had fought in the sword fighting arena, this was the first time he had seen someone use such a move. Wow! What kind of move is this that Dark is using? Turning his body into a shadow, so who can still hit him? He won't be able to change back, right? Not being able to change back was naturally impossible. And in the state of shadowization, Chen Xian's feelings were also very novel. After he had skillfully mastered this skill, he wouldn't need to transform his entire body into a dark shadow every time. Rather, wherever he was attacked, he could individually transform whichever part of his body into a dark shadow. In this way, he was fearless of any attacks from the enemy on the one hand, and on the other hand, he was able to launch attacks at the same time. Ha ha ha. The skill given by Brother Unity this time was just too strong. Shadow was originally an invincible path, and multiple systems had multiple paths. Damn it! Seeing that Chen Xian easily dodged his attack, Broken Wind was naturally even angrier. 4 Car Fist Power. 5 Car Fist Power. 6 Car Fist Power. Broken Wind angrily swung his fists back and forth, increasing his force with each punch. Chen Xian, on the other hand, only needed to simply come with a hand of shadow transformation to control his body to escape in any direction. The opponents simply couldn't hit. Sorry about that, I don't want to fight anymore. After borrowing Broken Wind to try out his new skill and feeling self-conscious that he was still quite proficient in using it, Chen Xian then planned to settle this fight once and for all. After all, he still had to train at the Supreme Martial Hall during the day, and that money burned a lot. There was also the expense of his mother's physical conditioning, as well as his own expenses for other places. This was a lot of money to spend. Earning money was the first priority. That's why he had to take advantage of the limited time at night to play more matches and earn more money. Dark Lock. Black Coffin. Just like his previous victory over Naba. This time, as usual, Chen Xian conjured several chains to seal Broken Wind's movements. Immediately afterward, he chopped out a stream of dark shadows, wrapping Broken Wind in a ball. It's appeared. It's Dark Surefire combo. First blocking the movement with chains, then wrapping it in dark shadows for strangulation. This move is too powerful. Is Broken Wind going to turn into a pile of white bones as well? Nah. Dark actually rarely kills. The strands of dark shadows wrapped up Broken Wind, forming a quadrilateral form. It might not feel like much from the outside. But inside this dark shadow quadrilateral, the strands of dark shadow were acting like thousands of blades, cutting the bodies of the prisoners. Not long after, the dark shadows dispersed. Only a few streaks of blood splashed out from Broken Wind's body, and his body violently fell to the ground, unconscious. Broken Wind was not dead, but had lost his ability to fight. Thank you, you really didn't delay me for too long. Chen Ji said silently in his heart. Winner, Dark. The referee excitedly announced the result of the match. Oh! The stands burst into fierce cheers. Too strong Dark. Killing a third-rank opponent with second-rank soul pressure. And still without drawing his sword, using only 1/5 of his strength, he easily solved his opponent. Someone please take care of this monster. He just came from the Black Iron Sword fighting arena, he wouldn't want to overturn the Silver Sword fighting arena with his second-rank soul pressure. Facing the cheers from the audience, Chen Xian did not make any response. He only thought of hurrying off the stage to collect his money. Not long after, Chen Xian received this time's payment from Tao Hong's hands. With a base salary of 10,000 plus commission, there were $50,000. How come it's only this little? Chen Xian skimmed his mouth and said in disgust. Ha ha ha. Tao Hong only felt amused, her voice sexy and seductive. Stinky brother, $50,000 for one match is still too little. You know how many ordinary people can't even earn $50,000 a month? Chen Xian put the money away. This was something that he couldn't be more clear about. When he was a child, his mother worked day and night sewing and mending clothes for others. Not to mention $50,000, even $5,000 was not easy to earn. Good. Hurry up and arrange the next one for me. Chen Xian stood up from the sofa, full of energy. Ha ha ha. Little brother, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you stay here with your sister for a while longer? Chen Xian only felt Tao Hong's sexy and plump petite body sticking up, one hand on his chest paddling, and a fine breeze blowing in his ears. Chen Xian stated that he was only slightly shaken, and quickly cleared the worldly distractions with his tenacious will. This woman, what the hell does she want? Chen Xian dodged out of the way. Ha ha ha, stinky brother. Tao Hong only covered her mouth and smiled, not moving again. Next, Chen Xian participated in several more matches in a row. He still didn't draw his sword, and with only 1/5 of his undrawn strength, he was able to harden himself against a third-ranked powerhouse. But indeed, a third-ranked powerhouse was a third-ranked powerhouse, and he was no longer able to win so easily. In the end, Chen Xian took the $300,000 or so and returned home. For the next few days, Chen Xian had been training in the Supreme Martial Hall's training room during the day, and then fighting matches in the underground sword fighting arena at night. exercising during the day and fighting at night had a very obvious effect on his combat power. During the daytime when he was exercising at the martial arts center, Qin Xian was able to see Su Shuiying almost every day. Although they didn't always train in the same training room, the two of them were always able to communicate with each other. Su Shuiying was able to afford to open a cultivation room at the Supreme Martial Hall every day, so it seemed that her family was also well off. Soon, 3 months passed by in a flash. Chen Xian followed the cultivation rhythm of the martial arts hall during the day and the underground sword fighting arena at night, and his strength progressed very quickly. He had, by now, killed his way into the golden sword fighting arena. And his soul pressure had already reached the middle third stage. Chen Xian was confident that in the entire Mountain River province, he could not find any other candidate whose soul pressure had reached the third order. Even if there was, Chen Xian was absolutely confident that he could outperform his opponent. Paired with the endless shadow sword, with his third order soul pressure, even if he faced a fourth order opponent, he would still have a fighting chance. Damn it, with this kind of strong strength, wouldn't the top student of the entire Mountain River province's college entrance examination come in handy? Tomorrow was the time for the official college entrance exam. Chen Xian didn't go back to the Supreme Martial Hall to train, nor did he plan to go back to the underground sword fighting arena to make money. He hadn't spent much time at home these days, nor had he accompanied his mother properly. Today, he planned to stay home and rest, adjusting his body to its best state. At the same time, he also wanted to accompany his mother. "Little Qian, you're going to take the college entrance exam tomorrow, how do you feel?" Chen Nianci, still bedridden, asked. "Mom, just rest assured, with my son's strength, without saying anything else, taking a top prize in the Mountain River province's college entrance examination is still child's play." Chen Xian sat in front of Chen Nianci's bed and peeled an apple, saying very modestly. Chen Nianci was directly amused by her son. Luckily, the college entrance exam was each province's own exam. If the whole country had taken the exam together, wouldn't her son still have to take the first prize in the great summer country? "Mom knows that you are strong, but don't be too complacent. Mom heard that every year there are candidates who die inside the exam room. Regardless of the results, you must keep your life and not make any mistakes," Chen Nianci said. "Got it, Mom." Chen Xian nodded with a smile and said. Since the college entrance examination was a contest of force, even with the best candidate protection measures, it was inevitable that someone would lose their life in it. Therefore, every examinee would be informed of the risks before taking the college entrance exam, and would only be able to participate in the college entrance exam after signing a risk notification letter. However, Chen Xian would not worry about this, given that the highest strength of the candidates was just above the second rank. Therefore, according to the usual practice, the strength of the ferocious beast set up in the examination center would not exceed the third rank at the highest. And Chen Xian had already reached the middle of the third rank. It could be said that even if he didn't do anything after entering the examination center and ran around with his soul pressure on, he would be able to kill a large number of ferocious beasts. It was simple to get a college entrance exam, so why worry about his life? He couldn't wait to see the wonderful expressions on the faces of Headmaster Qin Tianzhan, his ex-father-in-law Lu Xiong, his ex-girlfriend Lu Yao, and his former classmates after he took the top prize in Mountain River Province. Chapter 14, Bailed Out is No Fun, Want to Come to the Examination Center to Take a Stroll. The examination center was not too far from the suburb where Qin Xian lived. If it was normal, he would have followed his schoolmates, boarded a bus, and traveled to the test center in a lively manner. After the exam, no matter if he succeeded or failed, he would come back with great enthusiasm. He had fantasized about this scene many times. But nowadays, he no longer had such fantasies. The gang of so-called classmates of the provincial number 1 Sword and Soul High School were nothing more than snobs. After thinking that he had awakened the wasteful sword soul, their ugly faces were exposed one by one, and they were not worth cherishing at all. Only Su Shuiying Su, the class president, was indeed a good girl. Some days ago, Qin Xian had already specifically gone to the city's education bureau to apply for a social identity to participate in the college entrance examination. So he could still participate in the college entrance examination even without his school registration. Anyway, it's just this little distance, just fly over. Shadow transformation. Without choosing any means of transportation, Qin Xian directly unleashed the sword soul skill shadow transformation, transforming his body into strands of dark shadows as he flew into the air. If it were someone else, he would definitely not dare to use any of his skills at this time. For fear of consuming a little more power, when it came to the college entrance exam, he would not be able to exert his full strength. But Chen Xian was good. Not only did he use his skills, but he also went out of his way to use his skills to catch up. How was this not a strong man's confidence? The examination hall of the college entrance exam was set up in the wilderness dozens of kilometers away from the city, where a large swath of mountains and forests were surrounded by special iron nets, in which all sorts of different ferocious beasts would be put in according to the proposition of the college entrance exam. Killing the ferocious beasts would earn corresponding points, and the number of points would represent the total score of the college entrance exam. On his way to the examination center, Qin Xian also saw many buses with special vehicles for the college entrance exams written on them traveling on the highway below, with quite a few red motivational banners pulled on them. Chen Xian just lightly looked at them for a few moments and did not pay too much attention to them. Outside the examination hall, many students had already arrived and were discussing intensely with each other and their nearby classmates. "Xian! You're here!" Su Shuiying excitedly ran towards Chen Xian. "Well, Shuiying, how's your status?" Chen Xian said as he greeted with a smile as well. Over the past 3 months, the two of them had met every day at the Supreme Martial Hall and were already very familiar with each other. If they were always addressed as Class President Su, Classmate Chen Xian, the two of them always felt rusty and inappropriate. So simply, the two of them directly called each other by their names. "I've progressed quite a bit more than expected, my strength has already reached the middle of the second stage, I'm confident in competing for the top few rankings in the province," Su Shuiying said. "Good." Chen Xian smiled and nodded. "I heard that this year's exam and propositions were made by that grandpa from year 0. One person's voice was loud, attracting the attention of many people. Hearing his words, everyone shuddered. In year 0, it was that Moncler outlet. Hard that pulled down the average score of the province's candidates by hundreds of %. That year, it was also the one with the highest rate of candidates dropping out midway and the highest rate of candidates dying midway. It was said that the incident that time was so serious that the education authorities put restrictions on that Moncler outlet store guy and didn't let him be in charge of the college entrance exams anymore. But this year, that Moncler outlet online once again? For a while, the students who had just exchanged enthusiastic words about how high and how well they were going to achieve and which prestigious sword in Seoul University they were going to attend had their heads hanging down at this moment. A layer of gloom that could be described as despair was hanging over everyone's hearts. If that grandpa had made a move, not to mention the exam results, if one was not careful, one's life would be hard to protect. Humph. Only weaklings without strength will be afraid of this and that. At this moment, an extremely arrogant and beaten voice rang out in the neighborhood. Chen Xian also looked over with the gazes of the crowd and realized that the one who spoke was Zhou Xiaoting. This brat, speaking arrogantly. The anger on the faces of the nearby candidates had to disappear when they realized that it was Zhou Xiaoting who had spoken. This person is Zhou Xiaoting from the experimental class of the provincial number 1 sword in Seoul High School, said to have awakened the S-rank sword soul, Purple Thunder Divine Punishment. His strength is unfathomable. Awakening an S-rank sword soul, the initial soul pressure is frighteningly high, now he must have a strength of more than the second order, he is one of the favorites for the provincial first prize. I remember there's a genius named Qin Xian in the provincial number 1 sword in Seoul High School, perennially ranked number 1 in the provincial number 1 high school, what about him? Don't mention it, it's said that he awakened an E-ranked sword soul at the awakening ceremony 3 months ago, and was expelled from school by the principal on the spot. So the so-called genius is actually a waste. It seems that this year's provincial scholar is really likely to be Zhou Xiaoting. Zhou Xiaoting stood in place, listening to the compliments he received from the people around him, feeling self-conscious. After 3 months of diligent cultivation, his soul pressure had already reached the mid-second stage level. In the middle of this college entrance exam, as long as he didn't run into that kind of finale superlative ferocious beast, he could be said to be running amok. Even if he encountered one, he was confident that he would be able to kill it. The provincial top scholar would be his, Zhou Xiaoting. It's still our family Xiaoting who has the strength, unlike a certain waste of space who awakened an E-class sword soul, who has been expelled from school and has the face to take the college entrance exam. Lu Yao stood by Zhou Xiaoting's side with a smug look on her face. And anyone could hear what she was referring to in her mouth. Hey! Lu Yao, what are you saying there? Chen Xian didn't snap, but Su Shuiying couldn't help but say. I'm talking about that loser beside you, I didn't say anything about you, what's your hurry? Lu Yao laughed. You! Su Shuiying was furious and just wanted to say that Chen Xian was much stronger than you thought, but she closed her mouth again. She felt that since Chen Xian had awakened an extremely powerful sword soul, he also possessed an extremely astonishingly powerful soul pressure. The reason why Qin Xian did not go to the city's education bureau to prove his strength in order to qualify for guaranteed admission to a prestigious school must have had ulterior motives. He definitely wanted to conceal his strength, and then explode in one fell swoop on the examination hall of the college entrance exam, leaving all those who had abandoned him in the past dumbfounded and unable to catch up with him. Therefore, Su Shuiying must not dismantle Qin Xian right outside the examination hall. Otherwise the dive would definitely lack a lot of fun. I don't know who was the one who knelt down and spat out blood by Qin Xian's powerful soul pressure 3 months ago. Su Shuiying could only say. You. Lu Yao and Zhou Xiaoting both looked indignant. What? Did I hear it wrong? Just now that girl was saying that Qin Xian had Zhou Xiaoting spitting blood on his knees with his soul pressure? Didn't she say that Qin Xian had awakened the waste sword soul? How could he do such a thing? It's simply impossible, isn't it? Lu Yao spoke indignantly. He only got a cheap shot at the initial soul pressure by virtue of his powerful soul strength and his failure to awaken a powerful sword soul. But a waste sword soul is after all a waste sword soul. He was able to take advantage 3 months ago, but today is a different story. Only after hearing Lu Yao's words did the crowd of candidates come to a realization. So it turned out that Qin Xian had only taken advantage of the situation. Su Shuiying obviously did not expect Lu Yao to counter her like this, and was a little confused for a moment. Why did she feel that there was something strange about Lu Yao's set of words? Qin Xian only felt a burst of amusement when he heard it, and didn't say anything more. Anyway, we would see the results after the exam started in a while, so why try to show off your tongue? He actually didn't deliberately hide his strength like Su Shuiying thought, just to hit everyone in the face on the exam room. He just didn't say it. It was just that those people always had wishful thinking that he had awakened a wasteful sword soul, and he had never admitted that his sword soul was a black iron sword. He just thought, since you all think that I, Qin Xian, am a waste and are abandoning me. Why do I have to say that I'm great and rush up to prove myself to you guys in advance? Doesn't that make me look like a loser? It's like if I don't tell you that I'm great, I'm not great. I will follow my own rhythm, not take the initiative to say anything, nor will I hide anything. You guys can think whatever you want. You can see for yourselves whether I am great or a loser. Regardless of whether it is powerful or waste, I have nothing to do with you. As for the bailout, Qin Xian expressed no interest at all. How uninteresting it was to bail out, Qin Xian still wanted to come and blindly wander around the examination room of the college entrance exam. After all, this was also a life experience. Those who bailed out must be very sorry. Hello candidates, I am Yang Zhen, the chief examiner of this Mountain River Province's college entrance examination, and it is now up to me to announce the rules and related matters of this year's college entrance examination. After announcing the rules, our college entrance exam will officially begin. Chapter 15, Invincible? Do you think you're dark? First of all, we have a 3-day period for this exam, and the exam will close 72 hours from the start of the exam. During the exam period, no one can leave the examination center, otherwise it will be considered as a direct withdrawal and the results will be retained. Same as the previous exams, this exam room is also divided into a level 1 zone, a level 2 zone, a level 3 zone and a core zone. The strength of the ferocious beasts in each zone ranges from weak to strong, so everyone can choose which zone to hunt the ferocious beasts in based on their own strength to achieve results. Fighting with ferocious beasts is dangerous. I hope that all of you won't be overly ambitious. No matter how important your grades are, your life is also the most important thing. Later on, the invigilators will hand each of you a backpack. It includes a map of the examination center, a protective crystal, a smart bracelet, a certain amount of compressed cookies and water. The protection crystal and the smart bracelet need to be emphasized. After crushing the protection crystal, it can form a powerful protective shield around your body, protecting you from the attacks of ferocious beasts. However, using it means abstaining from the test, and the invigilator will immediately enter the field to bring you out safely. The smart bracelet, on the other hand, is able to monitor your vital signs, location, and also record your scores for hunting the ferocious beasts. This is where the rules of this exam are introduced. You still have half an hour to prepare, and the exam will officially begin half an hour later. After Chief Examiner Yang Zhen introduced the rules, a look of exhilaration surfaced on the candidates' faces again. No matter what, they had worked hard for 3 years and had finally arrived at the examination center of the college entrance exam. Even if the exam was treacherous, there was no way they would back down. During the preparation time, the invigilator teachers were distributing the necessary items for each candidate. These invigilator teachers were all strong people of the third or even fourth rank at the lowest, and they were strong enough to ensure the safety of the candidates and the order of the scene. The candidates were all adjusting their minds at this time, and some of them were even forming temporary teams. Our family Xiaoting is the strongest, follow our family Xiaoting and you will definitely get good results. Lu Yao said very proudly. At this time, Zhou Xiaoting already had quite a few people surrounding him. However, he had also only picked a few people with good strength as teammates and didn't look for too many people. It wasn't that after the formation of a team was completed, a group of people could advance and retreat together, each with the same score. After forming a team, the points obtained from hunting ferocious beasts would first be deposited into the hands of the captain. The captain would then distribute them again based on each person's contribution. This distribution also tended to cause conflicts among the team members. Therefore, the larger the team, the worse it was to lead. This was actually a test of the candidate's abilities. So Zhou Xiaoting didn't let many people join his team, and just chose a few with stronger soul pressure. And when Su Shuiying heard Lu Yao's arrogant words, she couldn't help but choke out again. Still the strongest. Do you think Zhou Xiaoting is the dark from the underground sword fighting arena? Su Shuiying's words caused everyone to be shocked. Especially Chen Qian. The dark of the underground sword fighting arena? Isn't that talking about Laozi? Was Laozi so famous? Could it be? It was actually quite true. The underground sword fighting arena, as an arena for sword soul masters, was also very much in the spotlight of those of them who were just about to take the college entrance exams. After all, it's all real battles in here. Not only were there battles between sword soul masters, but there were actually battles between sword soul masters against ferocious beasts. Many parents would choose to bring their children to see the matches inside. The actual battles would bring them many different feelings. There were some candidates who relied on their strength. They would even choose to personally ascend to the Black Iron Sword arena to feel the real battles. Many of the candidates present had paid attention to the underground sword fighting arenas, focusing on the lower-level sword fighting arenas. They naturally knew something about the Dark who had recently risen to fame. This Dark is quite something. He just appeared 3 months ago, and the moment he appeared, he killed his opponent with 10 consecutive kills. Not only that, this Dark has never lost a fight, and now he's in the Golden Sword arena. It's said that Dark never draws his sword, and only uses 1/5 of his strength to face his opponents, and often challenges his opponents with low soul pressure. This Dark truly has an invincible demeanor. Regarding Dark, there were many people discussing before that Dark wouldn't not be the current year's high achiever. Because the underground sword fighting arena was after all a gray and sensitive area, many of the high candidates who wanted to try their hand on the stage would conceal their appearance like Dark did. Moreover, the time when Dark appeared was also very similar to the time when the awakening ceremony was held at the various sword and soul high schools. However, this speculation was terminated not long ago, and everyone agreed that it was impossible for Dark to be the current year's high school candidates. Because Dark was simply too strong. A normal high school candidate who could take a few consecutive victories in the Black Iron Sword fighting arena would already be amazing. But he had already broken into the Golden Sword arena and killed a lot of people. Where else could a high school student be so awesome? Moreover, it was said that when Dark had just appeared, his soul pressure had already reached the late second stage. This also meant that he couldn't be a high school student who had just awakened his sword soul. After all, the initial soul pressure of a sword soul that awakened the S rank was only late first order. If you want the initial soul pressure to be at the late second order, then no SSS ranked sword soul can do it. How could there be such a powerful sword soul in this world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But even so, many high school students had taken the incredibly strong Dark as an idol in their hearts. Hoping that they too could be like Dark, killing it in the examination hall of the college entrance exam. Of course our family Xiaoting is not Dark. Lu Yao echoed, could it be that the loser next to you is Dark? Chen Qian scratched his head. I'm sorry, old me really is. Again, Qian, he's not a waste. Su Shuiying emphasized. You're calling Qian so intimate? Lu Yao teased. This. Su Shuiying realized, her face flushed red. Hey, Shuiying, you promised to team up with us, aren't you coming over yet? At this time, there were a few people not far away shouting at Su Shuiying. I'll come over right now. Su Shuiying responded and turned her head to look at Chen Qian again. Student Chen Qian, do you want to join us? Shuiying. You don't want to invite that guy, he'll drag us down. Su Shuiying angrily looked over towards the person who spoke. What dragging behind? It's too late for us to hug people's potential thighs. You go ahead, I like to take the test alone. Chen Xian smiled and said to Su Shuiying, also, just remember to still call me Qian in the future. Su Shuiying blushed again and said nothing as she ran over towards the few people who had called out to her. Chen Xian looked at the lovely Su Shuiying and couldn't help but smile a few times. He knew that Su Shuiying, as the beautiful class president, was also very strong, so there would definitely be few people who would want to team up with her. Chen Xian wouldn't care much about this matter. Moreover, he did prefer to go on a killing spree alone. Half an hour of time quickly passed. All of the candidates had also finished preparing, those who formed teams did so, and those who didn't formed went solo. Now I announce that the current Mountain River Province College entrance examination officially begins. With Chief Examiner Yang Zhen's command, countless examinees began to enter the examination center from different entrances in all directions. The college entrance exams had finally begun. Chapter 16, starting the exam is number 1, not going down. After entering the examination center, all the candidates entered the outermost first rank zone. The strength of the ferocious beasts in the first level area was the weakest, most of them were pre-first stage, with a small number of mid-first stage. The ferocious beasts in the second level area were mostly mid-first stage, with a small number of late first stage. The third level area had most of the late first order, with a small number of peak first order. As for the deepest core area, there were second order ferocious beasts. The points earned from killing ferocious beasts of different strengths were as follows. Pre-first order, 5. Middle first order, 50. Late first order, 250. Peak first level, 1000. Second stage, 10,000. Above the examination hall, a large number of surveillance drones flew by. They would monitor all the candidates in the examination room in real time. One was able to ensure the safety of the candidates, and the other was able to prevent them from cheating. In the main examination monitoring room, Chief Examiner Yang Zhen and some other invigilators were paying close attention to the surveillance images coming back from the drones. And in the other monitoring room, Governor Lu Xiong, Principal Qin Tianzhang and many other leaders and school principals were also paying close attention to the images. Most of the candidates chose to conceal their figures and move forward slowly after entering the examination center. After all, even if it was a level 1 area, most of the ferocious beasts were in the early first stage. There was also the possibility of a situation where the ferocious beasts would report for an attack. It would be a pain in the ass if they were accidentally taken out. Anyway, the examination time is so long, so many fierce beasts in the field, slowly cannot. However, a very arrogant figure appeared in the field. Since Chun Shan walked into the examination room, he strutted all the way. There was no intention of hiding his tracks. I'll go, who is this person, he's also too arrogant. Walking so arrogantly, not afraid of being beaten? Sit back and wait for this brother to be scared half to death by the sudden attack of a ferocious beast. There were many candidates who were hiding in the nearby bushes that, seeing Chen Shan strutting down the road, in their hearts, they didn't think of anything good. After all, everyone was so meticulous, but you were so arrogant. Who are you going to hit if not you? They've appeared. It's a swarm of blood lizards. The eyes of the person hiding in the bushes jumped. Surprised, they found a group of blood lizards rushing out from the bushes in front of Chen Xian. The blood lizard was a ferocious beast that was the size of a rhinoceros and loved to suck blood. Although each of the blood lizards in this group only had the strength of an early stage of the first rank. But once they gathered together, they could exert a force that could not be ignored. The candidates hiding in the nearby bushes all gripped their swords in their hands. They were all waiting for this group of blood lizards to beat Chen Xian out of the examination hall. They then took advantage of the blood lizard swarm's unpreparedness to do a wave of harvesting. The number of blood lizards was so high, and it was in the context of such a sudden encounter. They simply did not think that Chen Xian would emerge unscathed. They also all knew that there must be many in the vicinity who had their eyes on the blood lizard swarm just like themselves, so each of them tensed their nerves. They all wanted to seize the moment and ruthlessly harvest a wave of fat meat before anyone else. In the face of the blood lizard swarm that suddenly rushed out, Chen Xian only smiled faintly. It was as if he hadn't seen the blood lizards rushing out, still walking forward idly. The crowd of candidates hiding around him were surprised. Did this guy not see the ferocious beast in front of him? Why didn't he run, or draw his sword against the enemy as well? Could it be that he was scared silly? But then, a heavy pressure fell on all of their shoulders. Only then did they realize why. Chen Qian's footsteps did not make any stops, as if he did not see the ferocious beast in front of him. The blood lizards opened their mouths wide, their eyes scarlet. However, in the next second, the bodies of these blood lizards were unexpectedly under an invisible pressure. All of them burst into pieces. Such powerful soul pressure. The candidates who were hiding in the nearby bushes, ready to strike out to harvest the blood lizards, were all pale at this moment. They finally knew why Chen Qian dared to be so arrogant. It was because he was so strong that with just his soul pressure, was able to crush and explode the entire blood lizard group in an instant. This strength must be above the second stage. Chen Qian calmly stepped over the broken flesh of the blood lizards on the ground, as if nothing had happened. His test points, on the other hand, had risen crazily by a large margin. Chen Qian, 100. At this point, the exam had only just begun. The other candidates were either still biding their time, hadn't found the ferocious beasts yet, or were heading straight for the deeper regions. In short, very few people had gotten points yet. Chen Qian's score of 100 points had unexpectedly rushed straight to the first position on the list. When Chen Qian saw his ranking, he only smiled slightly. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get ranking 1. Since he, Chen Qian, had been allowed to get ranking 1, then he had no intention of going down. Chen Qian drove his overbearing and incomparable soul pressure and dashed out in a flash. He was going to just open his soul pressure like this and charge straight into the deeper regions. And all of the ferocious beasts that were in his course of action were invariably attacked by his soul pressure, turning into minced meat in an instant. Bang! 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 The level 1 area resounded with horrifying sounds of blood and flesh bursting into pieces. Chen Qian, 125. Chen Qian, 150. Chen Qian, 180. Inside the monitoring room, a group of leaders were stunned as they watched the changes on the list. This candidate called Chen Qian can be a. It's only just the beginning of the exam, and the points are rattling up. He's on that screen, quickly look at what he's done. Soon, a group of provincial leaders and school leaders saw Chen Qian's figure on the monitor screen. Only to see that he hadn't done any attack at all, he was just running as hard as he could with his soul pressure on. And any ferocious beasts that approached him at a certain distance were all crushed by his soul pressure. The scene was bloody and unbearable. TSK, this candidate is too brutal. No wonder his points went up so fast, so he solved it in this way. Let me see, which school is this kid from? The leaders were curious as to whose student such an atrocious student was. But when they saw Chen Qian's information, they were again filled with confusion. They only saw that there was no name of any high school written on it, only 4 words socialite. Socialites? The leaders were a bit confused for a moment. In principle, it was true that social figures could also take the college entrance exam. But honestly speaking, if you've become a member of the community, do you still have any strength to get good grades in the exam? If you had the strength, you would have gotten into college long ago when you were a student. Why do you need to take it again as a member of society? Therefore, even if the annual college entrance examination always some social identity will participate, also basically cannot attract what attention. These people often failed to get into the Sword and Soul University. But this year, a member of the community became List 1? This Chen Qian, the name is so familiar? I remember him from. Many provincial leaders and school leaders finally remembered this familiar name and, unexpectedly, they looked at Provincial Governor Lu Xiong and Qin Tianjing of the Provincial No. 1 Sword and Soul High School. They all remembered. Governor Lu Xiong once had a genius son-in-law, and the Provincial No. 1 Sword and Soul High School once had a genius student. This student's soul strength far exceeded others, and he was the top of the hegemony list in every exam. However, this student had awakened an E-rank waste sword soul during the awakening ceremony. This student's name seemed to be Chen Qian. And at this moment, Lu Xiong and Qin Tianjing both had unpleasant expressions on their faces. Neither of them had expected this fellow Chen Qian to remain silent for such a long time. But after being expelled from school, he had even tenaciously taken the college entrance examination with a social identity. At this time, he even took the top one. Wasn't this a naked mockery of them? Ha! A waste who only uses soul pressure is just a waste, so what if he took rank 1, he'll soon be squeezed out by others. Lu Xiong opened his mouth in disdain in the face of the crowd's gaze. Chapter 17. Tired of driving soul pressure, pretending in a different way. Lu Xiong uttered these words, it was with his own theoretical basis. His daughter, Lu Yao, had returned from her last trip to the Supreme Martial Hall after being pressed by Chen Qian and spitting out blood. She had told Lu Xiong about Chen Qian's unusually strong soul pressure. At the same time told Lu Xiong, there were also some inferences from Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Lu Xiong also found it very reasonable after hearing it. Therefore, Chen Qian's current move of driving his soul pressure around to suppress monsters looked pretentious. However, it revealed another message to him, Lu Xiong. That was that Chen Qian was nothing but a strong soul pressure. In fact, he wasn't the only candidate who had the ability to abuse ferocious beasts with his soul pressure, unlike Chen Qian. Anyone whose soul pressure had been raised to the second rank had this ability. But why didn't others do so? Because it was extremely costless to do so. Using soul pressure alone to attack was 100 times more laborious than using the sword soul's ability. And it was also laborious. It was like an ordinary person, even if he had the power to split a tree with a single hand slash. When it came to actually chopping down a tree, he would also choose to take an axe to it. With the same amount of strength, chopping with an axe would definitely be much easier and more efficient than going straight for it. And in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Qian's move was that of chopping down trees with his hands. Using soul pressure to attack would only consume a lot of one's own strength and still not receive the corresponding benefits. That was why more people with this strength chose to rush into the advanced zone at the first opportunity to kill point-high ferocious beasts, instead of consuming power on a bunch of weak ferocious beasts like Chen Qian. In this way, it actually conveyed a message from the side. That was that Chen Qian had indeed awakened a great waste sword soul. Chen Qian simply did not have any skills suitable for offense and was forced to use soul pressure. Lu Xiong told the others what he thought. The leaders in the monitoring room were all deeply impressed. This Chen Qian brat won't last long. He doesn't have the means to kill powerful ferocious beasts, so he can only rely on this method to snatch the weaker ones. Soon, he'll fall from the number 1 spot on the list. Lu Xiong made his assertion. But was that really the case? Of course it couldn't be. Perhaps in the eyes of others, using soul pressure to burst a ferocious beast was a very uneconomical thing to do. But Chen Qian was different. His soul pressure had already reached the mid-third stage. By casually releasing his soul pressure, he would be able to crush these beasts. It wasn't like other people who had to consider the cost-effectiveness. It's like chopping down a tree with a hand knife. If you take out an axe to chop down a tree, it's just a touch. Then why do you have to go through the trouble of taking the axe off? It's much more pretentious to go straight for it, okay? Just as Chen Qian was about to break through the level 1 zone and enter the level 2 zone, a message was sent out on his smart bracelet. Attention, candidate Chen Qian. The wide-range soul pressure suppression you used affected multiple candidates. This examination does not prohibit candidates from competing against each other, but it is strictly forbidden to put candidates to death. The soul pressure you released has a risk of lethality. You will not be prohibited from using it, but you are reminded to be sure to pay attention to it. Chen Qian stopped and put the soul pressure away. It was even if it was a ferocious beast. How is it that there are still candidates who would be crushed to death by their own soul pressure? So wasted, why come to the college entrance exam? Chen Qian glanced at the current scoreboard. The current leaderboard was still him, and already had more than 500 points. But the results of the candidates at the back were also rising rapidly. Apparently, there were already some of the stronger candidates who had reached their preferred area and started hunting. The gains from hunting higher-ranked ferocious beasts were several times that of lower-ranked beasts. Therefore, even though Chen Qian possessed 500 points, once those strong candidates started hunting the higher-ranked ferocious beasts, they would also be quickly surpassed. However, Chen Qian had already said so. It was fine that he didn't take first place, but since he did, he wasn't going to come down again. Just in time, tired of playing around, I'm going to pretend in a different way. Chen Qian pulled out the sword at his waist. He looked at the endless shadow sword's pure black blade. A feeling of excitement rose in his heart. These days, he had been fighting in the underground sword fighting arena in order to keep his mother from knowing about this. He had never pulled the sword out. No matter how powerful an opponent he encountered, he had only forcefully invoked the sword soul's ability, fighting off opponents with only 1/5 of his strength. But in the examination hall of the college entrance exam, there was no need for him to hide. Devour, endless dark shadow. The endless dark shadow sword's blade chirped and trembled violently. It seemed to be excited by this long overdue sheathing as well. Instantly, strands of dark shadows emanated from the sword's body, enveloping an area around it. Go find some big guys to play with. Shadow transformation. Chen Xian unleashed the skill shadow transformation, his entire body transforming into dark shadows. In just a blink of an eye, the dark shadows that had just filled this area disappeared into thin air. Chen Xian had already vanished to another place. Although Chen Xian had pushed flat out all the way since entering the examination hall, it seemed very simple. But for the other examinees, the difficulty of this year's college entrance examination had clearly increased. Although the strength levels of the ferocious beasts did not differ much compared to previous years, but the questioner had obviously made a lot of subtle considerations. Whether it was the choice of beast species, the location and number of beasts, the degree of training, the degree of compatibility with the surrounding environment, and the connection between the various beast clans, the questioner had done a good job. The questioner had taken all of them into consideration, creating quite a challenge for the group of candidates. Therefore, the strength of the ferocious beasts this year was a great deal higher than those of previous years. For example, the blood lizard that Chen Xian had encountered when he had just entered the examination center. According to the difficulty of the questions in previous years, it was usually a candidate who inadvertently found a blood lizard and killed it in passing, picking up 5 points. But this year, it's likely that when you take a shot at a blood lizard, there's already a large group of blood lizards ambushing you. And then you get caught off guard. You're being chased by the blood lizards, and it's likely that you've trespassed into the forbidden zone of another ferocious beast and fallen into a trap. In the short time that the exam had been open, many candidates had actually already been eliminated from the competition. The one who was right behind Chen Xian in terms of points was Zhou Xiaoting. He had awakened an S-rank sword soul, and his strength was indeed a great deal higher than the others. And his condition for accepting a few others as his team members was the points from killing ferocious beasts would be supplied to him as a priority. That was why Zhou Xiaoting was able to come to the second position so quickly. As for Zhou Xiaoting further back, there were also several candidates who had awakened S-class sword souls or top A-class sword souls. But at the top of the scoreboard, Su Shuiying's name hadn't appeared yet. Xiaoting. We've gotten it right. Very good. Watch me next. Zhou Xiaoting was holding the purple thunder divine punishment sword, his face full of excitement. And in front of him was a ferocious beast pit. Countless ferocious beasts of the mid-first stage were struggling in the pit. This huge pit was something he discovered by chance. The first moment he saw this pit, he had a genius idea. He had his team members split up to lure the monsters, luring all the nearby ferocious beasts in the giant pit. Then, it was up to him to unleash a thunderous strike and harvest all the points. Zhou Xiaoting glanced at the leaderboard. At this moment, the gap between him and the first-ranked Chen Xian was less than 50 points. But as long as he eliminated the ferocious beasts in this pit, he would be able to surpass Chen Xian by an absolute margin. I will be far ahead. Zhou Xiaoting raised the violet thunder divine punishment sword and slashed down at the ferocious beast pit. Crush it, purple thunder divine punishment. A thick and powerful purple thunderbolt descended from the sky and slashed into the fierce beast pit. Amidst the miserable hissing of the crowd of ferocious beasts, in the tyrannical light of the purple thunder, the pit full of ferocious beasts were turned into flying ash. Whoa! Xiaoting! You're too good! Lu Yao stood on the side and shouted loudly with a smile. Ha 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 ha! Zhou Xiaoting laughed arrogantly. So what if you, Chen Xian, suppressed me with your soul 3 months ago? A waste is a waste. Even if he had a momentary advantage in soul pressure, he would definitely be left far behind by him, Zhou Xiaoting. The moment he saw Chen Xian occupying the top spot, Zhou Xiaoting was also very surprised. But he quickly figured it out. Chen Xian was able to get so many points at the very beginning of the exam. He must have made a huge kill just after entering the examination center. With his lowest second-order soul pressure, it wasn't considered difficult to do such a thing. But the drawback was also obvious. That was the lack of power in the aftermath. When powerful examinees like him, Zhou Xiaoting, came to areas of higher rank, once they started hunting, the points gained were several times the points gained from slaughtering in a level 1 area. For example, he had just pitted and killed a large wave of monsters. A full 1,500 points had been gained. The first on the leaderboard was definitely him, Zhou. Chen Xian? Zhou Xiaoting looked at the real-time leaderboards and was dumbfounded when he saw the terrifying score behind Chen Xian's name. Chen Xian had a full 10,000 points. Chapter 18. Sorry, this nest of blood crows is mine. Since Chen Xian had shadowed himself, he had moved towards the deeper regions at full speed. Since he intended to dominate the number 1 spot on the scoreboard of this college entrance exam, there was no need to covet the low-level ferocious beasts in the periphery. It would be fine to directly advance towards the high-level region in the depths. By the way, while rushing along, he could also spread the dark shadows around him a bit. By casually brushing against a bit of that ferocious beast's skin, he would be able to collect that ferocious beast directly. While raising his points, he wouldn't be delayed in rushing on his way. While rushing, Chen Xian also paid attention to the names on the scoreboard. Zhou Xiaoting appeared in the second-ranked position. Chen Xian was not really surprised by this. Mountain River Province had numerous Sword Soul high schools. The number 1 Sword and Soul high school in their province was indeed the strongest amongst the many outstanding high schools. Almost every year, the top students of the college entrance examination came from the provincial number 1 Sword and Soul high school. Even the top 100 students of the Mountain River Province's college entrance examination, the students of the provincial number 1 Sword and Soul high school could even account for nearly half of them. When he was in school, Zhou Xiaoting's grades were quite good. Although he couldn't compare to the number 1 on the bully list, he often achieved second place. It wasn't appropriate to say that he was a perennial second, because he only achieved it often, not every time. The title of 10,000-year-old second was still lifting him up. However, this kid had awakened his S-rank Sword Soul, his strength was still there. Coupled with his usual selfish and self-interested style of behavior, it was only normal that he was able to achieve the second place points. Behind Zhou Xiaoting, there were many names that Chen Xian was familiar with. Just a few months ago, they had called themselves Brother Qian with every breath. However, since that day of the Sword Soul awakening ceremony, they thought that they had awakened their wasteful Sword Souls. They had never called themselves Brother Qian again, but rather, they had called themselves trash. Chen Qian felt very disappointed. He had, at one time, even considered these people snobbish and ugly as friends. When you were in great splendor and had a bright future, they chased after you and complimented you. When you are disillusioned and lost, the future is lost, but then turn the other cheek and viciously spit on you. This kind of villain is not worthy to be as Chen Xian's friend. For this college entrance exam, Chen Xian was going to show them. He, Chen Xian, was able to dominate the number 1 spot in all the exams of the provincial number 1 Sword and Soul high school. He would still be able to be number 1 in the college entrance exams. Not to mention being the last top scholar of the Mountain River Province's college entrance exam. I won't even let you guys have the chance to be ranked number 1 in real time in the exams. You guys just stay well below Laozi's name. With him, Chin Potential, you guys will never have a chance to take first place. Howling oh ha! The dark shadows released by Chen Xian swept over several ferocious beasts that were drinking by the river and stream. The overbearing dark shadows instantly engulfed the carcasses of the ferocious beasts. By the time the dark shadows dispersed, only a fragile set of white bones of the ferocious beasts remained. Chen Xian's points had also reached 1,000 points. While paying attention to the real-time standings, there was another thing that Chen Xian was concerned about. That was that he didn't see Su Shuiying's name. In the 3 months before the college entrance exam, he had met with Su Shuiying almost every day and had also sparred with her strength from time to time. Chen Xian was well aware of what level of strength Su Shuiying possessed. Her soul pressure had already reached the middle of the second rank, and her sword soul was also the topmost existence of the A-rank sword souls, the Frost King's Maiden. Su Shuiying's strength, even when compared to Zhou Xiaoting, was by no means too weak. This strength, even if not to say within the top 10, within the top 100 was no problem at all. However, Chen Xian had flipped to several thousand names, and still hadn't flipped to Su Shuiying's name. What was going on here? Was she preparing to run straight to the core area to kill monsters again? Although Chen Xian was puzzled in his heart, he did not worry too much. After all, not much time had passed since the start of the exam. Not everyone was like him in that they could kill monsters as they saw them. Indeed, there were people who would choose to ignore the weak beasts in the lower level zones and directly spend a lot of time prioritizing reaching the higher level zones. Then hunting the high-level ferocious beasts, thus rising to the top later on. However, this also required the candidates to have enough knowledge and confidence in their own strength. If you spent most of the day running to the advanced zone and realized that you couldn't beat the ferocious beasts there, wouldn't that be straight up stupid? Not to mention the fact that withdrawing from the high-level area to the low-level area to kill monsters again would already leave you behind. In the worst-case scenario, if directly by the high-level area's ferocious beasts to dry out the examination room, there would be even more tears. However, Chen Xian was not worried about Su Shuiying's strength. She had a mid-second stage soul pressure, and her sword soul grade was also very high. Unless there might be a few powerful second-rank beasts in the depths of the core area that could threaten her, anything else was not worth mentioning to her. It's better to hurry up and kill a wave of monsters, the guys behind are catching up. Chen Xian saw that the points of the candidates behind her were already unable to close the gap with herself. Then he thought of stopping for a big kill wave first. Just in time, he saw a slice of cave mountain in front of him that looked like the lair of some sort of large ferocious beast. Chen Xian recognized it with a glance. This was where the blood crows lived. With such a large nest, the number of blood crows inside would not be small. However, Chen Xian had also noticed that there were many candidates hidden in the nearby bushes. It seemed like they were all ambushing this wave of blood crows. But sorry. This nest of blood crows, I'll take them all. Inside the main monitoring room, Examiner Yang Jin was looking at the big screen with the other supervisors. On it were the real-time images from the examination room that had been sent back by the various drones. Yang Jin couldn't help but shake his head as he watched many of the candidates already suffer through the difficult exam content this year. Surprisingly, there were already eliminated candidates appearing in the simplest level 1 area alone. Not to mention the even more difficult level 2 zones and above. The difficulty of this year's college entrance exam was indeed quite a bit higher compared to previous years. After all, it's the same grandpa from year 0 who made the move. Yang Jin, as the examiner, actually understood why the authorities would want that grandpa who nearly caused an accident in the college entrance exam to make a move. Because Daxia desperately needed to select the best students. The situation on the blue planet was very unpromising lately. Not to mention the fact that there was a vague unrest in the restricted area, and that the beast tide was likely to be unleashed again. Let's just say that near at hand, the stick country, the beautiful country, and the like, have always been thieves to Daxia. As for the cherry blossom country, it had just been flooded by a tidal wave a few days ago, so let's forget about it for now. As long as there's a slight gap, other countries will take advantage of it. And Daxia is in a bad state right now. Only one old sword emperor still existed in Daxia. Although it was said that the existing old sword emperor was the strongest of the 7 sword emperors of the past. It had also been the one who had sheltered the Grand Xia for 100 years since the end of the last beast tide by virtue of his strong strength. But the old sword emperor was, after all, old and could be at risk of falling at any time. With the old sword emperor's current physical state, it was extremely likely that he would fall whenever he experienced a great battle. Therefore, both the Grand Xia and the old sword emperor himself desperately wanted to find a successor. The Grand Xia desperately needed a new sword emperor. And it had to be a powerful sword emperor who was strong enough to guard a country. Therefore, the authorities are no longer restricting that Grand Master. It was hoped that Grand Master's outburst would be able to select a truly outstanding seedling for the Grand Xia. It was hoped that young talents with the stature of a sword emperor would be selected from the entrance exams. Yang Jin landed his gaze on Chen Xian. He had just lost sight of this points ranking list number 1 for quite a while. But all of a sudden, he appeared outside of a huge blood crow's nest. What was this student trying to do? No, it might not be appropriate to address him as a student. This was because Yang Jin had discovered that this candidate named Chen Xian was taking the college entrance examination in a social capacity. Although Yang Jin was also from Shanha province, he had not been in Shanha province in recent years and was not in contact with high school education. Thus, he was not clear about Chen Xian. But this student who seemed to be clearly very strong, but did not belong to any high school. It had already caught his great attention. He saw that while all the other candidates were still ambushing outside the blood crow's nest, this one called Chen Xian was still strutting over. Chapter 19, Beating a Classmate More Viciously Than a Fierce Beast. After Chen Ji approached the blood crow's nest, he first lifted his shadowed state. It was just like when he had just entered the examination hall before. There wasn't any caution, dodging, or checking in the slightest. Straight away, he walked over in the direction of the nest. This action of his naturally caused many of the nearby examinees who were in ambush to become displeased. I'll go, who's this, what's he walking out for? He'll startle the blood crow flock like this, it won't be good when the time comes. If the blood crows are startled and directly enter the blood explosion state, we should run away, not to mention hunting. Someone go stop this idiot. The candidates hiding in the nearby bushes voiced their dissatisfaction in their hearts. They didn't dare to speak out either, fearful that the cacophony of voices would also startle the blood crows within the nest. They were waiting for this group of blood crows to awaken from their sleep and come out of their nests to move around. Judging by the current time, the time for the blood crow flock to wake up from their nest and go out to forage for food or activities was approaching. At that time, they would swarm up and quickly decimate a large number of blood crows before retreating in a hurry. This was because a blood crow king would definitely exist in a large-scale blood crow nest like this one. The area they were currently in was a level 2 zone, and it was already very close to a level 3 zone. According to the exam regulations, most of the blood crows in it were in the middle of the first rank in terms of strength, with 50 points per head. There were also a small number of blood crow elites, whose strength should be in the late first rank, with 250 points per head. Although it is reasonable to say that no peak first order beasts are allowed to appear in the secondary area. But this year's questioner is that grade master. In the exams of the last few years, there had been instances where ferocious beasts had appeared at the edge of the lower level zone and the higher level zone. This sudden situation caused many candidates to suffer a great loss. At that time, there were also complaints from the candidates that it was unreasonable. But the master only replied with an understatement. It's normal for beasts from the higher zones to come and play at the edge of the lower zones, right? Normal, my ass. You clearly arranged it on purpose. So this time, they could reasonably suspect. There was definitely a peak first-rank blood crow king present in this blood crow's nest. If they attacked rashly and startled the blood crow colony, the blood crow king would most likely appear. If there were no experts above the second rank present, then it would be a great crisis for them. No, we must hurry and pull back this impudent fellow. Mustn't let him alert the blood crow's nest, or else everyone will have waited here in vain. We can't let him spoil things for everyone. Several candidates had already rushed out from the bushes, wanting to pull Chen Xian back. But in the next second, their eyes widened in horror. It was because Chen Xian pulled out his sword and slashed at the huge blood crow's nest. Time to get up. Chen Xian held the endless shadow sword and swung a blow forward with force. Only to see the chopped-out dark shadows compressed together with an extremely high density, forming a crescent-like sword chi that rushed forward. The crescent moon sky. No. Anyway, rushing is done. Only to see that this black crescent sword chi was incomparably large, and its length could almost compare to half of the blood crow's nest. Under the horrified gazes of a crowd of nearby candidates. Under the voices of the nearby candidates who were screaming in their hearts that they were finished. Under the bodies of the nearby candidates that had stiffened in despair. This huge black crescent moon slammed into the blood crow's nest, emitting a rumbling sound of impact and slashing. This blood crow nest was, in fact, chopped in half. Right away, Chen Xian's points grew by quite a bit. Ah! Immediately afterward, a violent and blinding blood light emitted from the blood crow's nest. A large number of blood crows flew out of the nest screaming. For a moment, the sky in this area was covered by this terrifying number of blood crows. It's over. He startled the blood crows, and all of them exploded in blood. Before some of the elite monsters and the blood crow king come out, hurry up and cut down these low-level blood crows. Many candidates rushed back and rushed out from the bushes, wanting to behead the low-level blood crows that rushed out first. After all, even if these low-level blood crows burst into blood, their strength wouldn't be terribly strong. With their general late first rank or peak first rank strength, it was still possible to decimate a few of them. Once the blood-bursting blood crow king rushed out, then they would only have to run. And since they had been in ambush for so long outside the blood crow's nest, they were naturally unwilling to waste their time for nothing. Let's kill a few heads if they can. For a while, many candidates rushed out from the bushes, drawing their swords and about to attack the blood crows. When Chen Xian saw this, he laughed coldly. How can I let you guys touch the monsters that I lured out? It's not a good habit to sit back and reap the benefits. You guys are not allowed to touch the monsters that I lured out. Chen Xian said, waving his endless shadow sword, cutting out a massive black crescent towards where the group of candidates were attacking the blood crow swarm. The candidates felt the terrifying aura on this shadowy crescent and were so frightened that they all retreated. They felt that if they accidentally crashed into it, they would also be cut in two like that blood crow nest. Bastard! How could you strike out at your classmates? You're really going too far. There are so many blood crows in this sky, do you want to take them all for yourself? Distinguish who came first, okay? You startled these blood crows, causing them to explode in blood, and we're not even done with you yet." Hearing Chen Xian's words, the other candidates were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. "Big brother, is that what you call attracting monsters? That was you directly tearing people down and blowing them out, okay? Look at the other blood crow's anger as he exploded with blood." However, Chen Xian didn't care at all. These goons have been outside the blood crow's nest for so long, cowering and not daring to go in. Now they want to come and rob the monsters for nothing? No way. Seeing another person trying to rob his monsters, Chen Xian immediately slashed over with another black shadow crescent. All the candidates who wanted to take a shot at the blood crow were stopped dead in their tracks. No one is allowed to rob. Whoever moves beheads whoever moves. Chen Xian dropped a sentence and immediately partially shadowed his body, flying towards the blood crows in the air. He realized that not only could he complete his flight while fully shadowed. It was in the case of partial shadowization, as long as it was properly controlled, it could also accomplish flight. Like a black arrow, Chen Xian rushed into the group of blood crows in the sky. Only to see a young man dressed in black, with a dense black color emanating from his body. In the crowd of blood crows, he calmly waved the black long sword in his hand. A head of blood crows fell from the air. Below, all the candidates could only watch as Chen Jin casually harvested the blood crows in the air. Once they dared to take half a step beyond the thunder pool. What greeted them was a terrifying black crescent moon. "It's too much, this dude is hitting us harder than the blood crows." Although candidates are allowed to compete in the examination hall, it's too much to even give them soup and just let them watch. Damn, exams don't allow killing classmates. If he accidentally kills us, he'll lose his qualification for the exam. Which one of you is willing to dedicate yourself? Let this guy lose his exam qualification. The candidates present all glanced like at the guy who uttered these words. Damn, is a small life to be dedicated just by saying dedication. To dedicate it is also on the battlefield. Who rushes to give his life in the examination center, or for the benefit of other candidates? Can only say that you are good, why don't you go on? Just at this moment, the blood crow nest that had already cracked suddenly burst out with a heavenly blood-red ferocious light. It's the Blood Crow King. The Blood Crow King has come out. Judging from this stance, it must be at the peak of the first rank. And the moment it comes out, it's the Blood Crow King in a blood-burst state. Let's all run away. Damn it, it's all because of this damnable brat. I've been waiting here for half a day and I haven't gotten a single point. Alright, stop whining and hurry up and run. It'll be dangerous if you're late. Chapter 20 Beheading the Blood Crow King, still number 1 on the hegemony list. Scarlet and thick blood light shot straight up into the sky. And slowly rising from this bloody pillar of light was a Blood Crow King that was as tall as an 8-story small building, with its back spreading out its wings and its body bathed in blood. Yak ah ah ah. The Blood Crow King soared into the sky with an astonishing aura. Not good. This Blood Crow King has gotten up in the air, everyone hurry and run. This Blood Crow King has exploded with blood. It's not comparable to an ordinary peak first rank beast. It's all because of this reckless brat that we didn't get a single point. Let him go out under this Blood Crow King. The crowd of candidates saw the Blood Crow King's overbearing appearance and his blood aura rushing to the sky. For a moment, they fled. If it was just an ordinary peak first rank ferocious beast, it wasn't impossible for them to join hands and try to defeat it. However, this Blood Crow King had already exploded with blood, and his strength had increased greatly. It was still with the Blood Crow clan. This entire Blood Crow flock led by the Blood Crow King could not be underestimated in terms of combat power. Instead of staying here and risking being eliminated, it would be better to rush 2 more steps to the tertiary zone to kill monsters. Why is that unlucky kid still killing monsters if he's not leaving? This kid is trying to score points without killing himself, isn't he? Some people looked at the sky on their way to hastily retreat, only to see that blood-colored sky. A black-robed youth was still holding a longsword and chopping down one blood crow after another. How could he possibly leave? This sky was full of points. Who knew if he could still stumble upon such a large nest of ferocious beasts behind him? How could he leave without killing all these blood crows? Anyway, it was just a matter of slashing 2 more swords without much delay. Ga. Ga. A few more blood crows with their bodies exploding with blood light rushed towards Chen Xian. These blood-exploding blood crows seemed to be completely unaware of fear. Regardless of how many of their kind had been decapitated, they all rushed towards Chen Xian with a brain. Chen Xian simply swung his sword blade. The explosion of shadow sword chi was able to decapitate several blood crows. Right at this moment, the Blood Crow King had rushed up high into the sky, angrily looking down at Chen Xian. Mess with As expected of a Blood Crow King, even its cries were slightly different from the other blood crows. It swooped down from high above the sky and opened its mouth wide. The blood-red aura around its body surged and was ferocious. Chen Xian, on the other hand, neither dodged nor defended. It was still standing in the air casually chopping down the blood crows. Why isn't this brat running yet? Waiting to be eaten by the Blood Crow King in one mouthful? This kid is too greedy. He wouldn't even think of pinching the protective orb and just die. The candidates who hadn't completely left the Blood Crow's nest were shocked. At this moment, in a monitoring room, Lu Xiong stared at the image on the large screen with an ironic expression on his face. On the screen, Chen Xian's stance left him in disbelief. This kid was clearly only an awakened E-rank sword soul Black Iron Sword. Where did he come from to be so powerful, attacking the other candidates and beheading the blood crows? And what was the black aura that he was able to chop out with his hands? Was the Black Iron Sword capable of such things? Could it be that the sword soul has mutated? Lu Xiong guessed in his mind. And in the main monitoring room, Examiner Yang, should we contact the invigilators near the blood crow's nest? A female invigilator asked nervously when she saw this. From an outsider's perspective, the incomparably strong Blood Crow King had already initiated a charging stance. Even if you were strong, you couldn't ignore it completely, could you? This candidate at this moment who was dressed in black and holding a black sword. It was likely that he had gotten carried away by killing low-level blood crows. He didn't realize that there was a Blood Crow King charging angrily overhead. If they were to be hit head-on by this Blood Crow King, they would have to die. Yang Jin heard this, but raised his hand to cut her off. There's no need, I believe this candidate is strong and confident enough. Alright, the female invigilator could only say. In the examination room, there were actually invigilators. They were spread out in various locations in the examination room. The reason for this was to be able to go to the rescue at the first opportunity after a candidate pinched the protective ball and take them out of the examination center. In addition, if the invigilator in the monitoring room thought that the examinee was in a dangerous situation where it was difficult to burst the protective ball, they could also use their own judgment and let the invigilator in the examination room go to rescue them. But sure enough, once the invigilator teacher stepped in, the rescued candidate would have to keep his marks and exit the examination room immediately. If the invigilator in the monitoring room made a misjudgment, causing the candidate to leave the examination room early, it is inevitable that he or she will be pursued by the candidate's complaint afterwards. Therefore, the invigilator who makes such a decision. Yang Jin thought that at this point in time, it was still too early to make a decision. Yang Jin thought that it wasn't time for Chen Xian to leave the stage at all. He had been watching Chen Xian on the monitor screen for a long time. This candidate, Chen Xian, had been fearless since the beginning. He had opened up his soul pressure greatly, killing a piece of ferocious beasts and winning the first place on the list. He even split the blood crow's nest with a single sword and didn't allow other candidates to get their hands on it. So powerful and domineering, a rare talent at first glance. How could he be killed by a mere peak first-rank Blood Crow King? Can you actually bring me some more surprises? Yang Jin's face perked up as he watched Chen Xian's stance on the monitor. He always felt that the education authorities had gone out of their way to ask that great master to reappear. Risking the possibility of causing an accident in the college entrance exams, the talent that had to be chosen was likely about to appear. On the examination ground, in the secondary area, the Blood Crow's nest, Chen Xian was finally looking up at the swooping Blood Crow King. The chi and blood on this little bird is really good. It's probably very tonic if it's used to make soup to drink. Should I cut off the head and go back to make soup for my mother? Or forget about it? This little bird looks really too disgusting. The mother probably can't drink it in any way. Almost, end this fight. Chen Xian's mouth softly chanted. Yak ah ah. The Blood Crow King's chi and blood churned, and his mouth opened wide. The crowd of blood crows around them all kept some distance from Chen Xian, seemingly making way for the Great King. Their mouths quacked as if they were cheering for the Great King. This abominable human had split open their nest, not letting them sleep and eat properly, and killed many of their own kind. Great King, teach him a lesson. Just as the Blood Crow King had rushed to a close distance from Chen Qian. Chen Qian finally raised his sword blade with both hands and gently chopped downwards. This chop, so lightly. This chop was so easy and casual. It was as if this chop was just one of the tens of thousands of swords swung by sword practitioners every day. However, it was the simplest way. Seeing the scene in front of them, all of the candidates' eyes were covered in shock. It wasn't surprise, it wasn't disbelief. Rather, it was horror. It was a shock as if they had seen some demonic god descending into the world. This kid didn't let me down. Inside the main monitoring room, the uplifted look on Yang Zhen's face bordered on madness. How could it be? This kid is clearly just a loser. Inside the other monitoring room, Lu Xion's mouth was also wide open in disbelief. And look at Chen Qian in the arena. In black clothes and a black sword, a man stood quietly in the sky. And around him, a Blood Crow King as large as a small mountain had no breath at all, blood splattering everywhere as it quietly fell. Not only that, all the other blood crows in the air, large and small, were also turned into corpses, dropping down one after another. Chen Qian's sword had not only chopped down the Blood Crow King. Instead, it was all the blood crows in the entire sky. The blood-colored sky was filled with corpses of blood crows falling downwards. Only that one person in black clothes and black sword stood in the sky. Points, plus 50. Points, plus 50. Points, plus 250. Points, plus 1,000. First place, Chen Qian, 10,000. Even in the college entrance exam, Chen Qian, still dominate the first place. Chapter 21. He is dark, he is Chen Qian. Just ask one person and one sword how exactly they chopped down the blood crows in the entire sky. All of the candidates present dared to say that they had not blinked. They only saw that after Chen Qian gently dropped that sword, the entire sky was wrapped in a wave of darkness. And when the sky once again lit up with a blood-red glow, these blood crows were already burdened with wounds, emitting some black densities as they fell into the sky. Crap! So this dude is really strong. This is also too strong, no wonder it's so arrogant. If I were this strong, I'd be this arrogant too. Such a monstrous dark shadow. Could it be that he is the one who made a name for himself in the underground sword-fighting arena, the black-clothed swordsman Dark? When these words came out, all the candidates present were horrified. This person was the black-clothed swordsman Dark? Indeed, some time ago. There were a lot of people speculating whether the black-clothed swordsman Dark of the sword-fighting arena was a freshman of this college entrance examination. Because he is always dressed in black and does not show his face. And many who wanted to test their actual combat strength before the college entrance exam would disguise their identities and participate in a few matches. But very few people were mentioning this anymore during this period of time. Because even if they were to disguise their identities and go to the tournaments, they would at most fight 2 matches in the Black Iron Sword arena. It was just a matter of experiencing the feeling of actual combat. Who would go to that kind of hellish place to train every day? If you're not careful, you might even lose your life. This black-clothed swordsman Dark not only appeared in the underground sword-fighting arena every night without fail, but also in the underground sword-fighting arena. He even killed his way through the underground sword-fighting arena. In just 3 months, he had already killed in the golden sword-fighting arena. This TM was something that a high school student who was about to take the entrance exam could do? Even a college student who had already advanced to university wouldn't do this. But it might really be him. I've watched his matches often, and his sword soul ability is like this. Dark never draws his sword in the sword fighting arena, but this black dark shadow, this terrifying sense of oppression, it's just like that. I'm Dark's little fanboy, I won't be mistaken, he's Dark. More and more people let out exclamations of shock. At this moment, they had to believe that he was the same Dark from the underground sword fighting arena. That Dark who was able to kill his way up to the golden sword fighting arena in just 3 months. My goodness, throwing them into the sword fighting arena, they might not even pass the black iron level. But they're all gold. Such a perverted genius is even in the same high school exam room as them? What kind of comparison is this? At this time, more and more people began to care about Dark's true identity. After all, within the sword fighting arena, Dark never showed his true face. But in the college entrance examination hall, he was required to use his real identity. Candidates opened the leaderboards one after another and looked at the top of the list. This Dark had just killed such a large group of blood crows, and the amount of points he had gotten was terrifying. With the general performance of the candidates on the leaderboard right now, it would definitely be no problem for Dark to top the list. And when they saw the name at the top of the list, they were once again stunned. The name at the top of the list was Chen Xian. My goodness! Didn't they all say that this Chen Xian has been scrapped? He, I'm from the first provincial high school. In fact, I recognized it earlier, just didn't dare to say. No, didn't they all say that the sword soul he awakened was an E-grade black iron sword, a waste sword soul? That's right, it's rumored that his school girlfriend broke up with him and the principal even expelled him. But judging from the strength he just showed, how come his sword soul doesn't look like a black iron sword? The crowd of candidates all looked toward Chen Xian in the air in disbelief. At this moment, a monitoring drone was also lagging in front of Chen Xian, filming. The images captured by the drone were naturally transmitted back to the monitoring room. At this moment, the ones with the ugliest faces in the monitoring room were naturally Lu Xiong and Qin Tianzhang. One of them had personally driven Chen Xian's mother out onto the street, abandoning this son-in-law. One was the one who personally expelled Chen Xian from his school, abandoning this student. But now, everything in front of them told them that they had been wrong? How could it be? That day, the awakening sword embryo clearly showed that what he had awakened was the E-grade waste sword soul, the black iron sword. But what about this terrifying skyrocketing dark shadow? Even if it was a sword soul mutation, it wouldn't be this fierce. The other leaders in the monitoring room were all talking at this time. Whether it was the candidates present, or the group of leaders in the monitoring room including Lu Xiong and Qin Tianzhang, all gazed at Chen Xian in the sky with bated breath, hoping that he would give a reasonable answer. Only to see Chen Xian in the air standing quietly, the wind from above blew his black clothes. And then, Chen Xian hummed, revealing a cold smile. Since when did you guys create the illusion that my sword soul is a black iron sword? The candidates present, the leaders in the monitoring room, all had huge changes in their faces. The level of horror on their faces was completely no less than the level of horror one would feel if they exerted all their strength to deliver a burst of output at an enemy and finally realized that it was all on their own people. What did Chen Xian just say? When did he create the illusion that his sword soul was a black iron sword? Could it be that his sword soul, from the very beginning, was not a black iron sword? How could it be? How could an awakened sword embryo make a mistake? Lu Xiong angrily slapped his hands together and fiercely slapped on the machine in the monitoring room. He had abandoned the brat as soon as he saw that Chen Xian had awakened a wasteful sword soul. Then he even rushed back and drove his mother out onto the street as well. All of this was simply irreparable. But it was only now that he was told that what this kid had awakened was not a black iron sword. Then what the hell is it? What in the world is a sword soul that is so strong that it may well even surpass the S-class? Governor Lu, don't be so agitated. If the machine breaks down, everyone won't get to see it. Yes, this Chen Xian is not a wasteful sword soul. It means that my Mountain River province has added another talent. Yeah. Brother Lu, as the governor of Mountain River province, should be happy. At this time, a group of leaders in the monitoring room began to gather around Lu Xiong, kindly comforting him. But in Lu Xiong's opinion, they were all talking to themselves. They were smiling on their faces, but in their hearts, they were actually laughing at themselves. Mocking him, Lu Xiong have eyes not recognized the true talent, personally put a promising son-in-law to kick away. At this moment, the most shocked, nervous, and cold-sweating person wasn't Lu Xiong. Rather, it was the principal, Qin Tianzhang. Principal Qin, we're really envious that your school can have such outstanding students. Yes, I'd have to burn high incense if our second high school could have such an outstanding student. Those of us who are even less privileged wouldn't dare to ask for it. But I heard that Principal Qin expelled him? TSK, worthy of being Principal Qin, even such a genius is not rare. Yes, next time Principal Qin fires this kind of genius, remember to notify my 3 high schools. You don't care about it, but we care about it to death. Qin Tian was looking at the other principals who had gathered around him to make snide remarks, nervously wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Ha. That's right. TM land, this bunch of old assholes who fell down the well. How could I have known that this kid's sword soul was so powerful? If I had known that the sword he awakened wasn't the black iron sword, could I have opened him up just to please Lu Xiong? Qin Tian was turning his head to look at Chen Xian's relevant information. First, Chen Xian, 10,000, social identity. Every single word was quite solid in his eyes. Especially the 4 big words, social status. It was quite eye-catching. If we just let this kid win the top prize in Mountain River province. then everyone will know that the top student of Shanha province is a social identity. And this person's school registration was opened by him, Qin Tianzheng. Everyone will think that he Qin Tianzheng is he, Qin Tianzheng, would be reduced to a huge laughingstock in the entire Mountain River province, no, the entire country. Even his position as the principal of the province's #1 sword in Seoul High School would be jerked off. Qin Tianzheng sweated coldly. Chapter 22 Unlocking Skills, Sword Soul Liberation. And in the main monitoring room, Yang Jin looked at Chun Qian in the screen and his face was filled with satisfaction. Awesome! With just one sword, he was able to decapitate the entire Blood Crow colony led by the peak first-rank Blood Crow King. This strength was not something that a sword soul master who had just stepped into the second rank could do. Yang Jin conservatively estimated. This Chen Qian's strength was at least at the late second order. With this candidate's strength, I'm afraid that it would be enough to deal with even the most powerful ferocious beasts in the core area. This year's top candidate for the entrance exam in Shanha province. It was probably determined as soon as the exam started. This candidate, his strength was truly too strong. This was the talent that their great Xia kingdom was going to select. He, Yang Jin, would have to get Chen Qian to his alma mater, the Devil's Capital Sword in Seoul University, no matter what he said afterward. However, what did this candidate mean by what he just said? What did it mean by creating the illusion that his sword soul was a black iron sword? Yang Jin had not heard of Chen Qian before. But it seemed that something very well known had happened to this candidate. Can you help me bring this candidate Chen Qian's information for me to look at? Yang Jin said to the invigilator beside him. Not long after, the invigilator beside him handed him a file. Inside, it was precisely some basic information about Chen Qian's enrollment. Chen Qian, social identity, sword soul, endless dark shadow, no rank? Yang Jin looked at Chen Qian's file information and pondered. It was normal that he had not heard of a sword soul with a name like Endless Dark Shadow. After all, there were many sword souls in this world. How could he recognize them all? Just what happened to this lack of grade? Where else could a sword soul not have a grade? Could it be that it was so strong that it couldn't be described by its grade? Moreover, the word social identity had always caught Yang Jin's attention. Could it be that this kid didn't go to Sword Soul High School? A hidden expert who came down from the mountains? He shouldn't have been going to be the schoolgirl's personal bodyguard, right? As if he could see Yang Jin's confusion, another invigilator explained Chen Qian's situation to Yang Jin. He had been staying in the education system of Shanha province. He also knew quite a bit about Chen Qian. Yang Jin realized after hearing this. It turned out that this candidate named Chen Qian had been a famous genius in Mountain River province. However, he had awakened the Waste Sword Soul Black Iron Sword at the Sword Soul Awakening ceremony 3 months ago. He was then expelled from school before he had to take the college entrance examination with a social identity. That's why candidate Chen Qian said that sentence. When exactly did you all start to have the illusion that my sword soul is a black iron sword? It really made him, Yang Jin, laugh. He really wanted to see which principal expelled such a genius from school, ha ha ha. In the middle of the examination center, Zhou Xiaoting looked at the scoreboard, Chen Qian's score of up to 10,000 points. Indignantly, he gritted his teeth. He, Zhou Xiaoting, had teamed up with someone else, asking his teammates to prioritize supplying all of their points to themselves before helping them get high scores. Only then did he achieve a score of 2,000 points. But why? This guy Chen Qian was clearly alone, yet he was able to leave him far behind? Damn, was this guy turned on or off? Xiaoting, don't be in a hurry. Lu Yao ran to Zhou Xiaoting's side to comfort him. Maybe he just happened to encounter a strange group. Don't be anxious, the one he awakened is the Waste Sword Soul. He definitely can't compare to you, Xiaoting. It's still early, let's go to a more advanced area to kill the ferocious beasts. We'll definitely be able to surpass him. The matter of Chen Qian awakening a black iron sword that wasn't an E-rank sword soul. Currently, only the candidates in the vicinity of the Blood Crow's lair, as well as those who had watched the real-time images in the monitoring room, knew about it. The likes of Zhou Xiaoting and Lu Yao, on the other hand, were currently unaware of it. They still believed that what Chen Qian had awakened was undoubtedly the E-rank sword soul black iron sword. Yao, you're right. Zhou Xiaoting grabbed Lu Yao's hand and said, Zhou Xiaoting, will definitely trample Chen Qian under my feet this time. Let's go. Zhou Xiaoting and his group headed deeper. After Chen Qian killed the Blood Crow flock and pretended in front of all the nearby candidates and drones, He then directly shadowed away his traces and headed towards the deeper level 3 zone. The tertiary zone would be filled with a large number of ferocious beasts of the late first stage. Every time you killed one, you would be able to increase your points by 250. It was all about slashing ahead with a sword anyway. Killing this thing was much more cost-effective than killing low-level blood crows. Back to the matter of Yangjin checking his enrollment information file, the sword soul was filled out as Endless Shadow. The reason why the sword soul was Endless Shadow instead of Black Iron Sword. It was because when he went to the Education Bureau to apply for his social identity to qualify for the college entrance examination, he did not conceal the sword soul he brought with him. He Chindive is sitting upright, the sword soul is Endless Shadow. There is nothing to hide. So he directly filled in the Endless Shadow, did not fill in what the world thinks, Black Iron Sword. Originally, he thought that the college entrance exam was so strict. The Education Bureau would have asked him to use the Awakening Sword embryo to test it again. It would have been a disaster if he had tested it again. Awakening Sword embryo, this stupid egg, and do not know the goods. High and low shall not give him a whole E-class sword soul Black Iron Sword? However, the good thing was that he didn't know whether the staff was in a hurry to get off work, or whether his social status was not taken seriously at all. He then wasn't asked to perform the test again. Directly displaying the sword soul, he released 2 dark shadows for the staff to see and was done. Dark Shadow level up, LV20. Unlocked skill, Sword Soul Liberation. Sword Spirit Emancipation is called Endless Shadow Monarch of Eternal Night. Upon use, it will enter the state of Eternal Night Monarch, and the Endless Shadow Sword Blade will dissipate into dark shadows, meaning that the shadow ability is completely liberated from the sword. Strength will rise by at least 10 times. And the amount of dark shadows that can be used grows to infinity, theoretically covering any corner of the universe. After Chen Xian had decapitated the group of blood crows, he used his dark shadow to devour their bodies. After devouring them, the dark shadow naturally completed a further upgrade. Seeing that the reward given by the system was Sword Soul Liberation, Chen Xian's mood was even more excited. Sword Soul Liberation was definitely a super strong skill. After using it, it could be more than several times stronger than before using it. This kind of powerful skill could only be used by a strong person who was at least a high rank of the 7th order. But he's only in the middle of the 3rd rank now. And he was able to use Sword Soul Liberation? To be able to unlock this kind of skill at only level 20 was also too outrageous. Without realizing it, Chen Xian had already entered the 3rd level zone. As soon as he entered the 3rd level zone, he could clearly feel that this place was completely different from the previous 2nd level and 1st level zones. What was most intuitively felt was the difference in vegetation. The trees in the level 1 and level 2 zones were all unintentionally the same as usual, with a normal green color, and the size of the trees was also in line with everyone's usual perception. However, here in the 3rd level area, the color of the trees was even deeper, their height became higher, and their forms were also different. But from the looks of it, there was a sense of eeriness. On top of that, the aura of powerful ferocious beasts also permeated this forest, making people wary. However, most of the level 3 areas were late 1st order fierce beasts, with a small number of peak 1st order fierce beasts. Although they seemed very powerful to other candidates. But in Chen Xian's eyes, it was just a matter of a sword. Ahead is. Chen Xian realized that there were people ahead of him, so he lifted his shadow transformation and stopped. There were a few people ahead who seemed to have just gone through a great battle. At this moment, they were resting under the shade of a tree. And one of them was none other than Su Shuiying. She's already reached the 3rd level area? Chen Xian opened the points leaderboard and looked at it, but he did not see Su Shuiying's name in the top rankings. This made Chen Xian strange. With Su Shuiying's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to take the top 10 of the points ranking. But why couldn't he find her name? However, Chen Xian noticed that although Su Shuiying's name was not in the top rankings, there were the names of several of her other teammates. These teammates, Chen Xian also recognized, were naturally from their class. Chen Xian also had a rough guess of their strength. With their own strength, it was impossible for them to get such a top ranking. Su Shuiying, who was supposed to be ranked at the top, had no name. The same teammate who should have been ranked at the back was ranked very high. The answer, it was already obvious. Oh, really, a bunch of classmates with sinister hearts. Chen Xian sneered as he walked over to the few people. Shuiying, what a coincidence, you've come to the 3rd level area as well. Chapter 23. Sorry, but I'll take schoolgirl Su Chen Qian. Student Chen Qian, you're here too? Su Shuiying smiled since she saw Chen Qian walking towards her. Over the past 3 months, she had met with Chen Qian from time to time at the Supreme Dao Hall. They would sometimes cultivate and spar together, and sometimes they would be separated separately, but all in all the time spent together was quite short. So much so that Chen Qian would often call her by her first name, and she gradually built up the courage to try calling each other Qian. It was only now that there were other people present, so she was embarrassed to call out that way again. Shuiying, Chen Qian said with a faint smile, I haven't delayed outside much since I entered the examination center, but I didn't enter this level 3 area as quickly as you did. Su Shuiying smiled gently, we haven't lingered in the lower level area since we entered the examination center. Our teammate Yitingting has a supportive speed sword soul, and she brought us all the way here. It was also because I was thinking about the higher points of the ferocious beasts in the high level zone, and wanted to come early to compete for them. Oh, I see. Chen Qian agreed and turned his head to look at a few people not far away. 2 men and 2 women. Chen Qian still remembered their names, the men were Wu Shang, Sun Xing, and the women were Yitingting, Zhang Jing. The expressions on the faces of these 2 men and 2 women were subtle. Their eyes were averted, not daring to look at him. Chen Qian saw through what was going on in their minds and laughed coldly in his heart. It was nothing more than fear that they had sneered at him before, and now that they saw him ranked number 1 on the scoreboard, they felt afraid to mess with him. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't thought of hiding his strength since the exams started, but had directly pushed everything across to dominate the number 1 spot, I'm afraid that these guys would be mocking at him again, right? Shuiying, how come I didn't see your name at the top of the scoreboard? Since you guys came to the tier 3 area early, with your strength, you should be able to get the top few spots. Chen Qian asked. It's like this, Su Shuiying explained. Ting Ting and the others said that they were weaker and wanted me to prioritize the points to them. In my case, I'm stronger, so it's fine for me to rush into the core area to kill monsters later. After Chen Qian heard this, he laughed even more coldly in his heart. His guess was indeed correct. Just by Wu Shang, Yitingting and the few of them, what strength did they have to kill monsters in the 3rd level area? The so-called teaming up was just trying to tie up Su Shuiying and suck her blood. What's more, a few of them were weaker and wanted to prioritize points. If you are weak, you should be good at killing monsters in the lower level area, but you have to go to the 3rd level area. It's just that Su Shuiying is the class president, so she's a moral kidnapper and a bully. But since he, Chen Qian, had come, he could not continue to allow this to happen. Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yitingting and Zhang Jing sat on the sidelines, their faces unsightly. They had sneered at Chen Qian before entering the examination hall. After all, he had awakened a wasteful sword soul, and no one would team up with him. But why was it that, on the contrary, this guy Chen Qian was able to take the top spot on the list by himself? And ever since the exams began, he had firmly dominated the number 1 position. How could a black iron sword soul awakened person be so strong? If I had known that he was so strong, I should have agreed to team up with him. Relying on Su Shuiying alone, the points achieved were limited after all. With Chen Qian potential, they would definitely be able to go to the next level. Shuiying, how about you team up with me? Chen Qian invited. What? Su Shuiying was slightly surprised. What, are you unwilling? Chen Qian asked. No, how could? Su Shuiying blushed. How could she not want to team up with Chen Qian? It was too late for her to look forward to it. It wasn't that she wanted to take advantage of Chen Qian's strength, she just wanted to stay together with Chen Qian. She would be surprised, she just didn't expect that Chen Qian would take the initiative to propose to team up with her. Of course. Of course. Who would have thought that before Su Shuiying could answer, Wu Shang, Yitingting and the others who were seated next to her were the first to shout. With Brother Qian joining us, our team's strength is even stronger. Wu Shang said. Yes, Brother Qian has never been the first place winner of our province's number 1 sword in Seoul High School, and coming to this college entrance exams examination hall, he is also in his prime. Sun Xing said. We misunderstood Brother Qian before, please don't blame Brother Qian. Zhang Jing said. There's also the fact that, Brother Qian, we are relatively weak. Can the points from killing monsters later be allocated to us on a priority basis? After all, Brother Qian, you are in first place. Yitingting said. Chen Qian looked at them with disdain. Well, Shuiying hasn't even opened her mouth yet, but you guys are in a hurry. Sucking Shuiying's blood isn't enough, but you want to use him, Chen Qian? Ha! This kind of face is really disgusting. Without a second thought, Chen Xian grabbed Su Shuiying's wrist and pulled her to his side. The corners of her black clothes flipped. Su Shuiying looked at Chen Xian beside her indistinctly. The wind brushed the confidence and pride on his face. His voice was quite a bit overbearing. It's none of your business when I say I want to team up with Shuiying. Sorry, from now on, schoolgirl Su belongs to me, Chen Xian. Chapter 24, showing you what true power is. What? Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing all revealed panicked expressions. They had thought that Chen Xian could also join their team. That way, relying on the two great experts, Chen Xian and Su Shuiying, they would surely be able to obtain a very large number of points. Then, as teammates, they would even be able to profit endlessly. It was not impossible for them to be brought into the top 50 or even higher rankings. But now Chen Xian said that he was only going to team up with Su Shuiying. Meaning he was abandoning the four of them? How could this work? Without obtaining Chen Xian, if they even lost Su Shuiying, they wouldn't be able to survive in the third level area. At this moment, Su Shuiying was standing beside Chen Xian as she was grabbed by his hand, her face all red. Surprisingly, he said something about himself belonging to him. Wow, really shameful. If you belong to him, what does he want to do to yourself? Classmate Chen Xian is really a bit overbearing. Su Shuiying's heart fluttered. Leaning so close, she could smell the aroma of Chen Xian's body. Xian, brother Qian, you're going overboard. Yes, not to mention you, brother Qian. Class leader Su is the one who has been teamed up with us since the beginning of the exams. How can you take class leader Su away from us as well, brother Qian? Wu Shang, Yitingting and the others showed dissatisfaction on their faces and said. Chen Xian sneered twice. Didn't you shout out a mouthful of trash before? Why did you change your tone to call brother Qian again? Wu Shang, Yitingting and the others all blushed in embarrassment and laughed sardonically. What are you talking about, brother Qian? It's the junior brothers who had the eyes to recognize him in Tai before and took the liberty. Wu Shang said. Yeah, I think brother Qian is much better than that Zhou Xiaoting. Sun Xing said. Brother Qian, don't be angry with us, stay and take the exam together. Yi Tingting said. In the eyes of a few of them, Chen Xian had only brought up the previous incident because he was still angry with them in his heart. Saying that he wanted to form a separate team with class leader Su was also just an angry remark in the heat of the moment. As long as they spoke nicely and let Chen Xian's anger subside, they might be able to get him to stay and help them kill monsters as well. At that time, it would not be a dream for them to achieve a good ranking and get into the top sword in Seoul University. Chen Xian looked at the way the four of them were still trying to rope themselves in, and just laughed in his heart. Did these guys really take him for a fool? On the day of the Sword Soul Awakening, the ugly faces were exposed to the fullest. Did he need to hold any illusions about these people? He wouldn't always think about revenge, because a bunch of fools didn't deserve his attention. He would eventually have to move to a higher place, and then he wouldn't even be able to find where these people were when he lowered his head. But he wouldn't pose like he was forgiving because of it. He'd bumped into a gun, so why wouldn't he take a shot? You guys can really talk. Is that the mouth you guys use to bluff Shuiying? I call me dive brother when I'm in my glory, and then sneer at me when I'm down and out. What a tendentious bastard. Letting Shuiying contribute to killing monsters, you guys sit back and enjoy the benefits, but you're quite comfortable. Now you want to drag me to help you kill monsters too? Oh, you bunch of losers who can't live without milk, you'd better go home and eat milk. Su Shuiying, who had been grabbed by Chen Xian's side, was surprised as her eyes widened. So it turned out that Chen Xian, cursing, was also this powerful? Previously thought that he was a well-behaved boy who wouldn't curse. This is now really more like it. You're talking too much. Wu Shang blushed. Yeah, if you don't want to team up with us, just don't. Why do you need to hurt people out of your mouth? Sun Xing said. The four of them, Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing, were all infuriated and red-faced. They could sort of see it now. Chen Xian had come over this time to deliberately pick a fight with them. Do you think we have to keep you? Even if you take advantage with your momentary soul pressure, someone who awakens an E-rank sword soul is just a waste. Yeah, even if you won the top entrance exam in Mountain River Province, those top sword soul universities won't accept you. That's right, there is no room for development for an E-rank sword soul. You are destined to be nothing but a waste in the future. The four of them, Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing, simply scolded. Waste. Watch the move. Wu Shang was even more furious, drawing his sword and stabbing at Chen Xian. He had awakened a C-rank sword soul, Fire. Simply put, it meant that his sword could spew out flames. Poof. Chen Qian lightly laughed twice. These few people, after all, had revealed their truest faces. As expected, the compliments that these people had just paid were just a momentary falsehood. In fact, in their hearts, they still considered themselves to be a waste who had awakened a wasteful sword soul. Surprisingly, they still dared to shamelessly attack towards themselves. Since that was the case, then let them see what true strength was. Yah! Take that! There were fierce flames attached to Wu Shang's sword as he slashed towards Chen Qian. Dark lock! And Chen Qian just flicked his mind. Several small black dark shadow swirls appeared above Wu Shang's head and feet. From them, a thick dark shadow chain stretched out. But, damn it, what is this thing? Wu Shang was unable to move halfway, and the sword he swung out did not manage to attack Chen Qian. All that could be seen was that a shadow chain had stretched out around him, firmly blocking his movement. Chen Qian did not choose to use the lock of darkness to directly penetrate his body like he did with Naba before. Instead, he just let the lock of darkness straighten out and pass through his body in front and behind him, making it impossible for him to move. After all, he only needed to teach this guy a lesson and that was enough. If he really wanted to strike hard and accidentally kill him, he would instead be disqualified from the exam himself. Brother Shang, we've come to help you. Seeing that Wu Shang had suffered a loss, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting, and Wu Jing also drew their swords and rushed towards Chen Qian. Humph, a bunch of losers, how dare they make a move against me? Chen Qian sneered twice in his mind and immediately unlocked the dark lock and swung his sword forward. He intentionally did not hit Wu Shang with a single sword slash, but instead, he made him retreat to join up with the other three. He wanted to make these four losers understand that even if they all struck together, they wouldn't be enough for him to beat with one hand. Let's go together. Teach this trash surnamed Chen a good lesson. Wu Shang said. With that, Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing all shot out together and stabbed at Chen Qian. Chen Qian naturally let go of Su Shuiying in his hands first and flew to meet him. Yi Tingting. You guys don't go too far. When Su Shuiying saw that the few of them dared to directly strike, she opened her mouth and chided. Humph. Class leader Su, don't blame us, it's this punk who didn't listen to our kind words and opened his mouth to scold us first. Yes, class president Su, just stop speaking up for him. None of the four, Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing, listened to Su Shuiying's words and insisted on taking action against Chen Qian. Su Shuiying helplessly shook her head and sighed. She was clearly saving the four of you by saying these words. Flame slash. Whirlwind slash. Speed gain. Flying rain burst. The four of them, Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing, joined forces. Continuously unleashing their sword soul abilities, they attacked Chen Qian individually. However, Chen Qian only swung his sword to block them unhurriedly in the face of their attacks. To be honest, he didn't need to utilize any abilities at all when dealing with these few people. Waving his sword and hacking them to death would even be considered lifting them up. As long as he was willing, he could casually release a soul pressure to crush them to death. Damn it! How could this loser be so strong? Wu Shang and the other four thought in their hearts. The four of them had combined their efforts to surround them for such a long time, but this Chen Qian was still waving the sword in his hand so casually, easily blocking their attacks. Wasn't this guy just a waste of space who had awakened an E-rank sword soul? Why on earth is he so strong? Chen Qian actually yawned as he swung out another sword. It's too meaningless to fight with you losers. Just let me tell you guys. The so-called power is used to describe such things. Chen Qian ascended into mid-air, looking indifferently at Wu Shang and the other four. Chopped down with a single sword. Chapter 25 A bunch of losers, whoever moves dies. Chen Qian's sword hadn't even completely fallen yet. The four people below, Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing, had already felt the astonishing might on that black sword blade. It appeared to be a simple chop, but it was vaguely powerful with the force of 1,000 pounds. As the sword fell, the black dark shadow of the chop transformed into a crescent moon and chopped down towards the ground. The four people were horrified, but there was nothing they could do to avoid it. The terrifying might emanating from this dark shadow beheading was as if it was the deepest darkness in the universe, the deepest terror. It was as if it was a black hole that would kill when touched. Ah! The black crescent moon chopped down, and Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing all let out miserable screams and fell to the ground. And the ground where the shadowy crescent moon had fallen, a huge pit of the same shape, too deep to see the bottom, suddenly appeared. Su Shuiying was so shocked that she covered her jade mouth with her jade hand. She knew that Chen Xian was strong. However, she had not expected Chen Xian to be this strong. It seemed like he had just casually chopped the ground with a light chop, cutting out a deep trench of cracks. Chen Xian looked at the four people, Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, and snorted coldly. With that strike just now, he hadn't actually chopped towards the four of them, but had intentionally avoided them, striking the shadow lunar chop towards the ground. What knocked Wu Shang and the few of them down was nothing more than the aftermath of the sword chi. After all, if it had actually chopped at them, they were afraid that they would have directly died. He's actually this strong. Yeah, we don't have the power to fight back at all. Humph. Just relying on strong soul pressure. A mere waste of a black iron sword. If we wait 3 years, I don't believe we can't beat him. Hey, aren't you guys surprised that his sword soul doesn't seem to be the so-called black iron sword? It wasn't until Zhang Jing mouthed a word that a few others came back to their senses, their faces horrified. On that day during the awakening ceremony, the awakening sword embryo showed that Chen Qian's sword soul was an E-rank sword soul black iron sword. And then Lu Yao's breakup and the principal's expulsion had also convinced them that it was true. So all along, they had been thinking habitually without suspecting this matter. But now seriously thinking about the battle just now? Did Chen Qian's sword soul really look like an E-rank sword soul black iron sword? It didn't look like that at all. Other than the appearance of the sword body being somewhat similar, there was almost nothing else that was the same. The black iron sword was nothing more than an ordinary iron sword without any special abilities. If it was just a black iron sword, how did Chen Qian summon chains to bind Wu Shang's movements? And how did he chop out that extremely powerful shadow crescent? Your sword soul isn't a black iron sword? Wu Shang looked up from the ground and asked in shock. Poof. Chen Qian sneered. It really was so troublesome, having to pretend to be a pussy for a second time. When exactly did you all start to create the illusion that my sword soul is a black iron sword? What? Wu Shang, Sun Xing, Yi Tingting and Zhang Jing all had shocked faces. His sword soul was surprisingly really not a black iron sword. Awakening a sword embryo could even be wrong. Xian. He's so handsome. Su Shuiying looked at Chen Qian standing in the air with peach blossom eyes. He was handsome, spirited, and powerful. He also pretended to be a good pussy. Classmate Chen Qian is just too handsome. He wouldn't be the dark of that underground sword fighting arena. Wu Shang seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted. With this shout from him, the other three also remembered something and wore shocked expressions. Right. That day when I had just awakened my sword soul, my dad took me to see a dark match. His ability was to unleash black dark shadows that could also condense into something like chains. With Yi Tingting's cry of surprise, everyone present was convinced. The four of them, Wu Shang Yi Tingting, were appalled in their hearts. They had actually fought a ruthless character who could kill big in the golden sword fighting arena. It was fortunate that this was the entrance examination hall. If this was an underground sword fighting arena, it was likely that the few of them would have already lost even their lives. It is said that the dark means of killing is very scary. Kindness may still leave you some bone residue to go back and burn the ashes to make. But if you're cruel, you won't even have any bones left. Wu Shang Yi Tingting and the four of them were all numb just thinking about it. Chen Qian, is that dark? Su Shuiying looked at the black figure, her beautiful eyes flashing. In fact, she didn't know that much about dark, she had only heard that such a ruthless character had recently appeared in the underground sword fighting arena. She did not pay attention to the underground sword fighting arena, it was only because there were rumors speculating that Dark was a freshman of the college entrance exam. Only then did she pay a little more attention. She had mentioned Dark to Zhou Xiaoting and the others before the start of the exams, but only to plug their arrogant mouths. However, she didn't expect that Chen Qian was Dark. In addition to working out every day during the day at the Supreme Martial Hall, student Chen Qian also went to the underground sword fighting arena at night to fight in tournaments. He really worked too hard. Moreover, she had heard that Chen Qian's family didn't seem to be in a good place, with only a sickly mother at home. Chen Qian must have gone to the underground sword fighting arena and risked life and death to fight in the tournament in order to earn money for his mother's treatment. He's hardworking and filial. This kind of boy is really my favorite. Wu Shang, Yitingting and the other four knew that they were irreparable here with Chen Xian, so they looked at Su Shuiying again. Shuiying, we've been good girlfriends for 3 years, you won't leave me behind, right? Yitingting was still half kneeling on the ground at this point, unable to straighten up because she had been hit by the sword chi aftermath. She knew that if she was friends with the class president, the benefits would definitely be few and far between since the first year of high school had just begun. So she took the initiative to approach Su Shuiying and became bosom friends with her. She believed that for the sake of bosom buddies, Su Shuiying would definitely help her. Class President Su, you're the leader of our cultivation group, the friendship of classmates, you can't not talk about it. Wu Shang and the other three also said. Zhang Jing and Yitingting were bosom friends who had grown up together since childhood, while Sun Xing and Wu Shang were both of their boyfriends respectively. The so-called cultivation group was set up 3 months ago by Yitingting, who helped the other three and asked Su Shuiying to set it up 3 months ago by borrowing the love of bosom friends and classmates. The beauty of the name was that the classmates hugged each other and worked together. In fact, it was just Yitingting's 4 people who wanted to hug Su Shuiying's thighs. By the time they reached the college entrance exam, this cultivation group of theirs was logically formed as a team. And Yitingting and the 4 of them would have all sorts of reasons to rake in points from Su Shuiying. Chen Shan naturally heard what the few of them said to Su Shuiying. He didn't say anything more, but instead just flew back to stand by Su Shuiying's side. Shuiying, this is how things are, what do you decide? He had already said what needed to be said anyway. He believed that Su Shuiying wasn't a little cutie who couldn't understand words. What should happen, let her decide for herself. If she agreed to go with herself, that would naturally be the best. If she still wanted to remain with these 4 people, there was nothing he could do. Su Shuiying had helped him out many times and was indeed quite good to him. Right now, she was being used and betrayed by her classmates just like herself before. So Chen Shan wanted to pull a hand. Su Shuiying, however, had a chilly face and scorned the 4 people in front of him like they were garbage, coldly heckling. Classmate friendship? Have you guys really ever spoken of classmate friendship? If you guys really speak of classmate friendship, why didn't you stand up for classmate Chen Xian when he was misunderstood for awakening a Z-rank sword soul that day? This time, you guys clearly just want to use me to get good grades. Do you really think I can't see that at all? Shuiying. Yitingting's eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't think that the usually simple, lovely, gentle, kind, and very talkative Su Shuiying. Surprisingly, she would say such words. Su Shuiying no longer looked at these few people and turned to Chen Xian. The cold anger on her face had dispersed and turned as bright and delicate as spring light. Her meaning was already obvious. Next, she was going to be with classmate Chen Xian. No way, Class President Su. You can't abandon us. Wu Shang and a few others struggled to get up. Chen Xian, on the other hand, took half a step forward, swung out a sword, and laughed coldly. You bunch of losers, whoever moves dies. Chapter 26, Hand in Hand with Schoolgirl Su, Killing Monsters Ga. Seeing the flash of cold light on Chen Xian's sword blade, Wu Shang and the others were all lying on the ground not daring to move again. Student Chen Xian, let's go. Su Shuiying no longer looked at these few people in the slightest, a bright smile on her face. Chen Xian smiled faintly and nodded. Then, Su Shuiying withdrew from the team formed with Wu Shang and the other 4, and instead formed a new team with Chen Xian. The 2 of them walked together towards the deeper reaches of the Tier 3 zone. Wu Shang, Yitingting, and the other 4 who stayed in place were soon surrounded by several ferocious beasts that had been attracted by the battle that had just taken place. And as they had already been traumatized by the aftershocks of Chen Xian's sword chi, it was difficult for them to counterattack or escape, so they could only choose to pinch and burst the protective orbs. Chen Xian and Su Shuiying walked together in the jungle of the 3rd level area. Su Shuiying, however, told Chen Xian an astonishing thing. She wasn't just a naive fool, of course she could tell that Wu Shang, Yitingting, and the others were using her in order to raise their grades to a level that didn't belong to them. Then she decided to do what they wanted her to do, and then sued them for bullying, so that they would have their grades cancelled, and also experience the pain of being expelled from school. As for the evidence, these 3 months she has been paying attention everywhere, making all kinds of intentional traces, so that people can believe that Wu Shang and others hold some of her handle, and use this to bully her to do things. Do this kind of thing for her as the class president is not difficult. When it really came to implementation, she was a genius with an A-ranked sword soul and belonged to the category of being supported and protected. No one would go to Wu Shang, Yitingting, and these few useless losers' defense without favoring her. There was a huge probability that her accusation would be successful. Although she would still have to take risks in the Sword Soul examination and the accusation session after it was over, she was still willing to do so. This was how she did things ruthlessly when she recognized that she wanted to do them. Chen Qian was stunned. He had thought that Su Shuiying was being bullied, so he had to save her, but he hadn't expected that in the end, he would end up saving Wu Shang and the few of them instead? He didn't realize that schoolgirl Su was quite the contrarian, there was still such a side to her. Shuiying, surprisingly, it was me who spoiled your scheming, Xin Xian said with some embarrassment. At the same time, his heart was somewhat touched. Although Shuiying did not explicitly tell him that it was for his sake, but if it was not for the sake of taking it out on him, what reason was there to have to agree to Wu Sheng and the others, and take this to bear the risk of making the scheme work? Which has, Su Shuiying also shyly lowered his head, jade body shyly coy, very moving. Dive, it's also for my sake, I should thank you for that. Although Su Shuiying hadn't succeeded in completing her plan to expel those people from school. But being able to be cared for by Chen Xian was something that made her feel even happier. Su Shuiying couldn't help but ask. Xian, why did you purposely make an enemy of them for me? Classmate Chen Xian was able to keenly discover that Wu Sheng and the few of them were above him in terms of points. It meant that he was paying close attention to himself, right? He also made it a point to find himself and want to form a separate team with himself. It meant that he cared about himself, right? So she couldn't wait to ask if he was. Chen Xian's heart was also warmed as he listened. Su Shuiying had just engineered the expulsion of Wu Sheng and their school registration. It was obvious to hear that it was done for his sake. Su Shuiying could really be. Because Shuiying, you are a good person which? Chen Xian was filled with a sincere smile. Eh? Su Shuiying was instantly petrified, wanting to cry without tears. She had thought that even if Chen Xian didn't confess something to herself, he would at least say something like he liked her. He would at least say something like he liked himself or something like that. As a result, she, Su Shuiying, was sent a good person card? Shuiying, what's wrong with you? Chen Xian saw that Su Shuiying's expression was a bit strange and asked. He actually did not have the intention of sending Su Shuiying a good guy card. It was just that in Chen Xian's perception, good person was his highest evaluation of a person. The good guy that came out of his mouth was actually the same as what Su Shuiying wanted to hear. I was broken up with by Lu Yao, the principal expelled me, my classmates sneered at me, and that Lu Xiong heartlessly kicked my mom out onto the street. All of these people that I once treated with sincerity, and even my closest loved ones, all turned their backs on me. But Shuiying, you were willing to stay by my side, willing to oppose the principal for me, and set up your classmates. Shuiying, you are a complete good person in my Chen Xian's heart. When Su Shuiying heard that, her face was also flushed with happiness. She had thought that she was being sent a good guy card by Qian. However, the delicate feelings revealed in Qian's words and expression could not fool anyone. Dive, he's just more simple and straightforward, right? Thank you, I think Qian is also a great person. Su Shuiying returned the favor. Chen Qian's soul pressure was in the middle of the third stage, and if he unleashed his strength at full power, he could even take on many fourth stage experts. Although Su Shuiying was not as powerful as Chen Qian, her soul pressure was also in the middle of the second stage. This kind of soul pressure degree, in all the candidates, is already the first echelon of strength. Moreover, the quality of her sword soul was also very high, allowing her to utilize more than just mid-second order strength. In an area like the Tier 3 area where most of the ferocious beasts were late first rank with a small number of peak first rank ferocious beasts. With the two of them teamed up, they were naturally crunching and killing. Devour, Endless Shadow. With a flick of the Endless Dark Shadow sword in his hand, Chen Qian was able to cut out dark shadow crescents with a terrifying destructive aura. Any ferocious beast that was slightly touched by the dark shadow crescent would be vaporized in an instant. It turned into points in Chen Qian's bracelet. Dance, Frost Kingus. Su Shuiying waved her Frost Kingus sword. Behind her, a shadow appeared that was as bright as snow, with an elegant figure, a cool and dusty demeanor, and a noble appearance. As if she was the Frost Queen, she held a staff in her hand and gently raised it upwards. Immediately, the area in front of her was filled with white snow. Any ferocious beasts that were within the area where the white snow descended were frozen alive by this white snow and instantly lost their lives. Chen Qian and Su Shuiying had already formed a team. The points they gained from hunting the ferocious beasts would first be recorded in the team's common points. It would then be distributed by Chen Qian, the team leader. Chen Qian himself had a whopping 10,000 points and would not be easily surpassed by anyone in a short period of time. Su Shuiying, on the other hand, had given most of her points from killing monsters to Wu Sheng and the others, and currently had very few points and a very low ranking. Chen Xian then planned to prioritize transferring all of the team's points to Su Shuiying to help her improve her ranking as soon as possible. However, Su Shuiying shook her head.
Xian, do you think that with my own strength, I won't be able to get a good ranking?
Naturally not, I certainly believe in Shuiying's strength. Chen Xian said with a smile. It's just that Shuiying gave all her points to those bastards in order to take it out on me, and having fallen behind in the rankings for a while, I was trying to compensate you with the points first.
Who said it was to take it out on you?
Su Shuiying said in a thin voice as her small face reddened again.
He, Chen Xian smiled.
Shuiying's shy appearance was also very cute. Even if the points fall behind for a while, with our strength, we can catch up very quickly. Since we've formed a team, then regardless of anything else, the two of us can split the points equally.
Su Shuiying proposed. Chen Xian did not say much and nodded.
Anyway, the exam was a full 3 days away, and not even a day had passed yet. Indeed, there was no need to rush for a moment. With their strength, they would soon be able to let Shuiying's points catch up.
Chen Xian divided the points on his bracelet equally between the two.
Immediately, Su Shuiying's name appeared on the top 100 positions of the points list.
Xian, let's kill directly to the core area.
I, Su Shuiying, won't drag you down. Let them all see that even in the examination hall of the college entrance exams, you, Chen Xian, are still the #1 genius youth in the hegemony ranking. Su Shuiying's brows contained light as she raised her pink fist and said.
Good. Let's kill it.
Chen Xian also clenched his fist and said. With that, the two of them rushed towards the core area at full speed, each responsible for one side, one on the left and one on the right, killing the ferocious beasts that appeared on both sides. The dark shadows and cold ice were like two giant dragons wreaking havoc on the examination center, devouring countless ferocious beasts.
First place, Chen Xian, 15,500, social identity.
11th place, Su Shuiying, 5625, provincial #1 sword in Seoul High School.
Chapter 27, slapping Zhou Shaoxing and teaching him a lesson.
Chen Xian and Su Shuiying only killed the level 3 region beasts that appeared on their path. For those beasts that were farther away from them, the two of them were not interested in going after them. Running over to chase and kill them would also waste their time.
It was purely a delay in their journey, delaying them from going deeper into the core area to kill the monsters.
Just as Chen Xian and the two of them approached the edge of the core area, an early second stage beast appeared in front of them. It was a titanic great ape with a large body, and he stood on the line dividing the third level area from the core area, a small half body taller than the surrounding trees. The bulging massive pectoral muscles, the two thick arms, and the majestic gases emitting from his nostrils. All of them declared the oppressive feeling of this titanic great ape. It was as if it was purposely arranged here by the question writer.
The meaning is to tell the candidates that behind this titanic great ape,
it was the fastest and most dangerous core area of the examination center for earning points. Every ferocious beast in there had a strength of more than the second rank. Let's first see if we can defeat this titanic ape and weigh our own weight.
Then decide if you want to enter the core area.
Well.
Oh. The titanic giant ape seemed to have discovered Chen Xian and Su Shuiying, its dark eyes moving as it roared.
The two arms that were thicker than several trees put together raised up, violently pounding their large and thick pectoral muscles, and bursts of roars came out of their mouths.
Its aura was so astonishing that even a party of land was even able to be stirred. Xian, a second-order ferocious beast has already appeared,
Su Shuiying cautiously said to Chen Xian. Her soul pressure was in the middle of the second rank, and she could no longer face the early second-rank titanic ape with the same ease as before. But she was also confident enough. With her strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill this titan giant ape. It was just that she didn't know what the strengths of the second-order beasts in the core area were. If it was a late second-order beast, she was confident that she could handle it.
But if a peak second-rank beast appeared, she wouldn't have much confidence to compare.
There's no harm in it, Shuiying, watch me chop it with my sword. Chen Xian gripped the black shadow sword in his hand and made a gesture to chop out a shadow crescent out. With his strength of a mid-third rank, he could fight a fourth-rank powerhouse. Against a mere early second-stage beast, it would be no different than chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Sure enough, it's that great master. I guess that at the edge of every ranked area, ferocious beasts of the next ranked area will appear. According to this inference, I wonder if there will be any big surprises hidden in the deepest part of the core area. Chen Xian thought as he was about to slash his sword chi out.
However, right at this moment, a thunderbolt slashed towards Chen Qian. Chen Qian did not panic and blocked the thunder with a turn of his sword. When he looked at the person who had come out of the bushes, he was carrying a purple thunder divine punishment. It was Zhou Xiaoting who was carrying a purple thunder divine punishment sword with a cheap smile on his face. By his side, naturally, there was Lu Yao and a few other lackeys. Chen Qian frowned when he saw them. This bunch of little cute King Love 8, how did they bump into his head again? Could it be that the lesson given to them last time at the Supreme Martial Hall wasn't enough? Seeing Zhou Xiaoting, Lu Yao and the others appear, Su Shuiying also had a displeased look on her face as she walked over to Chen Qian's side and looked at the several people. Zhou Xiaoxing, what are you doing here attacking your classmates if you're not going to attack the ferocious beasts? Su Shuiying backed up Chen Qian and took the lead to speak. Zhou Xiaoting's expression was arrogant. Attacking a classmate, did I do such a thing? Where are the classmates? That's right, how come we didn't see any classmates? Class President Su wouldn't be talking about Chen Qian, right? Chen Qian? That punk who awakened the Black Iron Sword? Wasn't he expelled a long time ago? What kind of classmate is he? Class President Su, Lu Yao idly ruffled her hair and twisted her small waist and asked twice, how is it that the waist that I, Lu Yao, abandoned a long time ago was picked up by you? At those words, Su Shuiying's pretty face once again revealed the disgust of looking at trash. These guys, the awakening ceremony had passed for such a long time. Surprisingly, they were still grasping onto Chen Qian. She really did not expect that. Classmates who had been together for 3 years would end up with such a face. They must be thoroughly taught a lesson before they could do so. You guys keep saying that Qian is a waste. But why is it that since the exams started, the first place on the list has always been Qian? Su Shuiying said in support of Chen Qian. Chen Qian looked sideways at the smug Su Shuiying. His heart was also warm. Although even without Su Shuiying around, he would never be afraid of Zhou Xiaoting Lu Yao, this little kingpin. Whether it was hand-to-hand combat or mouth-to-mouth combat, he could play alone. However, the feeling of having someone backing him up was different from the feeling of being alone. The feeling of having someone to back you up, awesome. Su Shuiying counterattacked with great vigor. After all, Chen Qian's strength was right there. Moreover, Chen Qian's sword spirit wasn't just some black iron sword. On her way here from the 3rd level area, she had asked Chen Qian what exactly his sword soul was. He only told himself that it was something called Endless Shadow. As soon as she heard it, it was very powerful, not bad for a dive. And when she asked about the grade of this sword soul, Chen Qian said that its grade was unknown. It must be so powerful that it was difficult to describe it in terms of grade. After all, it was a powerful sword soul that couldn't even be measured by an awakened sword embryo. It was very powerful at first glance, worthy of being a dive. This Zhou Xiaoting, awakening an S-rank sword soul, and then he has a very arrogant look on his face. If he's so powerful, why doesn't he go to the top of the hegemony ranking? Lu Yao idly tossed her hair. With their crouching dragon phoenix-like intelligence, how could they not see the way? We know that this punk has a 2nd order level of soul pressure, so that counts for something. And there's also class leader Su traveling with him. We noticed that class leader Su's points are far lower than his counterpart, Chen Qian. I'm afraid it's because most of the points that class president Su got from killing the ferocious beasts were given to the black iron sword wastes, right? Class leader Su, why do you have to go to such lengths to help this black iron sword waste? Isn't it good to honestly accept your incompetence and let Timothy Xiao ascend to the number 1 position? You have to use means to hog the number 1 position. The few lapdogs behind Zhou Xiaoting said cynically. They thought they saw through everything. However, they did not know that their arrogance at this point in time, in the eyes of Chen Qian and Su Shuiying, was simply no different from a jumping clown. To say that I helped Qian fight for points, but the truth is just the opposite. Su Shuiying said in her heart. All this way, the points earned by the two of them from killing monsters were equally divided. However, Chen Qian was stronger than her, and his sword soul's attack range was also wider. Therefore, the points earned by Chen Qian from killing the ferocious beasts were more than her, Su Shuiying. In this case of an equal split, naturally, she, Su Shuiying, had the advantage. Chen Qian, I came here today to take revenge. Zhou Xiaoting pointed his purple thunder divine punishment sword at Chen Qian and said. The reason why Zhou Xiaoting was so obsessed with Chen Qian. It was because he had been crushed by Chen Qian for 2.5 whole years. His favorite Lu Yao was obtained by Chen Qian. The number one throne he craved for had also been dominated by Chen Qian. It wasn't until the awakening ceremony 3 months ago that he was able to turn his life around. However, that time at the Supreme Martial Hall, he had surprisingly still suffered defeat at the hands of Chen Qian. He had been suppressed by Chen Qian for such a long time, how could he be satisfied if he didn't get it back once? Chen Qian, Zhou Xiaoting, poof. Zhou Xiaoting still wanted to say something. But only an unknown large black hand appeared next to Zhou Xiaoting's face. It slapped him fiercely away. Xiaoting, what happened to you? Xiaoting. Are you alright? You. Zhou Xiaoting covered the left side of his face that was imprinted with a reddish slap mark as he pointed at Chen Qian and cursed. Chen Qian. You don't speak martial arts. What tricks did you use? Chen Qian wrapped a few wisps of dark shadows around his body and laughed. I forgive your ignorance, but that is not a reason for you to make a mistake. Chapter 28 Teasing the Little Monkey Zhou Xiaoting. Chen Qian held the endless dark shadow sword in his hand as strands of dark shadows emanated from the sword. Just now, he had only used the dark shadows to condense a slap next to Zhou Xiaoting's face, slapping the brat. This time, it was really necessary to teach Zhou Xiaoting, this little baka, a good lesson. Zhou Xiaoting looked at the unidentifiable black substance emerging from Chen Qian's sword, but his face was horrified. Wasn't he the awakened black iron sword? Why was this black goo coming out? Was this iron filings? A mere waste sword soul, what do I, Zhou Xiaoting, have to fear? Crush it, purple thunder divine punishment. Zhou Xiaoting didn't think much about it, and only thought that the black stuff was iron shavings that had fallen from the black iron sword. The purple thunder divine punishment sword's body erupted with purple arcs of electricity, which was horrifying. Zhou Xiaoting gripped the purple thunder divine punishment sword tightly and then attacked towards Chen Qian, the blade slashing down from top to bottom. Chen Qian merely flicked the endless shadow sword forward, easily blocking Zhou Xiaoting's slash. Only where the sword blades collided, electric arcs and dark shadows crisscrossed each other and rushed against each other. Zhou Xiaoting grunted unhappily, and after realizing that he was unable to power through Chen Qian, he quickly changed his attack. Only to see that thunder began to erupt all around his body, and his speed became extremely fast as he moved swiftly around Chen Qian. Ha ha! Chen Qian! You can't catch me now! Zhou Xiaoting laughed out loud as he moved quickly around as if he were an electric light. His movement speed was indeed fantastically fast, and if someone with average strength faced this move of his, they would really be helpless. Wow! You're too handsome, William Jr. Timothy Xiao. You're the fastest man I've ever seen. Let this guy Chen Qian see what the speed and might of a real man is. The lapdogs who were watching the battle not far away shouted in unison. Xiaoting. You're the fastest. Lu Yao didn't forget to cheer him on either. Su Shuiying also watched the battle between the two without shifting her gaze for a moment. Zhou Xiaoting's movement speed was really fast. It was difficult for you to catch his position, and as a result, it was difficult to launch an effective attack on him, and it was also difficult to defend against his attacks. If it was her facing Zhou Xiaoting, although she couldn't say that she was helpless, she was bound to expend some hard work. However, she believed that if it was Qian, she would be able to easily overcome the enemy. She was the most spirited young man in her heart. Chen Qian looked at Zhou Xiaoting, who was moving rapidly around himself, and could not help but feel amused. Perhaps in the eyes of the onlookers, Zhou Xiaoting's speed was fast and his figure was elusive. But his strength was a whole big step ahead of Zhou Xiaoxing. Zhou Xiaoting's position, he could catch it with his eyes closed. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoting was no different from a jumping monkey in his eyes. Chen Qian, take it! Thunder strike break! Zhou Xiaoting shouted as he swung his sword and cut out a thunder shock. This impact was not a wild and tyrannical thunderbolt, but a strand of thunder compressed into a line. It was tight and had the power to cut through everything. If one were to be struck by this chopping strike, it was feared that they would be directly cut off at the waist. However, in front of Chen Qian, this was nothing more than a trivial skill. Chen Qian simply swung his sword blade lightly and blocked this thunderous chopping strike. At the same time, dark shadows erupted from the body of the endless shadow sword. It condensed into a small black dark shadow crescent that recoiled over the thunder and struck towards Zhou Xiaoting. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoting was startled and scrambled to raise his purple thunder divine punishment sword across his body in order to ward off this dark shadow crescent. He had thought that he would be able to bounce back the other party's chopping strike as handsomely as Chen Qian. But it had not occurred to him that this black crescent moon was so strong. Zhou Xiaoting finally realized that he couldn't resist it, so he hurriedly sidestepped and retracted his sword, dodging to the side. But the black crescent still slashed across his shoulder blade. Humph, you're smart enough to know how to judge the position through my attack and then counterattack. Yale, I, Zhou Xiaoting, was really negligent and fell for your trick. Zhou Xiaoting covered the wound on his left arm's shoulder blade with one hand and said with a resolute face. In his opinion, his defeat in this round was not because he was undefeated against Chen Xian. Instead, it was just that he was negligent and careless, allowing Chen Xian to take advantage of him for a moment. Jing Xiao. How are you, Xiao William? Xiao Ting, why are you injured? Not far away came the cries of the lapdogs. You guys stay back. Zhou Xiaoting waved his hand to stop them, and then he whirled around to point his sword blade at Chen Xian once again. This fellow, it's up to me to take him down. Chen Xian was simply infuriated and laughed as he watched Zhou Xiaoting in this manner. This Zhou Xiaoting, he hadn't realized before, how this wasn't very good in the head either. He had not just counterattacked by judging the position through Zhou Xiaoxing's attack. It was just a casual chop, not at all as complicated as Zhou Xiaoting had guessed. He really had the feeling of teasing a monkey right now. Chen Xian, take another move. Zhou Xiaoting rushed forward once again and swung his sword at Chen Xian. Chen Xian also did not rush to result Zhou Xiaoting off, but instead similarly swung his sword against him. Only to see one person holding a purple thunder sword, and one person holding a black shadow sword, the sword blades clashed, the arcs of electricity and shadows intermingled, and it looked like it was difficult to distinguish between the two for a while. But if you look closely, you can find out. Zhou Xiaoting was the one who had been making moves and trying to kill the other. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had only been casually waving his sword to block Zhou Xiaoting's blade. In this moment, the highs and lows were immediately differentiated. How is it possible? How is this guy so strong? Zhou Xiaoting quickly realized that something was wrong. Time and time again, he increased the strength and speed of his sword swings, only to be blocked by his opponent time and time again. Little monkey, stop it. Which time have you won against me in swordplay? Chen Xian blocked again and finally felt a bit bored and said. Although Zhou Xiaoting was upset, he had to admit it. For the past 2.5 years in high school, he hadn't won against Chen Xian even once during his sword training sessions. In fact, it wasn't just the fencing course that he hadn't won any of the other courses either. This guy Chen Xian's weakness is that his sword soul is a waste, but in terms of soul pressure and sword arts, he might not be inferior to me. It seems that I shouldn't do a melee competition with him anymore. Understanding this, Zhou Xiaoting quickly withdrew back. Intending to use the powerful ability of his S-class sword soul to suppress his opponent in one fell swoop. Chen Qian. Thanks for reminding me that you don't stand a chance next. Also, my last name isn't Ho, my last name is Zhou. Crush it, Purple Thunder Divine Punishment. As Zhou Xiaoting's sword blade was raised high, only a tyrannical purple thunderbolt was seen emanating from above, slashing straight at Chen Xian. At this time in the monitoring room, Yang Zhen had also seen the fight between Chen Xian and Zhou Xiaoting. He wasn't aware of the feud between Chen Xian and Zhou Xiaoxing, and only felt that these two candidates were fooling around. This was during the exam period, and the candidate's task was to hunt down ferocious beasts. Why are the two of you even fighting each other? It's still 1 or 2 on the scoreboard, it's just nonsense. If it's just a big fight because of the competition for monsters, it's just a second-ranked Titan giant ape, what's there to fight about? Alas. Perhaps these two people only really have any unresolvable grudges. After all, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Yang Zhen finally shook his head and sighed. As long as Chen Xian and Zhou Xiaoting hadn't gotten to the point where they were going to put each other to death, he, the chief examiner, had no right to interfere. And in the other invigilation room, a group of leaders were watching the battle with full attention. Lu Xiong was very nervous. He wanted to see whether his old son-in-law that he had thrown away was powerful or his new son-in-law. He naturally hoped that Zhou Xiaoting would be victorious. Otherwise, he, Lu Xiong, would be a clown. The other people, including Principal Qin Tianzhang and many of the Education Bureau leaders, were sweating nervously on their heads. This duel between Chen Xian and Zhou Xiaoting would most likely decide who the top scholar of the Mountain River Province College entrance examination would belong to. They naturally hoped that Zhou Xiaoting would be victorious. Because this social identity of Chen Xian's was just too sensitive. If they let him get the top prize of the Mountain River Province College entrance examination, their gang would be in big trouble. Most likely, the black hat on their heads would be gone. The gazes of a few leaders of the Education Bureau looking at Qin Tianjiang were practically spitting fire. It's all because you're such a fool that you fired the talent of the top student. You're really a stupid fork. Some of the other school principals, on the other hand, were stifling their laughter and watching the show. Anyway, no matter who would win between Chen Qian and Zhou Xiaoting, this big melon had already been made. It was just a matter of seeing how big this melon could be in the end, whether it was big enough for the whole of the great summer nation to eat together or not. The atmosphere in the monitoring room was subtle for a while. I don't know which big smart suddenly came up with a sentence. This wave is the old son-in-law beating the new son-in-law, the former student number 1 beating the current student number 1. Instantly, all the angry gazes turned toward Big Smart. And at this moment, in the middle of the college entrance examination center, Zhou Xiaoting's thunder fell towards Chen Qian. While Chen Qian stood in place, large strands of black dark shadows emanated from his body, starting to devour everything from the bottom up. Ha ha! Iron shavings are electrically conductive, just wait for your death. Zhou Xiaoting laughed out loud. But when the black substance that rose up into the sky dispersed, there was already no trace of the thunder at all. And Chen Qian stood there in black clothes, long sword in hand, unharmed. Ga? Zhou Xiaoting froze. Could it be that the black stuff wasn't the iron shavings of the black iron sword? Chapter 29 Shattering Darkness with Thunder, N.O. Zhou Xiaoting watched as the black unknown substance around Chen Qian dispersed. The intended scene of thunder thundering and electrocuting Chen Qian through the iron shavings conducting electricity did not happen. Instead, his thunder inexplicably disappeared without a trace. What in the world was going on? Sparing Zhou Xiaoting's clever brain, he also realized that something was wrong. This black cloth rumble was most likely not iron filings. But what was it if it wasn't iron filings? What Chen Qian had clearly awakened was the E-rank sword soul black iron sword. In fact, Zhou Xiaoting already had a guess deep within his heart. That was that the sword soul that Chen Qian had awakened was not the black iron sword. If it were someone else, he would have been certain at this point. But Zhou Xiaoting, apart from habitually believing in the results of awakening a sword embryo like everyone else, had one more thing. That was that Zhou Xiaoting wanted to trample Chen Qian under his feet many times more urgently than anyone else. Deep down in his heart, he was only willing to believe that Chen Qian was a waste. Not willing at all to accept the fact that it was actually them who had gotten it wrong in the first place. I'm not interested in playing with you. Chen Qian carried his sword and walked slowly towards Zhou Xiaoting. The dark shadows around him increased instead of decreasing, and like a spring erupting, strands bubbled outwards. The monstrous dark shadow engulfed a nearby area and shot straight up into the sky. This massive dark shadow was like the cloak of a dark night monarch, draped over Chen Qian's back. It was as if the darkness came from the depths of the dark night, and its terror caused all enemies to tremble. What is this thing? Zhou Xiaoting instinctively felt fear and took a few steps backward. Chen Qian, who was approaching step by step at this moment, seemed like a hellish god of death, a Yama who demanded for his life. Not far away, Lu Yao and Zhou Xiaoting's lapdogs were also horrified. Even from hundreds of meters away, it was still gut-wrenching. They had never seen such terrifying darkness before. Its terror, its depth, its mystery. Just by seeing a single glance, it went straight to the marrow of the human heart. How is it possible? Lu Yao also couldn't help but take a few steps back. Wasn't this waste of a man, Chen Qian, awakened to the E-rank sword soul black iron sword? How could the black iron sword alone unleash such might? How could it possibly unleash this darkness that was like that of a dark night monarch? Su Shuiying, what the hell is going on? Lu Yao snapped in shock. Poof. Su Shuiying threw her head back in triumph, her arms wrapped around her puffy breasts as she spoke the words of Chen Qian. When exactly did you guys start to create the illusion that my sword soul is a black iron sword? At the same time Su Shuiying spoke out to Lu Yao and the others, Chen Qian also spoke out to Zhou Xiaoting. What? Whether it was Lu Yao and the lapdogs, or that Zhou Xiaoting, all of them revealed horrified looks. Surprisingly, it was really them who had gotten it wrong from the start. Don't you come over, don't you come over, The corner of Chen Qian's mouth curled up slightly when he saw Zhou Xiaoting, who was retreating like a cowardly mouse. Well, that sentence just now was the third time he had said it on the high school field. Since he had already completed the hat trick, then he would not say it again next, right? As the saying goes, things don't come in threes, so it's time for the pussy to fall off if he says it again. Devour, Endless Shadow. Chen Qian softly recited. The monstrous dark shadows around him were like wild beasts awaiting orders. With Chen Qian's soft call, the dark shadows instantly erupted towards Zhou Xiaoting like the rising tide of the sea. This terrifying and deep shadow would devour everything it touched. Zhou Xiaoting saw the monstrous dark shadows coming towards him and knew that there was no way back. Fearful to the extreme, he also had no choice but to raise his sword with both hands and face the dark shadow. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Zhou Xiaoting shouted as purple thunder arcs erupted from the blade of his sword. This purple thunder was like a thick and solid long snake, needing that spreading darkness. However, this thunder did not romantically shatter the ghastly darkness like in the manga. This long snake of thunder and lightning was like a small worm, unable to make even a slight stop to the spreading darkness. The dark shadows, without a sound, mercilessly devoured everything. Not far away, Su Shuiying stood with her chest out. Now, this group of blind guys should know the power of the dive, right? Humph. This was the end of provoking their family Qian. Seeing this, Lu Yao crumbled to her knees and shouted. No! How could this happen? She wasn't shouting like this out of concern for Zhou Xiaoxing because he was being devoured by the shadow. She was shouting for the fact that she had made the wrong choice. Back in her first year of high school, she had taken the initiative to approach Chen Qian at the behest of her father, Lu Xiong. And she had done quite well. Not much time had passed before she managed to become Chen Qian's girlfriend. At that time, she and her father, Lu Xiong, had chosen Chen Qian for his genius qualifications. However, during the awakening ceremony, Chen Qian had awakened his E-rank Black Iron Sword soul. Instead, Zhou Xiaoting, who hadn't been noticed much by her, awakened his S-rank Sword soul. This suddenly made her feel that all of her efforts over the past 2.5 years had been wasted. But fortunately, she knew that Zhou Xiaoxing had actually liked himself all along. All along, he had been secretly fighting with Chen Qian in order to get her. So Lu Yao decisively broke up with Chen Qian and threw herself into Zhou Xiaoting's arms. As expected, Zhou Xiaoting happily accepted himself. Lu Yao is simply mesmerized by her own intelligence and charm. After returning home, she told her father about this, and he praised her for knowing how to assess the situation. But now, the facts told her that everything was just a mistake on her part? Even if Zhou Xiaoting had awakened to the S rank, he was still no match for Chen Qian? Chen Qian was actually an exceptional talent that far surpassed S-ranked Sword Soul Masters? Had his Sword Soul reached SS rank or even SSS rank? She, Lu Yao, thought that she was resourceful, but she didn't realize that she had instead personally jeopardized her efforts over the past 2.5 years. Is it too late for her to break up with Zhou Xiaoting and return to Chen Qian? Chapter 30 Qian, I still want more. Chen Qian put away the endless shadow sword. The shadows in an area quietly dispersed, revealing a scene that stunned everyone at the scene. Only to see that the original ground with a variety of flowers and grass bushes has been empty without a thing. Obviously, all the material on the ground had been swallowed up by the shadow. There wasn't even any dregs left. Lu Yao and the others along with Su Shuiying all nervously looked towards where Zhou Xiaoxing was. Zhou Xiaoting wouldn't also be left with no dregs left, right? Of course, Lu Yao and the others simply wanted to see if Zhou Xiaoting was dead. Su Shuiying, on the other hand, was worried. If Chen Qian killed Zhou Xiaoting, then his qualification as a candidate would be removed as well. Chen, you can't kill Zhou Xiaoxing so impulsively. Only after she saw that Zhou Xiaoxing had only fallen to the ground and didn't seem to be dead did she breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qian really wasn't that impulsive. And although Zhou Xiaoting was not in fear of his life at this moment, his body was very miserable. After the dark shadow had devoured Zhou Xiaoting, Chen Qian did not choose to use the dark shadow to directly eliminate him. After all, if he killed him, he himself would lose his qualification for the exam for violating the rules. It was naturally not worth it to do so for such a villain. Thus, he condensed his dark shadow into countless fists, clanging them towards Zhou Xiaoting's body. Until he beat this fellow until he fell unconscious and turned into a pig's head. Chen Qian shook his head and sighed as he looked at Zhou Xiaoting who had fainted in front of him. It would have been better if he had finished Zhou Xiaoxing earlier. Why did he have to play along with him until now, bullying him step by step? It wasn't, in his heart, harboring resentment towards him and wanting to take revenge on him step by step. So mindful of this group of villains. One's self is really a child's heart. Lu Yao and a few doglegs ran over in a panic, confirming that Zhou Xiaoting, who was lying on the ground, had indeed fallen. For a while, the expressions on their faces were all quite complicated. They did not busy themselves with further confirming Zhou Xiaoting's condition. Instead, they stood in place and hesitated. Chen Qian let out a cold snort in his heart. How could he not see what was going on in the minds of several people? Seeing Zhou Xiaoting losing, they were already hesitating to continue following Zhou Xiaoting at this point, right? He, I knew it's still Brother Qian who's great. That's right, Zhou Xiaoting, this guy has never won against Brother Qian. The brothers were foolish before, please don't blame Brother Qian. With a cheap smile on their faces, several doglegs surrounded Chen Qian. Chen Qian also only felt amused. What, Brother Qian? Do we know each other? Why, Brother Qian, what are you talking about? We're classmates who spend a lot of time together. That's right, I remember when Brother Qian instructed me in swordplay, I benefited greatly and have always been grateful to Brother Qian. Me too, Brother Qian, little brother only wishes to follow behind Brother Qian and repay him. Several doglegs bent their backs with fake smiles on their faces and made fist-clasping gestures on their hands. At one time, Chen Qian was really deceived by them, treating them as his best classmates. He had unstintingly taught them sword arts, as well as insights on soul strength cultivation. However, in the end, these guys mistakenly thought that they had awakened a wasteful sword soul, and turned their backs on him with a flip of the coin. How was their betrayal of Zhou Xiaoting now different from their betrayal of themselves that day? Chen Qian did not seek for others to be kind to him. If you are genuinely kind to me, I will naturally treat you with sincerity. But if you are false, I will never care about this dispensable friendship. I don't want a lapdog, you guys should still follow Zhou Xiaoting. Chen Qian said. This. Several doglegs face ugly, all do not know what to say. Ah, Qian. In fact, what I've always liked is you. Lu Yao also came up without dying. The fact that I would be with Zhou Xiaoting is entirely at the behest of my father. Our 2.5 years of affection, how could it be fake? Lu Yao pressed one hand to her chest, slightly tugging at her neckline. Her eyes flickered, and there were slight tears flowing out, a rather genuine look. As Chen Qian looked on, he was about to give her a thumbs up. This acting skills, not better than those flow female stars where he was before crossing over. She also said, 2.5 years of affection, how can it be fake? What a great line. Or they just made it up off the top of their heads. This is much better than those traffic stars who can only say 123,456. At this time, Su Shuiying had also walked over to Chen Qian's side. However, she didn't dare to lean up at once. Instead, she stood 2 steps away from Chen Qian and looked at him with flickering eyes. She knew that boys had a hard time resisting things like first love and white moonlight. Now that Lu Yao had expressed her willingness to get back together to him, would he agree? Although she had accompanied Chen Qian on this journey, she had not been considered much of a friend. She could only be described as a friend with a better relationship, there was no more name recognition. How could she possibly have the courage to stand over and compete with Lu Yao? It could only depend on how Chen Qian chose. And no matter how Chen Qian chose, she would bless Chen Qian to be happy and joyful. Just as Su Shuiying was rambling, a strong hand grabbed her wrist. This time, this hand did not pull her behind the owner of this hand. Instead, it directly pulled her into the arms of the owner of this hand. Dive. Su Shuiying's face turned red, her delicate body shivering uncontrollably. Was she herself being pulled into Qian's arms? Oneself is now unexpectedly in Qian's arms. Lu Yao, stop pretending to say this with me. What kind of face you Lu family father and daughter have, I, Chen Qian, have long seen it clearly. Chen Qian wrapped one hand around Su Shuiying's body and hugged her like a cat. Shuiying, is the girl that my Chen Qian loves? The moment Chen Qian said this, everyone present was astonished. Especially Lu Yao, whose face was filled with disbelief. She had said this because she thought that there was a huge probability that Chen Qian would accept herself. After all, she and Chen Qian had been together for 2.5 years, and with regards to Chen Qian's character, 5 words could summarize it. Pure-hearted little virgin. If not for that, there was no way she could have taken Chen Qian down so quickly back in her first year of high school. Lu Yao thought to herself that as long as she put on a look of deep love, then she would hold on her own father's head, and then take out the 2.5 years of affection to talk about it. Based on Chen Qian's innocent virgin character, he would definitely agree to her. But what she did not expect was that Chen Qian had still rejected herself. He chose Su Shuiying. Why in the world was that? Chen Qian looked at Lu Yao's shocked expression and felt ridiculous. She must still think that she was the same person she was back then and wouldn't reject her, right? But he, Chen Xian, had long since ceased to be the Chen Xian of 3 months ago. Experiencing the betrayal at the awakening ceremony, he recognized many lost things. Classmates, teachers, girlfriends, fathers-in-law, were all a bunch of falsehoods. Only his own mother, who truly cared for him. And then there is Shuang. She stood up for himself, not to abandon himself, is also a person who treats himself with sincerity. Having recognized these clearly, how could he fall for Lu Yao's trap again? The growth of a boy is often in a flash. He was no longer the simple-minded, gullible brat he once was. Su Shuiying was weak and her breathing was disorganized. She was able to clearly feel that her back was pressed against Qian's warm chest. She was able to feel the body fragrance from Qian's body that was filled with the masculine aura of a man and the gentle aura of love. His heart was beating faster and faster, and his body was gradually heating up. It's going to be impossible. Shuiying, are you willing to? Chen Xian just wanted to open his mouth to ask Su Shuiying, but he found that she was all limp in his arms and seemed to be on the verge of losing consciousness. Well, Xian, people still want a little more. Su Shuiying's eyes were disoriented and her mouth was blurred. It seemed that her brain had been made unable to think by some kind of emotion or stimulation. Chen Xian. Chapter 31, Worthless compared to Su Shuiying. Looking at this strange appearance of Su Shuiying, Chen Xian was also anxious for a while. A good and pretty girl, how did she become like this? I, Chen Xian, am too lazy to spend my energy on you all, so don't bother coming back to pester me in the future. Chen Xian dropped a sentence and partially shadowed himself, holding Su Shuiying as he flew into the air. Roar! The titanic great ape guarding the boundary line of the core area naturally burst into a rage when it saw the flying Chen Xian. Violently pounding its chest with great force, it let out a roaring sound. Seeing that Chen Xian still had no intention of retreating, he still flew towards himself. The titan ape did not bluff and charged towards Chen Xian with its forearms braced on the ground. In the face of the huge titan ape, if they were to be in the first echelon of candidates, most of the academic geniuses would have to wait and see. Most of them would also have to be on guard and be cautious. In this way, they would be able to kill the titan giant ape without getting injured as much as possible and smoothly enter the core area. However, Chen Xian acted as if he did not see the titan giant ape at all. He held Su Shuiying in his arms, dragging out a black shadow caused by shadow transformation behind him as he charged straight at the titan giant ape. Lu Yao and a few doglegs on the ground looked at the flying Chen Xian in the sky, and they were also scared to death. They believed that Chen Xian, who was able to defeat Zhou Xiaoting, naturally had the strength to defeat the titan giant ape. However, even if Chen Xian had this strength, this was still too much to ask for right now, wasn't it? Among the ferocious beasts, the titan giant ape was considered a very powerful race. The strength of this titan ape was at the early stage of the second rank, not to be underestimated. If one wanted to defeat it, one would have to seriously face off against it anyways. But now, Chen Xian not only flew straight towards the titan giant ape without the slightest bit of defense. He was even holding a girl in his arms. This was too pretentious. The titan ape felt the contempt of the human in front of it, and was even more furious in its heart. It might be thinking, I was captured by you human powerhouses for your exam. Even you, a little doll who still has to take the exam, dare to belittle the old man? The running titan giant ape was about to come into contact with the flying Chen Xian. The titan giant ape swung its thick arm and was about to smash at Chen Xian. Chen Xian didn't even draw his sword, he just used his dark shadow to transform into the shape of a longsword and swung it in a chop. All of a sudden, a black sword mark that looked like a rift in the sky cut out. From the shoulder of the titan giant ape, it cut diagonally to its entire body. The long black sword mark emitted a dense shadow. The arm of the titan ape that had been waved up had also lost its strength and fell down with its body. On the ground, Lu Yao, Doglegs and the others were filled with horror. With just a casual sword strike, he was able to chop off the early second stage titan giant ape. This strength was simply too powerful. I'm afraid that he was also completely capable of defeating Zhou Xiaoting with a single sword strike just now. After fighting for so long, it was just him trying to destroy Zhou Xiaoting bit by bit. At this moment, Lu Yao and the Doglegs' hearts were even more regretful. They looked at each other and both comprehended the other's meaning. Right now, after failing to rejoin Chen Xian, they could only continue to follow Zhou Xiaoting. Even if they were no match for Chen Xian, Zhou Xiaoting was still a thick thigh compared to the others. They promised each other that none of them would reveal to Zhou Xiaoting that they had just tried to rejoin Chen Xian. A few people nodded and hurriedly turned back. Xiaoting! Are you all right? Whoops! Xiaoting, wake up! And naturally, Chen Xian, who had decapitated the Titan giant ape, ignored their actions. He was just as relaxed and casual as if he had stepped on an ant. Putting the shadow longsword away, he carried Su Shuiying and flew towards the core area. In the monitoring room where many of the leaders were, Lu Xiong watched what had just happened, his face hardened to the extreme. Chen Xian, surprisingly, had defeated Zhou Xiaoting so easily. He had also casually destroyed the second-ranked ferocious beast guarding the pass, the Titan giant ape. This kind of strength was unheard of, even in the previous editions of the college entrance exams. On that day of the awakening ceremony, he saw Chen Xian awakening the waste sword soul and left the school with an iron face. Angry, the first thing he did was go to the villa he had bought for Chen Xian's family to use as a place for Chen Xian's mother to recuperate. Thinking that his investment had failed, he was on top of his anger. Lu Xiong ordered his servants to drive Chen Xian's mother, Chen Nianci, out onto the street as a way to vent his heart's resentment. When he returned home, he heard his daughter Lu Yao say to himself that she had decisively broken up with Chen Xian and managed to get together with Zhou Xiaoting, who had awakened his S-class sword soul. Hearing this news, Lu Xiong was overjoyed. Although he had invested in the wrong people over the past 2.5 years, he hadn't made a mistake in the end. His daughter had successfully tethered a genius who had hopes of achieving a sword emperor in the future. Truly worthy of being his Lu Xiong's daughter, she was ruthless and decisive enough in her actions. The excited Lu Xiong soon had his daughter invite Zhou Xiaoting to her home for a meeting and promised Zhou Xiaoting a lot. Zhou Xiaoting is also an understanding child, very pleasing to him. But today the facts told him Lu Xiong, he still did wrong. He had misrecognized Chen Xian's sword soul. Chen Xian was not some E-rank sword soul waste, but rather an absolute heavenly pride that far exceeded S-rank. If he had seen Chen Xian kill the blood crow flock in seconds before, he would still have had luck in his heart. However, now that he had seen Chen Xian defeat Zhou Xiaoting in one fell swoop, his heart was already as if he was dead, and it was too late for him to repent. Thinking about it carefully, that day on the street, when he was pointed by Chen Xian with his sword, there seemed to be something strange and black flickering right on the blade of his sword. It was just that Lu Xiong was angry at that time and didn't care. Alas, in a roundabout way, he, Lu Xiong, had actually bet on the wrong person. However, in the surveillance room, there were many people who were more flustered than Lu Xiong. They are the principal of the province's first sword in Seoul High School, Jin Tianjin, and some of the leaders of the Education Bureau. Lu Xiong gambled on the wrong person and only lost an even better son-in-law. But if they gambled on the wrong person, what they lost would most likely be their black hat. Moreover, the reason why Chen Xian was expelled, the bigger reason was that Jin Tianjin wanted to curry favor with Lu Xiong. The leaders of the Education Bureau were also silent in order not to touch Lu Xiong's mold. Therefore, the root cause of their official positions was actually going to be Lu Xiong's fault. But when the time comes, the person who will personally execute them is likely to be Lu Xiong, the old man. The heavens which, the earth hate which. At this time, there is a big smart and lightly came a sentence. This melon has basically become, I don't know if it will become bigger. His meaning, naturally, is to see Chen Xian finally in the end cannot get the provincial scholar. However, it was clear in anyone's heart that with Chen Xian's strength, there was no doubt that he would eventually get the provincial scholar. All of a sudden, the angry gazes of the entire audience once again glared at this big smart. And in the middle of the examination center, after Chen Xian killed the Titan giant ape, he hugged Su Shuiying and flew all the way into the core area. This place was a volcano with sparse grass and trees, and the ground was dry and cracked. With his strength of the middle third stage, which parts of the core area had strong ferocious beasts and which parts were relatively safe? He could easily see a rough idea. He found a relatively secluded place and used dark shadow to chip out a large stone one by one into a neat and clean plane. He then placed Su Shuiying on the stone bed. Only to see Su Shuiying lying on the stone bed. Her face was red, her body was hot, her legs were clasped together, and although her breathing was still rapid, it had already passed the peak and was slowly calming down. The buttons of the shirt in front of her chest seemed to be opened by the undulation of her breath, revealing some fullness and a deep ditch. Chen Xian didn't dare to look more, sitting on a rock to the side to accompany her. The core area was treacherous, so naturally he could not leave Su Shuiying alone to kill the ferocious beasts. He had just beheaded a Titan giant ape, and the second-ranked Zhou Xiaoting had also fallen unconscious. In a short period of time, there still shouldn't be anyone who could surpass him. But even if someone could surpass him, Chen Xian would not leave. The false reputation of the provincial scholar was naturally worthless compared to Shuang. But not long had passed before Su Shuiying woke up. After all, it wasn't like she had been drugged, it was just that her brain hadn't withstood the pleasure. Dive, Su Shuiying sat up her petite body and gently said. Chapter 32 The Great White Son of a Good Rabbit. When Chen Xian saw Su Shuiying get up from the stone bed, he walked forward. Shuiying, you're awake. How does your body feel, is it alright? Su Shuiying was a little dazed for a moment. But the residual warmth on her body, as well as the pleasure remaining in her brain's nerves, all reminded her of what had just happened. Su Shuiying suddenly blushed to the extreme, her hands covering her face. Since, she had actually gotten excited to such an extent just by being pulled into Chen Xian's arms. If one were to do something even more excessive in the future, and fainted before they even started, wouldn't that potential be very unpleasant? No, Su Shuiying, what kind of things are you blindly thinking about? It's really, too shameful. Shuiying, what's wrong with you, where else is your body uncomfortable? How could Chen Xian know what Su Shuiying was thinking in her mind? Only seeing that Su Shuiying hadn't said a word since waking up, he thought that she was uncomfortable somewhere. He then stretched his head forward and looked at Su Shuiying's cheeks carefully. Her face was rosy, her muscles were colorful, and she looked very healthy. It did not look like she was sick. When Su Shuiying saw Chen Xian stretching his face to look at himself, he was naturally so shy that his eyes flickered. She couldn't tell him that she had been hugged by him and had directly fainted with joy. She was just about to open her mouth to say that there was nothing wrong with her when she heard Chen Xian say, "Could it be that the body is injured somewhere?" Chen Xian chanted, his head lowered just to see if Su Shuiying was injured somewhere. But this head a low don't matter, face to see a spring light a leak. Su Shuiying's shirt top button was open, neckline to both sides of the open, the scenery is very spectacular. Chen Xian blushed to his ears, but could not stop staring. Good rabbit's big white son. Rabbits are so cute, I want to beat up a rabbit so badly. Big white rabbit, definitely good times. Good times, love times. Xian, what's wrong? Su Shuiying had been twisting her head and didn't dare to look at Chen Xian. Now sensing that Chen Xian was not moving, she felt a bit strange and turned back to look over. Only to see Chen Xian hanging his head, seemingly looking at something below. Su Shuiying felt strange in her heart, so she also followed his gaze downward. Only to see her neckline open, her spring light leaking. Ah! Su Shuiying screamed, her palm instinctively slapped over. Splat! Put! Chen Xian stood to the side, covering his hot cheeks with one hand. He had indeed grown up and was no longer the gullible little brat he used to be. However, the identity of the little virgin had not grown yet. This kind of excitement, even if anyone saw it, they wouldn't be able to walk on the road. Well, cannot blame himself. Su Shuiying fastened the buttons on her chest and jumped down from the stone bed. Her face was flushed and her chest was not calm. Her mind was filled with the way Chen Xian had just stared at herself there. Does he really love to look that much? Then, it's not like he can't be allowed to look at it more in the future. Shuiying, let's go. Chen Xian said. Su Shuiying nodded. Ever since they ran into Zhou Xiaoting at the edge of the third level zone, Chen Xian and Su Shuiying had wasted a long time. If they didn't start hunting ferocious beasts in the core area again, it could be true that they would be shortchanged by some rather powerful candidates. The two of them walked around the volcano in the core area, searching for nearby beasts. The volcano here seemed to have erupted not long ago. The land was scorched black and basically devoid of any creatures. Hot magma still flowed from the cracks in the ground. Goo woo. From time to time, a ferocious beast jumped out of the magma cracks in this ground. A mushroom-looking thing, its entire body a magma-like color scheme, was hot and shiny. There was also a four-legged crawling thing that looked like a dog or a calf, also with a magma-like color scheme. These ferocious beasts are all grown out of magma, collectively known as magma beasts. There were several races of magma beasts, and the ones that appeared in front of Chen Xian and Su Shuiying at this time were the magma mushroom and the magma mushroom. The ones that appeared in front of Chen Xian and Su Shuiying at this moment were the magma mushroom and magma roar. These ferocious beasts, surprisingly, all have the strength of the peak of the first rank. Su Shuiying gripped the frozen queen's sword in her hand tightly, not daring to let her guard down. These ferocious beasts numbered in the tens and hundreds. It was only the weakest little monsters in this core area. But just like this, the peak first-rank little monsters gathered together were a terrifying force. With just one person's strength, even if one's strength reached the second rank, a slight mistake would most likely result in the loss of one's life. However, Su Shuiying did not have the slightest bit of fear in her heart. If she wanted to stay by Qin Xian's side in the future as well, then she must work hard to become stronger. It was not possible for Qin Xian to leave herself behind too much. If she wanted to become stronger, she must dare to fight against powerful beasts. She, Su Shuiying, would never admit defeat. Xian, let's compare and see who kills more. Su Shuiying said with her mouth, but her hands were the first to strike. Dance, Frozen Queen. A bright, moon-like figure of the king's daughter appeared in the air, her hand enforcing her staff and blowing an extremely cold storm forward. The magma on that magma mushroom and magma roar was instantly frozen, and they then flew away in ashes. Chen Xian smiled helplessly. Striking first, Shuiying was playing tricks with herself. Immediately, she also used her shadow to transform into a longsword and chopped out a black crescent moon forward. Any ferocious beast that was touched by this black crescent moon was invariably cut off at the waist. Roar! Go woo! Just as Chen Xian and Su Shuiying were both killing with vigor. A magma roar the size of a cow suddenly jumped out of the nearby magma. And its strength, surprisingly, was already at the early second stage. Immediately after, a magma mushroom also jumped out from the magma. Its strength, surprisingly, had already reached the middle stage of the second rank. Obviously, these two second-ranked ferocious beasts were the leaders of these two group clusters. Shuiying, be careful! Chen Xian shouted. Su Shuiying turned around and her face turned white. These two second-order fierce beasts were both very close to her position. After the magma roar and magma mushroom appeared, they immediately attacked Su Shuiying. One could only see the magma patterns on these two ferocious beasts shining, as if their entire bodies were compressing. Immediately afterward, a compressed magma shock erupted from the mouth of the magma roar. And above the magma mushroom's head, an overwhelming rain of magma erupted. Frozen Queen! Su Shuiying hastily swung her sword to fend it off. However, the cold ice produced in the heat of the moment was not enough to withstand the magma. Damn! Su Shuiying closed her eyes in fear as she saw that the magma was about to hit her body. She would rather eat the ferocious beast's strike on this than choose to pinch the protective sphere and admit defeat at this time. If she admitted defeat easily, how could she stay by Qin Xian's side in the future? However, even after closing her eyes for a long time, the magma did not hit her body. Su Shuiying opened her eyes and looked, only to see a strand of dark shadows wrapping around her body, forming a dark shadow protective shield. This dark shadow that swallowed up everything on the surface of the earth, at this time actually protected her firmly in it. Su Shuiying was in the middle of this black shadow, and surprisingly, she could not detect any movement outside at all. Logically speaking, there should be the sound of ferocious beasts outside, the sound of magma exploding. However, she could not feel anything while she was in this dark shadow. This meant that this shadow not only swallowed and dissolved the magma that came from the strike, but even all the light and sound could not pass through this dark shadow and pass into her senses. Perhaps this dark shadow really is the things of the world, nothing to swallow, nothing to dissolve. Su Shuiying once again felt the dreadfulness of this dark shadow. However, this shadow is even more terrifying, but at this time is protecting her. Not long after, the dark shadow in front of her eyes dispersed. All around, countless ferocious beasts, including those two second-rank magma mushrooms and magma roars, were already on the ground. All of them were already on the ground, the black sword marks on their bodies emanating dark shadows. And what appeared in front of him was a tall young man dressed in black, holding a long sword in his hand. With his back to himself, he turned back and said, "Shuiying, you're not hurt, right?" Su Shuiying nodded, her head full of joy. After killing these many ferocious beasts, the points of the two of them also rose once again. First place, Qin Xian, 51,200. Third place, Su Shuiying, 35975. The points of the two had both reached very terrifying numbers. Su Shuiying had also leapt to the third position. Chapter 33 Fire Wolf Beast Pack, Shadow Devouring Exhaustion. After Qin Xian and Su Shuiying resolved the magma mushroom and magma roar. Without making much of a stop, they immediately moved off to find monsters elsewhere. Although it had been a long time since the start of the exams, it was only the first day. There were many examinees that wouldn't break into the core area one after another until the second or even the third day. And this year's college entrance exam had increased in difficulty by more than one notch because of that grandpa's hand. So this year, there would only be fewer candidates breaking into the core area at a much later time. Thus, at this time, the core area could be said to be filled with ferocious beasts. Chen Xian and Su Shuiying barely had any competitors. However, they weren't the only two within the core area. Anyone with more than 20,000 points on the scoreboard should basically have already entered the core area. But there weren't more than 2 hands. The core area was so big that they wouldn't run into each other easily. Not long after, Su Shuiying's points also rose to the second place position. Shen! Thank you! Su Shuiying was overjoyed as she looked at her name in the second position. She had thought about fighting for the top positions on the list, but she didn't want to actually be able to capture second place. If she was the top ranker in Mountain River Province, going to the same sword in Seoul University as Qian should not be a problem. What's the point of thanking me? This is the result of the two of us working together. Chen Xian said with a smile. Su Shuiying didn't retort much and smiled. She knew in her heart that she was able to get the second place on the current list. It was actually thanks to Chen Xian. Without Chen Xian, she would definitely not be able to enter this core area right now. Even if she was able to enter, with her strength, she would not be able to do anything at all to kill so many second-ranked ferocious beasts. Just like when she was just attacked by the magma mushroom and magma roar. It was possible that she would have been eliminated before she could even kill a single second-ranked beast. After the college entrance exam, she absolutely could not relax her cultivation either. It was imperative to raise her strength as soon as possible and try to catch up with Qian. Otherwise, if the gap between her strength and Qian's was too large, there was no way for her to stay by Qian's side no matter what. Even if two people loved each other, there was no way for them to be together if the gap was too wide. Su Shuiying knew this very well. The two continued to hunt ferocious beasts in the core area. Anyone below the second rank, or not living in a group, they had no interest in looking at them more than once. After all, there were so many large chunks of meat that it was too late to eat them. Who was interested in caring about that little bit of meat dregs? As they walked, both Chen Xian and Su Shuiying heard a stirring in the distance. Qian, did you hear it? Su Shuiying snapped. Aha! Chen Xian nodded. It seems to be coming from the back of this ridge. Since it was separated by a ridge, the sound came over very small. However, in the commotion that could be vaguely heard, one could hear what seemed like someone shouting and the general agitation of wild beasts chasing after them. I guess someone has messed with some powerful herd of ferocious beasts and is running for their lives. Shuiying, let's go take a look as well. Chen Xian opened his hand in a gesture to embrace Su Shuiying as he gazed behind the ridge. Said. Good. Su Shuiying's voice was soft, and she took the initiative to lean her body over. This time, one must be calm. Can't faint again. Chen Xian wrapped Su Shuiying into his arms and executed his partial shadowing skill to fly up into the sky. After ascending high into the sky, Chen Xian was able to see the scene behind the ridge. As expected, on the other side of the ridge, on the scorched black land, there were 3 men and 2 women, a total of 5 candidates fleeing frantically in front of them, crying out as they ran, their mouths shouting wah wah with the sound of help. And behind them, there was a pack of firewolves that were frantically chasing them. There were countless numbers of these firewolves, most of which were some of the peak first-rank ones, and even the second-rank firewolves weren't in the minority. When Chen Xian saw this pack of wolves, a look of delight appeared on his face. This wolf pack, it was full of points. He had purposely rushed over from the other side of the ridge, not hearing these people pleading for help and purposely rushing over to save them. To be able to run to the core area at this time meant that these people's strength was considered extraordinary among the candidates. Now that they were being chased by ferocious beasts, that was also a very normal thing in the exam. If you can beat it, you get points. If you can't beat it, you are eliminated. Everyone is a competitive relationship. Anyway, pinch the protective ball will be fine. It is not necessary to save. However, this wave of fat and big firewolves is really worth taking a shot at. If he killed all these firewolves, his and Shuiying's points could double. Chen Xian's gaze glowed, and saliva was about to flow from the corners of his mouth. Although he was still number 1 on the points list right now. But according to the results of previous years, these points alone were still not enough. When more and more candidates entered the core area, the scores of all the candidates would also skyrocket. And what Chen Xian was pursuing was not just as simple as being number 1 on the points list. He wanted to pull off an explosion of all the rest of the people on the list. Since he had already arrived at the core area much earlier, he was going to make a killing here. Grab the fat meat all by himself. Kill all the ferocious beasts in this core area. Shuiying, let's kill. Chen Xian said, wanting to land and put Su Shuiying down first. and then start killing with her. Although dealing with these firewolves, it was quite easy for him to try to eliminate them by himself. But Su Shuiying might not feel good in her heart. Although he didn't care about scoring himself and giving an equal share to Shuiying. But according to Shuiying's nature, she was a girl with a strong character and definitely didn't want that. Therefore, it was still best for the two to kill monsters together, and also cultivate their feelings. Shuiying? When Chen Qian saw that Shuiying did not answer, he looked down. Only to see Su Shuiying all soft in his arms, her eyes blossoming with peach blossoms. Although she didn't seem to have fainted, she didn't seem to be able to hear herself very well. Chen Qian shook his head with a bitter smile. There was no way around it, so it was better to strike out on his own. Help! What to do? If I don't pinch the ball, I'm going to be bitten to death by the firewolf. We didn't kill many monsters outside in order to enter the core area early to grab monsters. We've just entered the core area, and we're being chased by this huge wave of firewolves. If we pinch the protective orb now, we're not all on the ground floor. But if we don't pinch it, our lives will all be accounted for here. The 3 men and 2 women dashed frantically ahead, wanting to get rid of the wolves that were frantically chasing behind them. They were still hesitant to pinch the protective ball, but soon, their hearts were firm in their conviction to pinch the protective ball. Because in front of them, 2 more groups of firewolves circled out from the mountain ridges on both sides. They had been completely surrounded by these firewolves. As we all know, wolves are pack animals and are good at chasing and hunting. Now, they couldn't escape at all. The 3 men and 2 women protective balls were held in the palms of their hands, their faces showing pain as they prepared to crush them. To say that the 5 of them, their strength was not bad, they were all at the early second stage. With their strength, it wasn't difficult to get into a superior sword in Seoul University. However, they wanted to make an impact on the topmost academies in Daxia. Hanjing Sword Seoul University and Magic Capital Sword Seoul University. Thus, they made a strategic plan of teaming up in groups of 5 and making an all-out sprint to the core area to kill monsters. But the sad thing was that they had just arrived at the core area, and had only killed a few peak first-order ferocious beasts. Then they encountered this abominable fire wolf pack. To be eliminated by pinching the protective sphere like this, they would probably only be able to go to some poor pheasant sword in Seoul University. But just as a fire wolf swarmed up, wanting to devour the 3 men and 2 women, a shocking black shadow descended from the sky. Without any fancy skills, these shadows were like a torrential flood, swallowing all the firewolves that surrounded them. The 3 men and 2 women who were just about to crush the protective ball were all confused. What in the world was this horrible black cloth rumbling thing? Seeing that none of the firewolves rushed out from this black dark shadow, the hands of several people who wanted to pinch the ball all relaxed. The scene that followed was even more terrifying to these 3 men and 2 women. Only to see all the dark shadows in front of them slowly dispersed and turned into nothingness. And after the shadows dispersed, the firewolves that the 3 men and 2 women were worried about did not rush out. Because of this, there was nothing. The firewolf beasts that had just swarmed here, raging to tear them apart. Surprisingly, they all disappeared without a trace. And it was only at this time that the 3 men and 2 women saw Su Shuiying in their arms, and Chen Qian, who was emitting dark shadow densities around his body, was slowly descending from the air. The 3 men and 2 women bowed down and worshipped. We have met Lord Shadow. Chapter 34 High School Exam Boss, chopped with a sword. Seeing the strange behavior of the 3 men and 2 women below, Chen Qian was speechless. His name in the underground sword arena was only Dark, not Lord Shadow. Chen Qian had no intention of saving them. It was just a coincidence that these people hadn't yet pinched the protective sphere to eliminate them when he wanted to strike. Then there was no need for him to wait for them to be eliminated before killing the monsters. After all, these guys weren't classmates from the first sword and Seoul High School of the province. Since they weren't classmates, they didn't need to be so ruthless. Being saved by themselves was also considered their luck. Shuiying, wake up. Chen Qian held Su Shuiying's shoulders with both hands and gently shook her. However, Su Shuiying still had a flushed face and disoriented eyes, seemingly unable to wake up too much for a while. Lord Shadow is simply too handsome. In just a few seconds of effort, he cleaned up all those arrogant firewolves. Not only that, Lord Shadow is even holding a girl in his arms. He is truly a talented man. Lord Shadow is truly a jade tree, handsome in wind and spirit, and good-looking. All right. Chen Qian waved his hand and told them to stop chattering. There was really enough to be annoying. I'm just killing monsters to get points, I didn't think about saving you guys. Consider yourselves lucky and stay aside. Chen Xian did not have the intention of wanting to entangle with them more. On the contrary, it was Shuaying in his arms, so he still had to hurry up and wake her up. Shuaying this every now and then, her eyes are confused and her face is flushed. In the end, what kind of disease is she suffering from? Hey. The 3 men and 2 women did not leave in a hurry. This person in front of them was so powerful that they would definitely be a party figure in the future. Now that there was an opportunity to get acquainted, how could they let it go so easily? If I guessed correctly, you are the number 1 on this scoreboard, Chen Xian, Master Qian, right? One of the boys smiled and rubbed his hands together. What, Master Qian? The corner of Chen Xian's mouth twitched. He could understand being called Brother Qian. What kind of title was this Master Qian? Could it be that he looked significantly older? Actually, those firewolves are nothing, we found even bigger prey. Chen Xian had wanted to drive them away straight away, but he never expected them to come up with such a sentence. This, in turn, caught his attention. The firewolf beast group just now was already a huge piece of fat meat. Could it be that there was an even fatter one? Seeing that the 3 men and 2 women had successfully aroused Chen Xian's interest, they also hemmed and hawed. And then, Chen Xian supported Su Shuaying and followed the 3 men and 2 women in the direction of the so-called bigger prey. Not long after, Chen Xian and the others arrived near their destination. Several people hid behind a reddish-brown mountain rock and peered into it. One could only see that it was a massive firewolf lair, which contained many magma pools of varying sizes. Many firewolves were either resting on the rocks near the pools or moving around in these magma pools. It was difficult to see their numbers clearly for a while. Among them, there were not a few firewolves with second-order strength. Especially in the biggest magma pool in the center of the lair, a firewolf king that exuded a very strong aura compared to the other firewolves was playing with a few female wolves in the magma pool. This firewolf king, it was estimated that its strength had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. Surprisingly, a peak 2nd-order ferocious beast has appeared. This exam is truly extraordinary. Chen Xian secretly said in his heart. Based on the experience of the college entrance exams in previous years, the most that would appear in the college entrance exams would be a mid-2nd-order ferocious beast. This was because even a genius with a higher grade of awakened sword soul would only reach this stage in strength. However, this fire wolf king in front of him was actually a peak 2nd-order beast. That Grand Master's strike was truly formidable. But all of this was nothing in front of Chen Xian, a mid-3rd stage powerhouse. As usual, they were killed with a single sword strike. As soon as a few of us arrived at the core area, we hadn't even killed a few monsters before we came across this firewolf lair. At that time, that firewolf king was parleying happily with the she-wolf in the lava pool. But he suddenly discovered us peeping from the sidelines, and that's why he was chased by such a large number of firewolves. 2 of the 3 men and 2 women opened their mouths and whispered. I see, you guys are really lucky. Chen Xian nodded his head. If his guess was correct, this group of firewolf beasts were the peak 2nd stage firewolf king. It was the so-called grand finale of the college entrance exam. With such a large number of firewolf packs, there was no lack of strong leaders. Moreover, wolves themselves are good at fighting in groups. I'm afraid that any candidate who encounters this pack of firewolves will be at their wits' end. Indeed, it was an extremely difficult level that could be called the grand finale boss of the college entrance exam. And this grand finale boss, unexpectedly just let these few people bump into it. I have to say that luck is really good. However, the 3 men and 2 women were already crying without tears. They didn't think it was luck. Strength enough people meet is good luck, strength is not enough, that is pure bad luck. For example, just now, they were almost eliminated from the game. We are weak and can't eat meat even if we have it, I don't know Master Qian. Chen Xian knew that they were testing their strength. After all, no one would believe that anyone among the candidates could single-handedly take on a pack of firewolves on their own. Chen Xian did not reply, only saying to Su Shuaying beside him. Shuaying, just stay here for now, I'll clean up these firewolves. Chen Xian said. Good. Su Shuaying nodded her head and said in a well-behaved manner. Just now, she unexpectedly couldn't keep it up once again, it was so humiliating to mess with. Hey, Master Qian, can you team up with us? We'll just have some soup, a boy whispered. Chen Xian smiled and did not reject their request. After all, it was these guys who led the way, so it was fine to give them some broth to drink. At this moment, inside the main invigilator room, Yang Jin followed Chen Xian's movements, his heart beating with excitement. Ever since Chen Xian had displayed his divine power in the Blood Crow's Nest, he had been keeping an eye on this candidate. The various performances that followed had also left Yang Jin in awe. To be so powerful at such a young age was rare amongst the freshmen who had just taken the college entrance exam. This son's future was certainly unlimited. There was hope that he could grow up to become a sword emperor and defend the people of Great Xia. However, he now seems to want to face that Firewolf's lair alone. Wasn't this a bit too ambitious? However, seeing Chen Xian on the screen, he walked into the Firewolf's lair without any trepidation and with great confidence. Yang Jin still wanted to see what kind of surprises this candidate named Chen Xian could still bring to him. The core area of the examination center, the Firewolf lair. The numerous firewolves had already discovered Chen Xian, who had stepped out from behind the mountain rocks, and one by one, they awoke from their rest and bared their fangs. The Firewolf King in the most central magma pool was also furious when he saw that another human had come to disturb his beauty. Ow! With the Firewolf King's command, countless firewolves rushed towards Chen Xian with their mouths wide open. Devour, endless dark shadow. Chen Xian lightly called out as monstrous dark shadows appeared, surging towards the firewolves that surrounded and killed them. These firewolves did not even utter a single scream before they were swallowed into them, and they flew away into dust. Chapter 35, breaking the record of 1 million points. Chen Xian had drawn his sword against the enemy before, it was just that he hadn't drawn his sword to fight in 3 months. So it was just a matter of wanting to draw his sword to try his hand at it. But in fact, with his strength of the middle third stage, even simply releasing the dark shadows without doing any attack techniques would be enough to clean up all the ferocious beasts in this college entrance examination center. So facing these firewolves that swarmed up and wanted to tear him to pieces, he was already too lazy to draw his sword. Directly and simply releasing a wide range of dark shadows and swallowing them all would be okay. The first to lunge at Chen Xian were some peak first-rank firewolves, and in the face of this terrifying dark shadow, they simply did not have any defense or ability to escape. Whichever part of their body came into contact with the dark shadow would turn into nothingness. If the entire body was swallowed by the dark shadow, it would naturally disappear without a trace. The firewolves that bared their teeth at the back and were ready to strike saw that some of their counterparts in front of them had lost their heads, some had lost their claws, and more than that, the entire body of the wolf was left without a single bit of its body, and they were immediately scared to the point that their eyes were round, and they backed up with their tails tucked under their legs. This black shadow was too terrifying. In all their years of wolf life, they had never seen such a terrifying contraption. This group of firewolves were not brainless creatures that would only die for nothing like the blood crows from before. They were smart, and this was a necessary condition for the wolves to be able to accomplish teamwork. But smart creatures were often more afraid of death. After seeing numerous of their kind devoured without a trace by the shadow, the crowd of firewolves were too scared to come forward. Wow! Master Dive is so handsome. Facing so many firewolves, not only were they not at a disadvantage, but they killed the other party back and forth. Master Qian's thigh. We'll hug it. The 3 men and 2 women behind the mountain rock shouted excitedly. Su Shuiying looked at Chen Xian's valiant body, and her heart was also stirred. These firewolves did not rush to attack again, but instead spread out and circled around to surround Chen Xian in the center. Chen Xian just smiled as he watched their actions. Even if they surrounded themselves, what threat could they pose to them? Any amount of ploys and strategies by the weak were like a fragile piece of white paper in front of the powerful. Ow! Several early or mid-second order firewolf leaders walked up from outside the encirclement of the first order firewolves, glaring angrily at Chen Xian. The peak second-rank firewolf king did not come forward, but it also walked up from the lava pool, a pair of ferocious eyes staring at Chen Xian. For Chen Xian, the human who had disturbed it from having nothing to do with the she-wolf and killed its kind, the firewolf king really couldn't wait to tear it apart. However, as the boss, it still needed to send its little brothers to test the waters again first. Thus, 5 or 6 early or mid-second stage firewolf leaders slowly approached Chen Xian with low whimpering sounds. The dark shadows around Chen Xian hovered silently, with a kind of silent terror that did not know when it would erupt. After approaching Chen Xian at a certain distance, these firewolf leaders began to circle around Chen Xian, their eyes staring at Chen Xian without stopping for a moment. They were searching for Chen Xian's breaks, and were also on constant guard against Chen Xian's movements. Depending on Chen Xian's performance, they would make different choices at any time, a swift strike or escape. Chen Xian could of course choose to use Dark Shadow to directly devour these firewolf leaders. However, he had always had doubts about one thing. That was, where exactly did all the matter that had been devoured by his dark shadow run off to? As everyone knew, energy did not arise out of thin air, nor did it disappear out of thin air. Therefore, the energy of those substances that had been devoured by Chen Qian's dark shadow should also exist somewhere. Chen Qian realized after careful contemplation and research. Most of the energy contained in those substances that were devoured by the dark shadow was digested by the dark shadow itself. It seemed that the more energy the dark shadow devoured, the stronger it would become itself. This was something that Chen Qian had just discovered since he had been fighting for this period of time. However, for some reason, this system fellow only gave himself unlock rewards from time to time, but didn't tell himself about the fact that the dark shadow could evolve on its own just by devouring it. It seemed that this ability was an ability that the endless shadow sword spirit itself had, and had nothing to do with the system. Or perhaps, the system did not want to tell itself this for some purpose. But for what exactly, Chen Qian couldn't figure it out for a moment. After all, he was still fighting right now, so he would not think about these things for now. In short, devouring can make my shadow stronger. After Chen Qian came back to his senses, with a movement of his mind, the dark shadows around him were like large hands that grabbed towards the several fire wolf leaders. The fire wolf leaders all wore horrified expressions, and then their bodies lashed out, spitting a flame out of their mouths. They probably knew that retreating was useless, so they exerted all the strength in their bodies to spit out this flame. They tried to use the power of these flames to resist this terrifying shadow. However, these flames were just like Zhou Xiaoting's thunder in the beginning, failing to block the dark shadow's onslaught in the slightest. Wordlessly, the dark shadows devoured the flames, transforming into large hands that grasped a fire wolf leader within them. Ow! Several fire wolf leaders struggled and shouted, but they were powerless to resist. Soon, these few fire wolf leaders were also swallowed into the shadow. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside the shadows, all the fire wolves knew that their leaders couldn't come back. Their leaders had been completely annihilated by this abominable human. Chen Qian clearly felt the emotions of fear, anger and sadness in the bodies of these firewolves. But he would lament at most. It did not produce any emotions of pity. This world, this was just the way it was. Between humans and ferocious beasts, they could only kill each other. Although he was now brutally killing these many years of ferocious beasts. However, in history, every time the ferocious beasts became a tide and launched an invasion against humans, which time did they not kill countless humans? The 7 great sword emperors of the Great Xia 100 years ago, now only one of them was left in his old age. There was no need to have any compassion for the ferocious beasts. Ow! The Fire Wolf King seemed to have finally chosen to make a move as it roared loudly twice from its spot towards Chen Qian. The crowd of fire wolves also seemed to have a backbone, and they all had the courage to bark at Chen Qian. However, even Chen Qian thought that this Fire Wolf King was going to rush up to avenge his clansmen. This Fire Wolf King unexpectedly turned his body around and turned his head to run. The Fire Wolf King actually turned around and turned his head to run. Those present, whether it was Chen Qian, Su Shuiying, and the 3 men and 2 women behind the mountain rock, or even the crowd of firewolves themselves, were all stunned. What? You're a Fire Wolf King, and your kind is being killed, and you're actually running away? The firewolves that had come back to their senses were also panicking as they fled after the Firewolf King's ass. Chen Qian couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the hundreds of firewolves that were so scared in front of him that they ran away with their tails between their legs. Really, was he that terrifying? Devour it, endless shadow, don't spare a single head. Chen Qian did not hesitate, waving his hand forward, the dark shadows around him chasing towards the front like hounds. The dark shadows were silent, massive, and extremely fast. Although these firewolves fled desperately, they still could not escape the dark shadows. Soon, countless firewolves didn't even let out a single wail before they were swallowed into the shadows, no longer alive. Even the peak second order Fire Wolf King at the front. A peak second order high school grand finale boss, not only did he scurry in front of Chen Qian, but he was also like an ordinary firewolf. At this moment, it was actually also like an ordinary firewolf, being swallowed by the shadows without a sound. Soon, this area of the mountain was covered in dark shadows. Not a single firewolf escaped from the shadow-covered mountain. This dark shadow didn't immediately disperse, but rather quietly and slowly rotated around the mountain. It was as if it was like a ferocious beast slowly digesting after eating a large amount of food. Quiet, terrifying. At this moment, the 3 men and 2 women behind the mountain rock were paralyzed with fear. They could tell that Chen Qian was very powerful, but they did not want Chen Qian to be so terrifying. A single person, without even moving his feet, had annihilated the most powerful fire wolf beast group in the gauntlet. That huge and terrifying dark shadow was like a greedy devil, not sparing a single moment and devouring them all. They trembled as they looked towards the points list on their bracelets, wanting to see what kind of terrifying number Chen Xian's points had come to at this moment. Su Shuiying was also curious and looked towards the bracelet. It wasn't just them, the candidates in the entire examination room who were looking down to check the leaderboard, as well as the chief examiner Yang Jin who was looking at the screen in the invigilation room. All of the invigilators, as well as the many leaders, all looked towards the leaderboard without fail. Their faces were horrified. Only to see. First place, Chen Xian, 1 million. Chen Xian's points came to a terrifying 1 million. This had already far exceeded the Mountain River Province's high school examination points record. Chapter 36 High Exam Interrupted, Fourth Order Fierce Beasts Emerge. At this moment, inside the examination center, all the candidates, no matter which region they were in, let out incredulous exclamations. No? Seriously, how could someone's points break through 1 million? This must have broken into the core area and made a huge kill. Holy cow, it's only the first day of the college entrance exam. Chen Xian. From the very beginning of the exams it was this person who was number 1, it's never changed. Now with 1 million points, it's a sure thing that he's number 1 on the domination list. There's no provincial number 1 sword in Seoul High School nearby. Who said that Chen Xian awakened the waste sword soul has been abolished? People are still dominating the list. Okay. I drop mama. How am I taking the entrance exams with this kind of perverted genius? Although the candidates inside the examination room had no way to contact each other from a distance, they all opened their mouths to marvel. Inside the main monitoring room, Yang Jin's face was red from extreme exhilaration. This candidate called Chen Xian was truly capable of giving people surprises that far exceeded their expectations time and time again. Originally, he had thought that Chen Xian was a bit too ambitious to single-handedly challenge the entire Firewolf Beast pack. He felt that even if Chen Xian did manage to succeed, he would at most barely be able to achieve victory. Unexpectedly, he had directly killed all of the beasts in a crushing manner, with a completely absolute hunting advantage. This candidate named Chen Xian's strength had definitely reached the 3rd stage level. Only 3 months had passed since the awakening of the Sword Soul. Even if he was able to break through into the 2nd rank, he was already good enough. 3rd rank, it really was an unprecedented heavenly talent. This candidate is also too strong to have effortlessly killed and destroyed the most powerful Firewolf Beast pack in the examination center. One of the invigilators said in dumbfounded surprise. However, Yang Jin shook his head with a smile on his face. Did you think that it was only the Firewolf Beast pack that Chen Xian had annihilated? When Yang Jin said this, the invigilators present were once again shocked. They looked at the numbers on the scoreboard and perceived a fact. That was that not only was Chen Xian's points 1 million. Even Su Shuiying, who was 2nd on the list, was surprisingly close to 1 million. There were also several students after him whose points had risen by tens of thousands of points. Only then did they remember that Chen Xian wasn't alone. He had teamed up with others. And he had already shared half of the points gained from killing the ferocious beast with Su Shuiying and a small portion with several others. This meant that the points Chen Xian had just gained from killing the ferocious beast were actually more than 1 million. And although the group of firewolves were numerous, they wouldn't be worth so much. This indicated. Not bad, Chen Xian didn't just kill the group of firewolf beasts, but all the ferocious beasts on that mountain. Yang Jin looked at Chen Xian on the monitor screen and said approvingly. The air at the scene suddenly choked. Monster genius. Everyone's minds could only think of such a word. And in another monitoring room, Principal Qin Tianjiang and any of the leaders of the Education Bureau were all paralyzed on the floor at this moment. It was over, it was all over. This time, Chen Xian, the person who had been expelled from school and had taken the college entrance examination in a social capacity, was definitely going to dominate the 1st place list, and then take the top prize of the Mountain River Province college entrance examination without any suspense. And when this matter to the society as soon as announced, their Shanha province education sector will be reduced to a national laughingstock. And they, too, will never be able to keep their current positions. Lu Xiong stood in front of the monitoring equipment, but was still standing. After all, this matter again have influence, but also not to his governor jacked. The probability is that someone above reprimanded him, and then he jerked the other people on the end. He is now the most sorrowful, or a mistake, he unexpectedly abandoned such an excellent son-in-law. Alas! But what Lu Xiong didn't know was that what was about to happen next was enough to make everyone present kneel down in fear. Invigilator Yang, why do I feel that there's something strange about the volcano in the picture? An invigilator looked straight at the monitor screen and let out a question. Including Yang Zhen, everyone present carefully looked towards the volcano in the core area. There, it was also exactly where Chen Xian was. A volcano, about to erupt? How is this possible? Yang Zhen said in shock. This volcano in the examination center had clearly erupted once not long ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been chosen as the examination center for the college entrance exam. With such a short period of time, this volcano would not have accumulated enough pressure to complete an eruption. Most likely, something else caused it. Core Area Invigilator, go check on the volcano immediately. Yang Zhen hurriedly began to make contact. However, Yang Zhen did not hear a reply for a long time. What's wrong? Hurry up and answer. Yang Zhen had an extremely unpleasant premonition in his heart and shouted. This. Examiner Yang, it seems like we've been teleported outside the examination center. What? Hearing the callback, Yang Zhen's face was filled with horror. Not bad, at this time, outside the college entrance examination center. A large group of invigilators stood with bewildered faces. They had just been in their respective work areas, either the first level area, the second level area, or even the third level in core areas. But in just a second's effort, the scenery in front of them changed. Subsequently, they unexpectedly realized that they had appeared outside the entrance examination hall. Oops. We can't get in. An invigilator let out a shout. At this moment, the college entrance examination hall had been sealed by an inexplicable boundary. No one could enter from the outside world again. All of the invigilators were shaken. Moving them, the invigilators, out of the examination room and surrounding the entire examination room with a sturdy boundary. This was clearly a deliberate maneuver by someone. The Mountain River Province College entrance examination, I'm afraid that there's going to be a big mess. At this time, the core area of the examination center, the volcano. Dive. You're really too strong. Su Shuiying ran over with a face of excitement, and with a flying leap, she jumped into Chen Xian's arms. It's just a bunch of low-ranked ferocious beasts. Chen Xian hugged Su Shuiying and said with a smile. The 3 men and 2 women also hurriedly surrounded Chen Xian and thanked him. They had all received quite a few points as well, so it could be said that they had been greatly benefited. I knew that Lord Shadow was incredibly valiant and invincible. Little brother is willing to follow Lord Xin around and do as he is told. Little sister is willing to be one of Master Qian's and Sister Shuiying's attendants and serve with all her heart. Several people were expressing their intention to submit. Anyone could tell that Chen Xian would become a great man in the future. Even the historical sword emperors might not have been as stunning as Chen Xian when they were young. It's always a good idea to embrace the big leg before it's too late. But Chen Xian was not interested in such things at all. People like this who admired his power and approached him would automatically be classified by him into the category of his own classmates who had betrayed him. This kind of person who only pandered to the strong, Chen Xian did not like. But just as Chen Xian was about to drive them away, the earth beneath his feet unexpectedly began to rumble and tremble. What's going on here? The crowd was in awe before they all looked towards the volcanic mountain not far away in unison. They only saw that the mountain seemed to be shaking, the sound was rumbling, and there were some burning flames. Could it be the volcano is about to erupt? Su Shuiying got off of Chen Xian's body. The excitement she had just felt and the shock she felt now made her unable to care about being shy. No, I feel that something is about to rise up. Chen Xian's brows furrowed, and an ominous feeling of foreboding was also in his heart. Then, the volcano shook more and more violently, and the rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Bang! A piece of magma exploded from the crater of the volcano, and at the same time, a huge red-black shadow flew out. Ow ow ow! The huge red-black shadow spread its wings over the volcano and let out a deafening roar. This was surprisingly a reddish-brown dragon-shaped ferocious beast. Chen Xian was able to sense that the power of this ferocious beast was feared to have reached the early 4th stage. This was definitely far beyond the scope of the exam regulated by the college entrance exam syllabus. An unexpected event occurred in the college entrance exam room. It was at this moment that an emergency notification appeared on all the candidates' bracelets. Emergency. A fourth-order ferocious beast, the magma subdragon, has appeared in the core area of the examination center, and the examination center is surrounded by an unknown boundary, which is currently in the process of being cracked. The Mountain River Province College entrance examination has been interrupted. Please don't panic and try to rush to the first level area to stand by. Chapter 37, Sword Soul Liberation, Eternal Night Monarch. Almost all of the candidates noticed the official emergency notification that popped up on their bracelets at the first opportunity. The candidates located in different zones did not give the same reaction. First were the examinees in the Tier 1 area. The exams had already been going on for quite some time, and at this time there were very few candidates still wandering around the Level 1 area hunting ferocious beasts. However, there were still a certain number of weaker candidates who had yet to step out of the Level 1 area. These types of candidates were farther away from the core area, making it difficult for them to notice the changes that had occurred in the core area. But seeing the emergency notice, they still immediately rushed over towards the edge of the Level 1 area. Seeing that there was indeed a group of invigilators at the outer edge of the exam room attacking the exam room's boundary, they were convinced in their hearts. This emergency notice was true. There was a fourth-order ferocious beast inside the examination center. What was the concept of a fourth-order ferocious beast? Among the invigilators, less than half of them had fourth-order strength. If such a beast were to go on a killing spree in the examination center, no candidate would be able to kill it. The entire Mountain River Province's candidates who took the college entrance exams would most likely be wiped out by this fourth-ranked ferocious beast. The candidates in the first rank area looked over towards the interior of the examination center. Only in the sky of the core area in the distance, the volcano seemed to be erupting with thick black smoke. And in the middle of the second and third level zones. Hey! Is this news true or not? A fourth-ranked ferocious beast has appeared? This wouldn't be one of that grandpa's exam questions, right? Don't be stupid, can't you look up and see the mutation over in the core area? The officials won't joke about such things. We'd better hurry and escape. A fourth-ranked beast, even all of us together can't defeat it. The candidates in the second and third level zones could already faintly see some of the sights of the core zone. Some of them had also clearly heard the terrifying hissing sound of the magma subdragon as it emerged. At this moment, they all hurriedly put down the ferocious beasts in their hands that they had yet to finish hunting and ran towards the edge of the examination center. However, even if they were able to rush to the edge of the examination center, it didn't mean that their safety could be guaranteed. This was because the boundary outside the examination center was still yet to be broken through. What's going on with this boundary? Why hasn't it been broken through yet? Yangjin was shouting into the intercom. It's like this, Examiner Yangjin, this boundary is set up very skillfully, it's deliberately done by someone, in a short period of time, we really can't break through it. The invigilator on the scene replied to Yangjin. Damn it! Yangjin gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Since this was done deliberately by someone, then the other party would be well aware of the defense level of the entrance exam site. Then, the knot set up by the other party would definitely not allow himself to crack it easily. However, if one didn't break the boundary immediately, the candidates in the periphery were fine, but what about the candidates who were located in the core area right now? This was especially true of Chen Xian and the others who had just hunted the firewolf beast pack near the volcano. They were now the closest to the magma subdragon. They could be attacked and killed to death by the magma subdragon at any time. How could a heavenly talent like Chen Xian, who was expected to become a sword emperor in the future and protect the Great Summer, die on the college entrance exam? Yangjin stared nervously at the large monitoring screen. In his heart, he only hoped that Chen Xian and the others would run quickly. To be able to run a little bit was a little bit, and hold on until they cracked the boundary to rescue them. However, he saw that not only did this kid not run away, but instead, he flew up against the magma subdragon. What does this kid want? Does he think he can defeat a fourth-ranked ferocious beast? Core area, volcano. The magma subdragon flew out of the volcano's crater and rose into the sky, hissing furiously. The reason why the volcano below was erupting abnormally was because this fourth-ranked magma subdragon was hiding in it. Ah! Let's hurry and run! The 3 men and 2 women who had just said that they would follow Chen Xian and serve their dogs and horses. As soon as they saw this fourth-order magma subdragon appear, they didn't even care about the others and ran outside with their legs spread out. Su Shuiying blankly glanced at them in a very speechless manner and turned back to Chen Xian. Xian, let's quickly leave as well. Su Shuiying also had undisguised fear in her eyes. Her current strength was only at the middle stage of the second rank, and facing a 4th-rank ferocious beast, she simply had no power to fight back. It could only be slaughtered. At this moment, they were less than a few kilometers away from the magma subdragon, and could easily be attacked and killed by it. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Shuiying not to feel scared. However, no matter how scared she was, she had no intention of leaving Chen Xian to run alone. Instead, Chen Xian shook his head. "It's fine, Shuang, don't worry, this magma subdragon seems to be doing something." Chen Xian's gaze was firmly fixed on the magma subdragon in the sky, pondering something. The college entrance exams inspection of the examination center was very strict. It was impossible for a wild ferocious beast to appear in the examination center. This magma subdragon must have been deliberately hidden in the examination center by a very stealthy means. As for the purpose, it was obviously to hunt the candidates in the examination hall and suppress the geniuses of the younger generation of the Great Xia country. Mountain River Province was the largest province within the Great Xia country for the entrance exams, so it was not surprising that it was chosen as a target. However, although a 4th-ranked ferocious beast had the strength to make enemies of all the candidates. However, it was impossible for the officials to be so incompetent as to allow this 4th-ranked ferocious beast to hunt and kill the candidates, and delay in breaking the boundary to come to their rescue. Therefore, it was likely that the crisis that would appear within the examination center would be more than just this 4th-ranked ferocious beast. The fact that the magma subdragon was constantly hissing in the air without immediately launching its hunt for the candidates meant that it was doing something right now. This ferocious beast, it seems like it's calling out for something. Seeing that Chen Xian was not leaving, Su Shuiying began to observe this magma subdragon as well. "It does look like it." Chen Xian also nodded and said. Soon, another urgent message sent from the bracelet answered the doubts of the two. "The ferocious beasts in the examination hall have gone berserk for unknown reasons. Their strength has risen by one small order and they are raging abnormally. All candidates please gather quickly in place and work together to resist the ferocious beasts and wait for rescue." So, the magma subdragon hissing in the air is to make the ferocious beasts within the examination hall go berserk, Chen Xian said. After the ferocious beasts within the examination hall went berserk, their strength rose by a small stage and they were unusually berserk. These ferocious beasts would pose a great threat to the candidates inside the examination hall. This was indeed the case. In the 2nd and 3rd level areas, many of the candidates encountered these berserk beasts as they fled outwards. The ferocious beasts that were originally only in the middle or late 1st stage had their strength skyrocketed to the late and peak 1st stage. Furthermore, the temperament of these beasts had become even more violent, actively chasing after the candidates to attack them. Many of the candidates couldn't fight and were already in danger. And in the 1st level area, although most of the ferocious beasts here were only in the early 1st level, even after they had gone berserk, they were only in the middle 1st level. But likewise, the candidates who stayed here were mostly mediocre. Facing a group of berserked mid-1st stage ferocious beasts, it was really difficult for them to cope. "Don't! Save me!" Some of the candidates frantically slapped the boundary on the periphery of the examination center, but they were still attacked and killed by the ferocious beasts behind them. And outside the boundary, the invigilator was fighting to attack, trying to break the boundary, but he was powerless as he watched the candidates being killed in front of his eyes. A tragic scene like this was being staged all around the examination center. Dive. Su Shuiying looked at the newly sent message, her face a little white. They were now in the core area, and there were 2nd-ranked ferocious beasts everywhere. That is, all of the ferocious beasts on this mountain had just been wiped out by Chen Xian, so they were currently safe and sound. However, outside of this hilltop, there were definitely already berserk 2nd-order ferocious beasts everywhere. The 3 men and 2 women who had just run out, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have a good ending either. In front of them was a 4th-rank magma subdragon, and outside were a handful of berserked 2nd-rank beasts. To the average candidate, this was the realm of absolute death. And at this moment, the magma subdragon seemed to have discovered Chen Xian and Su Shuiying down below, releasing a ferocious killing intent. "Shuiying, wait for me," Chen Xian said, and then partially shadowed himself, slowly rising into the sky. Preparing to meet the magma subdragon in the air. Su Shuiying looked at Chen Xian with a worried face. She knew that Chen Xian was strong. But even if he was strong, did he have the strength to kill a 4th-ranked ferocious beast? However, she could do nothing but stay where she was and pin her hopes on Chen Xian. "Xian, you can definitely do it." Chen Xian rose into the air at the same level as the magma subdragon. He had nothing to fear in the face of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. It wasn't as if he hadn't fought against 4th-ranked foes in the underground sword-fighting arena. Although it was difficult to win with 1/5 of his strength without drawing his sword, he still won. A 4th rank ferocious beast was just a beast, it wasn't hard to take it down. Although simply drawing the sword was enough. But not long ago the system had just given him the Sword Soul Liberation skill, so why not use it? Sword Soul Liberation. Endless Shadow, Eternal Night Monarch. Chapter 38. The dark tide is surging, covering the sky. Chen Qian gripped the hilt of his sword, the tip pointing downwards. With Chen Qian's soft call, the endless dark shadow sword gradually transformed into dark shadows and dispersed, starting from the tip of the sword at the bottom. Until the hilt Chen Qian was holding also turned into dark shadows. This endless shadow sword had all turned into dark shadows, quietly surrounding Chen Qian's body. The ability of a sword soul was actually the ability of the sword soul master himself. The so-called sword soul was merely a means of channeling this ability through a figurative means. The liberation of the sword soul, however, was to free oneself from the constraints of this materialization, allowing the ability to be fully brought into play. Purely in terms of strength, Chen Qian's power had increased tenfold compared to before liberation. Furthermore, the dark shadows surrounding Chen Qian at this moment were already different from the ones that existed before when he did not have his sword soul emancipation. The dark shadows at this moment were much deeper, terrifying, and inscrutable. Chen Qian's ability to manipulate the dark shadows had also become stronger, if before, he was using the dark shadows as a weapon to catalyze. Then now, these dark shadows had simply become part of his body, and could be moved at his whim. Most importantly, under the sword soul liberation state, his shadows can truly be called endless. In his unemancipated state, he had already reached his limit when he covered the entire mountain with his shadow. But now, Chen Qian felt that he could extend his shadow to an infinite distance. Chen Qian looked at the magma subdragon in front of him, the corner of his mouth tickling with a smile. Let's use you, to try out the power of sword soul liberation. Inside the main invigilator room, Yang Jin looked at Chen Qian on the screen, dumbstruck. Although he couldn't hear what Chen Qian said. But he understood very well that the dissolution of the sword blade meant that the ability was no longer bound by figuration. It meant that the sword soul was liberated. This was a skill that only a 7th rank sword soul master would normally be able to possess. Even he, Yang Jin, was still far from this move. But Chen Qian, a candidate who had just awakened his sword soul 3 months ago, had mastered this skill? Yang Jin would never think that Chen Qian's soul pressure had reached the 7th rank. If he could reach the 7th rank in 3 months, he wouldn't be human at all. But if one could acquire sword soul liberation at the 3rd rank, that would also be rather inhuman. This Chen Qian, could he really be able to kill a 4th ranked ferocious beast? Yang Jin didn't dare to utter a single breath for fear of missing the image before him. Regardless of whether or not Chen Qian could really decapitate this 4th ranked ferocious beast, he was already a heavenly talent like no other. He was the only one who should never die in the middle of this examination hall. Ow! The magma sub-dragon waved its huge wings in the air, hissing from its mouth, but it was slow to attack. It seemed that from its biological instincts, it had sensed the danger of the human in front of it. Therefore, it did not dare to launch an attack rashly. If you don't attack over, then I'll attack over. Chen Qian softly chanted. With the movement of his thoughts, the dark shadows around him began to devour towards the magma subdragon at an extremely fast speed. The dark shadows did not seem to follow the general laws of motion of matter, and it spread rapidly and slightly strangely. The magma subdragon was clearly startled and hurriedly spat out a mouthful of spit. A hot magma gushed out from its mouth and shot towards the spreading dark shadow. The magma spit collided with the dark shadows, and the scorching lava substance and the black dark shadow densities splashed and flew in all directions. For a time, it was actually a stalemate. This beast is not only at the early 4th stage, I'm afraid it has peak strength. Chen Qian felt the power from the magma spit and estimated in his heart. If this magma subdragon only had the power of the early 4th rank, then it would categorically not have the strength to block his own dark shadow in the sword soul liberation state. Facing a group of candidates whose average strength was less than 2nd rank, they released a peak 4th rank ferocious beast. The person who had laid out his plans in the dark was truly ruthless in his intentions. But he was unlucky enough to run into himself. Even if this magma subdragon was at the peak of the 4th rank, so what? In front of his own endless dark shadows, he could still only be mercilessly devoured. Chen Qian moved with a thought. In a flash, a mysterious and bizarre dark shadow suddenly emerged from around the magma subdragon's body. It was as if a large, terrifying hand was grasping towards the back of the magma subdragon. The magma subdragon's senses were very sharp, and when it realized that there was something strange behind it, it hurriedly stopped exhaling and swung its wings to start fleeing in the air. But what made it more and more alarmed was, no matter where it fled to, it was clear that it had already left the pursuing shadows far behind. However, from its surroundings, there would still be strange shadows emerging. It was as if these shadows were not chasing after him, but had long been lurking in every unknown place. Not bad, in fact, since the moment Chun Xian had used the sword soul liberation and the endless dark shadow sword had dissipated into dark shadows. This heaven and earth had already been filled with his dark shadows. It was only that these dark shadows did not manifest at the first moment. Disguise, lurk. This was also the nature of the dark shadows. Endless dark shadows had long since lurked in all areas within the reach of your eyes. You can't escape, Black Coffin. Chen Xian stood in the air without moving a single step, yet he was able to scare the peak 4th-ranked magma subdragon into fleeing in all directions. Only dark shadows were revealed at the front and back of the magma subdragon. The magma subdragon let out a hiss, still trying to make a final struggle. It exerted all its strength to break out in one of the directions. But even if it broke through the shadows that appeared in place, there was still a steady stream of shadows that appeared from all around it. There was no way to escape. This was the endless dark shadows that could be achieved in the eternal night monarch state after the sword soul was liberated. Ow! Amidst the mournful screams of the magma subdragon, it was wrapped up by the dark shadows that manifested around it. It was just like what Qin Shan had done to Naba in the underground sword fighting arena earlier. The magma subdragon was wrapped in dark shadows and was internally enduring dark shadow attacks from all directions. Bang! The magma subdragon screamed miserably as it charged out of the black coffin formed by the dark shadows. Although it managed to break out from the dark shadows, it was also seriously injured. Its torso had been mutilated in many places. Oh! Chen Shan was slightly surprised. He did not expect this magma subdragon to be able to break out of his own black coffin. One could only say that after all, it was a peak 4th-ranked ferocious beast that did have a bit of strength. But so what? Could it break out the first time, the second time, and still keep breaking out? Shadow, but it was endless awe. Ow! Amidst the screams of the magma subdragon, the dark shadow devoured it again and again. And the magma subdragon charged out of the dark shadow again and again. Each time it rushed out, its miserable screams became 1 point more miserable, and the mutilation of its body became 1 point more victorious. Su Shuiying stood on the ground below, her pair of beautiful eyes already dumbfounded. At the moment when the volcano shook and the 4th-ranked magma subdragon rushed up into the sky, her heart was actually enveloped in a kind of despair. Because, even a gap-spanning one stage was capable of crushing an opponent. Not to mention that this magma subdragon was a full 2 major stages higher than her. In short, at such a close distance, she was like a small rabbit on the ground, letting the falcon in the sky hunt her. However, that 4th-stage ferocious beast that seemed so terrifying to her was now being beaten by Qin Xian to the point where he was holding his head in his hands. Xian! You are really strong. Su Shuiying murmured. Time and time again, the magma subdragon escaped from the black coffin and was imprisoned within it again and again. At this point, it was already on the verge of dying. It's time for the final blow. Chen Shan remained standing in the air without moving a single footstep. The power of the sword soul liberation had already been tested almost to the limit. Now, it was time to result in this 4th-rank magma subdragon. Dark Tide, Black Coffin. With Chen Xian's command, like dark clouds covering the sun, all the dark shadows in this part of the sky suddenly became visible. The magma subdragon instantly stopped in the air, looking around in terror and bewilderment. Before, the dark shadows would just appear around it at any time. As long as it used all its strength, it was still able to rush out. But now, as far as its eyes could see, it was all black. There was no place to escape. If someone stood higher up in the sky and looked down, they would be able to see such a desperate scene. The dark shadows that covered the sky were like a tidal wave, surging towards a poor 4th-ranked ferocious beast. The poor 4th-ranked ferocious beast at first let out a few mournful cries, but was soon swallowed up by the dark shadows like dark clouds rolling. This dark shadow blocked all sound, all light, and all matter. The creatures that were deeply trapped in it were like being deprived of all senses except pain, and could only fall into deep despair in the devouring of the dark shadows. Chapter 39, Dark shadows cover the sky, enveloping the entire examination hall. Only after a long time did Chen Qian put away the dark shadows that filled the sky. As for that magma sub-dragon, there was already not even a single bone dregs left. The peak 4th rank ferocious beast was devoured by the dark shadows. All the energy contained in its body had been turned into nourishment for the endless dark shadows. This dark shadow is still thirsting for more energy to devour, thirsting for a higher level of evolution. Chen Qian secretly said in his heart. He felt that his dark shadow was now like a ravenous beast that was thirsting for more food. At this moment, the system also sent out a prompt once again. Soul pressure breakthrough, late 3rd stage. Shadow level up, LV30. Unlocked skill, spatial ability. Dark shadow unlocks spatial ability, allowing for spatial traversal. Spatial ability? Chen Qian was slightly surprised. As everyone knew, any ability that had something to do with time or space was extremely powerful. After his dark shadow awakened the ability of spatial attributes, its strength had definitely risen another level. Rather, I'll try to see how this spatial ability is going to be used first. Chen Qian manipulated some of the dark shadows around him and began to test out the newly awakened spatial attribute. It was discovered that this so-called spatial ability was also very simple, it was just that the dark shadows were able to achieve spatial spanning. Originally, he might need to lurk the dark shadows around the enemy in order to deliver a sudden strike. Or, he would have to maneuver the dark shadow to catch up in order to catch the enemy. But after awakening his spatial ability, none of that was needed. Dark shadow could completely cross space in a split second and directly grab the enemy in one fell swoop. And when encountering skills or obstacles like blocking, dark shadow could also directly space cross and ignore the obstacles. And this ability, it seemed, could also form a match with one's own shadow transformation ability. If one unleashed dark shadow's spatial ability while shadowed. After the shadow achieved spatial traversal, he or she would then lift the shadowization and return to himself or herself. Wouldn't one be able to move spatially then? Chen Qian felt that this kind of operation was completely feasible. It just so happens that there are still many berserked ferocious beasts inside the examination hall. Try the limit of my strength in the sword soul liberation state, and also devour another good wave to boost my strength. With a thought, Chen Qian began to emanate dark shadows out towards the entire sky above the examination hall. Inside the main monitoring room, Yang Jin looked at the scene on the monitor screen of Chen Qian violently decapitating the 4th-ranked ferocious beast, the magma subdragon. His emotions could not be calmed for a long time. He had been worried about Chen Qian's safety. He was worried that one of their great Xia's supreme geniuses would die in the hands of a 4th-order beast just like that. If it was true that an unparalleled genius who was expected to achieve Sword Emperor status in the future. Because of Yang Jin's negligence, he died a horrible death on the examination hall of the college entrance exam. Then he, Yang Jin, would simply be unable to absolve himself of the blame. But what he didn't expect was Chen Qian had not only defeated the 4th-ranked ferocious beast, the magma subdragon. It even presented a posture of invincibility, a posture of crushing. That 4th-ranked ferocious beast, in front of Chen Qian's dark shadow, was practically powerless and could only frantically flee. In the end, it was still drowned by the tidal wave of dark shadows, ushering in death and despair. Terrible, truly terrible. Yang Jin shook his head and sighed. Just now, when Chen Qian unleashed the dark shadows that covered the sky, the monitoring drone's line of sight was also obscured by the dark shadows, and soon there was nothing but pitch black on the screen. Nothing else could be seen, and no sound could be transmitted. This terrifying dark shadow made Yang Jin shudder even through the screen. If his Yang Jin's soul pressure was lowered to a level comparable to Chen Qian's, he felt that he didn't even have the courage to stand in front of Chen Qian and fight with him. That dark shadow was simply too terrifying. To be able to wantonly decapitate a 4th-ranked ferocious beast at a high school entrance exam, even the old Sword Emperor of today, I'm afraid he couldn't do this when he was young. Could this Chen Qian really be able to become the strongest Sword Emperor and guard the human race for 1,000 years? Yang Jin felt that this hope was very great. Yang Jin felt immense joy for Chen Qian's strength. But right now, there was something else that made him anxious. That was the fact that there were still many candidates in the current college entrance examination hall were facing the threat of the post-berserk ferocious beasts. And according to the news coming from the invigilator on the spot, it would take at least half an hour more to break the isolation boundary outside the examination center. If at the moment, it would still take half an hour for them to break through the boundary to save the people, then the candidates inside the field, I'm afraid that they would have to die or be injured by more than half. The impact that this kind of college entrance exam accident could cause was immeasurable. Was there any other method that could have prevented this from happening? Just as Yang Jin was anxiously thinking of a countermeasure, the invigilator next to him was the one who pointed at the screen and let out a startled cry. "Examiner Yang! Look at the screen! What's wrong with the screen?" "What?" Yang Jin was in an agitated mood, but as soon as he reared his head to look at the screen, his jaw dropped in shock. The different surveillance images coming from the various drones in front of them were turning into black screens one by one at an extremely fast speed. It wasn't that the drones or surveillance equipment were damaged. Rather, the cameras of all the drones were blocked by some kind of black substance. Could it be? Yang Jin's mind thought of some sort of shocking speculation. He decisively left the main invigilation room and walked towards the outside perimeter of the examination center. The surveillance had gone completely dark, so he could only go outside the examination center to confirm it in person. And Yang Jin, who ran to the periphery of the examination center, truly saw what he had guessed in his heart, that shocking scene. Only to see the rolling dark shadows that were enveloping the entire examination center from the direction of the core area over there. "Qian, what are you doing?" Su Shuiying was still standing at her original place, looking up at Chen Qian in the sky above. After she saw Chen Qian finish abusing the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts with his dark shadows, her heart was both shocked and happy that Chen Qian possessed such a powerful strength. She had thought that Chen Qian would come down from the sky after destroying the magma subdragon, then join her here to wait for the official rescue. But now, it seemed that she had still underestimated Chen Qian. Chen Qian did not choose to come down from the sky, instead, he scattered all of his dark shadows. It was actually quite obvious what Chen Qian wanted to do. It was just that she herself was too weak to believe the scenario that she had guessed. "Qian, I'm afraid that he was trying to kill all the ferocious beasts in the entire examination hall with his own strength. To save all the candidates in the entire examination hall. Qian, you are now simply the same as the Sword Emperor who guarded the Grand Xia." Su Shuiying's gaze towards Chen Qian became even more adoring. At this time, in the various areas of the examination hall, there were many examinees who had already been cornered by the berserked ferocious beasts. Some of them had actually been torn to shreds by the ferocious beasts before they even had the chance to pinch and burst their protective balls. Some of them had pinched the protection ball, but they were also trembling under the rounds of attacks from the ferocious beasts, and their defenses could be breached at any time. While many candidates were huddled in the bushes or in a corner underneath the mountain, unable to do anything in the face of the ferocious beasts, the sky gradually became dark. The sky, however, gradually became darker. What's going on? Is this going to rain? Their first reaction was naturally that the dark clouds were a sign of impending rain. But they also quickly realized that something was wrong. If it was just dark clouds covering the sun, at most the sky would have become rather dim. But now, the weather could be more than just dim. The black substance that filled the sky seemed to isolate all the light shining down from the heavens. Right now, it was so dark around them that they could almost barely see anything. Only the candidates who were closer to the periphery of the examination center could still see something with the help of the light shining in from the side. What's going on here? Is it also an attack from the ferocious beasts? Now we can't even see where the beasts are, it's even more dangerous. Who the hell did this? When people's vision was deprived of darkness, the first thing that came to mind was not that someone was saving them. Rather, they followed their biological instincts and felt the fear of losing light. But soon, they heard an unusual sound. Bang! Ah 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 ah. There seemed to be some kind of chain-like sound that rang out, seemingly inserted into the bodies of the ferocious beasts in front of them. Immediately afterward, the ferocious beasts let out a burst of miserable screams. The examinees inside the examination center did not have a clear vision and could not fully see what was happening in front of them. However, the invigilators on the periphery of the examination center saw this shocking scene. Only to see a vast darkness enveloping the entire exam room, countless thick black chains rushed out from the darkness in the sky and plunged over towards the ferocious beasts on the ground. Chapter 40 Dark Shadow Cataclysm, Slaughtering the Fierce Beasts in the Examination Hall. The invigilators outside the examination center let out cries of shock. Who the hell did this? It's terrifying. Is this any invigilator responsible for the security of the examination center who wasn't teleported out and was making a move to slaughter the ferocious beasts? This terrifying shadow, I've never heard of such a strong person before. Only the interior of the examination center was seen. A vast dark shadow covered the entire examination room. Only with the help of the light from outside the examination center that shot in from the side was it possible to peer into it. Countless thick black chains stretched out from the vast dark shadows in the air, mercilessly stabbing at the ferocious beasts on the ground. Some of the ferocious beasts were penetrated through the flesh and bones of their bodies by the tips of the chains. Some ferocious beasts were locked up by the chains and were unable to move. However, regardless of whether these ferocious beasts were run through their bodies by the chains or were bound by the chains, they were unable to move and could only wail and accept their fate. Soon, these ferocious beasts were wrapped in the shadowy chains and rose into the sky. No matter how much they struggled to escape, they were unable to get away. The crowd of invigilators all watched as they were pulled into the air by the shadow chains, and immediately afterward, they were swept into the vast dark shadows in the air. The next thing they knew, they would never see these ferocious beasts come out of the dark shadows in the sky again. All of the ferocious beasts wailed and disappeared into the dark shadows of the sky, and then they all disappeared without a trace. No one dared to imagine what would happen to these beasts in the dark shadows of the sky. And those chains that caught the beasts in, soon reached out from the shadows again and continued to hunt other beasts. The ferocious beasts in the entire examination room were all being hunted by the countless chains reaching out from the dark shadows in the sky. The invigilators outside the arena were still busy cracking the boundary, and at the same time discussing which senior had such powerful shadowy abilities. Only Yang Jin knew who was actually making the move. And in the interior of the examination center. Although the closer one got to the center of the examination hall, the less light shone in from the periphery of the examination hall, and the lower the visibility became. But all the examinees who were inside the examination hall were also able to realize that something was happening nearby. This was because there were some among them whose sword soul abilities could glow, providing a certain degree of visibility. Even if they didn't, they would still be able to detect what was going on in the vicinity with their sense of hearing alone. This dark shadow that covered the sky was actually here to save them. Countless dark shadow chains were being stretched out from that roiling dark shadow, attacking and killing the ferocious beasts within the field, rescuing them from the threat of the ferocious beasts. This roiling dark shadow, it's so terrifying that it's actually hunting down the entire field of ferocious beasts. A moment ago I was still scared because of the darkness, now I can only feel a full sense of security. It must have been one of the seniors supervising the exams who made a move. We're all saved. No, wait, you guys pay attention to the points of the first place on the leaderboard. The first reaction of the candidates in the examination hall. Naturally, they thought that this person who had hunted down the entire field of ferocious beasts and saved their lives was a certain senior who was supervising the exams. But soon enough, someone noticed that on the electronic screen of the smart bracelet, the points of the first person on the points ranking list seemed to be changing. His points, surprisingly, were changing crazily. Everyone still remembered that just a short while ago, Chen Xian, who was number 1 on the points list, didn't know how many ferocious beasts he had hunted and killed in the core area, and his points had unexpectedly reached a huge 1 million. But now, Chen Xian's points were even surging madly. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed 1.5 million, 2 million, and was still continuing to rise. He, Chen Xian, should be hiding in the corner just like them. But why are the points still clicking and soaring? As we all know, according to the rules of the exam, only by killing ferocious beasts could one gain points. And right now, the entire field of ferocious beasts are being attacked and killed by the shadow chains. Then, there is only one truth. That is, the one who set up the dark shadows that covered the sky and manipulated the shadow chains to kill all the beasts in the arena. It wasn't any senior who was supervising the exams. Rather, it was just a candidate within the examination hall just like them. The identity of that candidate was Chen Xian. No, really fake. This kind of thing, is it really something that a candidate can do? This person has the strength to hunt and kill the entire field of ferocious beasts. Why would he still come to take the college entrance exam? Chen Xian was the number 1 in the hegemony ranking from the very beginning of the exam, and now he's directly started attacking and killing the entire field of ferocious beasts. Truly an unearthly genius. He'll definitely be able to become a sword emperor in the future, even stronger than today's old sword emperor. Anyone from the provincial number 1 Sword Soul High School? I've long wanted to ask, can such a powerful person be a waste? And expelled people from school, your school principal is right? Brother Qian, no, Master Qian. Today, Master Qian saved my life, I will swear to follow you to the death. Many of the candidates in the examination hall had discovered that the one who had laid down the dark shadows that filled the sky was not some senior who was invigilating the exams, but rather Chen Xian, who was the same candidate as them. It was that genius who had been at the top of the provincial #1 sword in Seoul High School's hegemony ranking for 2.5 years in high school. It was that dark who had killed his way into the golden sword fighting arena in the underground sword fighting arena. He had been thought to have awakened the E-ranked Sword Soul Black Iron Sword at the Sword Soul Awakening ceremony 3 months ago. The entire Mountain River province thought that the genius had been wasted, and he had even been expelled from the province's #1 Sword Soul High School. However, today, he was so strong that he laid down a roiling dark shadow, hunted down the entire field of ferocious beasts, and saved the lives of all the candidates. Chen Qian used his absolute strength to tell the entire Mountain River province's candidates, as well as all the other people. Geniuses had never been wasted. Geniuses were never weak. Geniuses were never strong. Geniuses had never stood on the highest skies. At this moment, the third level area was near the edge of the core area. Zhou Shaoxing was still unconscious and had yet to regain consciousness. Lu Yao had no choice but to wait here as well. She looked at the #1 on the scoreboard, the wildly rising points behind Chen Qian's name. Her face turned pale, and her entire body trembled violently. Once again, she realized just how powerful Chen Qian was. She regretted it. Regretting that at the time, she had no eyes to see, that she had thought that Chen Qian had awakened an E-ranked sword soul, and had treated him as a waste. She had personally discarded such a supreme genius and chose a Zhou Xiaoting whose qualifications were far inferior. She regretted it. She hated it. She had spent more than 2 years tying a supreme genius to herself, only to give him away to someone else in the end. She knew that it was no longer possible for Chen Qian to return to her side. She had already lost this genius who would surely be able to achieve Sword Emperor status in the future forever. And in the sky above the core area, Chen Qian was still standing in the air without moving. He had named this move of his Shadow Great Robbery. The reason why he chose to use all of his power to hunt the entire field of ferocious beasts. One reason was naturally that by devouring these ferocious beasts, his dark shadow would be able to receive another huge amount of energy and raise more levels. One reason actually had the intention of saving the other candidates in passing. Although he didn't have any heart to save those students who betrayed him. However, the ones currently in the examination center were all the candidates from the entire Mountain River province. Behind every one of them, there was a family. For every one of them in distress, there was the possibility of a family's destruction. Moreover, right now, within the Great Xia, the old Sword Emperor was winded. The international situation was also very tense, with enemy countries coveting an unstable beast tides. Shanha province was the largest province in Xia for the college entrance exams. If more than half of the candidates here died or were injured, it would also have a great impact on the entire country. As a part of Grand Xia, Chen Qian could not really sit back and watch. After all, he couldn't put the righteousness of the country at risk just because of some personal misfortune. Hopefully, the candidates he saved today would all be able to do their best to defend the Grand Xia on the battlefield in the future. However, the boost from devouring this entire field of ferocious beasts is really something. Chen Qian placed his gaze back on his own strength boost. He could feel that his dark shadow was crazily devouring the energy of the ferocious beasts. His soul pressure, dark shadow level was also rising rapidly. Soul pressure breakthrough, peak of the 3rd rank. Dark shadow level increased, LV 35. Shadow leveling up, LV 37. Shadow level increase, LV 41. Chapter 41, Ferocious Beasts Killed, Crisis Lifted. This shadow cataclysm lasted for nearly half an hour. During this half-hour period, the shadow chains sticking out from the vast dark shadows were hunting the ferocious beasts in the arena at all times. What echoed in the examination hall was always the clattering and colliding sounds of the shadow chains, as well as the miserable screams of the ferocious beasts caught by the chains. And the screams of the ferocious beasts had disappeared without a trace since they were lost into the sea of shadows in the sky. After half an hour, it was becoming increasingly difficult for the shadow chains to discover the target of their hunt. This also indicated that the ferocious beasts within the college entrance exam arena had been almost killed cleanly by Chen Qian. It was also at this time that the boundary on the outer perimeter of the college entrance exam field was finally cracked by the invigilators. The outer boundary of the examination hall has been cracked. All candidates please evacuate the examination hall immediately with the help of the invigilating teachers. Such a message was displayed on the bracelets of all the candidates. Chen Qian saw that the ferocious beasts in the field had almost been killed cleanly by himself, and the boundary on the periphery of the examination center had also been cracked. He then intended to retrieve the sea of shadows that had enveloped the entire examination hall. Although in the Sword Soul liberated Eternal Night Monarch state, his dark shadows had truly reached the endless level. Theoretically, as long as he was willing, he was able to spread his dark shadow to any corner of the universe. But with his current strength, even if he spread his dark shadow that far, there was also no way to maneuver it at all. Enveloping the entire college entrance examination hall for an attack was already his current limit. But a battle that lasted for half an hour was also very exhausting for him. It was a good thing that while he was attacking with his dark shadows, he was also devouring ferocious beasts to replenish his energy. Otherwise, he would have never been able to hold on to such a large-scale battle with his original soul pressure. Devouring the entire examination hall's ferocious beasts, the boost is indeed tremendous. Chen Xian checked his current strength information, his heart excited. Soul pressure, early 4th stage. Shadow level, LV45. Unlocked skill, shadow senses. Can use the emitted shadow as a sense, gaining 5 senses. Unlocked skill, shadow gravity. Unlock the shadow gravity skill, which allows you to draw objects into the shadow. Unlock skill, shadow repulsion. Shadow unlocked the nature of repulsion, which can repel objects. The first thing was the soul pressure, which had reached the level of the early 4th stage. When he had just entered the examination center of the college entrance exam, his soul pressure was only at the middle of the 3rd rank. Right now, after absorbing the ferocious beasts in the entire arena, the soul pressure directly broke through the shackles of a major stage. It entered the 4th rank. If it was the current him, he would then go and deal with that 4th-ranked magma sub-dragon just now. He would no longer even need to hunt the magma sub-dragon so many times with his shadow, and would be done with a direct swing of his sword. And a 4th-order soul pressure level was already considered a first-tier powerhouse in some small cities. As for the freshmen of the college entrance examination who were the same age as him, a few of them only had a 2nd-order soul pressure, and the common ones even only had a 1st-order one. Chen Xian didn't even want to think about such adjectives as peerless. The guy who can be shocked to death by opening his soul pressure, what's the point of comparing? Looking at the shadow level, it had risen to level 41. After the shadow level had reached level 40, Chen Xian also discovered that it had become different from what it was before level 40. That was the fact that the amount of energy required for leveling up was becoming more and more. Although there was this trend in the previous leveling up. But after surpassing level 40, this trend became even more obvious. Moreover, shadow leveling wasn't just used for unlocking shadow skills anymore. Rather, it could be used to strengthen existing skills. He was able to gain a certain number of reinforcement points by leveling up now. Currently, he had 80 reinforcement points. By using the reinforcement points to add them to the corresponding skill, he could strengthen the skill's ability. For example, with shadow condensation, he could enhance the quality, strength, speed, and quantity of condensation by means of skill enhancement. Another example was shadow transformation. Perhaps his current shadow transformation was slow, but after it was strengthened, he could use it quickly and flexibly. There was also the newly awakened shadow gravity and shadow repulsion. Perhaps he could only use this ability to attract or repel an object of several hundred pounds now. But after being strengthened, this power of his would become even greater, and he could attract several tons, hundreds of tons, and even heavier and heavier things. As for the other skills, they all followed this reasoning as well. Let's first see how many abilities I currently have. Chen Xian wanted to take a look at what his existing abilities were first. Then he would decide on which skills to add the enhancement points from the upgrades. He now had a very large number of shadow skills. Dark Shadow Devouring, Dark Shadow Condensation, Dark Shadow Camouflage, Shadow Transformation, Sword Soul Liberation, Dark Shadow Attachment, Dark Shadow Space, Dark Shadow Senses, Dark Shadow Gravity, Dark Shadow Repulsion. With these skills, Chen Xian was already able to do all sorts of things through his shadow. Even when faced with an opponent whose soul pressure was far higher than his own. With these skills, he might not be without a fighting chance. Shadow Devouring is the basic skill. I'm going to rely on this skill to devour energy. The stronger this skill is, the more efficient I'll be at devouring energy. It should be added. Shadow Condensation, I can rely on it to condense a powerful control skill like Dark Lock, and I'm also able to condense all kinds of powerful attack or defense weapons. It's a very powerful combat skill when facing a strong enemy that can't be resisted by pure shadow. It should be added. Shadowing, I can use this skill to dodge attacks, as well as achieve high-speed movements such as flight, whether in combat or non-combat status. It has a very good supporting role. It should also be added. After analyzing the situation, Chen Xian believed that the 3 skills that should be strengthened with the highest priority were these 3. Other auxiliary skills like shadow camouflage and shadow senses, Chen Qian ranked them in the second echelon of strengthening. As for sword soul liberation, shadow space, shadow gravity, and shadow repulsion, although they were all very powerful skills, but relatively speaking, the amount of reinforcement points spent on strengthening these skills was also more than the other skills. Simply put, it wasn't cost-effective. There was also shadow attachment, an ability that he had possessed since he had just awakened his sword soul. But he had never used it, also because the cost of trying to spawn a life in the shadow was simply too high. The previous him couldn't spawn one at all, but now that he had reached the 4th rank he might be able to find a chance to try. However, the strangest thing was that there was no way to strengthen and add points to this shadow favor skill at all. Chen Qian couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he didn't think about it for now. It was better to prioritize strengthening the basic skills before boosting these advanced skills that didn't yield high results. Thus, Chen Qian evenly distributed the 60 reinforcement points to shadow devouring, shadow condensation and shadow transformation. The remaining 20 enhancement points were evenly distributed to shadow camouflage and shadow senses. The other skills would not be strengthened for the time being. Shadow Devouring, 530, LV2. Shadow Condensation, 050, LV2. Shadowing, 050, LV2. Shadow Camouflage, 1030, LV1. Shadow Sense, 1030, LV1. After adding reinforcement points to each skill, Chen Qian could also clearly feel an increase in strength. The use of each skill had become more powerful and skillful. After doing all of this, Chen Qian planned to hurry down and leave the examination center with Su Shuiying. Retrieve all the dark shadows first. With a movement of Chen Qian's mind, the countless dark shadow chains dissipated into dark shadows, returning to the sea of dark shadows in the sky. Then, the sea of dark shadows that extended to the edge of the examination hall also began to gradually shrink towards the center. The sunlight that was originally blocked by the sea of dark shadows also began to gradually shine into the examination center. Quickly look! The sky is clearing up. It's hero Chen Qian who took back the dark shadows, were no longer in danger. I've finally regained my sight. It's so terrifying, there's no light at all in the examination center covered by this dark shadow. Thank you hero Chen Qian. I'll finally be able to go home and see Baba Mama again. Oh. As the sea of shadows faded, light reappeared in the examination center. The examinees who were originally trapped by the ferocious beasts in the corners of the bushes or in nooks and crannies such as caves. One after another, they came out from the places where they were trapped, re-bathing under the sunlight. Not far away, the voices of the invigilators coming to rescue them had already been heard. Candidates in the vicinity, please leave the examination center with us, the crisis has been lifted. Since then, all the candidates in the entire Mountain River province knew. It was a candidate named Chen Qian who had saved their lives. Chen Qian was the hero of all of their Mountain River province candidates. Chapter 42 Walking out of the examination center, surrounded by a crowd. After Chen Qian had put away all of the shadows, he lifted the Eternal Night Monarch mode in the Sword Soul Liberation state. Then it returned to the ground of the small hill below. Qian! You really are too powerful. You actually killed all the ferocious beasts in the entire examination center with your own strength. Su Shuiying excitedly ran towards Chen Qian, her face filled with excitement. Right now in her eyes, Chen Qian was like a hero, like the Sword Emperor. Shuiying, you're not hurt, are you? Chen Qian looked at Su Shuiying, who ran over and also smiled. He had just focused on fighting the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts in the air, and then unleashed the Shadow Great Heist to slaughter ferocious beasts all over the field. He hadn't even been able to care about Su Shuiying below. If it wasn't for the fact that he had long ago killed all the ferocious beasts on this nearby mountain, it was likely that Shuiying would have been in danger. But even if Shuiying did encounter danger, he believed that he also had enough margin to protect Shuiying. Right, how many points do we have now? Chen Qian suddenly remembered and said. He wanted to see how many points he could get after killing all the ferocious beasts in the field. But when he really saw the number 1 on the points list, what was displayed behind his name, he was in tears. What was displayed above was a lying 8. That is, the symbol that represented the infinite meaning. It seems that the officials also did not expect that there would be a candidate who could hunt and kill the entire examination center's ferocious beasts with his own strength. Therefore, it was directly not displayed. However, although his points were infinite, but Su Shuiying's points were still stuck at 1 million. These points were all killed by you. I'm really embarrassed to ask for more, just like this 1 million points. It's also already a terrifying score that surpasses the previous person. Su Shuiying said. When Chen Xian hunted and killed the entire field of ferocious beasts, the points gained were naturally going to be passed on to Su Shuiying as well. However, Su Shuiying chose to refuse. The one who was truly powerful was Chen Xian, and the one who saved all the candidates was also Chen Xian, so how could she steal his points? Fine. Chen Xian didn't really care, the outer boundary has ended, let's hurry out as well. Good. Su Shuiying said with a nod. With that said, Chen Xian walked in front, Su Shuiying walked behind, and the two of them walked towards the periphery of the examination center together. Xian, you're really powerful, so much more powerful than me. Su Shuiying, who was walking behind Chen Xian, looked at Chen Xian's back, but her eyes revealed a loss. In this exam, she had truly seen Chen Xian's strength. Whenever she marveled at Chen Xian's powerful strength, Chen Xian would always, on the next occasion, display even more power than before. It simply made one wonder where exactly the limits of his power were. Su Shuiying was certainly happy for Chen Xian. In the future, Chen Xian would definitely be able to become the strongest sword emperor. But the stronger Chen Xian became, Su Shuiying felt that he was farther and farther away from herself. What, exactly, should she do to catch up with Chen Xian's footsteps? Besides the invigilators who were rescuing the candidates at the exam site, there were also the armed forces and medical rescue forces of Shanha province. Any injured candidates in the examination center were protected by either the invigilator teachers or the armed forces and left the examination center for emergency rescue and treatment. However, the protection of the invigilators and the armed forces basically didn't come in handy because the ferocious beasts in the examination center had all been killed. The armed forces and other medical personnel who came to rescue them knew that. When the armed forces and other medical personnel who had come to rescue them realized that the shadow heist that had just enveloped the entire examination room had actually come from the handiwork of a single candidate, they were all shocked. After the shock, there was of course incomparable joy. Our Mountain River province has produced a genius. This candidate has the stature of a sword emperor. I'll see who else dares to underestimate our Mountain River province in the future. Although Mountain River province was the country's largest province for college entrance exams, with a large number of candidates. However, because the province's resources were relatively barren in comparison, and there was only one top sword soul university. Therefore, although the Mountain River province could produce a lot of fairly good freshmen every year, it was not the same as the Magic City, Hanjing, and so on. However, compared to big cities such as Magic City and Hanjing, as well as developed provinces such as Jiang Province, there were very few geniuses who could be called top-notch. There are very few geniuses who can be called top-notch. As a result, Shanha Province was often ridiculed by those large provinces and cities for not having any geniuses. But today, the genius of Mountain River Province had come out. As Chen Xianxian walked to the periphery of the examination center, the people in the vicinity began to multiply. Some of them were candidates, some were invigilators, and some were armed or medical forces that had come to provide support. Someone soon recognized him. It's him. He is Chen Xian. He robbed my monster in the blood crow's nest before. It's him. I've also seen him before on the official number news of the provincial number 1 sword in Seoul High School. I was in the same junior high school as him before, I recognize him too. Chen Xian was originally famous amongst the crowd of Mountain River Province's candidates. Right now, he was even more recognized by quite a few people. God Xian, give me an autograph. Shenshin, do you still remember me? You lent me an eraser in junior high school and I haven't returned it yet. God Xian, you're too brave and domineering, can we take a picture? As soon as many candidates saw Chen Xian appear, they flocked up. After all, this person was a great benefactor to all of them. What's more, he was a supreme genius who would surely achieve Sword Emperor in the future. This kind of godly person would be an existence worthy of all of their admiration. Hey! Don't crowd them too much. Xianshin just finished killing monsters, he must be tired, so everyone should escort Xianshin to rest. Thus, Xinxian continued to walk towards the outside of the examination center surrounded by a crowd of examinees. And Xianshin! Xianshin! Such cries never ceased. For a time, the scene was sensational. Xinxian simply walked between the crowds, not refusing the crowd's embrace. He had also been flanked by the crowd before. He had also been sneered at by the crowd. Peaks and valleys, he had seen them all. He had long since been able to treat these praises and embraces calmly. However, the gazes of these people today seemed to be much more sincere than before. After all, once upon a time, he was only gifted, and was praised by the crowd while also being envied by them. And today, he had actually saved their lives, so he should always be more thankful to himself. Su Shuiying walked beside Chen Xian, but her face was blushing as she did not dare to raise her head. Not long after, Chen Xian walked out of the examination center surrounded by the crowd. At this time, many people had already gathered here. Some seriously injured candidates were being carried on stretchers and urgently sent to ambulances. There were many candidates who gathered together and cried, seemingly celebrating the fact that they had dodged a bullet. More candidates were waiting where they were, waiting for the next arrangement. With such a big accident in the college entrance exam room, there was definitely no way for those present to just walk away. What exactly should be done would have to wait for the official notification to be issued. Right at this moment, Chen Xian saw a bunch of middle-aged men walking towards him. Among them, there was a man he was familiar with. The principal of the provincial No. 1 Sword and Soul High School, Qin Tianzheng. With a bright smile on his face, this guy walked towards himself and reached out to pat his shoulder. Ha ha ha. I knew that Qin Tianzheng, hadn't misjudged anyone. Chen Xian dodged Qin Tianzheng's hand that was slapping him over, and a sneer ran through his heart. And you didn't misjudge anyone? Who on earth expelled him from school so that he could only take the college entrance examination with a social identity? Oh great Principal Qin, if you've forgotten. I'll help you recall your memories. Chapter 43 Dead Horse Principal, waiting to have your hat taken off. Qin Tianzheng saw Chen Xian dodge his body, and his outstretched hand then slapped empty. He didn't move and took his hand back as if none of this had happened to diffuse the embarrassment. Ha! Student Chen Xian has been an outstanding student of our province's No. 1 Sword and Soul High School for many years. This time, the college entrance exam saved the entire Mountain River province. It's really the pride of our province's No. 1 Sword and Soul High School. Qin Tianzheng had a bright smile on his face. If it was placed in the eyes of the uninformed, one would really think that he had a good relationship with Chen Xian and had a strong teacher-student bond. Is that so? How do I remember that I have long since stopped being a student of your school? Chen Xian said with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. This old boy even wanted to test himself. This dead horse principal had just reached out to himself and wanted to pat his shoulder. It was because he wanted to see how he was treating him now. If he accepted him, then it would be fine. If he did not accept him, this old boy should think about how to beg for his forgiveness. And then minimize the impact of the matter. Of course, one's attitude towards this dead horse principal was clear. This dead horse thing, things come to the end of the matter is still shelved here pussy what? If you've done something, don't wimp out. Dead horse principal, you just wait to be removed from the hat. This. Qin Tianjing's smile froze at once. He was also not expecting it. He had come up to show such a warm and friendly appearance, and the other party unexpectedly did not give him any face at all. Then, a burst of stifled laughter began to emanate from the surroundings. There were the candidates around Chen Xian, and even the principals of the other schools behind Qin Tianzheng as well. In fact, there was no need for Chen Xian to even take the initiative to say it. They also all knew about the fact that 3 months ago, Qin Tianzheng had expelled Chen Xian from his school. After all, Chen Xian, the genius who was No. 1 on the provincial No. 1 Sword and Soul High School's hegemony list, had always been very famous. The matter of Chen Xian awakening an E-rank sword soul and being expelled from school on the spot by headmaster Qin Tianzheng was naturally widely spread. But who knew, what the other Chen Xian had awakened was not an E-rank sword soul. As for what it was, although they could hardly say. But it was super powerful. After all, Chen Xian had the terrifying strength of slaughtering the entire exam room by himself. Although this college entrance exam was forced to be interrupted. But no matter how this incident will be handled, even if it's a new college entrance exam, Chen Xian is now the top student of Shanha province, participating in a social capacity and getting the first prize. This Qin Tianzheng has been completely reduced to a clown. Someone up there would definitely hold him accountable and take off his hat. Ha, this student is right. Why do I also remember that a few months ago, it was Buddy Qin who expelled someone from school? Yeah, I also remember that there was such a thing, and the rumors were all over the place. Dismissing people when they were down in the dumps, and now trying to bring them in. Buddy Qin is not doing the right thing. Some of the principals of the other Sword Soul High Schools behind Qin Tianzheng opened their mouths and spoke in a yin-yang manner. The provincial #1 Sword and Soul High School was the best high school in Mountain River Province, and Principal Qin Tianjing hadn't been high and mighty in front of them. Now that there was such a good opportunity to drop a stone, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Ha, student Chen Xian'a, I was the one who was impulsive before, it's actually a misunderstanding. Qin Tianjing's cheeks twitched as he spoke shiveringly. Misunderstanding? A misunderstanding and you want to gloss over it? Chen Qian remained cold-faced. Damn it, what kind of dogged misunderstanding? This dead horse principal is a son of a. Exactly. Still dare to expel me, Chen. Why don't you fire yourself? If I, Chen, were unhappy and didn't come to the college entrance exams, all of you here wouldn't necessarily make it out alive. The candidates surrounding Chen Qian were all cursing at Qin Tianjing. Hey, Chen Qian student, it was really me who did wrong before. Look at you as an adult, why don't you go back to our province's #1 Sword and Soul High School, okay? Qin Tianjing bent down and whispered in Chen Qian's ear. If things were allowed to go on. Once the matter of Chen Qian, the hero who saved the entire audience of candidates, being expelled from his school by him, the principal, was leaked. He, Qin Tianjing, would definitely be blamed by the entire nation. If he could beg for Chen Qian's forgiveness now and have him make a public clarification statement, the impact of the incident would be much smaller. He, Qin Tianjing, would be able to move his relations again, and even if he was scolded twice, he would not be dismissed. Oh? How do you want me to forgive you? Chen Qian wanted to hear what this old boy had in mind. Qin Tianjing saw Chen Qian agree to listen. Thinking that Chen Qian was relieved, he smiled cheaply. He knew that no matter how Chen Qian he was just a student who had just graduated from high school. Students were all easy to bully. This kid, Chen Qian, must also be unwilling to enter the university in a social capacity. As long as he agreed to his conditions, he could reinstate his student status. That's it, just go back and make a statement. Just say that it wasn't me who expelled you at that time, it was actually you who thought you had awakened an E-rank sword soul and felt sorry for your alma mater, so you had to withdraw yourself from school. As long as you make a statement in the media, how about I help you arrange to re-enter the school? It just so happens that this college entrance exam is interrupted, and you'll definitely have to retake it, so you'll be able to use your freshman status in an honorable manner by then. Qin Tianjing attached himself to Chen Qian's ear and said quietly. Chen Qian held back the anger of punching Qin Tianjing in the face before listening to him finish his sentence. This dead horse principal is really shameless. I just want to hear how you, this Sabi, intend to do, but you really pushed with me on it? Hey, how about it? It is still very cost-effective, after all, the freshman. Poof. Chen Qian finally couldn't hold back, directly a fist on the face of Qin Tianjing Cam. Qin Tianjing's cheeks were sunken, and he was directly knocked over on the ground, covering his face and screaming in pain. This scene, moreover, attracted the gazes of everyone on the periphery of the examination center. Chen Qian approached Qin Tianjing step by step. You dead horse principal. That day, you mistakenly thought that I had awakened an E-rank sword soul, and you flipped out and expelled me. Now seeing my outstanding strength. Want me to say that I asked to be expelled myself? What mother ing dead horse principal? Who's a good person who asked for his own withdrawal? And said something about restoring my school registration as long as I do as I'm told. School registration is IOU? I don't give a damn if you reinstate my school registration. Do you think all the students in the world are easy to bully? In school, I call you the principal, but outside of school, you're worse than a fart from a dog eating on the side of the road. Chapter 44, the whole audience is angry, the director as a driver. Don't think I don't know why you fired me at that time. It is to curry favor with Governor Lu Xiong. Get to the end of the people nothing, you stink will fall into a laughingstock, let the whole country eat a big melon together. You have no brain all day thinking about eating dead horse principal. Wait for your own hat to be removed. Chen Qian's series of witticisms straightaway stunned the crowd at the scene into speechlessness. Anyone who was present. Whether it was the examiners and teachers invigilating the exams, or the candidates from the various high schools in Shanha province, or the armed forces and medical personnel who rushed to the scene of the college entrance examination to provide assistance. All of them clearly heard Chen Qian's stinking curses. At this moment, they were all moved to the point of crying. Heavens! How much aggression had this child suffered to force him to curse like this just after he had gotten off the college entrance exam? He was a young hero who had just saved the entire Mountain River Province's candidates. How could he be so aggrieved? This principal, Jin Tianzheng, really is too much of a thing. Ah! He who carries the paycheck for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. Chen Xian had done so much to protect his fellow candidates, he must not be allowed to be bullied by a bull principal. Brothers, come together to scold this dead horse principal. Are all the ones from Province 1 High School such scum? Let me, diving god, suffer so much, Principal Ma. I've long since seen this pussy in a bad light. Dare to bully my Qianshan, dead Principal Ma, I'm going to kill you, immortal. At this moment, the candidates in the entire room were all in a group, outputting at Qin Tianzheng who had been punched to the ground by Chen Xian. If they were placed before, they might not dare to speak to a principal like this. But now all the college entrance exams. After the college entrance exam, they will completely bid farewell to this high school. Still need to give you face? Cursing is done. Damn, just because of the principal. The trash can in my classroom changed 3 positions in 1 semester. Dead horse principal. He also asked me to zipper up my uniform jacket, I'm just too fat to zip it up. Damn you, Principal Ma. In the dormitory in the middle of the night, you are not allowed to go to the toilet, I just have a lot of urine at night, so what? Damn you, Principal Ma. For a while, all the candidates on the periphery of the examination room were set ablaze. Together, they cursed the principals. The more some cursed, the more they got carried away, and they even put their own principles on Qin Tianzheng's head. Some of the candidates were seriously injured and were lying on stretchers, but they didn't even forget to stretch out their hands and curse. Aha! Dare to bully me, Qianshan. Dead horse. In addition to the candidates, the other invigilators and armed forces, medical forces and other people who had long stepped into society were also filled with anger, glaring at Qin Tianzheng. How did our Mountain River province produce such a dead horse principal? That's it. Daring to bully our Mountain River province's young hero, what a nerve. My Nier is going to take the high school exam next year. With this dead Principal Ma around, I'll definitely not let my Nier go. The entire room was abusing Qin Tianzheng angrily, it could be described as a crowd. Chen Xian saw Qin Tianzheng fall to the ground shivering, his heart was very painful. This dead horse principal finally tasted karma, right? Really, the feeling of being angrily scolded by the thousands of people present must be very pleasurable, right? But there was no need to rush, this was only just the beginning. Wait for things to ferment on the internet later. There will be hundreds of millions of people rushing to spray it. Let this dead horse principal of yours try the taste of being net bombed by the entire nation, ha! Although Qin Tianzheng was being scolded outside the examination center. But the armed forces and medical forces responsible for rescuing the candidates and the invigilators have not neglected the work at hand. The related aftermath of the college entrance examination is also being carried out in an orderly manner. Only the existence of the scene of angry scolding Qin Tianzheng, it seems that the scene is more chaotic. Soon, there were people wearing suits that looked like leaders who ran over in a hurry and walked over to Chen Xian. Hello classmate, you are classmate Chen Xian, right? I am Lu Mingyuan, the director of the Provincial Education Department. Seeing this person's smiling face, Chen Xian politely extended his hand. Nor did he refute the other party's face, extending his hand to shake it. It's like this, huh, fellow student Chen Xian. Lu Mingyuan's head broke out in a cold sweat, obviously nervous. Student Chen Xian was treated unfairly by Principal Deadhorse. Qin, and our Provincial Department of Education also has a responsibility. I, Lu Mingyuan, swear on my identity as the head of the Provincial Education Department that I will definitely give an explanation to fellow student Chen Xian. Absolutely not. Let our Mountain River Province's young hero suffer half a bit of aggression. It's just that there are more and more people gathering outside the field right now, and this continued scolding is also prone to hinder the aftermath of the college entrance exam accident. You see, don't let everyone stop for a while, let's deal with things to be important. Lu Mingyuan kept wiping the sweat on his forehead with his handkerchief. Even if he was the head of the education department of Shanha province, he couldn't treat each other calmly at this time. This dead horse Qin Tianzheng expelled the school registration of the top student of the Mountain River Province college entrance examination, the Mountain River Province's teenage hero. Spare him the director of the Provincial Education Department, but also certainly have to suffer a storm. At that time, the public opinion of the whole country surely will not let go of their Mountain River Province Education Department. This Qin Tianzheng is a real dead horse. Chen Qian did not reject Lu Mingyuan. After all, scolding the dead horse principal Qin Tianzheng also scolded a few thousand words. It is time to stop and drink a mouthful of water. There is no hurry, anyway, there is still something to scold behind. This provincial education department director is a good talker, did not set up any official position in front of himself. Moreover, as more and more candidates come out from the examination room, gathered here to curse the dead horse principle of the people are also more and more. Although it was fine now, if it continued, it was definitely going to affect the aftermath of the college entrance exam. The angry scolding and beating of Qin Tianzheng that had just taken place was nothing more than a means to send him into the limelight. It was also just a foreplay for revenge. Soon, the fact that he, as the top student of the college entrance examination in Mountain River Province who had killed all the ferocious beasts in the field, was expelled from Qin Tianjing's school would be spread by the crowd throughout the entire Mountain River Province, and even throughout the country. It was then that Qin Tianjing would fall to pieces. One looked forward to seeing that scene. And after cleaning up Qin Tianzheng, he also had to make a clean break with Lu Xiong. Gratitude is gratitude, and grudges are grudges. The investment he gave to himself to please himself in the past, he will return all of it. The price of Lu Xiong beating his mother in the street must also let Lu Xiong pay too. The purpose of the moment has been reached, it is also time to stop first. After all, he, Chen Xian, is a person who recognizes the big picture. He can't delay the rescue work because of his own matters. When Lu Mingyuan saw Chen Xian nodding his head in agreement, he was also overjoyed and shouted for the candidates who were cursing Qin Tianjing at the scene to stop first. As for the words of speech, it was more or less the same as what he had just said to Chen Xian. Again, under Chen Xian's cooperation. It took several minutes before the scene was considered to be stabilized. Candidates at the scene, I am the examiner Yangjin, please cooperate with the invigilators to complete the necessary checks, and then you can leave the examination room. As for the follow-up arrangements for the college entrance exam, we will inform you again, so please don't worry, candidates. Soon after, the sound of a radio broadcast rang throughout the entire room. The crowd of examinees in the scene also complied with the arrangements and began to receive the necessary checks. Do I have to undergo an inspection as well? Chen Qian asked. No. You won't have to. Lu Mingyuan hurriedly said, Mr. Chen Qian has saved the entire audience of candidates and is a great hero of our Shanha province. How can we doubt you? Student Chen Qian, come with me, I will personally send you home. Saying this, Lu Mingyuan stepped aside and reached out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Those present, whether they were candidates or other incumbents, were so stunned that their faces were dumbfounded and their breathing stopped. A hallowed director of the Shanha Provincial Department of Education was actually behaving like a chauffeur. Chapter 45. Who told you to discharge nuclear sewage? The island is gone, right? When Chen Qian saw this look on his face, he simply couldn't help but cry and laugh. Chen Qian did not refuse, but followed Lu Mingyuan to his car. If he didn't agree to him, this director Lu shouldn't be able to sleep for the whole night. Fellow student Chen Qian, sit tight, I will personally drive you home. Lu Mingyuan sat on the driver's seat and said smilingly to Chen Qian in the back seat. Why is director Lu personally driving? Don't you have a driver? Chen Qian said. Don't worry, Chen Qian student, my driving skills are also very good. Back then I also graduated from high school and took the driver's license, full marks in all subjects, once over. What driver, not familiar, hahaha. Also, don't call me what Lu director, just call me little Mr. Lu. I also do education, love to hear students call me teacher, hey. That is called it kindly. Ha 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 ha. Chen Qian looked at Lu Mingyuan's smirking appearance and only felt funny in his heart. Still little Mr. Lu, the head of the education department of Shanha province, it's really thanks to this old guy to be able to talk about it. Lu Mingyuan chuckled while starting the car. There was also a reasonable reason for Lu Mingyuan to display such a low profile. Chen Qian had killed all the ferocious beasts in the entire field and had reached infinite points, making him a deserving provincial scholar of the college entrance exam. He had also saved countless candidates in Mountain River province with this action, and would definitely be hailed as a young hero by the entire Mountain River province. But even so, it would be enough for Lu Mingyuan, as the director of the provincial education department, to give him a gracious commendation. Coming back to the point, he would be so low profile, still because of that dead horse thing Qin Tianzheng. Such a teenage hero, other people can't wait to provide. And your ing kicking him off the school rolls? This matter spreads out, the entire education sector of Shanha province will have to bear the wrath of the people. Moreover, with the strength Chen Qian was currently displaying, it was highly likely that he would become the future new Sword Emperor of Disya. Such a person would definitely receive the state's key protection and cultivation. In this way, the impact caused by the incident of expelling people from school and forcing them to take the college entrance exam to get the top prize with a social identity would definitely expand even more. Even if we don't talk about the impact of the incident, for such a young hero who was expected to achieve Sword Emperor, one could only make good friends, not bad ones. Fellow student Chen Qian, in which location exactly is our home? Lu Mingyuan asked with a smile. Of course, Chen Qian understood the meaning of this Director Lu. It was nothing more than wanting to get close to himself in order to make some concessions on his expulsion from school. For Qin Tianzheng, Chen Qian would never forgive. He must make him lose his hat and reputation. As for some people in the education system of Shanha province, they were indifferent to their expulsion from school. By all accounts, it can't be taken off the hook either. It all depends on how Lu Mingyuan behaves. If he just wanted to smooth out this disturbance and didn't want to admit his fault and suffer some consequences of responsibility. Although Chen Qian didn't want to stir up the entire education sector in Shanha province, he didn't mind continuing to be capricious for a bit. Director Lu, just keep walking along this road, I'll tell you when I get nearby. Chen Qian said. The landlady's small rental house is very remote, get off the bus in the outer ring road, walk towards the suburbs too. Okay. Just now, outside the examination center, when Lu Mingyuan was going to take him away directly, Chen Qian had asked Su Shuiying if she wanted to leave together. But Su Shuiying refused, saying that she still had to undergo the necessary checks for the aftermath of the college entrance exam. So Chen Qian didn't insist much longer. Director Lu, how will the interruption of this college entrance examination be handled? Chen Qian asked. According to our emergency plan for the college entrance exam, we will first retain the scores of the first college entrance exam, and then hold the second college entrance exam after dealing with the relevant events and making preparations. For the two college entrance exams, we will take the highest score as the candidates' results and then summarize the rankings. Chen Qian quickly understood. It meant that the infinite points he had gotten from slaughtering the entire field of ferocious beasts in the college entrance exam this time could be kept. Unlimited points that exceeded the upper limit of the bracelet's display, who could match that? Since the results could be retained, then the top scholar of the Mountain River Province college entrance examination had already been dominated by him. As if he could tell what was going through Chen Qian's mind, Lu Mingyuan also directly smiled and said, Of course, we don't force candidates to take the second college entrance exam. If the candidates are satisfied enough with their current grades, it is entirely possible for them not to take the second time. Hearing this, Chen Qian's mouth hooked into a smile. Since this was the case, what with the reorganization of the second college entrance exam, I'll just not take it. Otherwise, I'd still have to go and kill it all over again, it's troublesome enough. In fact, even if Chen Qian wanted to continue participating, Education Bureau leaders like Lu Mingyuan would also find a way to persuade Chen Qian to forget about it. After all, if Chen Qian were to have another full-court monster clear, what the hell would the other candidates in Mountain River Province even test for? Chen Qian looked at the scenery hurriedly crossing outside the window for a moment. For this college entrance exam, his mother had worked hard to raise him for over 10 years. Now that the college entrance exam had passed, he would soon be able to grow up and would no longer need his mother to work her ass off or be a parasite. Chen Qian couldn't wait to go home and tell his mother that he had already dominated the top spot in Mountain River Province with unlimited points. By the way, student Chen Qian, have you thought about which Sword and Soul University you want to go to? Lu Mingyuan inquired while driving. Haven't thought much about it, does Director Lu have any good suggestions? Chen Qian asked directly. He himself of course could not be all unconsidered. It was just that Lu Mingyuan, as the director of the provincial education department, definitely knew more about the major universities in the country. It would still be beneficial to ask for his opinion. If we are talking about the top universities in the country, naturally, it's none other than Hanjing Sword and Soul University and Magic City Sword and Soul University. These two Sword and Soul universities, one in the north and one in the south, dominate the top two of our Disya's university rankings. These two universities are very arrogant. But in front of fellow student Chen Qian, even these two colleges would be on their knees begging you to get on, ha ha ha. Then how does Director Lu suggest it? Chen Qian asked. Even the Capital University and the Magic University would do anything to offer the best conditions in order to snatch you. If it was in previous years, it would be hard for me to say something. After all, the two universities are close in strength. Hanjing Sword and Seoul University has a deep heritage, and Devil's Capital Sword and Seoul University is also full of vigor. But this year, for some reason that you should also know, I would still recommend that you go to Hanjing Sword and Seoul University is better. Chen Qian nodded, understanding what Lu Mingyuan wanted to say. To talk about the reason, it was somewhat related to the fact that the Sakura Island nation discharged nuclear sewage into the sea, and eventually the tide rose and the island was lost. By the way, to say a word, because some experts predicted that the tide that flooded Sakura Island will recede after a certain period of time, and the probability that none of its aboriginal inhabitants will survive. Many people are also shouting to take Sakurajima directly when the time comes. After all, it was impossible to leave such a large piece of land unattended. If it was occupied by the pretty country's strength on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean would greatly increase. Originally over the years, the pretty country has been eyeing Dacia, and has been playing tricks everywhere, and even this college entrance exam accident may not be unrelated to it. Therefore, Sakura Island must not be occupied by others. It must be firmly controlled in Dacia's own hands. I just don't know by that time how much strength I can reach, whether I can personally participate in the battle. Chapter 46, Going Home, Meeting Mom. Then again, the words came back. Just a short while ago, the sea tide in the west coast area of the Pacific Ocean had a strange movement. It seemed that a large number of ferocious beasts and sirens were operating on the west coast. The most vivid and direct example was the Sakura Island nation next door has been flooded by the suddenly rising sea tide. According to reports from the reconnaissance forces sent by various countries, the Sakura Island country was also massacred by a large number of sea demons after it was flooded by the sea tide. The little people who had a good little life never had a little life again. Some say that this was caused by Sakura Island Kingdom releasing nuclear sewage into the sea. It was the sirens taking revenge. Really, who asked you to have to release nuclear sewage into the sea? The island is gone, isn't it? Serves you right. Many people in the Great Summer Country have clapped their hands, very much praising the righteousness of the sirens. But problems came with it. The sirens wouldn't stop there even if they took revenge on the Sakura Island nation. After all, in their eyes, all humans were enemies. It could only be said that the Sakura Island Kingdom was just an object they couldn't bear to retaliate against. So for this period of time, the eastern coastal areas of the Great Summer Country were not exactly calm, and were often invaded by sea demons. Accordingly, this year, the enrollment of any sword in Seoul University in the coastal area would be affected. Because no one can ensure that the sirens won't deal with the Sakura Island Kingdom like they did. Launch a sudden tidal wave attack, flooding the coastal cities of Dacia. In order to avoid the danger of a sea demon attack, this year, most of the candidates would prioritize the Sword Seoul universities that were closer to the inland. In this way, Magic City, where the Magic City Sword and Seoul University was located, was not only the most developed coastal city. It was so almost across the sea from the original Sakura Island Kingdom. Naturally, it was the city with the most frequent and dangerous sea demon infestations. In contrast, the Hanjing Sword and Seoul University, which was closer inland and located in the capital city of Dacia, it was much more popular with some of the top genius candidates. Then, Lu Mingyuan talked to Chen Qian about many things about the domestic sword in Seoul University. One could only say that he was worthy of being the director of the provincial education department. His insight was really not comparable to ordinary people. Of course, my suggestions are just some suggestions. One's path is ultimately to be chosen by oneself and walk out on one's own. Even if a bystander is good for you, the words they say are all bystanders' words. Student Chen Qian should still consider it according to his own actual situation. Finally, Lu Mingyuan said so. Chen Qian nodded. Lu Mingyuan's words, he also recognized them. The road was never something that one walked out on one's own. This Lu Mingyuan, on the contrary, was considered a good person. When they reached a certain intersection on the outer ring road, Chen Qian told Lu Mingyuan that he had to get off. Lu Mingyuan also did not hurry to retain Chen Qian and talk to him about a certain dead horse, but first left his contact information for Chen Qian. After all, there were some things that would only cause the other party's resentment if they were made too hasty. Right now, this Chen Qian student must be more interested in hurrying home to reunite with his family. After all, he was the one who got the unprecedented unlimited score of the college entrance exam and saved the entire field of candidates, such a feat that he must have wanted to show off with his family. Chen Xian said goodbye to Lu Mingyuan before heading in the direction of home. At this time, it was already evening, and the sky was getting dusky. Under the cover of the branches of the large willow tree on the side, a small wooden house appeared quiet and cozy. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the small window with a little dust on the wooden hut, illuminating the interior of the house with a warm yellow color. Chen Niancy was leaning on the head of the bed, mending the old clothes on her hands bit by bit. Seeing this scene from the window, Chen Xian only felt peaceful and warm in his heart. If this kind of quiet and peaceful life could last forever, how good it would be. Mom! Chen Xian pushed open the door of the wooden house and walked in, calling out softly. Although Chen Niancy has already been in her early 40s, but her muscles are clear and beautiful, her appearance is pretty, and she has been sick in bed for many years, but she is as sick as a Western child, with a long black pulled hair, which shows more temperament. Chen Niancy heard the call, a slight lapse of concentration, turned her head to look over, her beautiful eyes slightly moved. Little Qian, why have you come back? Chen Xian smiled and said. Mom, don't sew your clothes, put them down. He had previously fought in the underground sword fighting arena every day, earning money in the tens of thousands every day. Especially after moving up to the gold sword fighting arena, the amount of money he could earn from each match increased even more. The amount of money he brought home was also increasing. Whenever his mother asked, he would say that he had done a good job at his part-time job at the martial arts center and was given a raise. It could be said that the family wasn't exactly short of money now. But Chen Niancy still insisted on sewing some clothes every day. Said even if not to make money, do something to relieve boredom. Chen Niancy put down the clothes in her hand, the expression on her face seemed to be entangled in something. Finally, Chen Niancy opened her mouth and said. Xiao Qian, it doesn't matter if you didn't do well in the college entrance exam. Just like what Mom said before, it's fine for us to live our lives in an ordinary way. A family being happy and fortunate together is the most important thing. Right now it's just us, mother and son, but when you get married and have children, we'll be a big family. Right, Mom, you're right. Chen Xian didn't rush to explain anything, grabbing a stool and sitting down, his face full of smiles. He hadn't even said anything yet, and Mom assumed that he had failed the college entrance exam. In 2 sentences, they were all directly talking about getting married and having children. Mom would be this kind of reaction, he was not surprised. Because the college entrance examination lasts for 3 days, this is common sense. Right now this first day has not even passed yet, he has already gone home. The general public's first reaction would be that he had already been eliminated, ending the college entrance exam early. And being eliminated so early, he definitely couldn't get any good grades. It was the kind that couldn't even get into the lowest rate sword and soul university. But who would have thought that the college entrance exam was forced to end early because of an unexpected event? And he, Chen Xian, wasn't eliminated. Instead, he had killed all the ferocious beasts in the room. Took an unprecedented number of unlimited points. Firmly dominating the position of the top scholar of Shanha province. Just like what Lu Mingyuan, director of the provincial education department, said. The Sword and Soul University in the whole country is going to be begging on their knees for him to attend. His own mother only sat in the cabin sewing clothes. And didn't keep up with the developments on the internet. Naturally, there was no way to know this. It would be taken for granted that he was eliminated from the examination hall early. But even so, his mother did not show the slightest expression of disgust. Just thinking about how to comfort herself better. The reason why she talked about getting married and having children in just 2 sentences was also because the more and farther she talked, the richer her thoughts about a happy life in the future would be. This comforting effect is also better. It is also commonly known as the pie is drawn big enough. Sure enough, only the mother is, whether you rich or poor, will only care about you itself, till you never leave that person. Mom, actually, Chen Xian just wanted to explain the truth of the matter. But he was interrupted by the sound of a hurriedly slamming door. Chicken soup is here. Chapter 47, Crying Mother, Growing Son. The landlord's old lady rushed in with a pot of chicken soup, her wrinkled cheeks smiling like a chrysanthemum. When she saw Chen Xian sitting on the stool, she revealed an expression of surprise. Yo! Isn't this the teenage hero who saved countless candidates in our Mountain River province? The unprecedented provincial scholar of the college entrance examination. Back so soon. Grandma. When Chen Xian saw the landlord's old lady come in, he hurriedly got up and took the chicken soup, placing it on the table. The landlord's old lady was not only willing to take in the penniless mother and son at the time by taking them in again. She also took care of them in every aspect of their lives. Usually when it came to meals, it was also the landlord's old lady who made the meals for the three of them and ate them together. Chen Xian often went out to the martial arts center and the underground sword fighting arena. During his absence, it was thanks to the landlady's help in taking care of his mother. Therefore, Chen Xian was very grateful to the landlord's old lady and treated her like his own family. Since earning money from the underground sword fighting arena, Chen Xian had added money to the rent and other food expenses to the landlady as a token of appreciation. The landlord's old lady had a smile like a chrysanthemum on her face. Hearing the words she just shouted out, Chen Nianxi's eyes were startled and confused. "Auntie, what did you just say?" "Ha!" The landlord's old lady slapped her thigh. "Nianxi, you didn't watch TV while lying in bed. Just now when I was making chicken soup, I saw emergency news on the TV. It said that there was an accident at today's college entrance exam. A very powerful ferocious beast appeared on the field and was attacking the candidates. But a teenage hero came out of nowhere and killed all the ferocious beasts in the field in one go. He also said that he had gotten unlimited points and was the top student of the Mountain River Province college entrance examination. When I watched the TV, isn't that our family's little Chen up there? Old lady, I thought I'd come over after making chicken soup to give you a surprise. I didn't expect little Chen to come back so soon. This child has really made a fortune." The landlord's old lady explained this to Chen Nianxi with joy and urgency. But the amount of information was too much. Chen Nianxi obviously could not accept it at once. A pair of beautiful eyes stunned, breathing slightly sharply. It seemed like she couldn't believe this exciting thing. "Little Chen, what auntie said, is it true?" Chen Xian looked at his mother's flickering eyes, afraid that everything he heard was wrong, and smiled in his heart. "Mom, what grandma said is true. I killed the entire field of ferocious beasts in the examination hall of the college entrance exam and received infinite points. Although this college entrance exam was interrupted and a second one will be held in a few days. But the director of the provincial education department told me that the results of this college entrance exam can be retained. In other words, your son, I'm already the nail in the coffin as the top scholar of the Mountain River Province's college entrance examination." The more Chen Xian said, the more excited he felt in his heart as well. From the very beginning, he knew that with his own strength, getting the provincial top scholar was without a doubt. Even the moment he actually slaughtered all the ferocious beasts in the field and received unlimited points. His heart didn't make any big waves. This was because he knew that it was only natural for him to be able to do this. But now that he had personally told his mother about this fact, his heart was becoming overwhelmed with excitement. Because you have been a child raised by your mother since you were a child. The first thing you want to do when you do anything well is to go and show it off to your mother. You want everything you do to make your mother proud of you. You wanted to tell your mother that the child you had raised for so many years was a man of the highest caliber. Yes, it's true. Chen Nianxi covered her mouth and looked at Chen Xian, her eyes glistening with tears. "Why, turn on the TV again and see where." The landlord's old lady said, then took the remote control near the head of the bed and turned on the small TV next to it. The screen lit up, and the picture on it still showed the emergency news report at the college entrance examination center. Only to see a female reporter holding a microphone, saying to the camera, "Right now, the Mountain River Province Armed Forces and medical personnel are still in the examination center in an emergency search and rescue. Please don't worry, friends and family in Shanha Province, this college entrance exam accident did not cause large-scale casualties among the candidates. Let us once again thank the teenage hero who killed all the ferocious beasts in the field and saved all the examinees, Mr. Chen Xian. Regarding the search and rescue matters of the college entrance exam accident, Mountain River Province's radio and television stations will continue to report for you." Seeing the news on the television, Chen Nianxi no longer had any doubts. Of course, even if she hadn't seen the images on the television, she wouldn't have felt that Chen Xian would lie to her. She knew that her son was capable of doing it. Chen Nianxi looked at her son in front of her. Handsome in appearance, upright in stature, and spirited. She couldn't hold her emotions any longer, her eyebrows and eyes twisted, tears filled her eyes, and the corners of her mouth trembled as she bit lightly. Soon, clattering tears flowed straight from her eyes. Whoa. Mom! What's wrong with you?" Chen Xian hurriedly walked up and said as he looked at his mother who was hiding her face and crying. "Woo! No, Mom, I knew that my son is the best woo-ah. Chen Niancy cried, her hands opened and tightly hugged Chen Qian, her cheeks buried into Chen Qian's chest as she cried out. Little Qian. Mom is sorry for you, alone and sickly body, can't do anything, woo. From childhood, Mom can't get money to buy you more learning resources to help you improve your grades well. Woo. What other parents can give their children, you don't have, you can only rely on your own efforts to move forward step by step. Woohoo! But even then, you still always manage to be the best, the best, the best, the best. Woo-ah-ah! Chen Niancy hugged Chen Qian and cried out, her voice becoming more and more agitated until she nearly shouted out. She knew that her son had always been the best. But there was nothing she herself could do to help him walk better. Other people's children were nowhere near as good as her own son, yet they were able to be nurtured vigorously with the resources provided by their parents. Her own son was so good, but she could only let him rely on his own efforts. Her son was very competitive, whether it was in the learning stage of middle school or the exercise stage of high school. He was able to get first place with his talent and hard work. She was very proud of her son. In high school, her son got together with a girl in his class whose father was a very rich and powerful man. The other party not only provided her son with excellent resources, but also provided herself with a very good environment for cultivation. This made her feel that she, as a biological parent, was not doing as well as an outsider. Later, the son was mistakenly thought by the public to have awakened a wasteful sword soul. The son was expelled from school and broken up by his girlfriend. He himself was also kicked out of the villa by the other party. Her son had suffered so much, and not only did she, as a mother, not have the ability to help her son out, but instead, she had to rely on him for protection. She couldn't forget the day she was dragged to the street and beaten. It was her son who rushed out and protected her. Carrying her in his arms, he walked back to his current home step by step. The son was very understanding and very good. He learned to make money on his own, and learned to cultivate the sword and soul master along the way on his own. He even achieved the highest score of unlimited points on the college entrance exam and became a teenage hero protecting the province's candidates. By his own strength, the son did what the next person couldn't do. With his own strength, he got back the aggression he had suffered from the hands of that gang. Chapter 48 Being Dark, Receiving a Gift. Chen Niancy cried with emotional tears. Contained in the tears. It was the guilt of thinking that she was incompetent as a mother. It was pride that her son was able to achieve something on his own. It was the love of a mother who had done her best for her son. Chen Qian could feel his mother's arms holding him harder and harder, not willing to let go. He could feel that his chest was drenched with his mother's hot tears. Eyes were similarly drenched. Mom! What are you talking about? Where have you ever apologized to me? What you have done for me is more than enough. Next, it all depends on the son. Chen Qian also wrapped his hands around his mother's back. He was able to feel that his mother's back was very hot and warm, stretching and contracting violently. This meant that his mother was still sobbing with excitement. Ha! This boy has gotten such good grades, this big day. What are you mother and son crying for here? The landlord's old lady looked at Chen Qian and Chen Niancy, who were hugging each other, and also took out paper to wipe the corners of her eyes. For so many years, she had also been watching this mother and son come through. When she first met Chen Niancy, the Chen Niancy at that time was still just a young girl in her 20s. She was holding a child in her arms that hadn't been born for long. Chen Niancy's face was so haggard and sickly, as if she could fall at the slightest blow of the wind. She did not know where Chen Niancy had come from, nor did she know why such a young, sickly mother would be alone with a newborn child. She didn't ask many questions and took the mother and child in. She hadn't wanted rent for the mother and child. However, she had seen how strong-willed this sickly mother was. Chen Niancy insisted on relying on her own ability to earn enough money to both pay the rent on time and raise her child properly. She had seen, step by step, this mother and child grow up. 3 years ago, the mother and child left this place and moved somewhere else. She knew that this mother and child had met a noble person and could lead a fairly good life. She wasn't jealous in the slightest, she just felt happy for this mother and son. But 3 months ago, she suddenly saw it again. This child who had grown up, holding his still sickly mother, appeared in front of her room again. Right now, this child had truly grown up. In the future, this child would only become more and more like a man, more and more able to protect his mother. The landlord's old lady was touched by the fact that this mother and son were finally able to live a happy and stable life. Come. Don't even cry, let's drink the chicken soup, which is about to get cold. The old landlady said, walking over to the table and starting to ladle up bowls. Chen Nianxi's emotions also slowly tended to calm down. Sobbing became weaker and weaker. After a while, all three people's emotions were gradually returning to normal. Although their eyes were all still red, they were no longer crying out in excitement like earlier. Grandma, Mom, Chen Xian, should be most thankful to you all. Chen Xian caught 2 pieces of meat from his own bowl and placed them into the bowls of the landlord's old lady and mom respectively, to express his gratitude. Without his mother's selfless nurturing and the landlord's old lady's acceptance, he wouldn't have been able to grow into a proper adult. Chen Nianxi and the landlord's old lady's faces were filled with smiles. It was already nighttime. Both the landlord's old lady and her mother had already gone to bed. Chen Xian took a bath, but did not return to his room to sleep. Instead, he dressed up and walked out the door, donning the slightly worn black cloak. Although today was the first day of the end of the college entrance exam. To be precise, it was the first day that the college entrance exam was forced to end with an interruption. However, Chen Xian did not choose to slack off either. Although the Devouring system's ability to devour an upgrade, and the Endless Shadow Sword's powerful shadow ability, had already allowed him to far surpass his peers. But becoming stronger, there was no end to it. In this world where strength was paramount and danger was everywhere, only with strong strength could he guard his mother and everything he wanted to guard. Although the powerful devouring ability allowed him to upgrade and become stronger very quickly. But to truly utilize one's strength, the sharpening of constant battles was also essential. Not long after, Chen Xian appeared in the underground sword fighting arena. Tonight's underground sword fighting arena was still bustling with activity. The enthusiastic cheers of many people could be heard. Chen Xian sat on a sofa in a VIP reception room and waited. Soon, the woman appeared. Tao Hong had long scarlet hair and a sexy figure, twisting her waist and limbs as she walked closer to Chen Xian. Didn't come yesterday, thought you didn't come today either. Absent for a day, this month's perfect attendance award is gone. Oh. You only didn't come for a day, the audience can't wait to rush you on stage. Tao Hongyin said with a smile. Chen Xian gave this woman a blank look. This woman always liked to talk about something or other to molest herself. As for the full attendance that she spoke of, it was set up to take care of some weak sword fighters who always failed to win matches and weren't too well liked by the audience. As long as you keep playing every day, have a little bit of achievement, and insist on full attendance, you can receive a certain amount of bonus for full attendance. It was certainly not a good idea for an underground sword fighting ring to have this kind of bonus. This would actually leave quite a few sword fighters behind to be used as sandbags for others. At least there were enough people that there wouldn't be a situation where they couldn't line up a match. But there were also many sword fighters who were satisfied with just being able to get a full attendance bonus to sustain their lives. Even some people, in order to meet the standard to receive full attendance every month, are dying to live. Life is so miserable. But like Chen Xian, a powerful sword fighter who had never lost a battle, he really doesn't care about this full attendance award. Tao Hong was just trying to flirt with him when she told him so. Brother Dark, Sister Hong is also an old acquaintance with you. Today, Sister Hong is giving you a gift. Tao Hong twisted her body, her posture was very graceful. She took out an exquisite gift box out from behind her and handed it to Chen Xian. Chen Xian looked at Tao Hong strangely and did not take it at first. This woman, why did she suddenly think of sending herself a gift? Non-relative, this move of hers, so strange. She should not be on her own. She should not be trying to rap. Alas, I blame myself for being too strong and handsome. But for this kind of shortcut in life, Chen Xian did not care to take it. I'm sorry, Cluck cluck cluck. Brother Dark, where are you thinking? You are the rising star of our underground sword fighting arena. These 3 months have helped us boost our popularity a lot. Sister Hong is just giving you a gift, don't keep thinking about strange things. Tao Hong stretched out her luxuriant jade finger and bounced it on Chen Xian's head, saying with a smile. After Chen Xian heard this, although he still felt a bit strange, he didn't wonder any further. He took the exquisite gift box from Tao Hong's hands and placed it on the table to unwrap it. Giggling, like a child who is excited to receive a birthday present and wants to unwrap it. Brother Dark, you're so cute. Tao Hong stood by the side, her mouth not stopping for a moment as she flirted with Chen Xian. Chen Xian wasn't in the mood to bother with Tao Hong about this. This woman, the more you opened up to her, the more she would only molest you. It was better not to talk. Chen Xian unwrapped the gift and found that inside was a black dress. You've been wearing the black cloak on you for quite a while too, right? It's all worn out. Try this black dress of Sister Hong's. The material is very good. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. It can regulate the warmth and coldness of the dress itself according to the ambient temperature of the outside world, ensuring that you won't be hot in the summer and not cold in the winter. Moreover, this clothing also has very good defense performance, so it's really worth a lot. Tao Hong boasted to himself on the side. Chen Xian did not say anything and froze for a long time as he looked at the black clothes in front of him. Soon after, Chen Xian once again mounted the ring of the golden sword fighting arena. It was just that he did not change into the new black clothes that Tao Hong had given him. Instead, he was still wearing the old black cloak. Whoa! Dark! You're finally back. Brother Dark, why didn't you come yesterday? People watch Brother Dark's matches every day, and when I didn't see it yesterday, I was too hungry to sleep. Dark! Let's have another hearty match. I'm relying on you to win money and get a wife. As soon as Chen Xian stepped onto the stage, he drew cheers from the entire crowd. The black brim of his hat still hid his face, and the corners of his cloak fluttered gently. Opposite him was another robustly built, powerful sword fighter with 4th rank strength. I declare the Golden Sword Arena, Dark vs Earth martial artist. The sword fight begins. With the referee's order, his opponent quickly rushed over. Humph. What Dark? I, Earth martial artist, have not lost a single match in the Golden Sword fighting arena either. Watch me destroy you. Chen Xian remained calm and stood still as he gently called out. Devour, endless dark shadow. Strands of dark shadows were born from around his body. Chapter 49, Principal Sima? Principal Dead Horse. I declare the winner, Dark. Not 10 minutes later, the referee's announcement rang out in the ring. And the Earth martial artist's huge body was already littered with chopping wounds emanating from dark shadow dents. It fell heavily onto the ring. Oh ha! I knew it, Dark is invincible. Too strong. Dark has fought almost every night since he appeared in the Underground Sword Arena 3 months ago, and surprisingly, he has not lost a single match. What kind of monster is this? Brother Dark, you are so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. Amidst the cheers of a crowd of spectators in the stands, Chen Xian put away the longsword that Dark Shadow had transformed into. The Earth martial artist that he faced this time was a rather strong 4th-ranked sword soul master. If it was him before the college entrance exams, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat this Earth martial artist. But a trip to the college entrance exam, in just half a day, he had gained a great deal. It could even be said that it was higher than the gains from his cultivation over the past 3 months. This was because the increase in his strength still mainly stemmed from devouring upgrades. And in his daily cultivation, he didn't have that much energy to devour. It was only when he fought a match with someone in the sword fighting arena that he was able to devour the energy of the opponent's release moves. He was such a kind person, it wasn't like he could devour all of his opponents in a match like he devoured a ferocious beast. So, on a daily basis, his boost was still relatively small. But in the examination hall of the college entrance exam, there were many ferocious beasts for him to devour. And he, indeed, had swallowed the entire examination hall clean of ferocious beasts. The rewards that came from the devouring upgrade were also quite considerable. Not only had his soul pressure broken through to the 4th rank, he had also obtained a powerful skill like Sword Soul Liberation. As for any further gains, I won't go into detail. Just devouring to raise soul pressure in shadow level may not be a good thing either. For this period of time before I report to the university, it would be better to sharpen my combat abilities under the current stage in the sword fighting arena. Just focusing on upgrading would be missing the point if I neglected to solidify myself with actual combat training. Although, I also haven't chosen which Sword Spirit University to go to just yet. Chen Xian stood in the ring, thinking alone in his heart. And on a special exclusive grandstand. Tao Hong looked at Chen Xian in the ring, in his worn-out black clothes, and covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. This kid, not wearing the new clothes I gave him, is he being shy? Giggle giggle. That night, Chen Xian fought a few more matches in the underground sword fighting arena. Without a doubt, naturally, he had won all of them in a crushing manner. Right now, it was in the golden sword fighting arena that, without using his sword soul liberation state, there were also already very few opponents that could compete with him for an extended period of time. Let's congratulate Mr. Dark, who is continuing to maintain the myth of Dark's undefeated streak. The referee said. Oh. The entire arena once again rang out a cheer.
Chen Xian, on the other hand, just exhaled softly under the cover of his black hat brim. Chen Xian had breakfast with his mother and the landlady. Chen Xian, who had eaten breakfast, sat on the stone under the large willow tree in the courtyard,
enjoying the slightly warm morning sunlight and the light cool air.
Opening his cell phone to take a look at the popular news, he found that the Mountain River Province College entrance examination incident had already dominated the top few positions of the hot searches.
Such as,
the college entrance exam in Mountain River Province was interrupted by a sudden accident. Fourth order ferocious beasts appear, ferocious beasts go berserk, teenage heroes appear out of nowhere, suppressing the entire scene.
Shocked, the teenage hero who saved countless candidates in Shanha Province is not a freshman, and his school registration was even expelled by this dead horse principal? There are a lot of related videos on video sites.
Yesterday, there was a sudden accident in the Mountain River Province's college entrance exam. A fourth order ferocious beast came out, and the entire field of ferocious beasts went berserk.
Have the families heard about it?
But families, please rest assured that this college entrance examination accident did not result in large-scale candidate casualties, because an extremely heaven-defying strength teenage hero appeared in the college entrance examination center of Mountain River Province. Last night, my circle of friends was also bursting with the Mountain River Province's college entrance exam. Who would have thought that the one who saved all the candidates for the entrance exam in Mountain River Province would be a teenage hero who is also a candidate?
Many families may not know old iron, this matter is not mentioned in the official report.
That is, this teenage hero is not a freshman student, but to social identity to participate in the college entrance examination.
His school registration, surprisingly, was expelled by a certain principal surnamed Sima.
I believe that many babies have heard that the teenage hero of Shanha Province was expelled from school by a certain Sima principal. The teenage hero's strength is so outstanding, the heart of all the candidates. How can he suffer such injustice? This matter, I think that the Education Bureau of Shanha Province must give all of us, the people of Shanha Province, a statement. The above were short video comments related to this matter made by many video bloggers on the internet. There were even some bloggers or journalists who had squatted outside of the province's #1 sword in Seoul High School and blocked the principal, Qin Tianzheng. The Qin Tianzheng in the footage was cowering and seemed to be aware that he was being watched. However, he was still surrounded by a group of people with cameras, shooting sticks, and microphones.
Hello, may I ask if you are Principal Sima? Regarding the expulsion of the Mountain River Province's young heroes from school, may I ask Principal Sima what was going through your mind at that time? May I ask Principal Sima if you now regret your initial decision?
Several reporter-like people with work badges and professional attire came up with microphones and asked. Qin Tianjing was so scared that he hurriedly tried to flee, but he was still blocked by them with no way to escape. At this time, a few anchor-like men interjected and said impatiently,
"Aya, you bunch of reporters are just one zozo. I used to stay in this school too, and this surname Qin is not a good thing." Surname Qin? Isn't he Principal Sima? What Principal Sima? It's Principal Deadhorse.
Seeing a group of people blocking themselves in front of the school, arguing with each other and calling each other Deadhorse, Qin Tianjing's face turned green. In his entire life, he had never been humiliated like this.
What's Principal Sima, Principal Deadhorse?
Stop talking nonsense to yourselves. Have you ever considered the feelings of the person in question? Just at this time, a big brother with a large gold chain around his neck loudly stopped it. The scene was dumbfounded. It was estimated that in their hearts, they were all guessing how this big brother was speaking for the asshole who had expelled the teenage hero from school.
Qin Tianjing also looked towards his big brother with a bright face.
This big brother is really a good person.
Big brother Qin Tianjing, will definitely repay.
Tell me yourself, what is your last name?
Is it Qin, or Sima, or simply Deadhorse?
Big brother said viciously.
Ga? Qin Tianjing froze. He was clearly surnamed Qina.
But if he said that his surname was Qin, wouldn't that confirm in front of the media that he was a Deadhorse principal?
Qin Tianjing, made a decision that went against his ancestors. My humble self is surnamed Sima, is surnamed Sipu.
Qin Tianjing bent down and nodded his head, and before he could finish his words, he was slapped on the ground by his big brother.
You Deadhorse thing!
I know your surname Qin. The golden-chained big brother's slap wasn't enough, and was followed by a kick on the upper foot.
You're a Deadhorse. Still TM ancestors are not recognized, shameless.
Lousy near as this year's college entrance examination, thanks to the teenage heroes did not hurt his life. You dare to bully my near benefactor, I kicked you to death.
The people present saw the gold chain big brother directly move his hand, also a burst of confusion. This big brother was also too tough, right? Soon, a few anchor-like ones also got resourceful. Old irons, this dead horse principle is too hateful, the anchor can't stand it anymore. Babies in the live broadcast, women are not afraid, I'm sweetie, everyone remember to point your attention to yo, teach the dead horse principle a lesson. Families, performing for the families today, 3 kicks to a deadhead of dead horse principle. A group of anchors said a few words to the camera pole at a rapid pace, and couldn't wait to join the ranks of violently kicking Qin Tianzheng. Egu. I was wrong. I'm Principal Dead Horse, don't fight. I'm Dead Horse Poof. Qin Tianzheng was kicked in the face by a certain female anchor with a high heel. Then not a single word came out. Chen Xian was also sitting under the willow tree and swiped through these videos, feeling a burst of amusement in his heart. It seemed that his yelling at Qin Tianzheng outside the examination center was effective. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have fermented so quickly on the internet. Damn it, Dead Principal Ma. You finally learned your lesson, haven't you? But this bit of lesson was just the beginning. Soon, he wouldn't be as simple as getting a few kicks. Chen Xian no longer intended to take the initiative to retaliate against Qin Tianzheng for anything. Because he didn't need to do anything more, Qin Tianzheng would soon fall into the abyss and lose his reputation. He, on the other hand, only needed to quietly watch from the sidelines. At this moment, a rather familiar silhouette walked over from outside. Ah, student Chen Xian, do you still remember me? I'm teacher Xiao Lu, ah? Chen Xian looked over, it was none other than the director of the provincial education department, Lu Mingyuan, who had sent himself back from the examination center that day. Chen Xian knew that Lu Mingyuan would come to find himself sooner or later, and a hint of a smile flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although he admitted that Lu Mingyuan was considered not a bad person. But it wasn't a particularly good and kind person either. Wanting him to loosen his tongue and lower the impact of public opinion wasn't that easy. After all, there was a price to pay for doing something wrong. Chapter 50, Chen Xian chooses not to forgive, fires dead horse principle. Chen Xian knew where Lu Mingyuan was coming from. He didn't want this matter to disturb his mother. So he didn't say much to Lu Mingyuan, much less say that he would invite him to the house for a drink or something. He directly followed Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan was naturally aware of this and just smiled awkwardly on his face. Not long after. Provincial Education Department, Director Lu Mingyuan's office. Chen Xian was sitting on the sofa seat in front of the desk. Lu Mingyuan was standing behind the desk, pouring tea for Chen Xian with an attentive face. Today, he, the young teacher Lu, was still in a low profile. Student Chen Xian, since we have such strong strength. Why do you have to take the college entrance exam with a social identity and prove yourself in the college entrance exam? Come to our education department early, we could have solved this problem for you a long time ago. Lu Mingyuan said as he politely poured tea for Chen Xian. Chen Xian had already known that he would talk like this, and only smiled softly and said, Hee, after all, the student is stupid, I can't imagine that there is such a solution. He knew. If he really chose to come to the education department to prove himself beforehand, it really wouldn't be difficult to restore his school registration and participate in the college entrance exams normally. But then, there would be no way to retaliate against Qin Tianzheng. In this way, Qin Tianzheng would at most receive some institutional disciplinary action that would not hurt him. And he, Chen Xian, didn't care about any school registration or not. Doing so would be too much of a fall from grace. So he was going to make a big deal out of it. In this way, only then would certain people be taught a true lesson. I know, student Chen is still angry in his heart. Don't worry, student Chen, I, Lu Mingyuan, will definitely give you an explanation. Then who, little dead? Little Qin, still don't hurry to come over to apologize to Chen classmate? With a shout from Lu Mingyuan, the office door was opened and a person with a bandaged head walked in. As soon as Chen Xian saw his appearance, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. This walked in. Wasn't it dead horse Principal Qin Tianzheng? Yo, Principal Qin, haven't seen you in a few days, cos mummy wear? Wasn't it quite imposing when you expelled me from school on the podium at that time? Qin Tianzheng's head was wrapped in bandages, with only one eye and half of his mouth showing. Leaning on a crutch, he walked in crookedly as well. It seemed that he had really been beaten up. Fellow student Chen Xian. Qin Tianzheng scattered his crutches in one go, and with a flutter, he knelt down for Chen Xian. I was wrong, classmate Chen, please forgive me. I'm just a dead horse thing. Dead horse thing. Qin Tian was kneeling on the ground crying and yelling while slapping his face with his hands. However, because his face was already badly beaten, Qin Tianzheng obviously didn't really lay a hand on himself, but was merely making a show of it. Chen Xian only sat on his seat, crossing his legs and looking at Qin Tianzheng with interest. He did not bother to sympathize with Qin Tianzheng when he had chosen to expel himself in front of the entire school. He should have thought that he would pay the price for it one day. He also knew that Qin Tianzheng was kneeling on the ground at this time to admit his mistake. He didn't really recognize his mistake. Instead, he had just tasted the bitter fruits of doing something wrong and wanted to be spared from further punishment by way of admitting his mistake. Even if you forgive this kind of person, he will definitely not correct himself in the future. Nor would he be grateful to you, but would only harbor resentment. Therefore, Chen Xian had never had the idea of forgiving Qin Tianzheng since the beginning. Lu Mingyuan also walked next to Qin Tianzheng and spoke. You stupid bastard. Fellow student Chen is a genius with the ability to kill a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. He even saved all the high school candidates in our Mountain River province. He's the teenage hero of our Mountain River province. How dare you expel such a young genius? You dead horse thing. Saying that, as if Lu Mingyuan was furious, he raised his foot and kicked towards Qin Tianzheng's body. You. Director Lu, I really know I'm wrong. Oh. It hurts, Director Lu, my wound hasn't healed yet, oh. Qin Tianzheng let out a pig-killing scream. Chen Xian also jumped with an eyebrow as he watched. This Lu Mingyuan, he really dared to strike hard. Qin Tianzheng's body was already full of injuries. But Lu Mingyuan did not have the slightest intention to show mercy. Kick after kick was still very powerful. Qin Tian twisted on the ground and wailed, screaming like a pig, tears streaming down his face. Classmate Chen, do you think you're still satisfied with teaching him a lesson like this? After kicking Qin Tianzheng, Lu Mingyuan rubbed his hands together and asked Chen Xian. Chen Xian didn't say anything for a while. Not good enough, I'll kick him a few more times. Lu Mingyuan said as he was about to kick again. Qin Tianzheng immediately got up from the ground in fear. Don't Director Lu. If the fight continues, it's really going to take a life. What human life? What lives will be lost if you can scream so much? Lu Mingyuan was not polite at all and raised his foot to kick again. Chen Xian looked at Qin Tianzheng, who started to cry again, although he thought it was quite fun to watch. But seeing this, he was also a bit tired of it. Chen Xian stood up from his seat, walked out a few steps towards the office door and turned back. Director Lu. I, Chen Xian, have never wanted to forgive this dead horse thing. But I also didn't really want to extend the repercussions to the entire education sector. I think Director Lu is an understanding person. I'm tired of watching today's drama and would like to go home first. Chen Xian said the next few words and continued walking in the direction of the door. After Lu Mingyuan heard this, he also rubbed his hands together happily. For Chen Xian to be able to give him such words, it was already considered to have achieved what he wanted. Alright, student Chen. Our provincial education department will definitely not tolerate the existence of a dead horse thing like Qin Tianzheng. We will definitely dismiss him from his position as principal and mete out the harshest punishment to him. As well as other such scum within the education system of Shanha province, we will definitely make severe punishments as well. Once Lu Mingyuan finished his words, Qin Tianzheng was dumbfounded. Don't Director Lu, didn't we discuss that as long as I kneel down and admit my mistakes, I won't be dismissed? Chapter 51. I want Governor Lu Xiong to publicly apologize. Lu Mingyuan said viciously. When did I ever tell you such a thing? It's only right for you to kneel down and apologize to fellow student Chen Xian. Scum like you are also absolutely not allowed to appear in the education system of my Mountain River province. You dared to expel student Chen Xian from his school, why can't I dismiss you? Chen Xian had already walked to the door of the office and heard the conversation between the two. In his heart, he also understood the context of the matter. Lu Mingyuan's promise to Qin Tianzheng should be true. Only, Lu Mingyuan was deceiving Qin Tianzheng. Lu Mingyuan never wanted to favor Qin Tianzheng, he would do this just to make Qin Tianzheng apologize to please himself. Lu Mingyuan just wanted to get closer to himself and lower his resentment towards the Shanha Provincial Education Department. As for what happened to Qin Tianzheng, Lu Mingyuan actually did not care at all. A small high school principal was just that. In Lu Mingyuan's eyes, it was really nothing. He chose to abandon Qin Tianzheng to please himself. Chen Xian walked out of the office door and heard another cordial shout from behind. That student Chen Xian. Wait a moment, teacher Xiao Lu will drive you home. In the evening, the Mountain River Province Education Department released such a message on the major media. Notice on the dismissal of Qin Tianzheng, the principal of the First Sword in Seoul High School of Mountain River Province, from all positions. After investigation, the principal of the First Sword in Seoul High School of Mountain River Province, Qin Tianzheng, had illegally expelled a school student from the school 3 months ago. This student has excellent grades all year round. Not only does he look good, elegant, handsome and spirited, but he is also upright and kind, humble and courteous, and has a righteous heart, and he has a strong and righteous spirit. A few days ago, he saved the lives of a lot of candidates from Shanha Province in the college entrance examination hall, and he is a role model for all the teenage students in Shanha Province, and he is the future pillar of the great summer talent. Daxiao's future pillars of talent also. Principal Qin Tianzheng as a public official did not do their own responsibility, but instead maliciously used the hands of authority, even dared to expel the student's school registration, wantonly. The excellent student was forced to choose to social identity to participate in the college entrance examination. It is a dereliction of duty of the education system in Shanha Province. Like Qin Tianzheng, such scum really is my Mountain River Province education system of shame. The former principal of the province's #1 sword in Seoul High School, Qin Tianzheng, is hereby dismissed from all positions and will never be employed. As soon as this news was released on the major media platforms, it quickly caused widespread discussion nationwide. Good opening. This dead horse principal. I can't even look at it as a Jiang province. This kind of person, not firing is not enough to spread anger. The people of Shanha province will not agree. Such a young hero is the future pillar of my Grand Xia, and may even achieve Sword Emperor and shelter the Grand Xia. We can't let the old Sima thief bully him. I've never seen such a shameless person. Master Zhuge in the front, this guy's name isn't Sima, he's just a pure dead horse. Coordinates Hanjing, to this dead horse thing to express severe condemnation. Coordinates West China Sea Province, the same condemnation of this dead horse stuff. Coordinates Beijiang Province, my ancestry is also from Shanha Province, expresses deep condemnation to this dead horse thing that disgraces itself in front of the whole country. Coordinates Magic City, expresses deep condemnation, welcome the young hero to my Magic City. On all the major media platforms, there were angry condemnations of Qin Tianzheng from people all over the country. The people from all over the country knew that a teenage hero had emerged from Shanha Province. It was also known that a dead horse principal had come out of Shanha Province. For some time to come, the internet was bustling with activity, everyone was filled with grief and anger, breaking into curses. If it was offline, the spittle of the entire nation would have been enough to drown Qin Tianzheng thousands of times. Since then, Qin Tianzheng not only lost his black hat forever, he also died a permanent social death in front of the whole country. Later, no one ever called Qin Tianzheng a similar Qin principal, Mr. Qin such a name. All of them are all dead horse principal. After Chen Xian returned home, he was never affected by these things again. He still persisted with his workouts, insisting on going to the underground sword fighting arena daily to sharpen his strength. Since he had already given Qin Tianzheng enough revenge, he did not care about this matter anymore. Otherwise, always being unable to let go of this would only delay him from becoming stronger. It was not 2 days after the dismissal of Qin Tianzheng. Lu Mingyuan once again approached him. However, Lu Mingyuan didn't come to him directly, he just gave him a call. He said that the provincial government wanted to hold a young heroes recognition conference about him and wanted to ask for his opinion. When Chen Xian heard this, his first reaction was to frown. He didn't really want to do this kind of thing. Holding some kind of Mountain River Province's junior hero recognition assembly was just too much. He didn't feel that his current self was qualified to receive recognition from the people of the province. He chose to save the province's candidates. It wasn't all about wanting to save them either. There was also the idea of simply wanting to devour the entire field of ferocious beasts to give himself enhanced strength present. Furthermore, he also did not want to make such a big splash. Right now, he only had an incomparable strength compared to his peers. It wasn't like he was invincible. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. If he really on the stage, to accept the province's people's commendation. He was really afraid that there are any ill-intentioned people to write down their own, maybe when they in their own hand. Being in the limelight was really no good. Ha, of course little teacher Lu knows that student Chen is not the kind of person who loves vanity. Student Chen saved the candidates purely out of his own benevolence for the country and the people, with a heart for others. However, the enthusiasm of the people of the province is hard to stop. Everyone wants to openly express their gratitude to fellow student Chen. The provincial government side told me that every day, people go to the provincial government to ask for a banner for you. It was also under these circumstances that the provincial government decided to hold a commendation meeting. Not only will it comfort the gratitude of the people of the province, but it will also help to set an example for the students of my mountain river province. I'm certainly aware of student Chen Xian's concerns. A genius like you is in great danger when you openly appear in the public eye. Therefore, when the time comes, student Chen Xian doesn't have to attend, the whole thing will just be openly hosted by us. This is all from the provincial government as well. Chen Xian was also silent for a while after listening to the narrative on the phone. It was true that he himself did not want to be in the limelight. However, Chen Xian hesitated for a while and decided to agree. I can promise, but I have one condition. Please ask Director Lu to convey it to the provincial government. What condition? Lu Mingyuan saw that there was a chance, and his voice on the other end of the phone became excited. I want the provincial governor, Lu Xiong, to publicly apologize to my mother. Chapter 52 Governor Lu Xiong, Public Apology. I want Governor Lu Xiong to publicly apologize to my mother. Without the slightest doubt, Xin Xian said towards the other end of the phone. Since Lu Mingyuan said that it was the provincial government's intention to hold a commendation meeting, then, Lu Xiong, as the governor of the province, would definitely not be able to escape this matter. And most likely, at the commendation meeting, he would also have to give himself an award on behalf of the people of the province. For such a man who once drove his own mother into the street, ordering people to punch and kick his own mother, the enemy, how could he accept his award? Qin Tianzhong has been settled. This Lu Xiong, too, must be brought to an end. After Chen Xian finished speaking, there was a silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Mingyuan was also aware of the matter between Governor Lu Xiong and Chen Xian. Previously, he had heard that Governor Lu Xiong had set his daughter up with a teenage genius. It was said that this teenage genius was expected to awaken an extremely powerful sword soul, and would most likely achieve Sword Emperor in the future. He had also once envied Lu Xiong for having a sharp eye and daring to make a move. However, later on, rumors spread that this teenage genius had not awakened a powerful sword soul, but had only awakened a very useless waste sword soul. Lu Xiong then became furious and abandoned this son-in-law in his sights. Many high-ranking officials who knew about this matter had laughed at Lu Xiong behind his back. He, Lu Mingyuan, was actually no exception. Now he knew that the teenage genius that Lu Xiong had identified back then was none other than Chen Xian. After knowing this matter, Lu Mingyuan was also dumbfounded once again. Facts proved that Lu Xiong's vision was accurate. But he did not catch it. Lu Mingyuan had been busy with Chen Xian's affairs these days, and had reacquainted himself with Lu Xiong and Chen Xian once again. He knew that Lu Xiong had not only turned his back on this son-in-law and abandoned him mercilessly, he had also ordered someone to beat up this son-in-law's mother in the street. In fact, there had been rumors about this matter for a long time, just that it hadn't made a big wave. It was naturally normal for Chen Xian to harbor a grudge against Lu Xiong. Asking Lu Xiong to apologize to his own mother was also indeed something a son should do. However, if this matter really happened, it could not be considered a trivial matter. Governor Lu Xiong pulled in Chen Xian, then abandoned him afterward, and also beat his mother. This matter, I am afraid that it will also be known throughout the province. Nowadays, the network information is so developed, it is also possible to make the whole country know. Then, Governor Lu Xiong probability will fall in Qin Tianzhong end. No matter what, Lu Xiong's position as governor is untenable. The impact of this matter was too great, and it was not something that he, Lu Mingyuan, could decide. Fellow student Chen Xian, there is no way for me to promise you this matter, or else. Listening to the voice on the phone, Chen Xian was also clear that Lu Mingyuan could not make this decision. So he nodded his head and said, Anyway, my conditions are laid out here. If Lu Xiong refuses to give my mother a public apology, I won't agree to hold any hero recognition conference. After saying that, Chen Xian hung up the phone. In fact, for Lu Xiong, it really couldn't be treated like Qin Tianzhong. Qin Tianzhong didn't have much to do with himself per se, so if he dared to mess with himself, he would just exterminate him. But Lu Xiong, although this guy just started to approach himself, did not harbor any good intentions. later also decisively abandoned himself, ordered people to beat his mother. But in the end, over the years, he had received a lot of favors from Lu Xiong. High school living expenses and a series of cultivation resources were all provided by Lu Xiong. His mother has been recuperating in the villa for more than 2 years, and her body is much better than before. A favor is a favor, and a grievance is a grievance. It was still not easy to offset. Then, return the favor and repay the grudge. Humph. This Chen Xian is too arrogant. Lu Xiong stayed at home and received the message relayed to him by the provincial government, angrily slamming his cell phone on the table. This Chen Xian even asked him, the titular provincial governor, to go and give a public apology to a country folk woman? What a joke! In itself, when he heard someone say that they were going to hold a commendation meeting for Chen Xian, he was not happy about it. Because his relationship with Chen Xian had already turned sour, he didn't want to give Chen Xian any more favors, much less accumulate any fame for him. However, after a second thought, Lu Xiong agreed to the proposal. Although he was at loggerheads with Chen Xian, he felt that it was not irreparable. After all, he had previously placed a large investment in Chen Xian. He also knew Chen Xian's character and knew that it was impossible for Chen Xian to disregard his previous kindness. As long as he seized this opportunity, he might not be able to make friends with Chen Xian again. The previous Chen Xian was nothing more than a student with excellent grades, and the current Chen Xian was even more directly displaying strength. With no mistakes in his future growth, growing into a sword emperor was a very possible thing. Even if there was no way to pull Chen Xian back to be his son-in-law again, it was also not impossible to make the relationship good again. He believed that Chen Xian, as long as he wasn't stupid, wouldn't refuse to have a good relationship with his own governor. After all, he had not grown up yet, and having a governor as a backer was still quite strong. Therefore, Lu Xiong agreed to the proposal of holding the Mountain River Province Young Heroes Recognition Assembly for Chen Xian. But Lu Xiong had agreed, but Chen Xian had put up conditions with him? Even want him, Lu Xiong, a provincial governor, to apologize to his mother? This kid, his wings are too hard. Lu Xiong was furious. Right now, Chen Xian is in the ascendancy. The name of the young hero who saved all the candidates of Shanha province was quite sought after in the folklore. If he publicly went to apologize to Chen Xian's mother, what he had done to Chen Xian and his mother would also inevitably be raised to the surface and known by all. The bad effects of this matter. It could almost have cut short his political life. The consequences of this matter were simply too great. Lu Xiong huffed and puffed out of the house, wanting to rush to the provincial government to convene a meeting to veto the proposal to give Chen Xian the opportunity to hold the Mountain River Province Young Heroes Recognition Conference. But when he pushed open the door, he saw a large bag sitting in front of his door. Puzzled, Lu Xiong opened the large bag in front of him and only to find that it was full of banknotes. At the same time left, there was a note, wrote 6 words. Grace for grace, grudge for grudge. Seeing these 6 words, Lu Xiong only felt a thunderbolt hit his heart. How could he not see who wrote this note and who left this bill? Lu Xiong, who was originally furious, only felt that he had no heart at all, and his arms hung down helplessly. He knew that he could no longer redeem Chen Xian. It's really true, there's no fooling the youth. The next day, Governor Lu Xiong led several reporters, followed by a whole bunch of staff behind him. He came outside the wooden house where Chen Xian lived. This scene was being publicly broadcast on all major online media platforms. Governor Lu Xiong, publicly apologizing. Chapter 53 upcoming, Teenage Heroes Recognition Conference. Little Dive, what's the commotion outside the house? Shen Niancy was still lying on the bed. However, she hadn't taken on any more sewing and mending jobs in the past few days. Instead, she was knitting a scarf for her son. Although the weather was still too hot to use it. But Little Dive would soon be leaving for college. By the time Little Dive was free to come back, it would surely be winter. Outside, Little Qian would definitely be able to use it. Chen Xian was sitting on the stool next to the bed, peeling an apple for his mother. These past few days, other than the fact that he would still go to the underground sword fighting arena to fight every night, he rarely went out during the daytime. This was because he knew that once he went to college, he would no longer be the previous child who could stay at home every day and spend time with his mother. He would only leave home and go further and further away. Therefore, he cherished this period of time when he hadn't yet gone off to college. Chen Xian naturally heard some commotion outside the house. Mom, don't worry, I'll go out and take a look. Chen Xian put the apple down and walked towards the door. When he walked outside the door, Chen Xian saw Lu Xiong. He was walking alone at the front. Behind him were reporters with microphones and some staff with cameras and other equipment. At the back, there was a huge crowd. Some are the staff to maintain the order of the scene. There are also more people who are onlookers to watch the crowd. Lu Xiong stood alone in the forefront, upright, but his face is very old. Lu Xiong gave Chen Xian an impression. Although ever since Lu Xiong betrayed himself, Chen Xian did not have a good impression of him. However, Lu Xiong was indeed an upright man. He did have a snobbish, climbing side to him. But that didn't affect Lu Xiong being a very proud and upright man. But today, he looked so pale and powerless. Lu Xiong's eyes were sunk deep into their sockets, and his cloudy gaze looked towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian naturally knew what he meant and did not say much. Instead, he directly turned back to his room. Not a moment later, under his assistance, Chen Nianzi walked out. Although Chen Nianzi's body was delicate, she was not unable to walk off the ground. Chen Nianzi was still in a white dress, white and moving. See in front of Lu Xiong, as well as the back of the crowd. Chen Nianzi's face showed shocked. The wind blew her white dress. Poof! Unexpectedly, to everyone's surprise, Lu Xiong unexpectedly knelt to the ground at once. The crowd at the scene let out exclamations of shock as they drew in their breath. Chen Nianzi was also so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Rao Chen was also slightly shocked. He thought that Lu Xiong just really came to apologize. It would only be a few words of apology, and at most a deep bow. But Lu Xiong unexpectedly, directly knelt on the ground. This was something that Chen Xian had not expected either. I, Lu Xiong, apologize deeply to the Chen family's mother and son, especially Mrs. Chen. Lu Xiong's voice was low and lacked power, but it did not make anyone doubt the sincerity of his apology. Only Lu Xiong slowly lowered his head amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. His forehead touched the ground. Governor Lu Xiong unexpectedly kowtowed and knelt down, admitting his mistake. Oh. I didn't see it wrong, right? The hallowed governor actually kowtowed to someone openly and admitted his mistake. It seems that all those rumors are true. This governor, Lu Xiong, is actually nothing good. The crowd of onlookers were astonished beyond measure, making hoots and hollers, but not daring to come out too loudly. When Chen Nianzi saw Lu Xiong kneeling down and kowtowing to her to apologize, she was so shocked that her beautiful eyes fluttered. Afterwards, 2 lines of clear tears flowed out of her eyes, softly sobbing. This man in front of her eyes had once ordered someone to grab her hair and drag her to the street to punch and kick her. She knew that she was just a powerless civil woman, facing Lu Xiong, a governor and high official with no power to fight back. Even her own son had to be bullied and humiliated by the other party. But she, Chen Nianzi, was powerless. But today, this hallowed governor actually kneeled down to her and kowtowed and admitted his mistake. She knew that these were all done by her son. Mom! Chen Xian supported the gently sobbing Chen Nianzi, his eyes filled with worry. Little Qian, help me back to the house. Chen Nianzi sobbed twice and said to Chen Xian. Chen Xian nodded and held his mother's shoulders and back, sending her back inside. Lu Xiong had been kneeling on the ground, kowtowing without speaking. After sending his mother back to her room, Chen Xian spoke to Lu Xiong again. Grace to grace, grudge to grudge, the grudge is over. After saying that, Chen Xian also walked back to his room. The live broadcast regarding Lu Xiong's public apology had reached several million online viewers online. The sliced video at the end of the live broadcast was also spreading wildly on the internet. This event had already topped the incident of Dead Horse Principal Qin Tianzhang from a few days ago. It had become the new hot search Big Melon. The netizens who had learned the ins and outs of the matter saw this and also left comments below. Whoa. Didn't realize that the matter of Principal Sima wasn't enough. This came out again with a dead horse governor. It's really not easy for the teenage heroes of Mountain River Province. Oh. Truly, in this situation, my Mountain River Province can still appear this kind of teenage hero. Really, my Mountain River Province's great fortune. Whoa, teenage hero, all the way, not easy. What kind of ending is worthy of the upheaval along the way? What ending? Our teenage hero has just taken the college entrance exam, the journey of life has just begun. After Lu Xiong publicly apologized, the officials also quickly released a document announcing Lu Xiong's suspension. The new governor of Shanha province was soon elected, taking over Lu Xiong's seat. and regarding Chen Qian's Mountain River Province Heroes Recognition Conference. It would also be held not too long from now. After this news was released by the officials, it soon attracted the attention of a large number of folks within the Mountain River Province. They all left messages saying that they would rush to the scene to applaud the young heroes of their Mountain River Province. There are also said to make silk banner, etc., to give the young hero in person. In short, all the folks in Shanha Province were looking forward to the arrival of that day. And during these few days, news about the college entrance exam was also released. It was said that the cause of the accident at the college entrance exam was still continuing to be traced. But the college entrance exam could not be delayed. The B paper of the college entrance exam would be activated a week later for the second college entrance exam. As for the rules, it was the same as what Lu Mingyuan had told Chen Qian that day. The results of the first college entrance exam would be retained and compared to the second. Whichever results were higher would be chosen. Since this was the case, Chen Qian would definitely not go for the second college entrance exam. Even if he slaughtered the entire field of ferocious beasts once more, he wouldn't be able to look at them. Those beasts that were at most at the peak of the second rank no longer caught his eye. Besides, if he really went to kill them again, how could the other candidates take the exam? They were all 0 eggs. How can they be accepted? Forget it, let's not get in the way of the college entrance exam. Later, Su Shuiying also called over to contact him. She asked him if he still wanted to take the second college entrance exam. Xian, do you still want to take the second college entrance exam? Of course I'm not going. If I go, what else will the other candidates take? Yeah, dive is the best. Are you going to take it? Well, I'm going. This time, I want to try by my own strength. Su Shuiying also had a whopping 1 million points. It could be said that she was already on the board for a good second place in Mountain River Province. It was still a good result that could be achieved by colleges all over the country. She could also choose not to take the second college entrance examination anymore. But since Shuiying decided to go, Shen Qian didn't say anything to stop her. He knew that Shuiying was this kind of girl. Soon after, he received another call from Lu Mingyuan, the director of the Provincial Education Department. Hey, Shen Qian student, are you free? Little Mr. Lu is going to pick you up now? Shen Qian simply couldn't stop crying and laughing. You, a hallowed director of the Provincial Education Department, not doing your proper work, what are you doing running to be a driver for him every day? Director Lu, did something happen again? It's like this, Hanjing Sword in Seoul University and Magic City Sword in Seoul University came. Mr. Chen Qian, weren't you expelled from school by that dead horse thing, so they came straight to me. Right now they're in my office, I'll pick you up and come over for a chat? Oh? Someone from the university? Chen Qian was slightly startled. He had thought that the top sword in Seoul University might come to have someone come looking for him. It was just that he hadn't expected it to come quite suddenly. That's right. You wait for me to go over to pick you up, and with my little teacher Lu present, I'll definitely fight for the best welfare treatment for you. Ha. Hanjing Sword in Seoul University, Magic City Sword in Seoul University, wait for a hard hemorrhage ha. Chapter 54, Admissions Office, Hanjing and Mordor University grabbing people. The voice of Lu Mingyuan laughing madly came from the other end of the phone. Chen Qian was crying and laughing again. This Lu Mingyuan was really quite interesting. However, others who were being snatched by the universities would at most have the school's principal or teacher by their side. He actually managed to directly have the director of the Provincial Education Department backing him up. This guy, which university could still take advantage of his hands? Shen Qian soon saw Lu Mingyuan driving his car to the vicinity of his home. After greeting his mother, Chen Qian left the house and sat in Lu Mingyuan's car. Soon, Shen Qian followed Lu Mingyuan to the Provincial Education Department. Pushing open the door of Lu Mingyuan's office and entering, he saw 2 middle-aged old men in suits, about 50 years old, sitting opposite each other. Both of them were crossing their legs, sipping tea, with stern eyes. They looked as if they were not convinced by anyone. As soon as they saw Chen Qian push the door in, these 2 middle-aged old men in suits immediately jumped up from their chairs. Aya, Director Lu, is this the nationally renowned young hero of Shanha Province? He really is a talented and good-looking man. Ha, the young hero killed all the examination center ferocious beasts and saved the candidates of the whole province, truly a heroic model for the younger generation of my dasha. The 2 middle-aged old men smilingly then walked over to greet them. Chen Qian saw these 2 old men walking towards him. Surprisingly, he had the feeling of turning into prey and being targeted. It seemed like these two universities both wanted to get themselves very badly. Lu Mingyuan shielded Chun Qian behind him and laughed. Both of you, let's cut the small talk short, let's hurry up and step into the main topic, right? Well, the main topic is the main topic. Yes, let's get down to business. Seeing that they couldn't get close to Chun Qian, the two middle-aged old men could only smile sardonically. Soon, several people were all seated at the desk. Two teachers from Hanjing Sword and Soul University and Magic City Sword and Soul University respectively, one named Li Guoqing and the other Zhang Jinwu, were sitting in front of the desk. Lu Mingyuan naturally sat on the main seat behind his own desk. And Chen Xian was also pulled by Lu Mingyuan to sit beside him, also behind his desk, with the intention of maintenance showing. Seeing this scene, the two teachers from the enrollment office also had cold sweat on their heads. They had grabbed the recruitment in previous years, and they were just facing some school principals and teachers. This time, they were directly facing the director of the provincial education department. It seems that things are not easy to do. I'm afraid that they really can't take it without more bloodshed. It's like this, it's definitely not that we don't believe in Chen's strength. After all, Chen's strength is already in front of our eyes, we just want to further understand what level Chen's sword soul actually is. Li Guoqing took the lead and said. Right, I heard earlier that student Chen's sword soul is an E-grade black iron sword, that's naturally impossible. Well, seeing that on Chen student's college entrance examination information, it is written as endless dark shadow, we are not too clear, thinking whether we can retest it here. Zhang Jinwu also said. Obviously, this time, it was something they had already discussed. Oh? The two of you really have a lot of prestige, coming up and asking for the young hero of our Shanha province. Lu Mingyuan said. It had to be said that it was really the director of the provincial education department. The air of a superior leader on his body was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. No, we in no way meant it. We are simply curious, I hope Director Lu will not take offense. The two people hurriedly said. Lu Mingyuan then looked at Chen Xian, as if seeking advice. Chen Xian also laughed bitterly in his heart. Surprisingly, he wanted to test his sword soul again. But his sword soul, it was really hard to be measured. But it didn't matter, his strength had already been displayed in a very understandable manner. Even if it couldn't be measured, it didn't matter. Even if these sword soul universities were like Qin Tianjing back then, they would have to give up on themselves when they saw that their test results were no good. He, Chen Xian, didn't care. He had the strength to be able to grow anywhere. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, how is it going to be tested? Please put your hand here, Chen Xian. Li Guoqing smiled, placing a mini awakening sword embryo-like device on the table. This is a mini sword embryo designed by our school's teacher based on the awakening sword embryo. It doesn't have the power to guide a person to awaken their sword soul, but it can show what the tested person's sword soul is. Please give it a try, Mr. Chen. Chen Xian nodded and placed his hand on it. Only to see the mini sword embryo emit a burst of white light, but it soon dimmed as well. Immediately afterward, a voice rang out. Sword Spirit, Grade E, Black Iron. Screw you're broken. Before the mini sword embryo could finish broadcasting the results, Li Guoqing grabbed the mini sword embryo on the table. It was then slammed hard towards the ground. Chen Xian slaughtered all the ferocious beasts in the arena. The shock of the scene was known to all. How could such a powerful young hero have a sword soul that was only a measly E rank? Damn, this broken pussy plays. Hey, this thing has just been developed not long ago, I think it must be a little malfunctioning, go back and let our school teacher modify it again, Li Guoqing said with an awkward smile. Chen Xian smiled and nodded. Old thing, your broken thing doesn't care, look at me this. Zhang Jinwu hurriedly took out another testing instrument. This was developed by our Magic City Sword and Soul University, and is specifically used to determine sword souls that can't even recognize an awakened sword embryo. Of course, the awakened sword embryo doesn't know it, and neither does it, but it is able to test the quality of the sword soul based on its abilities. Please look at the energy bar over here, if the energy bar reaches half of it, it has a C grade, and if it rises a little more it goes to a B grade. Without waiting for Zhang Jinwu to finish, Chen Xian pressed his hand on it and activated his own shadow ability. Only to see the energy bar on the instrument begin to surge madly. It instantly broke through C grade, B grade, A grade, and S grade. Bang! The tester blew up. With a bang, the testing instrument directly blew up. Fortunately, the 4 people present were all somewhat strong, and none of them were injured by the exploding debris. This. Old Zhang, what is the upper limit of testing for this tester of yours? Li Guoqing was dumbfounded and stammered. The testing limit is S level, but even if it is SS level, it won't blow this thing up so quickly. Zhang Jinwu also had the same shocked expression on his face. This tester he had brought was just a new product researched by the Magic City Sword in Seoul University. It actually didn't have much practical use and was only researched for fun. After all, no one had really seen a sword soul that couldn't be measured by an awakened sword embryo. And generally, even the most outstanding geniuses. At the very beginning, they would only be able to awaken an S-grade sword soul. As for SS-grade as well as SSS-grade sword souls, it is more likely that they are produced by S-grade sword souls that have advanced, or mutated. No one had ever heard of a supreme genius who could have a sword soul of this level right after awakening. For this reason, this tester, which originally had little practical use, it didn't adjust the testing limit too high. But to be honest, the indicated upper limit of the S rank, the measure that could also be accommodated by the SS rank, was already quite fine. Zhang Jinwu didn't even think that someone could actually blow this thing up. Sorry for breaking your school's props. Probably because it's just too strong, how annoying. Chen Xian said with an apologetic, embarrassed face. Chen Xian's 2 light words, however, exploded in the heads of the 2 enrollment office teachers. It's really too strong. Troubled? We also want to be so troubled. No, this gadget isn't worth anything. Zhang Jinwu shook his head frantically. At this moment, both Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu were in the clear. They had thought that what Chen Xian had awakened might be a rare S-class sword soul that couldn't be measured by any awakened sword embryo. But now it seemed. What Chen Xian had awakened was likely an SSS-ranked sword soul. It was because Chen Xian's sword soul was too powerful that the awakening sword embryo had misidentified it as the Black Iron Sword, an E-class sword soul with a similar appearance. Surprisingly, it was an SSS-ranked genius, an opportunity that they were bound to seize. Absolutely cannot give Chen Xian to the Magic City Sword in Seoul University. Definitely can't give Chen Xian to Hanking Sword in Seoul University. Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu looked at each other viciously. Chapter 55, Hanjing University vs Mordor University. Both of them were veterans who were responsible for enrollment snatchers all year round. It wasn't like the 2 of them had been battling together for a year or 2, often winning and losing against each other. This year, they also paid attention to the situation of the college entrance exams in each province almost at the first time. The rest of the province's college entrance exams were normal. They also prescribed various graded preferential standards based on the different degrees of excellence of the candidates from each province, and sent out the corresponding enrollment office teachers to snatch people. And the results of the college entrance examination in Shanha province. The 2 universities were directly stunned. They originally thought that with the interruption of the Mountain River province's college entrance examination, they could only carry out the Mountain River province's enrollment plan in 2 days. But it didn't occur to them that Mountain River province, there was actually a candidate who had reached infinite points. What does it mean to have unlimited points? It means that the candidate has achieved a score that breaks the upper limit of the record. This is simply too perverse. Later, they realized that this candidate with unlimited points was the young hero of the Mountain River province who had killed all the beasts and saved all the candidates during the college entrance exams emergencies. Then what are we waiting for? It's important to strike early. According to the preferential grade ratings that their respective schools have issued to the candidates from each province, many of the provincial college entrance exam winners were A+ grades or S grades. But for Chen Xian, they didn't prescribe any grades, there was only one sentence. At any cost. Fellow student Chen Xian, I, Hanjing Sword in Seoul University, have a long history of founding a school with a strong heritage. Classmate Chen Xian, my Mordor Sword in Seoul University has a great deal of wealth and is open to foreign exchanges. Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu arched their bodies forward and shouted at Chen Xian. Li Guoqing represented Hanjing Sword in Seoul University, and Zhang Jinwu represented Magic City Sword in Seoul University. The 2 men's bodies were squeezing forward like 2 large meatworms. Both wanted to squeeze forward in front of Chen Xian more than the other to better market their own universities. Chen Xian hurriedly dodged his body backward. These 2 old men, why are they sticking so close to themselves? They were about to splash themselves with spittle. They don't know how to send a few pretty sisters to enroll students. Although Yi Chen-xian is not the kind of person who covets beauty, he is a gentleman. But this is also an attitude well. Lu Mingyuan stretched out his arm to stop Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu. The two of you should not get excited. Chen Xian is the hero of our Mountain River Province's high school entrance exam. It can't just be handed over to you guys. You guys also don't say any empty words about having a deep heritage and being open to the outside world. We're all people who understand, so let's be direct. What benefits can you all give? Lu Mingyuan shielded Chen Xian and said directly with his mouth open. When Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu heard this, they also knew that they couldn't play any tricks in front of this Director of Education Department of Shanha Province. That's right, everyone is a person of understanding. Don't say some empty words. Be direct, each according to their abilities, the highest bidder wins. Chen, as long as you come to Hanjing Sword and Soul University, the 4-year tuition fee is completely free. Needless to say, we'll reward you with a scholarship of $10 million upon enrollment, and every year, we'll give you $10 million to use for living expenses. Li Guoqing shouted. The same goes for my Magic City Sword and Soul University. But we give you $20 million every year. Our Hanjing Sword and Soul University has a deep heritage and has many powerful soul skills that you can learn and use at your leisure. The same goes for my Magic Capital Sword and Soul University. Although we don't have a long history, but a long history is useless, the times are developing, they are all old stuff. My Magic City Sword and Soul University scavenges top soul skills from all over the world, you can use them at will. As long as you come to our Hanjing Sword and Soul University, all the tutors are at your disposal and can be changed at will. Mordor Sword and Soul University, also. Holy old Zheng Tu, are you cheap or not? You dog days what same, cannot follow me to talk. Go you what the dog days. This is called a backhanded attack, do you understand? Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu directly began to start spraying each other up, and the situation became more and more stalemate. My Magic City Sword and Soul University Soul Tool Department is also very developed. As long as student Chen Xian comes to our Magic City Sword Soul University, we can fulfill all of his soul tool needs for him. Humph. Do you think that our Hanjing Sword and Soul University's Soul Tool Department is just a dry meal? I'm also going to find 3 young and beautiful school sisters to accompany student Chen Xian, to help him adapt to university life more quickly. Fine, old Li Tu, you're starting to be shameless, aren't you? Isn't it just beautiful women? Our Magic City is located at the mouth of the Yangtze River. Not only are there a lot of women in the south of the river, foreign girls also abound. Feel free to pick a study partner for Chen Xian. Humph. Hanjing Sword and Soul University will directly place Chen Xian in the girls' dormitory building. Dormitory building, my ass. My Magic City Sword and Soul University directly arranges a sea view villa, and arranges a few caring and understanding beautiful sisters from different countries to live with Chen Xian. Chapter 56, Wanting to see the scenery of Jiangnan. Listening to the increasingly outrageous speeches of the two, Chen Xian was also speechless for a while. What kind of beauty is it? Does he Chen Xian look like that kind of person? Chen Xian was like that kind of person? What kind of sweet and understanding sister is he? What kind of beautiful women from different countries are available? And what sea view villa room? These two old men really quite understand. Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu are already red in the face. Their conditions are getting more and more outrageous. What any chick who was accosted by Chen Xian could never be refused, whether it was a student or a teacher. What Chen Xian didn't have to wait in line to use the restroom in the school's public places, he had to be the first. And what in the school walking absolutely cannot have someone in front of the block, daily what miscellaneous questionnaires all free to write what? In short, Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu almost couldn't offer any normal favorable conditions. This is because they have already opened up almost all the conditions that the school can open up. If they continue to open anymore, they were on the verge of packing up their own university and giving it to Chen Xian. The principal's orders are to do whatever it takes, so why don't I really just give the school to Chen Xian? Anyway, with Chen's qualifications, there's a high probability that he might achieve a Sword Emperor in the future and take over the heavy responsibility from the old Sword Emperor. If our school could be bound to a Sword Emperor, it would surely become the only top-tier university in Dixia. Principal, please step aside. This thought flashed through the minds of both Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu. Just as they were about to open their mouths, they were interrupted by Lu Mingyuan's harumph. I believe that the two teachers are both here with full sincerity. Both have also just offered extremely favorable conditions to our Mountain River Province's teenage hero, student Chen.
Chen student look, what choice do you make? Lu Mingyuan said a few words on the scene before throwing the question to Chen Xian.
Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu were both concentrating on Chen Xian, their eyes not daring to move away for a moment. Afraid that they would miss any of Chen Xian's micro-expressions. Missing any of Chen Xian's decisions. In this way, Chen Xian was also in a bit of a dilemma. Jinghan Sword in Seoul University, Magic City Sword in Seoul University.
The strengths of these two universities were actually in between.
It was just that they each had their own strengths in some places. And both sides offered themselves extremely favorable conditions. For a time, it was also difficult for him to make a choice. Li Guoqing also saw the hesitation on Chen Xian's face. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, he said with a smile.
Chen Xian student there's something I forgot to mention.
The remaining three were all looking at Li Guoqing curiously.
Especially Zhang Jinwu, whose face was also as nervous as it could be.
By all accounts, with the two of them knowing each other's universities, both of them had already taken the best out of each other. Anyway, the Devil's Capital Sword in Seoul University already had no other way but to pack up the entire school and give it to Chen Xian.
This Hanjing Sword in Seoul University, could it still straighten out anything? What I'm about to say is.
Previously, the west coast of the Pacific Ocean erupted into a tidal wave, the Sirens invaded, and District 11, which is the original site of the original Cherry Blossom Island Kingdom, has been submerged and has been attacked and killed by a large-scale siren, and this matter, I'm sure that everyone is not unfamiliar with it.
Zhang
Jinwu had already guessed what the other party wanted to say and snorted coldly, of course I know.
Who doesn't know in the entire Great Summer Kingdom, we cheered and celebrated for several days. He.
Li Guoqing revealed a smug smile. Exactly, Mordor is located at the mouth of the Yangtze River, almost across the sea from District 11. At this time, Magic City is facing the problem of siren infestation, so what if Magic City is rich, it's not safe. And my Hanjing is located in the interior, it is the capital of my Granxia, it has the highest defense factor, it's safe all the way.
Li Guoqing spoke forcefully, seemingly firm in his victory. Lu Mingyuan also nodded after hearing this. According to his considerations, it was also more prudent to choose Hanjing Sword in Seoul University.
According to Chen Xian's qualifications, he was bound to become a great man in the future. Therefore, choosing the safer Hanjing Sword in Seoul University was not a bad choice. There was no need to venture to the magic capital, which was being attacked by the sirens. Zhang Jinwu's face did not look good, and he was stifling in anger in his heart. It was also because he felt that Chen Xian would definitely choose Hanjing Sword in Seoul University. He felt that it was a pity that he had lost. It wasn't like his own magic capital sword in Seoul University was inferior to Hanjing Sword in Seoul University. It's just a pity that it met something as bad as a siren infestation, alas. Old Mr. Li has a point, I've already made my decision.
Chen Xian nodded and said. A smile had appeared on Li Guoqing's face.
Zhang Jinwu's face had also revealed a look of discouragement.
I've decided, I'm going to Magic City Sword in Seoul University. Chen Xian said seriously.
Good.
Ha?
Li Guoqing was confused.
Ugh. Ah. Zhang Jinwu was confused. Lu Mingyuan, who was on the side, just smiled and nodded. No, classmate Chen Xian, what did you just say? You didn't say it wrong, did you?
Li Guoqing's mouth was wide open in surprise, seemingly able to stuff a large egg into it. Zhang Jinwu was also nervously looking at Chen Xian, his heart pounding. I said it clearly, I'm going to Magic City Sword in Seoul University. Chen Xian looked at the two of them and said with a serious face. Yay! Zhang Jinwu stomped his feet on the ground happily. Li Guoqing shook his head in loss.
Alas! Student Chen Xian, can I ask you why?
Li Guoqing was very unprepared. He thought that he had taken out the matter of the siren to speak.
Chen Xian would definitely choose the safer Hanjing Sword in Seoul University.
However, he did not expect that Chen Xian would still choose the magic capital sword in Seoul University.
Nothing.
The fact that Elderly said about the siren infestation just now has reminded me instead. As a Dixia scholar, I, Chen Xian, will be taking on the heavy responsibility of guarding Dixia in the future.
Right now, the sea demon is an infestation, how can I run away from it? I should run to the front lines and sharpen myself in the midst of fighting against the sea demons.
By the way, I've been in the north for a long time, and I also want to see the scenery of Jiangnan. See the sea. Chen Xian stood up from his seat and spoke forcefully. Woo! Chen Xian's words moved both Li Guoqing and Zhang Jinwu to tears. Good. This was the role model for their great summer country, for the millions of students. It was indeed worthy of being the hero of the Mountain River Province's college entrance examination. In the future, it must be the hero of the entire Great Xia country. Oh, don't say anything. Li Guoqing cried with snot and tears. Since you've chosen the Magic City Sword in Seoul University, then I won't force myself anymore. But student Chen Xian, remember, one day when the Magic City Sword in Seoul University treats you badly, or if you get tired of staying there, the doors of our Hanjing Sword in Seoul University will always be open for you. Chen Xian would like to thank you. Seeing that this old man Li was also a man of nature, Chen Xian returned his thanks. Humph. Don't even think about it, you old man. Our Magic City Sword in Seoul University will take good care of student Chen Ha. Mr. Chen Xian, in the future, if you want anything in our school, just tell me, I'll report it directly to our principal, we'll give you whatever you want. If you see a girl you like, I'll get her contact information for you. But our Chen Xian is so handsome and strong, I'm afraid we don't need them at all. Zhang Jinwu laughed loudly with a victorious stance. Since the dust has settled, then I won't stay much longer, we'll meet again. Li Guoqing said. Fellow student Chen Xian, I'll be going back first as well. We will customize a copy of the acceptance letter for you and send it over. It's a souvenir that you can completely do without for your enrollment. We at Magic City Sword in Seoul University welcome Chen Xian's arrival as soon as possible, and we do welcome your early enrollment. Although none of the college entrance exams in Shanghai province have been completed yet, but things are all set in stone, there are just a few procedures left to go through, so it's just as well that we get on the bus first. Zhang Jinwu also said. Then thank you, old Mr. Zhang, I will report to the school as soon as possible after the matters at home are dealt with. Chen Xian said. Zhang Jinwu nodded in satisfaction. Two old gentlemen, it's not easy to come here, Mr. Lu treat you two to some hospitality before you leave. Lu Mingyuan also got up and said. There is no need for Director Lu to be so polite, I still have to proceed to battle with this old boy, I won't lose the next match. Li Guoqing said indignantly. Ha. It doesn't matter, if I can win over Mr. Chen Xian, what's wrong with giving all the next ones to you? Zhang Jinwu laughed. The two of them talked and laughed and left. A few days later, the Mountain River Province's Junior Heroes Recognition Assembly was officially held. The location where the commendation meeting was held was at the largest People's Square in Zhongquan Shiyuan City, the capital of Shanhai Province. This square is the largest square in Shanhai Province, which is only second to Hanjing when looking at Daxia. But it is such a big square. At the moment, it was crowded with people. In the sky above the square, many drones were shooting the whole scene. Countless folks from all over the province had gathered here. Some of them were college entrance exam candidates who wanted to come and thank them personally. Some of them were parents of the candidates who wanted to show their appreciation for their own children. Some of them were carrying silk flags, some were carrying fruit baskets, eggs and other things. In the center of the square, a large platform with a red carpet and knotted colorful flowers was built, and banners were pulled. Mountain River Province's Young Heroes Recognition Ceremony. On this sunny, vibrant day, the fathers and mothers of our province have gathered together. I hereby announce that the Mountain River Province Junior Heroes Recognition Assembly officially begins. Chapter 57 Convening, Mountain River Province Junior Heroes Recognition Conference. A man and a woman, two handsome hosts, stood on the stage. The man was wearing a straight suit, and the woman was wearing a short skirt, her long legs straight and white. Next, we have our Governor Zhang to give the opening speech. The people of Shanhai Province in the square below the stage all had excited faces, and they were all impatiently waiting for the conference to begin. After the two hosts finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a microphone and a naive demeanor stood in front of the stage. Folks of Shanhai Province, everyone is good. I am just appointed governor of Shanhai Province Zhang Dekong. After all, this is my first time as governor in front of our folks, just in time for the Junior Heroes Recognition Conference. My mood is also very excited. The following, I briefly say a couple of sentences. The folks under the stage are a bit sleepy. It was also at this time that the new governor, Zhang Dekong, finally ended his speech. The following general meeting will proceed to the second item, where all official institutions, educational organizations, and civic organizations will honor the young heroes. The folks under the stage were erupting in a fierce shout. As for Chen Xian, at this moment, he was also relatively close to the area near the stage of the commendation assembly. It was just that he was wearing a hat, so no one could recognize him. Earlier, he had said that as long as Lu Xiong was willing to publicly apologize, he would agree to organize this commendation assembly. It was just that he didn't intend to take the stage either. According to what Lu Mingyuan conveyed from the provincial government, the matter of the college entrance exam outbreak was still under investigation. They suspected that this incident was related to an organization called White Dove. And this White Dove organization, and the ocean side of the country is very closely associated. This time, the White Dove organization did not succeed. Chen Xian killed all the ferocious beasts and prevented the crisis. The provincial government was also worried that Chen Xian would be targeted by the White Pigeon organization. Thus it was also said that Chen Xian did not need to attend in person, as long as they held the commendation meeting. But Chen Xian felt that he just didn't want to go on stage, but he still wanted to come and have a look at the scene. We have the provincial government below, to honor the young heroes. The naive governor Zhang Dakong once again ascended the stage. Behind him, there were also several leaders from the provincial government. Several of them were personally carrying a plaque decorated with red cloth, and some of them were holding certificates in their hands. The young hero saved the province's candidates on the college entrance exam. Such a righteous act is an example for all of us in Shanha province. On behalf of the provincial government, I would like to reward Chen Xian with $10 million in cash, and present him with a Young Hero honorary certificate and badge of honor. A few leaders from the same provincial government displayed the plaque with the words Junior Hero written on it to the entire audience. The entire audience was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Good. My Mountain River province's young hero. I'm proud to be from Mountain River province with the young hero. Ma! I want to be like Big Brother Junior Hero in the future. Chen Xian stood on the stage. All of them felt the enthusiasm of the folks from the entire Mountain River province. Some of them were rickety old men, some were in their prime, some looked clear and foolish, and some were small children holding their mom's hands. But they were, at this moment, all cheering for themselves. Chen Xian was quite emotional in his heart. He had chosen to kill all the ferocious beasts in the field that day. However, he had never considered that there would be a scene like today. He had merely wanted to devour more beasts in order to strengthen himself. Saving the others was just a matter of passing by. Here we have the city government again to present the awards to the young heroes. The next person to walk onto the stage was the city government team led by the mayor. We, Zhengquanshu Yuan City, in remembrance of the Teenage Heroes Act of Righteousness, hereby present a cash gift of $8 million to provide a helping hand for the teenage heroes' future study and cultivation. At the same time, we will gift the teenage hero a villa and welcome him to return home often. There was another burst of intense applause from the stage. Next, then again, various leading organizations began to come on stage to present Chen Xian with awards. I am Lu Mingyuan, Director of the Provincial Department of Education, and on behalf of the Shanha Provincial Department of Education, I would like to present the teenage hero with a cash prize of 7 million. We are the City Education Bureau, presenting a cash gift of 5 million for the young hero. In addition to some official leading organizations, many social groups and civic organizations also came on stage. We are the Mountain River Province Women's Federation, thanks to the teenage hero for the province's people to make a righteous act, hereby present a cash of 1 million to support the teenage hero's schooling, and present a contact information booklet of the daughters of each family, with photos. We are the Mountain River Province Sword Discussion and Exchange Association, hereby presenting a sword and soul master's cultivation experience and a soul skill cultivation manual each. We are the Sword Soul Theory Research Association, hereby presenting some cash and a copy of Sword Soul Theory Research. Many social organizations and civic groups also presented Chen Xian with various rewards to show their appreciation. The scene was sensational for a while. In previous years, there had actually been some senior high school student commendation assemblies held as well. But the scene had never been as lively and shocking as this. This was truly the people of the province coming together to celebrate. Chen Xian felt the warm atmosphere of the scene, his heart could not be calm for a long time. Originally, doing a little good could actually get so much in return? He hadn't expected that the folks of Shanha province would be so enthusiastic. Afterwards, it was some students representing some schools in the province who came up to the stage to express their gratitude. I'm Lu Jingyao from the 2nd Sword in Seoul High School of Mountain River Province, here to express my gratitude to fellow teenage hero, it's you, who saved the lives of millions of our students. I'm Zhang Yingying from the first middle school in Pingxiang County. After hearing about the deeds of our teenage hero brother, our classmates are all in awe. I'm Su Zihan from Ligu County Experimental Primary School. We all love our teenage hero brother. And then after that, below, we have invited the folks of Shanha province to come on stage to express their encouragement and gratitude to our teenage hero. Due to the fact that there are simply too many folks who want to come on stage, we can't invite everyone on stage one by one. We can only draw a few spots, so please forgive us, folks. Next we have Ms. Zhang from Stony Brook Village. Amidst the warm applause from the entire audience, Chen Xian saw a middle-aged woman with a 5 short stature, a weathered face that looked black and yellow, and a somewhat bumpy walk up to the stage carrying a bag of eggs. Hello folks. I'm Zhang Tsuihua from Shirshi Village. My daughter is also taking the LU higher education examination this year. My daughter told me that she was almost killed by a ferocious beast at the examination center, and it was our young hero who saved my daughter. I and my old partner have only had such a daughter for 40 years. My daughter has been understanding since she was a child, her studies are good, and she is the hope of my family. If my daughter really strangled in the college entrance exams on the TAMP, I and my old companion cannot live force. My daughter is still in the nervous drop second college entrance exam preparation. I on behalf of my daughter to the teenage heroes to express gratitude. We are a rural force, there are no good things, this is the soil eggs laid by our own old hens, to our young heroes of Shanha province. The woman on the stage, Zhang Suihua, wept and cried as she spoke. There was also a burst of sobbing and hooting under the stage, and it was clear that most of them were also empathetic. Even Chen Shen felt his eyes moist. Looking at the woman on stage, he could not help but think of his own mother. If he were to be in danger one day, his mother would also be this sad for him. How could he not be his mother's only hope? And why is Ms. Zhang Suihua on the stage not the epitome of millions of families? After Zhang Suihua stepped down from the stage, other people came up immediately afterward. Most of them were plainly dressed, some spoke in their native dialects, some tried their best to speak in Mandarin, but their accent was thick and slightly awkward, but their feelings were all very emotional. They were all very emotional. They cried when they were talking. They were the truest people of Shanha province. I am Lu Jiazwan Lulu Daju, a high school child Lu father. I'm from Shillton, an ordinary family Lu. I'm from Bai Township Lu. With many simple folks coming up to the stage to express their gratitude, the session came to an end. Just as the host was about to announce that the commendation meeting was nearing its end, another voice rang out from the stage. An old man with ignorant and pure eyes said, why don't we see our La Junior hero make an appearance? Chapter 58, I shall be fearless of all things and suppress all things. This shout from the old man. It was rather like a reminder to the entire crowd. For a while, the entire crowd voiced out their own questions. Right, why don't we see the young hero himself? We all want to see the teenage hero in person. Let us meet the teenage hero. We want to personally give the thank you gift to the teenage hero. Zihan wants to personally give the flowers to the teenage hero brother. More and more people under the field began to shout, all saying that they wanted to meet the teenage hero in person. Many of them had also traveled a long way from other cities. It was because they wanted to express their gratitude in person to the teenage hero who had saved their children's lives and send gifts of appreciation. Most of them were ordinary people who didn't have the sense to think about anything else at all. They only knew how to output their simplest emotions. The two hosts, a man and a woman on the stage, were instantly a bit flustered. After all, this scene was something they hadn't expected. I'm sorry folks, there really isn't a link for a young hero to take the stage today. Obviously the host's words didn't do a good job of calming the crowd at the scene. The cry of wanting to see the teenage hero with their own eyes was still high. Seeing this, Governor Sun Dakong rushed to the stage and took the microphone in the hands of the host. Folks at the scene it's like this, the teenage hero saved all the candidates of our Shanha province that day, the exertion was just too much. In the next few days, the teenage hero will also have to rush to the university to report for further studies. So there is really no way for the junior hero to attend this commendation assembly. The thoughts of all the folks, Sun Dakong, will definitely personally convey them to the young hero. Sun Dakong's words really calmed down the people on the scene. Only, many of them also revealed a look of disappointment. Alas, I came all the way from the countryside just to take a look at the teenage hero he's the benefactor of my whole family Despite that, we can't be so selfish. We just want to show our gratitude to the young hero. How can we let this gratitude make the young hero tired? This old man is right, the young hero must not be able to attend because he hasn't rested well, we can't be too capricious. Just right, I brought the old hen can be complimentary, please governor's son help me to pass to the young hero, boiled into chicken soup, make up for it. The looks on the faces of the folks under the stage, Shen Xian saw it all in his eyes. At this time, Shen Xian's heart was indeed touched. In fact, he was not a very complicated person. He was a very ordinary, slowly growing up from a child, a month ago just turned 18 years old. At best, he had stubbornness in his nature. Like Principal Deadhorse, the Lu family's father and daughter, and the classmates of the provincial #1 sword in Seoul High School. Those who betrayed and abandoned him without mercy, he would definitely not have the slightest bit of attachment or tolerance towards them either. Like Qin Tianzheng and Lu Xiong, both of them had already ended up losing their official positions and losing their names. But for these people in front of him, even before this they have never met. But there is a strong sense of attachment to the same people of Daxia, the same people of Shanha province. It was surprising that they would hold such a strong sense of gratitude towards themselves. This moved Chen Xian's heart. Seeing the expressions of disappointment and self-congratulation on the faces of these folks, Chen Xian's heart was surprisingly a little heartbroken. Some of them had gone out of their way to travel thousands of miles, simply wanting to give themselves something that might not be considered precious, but represented their true hearts. They simply wanted to express their gratitude to themselves in person. The commendation ceremony held for himself had made such a big show. The people of the province, the folks of the province were all expressing their gratitude to him, putting their hearts into it. But he, Shen Xian, didn't dare to take the stage? Afraid that something from nowhere would attack him? Only daring to watch this silently from the stage? This was too much of a loser. At this rate, he Chen Xian simply deserved the name of a young hero. What wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. That's because you're not thick enough, not big enough, not hard enough. At this moment, Chen Xian's heart made a decision. He absolutely did not want to take the path of cowering and obscene development. If he was going to walk, he would walk a bright and honorable path of invincibility. Thinking of this, Shen Xian took a step. Passing through the silhouettes of the people of Shanha province one after another, he walked towards the stage not far away. Lu Mingyuan was originally still on the stage, looking at the stage with a smile on his face. A glance of his eyes, however, saw a familiar figure beside him walking towards the stage. Wasn't this Chen Xian? Isn't this the young hero himself? Lu Mingyuan was so frightened that he directly pulled Chen Xian's hand. No, classmate Chen, what are you doing? Lu Mingyuan lowered his voice and said with force. Didn't we discuss this before? You showed such amazing strength on the college entrance exam, the White Pigeon organization will definitely be watching you. It's too dangerous for you to go out and be noticeable at this time. Chen Xian heard Lu Mingyuan's words, but he did not waver. Director Lu. The folks of Shanha province came all the way here to give me so many things, they are so grateful. I always have to show my face and make them satisfied as well. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Mingyuan was so angry that he stomped his feet and hurriedly said. Why do you care so much about this? Didn't you take the initiative to say you didn't want to attend before? It was supposed to be them coming to thank you, you don't need to commit any more risks for them. If they're a little disappointed, they won't lose their lives, you're different. Taking a step back, if you disappoint them now, and grow up to become a sword emperor peacefully in the future, won't you also be able to protect them? You're just too young, you do things too easily emotionally, too easily impulsive. It had to be said. Actually, what Lu Mingyuan said was very reasonable. But Chen Xian still shook his head. Cowering, one cannot become a truly strong person. Just because there's some zany white dove organization in the shadows, I'm afraid to meet people? The stage is full of grateful, embracing folks of my mountain river province. What do I not dare to meet? I, Chen Xian, am not such a weakling. If they dare to come, let them come. I, Chen Xian, am fearless of all enemies, and will definitely suppress all enemies. With that, Chen Xian pulled his hand out of Lu Mingyuan's. Step by step, he continued to walk in the direction of the stage. Lu Mingyuan looked at Chen Xian's back, dumbfounded. The mature and seasoned experience of a middle-aged man who was quite proud of himself. In front of this light-hearted and exuberant young man, it was unexpectedly shattered to pieces. At this moment, from Chen Xian's determined back, he truly saw an aura. A fearless kingly aura. Throughout the ages, only this kind of person could truly stand at the apex of the world and be embraced by the masses. And those who didn't dare to take risks and only thought of hiding and secretly developing, even if they had some achievements, they were still very limited. In the future, he will definitely be able to become the strongest sword emperor in the world and protect the Great Xia for hundreds of years. Lu Mingyuan was convinced in his heart. Chen Xian walked onto the stage step by step. Governor Sun Dakong and the two hosts were surprised and froze as they made way for Chen Xian. The people under the stage were also the first to spot Chen Xian on the stage. It's him! It's him! He's the young hero, I've seen him on the examination center that day. Someone under the stage immediately shouted out. Upon hearing this, the folks who had originally thought that they would no longer be able to see the young hero, their faces filled with expressions of loss. The expressions on their faces gradually became excited as well. Chapter 59 Departure, to Magic Capital Sword in Seoul University. Chen Xian stood on the stage of the commendation assembly and looked towards the folks below the stage. The people under the stage also looked towards Chen Xian on the stage in unison, and were actually in tears. Is this the young hero of my Mountain River province? Indeed, he is a talented and good-looking man. If my Grand Xia gets this young hero, the future of our country will surely be bright. I'm a stupid old man, I've never accomplished anything in my life, it's hard for me to serve my country. Today I'd like to hand over all the treasures that I've treasured all my life to the young hero. Young hero, thanks to you, my family's baby can survive. I am here to thank you. This is my homegrown vegetables, fresh and healthy, take it back and eat it, young hero. For a while, the folks under the stage were thrilled and surged towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian was also very touched, and his heart was invigorated. Just then, hundreds of white pigeons suddenly flew out of the sky. They came from nowhere, and flew in a neat formation, in unison, from a low altitude towards the sky. The crowd at the scene thought that the white doves symbolized peace and beauty, and that it was heaven blessing the young heroes and heaven blessing Daxia. But only some of the leaders who knew this. And Chen Xian himself knew. This flock of white doves was just false peace and justice. It was a sign of impending danger. Come on. I, Chen Xian, will never be afraid. Devour all the enemies in the world. After the Junior Heroes Recognition ceremony passed, various provincial leading bodies, official organizations, social organizations, civic organizations, and things sent by the fathers and mothers. All of them had been delivered to Chen Xian's hands as much as possible. It just so happened that he had handed over almost all of the money he had earned in the underground sword fighting arena to Lu Xiong a few days ago. This time, it had directly enriched his wallet. With so many things, he definitely couldn't fit them in his home. It just so happened that the city government had rewarded him with a villa, so he had someone help him put all of his things in the villa. He himself only left some of the more useful things first. After the young hero's recognition ceremony was done, Chen Xian didn't have any major events to do. Although the second college entrance examination in Shanha province had yet to be held, and the total college entrance examination results had yet to come out. But Zhang Jinwu had already told him. He could completely go ahead and report to the Magic City Sword in Seoul University directly, with the later process to be followed later. Thus, Chen Xian did not intend to stay at home any longer. It was better to head to the Magic Capital Sword in Seoul University as soon as possible to further seize the resources and enhance his strength. Otherwise, with only his current strength at the early stage of the 4th rank, what he was able to do was still too little. Although Chen Xian also wanted to stay a little longer and accompany his mother a little more. However, such a thing as becoming stronger could not allow him to wait much longer. He had already made a name for himself in this college entrance exam. It had also made a high-profile appearance at the commendation assembly. It could be said that some crisis lurking in the shadows had already set their sights on him. He could only protect himself if he kept getting stronger. Only by protecting himself could he go further to protect his mother and others. Mom, in 3 days, I'll be departing for the magic capital. Chen Xian said as he peeled a pear for his mother. Shen Nianzi laughed, the scarf I've knitted for you is almost ready, take him with you when you leave and remember to put it on when it gets cold. Don't always miss your mom, cultivate well, get stronger, and get along with your classmates. In the future, you will definitely become very, very strong. My son will definitely not fail my mother's expectations. But, I won't forget my mother for a moment either. The reason why he had to set the departure time for 3 days later. It was because he wanted to thoroughly arrange some things at home during those 3 days. After all, the next time he would be able to come back would be during the winter vacation for the new year. For such a long period of time, he always had to make arrangements before he could rest assured. He did say that it just so happened that the city government had rewarded him with a villa, so that both his mother and the landlord's old lady could move there. But both said they do not like that kind of big villa. The two of them in this remote and quiet, beautiful environment of the cabin for companionship is quite good. It is also quiet and comfortable, no one to disturb. Chen Xian also did not insist, only to spend some money, the somewhat dilapidated cabin decoration. Chen Xian also contacted Su Shuiying. Only the second college entrance exam is around the corner. Su Shuiying is also in the middle of intense exercise. This time, the college entrance exam was given by that grandpa. The exam itself was already hard enough. The alternate paper would only be even more hellish. And the alternate paper wouldn't be so subtle, but rather nakedly violent aesthetics. So Su Shuiying didn't dare to relax and worked on herself non-stop. Although she had already relied on Chen Xian to achieve quite good results in her first college entrance exam. However, she still wanted to rely on her own strength and achieve her own score once to prove herself. Chen Xian was also very supportive of her. "Qian, you're going to Magic City Sword in Seoul University, right? Wait for me, I'll definitely take the exam there as well." "Okay, Shuiying, I'll go over first and wait for you at Magic City Sword in Seoul University." In this way, it was also considered that he had finished saying hello to Su Shuiying. Chen Xian believed that even if Su Shuiying didn't rely on the 1 million points she had obtained for her, she would definitely be able to rely on her own strength to obtain high scores and enter the Magic City Sword in Seoul University. After saying goodbye to Su Shuiying, Chen Xian went back to the underground sword fighting arena. Although by all accounts, there was actually no need for him to have to come here to say hello. After all, it wasn't like he had signed any contract with the sword fighting arena that he had to fight here every day. As long as he didn't want to fight anymore, he could leave at any time and didn't even need to say hello. However, when he thought of Tao Hong of the underground sword fighting arena, Chen Xian still felt that it would be better to come and say goodbye. "Oh? Are you saying that you won't come here to fight in the future?" Tao Hong was still dressed sexily, her voice teasing. "Not really, maybe I'll come back to fight every few months, but it's true that I won't be coming often anymore," Chen Xian said. His identity here was the mysterious Dark. Naturally, he couldn't give away the fact that he was going to Magic City to attend university. He could only say that he could no longer fight for some reason. If you don't fight, you don't fight, and the sword fighting arena wouldn't actually pursue the reason, so Chen Xian would save himself the trouble of thinking of any more reasons. In that case, Tao Hong revealed a meaningful smile. Soon, a referee mounted the golden sword fighting arena's ring and said to the entire audience, "Regrettably, Mr. Dark, due to some personal reasons, will not be able to compete in our sword fighting arena here in the future. Dark will no longer be appearing in the ring." As soon as the referee said this, the spectators in the stands shouted out individually, "What? Dark doesn't fight anymore? Without Dark's sword fighting matches, my life is tasteless. Dark, you can't leave. Dark. I can't live without you. Woohoo, I haven't even given Dark a monkey yet, why did Dark leave?" Hearing that Dark would no longer appear, the audience were all expressing their loss and regret. 3 days later, Chen Xian had already finished arranging everything at home. All the goodbyes that should be said had also been said. Chen Xian walked onto the high-speed train that was traveling from Zhengquan Yuan City to the Magic City. Now, he was about to officially depart for the Magic City Sword in Seoul University. Chapter 60, High-Speed Rail Attack, White Dove Attacks. The night was quiet, and a bright and perfect moon hung in the sky. Under the quiet night, the forest was secluded, and a high-speed train was traveling on the track. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning at this time, and many people were lying down on their seats to sleep. Even at night, the lights are not closed on the high-speed train. Bright, but not eye-shattering lights illuminated the carriages. Chen Xian sat in his seat, boredly looking out the window. The moonlight spilled onto the earth like waves of water, and the dark-colored canopy of trees hurriedly crossed. He liked to sit by the window, where he could see a lot of the scenery of the journey. He had gotten some sleep long before he boarded the bus in the night and didn't feel sleepy now. There was less than 3 hours to go. That is, around 6 o'clock, the high-speed train was about to enter the station. Chen Xian's heart was still a little nervous and excited. He basically hadn't left home since he was a child. One was that he didn't feel comfortable leaving his mother alone at home. The other was also that he simply didn't have the leeway to go out and travel. In terms of time, he had to seize every second to study well and exercise hard. As for money, that was even more so. Chen Xian didn't carry any suitcases. This was because he had discovered that the spatial attribute of his dark shadow. It wasn't just the dark shadow itself that was capable of spatial traversal. It actually contained various other attribute abilities as well. It was just that some of them seemed to have to be strengthened by him before he could use them. But he realized that there was another ability that he was able to use right now. That was the existence of dimensional space within Shadow's interior. He could suck anything into the dark shadow and deposit it into the sub-dimensional space without it being swallowed up. Whenever he wanted to use it, he could take things out of the shadow's subspace at any time. And it seems that the substances in the subspace do not age. That is to say that if you put a serving of food in, no matter how long it takes to take it out, it is always the same as when you put it in, still delicious. But time in the sub-dimensional space didn't seem to stand still. Because he tested it, he could not only put dead things in there, but living things as well. He tried putting a kitten in. He clearly felt that the kitten had the ability to move around in the middle of his shadow subspace. To be honest, this was a rather powerful ability. It was definitely more than just treating it as a storage space. The position beside Chen Xian. It was a middle-aged uncle who was sleeping on the tabletop. It wasn't some beautiful woman with great looks and figure. Much less the schoolgirl who happened to be going to the Magic City Sword in Seoul University like him. It was merely an ordinary middle-aged uncle. Chen Xian was still boredly looking out the window. However, he suddenly saw that a white pigeon was actually paralleling outside the window of the high-speed train. Ha ha! At this moment, in a certain carriage behind Chen Xian, a man wearing sunglasses and a white suit suddenly stood up from his seat and laughed. However, he suddenly realized that things didn't seem to be going as well as he had expected. The laughter also came to an abrupt end. What happened? Why didn't it explode? Who is it? What is the dog barking at? Want you mom pussy it? Are asleep, what to laugh at, dreaming of calling the dog grip stay cool right? The white suit man heard the crowd shouting and cursing, and immediately became infuriated. He simply wanted to bean-sand this group of people. But thinking of having a mission in mind, the white suit man still suppressed the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and sat down, his mind wondering. According to the time he said, at this time in the carriage of that Mountain River province's teenage hero, an explosion should have occurred. Then the carriage in front of where he was would definitely feel a violent tremor as well. But why, nothing happened. The white suit man also felt that he had just had enough of it. What's going on? It's so dark outside. The man in the white suit looked out the window, but was only able to see blackness. The color of the moon tonight should be very beautiful. How did it suddenly become? While the man in the white suit was still doubting all this, his eyes were also obscured by a stream of blackness. Were the lights turned off on the highway? When the white suit man opened his eyes again, he realized that he was no longer on the high-speed train, but had appeared in a forest clearing outside the high-speed train tracks. And across from him, a man in black, holding a slender black sword. And the high-speed train, which had rumbled on and continued traveling on the track. But if one were to look at it from the outside, one could realize that this train of high-speed rail was actually wrapped in black darkness all over, just like a huge pitch-black bullet. And after traveling for a few seconds, this shadow gradually seemed to dissipate. In a certain carriage of the high-speed train, Chen Xian maintained the exact same posture as before, looking out the window. There didn't seem to be any difference at all. And outside of the track location where the high-speed train was located a few seconds ago, the man in white suit and a person in black stood opposite each other. Worthy of being the young hero of Mountain River Province, there really are some tricks. The white-suited man grinned at the corner of his mouth and laughed. The black brim of his hat was blown open as the night breeze gently brushed past. Under the moonlight, the black hair fluttered gently, revealing a cool and youthful cheek. This black-clothed sword-wielding person, if not Chen Xian, who could it be? Chen Xian looked at the man in white suit in front of him, his lightly furrowed brows showing disgust. Are you one of White Dove's men? Exactly, but how exactly did you stop the explosion? The man in the white suit laughed. None of your business. Chen Xian did not want to explain to him. At that time, when he saw a line of white pigeons flying past the window, it was a keen realization that there was a crisis about to happen on the high-speed train. So he used his full power to catalyze the dark shadow. Almost in an instant, the dark shadow wrapped around the entire train of high-speed rail cars. As expected, an explosion occurred. Fortunately, Chen Qian's dark shadows were late in time. The moment the explosion occurred, the shadow swallowed up all of the explosion energy. This made it seem as if the explosion had never happened. Otherwise, the lives of all the passengers on the high-speed train would have been in danger. At least the passengers who were in the same compartment as Chen Jin, almost all of them would have difficulty in saving their lives. Unless one was strong enough to survive the explosion. This White Dove organization's people were truly cruel in their methods. And then, he used his shadow senses to observe every passenger on the high-speed train through the dark shadows that permeated the entire carriage. If it wasn't for the man in the white suit standing up and laughing like a fool, he really wouldn't have been able to spot this person so quickly. He then unleashed Dark Shadow's spatial ability and wrapped the white suit man here. He himself also instantly moved beyond the high-speed train after using shadow transformation. As for the Chun Qian on the high-speed train, it was a dummy that he had transformed into using shadow disguise with shadow transformation. There was no way to move, and he could only maintain a posture of looking out the window as if he were a wax statue. Humph, but you're too stupid, aren't you? According to our White Dove organization's intelligence, you are a 4th-ranked Sword Soul Master. Though one has to admit that at your age, to be able to reach the level of a 4th-ranked Sword Soul Master is simply the pervert of perverts. But I'm a 5th-ranked Sword Soul Master, to go one-on-one with me in the wild, you're too stupid, ha ha ha. The man in the white suit laughed out loud. If you want to kill me, do you have to plant a bomb on the highway? Chen Qian asked. Of course not, how can I, a 5th-ranked powerhouse, not be able to kill you? The man in the white suit said. But art is exploding day. Looking at the fuming white suit man, Chen Qian felt a pang of disgust in his heart. This White Dove organization's people were really perverted enough. Too lazy to bother with you, settle you as soon as possible. This high-speed train thing runs so fast, I'm not going to be able to make it back later. Sword Soul Liberation, Endless Shadow Eternal Night Monarch. Chapter 61 Shadow Rain, Cutting Off All Light. Sword Spirit Liberation, Endless Shadow Eternal Night Monarch. Chen Qian held his sword in his backhand and erected it in front of him. The body of the Endless Shadow Sword rose from the tip of the sword and gradually dissipated into dark shadows. Soon, the entire Endless Shadow Sword disappeared from Chen Qian's hands. And the mysterious, quiet and profound dark shadows had quietly filled this space. This damnable little brat, he can even use the Sword Soul Liberation, what a pervert! Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the man in the white suit, and he was horrified in his heart. He was already able to keenly sense it. That terrifying dark shadows were already lurking around his body. It was only that these shadows didn't show a black posture, but instead utilized some sort of camouflage ability to change into a form as hard to detect as air. He had just practically felt the dreadfulness of the shadows. He was a 5th-ranked powerhouse. He was actually able to be silently wrapped up by this dark shadow to the outside of the highway. This means, it could really be described as mysterious. However, even if this kid's strength was strong, at most he would be able to fight enemies within the 4th order. His strength was up to the 5th rank. He was only negligent in his defense when he was struck on the high-speed train. As long as he raised his vigilance, it would be impossible for him to be sneak attacked by this shadowy figure again. Trap and kill, Holy Light Mantis. The sword in the white suit man's hand changed into 2 one-handed iron sides, just like the 2 blades of the mantis forelimbs. Do you know why I'm the one to assassinate you? It's because Old Me's light is the one that restrains the shadow. With holy light, shatter the darkness. The man in the white suit shouted as he sent out 2 curved blades of light with a swing and slash of his 2 arms, striking towards Chen Qian. Chen Qian stood still as if he had no time to react. He was directly penetrated through his body by these 2 light blades. Humph! Surprisingly, the first strike was resolved by me. The Mountain River Province's teenage hero is nothing more than that. I'm a ING genius. The man in the white suit said smugly. However, things were not as the white-suited man thought they would be. The part of Chen Qian's body that was penetrated by the light blade did not shed any blood. Even if the wounds on his body had been instantly roasted dry by the high temperatures of the light blade, he wouldn't be in the current state. The only thing that could be seen was that the part of Chen Qian's body that had been penetrated by the light blade was hollow, and it was still emanating a dense cloud of shadows. It was shadow transformation. Chen Qian had used shadow transformation. Immediately after, Chen Qian's entire body transformed into dark shadows and dissipated from the spot. What? The man in the white suit was horrified. He had not expected that not only was Chen Qian able to manipulate a large number of dark shadows, even his own body could transform into dark shadows themselves. However, the white-suited man did not panic very much. He could actually feel the movements of the dark shadows lurking around him to a certain extent. As long as he carefully felt the lurking dark shadows around him, he did not believe that Chen Qian would be able to completely merge himself with the shadows. As long as Chen Qian moved, he would be able to detect it. He would also be able to make a defensive counterattack based on Chen Qian's movements. What's going on? I can't detect that kid's position at all. However, the truth was beyond the white suit man's expectations. He was only able to feel the surroundings around him. Like a lurking wolf, he could only feel the dark shadows that were quiet and ready to strike. However, he was unable to detect the movements of Chen Qian himself, who had changed into a dark shadow. It was also at this time. Dark shadows appeared behind the man in the white suit. From it, a black long sword protruded out, slashing straight down. The man in the white suit was instantly shocked as his sweaty hair stood on end and his back went cold as he hurriedly turned back to defend himself. Bang! The black slender sword blade collided with the two one-handed sides. Two powerful soul pressures fiercely clashed against each other on the sword blades. The one who appeared behind the man in the suit was none other than Chen Qian, who was emanating shadow dents out of his sword. You kid, how in the world did you do such a thing? The white-suited man's forehead broke out into a cold sweat as he said. Chen Qian did not answer. Instead, he simply withdrew his sword and his figure disappeared once more as a dark shadow. Immediately afterward, Chen Qian once again appeared without a sound and swung his sword down once more. Damn it! The man in the white suit had no choice but to maintain the highest level of vigilance. Seizing the moment Chen Qian appeared, he turned to resist. Otherwise, he would have really fallen for Chen Qian's trick. However, he couldn't figure out how exactly Chen Qian managed to do it so silently. Surprisingly, even he, a person whose soul pressure was one rank higher, couldn't even sense a hint of movement. It was simply like spatial movement in general. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Chen Qian slashed his sword heavily once again. After his body used shadow transformation to transform into a dark shadow, he was also able to use all of his dark shadow abilities. So after transforming into a dark shadow, he would then activate his spatial abilities. It would be easy to accomplish spatial traversal. In actual combat, this was a very powerful way of moving. Damn it! As Chen Qian disappeared and appeared and gradually increased the speed of his sword. Inevitably, the man in the white suit was caught off guard a few times and was stabbed by Chen Qian's sword blade. Bubbling blood emerged from the wounds. Chen Qian's speed was still increasing. As if like a ghost, his shadowy figure flashed rapidly in all directions. His speed was so fast that in the next second almost his blades could appear simultaneously from all sides. Poof! The man in the white suit had just blocked Chen Qian's sword blade, only to be quickly stabbed from behind by the shadowed crossing Chen Qian. There was simply no defense. Bastard boy, don't be too arrogant, I am a 5th rank after all. The man in the white suit turned back and forced Chen Qian back. Immediately afterward, he began to release his soul pressure. An invisible and powerful pressure appeared within an area centered around the white-suited man. Under the influence of this pressure, Chen Qian's dark shadows all around him began to become unstable. Firstly, some of the dark shadows had already removed their camouflaged attributes and began to reveal themselves. It was erratic, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Even Chen Qian's own shadowed state seemed to have become unstable. Ha ha! See, you have low soul pressure, even if your abilities are strong, there's no way you can exert them in front of me. The man in the white suit laughed out loud. Not bad. Sword Soul Masters had 1,000 different abilities. However, all of these abilities were only able to be performed in a state where their own soul pressure could be steadily maintained. In actual combat, as long as your soul pressure was stronger than the opponent's, you could use soul pressure to exert pressure to suppress the opponent's soul pressure. And once the opponent's soul pressure was affected, along with the ability to cast it, it would also become unstable. This was soul pressure versus soul pressure. The corners of the white suit man's mouth hooked into a smile. His soul pressure was a whole stage higher than Chen Qian's, and he could definitely suppress Chen Qian's ability to death. The winner would still be him. If it was me without the sword soul liberation, I would indeed be suppressed by you. But after the sword soul is liberated, my soul pressure will not be weaker than yours. Chen Qian, however, did not care and instead spoke faintly. Subsequently, Chen Qian's soul pressure was also released. Within this space, another invisible pressure immediately appeared, hedging against the original pressure. The man in the white suit also looked horrified as he felt his soul pressure being collided with another wave of soul pressure. His hallowed 5th-ranked powerhouse's soul pressure was unable to suppress the soul pressure of a 4th-ranked sword soul master. Was this the increase in power brought about by the liberation of the sword soul? After the soul pressures were evened out, Chen Qian's originally unstable dark shadows stabilized again. It was even a little more powerful than just now. From awakening the endless shadow sword soul until now, Chen Qian had actually awakened many kinds of abilities. But perhaps the enemies he encountered weren't strong enough, he was rarely able to fully utilize all of his abilities. Today, he had encountered such a 5th-ranked sword soul master, and he was in a hurry to go back and catch the high-speed train. Then, he should use his full power and fight quickly. Darkness reign. Chen Qian lightly recited. The dark shadows that were originally lurking around suddenly revealed their forms, surrounding the area where Chen Qian and the man in the white suit were located, rapidly and quietly flowing in a circular fashion, quickly wrapping up the area. Soon enough, the shadows formed a hemispherical dome, completely wrapping the two of them. Shadow could cut off all communication, even light. It was at night itself. At this moment, within the shadow dome, there was even no more light. Chapter 62 Shadow Shrinkage, Beastly Struggle. And with the help of the dark shadow's senses, Chen Qian was able to see the white suit man's every move even without the light and without relying on his eyesight. Humph, this move is useless against me. The man in the white suit smiled arrogantly. The sides in his hands then blossomed with dazzling light, illuminating the interior of the black shadow dome. The scene he then saw also made his heart flinch. When one was unable to see, one would feel the fear of the unknown. But even after seeing what was in front of him clearly, it would only bring a more intuitive terror. One could only see the dome transformed by the dark shadows around them, flowing silently like a stream. The more silent it flowed, the more it made people feel the horror hidden deep beneath the silence. And in the position close to the hemispherical dome, a dark shadow longsword condensed into a dark shadow longsword put side by side, slowly moving in an orderly manner, forming a hemispherical encircling sword circle. The blades of the swords flashed with a bitter cold light. It seemed that with a single thought, these countless black long swords would rush out from the sword circle and mercilessly stab into the enemy's chest. And the young man dressed in black was standing in mid-air, a pair of black eyes coldly looking at himself. The next second, the circle of shadow swords began to launch an attack. All of the shadow longswords aimed their tips at the white man in the suit and stabbed out from the sword circle in turn, like a rain of black swords coming from all directions. The man in the white suit didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly swung the two one-handed sides in his hands. A dazzling light bloomed, blocking the incoming long shadow swords. All the shadow long swords that had already stabbed out, after completing their attacks, they would all dissipate back into dark shadows and return to the shadow dome. And the shadow dome would continuously produce dark shadows that would condense into new shadow longswords that would join the circle of swords. It could be completely said that the dark shadow longsword was infinite. Infinite sword system. We need to get close to that teenager and finish him off before we can do that. The man in the white suit thought in his heart. He hadn't thought that after the other party's sword soul was liberated, his soul pressure could be straight up against himself, a 5th-ranked powerhouse. Plus, this kid's shadow ability was divinely bizarre and flexible. If he didn't move a little bit, he was afraid that he would roll over here. Holy dancing mantis. A wave of light exploded around the man in the white suit, knocking down the shadow longswords that shot around him. He then held two one-handed sides in both hands, and a light shone around him. Like a praying mantis, he charged towards Chen Qian. And a handful of shadow longswords that stabbed out from within the circle of swords were all accurately knocked down by the white-suited man's sides. Ha ha! The white-suited man knocked down one of the shadow longswords and rushed to a position closer to Chen Qian. Immediately afterward, the white-suited man leapt into the air, and his two one-handed sides all of a sudden slashed out a massive radiant chopping strike. This massive radiant beheading instantly illuminated the entire shadow dome, scorching hot and dazzling, seemingly able to burn out any matter close to this radiant beheading in an instant. This massive radiant beheading was beheading towards Chen Qian. Humph, even if you were able to transform into a dark shadow, you would still be scorched to death within this light. The man in the white suit was very self-confident. The advantage of his holy light mantis sword spirit was its speed and strong chopping ability. In fact, from the time he cast Holy Dancing Mantis just now to the time he leapt into the air, there was only a very short period of time. Not to mention the radiant beheading strike that he had chopped out at extreme speed. He would never believe that Chen Qian had enough time to dodge, not even with a spatial transfer. But just as the corners of the white suit man's mouth curled into a smile, waiting for his light chop to fade, Chen Qian's body to fall with it, and the shadow dome to disappear, he realized that his radiant chopping strike seemed to have stalled. What's going on here? Within his own impression, his own radiant chopping strike was fast and destructive. It would almost be a matter of an instant, and the chop would have resolved all the enemies and quickly disappeared afterwards. But why? This time, it was as if one's own radiant chop strike had stalled in mid-air. Soon, a shocked expression appeared on the white suit man's face. He saw that dark shadows had surfaced on the edges of his radiant chopping strike. How is it possible? A mere dark shadow, how could it possibly block my radiant beheading strike? Amidst the white suit man's horrified gaze, the dark shadow densities at the edge of the radiant's chopping strike expanded bigger and bigger. As for his radiant beheading, it seemed to be swallowed by this dark shadow, becoming smaller and smaller. Until the radiant's chopping attack was small to a certain extent, the man in the white suit could not see clearly. What swallowed his radiant's chopping attack was a dark shadow that was rotating at high speed. This high-speed rotating shadow was like a black hole, devouring everything that approached it, even the light could not escape. Chen Qian, naturally, stood unharmed at the back of the dark shadow's black hole. He did not escape. He merely summoned the dark shadows that were originally lurking around him and resisted this light chopping strike. It had to be said that the power of this radiant beheading was very strong. The dark shadows that he had urgently summoned were actually quickly scorched to death by this radiant beheading. After it was exhausted, he blocked it with another stream of dark shadows. Several times in a row, it accumulated time for him to gather the dark shadow black hole. This time, in fact, was just a short 2 breaths. A high-speed shadow black hole was formed, and it was extremely dense, at least dozens of times more efficient than mere shadow devouring. This time, it was able to devour the light chopping strike, only forming the black hole in front of the chopping strike. If the position was deviated, this black hole was actually incapable of catching the light. At this point, the black hole was still just a blender capable of crushing and devouring the matter that crashed into it, and did not have a strong attraction. When Chen Qian enhanced the attributes of shadow gravity to a certain degree later, it would be able to transform into a true black hole. Oomph, again. The man in the white suit was very unwilling and swung his sword to slash again. But clatter! The sound of chains colliding came. One could only see a shadowy chain sticking out from all parts of the shadow dome, stabbing straight at the white suit man. The white-suited man's face was startled as he swung his sword to parry twice and hurriedly fled away. But the shadow chains were like long snakes, chasing after him. At the same time, the shadow sword circle also began to rotate at high speed, and a dark shadow longsword was like a black arrow, stabbing straight towards the man in the white suit. The man in the white suit was still casting Sacred Dancing Mantis, and almost all of his strength was being used to fend off these dark shadow longswords and dark shadow chains that were constantly chasing him. But at the same time, he also discovered a situation. That was, the shadow dome seemed to be slowly shrinking. This kid wants to round me up and kill me here. The man in the white suit searched for Chen Qian's location, only to find that he had long since left the confines of this black dome. At this moment, Chen Qian was standing under the moonlight, coldly looking down at the ever-shrinking shadow dome below. This dark shadow rain. It could actually be said to be a modification of the black coffin. The black coffin was a way to wrap an enemy in dark shadows in an instant and attack and kill the opponent to death from within. However, this could only hold true for those whose strength was lower than one's own. If the opponent's strength wasn't too different from his own, or was higher than his own, this move wouldn't work so well. This was because the shadow prison formed in an instant was still relatively fragile and could easily be broken through. Just like the 4th-ranked ferocious beast in the entrance exam room, it broke through the bonds of his black coffin one at a time. In the end, it was only after concentrating the dark shadows of the roiling sky that he was able to securely lock it in place and then successfully devour it. And this dark shadow rain. It was actually to expand the range of the dark shadow siege first, stalling time by fighting within, to reinforce the shadow dome step by step, making it strengthen to the extent that it is difficult for the enemy to break through. At the same time, the internal battle of the trapped beast could also continuously consume the enemy's strength to ensure that it couldn't break through. After it was reinforced to a certain degree, The shadow dome could then begin to slowly contract. The smaller the shadow dome contracted each time, the denser the shadow would become, and the stronger the degree of reinforcement would be. Under the joint attack of the shadow longsword and shadow chain, the enemy inside could hardly have the strength to break through the shadow dome. They could only despairingly deal with the attacks of the longswords and chains, watching the dome gradually shrink. Damn it! The man in the white suit knew that it wasn't a solution to keep resisting, so he panicked and sent out a chopping strike in the direction of the dome. However, this radiant chop of his failed to even break through the defense of the sword circle itself. Not to mention the dome that was shrinking. Instead, because of this one stroke of his, the shadow chain seized the opportunity. A shadow chain plunged straight into his shoulder at the tip, penetrating out from his abdomen and nailing him to the ground. Immediately after that, there were a dozen shadow chains that were inserted from all parts of his body, running through and nailing him to death. Chapter 63, Wildly Chasing High-Speed Railway, Arriving at Magic City. The shadow isolated all communication. Outside the shadow dome. No matter how loud the internal battle was, the white suit man let out even more miserable shouts. The people outside couldn't see or hear it at all. The only thing that those outside could see was the slowly shrinking shadow dome. However, with the help of his shadow senses, Chen Xian was able to see everything inside the shadow dome. At this moment, the man in the white suit had already been firmly nailed to his body by more than a dozen shadow chains. Everywhere in his body, there were shadow chains passing through, overflowing bubbling blood, drenching the white suit in red. He was no longer able to move a bit. Speed up. Chen Xian thought as he did. Then with a grip on his hand, the shadow dome began to contract violently at a faster speed. Actually, using the shadow domination to attack the enemy was not a quick combat tactic. But this white suit man did have a few strengths that should not be underestimated. So even though Chen Xian was in a hurry right now, he did not choose an intense quick-win combat tactic. He was afraid that a quick victory would not be possible, but would instead drag out into a protracted battle. So he chose this more prudent method of attack. According to his calculations, using Shadow Rain to settle his opponent and then turning back to chase after Gao Gao. It shouldn't be too difficult. The shadow dome shrunk smaller and smaller, also rotating at a higher and higher speed, and devouring and dissolving everything inside. Shadow level up, LV 50. Strange, why does it feel like nothing has changed? After all of the shadow dome's contraction was complete, the white suit man within it had also been completely devoured and dissolved by the shadow. It should be said that a fifth-ranked powerhouse had been devoured by himself. One's own enhancement should not be small. However, right now, his soul pressure did not have the slightest breakthrough and was still stuck at the early 4th stage. But the shadow level did increase. It came to level 50. It was just that he didn't have anything more other than a few more reinforcement points. Could it be that this was the reward for level 50? There's no time to think about it more, hurry up and chase after the high-speed train. Chen Xian thought eagerly in his mind. Turning his head to look at the already empty track in front of him. The high-speed train was so fast that it had long since run to a place where he couldn't see directly with his naked eyes. But the good thing was that the high-speed train ran along a fixed track, so at least the direction of the chase was still fixed. Shadow transformation. Space traveling. Chen Xian did not lift his sword soul liberation state, but directly transformed into a dark shadow. With that, he unleashed the spatial attribute of the dark shadow and traversed towards the direction the high-speed train had departed from. At this time, the high-speed train had already run out for hundreds of kilometers. The high-speed train was still lit up internally and was traveling at high speed on the track. Chen Xian, the dummy disguised with shadow, had also been maintaining a posture, his eyes staring blankly out the window. And dozens of kilometers behind the high-speed train, a dark shadow was constantly flickering. This dark shadow suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. His reappearance was already a kilometer away. This dark shadow kept repeating this kind of spatial traversal. This dark shadow was naturally Chen Xian after his shadow transformation. After he had transformed into a shadow, the distance he traversed in space each time was at most 3 kilometers. Right now, in order to catch up with the high-speed train speeding ahead, he needed to make consecutive spatial traversals. If he traversed 3 kilometers in a single traversal, it would be difficult for him to carry out the traversal continuously. According to his own calculations, traversing a distance of 1 kilometer at a time was the most appropriate. On average, he would need to spend 3 seconds for every kilometer of distance traversed. And the high-speed train was running at full speed at the moment, traveling at roughly 80 to 90 meters per second. In other words, for every spatial traverse he made, he could shorten the distance with the high-speed train by about 700 to 800 meters. His tangle with the man in the white suit was about half an hour long. The high-speed train had run out roughly 150 kilometers. In other words, as long as he completed less than 200 consecutive 1-kilometer space crossings, he would be able to return to the high-speed train. In total, it would take no more than 10 minutes. The high-speed train was moving at full speed more than 100 kilometers ahead. Inside the brightly lit carriages, most of the passengers were lying on the table boards sleeping. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was more than 100 kilometers behind the high-speed train. Time and time again, dark shadows flickered. One space crossing at a time, in deadly pursuit. The sky was brightening. Dear travelers, the train is about to arrive at the final station, Mordor Station. Please bring your personal belongings and prepare to get off. Ha! A balding middle-aged uncle stretched his back in high spirits. He felt that he had slept very well last night. The neighboring seat was as if there was no one at all, not disturbing him at all. So the balding middle-aged uncle took a look towards the neighboring seat. Only to see a lad dressed in black with his head slumped on the table board, looking as if his body had been drained. Young man, wake up, we're almost at the station. Chen Xian was in a daze when he felt a hand pushing his shoulder. However, he only felt that his entire body had no strength. He still overestimated himself. Even in the state of sword soul liberation, there was simply no way for him to carry out a kilometer of space traversal seamlessly. Ideally, he would only need less than 10 minutes to return to the high-speed train. But in reality, he had been chasing TM Land for an entire hour. There was no way for him to perform less than 200 spatial traversals uninterruptedly. At most, he could carry out about 10 times in a row before he was so tired that he had to stop and rest. After resting, he would hurry to chase again. Just like that, he was as tired as a dead dog. He chased after them for a full hour. Only then did he finally catch up with this high-speed train that was running so fast. When he crossed into the high-speed railroad in the form of a shadow. When he lifted the shadow disguise and returned to his original body, he directly fainted from exhaustion. If someone had been watching him from the side, he would have seen that 1 second he was quietly enjoying the scenery outside the window. The next second he suddenly fainted and slumped on the tabletop, as if he had jumped frames. Egu, young people stay up less late playing with cell phones. Are you addicted to tomato novels again? Look, the body is weak. A sentence from the bald uncle came from Chen Xian's ears. Chen Xian's heart wanted to curse. Who the hell is playing with a cell phone? I've been chasing the high-speed train all night, okay? Can you do it? Chen Xian struggled in his seat for a while before he finally picked up some spirit. It was also at this time that another announcement sounded. Dear travelers, the train has arrived at the final station, Magic City Station. Please take your luggage and get off from the middle of the carriage in an orderly manner. Magic City finally arrived. Chapter 64 Freshman Competition, Top Scholar Competition. After Chen Xian stepped down from the high-speed train station, he soon saw Zhang Jinwu outside with an anxious look on his face. He had spoken to Zhang Jinwu on the phone before finalizing his trip. Zhang Jinwu had indicated that he would personally pick him up at the high-speed rail station. Thus seeing Zhang Jinwu waiting outside, Chen Xian would not be surprised. Zhang Jinwu had obviously seen himself as well, waving his hand to himself in surprise and anxiety. Chen Xian student are you alright? After Zhang Jinwu saw Chen Xian, his face nervously reached out and patted on Chen Xian's body. He even squatted down to check carefully. It seemed to be confirming something. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had a darkened face. This old fellow shouldn't be an abnormal one, right? Seemingly also sensing Chen Xian's skeptical and disgusted gaze, Zhang Jinwu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly got up to withdraw his hand from Chen Xian's body. Hey, Chen Xian, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to see if you were injured anywhere. You're the teenage hero of Shanha Province, one of the most valued teenage talents of our magic university. If you have any injuries, I, Zhang Jinwu, will have no way to explain to the entire nation. Looking at the excited smile on Zhang Jinwu's face, Chen Xian also felt a burst of amusement. Teacher Zhang is so happy. It seems that Magic University's enrollment this year is going very well. Chen Xian was able to see it. The joy on Zhang Jinwu's face was not just because of himself. It seemed that in the midst of the scramble for students with Hanjing Sword and Seoul University, Magic University had achieved a great victory this time around. He. As if he had been read through his mind, Zhang Jinwu revealed a shy smile. This time, my Magic University has indeed achieved an unprecedented victory. However, fellow student Chen Qian is still my Magic University's most valued teenage pride. There is absolutely no one. Chen Qian just smiled and did not say anything. This old man Zhang, just now, he was still saying something about himself being one of the most valued teenage talents of the Magic University. This time, he changed his words again and said something about not being one of them. Heartless words were the truth. It seems that amongst the freshmen recruited by the Magic University this time, there are existences that make Zhang Jinwu and these teachers of the Magic University think that they can compete with themselves. He, Chen Qian, was interested. He already possessed the soul pressure of the early 4th stage, and the dark shadow ability of his sword soul was also incredibly powerful. Let's not talk about crushing his peers. Even if it was a sword soul master who had been cultivating for much longer than himself, Chen Qian had complete confidence that he could easily win. Take for example the 5th-ranked sword soul master who had presumptuously attempted to assassinate himself on the highway. It didn't take much effort for himself to defeat him. He rather wanted to see what other kind of geniuses had been recruited by this year's Devil University. Being able to be compared to him. It seems that my university life will not be boring. Chen Qian thought in his heart. Mr. Chen, let's hurry up and go. Where's your luggage? Zhang Jinwu just wanted to help Chen Qian with his luggage, but realized that Chen Qian was not carrying anything. Teacher Zhang doesn't have to worry about it. Chen Qian just said. Yet, he did not explain to Zhang Jinwu about the matter of being able to store items in his shadow. And then, Chen Qian followed Zhang Jinwu onto his Maybach. The Maybach left the high-speed train station and drove fast on the road. Chen Qian sat in the backseat position and looked at the scenery outside through the car window. Magic City, it really was a place with a difference. All kinds of skyscrapers lined up as far as the eye could see. Anyone who took a look would know that this was a place where every inch of land was gold, and the luxury of the world was extreme. Not far from this skyscraper is the long coastline. The vast expanse of the sea, setting off waves after waves. The breeze from the west coast of the Pacific Ocean blew in, giving people a very cool and cozy feeling. Is this the first time student Chen Qian has seen the sea? Zhang Jinwu personally drove in the driver's seat. Seemingly noticing that Chen Qian was gazing out at the ocean outside, he opened his mouth and asked. Aha! Chen Qian nodded indifferently. Mountain River Province actually had many cities that were near the sea. It was just that he hadn't even been there. Since he was a child, he had always grown up in the inland of Mountain River Province to the west, which was the city of Zhengquan Shiyuan. For the sea, he was really a bit curious. Every year, there are many students who come to Magic University who are also seeing the sea for the first time. It's just a pity that this year, it's not really a good time to swim in the sea. Zhang Jinwu said with a somewhat despondent face. Chen Qian certainly understood what Zhang Jinwu meant. In recent days, the siren commotion on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean had been constant, and the coast of Mordor was often in danger, so naturally, it was impossible to open up the coastal beaches to the public for play anymore. The current coastline of Mordor was filled with blockades formed by some armed forces. The Maybach sped down the road, and soon, they arrived at the entrance of Magic City's Sword and Soul University. Among the many Sword and Soul Universities in Daxia, the Magic University was always known for its wealth and generosity. At this moment, just by seeing the door of the Devil's capital Sword and Soul University, one would be able to feel its grandeur and financial strength. First of all, the outer wall of the Magic University is at least 20 meters high, and the stone material used is of extremely high quality, hard and thick. This outer wall could not be seen at a glance. It can be guessed that this is more imposing than the ancient Roman walls of the outer wall, and not just the facade project at the school gate. Instead, the entire Magic Soul Sword and Soul University was actually protected within the outer wall. Just like a bunker. And the center of the main gate is even more magnificent atmosphere, majestic, noble, incomparable. The main gate is more than 100 meters wide and can accommodate an army marching in formation. Height is even higher than the outer wall on both sides of 10 meters, on which there is Magic City Sword and Soul University's 6 gilt letters, upright and majestic. Since the college entrance examination in Shanha province hadn't ended yet, Chen Qian hadn't actually been admitted to the Magic City Sword and Soul University. Therefore, some of the relevant enrollment procedures had not yet been handled. However, under Zhang Jinwu's operation, Chen Xian had already successfully registered as a student and had all the rights of a normal school student. Just waiting for the end of the college entrance examination, then officially go through the process. Zhang Jinwu drove all the way to the dormitory area, intending to take Chen Xian to the dormitory to settle down first. While the Mountain River Province's college entrance exam had yet to end, students from other provinces and municipalities had already finished their normal college entrance exams and had been admitted to Sword and Soul University. In these few days, there were many new students from different provinces who came to Magic City Sword and Soul University to report. Plus, many of the older students also stayed at the school from time to time. Thus the number of students on campus was not quite large. Chen Jin was in the car and also heard some of the students' comments. Only then did he understand why Zhang Jinwu would say that in this student population grab, the Magic University had achieved an unprecedented victory. Because, nearly half of the top students of the college entrance examination had actually chosen to come to Magic City Sword and Soul University. Our Magic City's top student of the college entrance examination, that is, the daughter of the garrison commander Bai Luo, Bai Xiaofu, also came to our Magic University. It's only natural for Bai Xiaofu to come to our Magic University. But the most unexpected thing is Xiao Yan, the top student of the college entrance examination in Hanjing. He surprisingly didn't choose Hanjing Sword and Soul University, but came to our Magic University. West Sea Province's top scholar, Lin Fengqing, actually deserves attention as well. If you ask me, the one who deserves the most attention this year is the top scholar of the entrance examination in Shanha Province. It's rumored that he's also coming to Magic University. The top student of the Mountain River Province's college entrance exam, you mean that Mountain River Province's teenage hero? But isn't the Mountain River Province college entrance exam not over yet? So what if it hasn't ended? He's killed all the ferocious beasts in the field and gotten unlimited points. Can he still not be the final top student of the college entrance exam? That's true. But I don't think that the top student of the Hanjing college entrance exam, Xiao Yan, and the top student of the Magic City college entrance exam, Bai Xiaofu, are necessarily worse than the teenage heroes of the Mountain River Province. I don't know what happened this year. Everyone said that because of the siren attack, this year's enrollment in the Magic University would be very difficult, but it's almost like we've enrolled all of the top quality top scholars into Xia. This is the strong heart of the top students. People think that they should develop peacefully at Hanjing Sword and Soul University, but they want to come to the dangerous Magic City to sharpen themselves and meet tougher challenges. After the official start of the school year, it'll be the freshman competition. Based on the rankings, the freshmen will receive different levels of privileges. I really can't wait to see these Daxia scholars battle it out. Chapter 65, Magic City Scholar, by Xiaofu. On the way the Maybach drove towards the villa area, Zhang Jinwu also talked to Chen Xian about the freshman competition. In the Magic City Sword and Soul University, every student had a certain level of authority. From top to bottom, they are a grade, B grade, C grade. And these permission grades were adjudicated by way of strength competitions. The reason why the new student grand competition was held right after the official start of the school year. It was in order to delineate the authority levels for the students based on the rankings of the grand competition. The higher the authority level, the more resources one could enjoy within the Magic City Sword and Soul University. And after the freshman grand competition was over, as long as the top-ranked student wasn't in any abnormal state, then the bottom-ranked student could challenge him or her at any time. If they failed, the student who initiated the challenge would need to pay a price. If successful, the student who initiated the challenge would take over the ranking of the top-ranked student and obtain the permissions corresponding to the ranking. In the midst of the freshman competition, only those who get the first place will be able to obtain S-rank permissions. Student Chen Xian, I wonder if you have any confidence? Zhang Jinwu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Chen Xian let out a light laugh. It wasn't that Chen Xian was bragging about himself. With his current strength, if it was a teacher of the Magic University, or some of the more powerful seniors, then he might not be able to beat them. But facing a group of the same freshmen, Chen Xian was truly unable to think of how he should lose. This Zhang Jinwu probably didn't know that his soul pressure had already reached the 4th rank and that he possessed such a powerful skill as Sword Soul Liberation. Teacher Zhang, is it really necessary for me to take this S-rank permission? Chen Xian did not answer and asked in return. Ha? Zhang Jinwu froze, then laughed awkwardly. Ha, it's still useful. Ha, when you really get the S permission, you'll realize that he still has many other benefits. Even if there's nothing, taking a name to use to pretend to be a bully is not bad, haha. Zhang Jinwu then reacted. At that time, when he had recruited Chen Xian to come to the Magic University, he had almost opened up all the conditions that he could. Many of the resources within the Magic University were already unconditionally open to Chen Xian. With these treatments, it was true that many of the S-rank's permissions were no longer useful. However, this did not mean that S-rank permissions were dispensable to Chen Xian either. By obtaining S-rank permissions, one can make an arbitrary request to the Magic University. As long as it's within the capabilities of the Devil University, the Devil University will do its best to fulfill it for you. Zhang Jinwu's words caused Chen Xian's eyes to light up. Surprisingly, he could make any one request to the Devil's capital sword in Seoul University. As one of the two top academic institutions in Grand Xia, the Devil's University, not to mention the fact that most of the teachers at the school were 7th ranked or even had 8th ranked powerhouses. The graduates from the Magic University every year were basically the leaders of all walks of life in the country. Coupled with the huge amount of wealth that the Magic University itself possesses, there are a variety of underlying assets. It could be said that whether it was the strength of the Magic University itself, or the various relationships and resources extended out by the graduates every year, it was definitely the top in the country. To make a request to such a university, it was almost like asking for anything. If even the Magic University couldn't do it, then there were very few that could do it. This S-class authority, it seemed that there was still a need to take it. Soon, Chen Xian and Zhang Jinwu arrived at a luxurious dormitory area. The dormitories here were not a single dormitory building, each of which housed hundreds or thousands of people. Instead, it was a block of villas, and each villa also came with a pool garden and other beautiful scenery. This is the most luxurious dormitory area in our Magic University, in which anyone ranked in the top 10 of each grade is qualified to live here. Then there are some students who have obtained special qualifications. I'll take you to where you live. Chen Xian followed Zhang Jinwu and walked towards the inside of the villa dormitory area. Looking at the villas beside him, Chen Xian smacked his lips very much. One could only say that it really deserves to be called Magic University. Before the freshman competition took place, most of the freshmen lived in the most ordinary freshman dormitories. Only students like Chen Xian, who were fought over by the school during enrollment and were prescribed special qualification conditions by the school, were able to live directly in the most luxurious villa dormitory area. And regardless of future rankings, this special qualification would not be taken back. Here it is, this is your dormitory. But this dormitory isn't for one person, he's a two-person dormitory, but the one you're living with is a senior who will rarely be in the dormitory, so it's basically equivalent to you living alone. I did talk to him about you coming over, he said that he would prepare a gift for you. Chen Xian followed Zhang Jinwu and stopped in front of a villa numbered 36. This is your Magic University campus card, I prepared it for you a long time ago. With it, you can open your dormitory door, as well as many of the doors on campus. Chen Xian took the campus card, on it was printed the magnificent gate of the Magic University, it was very imposing. On the way, Zhang Jinwu basically said all the matters related to the Magic University to Chen Xian. Now that he had successfully sent Chen Xian to the dormitory, Zhang Jinwu had also completed his task. That's it, Chen Xian, if you have any questions or needs, feel free to find me. Zhang Jinwu said goodbye to Chen Xian and left. Chen Xian used his campus card to swipe open the door of the villa, and saw the wide and large space inside, as well as the luxurious and low-key decorations. He had also stayed in the villa. After all, before, Lu Xiong had provided his mother with a villa as a place to rest and heal. This is the gift given to me by the senior? Chen Xian saw an exquisitely packed gift left on the crystal coffee table in front of the living room sofa, accompanied by a card. Welcome, dear schoolmate. By the time you see this card, I'll probably be out of school. By the time I reached my senior year, longer hours were spent off campus practicing, fighting all kinds of ferocious beasts and honing my strength. Here's a meet and greet gift I've prepared for you, even though we haven't met yet. Having just arrived at the Magic University, I recommend that you take a look at the Soul Skill Cultivation Hall. Although Sword and Soul Masters have a variety of abilities, each ability has its own limitations, and a variety of soul skills is able to make up for some of our shortcomings like this. Learning some soul skills will be very helpful in the future. I wish you good results in the freshman competition. Jing Chen. Chen Xian unwrapped the gift left for him by Senior Jing Chen and found that it contained some soul tools and various potions used in cultivation. The grades of these soul tools are all very good, and the potions are all some top quality goods, so their value can be quite high. Chen Xian put all of these things away in the shadow. Right now, he didn't know much about it and planned to study these things later. After finding his own room on the second floor, Chen Xian took some of his daily necessities out of the dark shadows and put them away. Looking out the window at the bright sunlight, Chen Xian was thrilled in his heart. His university life was finally about to begin. Chen Xian followed the advice left behind by Senior Jing Chen and planned to visit the Soul Skill Training Hall first. Although he didn't think that his shadow ability had any shortcomings. But this thing called soul technique was indeed diverse, so taking a look at it, there might actually be something interesting. Anyway, he had just arrived at the Magic University and was in no hurry for anything else, so he would first take a look around. There were many men and women on the campus of Magic University. Sophomores and above were not easy to recognize, but freshmen belonged to the category that was instantly recognizable. Most of them were full of surprise and curiosity, energized and running around the campus. Soon, Chen Xian found the Soul Skill Training Hall. The way the place was built was similar to the Supreme Martial Hall he had been to. It was also a two-story design, with the first floor being all open public areas, and the second floor looking like it had separate cultivation rooms. Before he even entered, Chen Xian heard a cheer from inside. "Look, it's too strong." The sequential 53 Thunder electromagnetic cannon, surprisingly mastered by Schoolgirl by Xiaofu in one go. The power is also quite strong. That's for sure, this is our Magic City's top student in this year's college entrance exams. Schoolgirl by Xiaofu's awakened S-rank Sword Soul, Bright Day White Tiger, and when she took the college entrance exam, her soul pressure reached the early third stage, so she can be called a heavenly wizard. I'm afraid that this kind of strength can only be compared to that Han Jing's top student Xiaomin. There are just too many geniuses from the Magic University this year, it's hard to say. It's said that the top scholar of Shanha province, who killed the entire examination hall and obtained unlimited points, is also coming to our Magic University. Then, Chen Xian walked into the doorway. He saw a woman with long silver white hair, wearing blue and white military-style clothing, a thin shirt on top, a black hip-hugging leather skirt underneath, a pair of short-heeled boots on her feet, and a thin sword hanging from a thin belt around her waist. Her face was white and seemed to be glowing, revealing stubbornness in her cuteness. One of her jade hands stretched out, and the dummy in front of her was partially burned black, revealing a value of 1046 points. Chapter 66, This Boy in Black, Super Handsome. Sequence 53, Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon. Bai Xiaofu shouted out once more under her breath as her palm was in front of her. Only a few arcs of electricity erupted above her pink palm, followed by a dense beam of lightning shooting out from her palm. This lightning was swift and incomparably powerful, and accompanied by the instantaneous buzzing sound of the lightning, it thudded against the body of the test dummy. Soon enough, the display of the test dummy once again showed a number, 1053. Wow! Schoolmarm White has only just learned the sequence 53's Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon, and it's able to reach a power of over 1000, this talent, it's too terrifying. This is a strong offensive soul skill of sequence 53, it's very difficult for ordinary people to master. Not only is Schoolmarm White beautiful, her talent is also superb. It's really worthy of being the top student of our Magic City's college entrance examination. I think in the freshman competition, Schoolmistress Bai will also come out on top. Most of the surrounding students were also freshmen, and at this moment, they all marveled. It was just that the young girl who had just sent out the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon, but she had her eyebrows lowered and her head bowed. It seemed that she was not satisfied with the power of the soul skill she had just sent out. Chen Xian looked at it for a moment, but he wasn't quite sure what was going on. "Hello classmate, I just reported here today, may I ask how I should learn soul skills?" A boy next to him only looked at Bai Xiaofu who was not far away and casually said, "There are instruction manuals on the shelf over there, just take one and look at it and you'll understand." Chen Xian nodded and looked around for a bit before spotting the shelf that held some pamphlets. Chen Xian went over and took one, and written inside were some basic introductions about the Soul Technique Cultivation Hall. The so-called Soul Technique was actually the same as the Sword Soul, it was an ability that was realized by the operation of one's own soul pressure. Just Sword Soul, this thing everyone can only awaken a kind, and cannot be changed, and generally are a Sword Soul Master's most powerful ability. Soul Techniques, on the other hand, were a skill that anyone could practice and use in an unlimited number of ways. Many Sword Soul Masters would choose to practice a certain number of soul skills to make up for the lack of certain aspects of their Sword Soul abilities. For example, a Sword Soul Master who was good at strong attacks could practice more defensive and control-type soul skills. Sword Soul Masters who specialize in healing and other aids can practice some more tough attack-type soul skills. In the Magic University's Soul Skill Training Hall, there were a wide variety of soul skills for the candidates to practice. Since the founding of the university, the Magic University had collected many powerful and useful soul skills from all over the world by various means. These soul skills were then summarized and organized, and finally 3 soul skill sequences were compiled: the path breaking, the path guarding, and the path supporting. Each soul skill sequence had at least 99 types of soul skills. The smaller the number, the more powerful and difficult to control. As for the test dummies, they were also specifically provided to students to assist in soul skill cultivation. The higher the number displayed on the test dummy, the stronger the attack ability of the soul skill. As for other types of sequences of soul skills, the test dummy also has a corresponding evaluation mode. And that white-haired beauty just now. Chen Xian had just heard someone call her by Xiaofu, the top student of the Magic City's college entrance examination. The soul skill she used seemed to be the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon that was ranked 53 in the Broken Dao sequence. Being able to rank 53 was actually already a relatively high-level, powerful soul skill. Chen Xian was new to this kind of thing and did not understand it very well. However, he was able to tell that Bai Xiaofu didn't really seem to be able to grasp the essence of the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon. Even if Chen Xian hadn't formally learned the use of soul skills. But the principle of displaying abilities through the operation of soul pressure was actually similar. With Chen Xian's vision, it was actually not difficult to see this matter. After all, he had grown up as a schoolmaster with a perfect combination of theory and practice. This Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon was actually just an empty facade, and did not actually utilize its true strength. The reason why it had a number like 1200 that seemed fairly high. It was entirely due to the fact that the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon itself had a higher sequence and was more powerful, thus the lower limit was also higher. It's rather possible to learn some soul skills to try it out. Chen Xian looked over the instruction manual roughly once, and then walked over in the direction of the front desk staff. This manual said, "If you want to learn soul skills in the Soul Skill Training Hall, you have to receive a learning bracelet from the front desk." The learning bracelet contained information about all the soul skills that were in the inventory of the Magic University, and could be studied independently. Those who would choose to learn soul skills. Most of them were to make up for the shortcomings of their own sword soul abilities in some areas. Although Chen Xian did not think that his endless shadow ability had any shortcomings. For example, in terms of offense, the black crescent that he chopped out with his longsword was actually quite powerful. Moreover, using dark shadow condensation, the various weapons such as the longsword that he condensed were not small in terms of killing power. He could also compress the dark shadows and release them in the form of impact cannons. In terms of control, he could use dark shadow condensation to condense the dark lock, and the control effect was also very powerful. In terms of defense, he could also use dark shadow to condense a shield, or simply choose to shadow eyes to dodge away the attack. As for movement, there was even less to say. With shadow transformation coupled with the spatial attribute, he could even catch up with a high-speed train. Just in terms of healing, he really still couldn't do it. I don't know if the shadow abilities related to healing will be unlocked in the future. But in itself, he was hardly injured, so he didn't really need the ability to heal. But having a healing skill was still more reassuring, so he might choose to learn some healing-type soul skills. Even if it was some other type of soul skill, even if it wasn't really of much use to him, learning it would still be able to increase his insights and learn how it operated, which would also be beneficial to his cultivation in the future. Bai Xiaofu took her hand back, her mood somewhat lost. It's true that wanting to learn the Broken Dao sequence 53 soul skill at once is still too greedy. Actually, my sword soul ability does lack a strong attack, and there isn't a long time left until the freshman competition, so learning some control-type soul skills would be the biggest boost for me. Bai Xiaofu's sword soul was Bright Day White Tiger, which was considered a hexagonal warrior-like sword soul ability. She could summon a white tiger shadow to assist her in battle. At the same time, she herself would be strengthened by the white tiger's aura. Whether it was attack, defense, speed, or recovery, she was good at all of them. It could be said that the only drawback was the lack of control-type abilities. So by all accounts, she should prioritize learning control-type soul skills to be the biggest boost to herself. But, the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon is obviously super handsome, say. Bai Xiaofu turned her body around, wanting to leave this place to learn control-class soul skills. Her small mouth pouted in dissatisfaction, and she looked reluctant as she clasped her hands around her upturned chest. That's right, the reason why she would prioritize learning the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon from Broken Dao Sequence 53. It was because she thought that people who could use the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon were really super handsome. After all, the electric light that leaps from your fingertips is my constant cough in this life. But just as Bai Xiaofu turned around and wanted to leave, a boy in black clothes was the one who came to the position next to her. Chen Xian found the information about the broken Dao Sequence 53 Thunder electromagnetic cannon from his learning bracelet and looked at it while raising his palm to the test dummy. Let's see, broken Dao 53, it's this. Bai Xiaofu looked at the black-clothed boy who had suddenly appeared beside her, and pouted her pink lips more than a little dissatisfied. He himself had seriously studied a bit. Didn't even manage to truly learn the Thunder electromagnetic cannon of broken Dao 53. Why was he trying it out while watching? Did he think that the broken Dao 53 was that simple to learn? Is that kid going to learn the Thunder electromagnetic cannon as well? Laughing, he's taking the opportunity to show off in front of Schoolmistress White, isn't he? Schoolmarm White herself is beautiful and strong, and her father is also the commander of the Magic City Guard, so if he can be recognized by Schoolmarm White, he will indeed soar to the heavens. But this kid is also too self-conscious. That's right, how can you learn the Lei electromagnetic cannon while looking at it? I guess this kid can't even fart. The surrounding students all spoke out in derision. However, Xin Shen didn't pay any attention to it, and just nodded after reading it, and then looked towards the location of the test dummy. On his lips, he lightly chanted, "Broken Dao 53, Thunder electromagnetic cannon." Buzz. In an instant, a shining and lurid pillar of thunder light burst out from Chun Xian's palm, and in less than an instant it thudded onto the test dummy. The power of thunder was swift and incomparable. Bai Xiaofu's beautiful eyes widened and her small mouth made an O shape in shock. The thunder electromagnetic cannon sent out by this black-clothed boy was a real thunder electromagnetic cannon. Its power was many times stronger than hers. Looking at the test dummy again, it clearly showed 8,654. Bai Xiaofu was even more surprised. A casual look could send out such a powerful lightning electromagnetic cannon. This black-clothed boy, super handsome. Chapter 67 Teaching Bai Xiaofu about the Ray electromagnetic cannon. I'll go. The power has actually reached over 8,000, this person, he's as terrifying as this. Who the hell is he? Could it be that he's that Hanjing's college entrance exam scholar, Xiaoyan? No, I've seen Xiaomin on campus 2 days ago, it's not this person. Then who is this person? It must be another top student from some province, otherwise how could he have this strength? The students on the sidelines were all letting out gasps of amazement. They had all wanted to watch the show from the side and see how this black-clothed boy would make a fool of himself in front of Bai Xiaofu's schoolgirl. Then they would mock him properly. However, they didn't expect that this guy would actually succeed in releasing a lightning electromagnetic cannon. And it was more than 8 times more powerful than Bai Xiaofu's schoolgirl. To be able to learn while watching, just how powerful a talent is this? Thunder electromagnetic cannon, it really isn't simple. The one I just released was at most 70% to 80% of its power, not all of it. Chen Xian said in his heart as he thought back to how he felt when he had just emitted the thunder electromagnetic cannon. If others were to know what was going through Chen Xian's mind, they would surely all be so angry that they would vomit blood. To be able to send out a 70% to 80% powerful thunder electromagnetic cannon while looking at it. Are you still not satisfied? A lot of people don't even talk about thunder and electromagnetic cannons, but watching it once and being able to let out a fart would be loud. You want to release 10% of the power of the thunder and electromagnetic cannon just by watching it once. You're too greedy. Bai Xiaofu looked at the test dummy that was displaying more than 8,000 numbers. Her heart was shaken. What she couldn't do had been easily done by someone else. As someone who had been far ahead of her peers in her sword and soul master cultivation journey since she was a child, she was really a bit unconvinced in her heart. How could someone be stronger than her, and not even by a single star? However, the way this black-clothed boy had just sent out a lightning electromagnetic cannon was really so handsome. Bai Xiaofu's mind was all about the scene where Qin Xian had just released the thunder electromagnetic cannon. That black-clothed boy turned his head calmly after reading the contents on the learning bracelet. Lightly said, breaking the Dao 53. Immediately afterward, a lurid pillar of thunderous light was ejected from his palm. Simply too handsome. Bai Xiaofu's white cheeks instantly turned red. The way this soul skill is used is really quite interesting. Shen Ji thought in his heart. Although in actual combat, he basically could not use a soul skill like the thunder electromagnetic cannon. However, through his study of the thunder electromagnetic cannon, he had grasped a newer and stranger way of operating soul pressure. Through the study of more soul skills, he was also able to gain a deeper understanding of the knowledge associated with utilizing soul pressure. Then, he was able to apply that knowledge to his own dark shadow abilities. It was on some of the existing dark shadow abilities that he was also able to develop various different ways of utilizing them, making them even more powerful. "Hello classmate, please, can you teach me? Bai Xiaofu gathered enough courage to look at Chen Qian. Still blushing as she spoke, her voice became increasingly thin. One reason was because she had been gifted far beyond her peers since she was a child, and it was usually the bystanders who had questions to ask her. She rarely went to ask others for advice. Thus there was a bit of a feeling of pride being squashed. But mainly, it was because, feeling that the boy in front of her was just a little too handsome, initiating a conversation was just too embarrassing. "HM? Do you want me to teach you to use it?" Chen Xian turned his head to look at Bai Xiaofu and said, "Yeah." Seeing that Chen Xian had already guessed his mind, Bai Xiaofu lowered her head even more blushingly. But the strong desire to learn the thunder electromagnetic cannon within her heart still made her nod. "Just say it if you want to learn, I'll be happy to teach you," Chen Xian said with a smile. He was actually a helpful person by nature. Wow! This brother is going to teach schoolgirl Bai how to use soul skills hand in hand? So happy. I also want to teach Miss White how to use her soul techniques. Damn it, why am I not a soul skill genius? Hurry up buddy, schoolgirl White is already within reach. The surrounding students were also letting out loud cries. Some were envious and jealous, while others were watching the fun and directly encouraging Chen Qian to hurry up and seize the opportunity to take the school beauties. Being made such a mess by the bystanders, Bai Xiaofu was so shy that it was even harder to speak. Chen Qian looked at Bai Xiaofu with a red face and a lowered head, and felt a burst of amusement in his heart. Although this Bai Xiaofu was the top student of the Magic City province this year, she had a strength that far exceeded that of others. But mentally, she seemed to be no different from a simple ignorant little girl. Before even saying 2 words, she was actually blushing and embarrassed to look up. Otherwise it's better not to practice, I just got off the high-speed train in the morning, it's better to go back to the dormitory and rest, Chen Qian said, making a gesture to leave. But just as he took a step, the corner of his coat was grabbed by a small white hand. That, classmate. Bai Xiaofu tried hard to get her request out. She really wanted to learn the handsome ray electromagnetic cannon. It was because her father, for one, would often use this move against the enemy. Whenever she saw her father casually firing an oversized thunder electromagnetic cannon, smashing the incoming ferocious beasts into cinders, she would then think that this move was so handsome. That's why she also wanted to learn it. But if she learns it by herself, although she was confident that she could master this soul skill by herself, but it would ultimately take a lot of effort. In terms of gains alone, learning the Breaking Dao Thunder electromagnetic cannon was far inferior to going for the auxiliary Dao's control soul skill. Soon there would be the freshman competition. It would definitely be a drag on her. If she wanted to win against those high school seniors from other provinces, she had to improve herself in the most efficient way possible. If she still wanted to learn the thunder electromagnetic cannon under these circumstances, she would have to ask for help. Please teach me to use the thunder electromagnetic cannon. Bai Xiaofu was finally able to gather enough courage to shout. Seeing this, Chen Qian also smiled and retracted the steps he had taken. Gosh, schoolgirl Bai has actually begged. I also want to be begged by schoolgirl Bai as well. If it's schoolgirl White begging me, I can do anything. This dude actually took schoolgirl White so easily, he's really too strong. Chen Qian turned back to his body and began to explain the principles of the thunder electromagnetic cannon specifically for Bai Xiaofu. The so-called thunder electromagnetic cannon is actually a way to put. Chen Qian explained the principle for Bai Xiaofu and personally released the thunder electromagnetic cannon once more. Bai Xiaofu came to a realization, so she released the thunder electromagnetic cannon at the test dummy once more. This time, the speed at which the thunder electromagnetic cannon in her palm appeared and attacked was much higher, and the power of the thunderbolts bursting out had also increased significantly. A pillar of thunder light blasted onto the test dummy. A string of numbers lit up 5,962. Bai Xiaofu covered her mouth in surprise. Unexpectedly, she had only listened to Chen Qian's explanation once. The thunder electromagnetic cannon that was unleashed again had increased in power by more than 5 times. Bai Xiaofu was in an excited mood. Although the power of the thunder electromagnetic cannon she released was still not as powerful as Chun Xian's, she was already satisfied. After all, she was learning from Chun Xian's experience, and it was impossible to eat up someone else's stuff so quickly. Chapter 68. He was Chun Xian, the young hero of Mountain River Province. Chun Xian also nodded. Looking at the thunder electromagnetic cannon that Bai Xiaofu had unleashed this time, she had also mastered it by some 60 to 70%. The power was a bit lower than his own, and there was also a relationship between the different sizes of soul pressures. This Bai Xiaofu really deserves to be the top student of the Magic City College entrance examination. Her comprehension is really superb. Aga, not right, buddy. How did you teach so fast? Yeah, you're done with this teaching for a bit. How else can you spend more time with schoolgirl Bai? If it were up to me, I'd definitely have to teach schoolmistress Bai for a day and a night. Seeing this, the surrounding onlookers were all up in arms. Originally, Bai Xiaofu wanted to open her mouth to thank Chun Xian. However, with such an uproar around her, Bai Xiaofu was too shy to speak again. Chun Xian didn't pay any attention to the words of the others. He had only come to the Soul Technique Training Center to learn about the relevant knowledge first. He did not have the intention of doing a lot of studying and practicing today. Today was the first day of enrollment, and he still wanted to take a look around the campus of the Magic University to gain some basic understanding. Then start his formal cultivation. You've already mastered 60 to 70% of this lightning electromagnetic cannon. As long as you practice it a few more times on your own, you'll be able to fully master it. I won't stay here much longer, so you practice well. After saying that, Chun Xian took a step and wanted to leave. Bai Xiaofu, however, suddenly called out to him. Wait. So, may I ask for your name? Bai Xiaofu gathered her courage and asked Chun Xian. Bai Xiaofu held her hands together, nervously placing them on her chest, her face flushed. She could feel that her heart was pounding hard underneath her high chest. She had never, ever asked a boy's name after her. Chun Xian turned back to Bai Xiaofu, smiled gently, and said, My name is Chun Xian, nice to meet you, Miss Bai Xiaofu. Chun Xian said, and without waiting for Bai Xiaofu to have any other reaction, he turned around and left. Well, yelp. When Bai Xiaofu heard that, her face swished red again. Since just now, her cheeks basically hadn't whitened down any further, they had always been red. That boy, not only did he tell his name, but he even said that he was glad to know himself, Miss Bai Xiaofu. This is even already knowing each other? Was he really that happy to know himself? Could it be that, like the people around him said, he had deliberately come to get close to himself? But, if he was really interested in himself, how could he have left so quickly? Could it be that this was what her father Sama had told her, that it belonged to a man's desire to escape? Bai Xiaofu's head was confusedly thinking, not knowing what to do. But his name is Chun Xian. The word Xian, it feels like very few people would use it in their name. It sounds, on the contrary, quite nice. Did that dude just now say his name was Chun Xian? I remember, isn't that the name of the teenage hero of Mountain River Province? Chun Xian. Does seem to be that name. Gosh. That unlimited points college entrance exam top scholar from Shanha Province has really come to Magic University. I remember that the second college entrance examination in Shanha Province will only be held in the next 2 days, but I didn't realize that Magic University already couldn't wait to recruit someone in. I'll go, the top student of Hanjing, the top student of Magic City, and the strong rising top student of Shanha Province, this year's freshman competition, but it's something to see. The students in the Soul Skill Cultivation Hall were all discussing intensely. He is, that teenage hero from Mountain River Province? Bai Xiaofu was also hearing the discussion of the people around her. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the direction Chun Xian had left in astonishment, even though Chun Xian had long since disappeared. She had also long since heard about the Mountain River Province's teenage hero. It was said that this teenage hero, who had forcefully slain a 4th-ranked ferocious beast on the college entrance examination ground, unleashed an extremely wide range of sword soul attack abilities, and then killed the entire field of ferocious beasts, saved the entire Mountain River Province's candidates. And then he was even honored by Mountain River Province, and the people of the entire province went to the site to thank him with tears in their eyes. Bai Xiaofu's own father was the commander of the Magic City's garrison army. It had always been dedicated to guarding Magic City and guarding one side of Dasha's coastline. Bai Xiaofu has taken her father as her role model since she was a child. Seeing guarding Magic City, guarding the coastline, and even guarding the whole of Dasha as the goal of her own endeavors to become stronger. She felt that someone who could use the thunder electromagnetic cannon was super handsome. Those who could use the lightning and electromagnetic cannons to guard Daxia were super handsome. At this moment, Bai Xiaofu's heart felt a tinge more affection towards Chen Qian.
Student Chen Qian?
I'm still just a student who hasn't built an inch of merit yet you've already made such a great achievement. But in the future, at least for the freshman competition, I, Bai Xiaofu, will not lose to you either. Bai Xiaofu's eyes, looking out, became especially determined. The fact that she would make such a thought did not mean that she was unconvinced or jealous of Chen Qian and had to compete. Instead, she was simply treating Chen Qian as a target to be learned from and surpassed among her peers. It was a healthy mentality of competing and improving oneself. But this firmness didn't last long. Something else suddenly occurred to Bai Xiaofu's mind, and her face suddenly turned red again. He just taught me the thunder electromagnetic cannon, isn't it a bit not so good to be thinking about defeating him at this point? Well, yelp. Just now also forgot to thank him, I'm so stupid, really.
Next time I must thank him properly. Chapter 69 Jiang Province's Top Scholar, Calling Out the Mountain and River Province.
After Qin Shan left the Soul Skill Cultivation Hall, he thought about going to other parts of the Magic University campus to take a look as well.
Calculating the time. Tomorrow should be the second college entrance exam in Mountain River Province.
Although Shuaying definitely doesn't have any problems, it's still good to wish her well. Chen Xian thought, taking out his cell phone to edit a message and sent it to Su Shuaying. The message sent was also very simple, nothing more than words like cheering for the college entrance exam. Although in the first college entrance exam, Su Shuaying had already gotten a high score of 1 million, and could be said to have secured the second place in Mountain River Province. But he also knows that Su Shuaying is a strong and stubborn girl, definitely hope to rely on their own ability to get a high score. After the message was sent, the other party did not reply immediately. It looked like she should still be preparing for the college entrance exam and didn't have time to look at her cell phone. Soon, Chen Qian arrived at a place called the Sword and Soul Fighting Arena. This place was a ring-shaped building that looked somewhat similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome. The reason why Chen Qian came here. One reason was because it was close to the Soul Technique Cultivation Hall and could be reached quickly. The other reason was that the name of this place looked somewhat similar to the underground sword fighting arena. It should also be a place to duel with sword soul masters. So he was curious to come and take a look. Chen Qian walked up to the ring-shaped stands of the arena. At this time, the stands were surprisingly already filled with most of the people. It should be known that the current Magic University had not officially begun school, and there were only some senior students who stayed in school, as well as some freshmen who had reported to school in advance. According to theory, there should be relatively few people in the sword and soul fighting arena at this time. However, at this time, the stands were filled with half of the students. Chen Qian also found a nearby seat and looked over in the direction of the arena. There were a total of 16 rings in the arena that were 4 in total, and each ring had a side length of about 250 meters. It could be said that the area of each ring was quite large. But this was normal. After all, the scale of a battle between sword soul masters was huge, and a ring that was too small would simply not be able to be utilized. In the field at this moment, there were basically people fighting in every ring. The atmosphere in the arena was also lively. Chen Qian inquired to the person sitting beside him why the fighting arena was so lively at this time of the day. I see you should also be a freshman who just reported to the school, right?
Actually, I am too.
The ones in the fighting arena right now are basically freshmen who just reported to school. We all come from all over the world, and being able to enter the Magic University, we're all considered geniuses from various provinces, so we can't help but all be high-minded and proud. Now that we've met, naturally, we want to spar and test the waters, so that we can prepare for the freshman competition afterwards. Sitting next to Chen Qian, a boy wearing round-framed glasses said. He had a gleaming gaze and seemed to be eager to get on the field and fight a bit as well.
Chen Qian nodded, indicating that he understood.
This was not difficult to understand. We were all the best of the best in each province, and it was naturally human nature for us to meet and want to have a fight to separate the best from the worst. Chen Qian spoke a few more words with the boy wearing glasses beside him, and also gained a better understanding of the information related to the Sword and Soul Colosseum.
This fighting arena was open 24 hours a day.
The purpose was to be used to provide a suitable venue for the students of the Magic University to spar and exchange on a daily basis and improve each other. There were no complicated rules here. As long as the ring was empty, anyone could go up and guard the ring. Naturally, anyone could also go up and challenge. With everyone in the ring agreeing, there could also be a multi-person melee. In short, there weren't that many rules governing it, and everyone could fight however they wanted. The fighting arena was simply providing a venue. There was only one prohibition, and that was that it was strictly forbidden to cause irreversible serious injuries to the opponent or to injure their lives during a fight. The former would be subject to serious disciplinary action, while the latter could result in direct expulsion from the Demon University. The rings in the arena, naturally, were 4-4, and each ring had a side length of 250 m. According to the student called Mo Tsong beside him, the rings in this arena can actually be freely divided and shifted to be combined. If two rings were combined together, it would be a rectangular ring with a length of 500 meters and a width of 250 meters. If four rings are merged together, then it is possible to have a square ring with a side length of 500. It was also possible for all the rings to be merged all together into a mega ring with a side length of 1000 m. Man, you're not too late. See that ring in the second row and second column. The one who is guarding the ring is this year's top student of Jiang Province, Lu Changdong. He's already guarding the ring, and has taken over a dozen consecutive victories, defeating many heavenly prides from various provinces. But it's not surprising. Recently, in the discussion amongst the freshmen, aside from Hanjing's top scholar Xiaomen, and Magic City's top scholar Bai Xiaofu, it's actually this Jiang Province's top scholar Lu Changdong. Mo Tsong vibrantly said to Chen Xian. Chen Xian was also looking over towards the ring that Mo Tsong was talking about. Only to see that on the ring, a man holding a sword in his hand and wearing a white-fitted battlesuit had short orange hair, the corners of his mouth hooked up proudly. On the opposite side of him, a boy who was kneeling on one knee, holding his sword in one hand and propping himself up on the ground, seemed to be in a bad state. Humph, hurry up and retire for little master. The orange-haired man, Lu Changdong, spoke in a cocky tone, and the long sword in his hand was swept toward the front. Immediately, a scorching flame was flung out from the blade of the sword and attacked in the form of a chopping attack towards the front. The boy who was kneeling on one knee seemed to be unable to resist any longer, and was struck head-on by this heat-wave chopping attack. Immediately, without even letting out a single scream, he was directly swept to the outside of the field by this heat-wave chopping attack. 19th. Who else wants to come up and challenge? Lu Changdong smiled arrogantly, raising the sword in his hand high in the air, just like a king in the ring. At this moment, even the students who were fighting in the ring next to them stopped fighting in their hands, and were just as shocked as the students in the audience around them. All of them looked at Lu Changdong, and for a while the whole place was silent. They were all shocked by Lu Changdong's amazing strength. Since just a moment ago, Lu Changdong had been dominating that ring, and now he had already achieved the amazing record of 19 consecutive victories. Even after going through 19 rounds of will battles, he looked like he still hadn't exhausted himself. This kind of strength was simply terrifying. Lu Changdong, this strength is also too strong. Yes, I'm afraid that unless the top scholars of Hanjing and Magic Capital make a move, it's useless for others to come anymore. Alas, this is the gap between us and the strongest scholar. The students in the audience shook their heads and sighed. Sure enough, the Jiang Province scholar, the strength simply makes it difficult for us to look up to him. Even Mo Tsong, who was sitting beside Chen Xian, was shaking his head and sighing. Actually being able to enter the Magic City Sword and Soul University already showed that they were already at the level of heavenly pride. From childhood to adulthood, they had studied hard to cultivate and were the children of other people's families in the mouths of everyone. However, after exerting their best efforts to enter the Magic University, they had only seen what was truly beyond the people and beyond the sky. Once in high school was considered to be a genius himself, but here is just a bottom of the existence. The last thing they got was a ticket to meet the real geniuses. This huge sense of disparity was not something that could be easily adjusted to in terms of mentality. I've already defeated the heavenly pride of the provinces, what about the Mountain River provinces? Does no one from Mountain River province dare to come and answer the battle? Humph. Are the people of Mountain River province all a bunch of cowards? Lu Changdong's arrogant voice spread throughout the entire sword and soul fighting arena. Chen Xian also frowned. He could tell that this Lu Changdong in front of him was a late second rank sword soul master. It seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the second rank. A mere late second rank, and he dared to be so arrogant? Chapter 70, Chen Xian of Mountain River Province, here to ask for advice. Lu Changdong's arrogant shout at Mountain River Province resounded through the entire sword and soul fighting arena. Everyone was no longer busy with anything else, including the students in the other rings, who were all looking at Lu Changdong together. Jiang Province. You're afraid you're not out of your mind. Mountain River Province's second college entrance exam will only be held tomorrow, and enrollment is even farther away. Where are the students from Mountain River Province coming to report to the Magic University right now? That's Jiang Province. Shouting at students who have not yet come to report, you're fighting with your head in a daze. Even if you're arrogant, you don't look like this. A sound of discontent resounded from the audience. Everyone was a student with some strength, and had their own pride in their hearts. As soon as they saw someone who was powerful and arrogant, they wouldn't just mindlessly stick over and wag their heads in the air. When more people saw Lu Changgong's arrogance, they were actually indignant in their hearts and thought about how they could strike Lu Changgong's arrogance. That was why they said these words to Lu Changgong in an angry tone. Instead, they went along with Lu Changgong and continued to belittle and provoke the students of Shanha Province. Lu Changgong listened with impatience, pointed the long sword in his hand and shouted angrily. Humph! Bunch of losers, all shut up. Can I not know that the Mountain River Province's college entrance exams haven't ended yet? But the truly strong ones have already stood out and been enrolled early by the Devil University as early as the first college entrance exam. It's just a single college entrance exam accident, and because of that, those who are still staying in Mountain River Province to participate in the second college entrance exam right now aren't even qualified to engage me in battle either. As soon as Lu Changgong said this, the onlooker students who were still accusing him were dumbfounded. Their hearts were still angry at Lu Changgong's arrogance. However, Lu Changgong's strength, which far exceeded theirs, pressured them into not being able to speak. Moreover, they couldn't say that Lu Changgong's words were wrong. Hearing Lu Changgong's words, Chen Xian was angrily standing up from his position. What did it mean that it was just a college entrance exam accident? At that time, he wasn't too concerned about the sudden accident. This was because he felt that with his strength, dealing with these accidents wasn't much of a difficult task. But after attending the Mountain River Province's commendation ceremony for himself, after seeing with his own eyes the tearful and grateful faces of the folks of Mountain River Province, Chen Xian realized that such an accident in the college entrance examination that, if it really broke out, what a major disaster it would cause to the people of the entire Mountain River Province. Countless college entrance exam candidates would be killed by ferocious beasts in the examination hall, and countless families might even be destroyed as a result. This Lu Changgong, what does he take the people's disaster for? Child's play. He also said that those who stayed in Shanha Province for the second college entrance exam were not worthy of fighting with him. Does he, Lu Changgong, think he's so great? Although Shanha Province has a large number of people, its educational resources are barren and cannot be compared to our Jiang Province at all. The students of Mountain River Province are all just a bunch of rolled-out small-town cultivators. Even if they have some achievements, it's difficult for them to become true heavenly pride. I heard that the young heroes from Mountain River Province are coming to Magic University. I don't know if they have already come here, whether they are present or not, and whether they dare to fight with me, Lu Changgong. Or is it that the entire Mountain River Province is full of mediocre talents unworthy of fighting with me, Lu Changgong? Lu Changgong's tone was getting more and more arrogant, and his cocky voice resounded throughout the entire sword soul fighting arena. However, everyone in the entire arena was only silenced. The lack of strength left them with no way to respond at all. Brother you. Emotson's eyes were also filled with loss. However, when he saw that Chen Chen beside him had actually stood up and was still walking step by step towards the bottom of the audience, he couldn't help but have his eyes filled with shock. What's going on? Could it be that this brother sitting next to him was going to go up to the ring to challenge Lu Changgong? Could it be that he was the young hero of Mountain River Province? Due to the fact that the entire crowd of students were silent and barely moving. That was why Chen Xian, who was dressed in a black suit and was walking towards the bottom of the audience, was very noticeable. Lu Changgong, who was on the ring, also noticed Chen Xian, his eyebrows raised in amusement. He felt that this man in black was very much like the person he was waiting for. Amidst the gazes of the entire audience who dared not take a breath or blink their eyes, Chen Xian leapt forward from the audience and drew a black line in the air. Then he steadily landed on the ring where Lu Changgong was. Chen Xian of Shanha Province, here to ask for advice. Chen Xian's black clothes fluttered, and his cold and juvenile cheeks were filled with a subdued sulk. His voice was resonant, both calm and containing anger. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at Lu Changgong on the opposite side. This Lu Changgong had dared to provoke Shanha Province so arrogantly, looking down on all the desperately struggling Shanha Province candidates. Then he, Chen Xian, since he had received the commendation from the people of the entire Mountain River Province, He would definitely have to take out this bad anger for the people of the entire Mountain River province. Chen Qian? Lu Changgong turned the sword in his hand and smiled triumphantly at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. Chen Qian? He said he's Chun Qian from Mountain River province? Mountain River province really has come. Could it be that he's that teenage hero from Mountain River province? That should be it, otherwise who would be qualified to enter the Magic University early? And I remember that the Mountain River province's teenage hero is called Chun Qian. The atmosphere of the entire room suddenly warmed up again. Chen Qian's appearance made them all look forward to the outcome of the next battle. Was the Jiang province's top scholar going to be even better and continue to maintain the myth of being undefeated? Or would it be the top student of Mountain River province, the teenage hero with unlimited points, who would defend the reputation of thousands of Mountain River province students and emerge victorious? I think it's the Mountain River province's young hero. He forcefully killed a 4th-ranked ferocious beast in the examination center and exterminated the entire field, this strength, but it's far beyond his peers. I'm also more optimistic about the Mountain River province's young hero. A 4th-ranked ferocious beast isn't something that anyone can defeat. I don't think so. After all, none of us have personally seen him kill a 4th-rank beast. There may still be various coincidences. If he can really kill a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, doesn't that mean he has 4th-rank strength as well? It's not unreasonable to say that having 4th-order strength at this time can be purely inhuman. He should have had some sort of coincidence to behead a 4th-order ferocious beast, such as obtaining help from the teachers outside the field in some way. Although I also hope that the Mountain River provinces win, but the Jiang province's top scholar has fully demonstrated his strength, but it can't be underestimated. For a while, the audience, who had just said nothing, were hotly debating at this moment. Humph. Mountain River province, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Changgong shouted as he pointed his sword at Chun Qian. He had actually paid attention to Chun Qian as early as when the first college entrance examination of each province had just ended, and treated Chun Qian as his enemy. As for the reason, it would have to be said about the gold ranking of the top students of each province's college entrance examination over the years. It was generally believed that Hanjing, Magic Capital, and Jiang Province, the top 3 places of the college entrance exams, were the top college entrance exams with the highest gold content in the whole of Daxia. These 3 places, all of which had very developed resources, were prone to cultivate even more outstanding geniuses. As for the Mountain River province, although it was not at the back of the national rankings, it was not at the front either. The Mountain River province had the largest number of people, yet its educational resources were limited. Of the students produced each year, the ones with strengths in the middle of the pack were the most numerous, while there were very few top-notch ones. Generally speaking, the top students from Hanjing's college entrance examination would go to Hanjing Sword and Soul University, and the top students from Magic City's college entrance examination would go to Magic City Sword and Soul University. The phenomenon of all of them coming to Magic University like this year was rare. The 3rd top student of Jiang Province became the object of competition between the 2 top universities. Generally, the Jiang Province scholar doesn't choose Jiang Province University. So the Beijing University and the Magic University, whoever snatched the Jiang Province's top student, basically whoever achieved the enrollment victory of that year. So both universities would offer all sorts of preferential treatment to compete for the Jiang Province scholar. Lu Changgong was originally also joyfully waiting for the 2 universities to compete for his own. Thinking that he definitely couldn't agree quickly, he must fight for better conditions for himself. But he was surprised to find that he was not favored. The entire favor of Beijing University and Magic University had all been poured into the body of a scholar from Shanha province. In the end, Lu Changgong was not able to get the best conditions for himself as he expected. As a result, he held a grudge against Chen Qian. He had heard that the scholar of Shanha province had decided to come to Magic University, so he decided to come to Magic University as well, in order to compete with Chen Qian, to take back all that he had lost. Chapter 71: The Giant of Fire, the Earth Chirps. Ignite, Giant's Fire. Lu Changgong flung the blade of his sword, and a stream of hot flames instantly ignited from the sword. In an instant, his surroundings were wrapped in a flame, baking his body like a giant of fire. Quickly look! The aura on Lu Changgong is different from before. He's about to fight seriously, which means he thinks his opponent is a worthy opponent. So much anticipation. I wonder how the scholar of Shanha province will respond. Lu Changgong had already struck his sword and awakened the flame ability of his sword soul. As long as he was willing, he could already attack towards Chen Qian at any time. However, what made him strange was that Chen Qian still stood motionless on the opposite side and did not draw his sword. "What do you mean, why haven't you drawn your sword yet?" Lu Changgong said angrily. Chen Qian was dressed in black, quietly independent. Speaking softly, he said, "Against you, there is no need." Hearing this, Lu Changgong revealed an unprecedented look of anger due to humiliation. To fight with his Halojong province scholar, Lu Changgong, and not even draw his sword? It was well known that if a sword soul master did not draw his sword in battle, the strength that could be utilized was only 1/5 of what it was when the sword was drawn. This guy, with 1/5 of his strength, wanted to defeat himself? This was naked humiliation. What? How dare he say that against Lu Changgong? He doesn't need to draw his sword at all. This legendary scholar of Shanha province is even more arrogant than the scholar of Jiang province, Lu Changgong. Does he think that he can defeat Lu Changgong with only 1/5 of his strength? The students watching from the audience were shocked. After all, the strength of the scholar of the river province had already been displayed, defeating 19 people in a row without losing. If the scholar of Shanha province could defeat the scholar of Jiang province, Lu Changgong, without drawing his sword, then the scholar of Shanha province would most likely be the true newcomer king of their term. In their opinion, even the scholar of Hanjing and the scholar of Mordor might not be able to defeat the scholar of Jiang province without drawing their swords. Humph. How dare you look down on me like that? Chen Qian, I'd like to give you a good taste of the lesson of looking down on someone. Lu Changgong shouted as he swung his longsword in his hand a few times, stirring up the surrounding flames. Immediately afterward, from the bottom up, the sword was picked out, and a vertical fiery chopping strike was thus chopped towards Chen Qian. Chen Qian did not panic, without a single superfluous movement. Without a single superfluous movement, he condensed his shadow longsword in his hand and casually swung it, bouncing the incoming flame chopping strike away easily. Lu Changgong obviously did not expect this flame chop to be able to defeat Chen Qian. He only used this flame chop as a cover. He himself followed closely behind, swinging his sword down as Chen Qian bounced the chopping blow away. Bang! Without a doubt, Lu Changgong's chop was easily blocked by Chen Qian. The two sword blades collided together with a resounding clang. A strong wave of air immediately exploded from where the two sword blades collided towards the surroundings. Both of them did not use their sword soul abilities for this sword clash. However, the collision of the sword blades was by no means as simple as just the touching of the blades. This was not just a competition of sword skill slashes, but also a competition of soul pressure. Two powerful soul pressures were colliding fiercely at the point where the sword blades met. Scholar of Shanha province, it's really not simple, this person's soul pressure is not below mine. Lu Changgong's brows stared as he judged. He was arrogant, but he was not so foolish as to think that he was invincible and could easily defeat any opponent. Although he provoked Chen Qian, he did treat him as a true enemy. He first sent out a flame chop, followed by a close-up chop, which was to test Chen Qian's depth. Not only did Chen Qian easily bounce off his flame chop, he was also able to easily catch his sword. It was enough to show his strength. Good, what a powerful soul pressure competition. The crowd of freshmen in the audience also revealed looks of shock. The two people in the ring hadn't used any powerful abilities yet, but this amazing collision of soul pressure, it would already allow them to feel the terrifying strength of the two people in the ring. Big talk, is this the extent of it? Chen Qian coldly spoke. The shadow longsword in his hand seemed to be simply crossed in front of his body, not exerting any force at all. Yet it was already able to steadily withstand Lu Changgong's slashes. Humph. It's still early. Lu Changgong also revealed an indignant look on his face when he heard this. He then withdrew the sword in his hand and changed his sword moves, attacking towards Chen Qian continuously. Either slashing, chopping, or stabbing. Lu Changgong's flexible figure and changing sword techniques, interspersing the flame attacks amongst the attacks, could be described as dense and ferocious. If it were someone else, under such a harsh attack, I'm afraid that I would have been unable to defend myself, and would have been stabbed in the chest by a sword and then lost the ring. However, Chen Qian only wielded a dark shadow sword in his hand, and with a calm face, he easily blocked all of Lu Changgong's sword moves. Chen Qian did not even use any of his shadow abilities, his figure did not change in any way. Simply staying put, using his shadow longsword and doing the simplest of swings with one hand. No matter how Lu Changgong used his sword, he was unable to break the defense of Chen Qian, who was only using his sword at random. This scene could truly be described as an old man playing with an unruly child. The students in the audience watched with stupefied faces. They vaguely felt that Chen Xian was likely to be much stronger than Lu Changdong. Damn it! Fiery scorch! Seeing that it was difficult to build up success with a close-quarter swing, Lu Changdong slashed out a flame with his sword, and then used the momentum to withdraw 2 steps backward. Chen Xian still only calmly swung his sword to block the flame and did not pursue. With his early 4th stage soul pressure, wanting to clean up Lu Changdong was just too simple. The fact that he had condensed a shadow longsword was honestly already lifting Lu Changdong up. If he wanted to simply defeat Lu Changdong, a simple release of his soul pressure would be able to press this guy to his knees and gasp for air. But that would be too boring. It would also be easy for the kid to create the illusion that he was merely relying on his strong soul pressure to defeat him. It would give him the illusion that as long as his soul pressure could reach the same level as his own, he would be able to defeat himself. When your strength far exceeds that of your opponent, you will no longer aim to achieve victory. Instead, the goal was to toy with and completely destroy the opponent. Inferno Humanoid. With a shout, strands of giant's fire erupted from Lu Changdong's sword blade. This strand of giant's fire followed the hilt of the sword and surprisingly began to wind its way towards Lu Changdong's body. In just a few seconds, Lu Changdong's body was already completely covered by the giant's flame, leaving not a single shred of skin outside, only a humanoid shape that resembled a fiery man. It's the Inferno Humanoid. All those who could pass in Lu Changdong's hands earlier were defeated under this move. I wonder how the young hero of Shanha Province should respond. The young hero of Mountain River Province hasn't shown his strength yet. I believe he won't lose to Lu Changdong. Lu Changdong's eyes glared viciously at Chen Xian through the flames. Like a flaming cannonball, he charged violently towards Chen Xian. Bang! The scene that occurred in the whirlwind caused everyone present to be stunned. Lu Changdong, who had charged forward explosively, was actually sent flying out by Chen Xian's casual sword, as if he were slapping a leather ball. Cough! Lu Changdong fell heavily onto the ring floor, and the flames wrapped around his entire body dissipated under this blow. Everyone thought that even if Chen Xian had the strength to deal with Lu Changdong's inflamed human form, it would also be a tussle. However, Chen Xian had actually directly sent Lu Changdong flying with just a single sword strike? They suddenly felt that Chen Xian, the scholar of Shanha Province, was much stronger than they had imagined. I'll give you the opportunity to use all your means, lest you have any illusions that if I use that move, I won't lose. But if this kind of carving is your upper limit, I won't have the patience for it. Chen Xian slowly spoke. Lu Changdong rose from the ground with a face full of shame and anger. Don't be too arrogant, Shanha Province. I'll let you see what it means to be a giant's flame. When a true giant shows up, even the earth will chime under his feet. This move is called Great Movement. Lu Changdong unleashed the flames with all his might, only to see the flames converge in front of his body, gathering more and more. Subsequently, it unexpectedly converged to form a giant of fire that was over 10 meters tall and formed entirely from flames. The giant of fire's large hand, burning with flames, grabbed towards Chen Xian, who was standing still. Chapter 72 Dark Shadow, Great Torture. The giant of fire that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in the ring with a sense of oppression. It was as if anything that approached the circumference of this giant of fire would be scorched to death by the blazing fire on his body. It's appeared. This is Lu Changdong's giant of fire. I'm a candidate from Jiang Province, and I've seen Lu Changdong use this technique with my own eyes in the examination hall of the college entrance exam. Any ferocious beasts in the examination center, even the strongest existences in the core area, were easily burned to ashes by this giant of fire. Lu Changdong has already brought out his crushing stance. Now, how will the young hero of Mountain River Province, the established scholar of Mountain River Province, respond? The huge body of the giant of fire slowly bent its knees, and an even hotter aura of fire scorched the surface of the ring stage. A pair of large hands made of converging flames were grabbing towards Chen Xian. Humph, how dare you not draw your sword yet? You are far too conceited. Lu Changdong saw that Chen Xian was still standing still, and a frenzied expression gradually appeared on his face. This giant of fire was already the strongest skill he could use right now. In any battle in the past, as long as he utilized the move Earth Ringing, not Great Movement, which was also the giant of fire. No matter what kind of opponent it was, he would not be able to fight it off. It was as if he had seen victory. He wanted to prove to the Magic University, to prove to everyone. He, Lu Changdong, the top scholar of Jiang Province, would never lose to some young hero of Shanha Province. Go to hell. Mountain River Province. The giant of fire's large hand grasped and formed a huge fist that. The massive fist pressure rushed through the strands of heat waves, like a fire cannon, and struck towards Chun Qian. Everyone in the sword and soul fighting arena watched this moment with bated breath, not daring to blink their eyes in the slightest. Jiang Province's top scholar, Lu Changgong, had already used his crushing moves. Then, what kind of eye-catching moves would the young hero of Shanha Province use in response? Immediately afterward, something that once again made everyone's eyes fall out of their sockets happened again. Only to see that Chun Qian still only swung out a sword, the black tip of that sword against the fire giant's massive fire fist. On one side, there was a huge fire fist with a diameter taller than a human, while on the other side, there was just a plain, slim black sword. However, with the tip of the black sword as the boundary, there seemed to be an invisible pressure fighting against the fire fist in front of him. No matter how much force the fire fist sent out, how many flames burst from the fist, it could only stop before the tip of the black sword, and all the flames could only explode out into the surroundings without being able to encroach one step forward. It's soul pressure. He's still only using soul pressure. The young hero of the Mountain River Province is just too terrifying. Without using any sword soul abilities at all, just by using soul pressure, he was able to block the full force of the Jiang Province scholar's strike. If the young hero from Mountain River Province utilizes his sword soul ability, I'm afraid the Jiang Province scholar won't be able to defend himself at all. A loud cheer rang out from the audience. Damn it! Lu Changgong's face was also filled with shock. Since he had awakened his sword soul, no one had ever been able to take this move from him. Not to mention catching his move so lightly. It's not over yet. My giant of fire has only just thrown one punch, I still have. Unbelievingly, Lu Changgong was about to continue saying something, but was interrupted by Chun Qian. Shut up, Lu Changgong. The giant of fire that you are so proud of is nothing more than a piece of dirt in my opinion. If you don't have a more powerful move, then the farce will have to end here. Devour, endless dark shadow. Chun Qian's cold voice rang out. Since Lu Changgong's strongest move had already been sent out, the time had come to completely destroy it. Lu Changgong's face once again revealed an even more appalled horror. He had the feeling that a terrifying aura had erupted from Chun Qian's body. It was as if something that was strong enough to devour everything and destroy everything was about to appear. The Mountain River Province's junior hero is finally going to unleash his sword soul ability. It seems like the Mountain River Province's teenage hero is no longer interested in continuing to play with Lu Changgong and is going to destroy his opponent in one fell swoop. How terrifying! I can feel fear even sitting in the audience. What kind of ability is this? Only to see the shadow-long sword in Chun Qian's hand dissipate into dark shadows, while spreading out in all directions while it continued to climb upwards along the arm of the giant of fire. In just a moment, half of the fire giant's body was covered in dark shadows. Ow! It was as if the giant of fire had been entangled by some black viper, and the flames all over his body were boiling. Giant of fire, quickly erupt the flames and burn away these dark shadows. Lu Changgong shouted in a hurry. The flames of the giant of fire's entire body were boiling, constantly erupting various flame attacks to his side. However, these seemingly scorching and powerful flames, not only did they fail to burn the dark shadow away, they were instead engulfed the moment they came into contact with it. In a flash, the dark shadows had spread out all around, as high as 30 meters, like a python opening its huge mouth, devouring towards the giant of fire. With blazing fire, burn out the darkness! Lu Changgong shouted in panic, mobilizing his entire body and focusing it into the flame giant. The flame giant had half of its body wrapped around the darkness, but it assumed a horse stance punching position and charged at the darkness in front of it with a punch. Flames like artillery blasted out. The strands of flame sprayed above the dark shadow's large mouth, but it was not useful at all. Phew! The dark shadow opened its mouth like a python, swallowing the fire giant whole in a flash. At this point in time, the ring was no longer filled with the imposing fire giant that stood over 10 meters tall. What was there was just an immense dark shadow that seemed to be wrapped around something that was being digested like a python swallowing it. How? How is this possible? Lu Changgong was so frightened that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. He could feel that his fire giant was being swallowed into the dark shadow, and his entire body's flames were being absorbed by it. It was as if it had become the other party's food. This is the young hero of Mountain River Province, it's just too strong. And that's just releasing the sword soul ability, without utilizing any special moves at all, to have this strength. I originally thought that Jiang Province's top scholar Lu Changgong was already a T0 heavenly pride, but I didn't realize that he was nothing in front of Mountain River Province's young hero. A boiling sound resounded from the audience. The strength Chen Xian had displayed far exceeded their imagination. As for Mo Song, who had just sat with Chen Xian, he was already dumbfounded at this point. He had also never imagined that he had just sat with such a strong to perverted monster. He is the provincial scholar of Shanha Province, and this is the young hero of Shanha Province who killed all the ferocious beasts in the examination hall. Not long after, the dark shadows that enveloped the giant of fire retracted and silently surrounded Chen Xian. What garbage, such a big ball of fire, it's not even enough to raise my dark shadow by one level. Chen Xian thought to himself. Looking at Lu Changgong, who was paralyzed on the ground in front of him and was no longer able to resist, his heart was even more contemptuous. Just now, the cowhide was blowing up to the sky. Why are you too scared to move now? Dark lock. Chen Xian's mind moved, and the dark shadows around him immediately condensed into a black chain with spikes at the top, as if it were a long snake wrapping towards Lu Changgong on the opposite side. Lu Changgong was so frightened that he hastily swung his sword to fend it off. But the pitifully small flame he chopped out was simply not enough to resist the advance of the shadow chains. Soon, his waist and his limbs were entangled by the shadow chains, which held him in mid-air. Immediately afterward, 2 more shadow chains formed, like torturers, and viciously lashed towards Lu Changgong's body. Ah! Ow! I was wrong, don't fight ow! Only to see that above the ring, Lu Changgong was deadlocked in mid-air by the chains alone. The 2 black chains were like long whips, viciously lashing towards the body of the person being chained to death. For a time, there was a continuous stream of miserable screams and wails, with clothes shredding, skin splitting, and blood splattering across the air. The students in the audience were no longer as excited as they were just now, but instead trembled in fear. This tactic, it was just too cruel. They simply couldn't imagine if the one locked there was themselves. Yelp yelp yelp. Too horrible force. You said, who is a small-town cultivator? You say, who is not worthy to engage you in battle? Chen Xian's voice rang out like Hades. Chapter 73, I, Chen Xian, will guard the ring and wait quietly for my fellow students from Shanha Province. Chen Xian's voice simply sent shivers down the spines of all those who heard it. Especially Lu Changgong, who was being locked in mid-air by the shadow chains and was already dying. Even though his body was already weak from the chains, he had to hurry and do his best to make a sound. The terror of the shadow brought him a terrible intuition that if he was not able to make a sound, or if he was not able to correctly answer Chen Xian's question, there was a real possibility that the other party would manipulate the shadow chain and whip himself to death alive. Was this Mountain River Province's top scholar really not afraid of being expelled from school for killing his classmates? Ah! The shadow chain that danced like a long snake once again lashed at Lu Changgong's chest. The clothes at his chest had been torn to shreds as much as possible, and his flesh and blood had been blurred. The shadow chain's lashing was not just the heavy lashing of the main part of the chain. There was also the spiked portion of the chain, which followed the force and direction of the lashing, piercing deeply into Lu Changgong's flesh and pulling it out viciously, turning up a wave of blossoming flesh and blood. Don't hit again. Hit again, I'm really going to die. Lu Changgong is the students of Shanha Province are all dragons and phoenixes among men, better than us in Jiang Province. Ah! What everyone didn't expect was that even though Lu Changgong said the words to admit his mistake, however, Chen Xian was the one who did not forgive him. Instead, he maneuvered the shadow chain again and lashed out hard on Lu Changgong's body. The spikes of the shadow chain once again tore through a piece of flesh, splattering blood. Lu Changgong once again let out a pig-killing scream. Please, don't whip anymore, I'm going to die. Lu Changgong's whole body was frightened and his voice trembled. It's fine, the fact that you can still scream means that you are still far from death. Chen Xian said. Know why I still want to smoke you? You brat, let's play mind games with me. It's you who provoked all the candidates of Mountain River Province, not the candidates of all of Jiang Province. Don't you dare presume to represent the entire Jiang Province's candidates and try to provoke confrontation between Jiang Province and Mountain River Province. Whether it's Jiang Province, Shanha Province, or any other province, they all belong to Xia and are one family. The only one who needs to apologize is you. Chen Xian's words fell in a loud voice. It was only then that the students sitting in the audience at the scene came to a realization. It turned out that Chen Xian had struck again for this reason. This Lu Changgong indeed had a good and vicious heart as he spoke like this. It could be said that he wanted to focus the hatred of the entire Jiang province's candidates on Chen Qian. Even if Chen Qian was as strong as he was, being hated by the candidates of a province and being found in trouble twice in 3 days would definitely not be pleasant. And those candidates from Jiang province in the audience. All of them were also looking viciously at Lu Changgong, the top candidate of their own province's college entrance examination. Just now, when Lu Changgong said that the Mountain River province were all dragons and phoenixes among the people, and the Jiang province couldn't compare. They had really focused their grievances on Chen Qian. However, once Chen Qian ate this remark, they realized that they were being used by this shark arm of Lu Changgong. Obviously, it was Lu Changgong who was too arrogant and incurred right and wrong, so why should all of them Jiang province candidates have to bear it? Do you want them to take revenge on Lu Changgong? Damn, this shark arm's intentions are too sinister. Chen Qian stood on the field and looked at Lu Changgong. He was keenly aware of Lu Changgong's sinister intentions and pierced them out. Although it was true that he would not be afraid of how many people would hold a grudge against him. But it wasn't a matter of being afraid or not. Rather, there was simply no need for him to go and antagonize candidates from all over Jiang province. Not only would this not be beneficial at all, it would also destroy the unity between Jiang province and Mountain River province. It could be said to be very harmful. And Lu Changgong, who dared to try to create a confrontation between Mountain River province and Jiang province, was even more vicious and could not be lightly spared. Chen Qian wielded the shadow chain once again. Ah! I was wrong, I was really wrong. Ah! Lu Changgong, was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have represented the entire river province. The students of Mountain River province are by no means small-town cultivators, they work hard and are most admirable. Shanha province and Jiang province, every one of the students in all of Daxia is like a dragon. Just I, Lu Changgong, am the great Sabi. Finally, Lu Changgong's voice grew weaker and weaker amidst the successive confessions. Until he passed out. Only then did Chen Qian put Lu Changgong down from the air. If the fight continued, he was afraid that this guy would really be killed by him. He didn't want to leave the Magic University so soon. After Lu Changgong fell onto the ring, he was carried away on a stretcher by 2 staff members who looked like they were from the Sword and Soul Coliseum. The shadow chain dissipated back into dark shadows and returned to Chen Qian's side. Like the cloak of a dark monarch, and like a loyal lion waiting for orders by the side of a king, it quietly surrounded Chen Qian's side like this. Quiet and terrifying, majestic. Chen Qian also stood on the ring and shouted. I, Chen Qian, will guard the ring here, waiting for my fellow Mountain River province students to succeed in the college entrance exams, and come back later. Chen Qian's voice resounded through the clouds, shaking the hearts of everyone present. They suddenly had a feeling that the most hotly debated this year was no longer Hanjing, Magic City, or Jiang province. Instead, it was the strongly rising Shanha province. I, Su Wangfei of Mordor, without malice, would like to spar with my fellow students from Shanha province. I am Zhou Tong of Jiang province, without malice, I wish to spar with my fellow students from Shanha province. I am Ma Hong of the northern Jiang province, without malice, willing to spar with my fellow students in the Mountain River province. Chen Qian guarded the ring, sparring with many students from various provinces who had been admitted to the Magic University. The battle between them was different from Lu Changgong Malice's battle. The battle between Chen Qian and them was a true sparring exchange between classmates. Not only did they not have any malicious intent, but instead, they increased their feelings amongst each other's sparring sessions. Due to Chen Qian's words of coming to guard the ring himself and waiting quietly for his fellow students from the Mountain River province. Now, every time someone from the provinces came up to the stage to challenge them, it actually became a welcome for the students from Shanha province to come to the Magic University in the future. In the shadows, the bonds between the students from the various provinces, especially the bonds with the Mountain River province, had already been connected by Chen Qian. Chen Qian, in turn, would surely be courted and embraced by the students of more provinces. In order to honor the students who had challenged him, Chen Qian chose to draw his sword to meet the battle. Of course, all the students who came up to the stage to challenge him were well abused and entertained by Chen Qian's dark shadow. The matter of Chen Qian violently abusing Jiang province's top scholar Lu Changgong in the sword and soul fighting arena and guarding the ring for his fellow students from Shanha province quickly caught fire in the Magic University soon after. When Chen Qian came out of the sword and soul fighting arena, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Come to think of it, he hadn't eaten anything since coming down from the high-speed train. Moreover, last night, he had chased the high-speed train furiously all night, so his body was actually in a very tired state. It was only because he was too curious about what the campus of the Magic University looked like that he had suppressed his exhaustion with intense excitement and curiosity. Right now, he was again active in the sword and soul fighting arena. His physical state was even worse. It's better to hurry to the cafeteria to have a meal, and then return to the dormitory for a good night's sleep. Chen walked towards the nearest Magic University cafeteria. This black dress sent by Sister Hong is really good. It's as cool as having an air conditioner installed on the dress. Chen thought as he looked at the large sun in the sky and felt the coolness on his body. Although he didn't wear this black coat when he was in Shanha province. But when he set out from his home to go to the high-speed train station, he put on this dress that Tao Hong had given him. He thought that when he arrived in Mordor, he would never run into Tao Hong. Hello? Trouble to understand. Just then, a coolly dressed girl ran past him with a stack of flyers in her arms and slipped one to him. Chen just wanted to take a look at the content of the segments on the flyer, but he received a phone call from Zhang Jinwu from the enrollment office of Magic University. That, Chen student, I'm looking for you again so soon because I want to talk to you about your mentor selection. Chapter 74 Mentors Conditions, Chongming District Training Base. Oh? Mentor choice? Chen was slightly startled. He knew that every student in Sword and Soul University was meant to have an academic mentor of their own. Students with stronger abilities would soon be seen by some strong mentors and be taken in as full-fledged students. And some students with insufficient ability, if they could not be seen by their mentors for a long period of time, they would be uniformly assigned to some mentors by the school. And most of these assigned mentors were some new mentors who were young and relatively weak, not to mention. And the students in this situation are basically in a state of hurting. You can only rush up and ask the mentor to guide you. Otherwise, the mentor is absolutely too lazy to look at you more than once, and even if you actively ask him for advice, he may not really have the time to be willing to go to you. Therefore, the benefits of becoming a full-fledged student of a powerful mentor are much greater than becoming a put-upon student of a weak mentor. This kind of powerful mentor is one that can truly be called your master in the true sense of the word. Since he has taken a liking to you, he treats you as a true disciple and will spare no effort to help you on your sword and soul master cultivation journey. He will use his lifelong learning as well as all of his connections and resources to help you. The benefits of which were simply not comparable to what a free-range student would receive. And a young hero of Shanha province like Chen Xian, the provincial top student who had taken the established points. Naturally, he would be snatched up by tutors from all of the Devil's University to be taken in as a full-fledged student. But Zhang Jinwu had long ago negotiated terms with him. That is, it was all up to his Chen Xian's own will as to who he would choose as his mentor. Even if he chose the president of the Magic University as his mentor, there was no problem. Even if he replaced the mentor at any time once he was dissatisfied with him, there was no problem. Chen Xian just hadn't thought that he would have to start choosing such things when he had only just arrived on the first day. He thought that he would at least do this after the official opening of the Magic University. He didn't expect it to be on the line now. Chen Xian was just about to ask what tutors were available in the Magic University. Zhang Jinwu, however, was the one who passed on a sentence in a bottomless voice. It's like this, fellow Chen Xian. We most likely won't be able to let you choose a mentor from our Magic University anymore. Your mentor has already been determined. What, it's confirmed? Chen Xian frowned when he heard Zhang Jinwu's voice. At that time, before formally deciding to come to Magic University, Chen Xian had talked to him about the favorable conditions after enrollment. One of them was that the tutors of the entire university were at Chen Xian's disposal to make his choice. In fact, even without this clause, the tutors of the entire university would actively compete for Chen Xian and be at his disposal. However, there was another clause added to the preferential conditions that he could change at will if he wasn't satisfied, which allowed Chen Xian's choice to be even more reckless. Even if Chen Xian did switch around, he wouldn't be hated too much by all the tutors in the school. But right now, not to mention switching around, he didn't even have the right to choose a tutor anymore? This huge Magic University, as one of the two top academic institutions in Daxia, would even go back on its word? Before Chen Xian could say anything, Zhang Jinwu on the other end of the phone also sensed Chen Xian's dissatisfaction from the brief silence. So he hurriedly said with a compensatory smile. Ha, Mr. Chen Xian, it's like this, it's not that our Magic University wants to go back on its word, our Magic University is definitely sincere and unreserved towards Mr. Chen Xian. It's really that there's nothing we can do about it in the Magic University. Chen Xian student, think about it, even we in the Magic University can't do anything about it, you should know who decides this matter, hahaha. After hearing Zhang Jinwu's words, Chen Xian's eyes also widened. According to Zhang Jinwu's meaning, the matter of selecting a mentor for him was not something that the Devil's University could influence. Then it was already obvious who was swaying this matter. Other than the officials, who else could sway the Magic University? Thinking about this matter, the resentment towards the Magic University that had just risen in Chen Xian's heart dissipated. If it was really the officials' intention, then there really wasn't anything that Magic University could do. It seemed that the fact that he had forcefully cut down a 4th-ranked ferocious beast at the Mountain River Province Examination Center and killed all the ferocious beasts in the field had been noticed by the officials, so he had to be assigned an exclusive mentor for himself. The meaning was to focus on cultivating oneself with a view to achieving a Sword Emperor in the future. Since this was the case, one's tutor's strength should be guaranteed. Alright, then who is my mentor and where is he? I want to pay a visit. Chen Xian said. After all, he was his future mentor, so paying a visit would be considered doing a bit of teacher-student courtesy. In the meantime, one could also see what kind of fellow their mentor was. If the other party did not satisfy him, no matter who he was arranged to come here, Chen Xian would definitely not accept it. Haha, Your mentor hasn't come to Magic University. Yet, Zhang Jinwu laughed awkwardly. Hasn't come to Magic University yet? Chen Xian was also shocked. Although he had thought that his mentor was most likely not a teacher of the Magic University itself. Yet, he had not thought that his mentor had not yet come to the Magic University now. And, in fact, your mentor has also made you an offer. Zhang Jinwu said. What condition? Chen Xian frowned. Your mentor is called Xia Qing, a 7th-ranked powerhouse who once served in the Navy as a powerful lieutenant general. She then retired from the military, and then no one knows what she was doing. Right now, it's only known that she made a trip to the pretty country some time ago and is on her way back. Student Chen Xian, do you know the Chongming District Training Base? Zhang Jinwu's words came from the middle of the phone. Chongming District Training Base? I know, why? Chen Xian looked at the flyer in his hand. Wasn't this the propaganda poster of the Chongming District Training Base? It said that this Chongming District Training Base was located on the eastern coast of Chongming District. This was a piece of training base that was specially planned out by the official Magic City Guard Army, which would lead a group of siren ferocious beasts to the fixed range of the training base on the shore for those who participated in the training base to hunt and kill. Due to the specialized protection of the Magic City Guard, the training base generally did not experience any accidents. Every year during the summer and winter vacations, the Chongming District Training Base would be open, and all current students of Sword and Soul University or some members of the community whose strengths matched those of current students could participate. The materials of the ferocious beasts hunted in the training base belonged to the individual, and a certain amount of points could be obtained. The points can be exchanged for various rewards within the training base. It was just that these points would be zeroed out at the end of each phase of the training base, so they had to be spent within the current period. Many of the students of Sword and Soul University within the Magic City would choose to train at the Chongming District Training Base to sharpen themselves before the official start of the school year. By the time the Chongming District Training Base closed, it would also be time for school to begin. Chongming District Training Base, there are many students who go to train at this time of the year. Especially the new students, in order to achieve good results in the freshman competition, many won't let go of this opportunity. And your mentor's condition is that she wants you to go to the Chongming District Training Base and get the top 100 before it closes. Chapter 75, Traveling to Chongming District Training Base. A burst of Zhang Jinwu's gloating cheap laugh came from the other end of the phone. The corner of Chen Xian's mouth twitched. This old Zhang, he was really happy to watch the show from the side. However, this mentor was really a personality. It was clearly a commissioner that had been officially sent over to be his mentor. Surprisingly, she still wants to give herself a test. If one's performance did not meet her requirements, one would not be qualified to be her student. Well, this kind of mentor with a personality, Chen Xian, was not averse to it. Generally, people who would do such things were all bullying fellows. This kind of person usually had strength far beyond the norm, which meant that it was more likely that they would be qualified to be his Chen Xian's mentor. It's only the top 100 in the district, what's so hard about it? Chen Xian said casually. If we were to say that achieving a top 100 ranking amongst all the freshmen in Magic City, then it would naturally be a piece of cake for you. But the rankings of the Chongming District training base aren't divided into those, there are seniors from all grades in there, yo.
Zhang Jinwu's snickering came from the other end of the phone.
I see. Chen Xian nodded his head. If there were still sophomore and above senior sisters and freshmen within the Chongming District training base who ranked together, most of those people's strength had reached the third or even fourth rank or above. Then, it was indeed very difficult for a freshman to achieve a top 100 ranking. But that was just for the average freshman. Just as well, I'll prove my strength to her first. And afterward, if her strength fails to meet my requirements, I will refuse to accept her as my mentor. Chen Xian's mouth smiled as he spoke atmospherically, then hung up the phone.
Zhang Jinwu on the other end stared blankly at the hung-up phone, unable to speak for a long time.
What did this brat Chen Xian just say?
It was just a matter of proving his own strength, but he even said something like if the tutor's strength was not up to his requirements.
If the strength of the mentor does not meet his requirements, he will refuse to be his Chen Xian's mentor?
To know the normal students can find a school teacher willing to do their own mentor has already thank God.
However, Chen Xian was faced with an official mentor sent over especially for him, and even said that he could not meet the requirements to be rejected? This kid, he even dared to test the mentor. This teenager is just too terrifying. Zhang Jinwu shook his head inside. He felt a terrifying arrogance from Chen Xian's body. A kind of arrogance that was the only one in the sky and on the ground, and that defied no one.
In ancient times, those who possessed this kind of arrogance had future achievements of a generation of lords or even a generation of emperors. After Chen Xian hung up Zhang Jinwu's phone, he hurriedly ran to the cafeteria to eat. Man is iron and rice is steel, one meal without eating makes one hungry. What's more, he hadn't rested properly since last night, and even more so, he hadn't eaten a drop of water. He felt that he was so hungry now that he could swallow a cow. Magic University's cafeteria is also built very luxurious, not only on campus and a number of locations have a cafeteria distribution, each cafeteria is divided into 3 floors, have a staircase, automatic staircase and elevator 3 ways up and down to choose from. The decoration is extravagantly gorgeous, as the top restaurant in general, the design of tables and chairs and sofas is varied, and all kinds of food is also rich and delicious. Most importantly, buying a meal in the cafeteria only costs about $1. Most of the costs of the school cafeteria are subsidized by the school itself. The cafeteria's fee was merely to serve as a symbol. Chen Xian was really a bit hungry, and amidst the surprised gazes of the others in the cafeteria, the plates on Chen Xian's table were stacked into a small mountain. After Chen Xian ate in the cafeteria, he took the on-campus subway back to the dormitory area where his dormitory was located. Chen Xian used his campus card to swipe the door of the villa and went up to the 2nd floor to return to his bedroom. The body fell into the soft big bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Xian this sleep, directly slept until the next morning. Opening his cell phone, Su Shuiying had already replied to his message. "Thank you, Chen, I'll be looking for you at Magic University soon." Chen Xian smiled heartily when he saw it. He didn't reply back to recovering Shuiying, he just said in his heart. "Good, I'll wait for you at Magic University." Today was the day that the Mountain River Province's 2nd college entrance exam was held. It was the various media platforms on the internet that were also continuously focusing on the Mountain River Province's 2nd college entrance exam. Shuiying is probably on her way to the examination center by now. Then one would wish her good luck in one's heart and stop sending messages over to disturb her. Mountain River Province, Zhengquan Shiyuan City. Su Shuiying was sitting in the window seat on the bus heading to the examination center. She was holding her head sideways, her long brown-orange hair hanging down in front of her chest. The corners of her mouth were smiling, and her eyes were full of anticipation. The morning sun shone through the clean windows of the bus, reflecting on her white and slightly reddish pretty face. "Dive, I don't know how you're doing in Magic University, I'll be over to look for you soon." After getting up, Chen Xian went to the cafeteria and ate another large meal before setting off for the Chongming District training base. After about 2 hours or so, Chen Xian rode the underground transportation to Chongming District, close to the bus stop sign of the training base. This place was still some distance away from the training base, although he would be able to get there very quickly if he used his shadow ability to hurry by himself. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Xian still chose to take the special shuttle bus to the training base. There were many people who waited here at the bus stop together with himself and boarded the shuttle bus. Seeing the youthful and energetic look on their faces, they were probably students from various universities in the Magic City. Chen Xian sat in the window seat of the shuttle bus. At the front of the car,
A wrap-around skirt black silk young lady who was like a tour guide opened her mouth there to introduce everyone. It is expected that in 20 minutes, we will be able to arrive at the Chongming District Training Base. Please arrive at the training base, first go to the base hall to apply for your identity information, then take your room card to the dormitory you are in to pack up your luggage items, and then you can go to the various parts of the training base to participate in the training. According to the introduction of the bag hip skirt black silk Miss Chongming District Training Base is divided into 4 parts: the office hall, dormitory area, training area, and ferocious beast area. The office hall is naturally needless to say, is to participate in the training base of the students to handle identity information and other various affairs place. The dormitory area is where the students rest and the cafeteria is also located. The training area is to provide all kinds of training equipment, just like the martial arts center outside, is the place where students train on their own. The most important, naturally, was the ferocious beast area. This was also the main purpose of most students choosing to come to the Chongming District Training Base. The ferocious beast area here was also divided into 4 zones. They were the 2nd level area, the 3rd level area, the 4th level area, and the 5th level area. Then some students are going to ask, then where did the level 1 area go? Then shocking is coming, the answer is there is no level 1 area. Beast area from the land to the coast in turn is divided into 4 areas, each of which is circled out of the strength of the beasts with the same number, respectively, is the 2nd order, 3rd order, 4th order, and 5th order. The reason why there is no first class area is because there are no ferocious beasts of the first class. After coming to the training base, if you don't even have the strength to fight 2nd order ferocious beasts, you'd better obediently cultivate on your own. The shuttle bus soon traveled to the gate of the training base. This was a gate that could be described as an iron wall, constructed very tall, and the wall was also very thick. On both sides of the gate as well as above it, there were guards wearing blue and white uniforms, truly like a military base. When the guard soldiers saw the shuttle bus arrive, they signaled to open the gate and let the shuttle bus in. Chen Xian did not waste any time, got off the car and came to the front desk of the office hall to start the formalities. Hello, you are called Chen Xian, aren't you, a senior student of the Magic City Sword and Soul University? May I ask how much your soul pressure strength has reached? Hearing Chen Xian say that he was from Magic City Sword and Soul University, the young lady handling the information also revealed a smile. Early 4th stage. Chen Xian said indifferently, not choosing to hide his strength. Early 4th order? The young lady handling the information immediately looked shocked. Chapter 76, Encountering by Xiaofu, Have I Become a Public Enemy? What's wrong? Chen Xian asked. The most powerful ferocious beasts here were of the 5th rank. According to his own strength of early 4th rank, even if he came here, he would still be able to get sufficient exercise. It shouldn't be the case that he wouldn't be allowed to participate in the training because he was too strong. Ha, it's nothing. The young lady calmed down a bit. I just saw that you were a bit more like a freshman, so I subconsciously thought of you as a freshman whose strength was at the 2nd rank la. I didn't realize that you were an upperclassman. Is your younger brother a junior this year? Looks quite handsome, has a girlfriend, want to add sister A? I've never touched a woman, I'm not interested in women. Chen Xian said in a serious manner, simply leaving no room for refutation. The young lady handling the information also froze, and could only give up the bad thoughts in her mind. After handing over all the relevant identity information to Chen Xian, she looked at Chen Xian's back as he left and sighed grudgingly, saying, Alas, such a handsome-looking boy, why would he like a guy? Chen Xian looked at the information on his room card and planned to go back to his dormitory first to simply clean up. Then he would go directly to the ferocious beast area to fight ferocious beasts. It was naturally not that he would say that just now that he liked men. It was just a way to avoid some annoying butterflies. Of course he liked women, but not casually. Many of the people who came to the training base were still carrying big bags of luggage. The ones with money would buy a space ring and put everything into it. However, a space ring was a very luxurious thing. Even a small space ring of a few cubic meters would cost several hundred to $10 million. Other than some very rich families, ordinary people couldn't afford such luxuries. But Chen Xian was different. The space ring that others saw as extravagant and incomparable was a piece of crap in his eyes. His dark shadow, there was space inside, and it was big, 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 and could fit in a lot of things, not at all like a ring a few cubic meters so stingy. And what's more powerful than a space ring is that the things put in won't deteriorate with the passage of time, and you can even put in living things. Hey! Just ask you if it's awesome. Room 702, Area C Dormitory Building. Chen Qian looked at the information on the room card and prepared to go over. But it was at this time that a low sound of astonishment rang out from the office hall. That girl, she's so pretty, and her temperament is extraordinary. That's our Magic City's top student in this year's college entrance exams, the 1,000-year-old only daughter of Magic City's garrison commander by Luo. Miss White has also awakened the S-class sword soul, Bright Day White Tiger, and has entered the Magic University to study. Her future achievements are sure to be extraordinary. It's highly probable that Miss White will follow in the footsteps of Army Commander by Luo and become a garrison soldier, continuing to guard the Magic City. Chen Qian was also attracted by the exclamations of the crowd in the office hall. Following the gazes of the crowd, the one who walked in was none other than the one he had seen yesterday in the Soul Skill Training Hall. A head of long silver white hair, wearing what looked like a Magic City guard uniform, a thin shirt on top, a black hip-hugging leather skirt underneath, a pair of short-heeled boots on her feet, and a thin sword hanging from a thin belt around her waist. The Magic City's top student, the only daughter of the garrison army commander, Bai Xiaofu. In that case, the clothes she wears are indeed similar in design to the military uniform of the guard army. Chen Qian thought in his mind. Then Bai Xiaofu's mind was not hard to guess. Definitely aiming to become a guard army soldier like her own father. Well, a very inspiring and hard-working little girl. Chen Qian nodded, admiring his own deduction. Then he planned to take his room card and leave. He didn't want to go up and say hello or anything. After all, he and Bai Xiaofu only had a one-sided relationship yesterday. Not exactly much of a friendship. But just as Chen Qian was about to turn around and leave, Bai Xiaofu saw him with a sideways glance. That boy in black, he seems to be. Bai Xiaofu's eyes flickered as she looked at the black figure that wanted to leave, overlapping with the figure she had seen yesterday in her mind. Bai Xiaofu's face showed some anxiousness. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the people in the office hall, Bai Xiaofu crossed a pair of white and lovely legs and ran over towards Chen Qian. Mr. Chen Qian. Looking at Bai Xiaofu in front of her with puffed cheeks and white and red cheeks, she seemed to be a bit gambling. Chen Qian's face was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that Bai Xiaofu would take the initiative to come to him, and could only respond with a somewhat awkward smile. Classmate Bai. What a coincidence, classmate Bai also came here to play looking for me for something? Seeing this, many of the people at the office hall site were chattering and whispering. This was the Chongming district training base of Mordor, and it was still handled by the Mordor garrison. It could be said that there were both a lot of local students of Mordor here, as well as a lot of soldiers serving in the Mordor garrison and so on. They couldn't be more familiar with Bai Xiaofu, who was the top student of Magic City and the daughter of the commander of the Magic City Army Guard. But now that they saw Bai Xiaofu actively running towards some unknown man, it naturally caused them to pay extensive attention. What's the relationship between Bai Xiaofu and that guy, even chased after him in full view of the public, seems to have a great relationship. Shouting something about Chen's classmate, is he a high school or college classmate? What relationship? Quickly tell me, I'm going crazy. Since the first year of high school, Miss Bai is the pure flower in my heart. Is she going to go stain the dirt of love too? Miss White took the initiative to go after a guy? There's a need to report this matter to Army Commander Bai. Looking back at the two of them, Chen Qian and Bai Xiaofu. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Bai Xiaofu, who was originally still just gambling. The reddened cheeks unexpectedly twitched slightly, and the corners of her eyes were also flooded with a hint of tears as she closed her eyes and cried out with her head bowed. What do you mean by looking for you for something? Could it be that what you said before was cheating me? Bai Xiaofu shouted out loud with a slight hint of crying. It was like a bolt from the blue hitting the hearts of everyone at the scene. Including, but not limited to, the students of the various colleges and universities who had just come to register their identity information, the soldiers of the guard army who were walking around, and the young ladies who were responsible for handling all kinds of information inside the stage. What? The only daughter Qianjin of the hallowed magic capital guard army commander Bai Luo had been cheated by a man. For a while, the hearts of the people at the scene varied. Damn it! The pure flower in my heart was still defiled by a dogman. Bastard! The Miss White that our guard's army holds in their hearts was actually tricked by a brat from nowhere. This brat must be caught and handed over to Army Commander Bai for disposal. Chen Qian's heart was also flustered when he heard this. In this instant, he felt that the killing aura of the entire room was being pointed at him. It would have been fine if it was just the murderous aura of some students, but he could even feel the guard soldiers on the scene glaring at him angrily. It seemed like they wanted to arrest him like a criminal. No, why is this white schoolgirl talking so strangely? They had clearly only met once yesterday and hadn't spent much time together. How did it come to be about deceiving her? That, white schoolmate, it's dangerous for you to talk like this, Tell me, how did I deceive you? Chen Qian hurriedly said. Even if the guard soldiers at the scene really wanted to arrest him, he also had the confidence to run out from here. But then he wouldn't be able to get the top 100 of the training base, and wouldn't be able to fulfill his mentor's conditions. And with this kind of misunderstanding, it would definitely be more troublesome later on as well. So it was necessary to hurry up and let Bai Xiaofu explain things clearly. Hoof. Bai Xiaofu was still very angry. Her delicate and cute face like a doll was flushed with red, some tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. Why are you pretending not to recognize me and leaving? You did not say yesterday, very happy to know me. All 77 chapters and I don't know you well. This. Chen Qian was dumbfounded and speechless. Only then did Chen Qian realize that this Bai Xiaofu had said such words to herself, but it was only because of her own words yesterday when she was about to leave? Nice to meet you. Obviously, it was just an ordinary greeting used to say hello to someone you just met. But the other party took it seriously? This Bai Xiaofu is really a simple little girl. Chen Qian looked at Bai Xiaofu's slightly sobbing, white and red face as if she was a doll. A sense of guilt actually rose in his heart. This is a kind of guilt that adults who are accustomed to saying polite words feel for the deception of small children who say what they believe. At this time, a man dressed in the uniform of the Magic City Guard Army came striding over. With one hand, he grabbed Chen Qian's collar and yelled, "You bastard boy! What in the world did you do to my Zhang Barge's Xiao? To our Xiaofu's sister?" Chen Qian frowned. It was true that he had a sense of guilt for deceiving Bai Xiaofu. But that didn't mean that this person was allowed to engage in such rude behavior towards himself. Chen Qian's face was displeased as he slightly dodged to break away from this person's hand. At this moment, the other guard soldiers in the arena had yet to come forward. However, Chen Qian was also able to feel the hostility they were casting towards him. What was interesting was that the hostility that the other guard soldiers threw at him did not make him resentful. This was because Chen Qian was able to feel that their kind of hostility. It was a hostility that came from the fact that they loved Bai Xiaofu as if she was their own sister or daughter. Bai Xiaofu's father was the commander of the Magic City garrison, and it wasn't surprising that the other garrisons regarded Bai Xiaofu as their sister or daughter. But the guy in front of him, who claimed to be Zhang Barge, didn't seem to have such a pure mind. This kid just tried to get off on what is Xiaofu. TSK, this kid can really have some crooked thoughts. Zhang Gang was a soldier who had recently newly joined the Magic City Guard. This summer, the Chongming District training base was opened, and he also accepted the transfer order to come here to be in charge of the training base's security and defense work. With some other soldiers who had long been acquainted with Bai Xiaofu, he could be called Bai Xiaofu's brother. Unlike some of the other guards who had known Bai Xiaofu for a long time and could be called Bai Xiaofu's older siblings or uncles and aunts, Zhang Gun was new to the Magic City Guards. Zhang Gang, who had joined the Magic City Guard, was actually not acquainted with Bai Xiaofu. He met Bai Xiaofu in less than a month since the opening of the Chongming District training base. And his acquaintance with Bai Xiaofu was also due to a deliberate act on his part. On that day, he was on duty at the training base as usual. From afar, he saw Bai Xiaofu come to this place. That a beautiful head of silver white long hair, white smooth skin, concave and convex figure, young girl green and lovely childishness, and the body of the blue and white garrison-style dress to form a stubborn contrast, simply absolute. In Zhang Gang's heart, a strong possessive desire immediately rose. He knew that Bai Xiaofu was also the only daughter of their Magic City garrison commander Bai Luo. If he was able to get Bai Xiaofu, not only would he be able to have a beautiful woman, but he would also be able to become the son-in-law of the army chief Bai Luo. It's simply a huge profit. So Zhang Gang created an opportunity to get close to Bai Xiaofu. Bai Xiaofu was also a very simple girl, and she also considered the Magic City Guards as her family. So there wasn't much defense. Zhang Chang thought to himself that his relationship with Bai Xiaofu had already reached a rather intimate stage. Seeing Chen Qian's appearance seemed to have the appearance of destroying the beautiful plan in his mind. He couldn't accept that the pure white and flawless Bai Xiaofu had been sullied by another man, even if it was only mentally. Thus, he couldn't help but come to pick on Chen Qian. Chen Qian didn't pay any attention to Zhang Barge, who was filled with anger in front of him, but instead sidled up to Bai Xiaofu and said, "Fellow student Xiaofu, of course I didn't deceive you, I'm really happy to know you. I just didn't see you coming because I was just focused on seeing where my dormitory was. If I had seen it, I would have been so excited to come up and greet you." Hearing Chen Xian's words, Bai Xiaofu's slightly sobbing cheeks improved and she opened her eyes to look at Chen Xian in confusion. But before Bai Xiaofu could express anything, Zhang Gang was another half step forward. "Less lying. This kind of lie, who would phase? Is it true? So it's like this, I misunderstood you." Bai Xiaofu's face was however showing a very pleased expression. Both of Bai Xiaofu's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Chen Xian, not hiding her joy in the slightest. Everyone could tell that she had completely trusted what Chen Xian had said. The entire crowd. "Ha, of course it's true, I'm a person who never lies," Chen Xian said with a smile. To be honest, he himself hadn't expected Bai Xiaofu to be able to believe in himself. He even felt that what he said was just too fake. But come to think of it, since Bai Xiaofu was able to take other people's polite phrases to heart seriously, then believing in these words didn't seem like a big deal. It seems that although Bai Xiaofu's little girl is the top student of the Magic City, she has a strength and talent that is incomparable to others. However, in terms of her mind, she was still as simple as a little girl. Looking around at the guards who were casting suspicion and hostility towards him, Chen Xian was not unable to understand. It seemed that these family-like guards had protected Bai Xiaofu too well. Well, with the exception of Zhang Barge, who exuded desire in front of him. "Hey! Sister Xiaofu, this guy of his is obviously lying to you. And everyone else, how do you see this kid is cheating?" Zhang Gang also panicked all of a sudden when he saw Bai Xiaofu reveal her delight. Shouting in all directions, he seemed to be seeking support from the other members of the garrison. It was just that the other garrison members all looked as if they were considering it, and did not respond to Zhang Barge in any way. Seeing that he could not get any support from the crowd, Zhang Bang turned back to Bai Xiaofu. "This kid looks like a big liar. Sister Xiaofu, you shouldn't." Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaofu was looking at Zhang Barge with a pretty angry face. "Shut up, what gives you the right to call me Xiaofu, are we very familiar?" This shout from Bai Xiaofu was heard clearly by all those who were in the office hall. No one had expected that the seemingly ignorant, well-behaved and cute Bai Xiaofu would still throw such a big temper. Chen Xian was also a bit surprised. He had thought that Bai Xiaofu, a simple and lovely girl, would have fallen into the trap of this Zhang Barge guy. But right now, it didn't seem like it. "I'm talking to fellow student Chen Xian, why do you have to come over and interrupt? It's not like I'm familiar with you." Bai Xiaofu scolded at Zhang Barge with a face full of gambling anger. Even when she was angry, it was all so cute, making people want to pinch. Such a cute face, pinching it would make her cry for a long time, right? Chapter 78, for convenience, switch to the opposite dormitory by Bai Xiaofu. What? Zhang Gang looked at Bai Xiaofu, who had angrily scolded herself, and took 2 steps back. He had been looking for an opportunity to get close to Bai Xiaofu for the past few days, thinking that he had already brushed his favorability to a high level. But now, Bai Xiaofu even said that she was not familiar with him? Zhang Gang subconsciously wanted to ask for help from the other members of the guard. He wanted to tell them, "Look at Bai Xiaofu, who we treat like a sister every day, now she's turning her back on a stranger, she's really ungrateful, you guys hurry up and help me say a few words," he said. However, Zhang Gang saw that not only were the members of the surrounding garrison not angry or disgruntled, but they were secretly laughing. It was as if they were laughing at him. What in the world had happened? Zhang Bauer only felt his clever brain go haywire for a while. "So, fellow student Chen Xian, will you also be working out at the training base?" Bai Xiaofu looked towards Chen Xian. The expression on her face instantly became different. There was no longer any anger or coldness or ruthlessness visible, there was only the tenderness and joy of a young girl. "Well, I'm planning to stay here until school starts and work on my strength." Chen Xian nodded his head and smiled. He had just turned around and wanted to leave only because he felt that he and Bai Xiaofu weren't considered to be acquainted and there was no need to greet them. Since Bai Xiaofu was so enthusiastic about herself, it was no big deal for him to chat with her more. He also felt that Bai Xiaofu was a rather cute little girl, not the kind of person that would annoy him. "Great! I'm also planning to work out here until school starts, so maybe we can even be together." "Right, didn't you just say you were looking at where the dorms are? Show it to me as well." Saying that, Bai Xiaofu extended her tender white little hand towards Chen Xian. "Ah. Good." Although Chen Xian was a little confused as to what Bai Xiaofu was trying to do, he still handed over the room card to Bai Xiaofu. Bai Xiaofu took the room card, looked at it for a couple of moments, and then walked over again towards the front desk where the identity information was handled. Chen Xian looked at Bai Xiaofu's back as she walked over, somewhat confused as to what she was going to do with her room card. Only to see Bai Xiaofu walk over to the front desk under the gaze of the crowd and handed over the room card in her hand to the young lady who was handling the information inside. It was also the same one who had just processed information for Chen Xian and wanted Chen Xian's contact information. Since the attention of everyone in the office hall was attracted by Bai Xiaofu, everyone wanted to see what Bai Xiaofu was trying to do. Therefore, it was very quiet in the office hall, a needle could be heard, and as a result, Bai Xiaofu's words were heard clearly by everyone. Only Bai Xiaofu's voice could be heard as soft, fine and delicate, with a bit of pettiness. Sister, you help me change this classmate's room to the opposite side of mine, it's more convenient. Instantly. Including Chin potential within. Including all the students from the various colleges and universities who came to do their business. Even more so, including all the candidates on the scene, they were all shocked and directly petrified in place. What? The top student of the Magic City College entrance examination, the daughter of the military commander of the Guard Army, Bai Xiaofu. Surprisingly, she had the audacity to replace a boy's accommodation room to the opposite side of her own room? And she says it's more convenient? Convenient? Convenient for what? In that case, it would be more convenient to just live together? The young lady said tentatively with a look of disbelief and a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Good guy. No wonder that boy had just said something about not liking women to perfume himself. It turned out that he had actually captured the heart of Army Commander Bai Luo's daughter. Together? Bai Xiaofu tilted her head and thought for a moment, but still laughed. It's still not too good if you live with a boy. Yes, it's not too good. With an awkward smile on her face, the young lady took the room card and processed the information for Chen Xian to change rooms. Soon after, Bai Xiaofu was holding the already changed room card again and returned to Chen Xian's side amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. Here. My room is 520 across the street, so that way, if you want to go work out with me, it'll be convenient. Since I took the liberty of changing your dormitory for you, I'll pay for it. Bai Xiaofu smiled innocently, not seeing the slightest hint of any other thoughts. Chen Xian was also dumbfounded as he received the room card in Bai Xiaofu's hands. Seeing that the dormitory information on it had been replaced to room 521 in Building 6 of the S area. The dormitory area of the training base was also divided into levels, with Area S being the most luxurious, followed by Area A, Area B and Area C. Most people would just choose a dormitory at random. Most people just choose a random dormitory and that's it. Even the cheapest Area C, the accommodation is also good. After all, everyone is here to exercise, not to enjoy. It's not like they're going to stay in the dormitory all day and act like a loser. So only the kind of rich brothers who didn't make any difference at all by spending $2 more would choose the high-grade dormitory area. Chen Xian originally also chose a low-grade dormitory, but he didn't expect Bai Xiaofu to directly switch him to the opposite door of the S area. Looking at Bai Xiaofu with a silly smile on her face, Chen Xian really didn't know what to say. It's not right. Sister Xiaofu. I'm your brother Zhang Barge. Why are you so close to this male from nowhere? Zhang Barge's two hands were wide open with a sad and shocked look of I've been abandoned by you. But Bai Xiaofu just retorted heavily in disgust. What Zhang broke her brother, when have I ever called you that? Don't be so self-absorbed, will you? Student Chen Xian, let's go back to the dormitory first. After saying that, Bai Xiaofu grabbed one of Chen Xian's hands and was about to walk towards the outside. Zhang Gang, on the other hand, directly froze in place. Hiss. Seemed like Bai Xiaofu was not calling him any Zhang Chong brother. Then, it seemed that during this period of time, Bai Xiaofu had not become on good terms with him either. Those seemed to be what he dreamed when he dreamed. Just as Zhang Bao was still in a daze, some of the other members of the garrison were laughing as they walked over to Bai Xiaofu. Ha, Sister Xiaofu, when did you catch a man? Why didn't you say anything to sister? You're only here and you're leaving, why didn't you say hello to sister me, you're in such a hurry. Let brother me take a look, well, it's a nice young man. But only someone stronger than brother me can get our Xiaofu's sister. Chen Xian saw some men and women in military uniforms walking over. These people were not very old, not up to 30 at most, almost 26, 78. Talking to Bai Xiaofu was very cordial. Really, you guys are teasing me. Again, Bai Xiaofu said as a small airbag bulged up next to her small mouth. Ha, who made our Xiaofu so cute, let sister pinch her face. Chen Xian looked at the intimacy between Bai Xiaofu and these people and smiled. No wonder Bai Xiaofu was so simple and cute, and the protection from these people was definitely inseparable. Sister, don't make a scene, I want to go back to the dormitory with fellow student Chen Xian to clean up a bit, and then I'm going to fight the ferocious beasts. Bai Xiaofu's face was exasperated and cute as she grabbed one of Chen Xian's arms with both hands. Chapter 79, Traveling to the Class 4 Ferocious Beast Region. Yo, this little girl still wants to go back to the dormitory together. She's still going to fight the ferocious beasts together. She even told us to stop messing around. These older sibling-like guards messed with Bai Xiaofu some more before. Only then did Bai Xiaofu exasperatedly pull Chen Xian out of the office hall. That Zhang Chong, on the other hand, had seared this scene into his heart. He couldn't understand why everyone else was so close to Bai Xiaofu. Only he himself was treated with indifference. Although it was said that he was one of those geniuses who went to actively court Bai Xiaofu. However, as far as he could see, some of the people who knew Bai Xiaofu at the same time as himself were also on good terms with Bai Xiaofu. This asshole kid. Dare to mess with me, Zhang Barjing, I want you to eat your words in this base. Zhang Beng had even memorized Chen Xian's back deeply in his heart. He thought that his biggest obstacle to getting Bai Xiaofu was this kid in black. Chen Xian and Bai Xiaofu walked towards the dormitory area. You're quite close to them. Chen Xian looked at Bai Xiaofu and said with a soft smile. Thinking about what happened just now, Bai Xiaofu blushed for a moment and said petulantly. Oof. They just like to tease me. After chatting deeply with Bai Xiaofu, Chen Xian knew. Most of those people just now were the children and descendants of some of the veterans in the Magic City Guard. Many of those veterans were the ones who shared a lifelong comradeship with Bai Xiaofu's father, Bai Luo. Accordingly, their relationship was also very good, and they got along as if they were brothers and sisters. Among them, Bai Xiaofu was the youngest, and was highly favored by her siblings. But that wasn't to say that Bai Xiaofu and the others were engaging in some second-generation clique. Even if they weren't the offspring of any veterans, as long as they were part of the garrison, Bai Xiaofu was on good terms with all of them. To Bai Xiaofu, the entire Magic City Guard army was just like her family. But that Zhang Chong, I see that you don't treat him very well. Chen Xian asked his doubts. He, mentioning Zhang Chong, a boredom also appeared on Bai Xiaofu's face. I don't like that person. Unlike the other brothers and sisters in the garrison, I have a feeling that he approaches me with bad intentions. A serious expression appeared on Bai Xiaofu's face. Oh. Chen Xian was slightly surprised. This little girl, although a bit simple, her intuition was surprisingly unexpectedly good. Oof. My Bai Xiaofu's intuition is very sharp. Who's a good person, who's a bad person, who's really good to me, who has another agenda, I'm able to sense it in a flash. Bai Xiaofu said proudly. Chen Xian nodded in admiration. If one's intuition was so sensitive, even if one's mind was a bit simpler, one wouldn't be fooled. For example, Mr. Chen Xian, as soon as I saw you yesterday, I just felt that you must be a good person. Bai Xiaofu was still proudly showing off, but blushed as she spoke. Chen Xian looked at her and just smiled pleasantly. Good person? At that time when he was at the college entrance examination center, he had also said that Shuang was a good person. Then Shuang had also said that he was a good person. It seemed that everyone was a good person. Classmate Xiaofu, you are also a good person. Chen Xian said happily. Chen Xian and Bai Xiaofu returned to the dormitory in the S area together. Bai Xiaofu proposed that she wanted to go to the ferocious beast area with Chen Xian to fight ferocious beasts. Saying that she was eager to show Chen Xian how well she was able to master the broken Dao 53, Thunder electromagnetic cannon now. Chen Xian said that he had to clean up the dormitory and was tired and wanted to sleep for a while. Bai Xiaofu also readily agreed, saying that she wanted Chen Xian to call her when she was ready to sleep, so she closed the door and went back to the dormitory to stay. However, not long after, Chen Xian opened the door and walked out from the dormitory. Classmate Xiaofu, although there is nothing wrong with the fact that I am indeed a good person. But sometimes, you also need to see the evils of the human heart. Chen Xian smiled a little with the corners of his mouth before leaving the dormitory, intending to go directly forward to the fierce beast area. He had already cleaned up his dormitory briefly. After all, there was still more than half a month ahead. It was impossible for himself to stay in the fierce beast region all the time. He had actually wanted to reject Bai Xiaofu's invitation. This was because with his current strength, the worst he could do was to go to the 4th level zone and hunt 4th level ferocious beasts. Bai Xiaofu's strength was also easy for him to see. Surprisingly, it had reached the early 3rd rank. Although it looked like it had only just broken through and wasn't very solid. But for a student who had just taken the college entrance exam for just under a month, to have such strength was already quite rare. For example, yesterday's Jiang province's top student, Lu Changgong, was only at the late stage of the 2nd rank and was about to break through to the peak of his strength. He was already able to crush the pride of the provinces to the point where he couldn't lift his head. If Bai Xiaofu had been on the field, she would have been able to finish off Lu Changgong without much effort. So, this talent and strength of Bai Xiaofu was already very rare. However, who let him, Shen Xian, have the devouring system? Alas! With the help of shadow devouring, his strength grew much faster than his peers. At this point, he had already reached the early 4th rank. If Bai Xiaofu, who was at the early stage of the 3rd rank, were to be taken to a level 4 zone or even a level 5 zone to fight ferocious beasts, it would be too dangerous for her. But one couldn't go to a rank 3 zone either. Chen Xian paid attention to the scoreboard on the training base. Many of the people on it had come to the training base long ago to start killing monsters to get points. If he wanted to successfully get a ranking of at least the top 100 in the next half a month or so, he would definitely have to go to the level 4 and level 5 zones to make a break for it. He wanted to reject Bai Xiaofu, but she was pestering him so much. So he had to resort to this. "I'm really sorry, Miss Bai Xiaofu." When Chen Xian left joyfully, the door to Bai Xiaofu's room was gently opened, poking out a small head, exasperated. "Hoof. You really are lying to me." After Chen Xian left the dormitory area, he arrived at the gate to the Fierce Beast area. There were a total of 4 teleportation gates here, each leading to the corresponding level of the Fierce Beast region. As long as one confirmed their identity information with the guards next to the teleportation gates, they would be able to travel to the corresponding ferocious beast area. Chen Xian, from the Magic Capital Sword and Soul University, soul pressure is at the early 4th rank, yes? The member of the guard army confirmed. Chen Xian nodded. Your strength is only at the early 4th rank and you are alone. Are you sure you want to head directly to the 4th rank area? Chen Xian nodded again. Good, you may proceed to the 4th rank area. The Magic Capital Guard will guarantee your safety. After confirming that there were no errors, Chen Xian walked into the teleportation gate to the level 4 zone. It was said that the cost of this teleportation gate was, well, expensive. For each gate that was built, it was a sky-high price in billions of dollars. To use it on a training base for students in the district, it could be said to be extravagant. An ordinary person might feel some discomfort the first time they perform spatial teleportation. But Chen Xian wouldn't. He had even used Shadow's spatial ability to chase after high-speed trains. He had long been familiar with this feeling. What appeared in Chen Xian's eyes was a dense forest, as well as a very large lake. Chen Xian was able to tell at a glance that the terrain here seemed to have undergone some modifications. According to Chen Xian's understanding, the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast area were all intentionally arranged in by the guard army, and although most of them were sirens, there was no shortage of ferocious beasts on land. Chen Xian just wanted to move. However, he heard a jia laughter coming from behind himself. Jia, how about it? Old man's movements are fast enough, right? As soon as you kid came out, I caught you. That little girl, Bai Xiaofu, can only be mine, Grandpa Zhang Barge. From the bushes behind Chen Xian came out. It was clearly Zhang Barge, who had a face full of cheap smiles and had 2 people with him. Chen Xian was also amused for a while. He had thought about whether this person would come to find his trouble. He did not expect it to come so quickly. It was also good to hurry up and get rid of it, lest the back come out and get in the way. Chapter 80 Make your mouth never scream again. Ah, brother trespasser, our buddies can do their job, can't they? As soon as this kid entered the portal, our buddies sent him to you. 2 guys dressed like reserve members of the guard army walked to the left and right of Zhang Barge with fawning smiles on their faces. Well, you guys did a great job. Brother Barge will take good care of you in the future. Zhang Bao's eyes just stared playfully at Chen Xian, his mouth saying to the 2 guys beside him. He. Thank you, Brother Barge. My brothers and sisters will rely on Brother Barge to take care of them when they join the guard army in the future. The 2 people following Zhang Barge around were both reserve members of the Magic City Guard. They were not official Magic City Guard, but rather an existence similar to that of a trainee. As long as they performed passively for a period of time, they would be able to formally join the Magic City Guard. In this Chongming District training base, apart from the official Mordor guards who were mainly responsible for management and security, some of the minor or miscellaneous work was done by some of the reserve members. After all, the most important responsibility of the Devil's Capital Guard is to guard the safety of the entire Devil's Capital at all times, and there is no way to put many people into the operation of the Chongming District training base, not to mention that it is the time when the sirens are flooding the area. That's why more reserve members were arranged here. Actually, at the same time there was also the meaning of testing their working ability. Although Zhang Gang was a newly joined member of the Devil's Capital Guard, he was already a veritable full-fledged member. He had intentionally gone about ganging up, and these days he had also taken in a lot of reserve members as juniors. He promised them that as long as they followed him, he would help them pass the examination to officially join the guard army. Most of these reserve members were also foolish and believed it. This time, it was also a few of the reserve members responsible for spatial teleportation who took advantage of the inattention of the official team members around them to secretly modify the teleportation information, teleporting Chen Xian to this place where Zhang Bao and his teammates were ambushing them. In order to curry favor with Zhang Bao, in order to be able to be taken care of during the transfer assessment. But in fact, Zhang Bao did not have any power related to this at all. He was just tricking these reserve members into doing things for him. He was enjoying his feeling of being surrounded by people and being ingratiated by others. A mere brat from nowhere dares to get his hands on army commander by Luo's daughter. I, Zhang Barge, will be here today to execute this Fang. To relieve army commander by Luo's worries. Zhang Barge shouted, speaking with vigor. Chen Chen just smiled coldly. This fellow called Zhang Barge, it was clearly him who had illicit thoughts about Bai Xiaofu. Yet, he pinned the dirty sins in his own heart on someone else's head and pretended to be righteous. There is no shortage of such people in this world. Obviously, they have a belly full of bad water in their own hearts, but they cry out that good people are bad people, slapping labels indiscriminately in an attempt to satisfy their own selfish desires. It's really like being A to set up a house of cards. One word, disgusting. Zhang Gang's eyebrows flew horizontally with a smug look on his face. I see that you are at most at the beginning of the 4th rank. If you're a student, you shouldn't be a junior in college and about to graduate, right? This is still hooking up with Bai Xiaofu's sister who just started college. How disgusting. I, Zhang Tran, am a late 4th stage expert. If you don't want to die, then immediately admit your mistake and get out of the Magic City. Zhang Bang shouted while his 2 little brothers also chimed in with a show of bravado. Chen Xian just pursed up a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. A mere late 4th order fellow dared to clamor with him. Even if it was an opponent of the 5th rank, as long as he used his sword Soul Liberation, Chen Xian was confident that he could easily kill them. Against opponents within the 4th rank, on the other hand, there was no need at all. Sometimes even, there was no need to even draw one's sword. Stop screaming, hurry up and do it if you want to kill me. I will make that mouth of yours unable to scream the words Sister Xiaofu anymore. Chen Xian's words fell, and an invisible pressure emanated from his body. Although he thought that he and Bai Xiaofu were just casual acquaintances, and did not have a very good relationship. But regardless of whether Bai Xiaofu was a simple girl or something else. Since she had a sincere intention of fellowship with herself, it didn't matter if what she did really brought her convenience. Helping her get rid of an eyesore was nothing. Chen Xian and Zhang Tran looked at each other, the killing intent in their eyes revealed. This is a rank 4 ferocious beast area, it's only natural for a rank 4 sword soul master to die here, isn't it? This was a thought shared in the minds of Chen Xian and Zhang Bao. Dance, lightning long snake. 10,000 snake thunder strike. Zhang Bao shouted loudly, and the sword in his hand instantly changed into a long black whip bursting with yellow arcs of electricity. It was just like a long black snake bursting with lightning. As Zhang Gang danced, this long black snake also suddenly lengthened, dancing out thousands of flashes in the air, which were thousands of horrifying long lightning snakes, biting straight towards Chen Xian. Too strong. Is this the strength of a full member of the Magic Capital Guard? Such a powerful and intensive attack, it's practically impossible to find a break, worthy of being Brother Trespasser. That stupid kid is so scared that he doesn't even dare to draw his sword. Zhang Gang listened to the compliments of the 2 juniors around him, and was self-conscious in his heart. Damn, back then, he exhausted himself in high school to get into a good university in Magic City. Instead of choosing to lie flat, he pulled resources, found connections and strengthened his strength through various ways. Only then did he finally succeed in joining the Magic City Guard. All day long, the pursuit is not to become a man of the world, enjoy the compliments of others and flock, and squeeze the fruits of other people's labor to take possession of their own enjoyment. But he knows that what he is enjoying now is still very low level. Just a bunch of brainless and powerless and resourceless guys complimenting themselves. If he really wanted to achieve his goal, it was to take Bai Xiufu for himself. As long as I settle you, I don't believe that I, Zhang Barge, don't have the strength to take a killing girl like Bai Xiufu for myself. Zhang Bang's face was hyperactive. He was good-looking enough, he could speak flowery language, and over the years, he hadn't missed hooking up with women to take advantage of the opportunity to get to the top. As long as Chen Xian is killed off, then he will be able to become the son-in-law of the Bai Luo military commander. That is the real peak of life. In the future, who would dare to give him the slightest look in Magic City? He, Zhang Barge, will be the man of the Magic City at that time. Devour, endless shadow. Just when Zhang Barge's intracranial orgasm was almost about to climb to the top, a cold, icy voice nevertheless rang out. Chen Xian just stood there quietly, dressed in black, not even drawing his sword. Yet, there were strands of black dark shadows that erupted from behind him, as if they were alive, like a terrifying black tentacle, or a lurid black python. The dark shadows descended from the sky, directly devouring the long lightning snakes that shook people's eyes. There wasn't the slightest bit of flashy technique, just the simplest and crudest dark shadow, pouncing down from the sky, mercilessly devouring it. The entire process, not even the slightest resistance to the movement. The countless lightning snakes were annihilated. Zhang Chong was dumbstruck, snot flowing out of his nostrils. There was no look of fear on his face as he didn't react. He only felt that the sword soul he had flung out had severed its connection with him in an instant, as if it had disappeared without a trace. He saw the dark shadows that swooped down to the sky like a giant python, and after it hit the ground, it was like a tsunami wave that surged madly towards his position. In just a few breaths of time, including Zhang Gang and the others, as well as the ground surface of a nearby area, were all engulfed by the watery waves of black dark shadows. Chapter 81 Hunting Moment, Shadow Twin Wings. Looking down from the sky. A certain area in the 4th level zone. The surface of the ground was bare and devoid of anything, a stark contrast to the other connected patch of forest with lush grass and numerous lakes. A line stretching across the forest and the bare ground separated these two areas. This was definitely not some naturally formed landscape. Yet man-made, it was so terrifying. Looking closely, at the edge of the bare ground, there were 3 black dots. These 3 black dots were the 3 Zhangbao who were covered in injuries and fainted on the ground. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had already left this place. Using the skill of partial shadowing, he flew in the air above the level 4 Fierce Beast region. He used Dark Shadow to swallow the 3 Zhang trespassers into it. Using the Lock of Darkness to imprison a few people, he used various dark shadows to manifest countless chopping attacks, torturing the 3 people for several rounds. It was just that he ultimately did not kill these guys. As for the reason, it wasn't that he was soft-hearted and didn't lay his hands on them. Rather, at the very end, he suddenly detected a strange feeling in the middle of this area. It was as if he was being watched by something. It wasn't some fierce beast hiding in the shadows or some secret enemy. That feeling was as if there was someone observing them. It was the same feeling as being invigilated by the invigilator through a drone in the college entrance exam room. Someone in the garrison acquiesced to Zhang Barge coming to attack me, wanting to observe my strength? Chen Xian made such a guess in his mind. Chen Xian could not figure out the other party's intentions, so he did not lay a deadly hand on Zhang Barge, lest there would be great trouble afterward. Also for this reason, Chen Xian chose to shadow transform and quickly left that area. Only after noticing that the kind of observing gaze did not follow him, did Chen Xian temporarily let go of his heart. Let's put this matter aside for now. Right now, it was still most important to hurry up and kill monsters to get the points to rush the list. According to the rules of the Chongming District Training Base, the points earned from killing a second-order beast were 110. Killing a third-order beast earns 5,100 points. Killing a fourth-order beast earns 500,1000 points. Killing a fifth-order beast earned 5,000-10,000 points. According to the different strengths of each beast at their respective stages of strength, killing them would also earn corresponding points. However, the points earned were all within the above values. When Chen Xian was heading to the ferocious beast area, he did pay attention to the electronic screen on the plaza outside the office hall. It displayed the real-time points ranking of all the participants within the training base. Each member would carry a simple recording bracelet when entering the fierce beast area. This bracelet only had the effect of sensing the ferocious beasts being killed by its wearer, and then recording the scores. However, these scores were not able to be updated in real time on the scoreboard, and needed to be submitted back in the office hall. The reason for all such rules. It was probably because, after killing a powerful beast, being able to retreat in one piece was also an important part of strength. And on the current points ranking, the points of the top few ranked had already reached more than 500,000. And in the position of the 100th position requested by the mentor, the points had also reached over 100,000. This meant that even if Chen Qian wanted to catch up to the existing 100th position, he would need to kill at least 20 or so 5th ranked ferocious beasts. But at the same time that he was killing ferocious beasts, the others were surely also killing ferocious beasts. Only by killing ferocious beasts at a speed far exceeding theirs would he be able to finish catching up within this remaining half-month period. In the midst of the training base, if one wants to reach the level in units of 100,000 points, one must have the strength to kill 5th ranked ferocious beasts in order to do so. And an unusual unenrolled freshman, whose strength breaks through the 2nd rank, is already considered excellent. Even a top genius like Bai Xiaofu from the Magic City has only just broken through the early 3rd rank. This tutor is actually asking her candidates to have the strength to easily decapitate a 5th order ferocious beast. It's really too outrageous, even Bai Xiaofu can't fulfill her requirements. I'd like to see how strong the tutor who made such an outrageous request is herself. Chen Qian laughed a little, a sense of anticipation actually rising in his heart for his mentor whom he had never met before. Taking the top 100 of the Chongming district training base might be something difficult for others to do. But for him, Chen Qian, it was not a difficult task. Ah, my mentor that I've never met before. I'll show you. My Chen Qian's goal is not just a mere 100th place. Devour, endless shadow. Chen Qian's body emitted strands of dark shadows around him, like a pair of huge black wings stretching out in both directions. This pair of massive dark shadow wings swept through the forest, enveloping it in thick darkness. In an instant, countless shadow chains shot out from the shadow wings. These shadow chains were like the best hunters, their chains stretching out with a clattering sound as they flew through the jungle below, searching for. As soon as they found any traces of ferocious beasts, they would use the spikes on their heads to pierce through the bodies of the ferocious beasts, pinning them to the ground at the first opportunity. Or, they would twist the beast's neck or all parts of its body, locking it up firmly. Immediately after that, there were countless shadow blades. Each of these shadow blades was as tiny as a flower petal, but when gathered together, it was a terrifying storm of blades. These shadow blades wrapped around the bodies of the ferocious beasts that were controlled by the shadow chains at the first moment. The countless shadow blades that had gathered into a storm crazily cut into the flesh of the ferocious beasts, splattering blood and flesh and white bones. Under Chen Qian's ferocious attack, many of the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts were already killed on the spot. Seeing this, some tyrannical eating tigers spread out their 4 legs as if fleeing for their lives, leaping through the forest terrain that they were most familiar with. However, they couldn't get rid of the fate of being chased by the shadow chains, their waist was entangled by the chains, and their entire body was pulled into mid-air, followed by a flying shadow-long sword that directly chopped off the tiger's head. Some long-snout giant crocodiles were still lazily lounging by the lake, and when they saw the huge dark shadow coming from afar, they were so scared that they hurriedly dived into the bottom of the lake. However, when the shadow swept through the lake, there were still several shadow chains that plunged straight into the bottom of the lake, pulling out the long-nosed giant crocodiles that were hiding at the bottom of the lake. The surface of the lake splashed with thumping water, and even if one dived into the bottom of the lake, it was difficult to escape the fate of being strangled by the shadows. The location where Chen Qian teleported in was at the edge of the level 4 zone. The ones distributed here were basically some early 4th level ferocious beasts as well. At the same realm, it was simply as if he was able to abuse his enemies with ease. The points on his recording bracelet were growing by leaps and bounds. What the hell is that blackness? Why is it dark? The ferocious beast that I was going to kill, this is being robbed by someone. Is this a human or a ferocious beast? Killing a 4th-ranked ferocious beast is actually like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Some students from various colleges and universities within the Magic Capital were also fighting with ferocious beasts in the 4th-rank ferocious beast area at this time. Most of them were junior or senior students. But just as they were still tangling with the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, they only felt that the sky suddenly darkened, followed by the thumping sound of weapons colliding and the screams of the beasts. By the time the sky brightened up, the beast in front of them had already lost its life and was lifeless. looking at the pair of large black wings that were gradually moving away in front of them, as well as the shadow chains that were constantly attacking and killing the beasts. Everyone was in awe. The ferocious beasts that they had entangled for a long time to be able to resolve, for the other party, it was as casual as harvesting wheat. This is too strong. Is it a senior from one of our top colleges in Magic City? If he's not killing monsters in the 5th level area, why did he come to our 4th level area? As I look at this scene, it's actually quite similar to the shadow cataclysm reported on the internet a few days ago. You're talking about the one in Mountain River Province? The Mountain River Province teenage hero whose vast dark shadows enveloped the entire examination center, and only the drones in the periphery vaguely captured the countless chains in which they strangled all the ferocious beasts in the field? Could it be that the one who just passed is? How could it be? The college entrance examination center is filled with 1st or 2nd rank beasts, but the ones here are a full 4th rank. No matter how strong the one from Mountain River Province is, it's still just a freshman who just finished the college entrance exam and hasn't yet enrolled in school. He can't be so much stronger than us juniors and seniors. But you guys, look at the shadowy wings that seem to cover the sky, and the chains falling from them. Who else could it be? Chapter 82 Nine-Headed Sea Serpent, chopped by a sword. Many people fell into silence. From the characteristics of the skills displayed by that shadow twin wings, it was indeed similar to the Mountain River Province's teenage hero that had set the internet ablaze some days ago. The dark shadow Great Havoc used to attack and kill the entire field of ferocious beasts in the college entrance exam room was quite similar. No, it was even exactly the same. Whether it was the top scholar of Shanha Province who had just finished the college entrance examination who had come to the Chongming District training base, just like the other freshmen who were about to enroll in school, in order to exercise their strength. Or was it that there were seniors who happened to have similar sword soul abilities and were exercising their killing skills? Either way, it was something they found hard to believe. Next to a certain large lake. A snake-shaped ferocious beast with 9 huge heads was twisting its body in the middle of the lake, hissing madly. This was a 9-headed sea serpent with the strength of a late 4th stage, a type of sea demon. Obviously, this 9-headed sea serpent was artificially hunted and placed in this lake. Otherwise a sea serpent would not reside in the lake. What to do? Quickly block the sea serpent's attack. 4 female college students wearing battle suits with very good figures were at the edge of the lake, at their wits' end, screaming loudly. They were also junior students of a certain university within the magic capital, and each of them had an average strength at the early 4th stage level. They were girlfriends in a dormitory, and none of them were satisfied with their current strength and wanted to step it up a notch. So the 4 of them enrolled in the Chongming District training base together, wanting to seek a higher breakthrough in fighting ferocious beasts. At first, they adapted to fighting in the level 3 zone, and soon came to the edge of the level 4 zone. Together, the 4 of them were able to deal with some ferocious beasts at the early 4th stage, yet it was not a difficult task. Seeing that a month had already passed, there was still half a month left before the Chongming District training base would close. The girls were also wanting to challenge their limits again. So they went a little deeper into the interior of the 4th level area. However, they didn't expect to directly bump into the 9-headed sea serpent with 9 large heads, which was actually a ferocious beast of the late 4th rank. It was simply not something the 4 of them could deal with. The 9-headed sea serpent tore towards the 4 full-bodied, pretty-looking female college students on the shore. Each snake head was connected to a thick body that resembled a huge steel whip that rolled on the shore. Don't The 4 female university students desperately fled, although they were not swallowed into the mouth by the 9-headed sea serpent. However, the clothes on their bodies were torn off one piece after another amidst the 9-headed sea serpent's successive pounces and bites. Under the bright sunlight, a piece of exposed white flour, soft and tender things, look very attractive. The 9-headed sea serpent seemed to be attracted as well. Its appetite opened up and its attack became even more ferocious. The 4 female college students huddled together and sat on the ground with weak legs. Shivering and full of fear, they looked at the 9-headed sea serpent in front of them. They had already tried many ways to escape, but without exception, they had all failed. They were like lambs to the slaughter, their clothes broken and miserable, just beautiful meat to be eaten. The 9 heads of the 9-headed sea serpent danced recklessly under the sunlight. The snake letters hissed and gulped, very appalling. It seemed that the 9-headed sea serpent was struggling with the fact that it had 9 heads. But there were only 4 female college students, so how should it be divided? The 4 female college students had long closed their eyes in fear. They hadn't thought that they would be so unlucky. Just wanting to test the limits of their strength, they ran into the late 4th stage 9-headed sea serpent. Moreover, the communicator that was used to call out to the magic capital guard was destroyed in the tussle with the 9-headed sea serpent. Could it be that they had just lost their lives in the training base? The 4 female college students waited for a long time, trembling. But they didn't feel the 9-headed sea serpent come to swallow them. They only heard the thumping sound of something huge falling into the lake and splashing the water. They slowly opened their eyes. Instead, they saw that the 9 heads of the 9-headed sea serpent were all gone, leaving only the incision of its long, striped body, which was gushing out large streams of blood. Immediately afterward, the 9-headed sea serpent's huge body also collapsed into the lake, stirring up a huge wave. Could it be that the magic capital guard had come to save them? The first thing that came to the minds of all 4 female college students was. However, the figure standing in mid-air was not wearing the trademark blue and white uniform of the Magic City Guard. Instead, it was a boy dressed in black, holding a slender black longsword in his hand. The blade of that black longsword emitted an awe-inspiring cold light. It was definitely this boy who suddenly appeared and saved the 4 of them. So handsome, ah! The 4 female college students were the first to commit nymphomania in their heads. At this moment, the one standing above the lake was none other than Chen Qian. He had just opened his shadow twin wings and had already harvested a lot of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Just as he was putting away his shadow wings and preparing to rest for a few moments, he was suddenly struck by a wave of 4th-ranked beasts. He was suddenly attracted by a powerful soul pressure of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, like it was capable of having a late 4th-ranked appearance. Moreover, it seemed to be interspersed with the screams of girls calling for help. Thus, Chen Qian executed the means of spatial traversal after shadow transformation and instantly arrived here. Seeing the 9-headed sea serpent dancing with its 9 large heads, Chen Qian drew his sword and struck. The long shadow chopping strike simultaneously slashed across the 9 snake heads of the 9-headed sea serpent. In an instant, heads slid off and blood gushed out. Even a late 4th stage ferocious beast would not be able to withstand a single chop after he drew his sword. Chen Qian slightly twisted his head and glanced at the 4 women on the shore. Seeing that they only had torn clothing and showed some parts that should have been exposed but shouldn't have been, there didn't seem to be any major injuries. Chen Qian didn't bother, turning back into a dark shadow and disappearing. He would choose to come here to kill the 9-headed sea serpent. On the one hand, this sea serpent was strong enough to provide him with quite a few points. On the other hand, there was also a real intention to save these girls. After all, we were all subjects of the Great Summer and students of the Magic Capital. Since they had seen each other, it was naturally better to save them as a casual matter. For some reason, after the college entrance exam and some of the things that happened afterward, Chen Qian's mentality had changed a bit. It wasn't that his mindset had changed in such a significant way, but certain things, compared to before, seemed to have become more concrete and visible, clearly traceable. Chen Qian had already left, but the 4 female college students still had not returned to their senses. He's so handsome, that cool side face just kills me. I guess he must be a senior from Magic University. Only Magic University has this kind of handsome and strong senior. Do any of you know him? Although I know a few seniors from Magic University, I've never heard of a senior like this one. Let's go out and ask around. This senior is handsome and strong, he must be very famous. Chapter 83. Donna shocked, early 4th order freshman. Somewhere in the training base of Chongming District, a screen was playing on the monitor screen. It was the very same battle screen where Chen Qian had just appeared in the 4th rank area when he ran into Zhang Bang and the others and beat them up violently. However, the screen naturally did not show the exact scene of Zhang Bang and the others being beaten up in the shadow. It was only able to show that after Zhang Bang had used his lightning long snake-like sword soul ability. A huge dark shadow suddenly emerged around Chen Qian's body, engulfing an area around him. This dark shadow enveloped the area for quite some time before disappearing. The scene after the dark shadow disappeared simply horrified everyone who was able to see it. The original dense vegetation on the surface had turned into a bare piece, leaving no trace. Zooming in, one could see Zhang Bao and the others lying on the bare ground, covered in injuries and unconscious. A sexy woman with big red waves, wearing the uniform of the Mordor garrison, had a lollipop in her mouth. With a lollipop in her mouth, a pair of beautiful legs wearing high-heeled boots was resting on the monitoring platform. Seeing the picture on the monitor, the lollipop in her mouth was also so shocked that it directly fell on the ground, and she didn't even realize it for a while. This little guy, he's really quite powerful. The red big wavy woman thought with some horror in her heart. She was called Dana, and was the disciple of Bai Xiaofu's father, army commander Bai Luo, and could be said to have a very close relationship. This time, the Chongming district training base that was open for the summer was under her overall responsibility. She had received news not long ago that Bai Xiaofu had just been flirting with a boy in black in the office hall. Dana was surprised. In her impression, Bai Xiaofu was still a little kid at all. Unexpectedly, she had started to have thoughts in that area as well? Well, is the little girl finally having her first love affair? Sister, I can give you a gatekeeper. The corner of Dana's mouth happily hooked up, revealing a hint of a bad smile. She then pulled out Chen Xian's personal information registered at the Chongming district training base. Seeing that Chen Xian had the strength of an early 4th stage, Tang Na was slightly surprised. She thought that this black-clothed boy should be about the same age as Bai Xiaofu, and should have a second-order strength. She didn't expect that he had reached the 4th rank. She also saw that Chen Xian was from the Magic City Sword in Seoul University. Could it be that Xiaofu's girl had been abducted by some unknown senior the other day after she had reported to and stayed at Magic University for a few days? This girl was really something. She had clearly instructed her to protect herself against fire, theft, and schoolmasters. It was also coincidental. Dana was concerned that Chen Xian and Zhang Barge were at odds over Bai Xiaofu. Dana also knew about this guy, Zhang Barging. These days, he had been harassing Xiaofu for various reasons. She could no longer stand it and was about to find a chance to get rid of this guy. Right now, this opportunity was just right. Thus, Dana acquiesced and even helped to some extent with Zhang Barge's plan to ambush Chen Xian. She wanted to take this opportunity to remove Zhang Barge from the garrison on charges such as gangsterism, unauthorized absence from duty, and assaulting students. At the same time, she also wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong Chen Xian really was. Although Chen Xian's strength lagged behind Zhang Gang by 2 small realms, he was, after all, a senior student of the Magic University. If he would lose his life just because of this small gap, then he wouldn't deserve to be with Xiaofu at all. When it really came to danger, Dana would be the first to rush over and save Chen Xian. But she would also ask Chen Xian to leave Bai Xiaofu at all costs. The development of events, however, was clearly out of her expectations. Unexpectedly, the battle had just begun and Chen Xian had crushed Zhang Barge and the others in one fell swoop. Dana dropped the lollipop in her mouth to the ground in surprise. Dana immediately took a keen interest in Chen Xian. It was also at this time that someone sent her a message saying that Chen Xian's background check had paid off. Dana also belonged to the higher echelons in the Magic Capital Guard. It wasn't difficult to want to investigate the identity of anyone within the Magic City. Is this one called Chen Xian, a junior? It's not bad. If he's a senior, it's... Dana guessed in her mind and began to look over towards Chen Xian's identity information. Devil's Capital Sword in Seoul University was one of the top academic institutions in Daxia, and it was also the strongest institution in Devil's Capital deservedly. The average strength of a typical freshman was at the 2nd rank, a sophomore was at the 3rd rank, a junior was around the early 4th rank, and a senior had a small number of geniuses who could break through into the 5th rank. Tang Na, on the other hand, was speculating about Chen Xian's strength. If he was a junior after the start of the school year, then his strength was still very good. After all, his junior year hadn't even started yet, and when he waited for his senior year, it was very likely that he would break through into the 5th order. But if Chen Xian had already started school as a senior, then his strength could be a bit poor, but it was only the average level of the Magic University. But when Dana saw the report that her men gave her, she was dumbfounded once again. What? Freshman, no, unenrolled? Dana had never thought that she hadn't even bothered to guess at the possibility of Chen Xian starting his sophomore year. How could one think that Chen Xian was even the same age as Xiaofu? Xiaofu's strength reaching the early 3rd stage is already a genius that hasn't been seen in years. This brat was actually able to reach the early 4th rank, crossing a large stage, simply a monster like pervert. Dana breathed heavily, her chest rumbling. At this moment, she was in a very excited mood, her eyes quickly scanning the other information about Chen Xian that her men had sent her. So this person is the Mountain River Province's teenage hero who gained national fame some time ago. No wonder he was able to decapitate a 4th order ferocious beast, so he really does have this kind of strength. After reading all of Chen Xian's information, Tang Na only felt an overwhelming shock in her heart before finally relaxing like acceptance. She had originally also thought that the so-called young hero of Shanha province that was able to kill a 4th-ranked ferocious beast was also to a certain extent with the help of some sort of means from the invigilator teacher. But surprisingly, he really had the strength to fight with a 4th order beast long ago. The strength of the fourth order to enter the college entrance examination center, that is not chopping melons and cutting vegetables in general? No wonder he was able to get the unprecedented unlimited points of the college entrance exam. Master, this kid, you might be picking up an extraordinary son-in-law. Donna said with a smile as she reclined on the chair. Fourth level ferocious beast area. After Qinshan left the lake where the nine-headed sea serpent had appeared just now, he found an area with fewer ferocious beasts to take a short rest. At the same time, with this time, Qinshan planned to take a good look at his system panel. The reinforcement points obtained from devouring the white dove's killer that he had encountered on the highway earlier had yet to be used. Having just slaughtered about a ferocious beasts in the level 4 area, although his soul pressure still hadn't broken through, his shadow level had increased by 2 levels. Right now, his shadow level had reached level 52. The remaining reinforcement points he possessed were also a full 365 points. Qinshan raised the 3 basic skills of shadow devouring, shadow condensation and shadow transformation to LV3, and raised shadow camouflage and shadow senses to LV2. A total of 165 enhancement points had been consumed. Shadow devouring, 050, LV3. Shadow condensation, 0100, LV3. Shadowing, 0100, LV3. Shadow camouflage, 050, LV2. Shadow senses, 050, LV2. He could feel that all of his abilities had become more powerful. For example, just now, he needed to manifest his shadow wings and condense his chains and blades in order to be able to harvest 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. However, now, he felt that the devouring strength of his dark shadow was already able to directly devour the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts without the need to prioritize the use of skills to kill them. The skillfulness of his dark shadow condensation, he also felt that it had improved greatly. He felt that the shapes he could condense were no longer just simple things like chain longswords. Moreover, it had been strengthened to different degrees in terms of speed, quality, and so on. All the other skills, too, had very obvious improvements. There are still some reinforcement points left, so why don't we boost shadow gravity and shadow repulsion and see what we can achieve? Chapter 84 Shadow Gravity, Repulsion. Qinshan looked at the reinforcement points required for shadow gravity and shadow repulsion. For shadow gravity and shadow repulsion, the initial reinforcement points required for strengthening were 100. Shadow gravity, 0100, LV1. Shadow repulsion, 0100, LV1. According to Qinshan's observation, the number of reinforcement points required to level up his various shadow skills were also different. Currently, they could probably be divided into 3 categories. One category had an initial upgrade experience value of 30, such as shadow devouring, shadow camouflage and shadow senses. One category had an initial upgrade experience value of 50, such as shadow condensation and shadow transformation. Another category was like shadow gravity and shadow repulsion, which had an initial upgrade experience value of 100. I used up more than 100 reinforcement points to strengthen my skills just now, but now I have exactly 200 reinforcement points left, which is enough to upgrade both of these skills to rank 2. At this stage, the strength of the other basic shadow skills is quite sufficient, so let's try the effects of shadow gravity and shadow repulsion. Qinshan thought, adding all of his remaining strengthening points to shadow gravity and shadow repulsion. The levels of the 2 skills, too, came directly to LV2. Shadow gravity, 0250, LV2. Shadow repulsion, 0250, LV2. The experience value required for the subsequent upgrades of these 2 skills had unexpectedly reached 250. It was really very point-eating. However, Qinshan was also able to feel that the power of these 2 skills had been enhanced. The gravitational force and repulsive force that he was able to utilize before were relatively weak, making it difficult to put them into actual combat. If one was forced to use them, they could only be effective if they constantly output extremely strong soul pressure. But after the upgrade, Qinshan felt that these 2 skills could already be officially put to use in battle. Alright, go find a ferocious beast and try your hand at it. Qinshan thought, ending his resting state. He intended to continue moving towards the depths of the level 4 zone. With a total of half a month's time, he intended to just kill his way to the rank 5 zone. There's an aura of battle? This feeling is. Qinshan had just walked out for a distance when he realized that not far from him, a rather familiar aura was fighting with a ferocious beast. Moreover, it was in a rather dangerous state. A mid-4th stage forest king wolf was standing in place, his red eyes showing his bloodlust. By his side, there were several early 4th order forest wolf leaders. Some forest wolf pawns of third-rank strength were surrounding the group in front, attacking their prey. Ow! A forest wolf opened its long kiss and leapt out with all four legs. Bang! A white tiger whose body was white and glowing like bright day swung up its front paw and sent it flying at once. But the forest wolf that was sent flying obviously didn't suffer much damage either, it was just interrupted in an attack. And this white glowing, day-like white tiger was not a real creature. Instead, it was more like a spirit formed by a sword soul ability. Not bad, this white tiger was exactly what Bai Xiaofu's sword soul ability, White Tiger of Bright Day, had conjured up. At this moment, Bai Xiaofu was holding a thin sword in her hand, standing in front of the White Tiger of Bright Day. Her body was surrounded by a white glowing aura that brought her body a certain amount of strengthening power. At this moment, Bai Xiaofu was being surrounded by a group of third-ranked forest wolves. And those fourth-ranked leader and king wolves were all merely watching the show from a short distance away. Student Chen Xian, to have come to a place like this? Bai Xiaofu was panting, her cute breasts moving. She had run out of the dormitory building after seeing Chen Xian deceive himself into sneaking out. She was very angry. Because Chen Xian had actually cheated him. Clearly she already considered Chen Xian as a good friend. Did he think that she, Bai Xiaofu, would drag him down in the fierce beast area? She, Bai Xiaofu, was also a top scholar of the Magic City, she wouldn't lose to someone else. Bai Xiaofu gambled and ran out, and played some tricks, using the same teleportation information as Chen Xian, sending herself into the same place as Chen Xian. It was just that after she teleported over, she did not see Chen Xian. What appeared in front of her eyes was only a bare open space, very different from the dense forests in other places. Other than that there was nothing. Bai Xiaofu couldn't help but be amazed, what kind of strange place was this? Or was this caused by classmate Chen Xian's battle with the ferocious beasts? It was so frightening to have such a terrifying landscape. Classmate Chen Xian, nothing will happen right. Bai Xiaofu was a little worried in her heart, so she left her spot, wanting to look for traces of Chen Xian in the middle of this area. However, not long after, she bumped into a pack of third-order forest wolves. Bai Xiaofu didn't panic much. She thought that with her own strength, it wouldn't be difficult to fight these third-rank forest wolves. After all, she also had the strength of an early third rank, and the enhancement brought to her by her S-rank sword soul was huge, so she could completely fight across realms. Facing a group of third-ranked forest wolves, even if it was difficult to achieve victory, she should be able to find an opportunity to escape. But when she saw a fourth-ranked forest king wolf appear, her heart skipped a beat like suffocation. In any case, she was unable to cross a large stage to fight. Why would a fourth-ranked forest king wolf appear in a place like this? It was at this time that Bai Xiaofu realized that this was the range of a fourth-ranked ferocious beast area. How? Is it that I've mistakenly entered the fourth-rank ferocious beast zone, or is this where fellow student Chen Xian came from in the first place? Bai Xiaofu had some wounds on her body, and also her body was a bit tired from the long battle. But under the lingering white tiger breath of Bright Day, her wounds were also in the midst of rapid healing, and the strength she had consumed was also being replenished. She had originally thought that even if Chen Xian was a bit stronger than herself, she would only be at the same third rank. Naturally, she would have assumed that Chen Xian had entered the third level area. However, she did not expect. The forest wolves that surrounded the area continuously attacked Bai Xiaofu. As for Bai Xiaofu, she waved the Bright Day white tiger sword in her hand, sending out a chopping attack on the forest wolves that were charging up while also maneuvering the Bright Day white tiger spirit body behind her to attack. Roar! The Bright Day white tiger roared, and the powerful pressure it emitted forced back a group of forest wolves that were trying to attack. However, this was only a momentary resistance and could not inflict much of an attack on the forest wolves. Even if she managed to kill off these third-order forest wolves, there were even more powerful fourth-order forest king wolves behind her. It could be said that Bai Xiaofu didn't have any chance of winning at all. With the powerful ability of her S-rank sword soul, Bright Day White Tiger, she was able to sustain the battle, and she was only able to delay it for a while. Broken Down 53, Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon. Facing the waves of attacks from the forest wolves, Bai Xiaofu also used the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon move. The instantaneous tyrannical thunder light cannon struck the forest wolves' bodies, sending them flying out and wailing. But it was to no avail. The wolves were characterized by their large numbers and their knowledge of how to cooperate with each other. Even if Bai Xiaofu was able to repel one, she wouldn't be able to prevent two or three from taking advantage of the gap to attack her. The recovery ability brought to her by the White Tiger of Bright Day was not able to withstand the exertion of her defense. Bai Xiaofu felt that her power had bottomed out. The bright day white tiger's spiritual body became empty and transparent, and it seemed like it could disappear at any time. Once the bright day white tiger's spiritual body could not be maintained, Bai Xiaofu would no longer have the strength to resist these wolves as well.
Broken Down 53, Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon.
Bai Xiaofu clenched her silver teeth and stretched out her hand to send out this soul technique once again, the instantaneous thunder sending several of the pouncing forest wolves flying. Due to her eagerness to come out and look for Chen Xian, she had even forgotten to bring the communicator she used to contact the garrison.
Was she going to be eaten by these forest wolves just like that?
She also didn't know what happened to the person who taught her this move, the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon. Her dream was to become like her father, to become the strongest garrison and guard the magic city. But after sending out this move, the bright day white tiger spirit body behind Bai Xiaofu also shattered and dissipated. The last bit of her strength had also been used up. Using her favorite move of soul techniques as a finale was considered appropriate. Seeing that the huge white tiger had disappeared and the white light lingering on their prey was gone, the forest wolves' eyes became even more bloody as they collectively pounced towards Bai Xiaofu. They knew that they had been consumed for so long, and the time had finally come to kill their prey. Bai Xiaofu's eyes also flashed brightly, not closing them. Even though she was so scared that she wanted to cry, she intended to be strong. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by her side.
Student Chen Xian?
Bai Xiaofu looked surprised. Chen Xian pointed one index finger to the sky and said indifferently.
Shadow gravity, black hole.
One could only see a strand of dark shadows converging together to form a vortex, rotating rapidly like a black hole. A powerful attraction emanated from the black hole, drawing in everything around it, even the air was distorted by it. Thick trees were uprooted, and the rocky soil on the surface of the ground dislodged. The forest wolves that were pouncing on Bai Xiaofu also felt their bodies being pulled by a powerful attraction and wailed, and then flew uncontrollably towards the black hole, being swallowed up along with the trees and rocks, and were no longer alive.
Chapter 85, Chen Xian is still a freshman.
The shadow black hole rotated at a high speed, and the shadow gravity twisted the surrounding gases. A tall tree was uprooted, the rocks on the surface of the ground cracked, and the water flow was sucked backwards. All the third-ranked forest wolves wailed as their bodies were uncontrollably sucked into the shadowy black hole that was spinning at high speed. This black hole seemed to be a beast with a bottomless depth and a voracious appetite. It swallowed everything around it as much as it could, seemingly devouring and dissolving it in an instant, never being able to get enough of it.
Good, so strong.
Bai Xiaofu looked at the black hole in the sky that was rotating at high speed and swallowing everything. A wave of horror also rose in her heart. This black hole was simply too terrifying. She was able to see the wailing forest wolves that were sucked into it without even a hint of effective struggle. After being swallowed into it, it was as if it had been dissolved in an instant, with no outward struggle at all, and not a single wail could be heard. The forest wolves that were clearly trying their best to break out of the pack. But it was easily dissolved by a single move pointed out by Chen Xian.
It turns out that Mr. Chen Xian, is he actually so powerful?
Bai Xiaofu had been the pride of heaven since she was a child. Among her peers, she had never seen an existence more powerful than her. She had always been the one who far surpassed her peers and was very proud.
However, fellow student Chen Xian was far more powerful than she had imagined.
It really was true that there were people outside of people, and there were heavens outside of heaven. One really couldn't be complacent and had to work harder. Looking at the black hole in the air that was constantly sucking in matter, Bai Xiaofu no longer felt terrified in her heart, but felt a sense of warmth and security. After all, this black hole was used by fellow student Chen Xian in order to save herself. Also, one had to cultivate harder, striving to be able to catch up with classmate Chen Xian's pace. The gravitational force of this black hole is truly terrifying, capable of tearing the target apart and capable of increasing the intensity of devouring. It's just that this gravitational force still isn't considered very strong at the moment, and can only be used to clear troops, or to pull off some tricks in actual combat.
Chen Xian noticed that, although these stage 3 ground forest wolves were powerless in front of his black hole. However, the several 4th stage beasts standing not far away seemed to have not been sucked away by the gravitational pull of the black hole by virtue of their resistance to the soul pressure. Including the forest king wolf, there were also a few forest wolf leaders that had reached 4th rank strength. All of them were releasing their soul pressure with all their might to resist, and their forepaws were grasping the ground with deadly force, so that they weren't sucked away by the black hole. Then, strengthen the power some more. Chen Xian's mind moved,
and he began to release even more powerful soul pressure. The size of the black hole in mid-air suddenly increased, and the shadowy gravitational force it emitted also increased exponentially. Ow! Several fourth-ranked forest king wolves and forest wolves could no longer hold on. The soul pressure released around them were all twisted and torn apart by the overbearing power of the shadow gravity. The ground that their claws gripped also began to crumble, followed by their bodies flying uncontrollably towards the massive black hole in the air. As the wailing disappeared, even the fourth-ranked forest king wolves and forest wolf leaders could not escape the fate of being devoured and dissolved by the black hole like ordinary third-ranked forest wolves. All the forest wolves were annihilated, and Shen Qian also put away the black hole. At this moment, this area was destroyed by the black hole's shadow gravity. The entire land had undergone a powerful and rough tearing. The ground was shattered, and the vegetation was broken. Shadow level increased to LV 53. Shadow points added, 315. Barely able to raise the shadow level by 1 level? It's not bad to have more than 300 enhancement points for 1 level. Chen Qian thought silently in his mind. Bai Xiaofu looked at the scene in front of her, and her heart was also unable to calm down for a long time. The forest wolves that she couldn't even deal with all her might. However, Chen Qian was able to eliminate the fourth-ranked forest king wolves and the forest wolf leader with the lift of his hand. Could it be that Chen Qian's strength had already reached the 4th rank? Chen Qian, is his strength even terrifying to such an extent? I thought that I was already the strongest amongst the freshmen when I was able to reach the early 3rd stage of soul pressure. Bai Xiaofu thought silently in her heart. Sister Xiaofu, are you alright? Right at this moment, a man and a woman, both youths wearing blue and white military uniforms, suddenly leapt to this place with anxious faces. Brother Feng Imo, Sister Lu Xiang. Seeing the two, Bai Xiaofu's eyes dodged a bit and whispered. Xiaofu, why are you so capricious? Why did you run to a level 4 area? And you didn't carry the communicator to contact us. Luckily we found it in time, you know we were dying of anxiety. Bai Xiaofu was like a child who had made a mistake, whimpering and nodding her head in front of her 2 older siblings as she admitted her mistake. Oh, people are wrong. Well. Chen Qian also looked over with a sideways glance. This man and woman, he also had a slight impression. When he was in the office hall, he remembered that he had seen these 2 people. Looking at their anxious faces, they were really worried about Bai Xiaofu's safety. But, how did this place become like this? Where are the ferocious beasts? Have they been taken care of? Feng Yamo looked at the broken and messy ground around him and asked. Well. Yes, it was classmate Chen Qian who saved me. Bai Xiaofu said in a thin voice, her face slightly flushed. Only then did Feng Yamo and Lu Xiang turn their gaze to Chen Qian who was beside them. They also remembered this boy in black clothes, the one who was with Xiaofu in the office hall. Hello classmate, my name is Lu Xiang, he is Feng Yamo, Xiaofu's older sibling. Was it you who saved Xiaofu? Thank you very much. Xiaofu is just like our own sister. If anything happens to Xiaofu, we are going to be sad for the rest of our lives, and there is absolutely no way for us to account for it on the side of Army Commander Bai Luo. Xian Lu walked a few steps forward and performed a salute to Chen Qian to show her appreciation. Hello, my name is Chen Qian. It's alright, Miss Xiaofu was my good friend, it's only right that I save her. Chen Qian also said politely. Although he spoke politely, he also said it sincerely. He was a person who, if others were cold and harboring malice towards him, then he wouldn't be soft. But as long as others were kind to him, it was easy to be sincere. For Bai Xiaofu, he still likes this little girl a little. Although she was about the same age as himself, she was simple-minded and cute, but she was not too strong in character, which he appreciated. Since you call Xiaofu a classmate, brother, then you should also be a high achiever from the Magic University. Is the early 4th stage? A junior or senior student? How about it, do you have any plans to join our Magic City Guard after graduation? Feng Yamo also looked towards Chen Qian and issued a sincere invitation. He was able to tell that this broken surface of the ground around him was definitely not the work of the ferocious beasts within the 4th rank ferocious beast zone. He was well aware of the ferocious beasts within the training base. There wasn't any kind of ferocious beast that could do such a thing. It was definitely the work of this black-clothed boy in front of him. In a short period of time, he was able to wipe out the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts without a trace, and destroy the ground to such an extent. This black-clothed boy must be an extraordinary genius powerhouse. And it looked like he had a good relationship with his own Xiaofu's sister. If he could be dragged into the Magic Capital Guard, he would definitely be able to grow into a very powerful fighting force in the future. To Xiaofu's sister, he would also be a powerful helper in the guard. The strength of the Magic Capital Guard would become even stronger. Chen Xian sniffed, but shook his head. Thank you for the kind words, but I haven't thought about things after graduation yet. Right now, the entrance exam in Shanha province was still ongoing, and he wasn't even officially admitted to the Magic University. He hadn't even been enrolled yet, so what graduation matters were he thinking about? Feng Yamo and Lu Xiang both moved their eyebrows, surprised by Chen Xian's reply. How many people, squeezing their heads to join the Magic City Guard? They thought that even if Chen Xian would not immediately agree to join, he would not immediately refuse to do so. However, listening to Chen Xian's words, although he had not explicitly refused, the meaning of refusal was still obvious. Mr. Chen Xian, when you reach your 3rd and 4th year of college, it's better to think about your future development as soon as possible. Xian Lu said. That's right. You're a student of Magic University, and you're still so strong, so there's definitely less places to go. Our Magic Capital Guard army is also sincerely inviting you, our treatment here on the ground is also quite good. Feng Yamo also said. Listening to the words of the two, Bai Xiaofu spoke out to relieve Chen Xian. Aya, brother and sister, Chen Xian is a freshman of the Magic University just like me, so he doesn't have to think so urgently. Chapter 86 Level 5 Fierce Beast Region, Siren Infestation. What? Hearing Bai Xiaofu's words, Feng Yamo and Lu Xian were both filled with shock. Xiaofu, what did you just say? This brother is a freshman at the same level as you. Lu Xiang was afraid that she had misheard and asked Bai Xiaofu. Yeah, we just met yesterday, and he taught me how to use the lightning electromagnetic cannon. Bai Xiaofu said with a smile. Feng Yamo and Lu Xian were both filled with shocked shapes and looked back at Chen Xian again, wanting to get another confirmation from the person himself. Chen Xian also nodded and said, I am indeed the same age as fellow student Xiaofu. I'm from Shanha province, and I actually just arrived in Magic City yesterday morning, and I'm a freshman who has yet to officially enroll in Magic City Sword and Soul University. Hiss. Feng Yamo and Lu Xiang both sucked in a breath of cold air. Both of them had soul pressures at the 5th rank, so they were naturally able to tell that Chen Xian's soul pressure was at the early 4th rank. Even if he was a senior student of the Magic University. At the early 4th rank, at this point in time when school was about to start, they would still have to be going to be juniors. Even if it was a top genius like Xiaofu, it would have to be a sophomore at any rate. But this guy was still just a freshman who hadn't officially enrolled? And he's the same age as Xiaofu? Oi oi oi, there's no mistaking what's going on. Xiaofu's soul pressure had already reached the early 3rd stage, and she was already a super genius that wouldn't appear for many, many years in Xia. This black-clothed boy in front of him was even one major step beyond such a genius Xiaofu? Is this really not a joke? Overly perverted somehow. In short, if student Chen Xian has an idea, the door of the Magic Capital Guard will always be open for you. Feng Yamo said. Right, Lu Xiang was also so shocked that she didn't know what to say for a while, and pulled Bai Xiaofu next to her. Also, whenever you want this girl you can always come and find her to play, Xiaofu will welcome you to come and find her to play anytime. The door of Xiaofu's house will also always be open for you. Bai Xiaofu. Feng Yamo and Lu Xiang were both thrilled in their hearts. They felt as if they were about to witness the rise of a new great Xia Sword Emperor. Chen Xian merely smiled and nodded to the two. Afterward, Feng Yamo and Lu Xian were about to bid Chen Xian farewell. They were going to bring Bai Xiaofu back and would inevitably have to give her a good education. Running into the level 4 fierce beast area so boldly could easily cost one's life. The two of them also invited Chen Xian if he wanted to go back for a cup of tea and rest first. But Chen Xian refused. There are still 15 days until the training base closes, and I don't plan on going out until it's over. Feng Yamo and Xiang Lu, as well as Bai Xiaofu, were all a bit bewildered. Student Chen Xian, if you don't rest for so long, your body won't be able to hold up. Bai Xiaofu said worriedly. Don't worry, my body is still quite good. Chen Xian laughed. May I ask, do you have any reason why you must work so hard? Christina Lu asked. Chen Xian didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Well, I want to get enough points to rush into the top 100 of the training base within this half-month's time. Chen Xian's light-hearted sentence was what scared both Feng Yamo and Lu Xiang. To enter the top 100 of the training base? Or in the remaining half a month's time? This kid couldn't be talking about some kind of dream? Fellow student Chen Xian, you should know that in order to enter the top 100 of the training base, you need to have the strength to hunt and kill at least a 5th-ranked ferocious beast, right?
Feng Mo said. I know, I'm currently preparing to head to the 5th rank area. Chen Xian said.
Hearing this, Feng Mo, Lu Xiang and Bai Xiufu all had shocked faces. Classmate Chen, entering the level 5 zone with your early stage 4 strength is just as stupid as Xiufu entering the level 4 zone at the early stage 3.
Xian Lu said.
Sister, I'm not stupid. Bai Xiufu said in aggravation.
If you're not stupid, why do you want to enter the 4th rank zone? People just want to. Feng Mo was surprised but quickly calmed down.
He believed that Chen Xian was not as simple and capricious as Xiaofu. Since Chen Xian said that he wanted to travel to a level 5 area, he was afraid that he already had the confidence to travel to a level 5 area. A monster genius who had the strength of an early 4th rank before even starting his freshman year could not be judged by common sense. Siren activity is frequent this year, and with the level 5 area bordering the coast, the sirens have become more numerous than before. You must not be careless. This is a waste tag of my garrison. If you have any difficulties, you can ask for help from the garrison stationed in the 5th level area.
Chen Xian did not reject Feng Mo's kindness.
Fellow Chen Xian, then, I'll see you when we start school. Bai Xiaofu said with a smile.
5th level area. After parting ways with Feng Mo, Xiang Lu, and Bai Xiaofu,
Chen Xian continued to make his way through the level 4 zone, and after spending 3 days, Chen Xian arrived at the level 5 zone. After the battles of the past few days, his shadow level had also been further increased, coming to level 55. His shadow points had also reached over 1,000 points. Chen Xian had allocated these points reasonably to various skills, all of which had been raised by at least 1 level. There would be no more details here.
The level 5 zone was different from the forest landscape of the previous level 4 zone.
Here there were blocks of high-rise buildings with blue glass, as if they were in the middle of a city. Only, these skyscrapers were all very dilapidated, with signs of breakage everywhere, as if they had undergone the baptism of many battles over a considerable period of time. It was said that this place was once also a city harbor near the sea. However, because it was attacked by sirens from time to time, coupled with the fact that Chongming district was far away from the center of the magic capital, it was difficult to take care of both. It was then slowly abandoned.
Sure enough, it's an area with frequent siren activity, and a head of sirens is just blatantly traveling through it.
Chen Xian had just arrived at the outskirts of the 5th level area when he saw a head of sirens traveling between tall buildings. The tallest of these sirens were actually able to compare to buildings tens of meters tall. The body surface was wet and slippery, and seemed to emit a salty oceanic odor.
Chen Xian quickly attracted attention as soon as he walked into the 5th rank area.
An early 5th order siren that was closest to him took long flippers and slowly approached Chen Xian. Other than that, there were also some 5th rank powerhouses hidden between the tall buildings that had noticed Chen Xian. Since the number of sirens in the 5th rank area was really high, many 5th rank sword soul masters did not dare to appear rashly to strike at the sirens. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would attract all the surrounding sirens and fall into a dangerous situation. Some sword soul masters would choose to form a team. Some sword soul masters would still choose to fight alone. But none of them dared to go straight out and go head to head with the sirens. It would be too easy to attract a large swath of sirens and too easy to fall into danger. But even they were hiding, looking for the best time to strike. But a 4th ranked brat was the one who suddenly barged in and even went up against an early 5th rank siren. This had to make them very interested. A 4th ranked sword soul master? How did a 4th rank brat walk into a 5th rank area? Hey, this brat couldn't be trying to challenge a 5th rank ferocious beast with his 4th rank strength, right? This brat is really too naive. When he is about to die later, should I save him for a bit? For a while, the thoughts in the minds of the crowd were all different. Most of them wanted to see Chen Xian's jokes first, and then make a move to save him when he was really close to being killed. The 5th order siren's body was more than 10 meters tall, with sticky mucus on its surface, as well as features such as fins, scales, and flippers, and its eyes were round and large. However, Chen Xian looked at the 5th order siren in front of him, but he had no fear at all. Instead, he was a bit excited. He had finally arrived at the 5th rank area. Then let's take this guy first. Devour, endless dark shadow. Strands of dark shadows sprouted from Chen Xian's body, forming dark shadow chains that attacked towards the 5th rank sea demon. Chapter 87, Slaying the 5th Order Siren, Eternal Night Monarch. The moment the dark shadows erupted and the Dao shadow chains struck out, the The 5th-ranked sword soul masters who were hidden between the crumbling skyscrapers and paying attention to the battle between Chen Qian and the 5th-ranked siren all felt the terrifying aura emanating from the dark shadows. This powerful aura far exceeded the power that a 4th-ranked sword soul master could possess. Woo woo! The shadow chains, like living iron snakes, quickly wrapped around the 5th-order siren's body and began to tighten up, strangling it. The 5th-order siren let out a very painful wailing sound. However, the 5th-ranked siren was not so easy to be captured. The smell of the sea grew stronger and stronger, and the siren's body surface quickly secreted a sticky slippery liquid. With the lubricating effect of the mucus, the siren kept twisting its soft body, and even had the tendency to struggle out from the chain siege. Chen Qian's thoughts moved, the shadow chains appeared again on the strands of shadow density. These shadow densities played out the characteristics of shadow devouring. The siren body surface secreted out of the mucus quickly swallowed. The shadow chain rewound tightly. Moreover, the spikes at the tips of the chains began to penetrate the siren's surface skin, piercing deeply into the siren's body. Along with the siren's screams, the chain penetrated through its body and shot into the skyscraper on the side. At this point, the shadow chains had firmly locked this 5th-ranked siren beast to death. Seeing this, the 5th-order sword soul masters hiding nearby as onlookers were dumbfounded. They had thought that Chen Qian, this early 4th-order brat, would soon be pressed to the ground by the 5th-order siren. Unexpectedly, it was instead the siren, which was sufficiently stronger by a large stage, that was firmly controlled by this black-cloaked kid. I'll go, to the 5th-ranked siren at the early stage of the 4th rank, this brother is also too powerful. What exactly is this shadow ability? It looks so powerful. But just controlling it doesn't mean that this kid can defeat a 5th-rank siren. Many of the nearby 5th-order sword soul masters were following Chen Qian's battle, thinking in their hearts. The 5th-order siren let out a mournful cry as it began to exert its strength trying to break free from the chains that had pierced through its body and locked itself in place. Powerful 5th-rank soul pressure was exerted on these shadowy chains. Trying to use the suppressive power of the 5th-rank soul pressure on the 4th-rank soul pressure to make these shadow chains unable to maintain their form and disappear. If it was the previous me, I might indeed not have the strength to lock you up. But now, I have raised the level of shadow condensation to level 4. A 4th level of shadow condensation, the degree of condensation is already very high, and will not easily be suppressed by a 5th level of soul pressure easily. Chen Qian thought in his mind. Recalling back to the time when he was attacked by White Pigeon's 5th-rank sword soul master on the highway. As soon as his opponent released his soul pressure, his own dark shadow had difficulty maintaining its form. But with devouring the White Dove's 5th-order sword soul master, as well as the increase in his dark shadow level that he had broken through by devouring numerous ferocious beasts these days, the quality of his dark shadow itself had been enhanced. There was also the strengthening of the various skills brought about by the skill point upgrades. Although the current him was still at the same early 4th stage soul pressure as before. But it was already much stronger than his previous self who was also at the 4th rank soul pressure. Facing the impact of an early 5th order soul pressure. Even if he didn't use sword soul liberation to raise his soul pressure, I could still resist it without much effort. Seeing that there was no hope of breaking free from the chains, the 5th rank siren didn't continue to hold on, and instead tried to take an offensive stance. A stream of acid with white vapor spewed out from the 5th rank siren's mouth. Black hole. Chen Qian pointed his finger upwards. A black hole formed by dark shadows suddenly appeared above his body. A powerful gravitational force emanated from the black hole's cavern, instantly grabbing the acidic liquid that was being sprayed towards Chen Qian and absorbing it in. A mere early 5th stage ferocious beast. Chen Qian condensed a dark shadow longsword in his hand, strands of dark shadows emanating from the blade. These dark shadows first slowly rose around Chen Qian's circumference, and then immediately spread out in all directions, beginning to fill the space. The skills of the 5th rank siren that continued to launch attacks were all attracted and swallowed by the black hole above. At this time, the dark shadows emanating from Chen Qian's sword blade had also covered the surrounding ground. Chen Qian's sword fell. The dark shadows around him, however, gathered into a line and rose upwards towards the opposite of where the sword blade had fallen. The infinite shadows gathered into a straight line and transformed into the sharpest sword blade. This dark shadow sword blade rose upwards from the bottom, and in an instant, it penetrated the body of the 5th rank siren. Woo woo! The 5th order siren let out an extremely mournful cry. At the same time, the 5th order siren seemed to have finally realized the gravity of the matter. It itself had sensed that a weak creature with a soul pressure of a mere 4th rank had appeared nearby, so it wanted to run over and bully it. After all, with its early 5th rank strength, it was almost no match for any other ferocious beast or sword soul master here. However, it never thought that a mere 4th ranked sword soul master would beat itself senseless. At this moment, it even used a powerful attack to almost cut his body in half. This siren actually has the ability to heal itself. Chen Qian frowned. He could feel that his shadow sword blade should have cut its body in half in an instant. But this 5th order siren was still barely holding on with its own self-healing ability. Then let's do it again. Sword blade on plus, shadow repulsion. Chen Qian landed a sword once again, strands of dark shadows pooling into a straight line before releasing a chop towards the top. A bottom-up slicing strike formed by the dark shadows once again pierced through the body of the 5th order siren. Once again, the 5th ranked siren attempted to recover its body with its powerful self-healing ability. But an extremely strong repulsive force suddenly emanated from this shadowy chopping strike. Snap! The body of the 5th order siren, under the effect of this repulsive force towards the left and right sides, also split into two, flying towards the left and right. In an instant, the body of the 5th order siren immediately turned into two puddles of bloody mud, covering the crumbling buildings on the left and right sides. That wasn't all. Immediately, dark shadows appeared from the remnants of the 5th rank siren's body, devouring the remnants. 5th rank siren, decimated. Seeing this scene, the surrounding 5th rank sword soul masters were all shocked. They had never expected that an early 5th rank sea demon would just be decapitated by this 4th rank black-clothed kid. Although it could be said that this 5th rank sea demon was basically the weakest sea demon beast in the 5th rank zone. And because it was on land, its combat power was also slightly weakened. But that was still a 5th rank It simply shouldn't be able to be decapitated by a 4th rank in the district But this unbelievable scene just happened in front of their eyes. No good, the surrounding sirens are starting to gather over. This 4th rank kid is still too reckless, even we will be in bad luck. Damn it, we can only hurry and leave while we can. The battle between Chen Qian and the 5th rank siren had obviously attracted the attention of quite a few other 5th rank sirens in the vicinity. At this moment, they were all dragging their fat bodies towards Chen Qian. Many of the 5th order sword soul masters hiding nearby were also trying to escape at the first opportunity. After all, most of them who were hiding at the edge of this 5th rank area were also just early 5th rank sword soul masters. Facing the numerous sea demons, they also did not have the ability to defend themselves. Just as some of the sword soul masters wanted to remind Chen Qian to hurry up and escape before the 5th order sirens surrounded them. Instead, they saw an even more unbelievable scene. How is it possible? This is clearly a 7th ranked sword soul master only. Impossible, he is clearly only 4th rank. How can he be this strong? Amidst the horrified gazes of the many sword soul masters, Chen Qian held the endless shadow sword in his backhand, the tip of the sword facing downwards, and softly recited. Sword soul liberation, endless dark shadow eternal night monarch. The endless dark shadow sword slowly dissipated into dark shadows starting from the tip of the sword. Dark shadows converged behind Chen Qian, quiet and profound yet wantonly open, like the black cloak of the eternal night monarch. The strands of dark shadows began to surge madly in all directions like a tidal wave. Chapter 88, High on the Throne, Slaughtering the Whole Field. Chen Qian did not conceal it in the slightest this time. Pure black dark shadows recklessly and crazily surged towards the surroundings, as if it was a tsunami tide, flooding the surrounding ground. What the hell? He's a 4th ranked sword soul master, why is he able to use such an oxymoronic skill like sword soul liberation? I can't use it even if I'm at the 5th rank. My old man hasn't even learned it yet even if he's at the 7th rank. What's going on? This black stuff is flooding my place. This black thing is old and scary, I shouldn't die if I touch it. The 5th ranked sword soul masters hiding nearby were all terrified for a moment, and hurriedly crawled along the broken building towards the top. This was because the ground had all been flooded with dark shadows. They had just witnessed the terror of this dark shadow. If they accidentally fell in, they would most likely be swallowed by this terrifying contraption. However, they realized that even if they climbed to the heights of the tall building, it was actually not that safe. The dark shadow on the ground was rapidly expanding high into the sky. How the hell did the sky start to turn dark as well? It's not even nighttime yet, is it? There were soon quite a few people who noticed the difference. They realized that the sky had unexpectedly begun to rapidly be darkening. Looking up, the sky that was originally bright and sunny, clear and cloudless, unexpectedly began to be enveloped by a strand of darkness as well. Holy, what should we do? We can't run out at all. As we all know, the liberation of the Sword Soul will unleash the full power of the Sword Soul, and the form that is revealed will be very huge. But this person's Sword Soul liberation form is no longer as simple as huge. This is simply devouring the heavens and devouring the earth. The 5th-ranked Sword Soul Masters were all out of ideas of leaving. Right now, this part of the world had been filled with a blanket of dark shadows. They didn't have the ability to fly in the air, so it was naturally difficult for them to be able to escape. They believed that they weren't some ferocious beasts that would not be killed by this dark shadow. They redirected their gazes to the boy dressed in black. Around him, there were already 5th-ranked ferocious beasts wading through the dark shadows on the ground to approach Chen Qian. They had just felt that even this black-clothed boy had no way to deal with the encirclement of 5th-ranked sirens. But now, they were beginning to feel less confident. This person's strength at the 4th rank would be able to behead a 5th-ranked ferocious beast with great ease. Right now, after releasing the Sword Soul liberation, he was also almost equal to the early 5th rank in terms of soul pressure. It seems that it is not impossible to deal with several 5th-rank sea demons at the same time. Dang! Dang! Several sirens that were more than a dozen meters tall stepped with heavy steps through the tall buildings and approached Chen Qian. Chen Qian, on the other hand, was still just standing in place, as if he hadn't noticed these sirens as blandly as if he hadn't noticed them. Using the Sword Soul liberation this time, it feels a bit more powerful than last time. It seems that every shadow upgrade will indeed not only give me a certain amount of enhancement points to use on the enhancement of my shadow skills, but even the quality of the shadow itself will also be enhanced. Let's not raise my soul pressure these days, and focus my energy on the enhancement of the dark shadow itself first. Chen Qian thought with some excitement in his heart. His soul pressure was at the beginning of the 4th rank, which was already too much beyond the freshmen of the same period. Although soul pressure was the root of a sword and soul master's battle, it was also indispensable to make additions to one's abilities. Right now, the soul pressure was already strong enough, and it was entirely possible to enhance the shadow ability itself first. Black Coffin. Only after a few early 5th stage sirens approached his surroundings did Chen Qian softly recite a sentence. All of a sudden, a strand of dark shadow rose from the soles of the feet of the several 5th order sirens, shrouding them upwards. It was just a short time of 2 breaths. The huge body of the siren that was more than 10 meters high was blocked by the quadrangular body formed by the dark shadows as if it was a coffin. The dark shadow was deep and quiet. No one could see the scene inside the shadowy coffin. Not a single ray of light could penetrate out, and not a single sound could be spread. The nearby 5th rank Sword Soul Masters only saw. Not long after, these black shadowy coffins shattered and dissipated. And the siren in them was already covered in holistic cuts that emanated dark shadow densities, and a path of crimson blood splashed outwards in the shape of the cuts. The 10-odd meter siren was like a tilting tower that began to fall towards the ground. Bang! The siren's body fell to the ground and began to be quickly devoured and absorbed by the dark shadows that covered the entire ground. The 5th-ranked Sword Soul Masters on the scene were horrified. But all of this was far more. Since Chen Qian had used the move Sword Soul Liberation, it wasn't to simply kill a few ferocious beasts. Rather, it was to unleash a massacre on the entire field. The range of the 5th level area is too large, and I'm not really good at maneuvering when the shadows are spread too wide, so let's start with this area first. Chen Qian thought in his mind as his body began to fly upwards into the air. What he was currently covering with his shadows was only a corner of the level 5 zone near the level 4 zone. In the state of Sword Soul Liberation, his dark shadow had already reached a truly endless state. As long as he was willing and had enough time, it wouldn't matter if he wanted to spread to every corner of the universe. It was just that his current strength was still too low to support him in doing such a thing. Even if he spread the shadow out over a great distance, he would still have absolutely no way to maneuver it, and could only let it drift. Therefore, it would be good to start killing from the corner of this level 5 area first. After rising to a certain height in the air, Chen Qian stopped. This height was convenient for him to observe the situation in this area, making it a good observation point. Subsequently, dark shadows also began to converge and condense in clusters behind him. In the end, this dark shadow unexpectedly formed the appearance of a throne. Not only did it have the shape of a seat with a square backrest, armrests, and a seat, it also condensed many magnificent and domineering patterns. It was like the throne of the King of Eternal Night. By changing the color through the shadow camouflage, it even made the throne take on a bright silver hue, noble and cold. Chen Qian sat on the throne like this, overlooking the entire scene from above. He didn't even need to do anything personally. He only needed to sit quietly on top of the throne, waiting. Dark Shadow would pick up the laurels of victory for him. Black Hole, Black Coffin, Lock of Darkness, Shadow Long Sword, Dark Shadow, Great Heist. Chen Qian simply sat on his throne and unleashed his soul pressure mobilization, only to see that in the midst of the area covered in dark shadows, a thick dark shadow chain came from the air towards the ground, locking and pinning a 5th-rank siren. A dark shadow longsword was like a rain of swords, stabbing towards the body of the 5th-rank siren. It also chopped out a crescent-like black dark shadow chop, splitting the body of the sea demon in half. A black hole formed by the convergence of shadows released a strong gravitational force, sucking in the broken building, the siren's attack, and the remnants of the siren's body after it was killed. A Dar K shadow, in a flash, formed an impermeable black coffin, sealing the siren into it and killing it. This scene was truly a catastrophe. To say it was a purgatory would not be an exaggeration. The 5th-ranked sword soul masters who were watching nearby were already stunned. They were able to sense that the master of the shadow intentionally did not attack them. Otherwise they would have been like these poor sirens, perishing in the midst of the overwhelming dark shadows. Chapter 89 Shadow, Continuous Hunt. This shadow hunt was going on continuously. The 5th-ranked sword soul masters in this area could only be sitting at the highest part of certain tall buildings, watching this scene in front of them. The vast dark shadows filled this area, and there was simply no way for them to easily leave this place. As for going out to grab monsters and kill them with Chen Qian, they were also not quite daring. Those 5th-ranked sirens whose strength wasn't too different from theirs were rarely able to fight back in front of the dark shadows' attacks. What qualifications did they have to snatch monsters from such a strong to perverted fellow? Everyone looked at the black figure sitting comfortably on the silver-white throne high above the sky and lamented. Their group of 5th-ranked sword soul masters and ferocious beasts had been suppressed by a 4th-ranked sword soul master to the point where they didn't dare to move. Only at the 4th rank, he was able to use sword soul liberation to forcefully raise his strength to the 5th rank. Just how terrifying a fellow was this? Many people also began to speculate about Chen Qian's identity. With such a strong strength and a soul pressure at the early 4th rank, to come to the training base, he should also be a student of whichever college in Magic City, right? But it's strange, which college has such a strong student? I didn't even hear about it earlier. Looking at the entire Magic City, the only one that can have such a perverted and strong person is my Magic University, but I haven't heard of it lately. Could it be a junior or maybe even a sophomore student that has recently risen to prominence? Anyway, these people of theirs had nothing to do by staying seated, and for a moment, they were all making various guesses about Chen Qian's identity. Most of them were senior students of various colleges and universities. For things like the college entrance exams, they had long since stopped paying that much attention. Even if they had heard about the attack on the Mountain River Province's college entrance exam some days ago, the matter of the teenage hero coming out of nowhere, there was no way to recognize Chen Qian at this moment. The shadow chains traveled between the crumbling buildings, chasing after the nearest siren. The black hole high in the sky released an incomparably powerful gravitational force, sucking in matter. The shadow longsword released a black crescent with an extremely destructive aura. Shadow quickly wrapped from the bottom up, forming a black coffin to seal the siren into it and kill it. It wasn't that there weren't sirens that had tried to escape from this area filled with shadows. But precisely because the shadow filled every corner of this area, they simply could not escape. Whenever they had the urge to retreat, the shadow currents under their feet would recognize them as the first targets of attack. A shadow chain or a black coffin would rise from under their feet. One by one, the 5th-rank sirens were decimated, their tall bodies collapsing to the ground, and were then devoured by the shadows on the ground. Shadow level up, LV 54. Shadow level up, LV 55. After more than half an hour, this shadow cataclysm finally came to a gradual halt. The dark shadows that covered the sky and devoured the earth also quickly disappeared, never to be seen again. And the 5th-rank sea demons in this area had basically all been killed. It's too terrifying. There were at least 30 or so 5th-order sirens here, and they were all killed off so quickly. If it were us, it would be good to be able to successfully kill one a day. This person dressed in black, just where is he from? Seeing the dark shadows dissipate, everyone knew that the massacre had been declared over. Thus, they also revealed their figures out one after another, discussing with their mouths as they also searched around for traces of Chen Qian. For this person who only had 4th order soul pressure and was able to cast sword soul liberation to slaughter a 5th order ferocious beast. They were also very interested in getting acquainted. However, to their surprise, they had searched all around, but had not found Chen Qian's figure. The original Chen Qian had been residing on a silver-white throne in the sky. When the dark shadows dissipated, everyone saw that Chen Qian and his throne had also dissolved into dark shadows in an instant. Everyone guessed that this was one of Chen Qian's means of getting away. Even if he had disappeared from sight, he certainly wouldn't have really disappeared, he should have just hidden somewhere in the nearby area. However, all of them had searched for such a long time, but had not even found a trace of it. This could be too mind-boggling. Could it be that he had really evaporated? At this time, Chen Qian had already entered the space of his own dark shadow after his shadow transformation. In this space, time was both fluid and constant. Flowing meant that you could still move freely. Constant meant that no matter would ever become aged. Chen Qian was also lifting his sword soul liberation at this time, lying on the ground of the dark shadow space and resting. His dark shadow could devour the energy of ferocious beasts, in addition to using this energy in the enhancement of his soul pressure and his dark shadow level. He could also directly use it to replenish his status. It could be said that his battles could theoretically achieve a certain degree of infinite duration. While the enemy would inevitably consume in the midst of battle, he was able to devour energy through his dark shadows and feed off the battle without being drained. But the only thing was that his spirit would feel tired. After all, with his current strength of the 4th rank, if he wanted to support such a large-scale liberation of his sword soul, the consumption in all aspects would still be too great. Let's take a rest first and go out to kill monsters after recovering. Chen Qian thought as such. After all, no matter how one put it, he was only an early 4th rank sword soul master. Chen Qian intended to rest for a while in the shadow space, recovering before going out to kill another wave. However, he quickly realized that there seemed to be no way for him to recover at all when he rested in this shadow space. He would always feel like he was in the same fatigue he felt when he first entered. Damn, this shadow space, it's too evil. Chen Qian thought in annoyance. He tried to execute his soul skill, the broken Dao 53 Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon, in the middle of the shadow space. It was found that it was able to be used successfully, and his own energy would decrease accordingly. However, the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon itself was as if it did not dissipate after the attack, but instead kept rushing out into the darkness in the form of a thunder light cannon until no trace of it could be seen. However, Chen Qian could feel that this Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon still had not dissipated and was still rushing out into the shadowy space. Chen Qian frowned. If the shadow space was such a place, there was no way for him to recover naturally. When Chen Qian had such a thought in his mind, the shadow space seemed to change along with Chen Qian's thoughts. Chen Qian could feel that the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon did not continue to maintain its form, but dissipated into the surrounding space. This shadow space, it can actually change its nature with my thoughts. Chen Qian thought in surprise in his mind. He suddenly felt that his understanding of the dark shadow was still low. His own dark shadow was likely far more than these abilities he had currently obtained. This dark shadow hid unimaginable mysteries. My dark shadow level, it's going to rise even faster. I wonder just what my dark shadow will be able to evolve into as my dark shadow rank increases. Chen Qian was excited in his heart. For a full day, Chen Qian did not appear in the outside world again. Just when those level 5 sword soul masters in the level 5 zone who had seen Chen Qian hunt ferocious beasts put Chen Qian down and focused on hunting sea demons, they suddenly realized that it was clearly a bright sunny afternoon. But this piece of heaven and earth had suddenly become incomparably dark. Chapter 90, Perhaps Dark is also drinking at the tavern. Isn't it daytime now? Why is it suddenly dark? What's happening? Who the hell turned off the sun switch? Why do I feel like a wave of terror is sweeping through this area? Chen Qian's reappearance came a full day later. At this time, his spirit had already recovered to his best state, so naturally, he was going to come out and continue to hunt the sirens some more. He showed up this time, placing his location a little deeper into the level 5 zone. The first time he hunted ferocious beasts was at the edge of the level 5 zone, and they were basically all early stage 5 sirens. But this time, there were already mid-5th rank sirens appearing nearby. Of course, after the last time he hunted the sirens, his shadow level had gotten another very large breakthrough. It had already broken through to level 58. The reinforcement points he received were also very large, and they had all been added to various skills. Now, he was much more powerful compared to before. As soon as Chun Qian appeared on the scene, he decisively used Sword Soul Liberation, the endless shadow sword dissipated, and he himself entered the mode of the Eternal Night Monarch. Thus, Chun Qian once again sat comfortably on the silver-white throne high in the sky and manipulating the dark shadow to hunt the sirens in the middle of this area. As for the 5th-ranked Sword Soul Masters in this area, most of them weren't the same group from earlier. At this moment, they could only be appalled. These days, Chun Qian had been repeating this practice. As long as he was in the best condition, he would use his Sword Soul Liberation to envelop an area, and then launch a hunt for the sirens in this area. This practice had actually caused the dissatisfaction of many 5th-ranked Sword Soul Masters. At first, when he was at the edge of the 5th rank zone, the others didn't dare to have any opinions at all, because the fact that he stayed at the edge meant that their strength wasn't very good. But after slowly going deeper into the 5th rank zone, there were more powerful guys. "Hey! Who are you, black-clothed kid? Hurry up and report your name. You're going too far. Is this training base run by your family? You're such a siren, all for you to kill. That's right. You're making it impossible for everyone to kill monsters." For those who spoke in such a manner, Chun Qian was not the least bit spoiled. He didn't strike out at these people because if he really fought with these people, he would become troublesome as well. Dealing with a bunch of 5th-ranked Sword Soul Masters and a bunch of 5th-ranked Sirens at the same time wasn't something that was very easy. The important thing was that it wouldn't be beneficial for him to strike against these people, and if he hit them hard, he might even violate the training base's management regulations, which wasn't worth it at all. So he killed the Sirens even more vigorously. Originally, he would have been kind enough to let these people grab a monster under his hand. But now he didn't even leave a single siren for them. Often, when these people were about to kill a siren, a shadow chain would suddenly appear, piercing through the siren's heart and completing the monster grab. These people were so angry that their teeth itched. And Chun Qian just let loose with words. "You guys can call me Dark. This training base is naturally not run by anyone's family, so grabbing monsters is up to each of you." Many people were furious, and wanted to grab Chun Qian and teach him a lesson. They didn't feel that it was Chun Qian who was stronger than themselves. It was just that Chun Qian's sword spirit ability was stronger, and he was able to accomplish a wide-range pursuit hunt. However, they realized that Chun Qian was not that easy to catch. During the time Chun Qian was killing the sirens, he was sitting on his throne high in the sky like that, but the dark shadows in the sky blocked them from getting close. When the dark shadows dissipated, Chun Qian's figure also disappeared and could not be found no matter how they looked. There was nothing they could do about it. The next 10 days. But whenever they were killing monsters well during the day, the sky suddenly darkened. Then they knew that it must be the guy who called himself Dark who was coming out to kill monsters again. They also knew that the probability was that they would be working for nothing today. 10 days passed. Chun Qian had already stepped from the edge of the 5th rank and killed his way to the other edge of the 5th rank zone. He had finally arrived at the very edge of the 5th rank zone's proximity to the sea. This is the sea. Chun Qian's heart was also very emotional when he saw the boundless turquoise-colored sea. Seeing this vast sea, it was as if his heart had also become rippled. After these days of hunting, he had slaughtered an unknown number of ferocious beasts. The enhancements gained were naturally enormous. One was that the points recorded on his bracelet had reached over 2 million. Not to mention the top 100 of the training base. With this score, he was already firmly number 1 in the training base. He had already exceeded his mentor's requirements. All that was left was to go back and submit his score when the training base closed on the last day. And the energy he had devoured from hunting the sirens these days was also very much in abundance. First of all, the soul pressure, he had already broken through the early 4th stage and came to the middle 4th stage. Normally, if a person wanted to break through a small realm, it would take at least a few months or even in years. However, the time he really used to make a breakthrough was actually just the short 10 days that he entered the training base. This speed of progress could no longer be described as terrifying. After all, to be able to improve by devouring, this kind of is really unreasonable enough. His shadow level had also increased tremendously. Shadow level up, LV 70. After reaching level 70, his disposable reinforcement points had reached a staggering 10,000 points. Adding this huge amount of reinforcement points to the various skills. All of his shadow skills had reached an average level of 5 or 6. After leveling up, some skills didn't just become more powerful, they even had a qualitative change. The current Chun Qian, even without his sword soul liberation, facing any siren within the mid-5th rank was already a casual slash. Shadow devouring ability has become stronger. Even when facing opponents whose soul pressure is slightly stronger than his own, he can still directly devour them. Shadow condensation quantity, speed increase, strength and hardness enhancement, more various condensed forms. Shadowization, in addition to the enhancement of attribute ability, can also be reverse shadowization, that is, originally does not belong to the body into the shadow, can be transformed into the body. Spatial attribute, spatial traversal ability increased, traversal radius up to 10 kilometers. Shadow gravitational repulsion enhancement, can be directly used to kill 5th order sirens. In this place near the sea, there was a special safety zone. Because the 5th rank zone was near the sea, it was the most dangerous place, so it was set up with a stronghold where the magic capital guard was stationed. Therefore this safety zone, too, was opened up on this stronghold where the garrison was stationed. All students who arrived at this place could enter the safe zone to rest. Other than the garrison where the garrison was located, which could not be entered at will, all other parts of the safe zone could be entered. The safe zone wasn't that large, it was basically just a tavern-like place where people could rest and have a full meal. At night, the tavern was lit up with orange lights. Many people who were out hunting ferocious beasts during the day didn't choose to return to their dormitories in the training base, but instead directly bought drunkenness and rested here. They were originally students from various colleges and universities in Magic City with high vigor, and at this time, they were all drinking beer and talking to their brothers and sisters around them or hooking up with friends of the opposite sex who had good figures and looks, wanting to take advantage of the evening to communicate in depth. At this time, a boy with a poor appearance, wearing a t-shirt and pants, walked into the pub. This unimpressive person was Chen Xian. Only instead of walking in with his original appearance, he used shadow disguise to disguise himself as someone else. After all, his actions these days had still aroused the discontent of most people, and had been noted down by many. If he came in with his original appearance in a dignified manner, he was afraid that many people would come up and look for trouble. He was also tired of staying in the shadow space, and wanted to come out for a while to get away from it all. Chen Xian bought a glass of fresh beer and silently sat in an inconspicuous position, listening to the people around him. The comments of the men and women in the tavern soon spoke of him. "Hey, have you guys met that Dark these days?" "Dark? Who doesn't know about that in the entire level 5 area now? Every day, he comes out and kills monsters in a big way with his dark shadow, making it so that we don't even have a share of the broth once we run into him. People do think that that dark savage is handsome. That's right, how handsome he is, just like the king of the night. I just don't know where he is now. Maybe, Dark is here drinking with us right now?" Chapter 91 White Dove Chief, 9th Order Sword Emperor. Most of the boys in the tavern were angry at Dark's actions. However, some of the girls who were dressed coolly, with sexy figures and pretty looks were blushing slightly, shaking their wine glasses, their beautiful legs swaying lightly, and their hearts flooded with different thoughts. The one dressed in black, coldly and proudly resided on a throne high in the sky. Mercilessly abused the 5th Order beasts that they had to spend a lot of effort to kill. Simply the king of the Dark Night. The boys were indignant when they heard some of the girls praising Dark, but it was difficult for them to refute anything, so they could only lower their heads and drink mulled wine. "You guys say that Dark should also be from a certain college in Magic City, right? Doesn't anyone here know him?" At this time, one of the boys suddenly spoke out and asked. "That's right, everyone here is the pride of the various colleges in Magic City. Doesn't anyone know Dark? People want to invite Dark to drink with them." A beautiful woman with a slightly drunken face lightly shook her wineglass, shaking her feet that had stepped on high-heeled sandals, and said flirtatiously. Chen Xian listened to their discussion without making a sound, and he just sat in his seat and silently drank the glass of fresh beer in his hand. Sure enough, he was right in choosing to disguise his appearance with a shadowy figure. Otherwise, he would definitely be surrounded by these guys. There was definitely enough trouble. Inside the tavern, however, a silence fell. Everyone was trying their hardest to recall the heavenly pride from their own schools to see if there was anyone who could be right. But no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't find any characters that could match up. "I think it's very likely that Dark is from Magic University. Brother Hon, you're from Magic University, right? Do you have any impression of Dark?" A short-haired boy broke the silence and spoke out to inquire. The gazes of the crowd also looked towards Brother Hung in the short-haired boy's mouth. Devil's University was the topmost college in Devil's capital, and that Dark was able to be so strong with only his 4th rank strength, so it was indeed most likely that he was a student of Devil's University. Well, Lu Hong frowned, seemingly desperately searching for information in his head. Lu Hong was a senior student of the Magic University, his strength was in the middle of the 5th Order, but he could deal with the vast majority of sea demons within the Fifth Order. His strength was not bad. He belonged to the strongest group of people in the Magic University, and he also knew quite a lot about the other people with super strength in the Magic University. But after thinking about it, he couldn't think of anyone who could match up with Dark. There were people who had the strength to mass slaughter Fifth Order beasts. But the lowest soul pressure was also at the Fifth Order, and it was simply impossible to find a Fourth Order soul pressure that would still use the sword soul liberation. No, I'm familiar with all the strongest people in the second and third ranks of Demon University. I really can't think of anyone who might be Dark. Lu Hong still shook his head. The people present were all disappointed for a while. They really wanted to know Dark's identity. If Dark wasn't someone from the Devil University, which family could he be from? The ones I'm not familiar with are the recent freshmen who are about to enroll, Lu Hong said slowly. None of the recent freshmen had formally completed their enrollment yet, so of course he wasn't familiar with them. However, Lu Heng's words caused the crowd in the tavern to laugh. Ha ha ha. What are you kidding about, Brother Hong? Where is a freshman of the fourth rank? That's right, it would be great for a freshman to have a mid or late second stage strength. Fourth stage is really a big joke. I still believe in sophomores, but it's impossible for freshmen, ha ha ha. Lu Hong also stretched his eyebrows, amused by his own guesses. Really, he really was crazy. Even the most perverted person he knew was only at the early third rank strength in his freshman year. There was really no way for him to believe that there was anyone who could be even more perverted than that person. A fourth order freshman was still impossible, right? Forget it, if I can't guess, I won't guess, let's all drink together. The atmosphere in the tavern gradually became warm again. And Chen Xian just laughed softly, silently finishing the fresh beer in his cup. And then walked out of the tavern alone. The beach at night was very silent, the waves pounded lightly one after another, and the coolness blew into the skin with the sea breeze. There were only 2 days left before the Chongming District training base closed. Points he had already taken enough, just waiting to return to the office hall to submit. Even if it was the completion of the mentor's conditions. He remembered that Zhang Jinwu said that his mentor's name was Xia Qing, and by the sound of her name, she was a female. It was a 7th rank powerhouse. There was no telling when this mentor of his would appear. Would the 7th rank be a bit too weak? Chen Xian had been killing monsters every day in the 5th rank area these days. The soul pressure had broken through to the middle of the 4th rank, and the level of the shadow skill had also been significantly increased. In the state of sword soul liberation, all the ferocious beasts within the 5th rank were no longer his opponents. At full strength, even ferocious beasts that had just stepped into the 6th rank had the power to fight. Chen Xian felt that it wouldn't be too long before he grew to possess 7th rank strength. Would a 7th order mentor be a bit of a pull? Actually, not really. The 7th rank is the 8th rank, and the 8th rank is the 9th rank of Sword Emperor. In Great Xia, there hadn't been another 9th order Sword Emperor in 100 years. Most people were stuck at the 6th, 7th, and 8th rank realms. A mentor with 7th rank strength was actually still quite strong. But who let him get stronger just by devouring? The growth rate was just too unreasonable. One could only say that there was no way around it. Just as Chen Xian was alone on the beach looking at the sea, a voice was suddenly ringing in his ears. The ocean under the moonlight always makes people feel calm inside. But this peace is merely temporary and false. The ocean is never full of danger. The white dove will bring peace to the world. Chen Xian turned around in horror, only to see a tall man dressed in white walking past him. This man was wearing a white suit, a white dress cloak, a white tall bowler hat on his head, and a mask with a white engraved smile on his face. Especially on his shoulder, a white dove was particularly eye-catching. Chen Xian's scalp immediately went numb. Although it was said that he had just admired the waves and was slightly lost in thought. But such a big living person appeared at his side, but he didn't even notice it in the slightest. This person, I'm afraid, should not be underestimated. What especially horrified Chen Xian was the pigeon resting on this man's shoulder. Chen Xian could not help but think of that organization again. That organization that had sent people to assassinate themselves not too long ago, the White Dove. The white-dressed man in front of him turned back to Chen Xian and gave a gentlemanly salute as he spoke. First time meeting, Mr. Chen Xian, please allow me to make a brief self-introduction. My name is Alan, and I am the leader of the most peace-loving organization on the blue planet, the White Doves. The sea breeze blew the white cloak of this person. The expression on Chen Xian's face was a little bit more appalled. What was this person saying? He, the leader of the White Doves? Chen Xianwu thought that he had just encountered one of White Dove's assassins once again. But this guy even claimed to be the leader of the White Doves. According to Chen Xian's own understanding, the White Dove organization was a huge global organization based on a beautiful country. And although there was no accurate public information on the leader of the White Dove, but anyone would agree that the leader of such an organization was a ninth-order sword emperor. How was it possible for a ninth-rank sword emperor from another country to appear so suddenly, unnoticed, in Disya, by his side? I apologize, my friend. Earlier a child who doesn't quite know what he's doing greeted you with a very presumptuous greeting. I apologize and sincerely invite you on his behalf. Would you like to join the White Dove organization and contribute for the sake of peace all over the world? What if I say, I don't want to? Chen Xian's throat knots wriggled twice as he returned. Then the White Dove can only regard you as a dangerous person harmful to world peace and trouble you to disappear from this world. Aaron replied politely. Chapter 92, My name is Natsuki, I'm a teacher for the first time. Aaron's voice was magnetic and gentle, but the words he spoke were chilling. Claiming that White Dove was the most peace-loving organization in this world. To invite Chen Xian to join. If he did not agree, he would be viewed as not peace-loving, and belong to the dangerous elements that would be purged. Chen Xian simply had to laugh. Only a short while ago, they had sent people to assassinate him, but now they wanted him to join instead? This White Dove organization, it was really becoming good. You claim that the White Dove organization is peace-loving, but on the examination hall in Shanha province, you released fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, causing the ferocious beasts throughout the hall to go berserk in an attempt to kill all of the Shanha province candidates. How do you explain this matter? And on my way to the magic capital, you also sent people to assassinate me, releasing bombs that nearly took the lives of the entire bus. Is this what you White Doves call peace-loving? Chen Xian said angrily. If AI Long, as a villain, had his own self-awareness as an evil party, he might not even be so angry. But while doing the business of mutilating people's lives, he claimed to be some kind of peace-loving person. This kind of guy who was both a pawn and a stand-up guy was truly disgusting. Hearing Chen Xian's words, AI Long just smiled. Everyone in our beautiful country loves peace, and over the years many people have joined our White Dove organization to work towards achieving peace in the world, and over the years have successfully helped many countries and regions achieve peace with remarkable results. But most of the people in Dasha are unwilling to join our White Dove organization, repeatedly stopping us from doing great things for the sake of world peace, and are full of dangerous people. Therefore, for the sake of world peace, sacrificing some people is necessary. The expression on Chen Xian's face was furious. Dasha had always been at peace for so many years, and as long as other countries did not strike at Dasha, Dasha would definitely not engage in any behavior that crossed its boundaries. For other countries in the world, it had always respected sovereignty and exchanged friendly exchanges. Never aggression, never expansion, has always advocated peaceful development. But such a Dasha is said to be a dangerous threat to world peace? And he, pretty country, has been stirring up trouble everywhere like a stirrer for so many years. Invading other countries under various names and bringing their sovereignty under his own rule, yet he is said to be for the sake of world peace? How could there be such a brazen person? Humph. I won't be joining you White Doves, they're all just a bunch of hypocrites who practice greedy self-interested behavior under the banner of world peace. Chen Xian angrily rebuked. Humph, in that case, I'll trouble you to disappear from this world. Seeing that Chen Xian had no intention of agreeing with him, AI Long did not insist any longer. A white cane appeared in his hand. In an instant, a powerful pressure erupted from AI Long's body. This powerful soul pressure seemed to completely suppress both the heavens and the earth, causing them to become static. The sea breeze stopped blowing. The waves stopped surging. Flying birds stood still in the air. Inside the tavern on the coast, the men and women who were originally still drinking wine and chatting merrily were all motionless on the table or on the ground. The wine cups fell out of their hands, but did not have time to fall to the ground, but instead stalled in mid-air. Everyone's eyes were filled with a light of horror, but they were unable to utter a single word. Including the ferocious beasts within the entire Rank 5 zone, they were all still and motionless. I am the White Dove Chief, a 9th rank Sword Emperor. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of a Sword Emperor? Alan said with his cane in hand, inquiring one last time. Chen Xian was similarly unable to move, and could only stand motionless. The powerful soul pressure that erupted from AI Long's body was like 100,000 mountains pressing down on him. The camouflage he had made with the shadow was also dissipated under the powerful soul pressure, revealing his original appearance. Originally, even when facing opponents stronger than himself, Chen Qian had the confidence to use Dark Shadow's shadow transformation and space travel to complete his escape. However, facing AI Long, he was unable to release even a single trace of Dark Shadow. He was now completely suppressed by Aaron's powerful soul pressure. Like a fish on a plate, he was being slaughtered. This was the mighty strength of a Ninth Order Sword Emperor. Chen Qian was horrified in his heart, but he had no intention of giving in. With all his might, Chen Qian's mouth could only manage to squeeze out a few words. I refuse. The White Pigeon organization was undoubtedly an enemy of the Grand Xia. He, Chen Qian, would definitely not submit to the enemy even if he were to die. As long as it is possible for the Sword Soul to be liberated, there might still be a hint of. Chen Qian desperately wanted to call up the Endless Shadow Sword at his waist and activate the Sword Soul liberation. As long as the Sword Soul liberation was able to briefly break through the opponent's soul pressure suppression for an instant. With his enhanced shadow transformation and spatial attributes, he was confident that he could shadow transform and traverse to escape from here in an instant. But Chen Qian's thoughts seemed to have been seen through by Aaron. Good backbone, I've known many people from Xia who were as good as you, but they all died in the end. I know you tried to Sword Soul liberation. But it's useless, youngster. In front of the soul pressure of a hallowed 9th rank Sword Emperor, even if you manage to liberate it, it's still useless. AI Long took a step closer to Chen Qian and raised the cane in his hand, seemingly wanting to result in Chen Qian's life. Strands of fine sweat broke out on Chen Qian's forehead as his heart pounded. Perhaps Aaron was right. Not to mention that there was no way for him to liberate his Sword Soul. Even if he succeeded in liberating his Sword Soul, there was no way he would be able to break through the soul pressure suppression of a 9th Order Sword Emperor. The gap between them was simply too great. Facing AI Long, who was approaching step by step, Chen Qian was unable to do anything. Right now, this was the closest he had come to death. Could it be that he was really going to die in this way, under the 9th Order Sword Emperor's cane? After all, the opponent was a 9th Order Sword Emperor, so this kind of ending, perhaps it wasn't that bad. AI Long walked up to Chen Qian's body, his cane lifting and falling high. Bang! Just as the cane was about to strike Chen Qian's head, a silver-white rifle with gold trim was used to block it. At the same time, another powerful soul pressure erupted out, strongly resisting Aaron's soul pressure. All of a sudden, the two streams of soul pressure began to fiercely spar at the point where the rifle and the cane collided. And the heaven and earth that was originally suppressed by Aaron also regained its dynamics because of the sparring. The sea breeze continued to blow. The waves continued to surge. The flying bird nearly fell into the sea from a great height before taking to the air at the last moment. The wine glasses in the tavern snapped and shattered on the ground. The crowd also rose from the ground, feeling the terrifying might outside, their faces showing horror. As for Chen Qian, he looked at the person who had suddenly appeared beside him, blocking the cane with his silver platinum tattooed rifle, and his heart was also very shocked. Long blonde hair, the tips of which were slightly curled up again like waves, a white cloak draped over her shoulders, a tight white leather jumpsuit with half a wave showing on her chest, and a pair of silver short-heeled boots on her feet. Daring to come to my Grand Xia territory to kill people, or the first student I've taken in. You have a lot of guts. The blonde big wave beauty held the butt of the gun in her hand and said. A mere sword soul master who just broke through the early stage of the 8th rank is also so bold. Aaron wore a smiley mask and his tone was teasing. You are just a soul-body doppelganger, early stage of the 8th rank, it's enough to kill you. Xia Chang pressed the butt of the rifle in her hand, and the entire rifle spun around. Taking advantage of the moment when Aaron was disengaged, Xia Qing grabbed the muzzle of the rifle and threw it outwards, and in the process, she used the butt of the rifle to strike towards Aaron's face. Aaron was unable to defend himself and hastily stepped back. Natsuhara retrieved the rifle again in a smooth manner and assumed a firing position towards Aaron. Only to see the silver and white gold patterned rifle instantly change, turning into a large caliber sniper rifle of the same hue. Natsuhara pulled the trigger. Boom! A solidified energy shock that glowed white in the center and was light golden in color on the outside instantly shot out from the barrel of the rifle. In just a split second, this energy shock pierced through the night, rushing straight towards the sea and over the distant skyline. Chen Qian was shocked. The power of this seemingly light-hearted shot was incomparably astonishing. This shot, which shot straight out of the sky at the line between the sea and the sky, still had not disappeared. The terrifying destructive aura on it was more than enough to easily destroy a warship. This is the power of an 8th Order Sword Soul Master? She is her own mentor? The sea breeze blew, and the fine waves lapped the sand. Xia Chang put down the sniper rifle in her hand, turned back to look over, and opened her mouth with a smile. Hello, my name is Xia Chang. Summer as in summer, clear as in sunny, isn't it easy to remember? Are you my student? It's my first time being a teacher, so please teach me more. Chapter 93 Xia Ching teacher but very strong. Xia Ching had long blonde hair, draped in a shoulder-padded cape, wearing a white one-piece leather jacket, her upper body zipped up a bit, revealing a deep gully, one hand pressed on the black belt around her waist, the other grasped a large-caliber sniper rifle, and said with a smile. You are called Chen Qian, aren't you? I hope that we can get along well in the coming period of time. Chen Qian looked at the Xia Ching in front of him and just nodded his head blankly. From just now, all of this had happened too suddenly. First, Ai Long, a 9th-ranked sword emperor who was the leader of the White Doves, suddenly appeared and started to make a move on himself without saying 2 words. At the moment when he was about to be knocked to death by Ailin's cane. This blonde-haired, big-breasted beauty called Xia Qing, who claimed to be her teacher, suddenly appeared and saved herself. Without saying a word, a sniper shot was fired, piercing the entire black surface of the sea. He thought it would be someone fierce. But once Natsuki opened her mouth, she still seemed to be gentle and nice to be around. However, on the other hand, it is also a very fierce person. Seeing that Chen Qian didn't respond much to herself, Xia Qing thought in her heart that this child might be more cognizant of life, or she might have been scared. So she didn't say anything more and just smiled gently. Don't worry, with teacher here, this guy can't hurt you. After saying that, Natsuhara turned her body around again to look at Ai Long, who was not far away. As a 9th-rank sword emperor, Ai Long could not be underestimated. Even if he who was in this place was only a split-soul body doppelganger, he was not that easy to defeat. The sniper shot just now had not been able to hit Aaron. Hearing Xia Qing's words, a sense of security also rose in Chen Qian's heart. It had always been him who had saved others from danger during this period of time. Being saved by others, this was the first time. It feels rather good? At this time, many of Magic City's college students also ran out of the tavern in a panic and looked towards the coast. The powerful soul pressure suppression as well as the rush just now made each of them panic. Desperately, they wanted to come out and see what was going on outside. Hey, there are 3 people on the coast over there, what happened? Oh my god, there seems to be a blonde with big boobs in there. The one in black, so familiar, could it be the dark we've just been talking about? And who's that man in the white dress on the beach? Looks so scary. 2 men and 1 woman, what's up, is there a melon? Quickly tell me if there's a melon. Aaron stood by the coast, seemingly with no intention of continuing his attack. He spread his arms wide, his white cloak spreading behind him with the sea breeze, and his face was a smiling mask. Just a brief greeting with the 2 of you today. Later, there is a meet and greet gift for all of you in Dasha. A white dove, sure to bring peace to the world. Aaron's voice teased, as if he was still plotting something. A white dove suddenly emerged from within his white cloak and flew towards the sky. The number of white doves that flew out grew until it was so dense that Aaron's own body was covered by the bodies of the white doves. When all the white pigeons flew out from their cloaks, they flew neatly into the sky. Ai Long's figure was long gone. Chen Qian and Xia Qing were both looking cautiously at the white doves flying into the sky. For this 9th-ranked sword emperor of the White Dove organization of the pretty country, both of them did not dare to let their guard down. Although Aaron's figure had already disappeared, what was that meeting gift to Xia that he had spoken of? Countless white pigeons disappeared into the vastness of the night. Soon, on the distant sea level, a tall shadowy figure appeared. It seemed that there was something that was approaching towards the coast. That's... Chen Chen and Xia Chang both frowned as they looked into the distance. The university students from the various colleges and universities that stood further away from the tavern also looked on with puzzled faces. Are there a lot of black shadows appearing on the sea level? What the hell is that? I don't know, just suddenly appeared a flock of white pigeons just scared me enough. What the hell is this thing? Hey! Those can't be sirens, right? The college students looked hard over toward the sea level. Soon someone recognized that shadowed and constantly twisting figure is likely to be a swarm of sirens. Sirens, coming to attack the shore. The faces of all the people revealed a look of horror. Chen Qian also recognized it at this moment. He had already emanated his dark shadow out towards the sea. With the help of the dark shadow's spatial traversal, it quickly traveled to a location very close to those tall figures. With the help of his dark shadow senses again, he could already see it more clearly than everyone else. That gang of black shadows were the uncountable sirens. The scale was huge, and it was estimated that there were thousands of them. The soul pressure of many of those sirens had reached a very powerful level. Xiaqing noticed the bad expression on Chen Xian's face and opened her mouth to inquire. "What, are you able to see what those black shadows are?" Chen Xian nodded and said, "With my shadow ability, I'm able to do so." "Then, tell me what you have seen." Xiaqing nodded and said, "It was thousands of sirens, and it was difficult to see exactly how many heads there were at one time. The strength of the sirens, from my guess, there should be quite a few 7th rank sirens, and even more 6th rank sirens." Chen Xian said while observing the sirens that were rapidly coming towards the shore from over the sea level with his dark shadows. The scale of this kind of siren could already be fully described as a small-scale beast tide. At this moment, a large lamp was lit up on some of the defense facilities on the shore, illuminating the sea in front of them. A neat cacophony could be heard. It should be the garrison troops assembling. It seemed that the garrison troops stationed here had also discovered that the Black Shadow was a siren, and were entering a state of alert to meet the battle. Soon, a loud and clear alarm sounded in the 5th level area as well. Rains. Attention all personnel in the level 5 area, attention all personnel in the level 5 area. A large number of sirens are coming towards the coast of Chongming District, and are expected to reach the coast in 10 minutes. Please have all students training in the 5th level area return to the dormitory area immediately and await arrangements. All Devil's Capital Guards, please immediately assemble at the coast and form up to meet the sirens. Chen Xian stood at the coast. Seeing that Xiaqing had no intention of leaving, he did not offer to leave himself. He had just heard that Aaron said that his teacher had broken through to the early 8th rank. A sword soul master of the early 8th order, even if he did not have the means to deal with the tide of siren beasts in front of him alone. It wouldn't be so bad that he would be helpless. With such a big brother around, what did he have to fear? Taking a step back, even if the sirens really came close, with his sword soul liberation alone, he would have enough strength to leave this place in an instant. After all, these sirens weren't Aaron. The Magic Capital's garrison was in the midst of a tense buildup. In less than 2 minutes, the Magic City garrison stationed in the 5th level area had already assembled. Most of the garrison here were 5th rank sword soul masters and a small number of 6th rank sword soul masters. With their strength, it was simply not enough to resist the tide of siren beasts. But his mission was to stop the sirens outside the coast at all costs before the support force arrived. Right now, there were many students from various colleges and universities who were at the Chongming District training base. They were all the future hopes of Xia, and they absolutely could not allow the sirens to poison them. Scared? Xiaqing asked amusingly. Chen Xian shook his head. The 9th Order Sword Emperor's attack has passed, so what's there to be afraid of? Xiaqing smiled at that and said, "That's because Aaron didn't really want to kill you. It's just a soul-body doppelganger, that's still a 9th rank Sword Emperor, it wasn't something I could have dealt with. But these sirens, just so you can see, Miss Xiaqing but I'm very strong." Chapter 94, Won't Let Anyone Sacrifice. Xiaqing was proudly crossing her arms and smiling. The sniper rifle in her hand had changed into an emerald-colored bracelet on her wrist. "I'll definitely show my hand later, let this kid see that I, Xiaqing, am not a vegetarian. Gaze adoringly at your teacher, hahaha." Xiaqing thought so. It was her first time being a teacher. It was kinda exciting. Showing off her skills in front of the students and enjoying the students' worshipful gazes towards the teacher's powerful strength. It made her feel very expectant and excited. Previously, when she was serving in the Navy, she had felt the admiration of the other soldiers for her powerful strength. This time, in front of her own students, it would definitely be another experience. Chen Xian looked at the divine smile on her face and thought, "Is she so impatient to pretend with herself?" Actually, Chen Xian had already felt the power of Xiaqing. No matter what, she had blocked the soul-body doppelganger of a 9th Order Sword Emperor. The strength was definitely quite powerful, and it was by no means a normal early 8th rank Sword Soul Master. "Hello, I'm Tang Na of the Magic City Guard, the chief leader of this Chongming District training base." Soon, a shapely, yet very capable female wearing a blue and white military uniform walked over quickly and extended her hand. "Are you Miss Xiaqing? I have always heard of your great name, the youngest Rear Admiral of Great Xia, who has repeatedly been the main force to repel beast tides and sea raids from other countries. I once had a meeting with you. Donna had urgently activated the training base's defense plan after receiving the news from the level 5 area regarding the impending arrival of the Siren Beast Tide. She herself, as the supreme commander of the training base and one of only a few 7th-ranked powerhouses, had quickly rushed to the scene. Someone under her command reported to her what had just happened: the man in the white dress, the blonde woman and the boy in black. Inexplicably powerful soul pressure, a duel of strong men, a white dove flying in the sky. Donna didn't have time to process the news in detail. But seeing this woman in a white leather jacket with blonde hair standing on the shore, a memory from earlier in her life was what surfaced from her mind. At that time, she had just joined the Magic City Guard, going forward to a certain training base to participate in a boot camp jointly organized by various armies. Donna herself was counted as one of the best among her peers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to take on the role of one of the top brass of the Magic City Guard at such a young age. At that time, when she participated in the boot camp, she was also rubbing her fists together, wanting to get a good result in the top few places, or even win the championship, to win honor for the Magic City Guard. In the end, although she also got a very good ranking at the very top. But the top spot was taken by a woman with blonde hair and wearing a white leather jacket. That's right, that woman was Xia Cheng. Until now, Donna's memory was still fresh. Higher than her peers' powerful soul pressure, skillful and flexible fighting movements, and versatile gun weapons. This woman named Xia Qing strongly crushed all the enemies in the recruit training camp and won the championship in one fell swoop. Even in the end, Donna felt that Xia Qing was far from using her full strength. She deeply realized that she was actually considered a rare genius. But a true genius was simply strong to the point of despair. "Hello, Ms. Donna." Xia Qing politely shook Donna's hand, the youngest outstanding commander of the Magic Capital Guard, a mid-7th-rank sword soul master, who has commanded the Magic Capital Guard to repel the tide of siren beasts many times. "We once crossed paths in the recruit training camp, I do remember." At those words, Donna was thrilled. She had indeed fought against Xia Qing in the training camp. However, it was a pity that after she thought she had caught Xia Qing's break and unleashed her final strike. However, it was easily dodged by Xia Qing, and then she was defeated by Xia Qing's attack and fainted on the ground. I didn't realize that after so many years, Xia Qing still remembered herself. And it seemed like she was still paying attention to herself. Chen Shen watched as the two introduced and greeted each other. In his heart, he was also slightly surprised. This teacher of his, although he had heard Zhang Jinwu say that he had served in the Navy, he did not expect that he was actually a rear admiral. One could only say that he was indeed the official teacher sent to him. Whether it was strength or identity, it must be extraordinary. "This is my student, his name is Chen Xian. Well, we have also just met, whether we can be good together in the future is also still unknown. However, I am very confident in gaining his approval, after all, I am strong enough." Xia Qing suddenly pulled Chen Xian closer to her side and introduced herself with one hand on Chen Xian's shoulder. Seeing this, Tang Na also complimented the two. Looking at Chen Xian, she instantly recognized him as the boy in black who was with Xiaofu. She had heard Lu Xiang and Feng Mo say that Xiaofu had capriciously entered the 4th level area the other day. It was this black-clothed boy who appeared and saved Xiaofu. Recently again, he appeared in the level 5 area and killed big time. Not only is his own strength super strong, but he now has a strong person like Xia Qing as his teacher. The future was unlimited. Tang Na's gaze towards Chen Xian was also a bit more meaningful. After a simple greeting, a formal conversation began. According to what Donna had said, the sirens that attacked this time came very suddenly. Logically speaking, according to the series of reconnaissance and defense measures laid out by the Magic Capital Guard. But whenever there was a movement of a siren attack, they would be able to detect it in advance. Then they would have enough time to make a series of arrangements such as personnel transfer and troop arrangement. But this time, when they discovered the siren's traces, the siren was almost close at hand. This is a good thing that White Dove has done. With Aaron's means, arranging this beast tide to evade the garrison's reconnaissance isn't a difficult task. Natsuharu analyzed. Donna's eyes widened in shock. It was only then that she realized from Natsuharu's mouth that the man in the white dress mentioned in her men's report was actually Aaron. And this Aaron was actually the leader of the White Doves, the 9th-rank sword emperor of the pretty country. Donna had never expected that she would face such a terrifying character this time. The entire Chongming district's garrison is expediting to gather here, and we have also notified the garrison headquarters to come urgently for support. According to our party's reconnaissance, there are a handful of 6th-ranked ferocious beasts in this tide of siren beasts, numerous 7th-ranked ferocious beasts, and even the existence of 8th-ranked ferocious beasts. It's hard to cope with the beast tide with just the strength of our garrison alone, but with Miss Xiaoqing around, we believe that we will definitely be able to sustain ourselves until the headquarters comes to our aid, and every single one of our garrison warriors is prepared to make sacrifices. Never let the sirens come ashore, Donna said with a firm face. Donna's words caused Chen Qian's heart to be startled once again. Unexpectedly, this time, there were still 8th-ranked ferocious beasts in the siren beast tide. His dark shadow had not been able to detect it. This was not surprising, after all, he was only at the mid-4th rank now, and it was difficult to probe these clearly when he was no match for the means of the guards. It was just that the situation at the scene had become even more dire. All of the garrison soldiers on the scene combined, there were only a handful of 7th-ranked, a portion of 6th-ranked and a few more 5th-ranked. There were even some soldiers who were only 4th rank. Facing a tide of sea demon beasts, it was simply unbeatable. Although Xiaoqing had the strength of the 8th rank. But she was only one person. Could this teacher of hers really cope with the wave of siren beasts? Who would have thought that Xiaoqing didn't show the slightest hint of surprise, panic or fear, but only smiled and said, "Miss Donna doesn't have to worry, with me, Xiaoqing, I won't let any of my soldiers or students be sacrificed." Chapter 95 Sword Soul Liberation, Unlimited Gun Fantasy. Inside the Chongming District Training Base. Under the night, all the various illuminations had been lit up. The alarm regarding the wave of siren beasts that was about to attack Chongming District was also sounded in various areas. All of the 5th rank and above garrison soldiers were being urgently deployed to the coast. The 4th rank soldiers and reserve soldiers were in charge of organizing the evacuation of the various staff and students in the base. After everyone else had been evacuated, the 4th rank recruits and the reserve soldiers with even lower strengths, would also have to be evacuated according to military orders. The square in front of the office hall. The teleportation portals leading to the various ferocious beast zones were constantly flashing brightly, and one by one, the students came out of the portals with panicked faces, afraid that if they came out a little later, they would be torn apart by the attacking sirens. However, in the portal on the other side, the guards in blue and white uniforms entered the portal in a neat and orderly manner, running towards the coast where the sirens were about to land. The dormitory building in the dormitory area, where the lights in the hallways were turned on, was also noisy with people. Many students were in their rooms, preparing to rest, but were awakened by the sudden sound of the alarm outside. Hearing that the sirens were about to attack the Chongming District Training Base, all of them jumped up from their beds with numbness and hurriedly packed up their things to follow the arrangements for evacuation. They were all able to guess that the scale of this siren attack would not be small. Because the Chongming District Training Base had been open for some time, it had also encountered several siren attacks. After all, the west coast of the Pacific Ocean had been unsettled during this period of time, and it was the time when siren attacks were most frequent. But the previous times, there were no alarms sounded, not to mention no organization to evacuate everyone. And this time, not only did they organize the evacuation of non-combatants overnight, but even the entire garrison of the training base was assembling towards the coast. It was enough to see how large the scale of this siren attack was. It wasn't impossible for the entire Chongming District Training Base to be wiped out. Some 4th rank garrison soldiers were organizing the evacuation. "Everyone, don't panic, please evacuate in an orderly manner. The Devil's Capital Guard Army is assembling at the coast, making every effort to block the sirens and never letting a single siren come ashore." There was also a certain amount of commotion among the students who were organizing the evacuation and withdrawal. "Mama! The alarm is pulled so loudly, these sirens won't kill the Chongming District and eat us all. What's the point of pussyfooting around? I told you to evacuate but I didn't tell you to go to war, you're still nagging." "That's right. The garrison has already said they'll defend to the death, we have to trust the soldiers. If the siren really kills its way to the shore, we'll fight the siren. Aren't we working hard to become stronger just to fight against the ferocious beasts? I think we should simply join the garrison on the spot and guard the Chongming District coast together." Just as some of the students were trembling with fear, and some were sexually excited, a burly garrison officer appeared and loudly scolded. "Shut up all of you. Regardless of whether you're scared or whether you want to go into battle to kill the ferocious beasts, there's only one thing you all have to do now, and that's to listen to the arrangements and evacuate properly in accordance with the instructions. You guys haven't grown up yet, going to the battlefield is a death sentence. It is the responsibility of our garrison to guard you and the people of Chongming District. In the future, I welcome all of you to join the Magic City Guard. After saying that, the garrison officer then also rushed into the teleportation gate heading to the coast of the 5th level zone along with the other garrison soldiers. All the students at the scene were also silent. They had all heard and understood the words of that garrison officer. The current ones were just students who hadn't grown up yet, and going into battle would be a waste of time. It would be better to wait until they had the strength in the future and then join the Magic Capital Guard. Like the current garrison guarding them, they would then guard the others. Understanding this, many of the students stopped talking and silently obeyed the arrangement to leave. But in their eyes, there was an unprecedented determination. On the balcony of the S-class dormitory building, Bai Xiaofu's silver-white hair was blown up by the wildly restless wind, and her pair of eyes gazed out at the distant level 5 area. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a crystalline gaze that was as worried as could be. She was also keenly sensing that this wave of siren beasts was not simple. Sister Tang Na, Brother Feng Imo, Sister Lu Xiang and the others should have already rushed to the front line at this time. Bai Xiaofu was worried about their safety. She knew that as a Devil's Capital Guard, dying in battle against the sirens was an honor and at the same time an inevitable thing. However, she still didn't want to watch her closest and dearest ones die. Classmate Chen Xian, are you also in the 5th level area? Did you evacuate back successfully? Level 5 Zone Coast. At this time, the entire Chongming District Training Base's garrison had basically assembled. Including Donna, there were 3 7th-ranked Sword Soul Masters, more than 26th-ranked Sword Soul Masters and most of the 5th-ranked Sword Soul Masters. This force, compared to the wave of siren beasts that were about to arrive, was really a bit unbearable. But there was not a single soldier on the scene who had a look of fear. In order to guard the lives and properties of the people within the Devil's Capital, they, the Devil's Capital Guard, were not afraid of any enemy. Xia Cheng, Donna and Chen Xian stood at the forefront of the army, welcoming the upcoming siren. Ms. Xia Cheng, is it really not necessary to have this student of yours evacuate? Donna asked worriedly. She knew that Chen Xian's strength was not bad, and with a 4th-order soul pressure, he had the strength to slaughter a 5th-order siren. Although most of the soldiers on the scene were also of the 5th rank, similar to Chen Xian's strength. But honestly, the reason why the 5th-rank soldiers were sent here was really a desperate move due to the lack of troops. 5th-ranked Sword Soul Masters were too fragile in front of this beast tide where the weakest were 6th-ranked ferocious beasts. If she could, Donna would have wanted them to evacuate along with the 4th-rank recruits and the reserve soldiers. But there was no way, there were just not enough soldiers, so she could only let the 5th-ranked soldiers take the field to buy time for the headquarters support to arrive. But Chen Xian's words, as a student whose soul pressure was only at the 4th rank, should totally be evacuated. If anything happened to Chen Xian here, I'm sure that girl Xiaofu would be very sad. Xia Qing just smiled and said, "It's fine, this kid isn't scared, let him follow for a long time." In her heart, she was saying, if this kid isn't present, who will I pretend to be a bully for later? Donna also had no choice but to stop asking. In her heart, she also secretly decided that once the battle started, she would also do her best to protect Chen Xian's safety. The dense black shadows in the distance became clearer and clearer, more and more massive. The waves that pounded onto the beach were also becoming more and more urgent and powerful. The fishy, salty sea breeze blew manically. All of this signaled that the siren was about to reach the coast of Chongming District. Just as Donna was about to order a welcome attack, Xia Qing was the one who stepped away from her extremely fleshy legs under a pair of tight leather pants and walked towards a position close to the coast. While walking out, Xia Qing also turned back and deliberately glanced at Chen Xian, revealing a rather meaningful smile. Chen Xian could only smile helplessly in response, thinking to himself, "Alright Ms. Xia Qing, student, I'll watch you play hard to get and won't blink." On the other hand, Donna and the other guards were filled with nervousness, not knowing why Xia Cheng would make such a dangerous move alone. Soon, a tidal wave came madly towards the shore. A tall sea demon revealed most of its body on the surface of the sea, with dark shadows and a horrifying aura. Some were like sea dragons, their long bodies sticking out of the sea with bloodshot eyes and claws. Some are long, with human-like limbs, but with more fins and other parts. Some were huge fish with large mouths full of sharp teeth, as if they were able to devour everything. Xia Qing stood by the coast, facing these ferocious beasts, but she was not the least bit afraid. A silver-white golden patterned longsword appeared in her hand, and she held it downwards with her backhand, lightly chanting, "Sword Soul Liberation, Infinite Gun Fantasy." Chapter 96 Cannon on the Coastline, Blasting the Beast Tide. With a soft call from Xia Qing, the silver platinum pattern longsword in her hand descended. As the silver white gold pattern longsword splashed a rippling water halo, it disappeared into the ground as if it had disappeared into the water. A massive halo also appeared on the ground on both sides of Xia Qing's body, extending outwards along the coastline of the 5th level area. Immediately afterward, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, including Chen Jiwei, a rack of silver white shelled, coolie-shaped supergiant cannons rose from these halos. The diameter of the barrel of each giant cannon was a staggering 3 meters. First, the first row of giant cannons around Xia Qing set up, followed by the second, third, and fourth rows in the rear. Every time a giant cannon appeared in the latter row, the support of the cannon rack would be higher by a distance of 1 barrel diameter, erected above the previous row of giant cannons. As more and more rows of giant cannons were erected in this tens of kilometers long coastline of Chongming district, there actually appeared a steel wall constructed by giant cannons. Unlike normal city walls only had solid and thick walls for defense against the enemy. Instead, the walls of this steel city wall only had a black hole of a cannon with a diameter of 3 meters. It would pulverize all enemies. At the same time, an extremely powerful soul pressure erupted from Xia Qing's body. Chen Jin was at the back, looking at Xia Qing, who was standing in front of the giant cannon wall, and his heart could not be calm. What Xia Qing had used was none other than sword soul liberation. Unexpectedly, her sword soul liberation was so exaggerated. Surprisingly, she could directly erect a giant cannon city wall on the coastline of Chongming district. This was the first time he had seen anyone else's sword soul liberation. Ow ow ow. Pouncing at the very front was a group of sea dragons with strengths at the 6th and 7th ranks. And at the back, there were other types of sea demons following close behind, coming towards the coast of Chongming district. Xia Qing had a confident smile on her face, her white shoulder-padded cloak fluttering in the wind as she pointed with her hand. Fire! All of a sudden, condensed white rays of light coalesced from the densely packed gunports on the tens of kilometers long city walls. The white light condensed energy extremely dramatically, becoming more and more dense and solid. Buzz buzz buzz. The moment the countless sirens roared and rushed up, countless white rays of light bloomed horrifyingly, and a white light cannon with a high energy density was shot out from the city wall that was tens of kilometers long. Ow ow ow. The 6th and 7th rank sea dragon fierce beasts that pounced at the very front didn't even have time to react before they were blasted onto their bodies by these dense white light cannons. Their huge bodies were instantly torn into pieces by this light cannon with extremely high energy density. Even their bodies were not able to make the slightest resistance to the firing of this light cannon, and while they were mercilessly torn to pieces, the light cannon still maintained its original speed and straight trajectory towards the sirens in the rear. The night sky was illuminated by the light cannon walls that were tens of kilometers long and tens of meters high. The moonlight lost its color and the stars were dim. The sirens that went forward and backward, whether they were of the 6th or 7th rank, or even of the 8th rank, were annihilated under the bombardment of this white light cannon. The manic wind and waves gradually lost their temper. On the coast, all of the magic capital guard, including Donna, were staring at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. All of them were prepared to guard the coast of Chongming district to the death, as long as their flesh and blood could support them until the arrival of the garrison headquarters. No matter how heavy the price they paid, it would be considered a victory. Every one of them had been ready to sacrifice. As a result, you're playing this with me? You alone, you blasted the entire tide of siren beasts? Let alone sacrificing, I didn't even have a chance to send them to their deaths? Chen Xian's face also revealed a look of shock. He saw that Xia Qing once again turned back to look at herself. Her long blonde hair was flowing, her straight curves, her high breasts, and her face was full of smiles that showed her confidence. It was as if he was showing off with himself. Behold, Mr. Xia Qing, I'm very good, right? Chen Xian looked a little dazed, then helplessly let out a light laugh. It seemed that this teacher of his was not a simple and mediocre fellow either. That's right, if one wanted to be qualified to be as Chen Xian's teacher, one would need to have this kind of strength to blast through a wave of beasts in a single breath to be able to do so. Chen Xian's heart had already silently recognized Xia Qing. The number of sirens was very large. The giant cannon of the coastal wall, which was tens of kilometers long and tens of meters high, was also continuously bombarding. And the might did not diminish in the slightest. At this time, an anxious voice came from Donna's intercom. Donna! Report on the situation. What's the battle situation in Chongming district? What are the deaths and injuries? Support will be here soon. Donna, however, had a dumbfounded look on her face, looking at the appalling yet extremely safe city wall's giant cannon in front of her, not saying a word. She felt in her heart that the muzzle of this giant cannon was not aimed at herself, but at the sirens. It could be really great. Hey! Donna, answer. The voice on the other side of the intercom was even more alarmed and anxious. It seemed to be worried that Donna, a 7th-ranked commander, wouldn't have already died in battle as well, right? In. Donna came back to her senses. Army commander by, the battle situation at the scene is a great deal better. Good. Didn't you guys report that there are 8th order beasts in the beast tide? Yes, but I guess it's gone by now as well. What do you mean it's gone? Donna, don't say anything stupid. Have you been scared silly? I'll be there soon. No, by Army commander, listen to me, I feel that you don't need to come anymore. Donna looked at the sea in the distance, only the white light cannons were still relentlessly blasting. And the trace of the siren was already almost invisible. Soon after, the giant cannons of the city wall gradually subsided. A white light cannon slowly wound down and soon disappeared without a trace. The black hole of the cannon seemed to waft white smoke, forming a mist if anything on the coast. The sea surface returned to a calm, with only a few scattered broken limbs and remains of the sirens that seemed to tell people what had just happened. Furthermore, the life response of a single siren was all but gone. This beast tide, if it hadn't happened on the boundaries of the magic capital. If it had happened on any city with slightly weaker defenses. Then, an entire city could have been slaughtered by this beast tide and swallowed under the sea. Even in the magic capital, if the garrison headquarters were not able to come to their aid in time, there would be heavy deaths and injuries. But it was such a horrifying beast tide that was blown away in one fell swoop by Xia Qing alone. Donna shook her head helplessly as she looked at the wantonly exuberant Xia Qing. Over the past so many years, the gap between her and this perverted genius had grown to an unimaginable level. This time, Xia Qing's outburst had truly stunned everyone. The first thing was that for her to set up a city wall giant cannon on the coast, she would need to have quite a huge amount of soul pressure as support. Not to mention the fact that this city wall giant cannon shot out terrifying light cannons in unison, and its power was able to last for half an hour without diminishing. It was even more evident that the massive soul pressure on Xia Qing was terrifying. Immediately afterward, the rows of giant cannons were also put away in turn, sinking into the ground and disappearing without a trace. A silver white golden fine sword returned to Xia Qing's hands, meaning that she had already lifted the state of sword soul liberation. Chen Xian saw Xia Qing's fine sword transform into a bracelet and return to her wrist. She then took a step towards herself, her hands clasping her towering breasts with a proud look on her face. How's that? Qualified enough to be your teacher, right? Next, it's time for me to see your grades. Did you get the top 100 or not? Looking at Xia Qing, who had a proud face and a slightly provocative look on her face, Chen Xian's heart was also rising with the energy of not giving in. Top 100? Let's take the first place directly. Chen Xian's mouth revealed a very excited smile as he opened his mouth. Miss Xia Qing, I'm not going to lose to you. Chapter 97 Crisis lifted without a single casualty. Not long after. Flanked by a group of senior officers of the guard army such as Tang Na, both Xia Qing and Chen Xian returned to the office hall of the Chongming District Training Base. After the wave of siren beasts had been eliminated by Xia Qing, a notice was also sounded within the training base, telling all those within the base of this news. Notice! Notice! This tide of siren beasts has been repelled, the crisis is lifted. Notice! Notice! This wave of sirens has been repelled, the crisis is over. Notice! Announcement! This tide of siren beasts has been repelled, the crisis is over. The voice of the communication miss who was incredibly excited came from the radio. Whether it was those 4th-ranked recruits and reservists who were organizing the evacuation of their personnel, or those students and non-combat-related staff members, some of whom were in the queue and some of whom had already boarded the buses, all of them were filled with disbelief. After all, this siren beast tide was such a big battle, how could it end so easily? Even, they themselves were prepared for the front line to be breached and to face the sirens themselves. But now they were suddenly told that the crisis had been lifted? Who believed this? They even felt that it wasn't the case that the sirens had already breached the defenses of the garrison and invaded the management system. It imitated human voices and conveyed false information to them. The purpose was to make them think they were safe, relax their guard, and stop thinking about leaving the training base as soon as possible. Then they would be able to trap all of them in the training base in one fell swoop. How is it possible? Have these sirens already killed the frontline generals and fought their way in? Trying to trick us into not leaving? Well, I'm really not leaving. I'm going to fight with these sea demons. The garrison generals in the front sacrificed their lives for us. There are still countless citizens of Mordor in the vast living area behind the training base. We're the only ones who can buy time for the arrival of support from the garrison headquarters. For a time, the group was furious, and many of the garrison recruits and some of the students were screaming to fight the sirens. It caused the young lady in charge of broadcasting notifications to panic and shouted one after another. No! People aren't any sirens. The sirens have really been repelled. But everyone didn't believe it that easily. Yuck! You're still pretending. Where's the communication room? I'm going to kill this siren. I'll go with you. Damn, this siren is simply too abominable. A group of people said they were about to go to the communication room to find out if there was a disgusting siren squatting in front of the microphone and imitating human voices to deceive them. Don't come over. I'm really not a siren. When the gang broke open the door of the news agency and instead of seeing the expected blue-skinned, slippery, fishy and salty siren, they saw a young lady in a blue and white uniform with tears on her face, each one of them froze. This wasn't quite what they thought, huh? You guys, do you think that sirens are even able to imitate the appearance of humans? I don't think this is ruled out. Miss Correspondent was so scared that her face turned white and pearly. She was only a clerical position, But who said that a civilian couldn't fight? It wasn't until Donna and the other group of guards, as well as Xia Cheng and Chen Xian, who were at the forefront with Donna, came out of the teleportation portal. It was only then that everyone inside the training base believed the fact that the tide of siren beasts had been repelled. No, there's no possibility that Commander Donna and the others were all sirens in disguise? Donna just happened to walk by and raised her hand to give the recruit who uttered this a head bounce. You're the one who's a siren. How much do you think you weigh? We were all killed by the siren, why should we pretend to lie to you? There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Indeed. If even Commander Donna and the rest of them, 7th Order, 6th Order experts, were killed in a short period of time. Even if the siren wanted to fake it, it would be after murdering those of them present. Thus deceiving the headquarters of the garrison, and then using the training base as a stronghold to encroach on Chongming district. Where was the need to be so abrasive to deal with them, the little caramels whose strongest was no more than the 4th rank? Sister Donna. Bai Xiaofu was also among the crowd and hadn't left this place yet. Seeing everyone walk out of the portal properly, her heart burst with excitement and she ran towards Donna. Xiaofu. Seeing Bai Xiaofu pounce over, Tang Na also opened her hands to embrace the little girl into her arms. Rubbing Bai Xiaofu's little head with one hand, her eyes were rimmed with a few tears. This time, she really thought that she would die in the battle with the sea demon. Never to see this girl Xiaofu again. But luckily there's Miss Xia Qing. Donna wrapped one hand around Bai Xiaofu and beckoned outward with the other, exclaiming. Thanks to Miss Xia Qing's great help, the sirens have been blown away as much as they can, all of them, without a single casualty. Donna's voice echoed atmospherically in the sky above the training base, and everyone's chests were very excited to hear it. Not a single casualty. Too strong. Ms. Xia Cheng? I've heard of her legend, the youngest Rear Admiral of Disya, an army by herself. So fierce? This time, we were able to turn this into a success thanks to Ms. Xia Qing. Chen Xian saw that Xia Chang beside him had confidently lifted up her already high chest with a smug expression on her face. He also could not help but feel amused. It seemed that although this teacher of his was big enough, but in certain aspects, it was still as average-minded as a child. Student Chen Xian, did you go to the 5th level area? It's really great that you're fine. Bai Xiaofu walked over to Chen Xian's side, the corners of her eyes glistening and her small face flushed. Ever since she had parted ways with Chen Xian in the level 4 area, she had always had worries about Chen Xian's well-being. After all, Chen Xian had actually said that he was going to go to the 5th level area to make a break for it, which was really too dangerous. She only hated the fact that she was not strong enough to even penetrate into the 4th level area, not being able to travel to the 5th level area with Chen Xian. Now that she saw that Chen Xian was safe and sound, she was also very happy. Thank you, fellow Xiaofu, I'm fine. I'm going to the hall now to submit my points for killing the ferocious beasts, do you want to come along? Chen Xian said with a smile. Bai Xiaofu also nodded. She wanted to see how many ferocious beasts Chen Xian had killed since entering the level 5 zone, and how big the gap between herself and Chen Xian was. The people in the base were still immersed in the post-hijacking cheers. Some people thought of it in their excitement. Why hadn't the group of people who had rushed into the communication room to kill the sirens come back yet? The communication room. A bunch of garrison recruits and some students piled up into a small mountain of unconsciousness. Miss Communicator clapped her hands and said aggressively, "People have said that they're not sirens." Inside the office hall, Chen Xian walked in, surrounded by not only Xia Qing, but also by Xiaofu, as well as senior officers such as Dana who wanted to come along for the ride. According to Dana, although this siren infestation hadn't caused any substantial damage, it had caused a certain amount of panic. And with the White Pigeon leader Aaron showing up and the 8th Order Fierce Beast tie triggering, the impact itself was big enough. Therefore, the training base would be ending straight away, and would not wait for the official end date 2 days later. Chen Xian handed over his record bracelet to the front desk lady. Apprentice brother, there's no need to be so serious in fact, I'm only talking about what I'm asking of you for fun. Actually, for a freshman like you who just finished the college entrance exams, it's outstanding to be able to mix well in a third-level district. Looking at Chen Xian really handing over the bracelet, Xia Qing's heart was a bit flustered and she said in a hurry. Chen Xian just smiled and did not reply. The receptionist lady entered the information from the recording bracelet into the computer, and soon, the ranking public list in the hall changed. First place, Chen Xian, 268-5543. Chapter 98, Zhongming District Training Base, ranking number 1. The ranking public list in the office hall would only show the top 100 results. After all, there were many people who came to each training base, and displaying the entire ranking was too troublesome and unnecessary. It was enough to only display the top 100 results to be able to play a certain role in motivating competition. Xia Qing also didn't know enough about the Zhongming District Training Base before. She had thought that it was a small training base that at most freshmen and sophomores would come to, and that the ferocious beast levels were at most 3rd but not 4th order. The idea of asking Chen Xian to get a top 100 ranking was just a casual idea that was fun and could leave a bit of an impression on the students. It was also a way to look like she was very good at what she did. But only after making the offer did she realize that the original Zhongming District's training base was very large. The strongest ferocious beasts were of the 5th rank. Then having one student take the top 100 was simply a fool's errand. How could a freshman be that strong? Yet Xia Qing was not in a good position to open her mouth and withdraw the conditions. Otherwise it would look like she was brainless. So it was just like that. Anyway, even if Chen Xian couldn't fulfill her conditions, she would still accept him as a student. When the time came, she would say, "What, you can't even complete a task of this level? No problem, you can quickly become stronger if you practice well under Ms. Xia Qing's hand." Like that. It would also seem like he was very powerful, and would definitely be able to inspire him to learn to cultivate. But when Xia Qing saw the publicized ranking list on the electronic screen above, the first position text flashed. First place, Chen Xian, 268-5543. Xia Qing was directly dumbfounded. What? What is this? I asked you kid to go and get me a top 100, and you directly gave me a whole first place? Bai Xiaofu's eyes widened in surprise, her small hand subconsciously covering her wide-open mouth. When Tang Na saw Chen Xian's number 1 ranked points, she could only laugh softly and shake her head helplessly. She had long known that the dark who had been killing it big time in the 5th level area was Chen Xian. So right now, even if she saw Chen Xian ascending to the top, she wouldn't be too surprised. Or rather, she had long since finished being surprised, and now all that was left in her heart was the helplessness of looking up to a true genius in the world. This pair of teacher students can really be perverted to the extreme, not giving any life to their peers at all. But at this time, many people within the office hall were still puzzled. Although they were surprised that Chen Xian was able to reach the top in a single breath and also gain so many points, they weren't like Xia Qing, Bai Xiaofu, and Tang Na. This student is truly a young talent, junior or senior this year. Are you interested in coming to the Magic City Guard after graduation? There was a robust guard army officer with a hard stubble beard who asked with a smile. Mr. Chen Xian is still a freshman, he hasn't officially reported for duty, let's not be in such a hurry. Donna shook her head and laughed lightly. It was this sentence of hers that instantly set off the entire office hall. After all, even if everyone was surprised just now, they only thought that Chen Xian was an old student, and that obtaining this achievement, although excellent, was within the range of acceptance of the crowd. But now you're saying that this guy who got more than 2 million points was still just a freshman who hadn't officially enrolled? Then things became completely different. What? This isn't a joke. The stocky officer took 2 steps back in fear. Well, he and Xiaofu are classmates at the same time, and the two of them have a good relationship. Donna seemed to have intentionally said this out loud and glanced at Chen Xian. Chen Xian smiled and didn't deny it, nor did he say anything more. Bai Xiaofu, on the other hand, had a slight shyness on her cheeks for some reason. What? This summer's Chongming District Training Base number 1 is actually an unenrolled freshman. In this world, when did freshmen become capable of killing 5th order ferocious beasts? A coat of black, could he be the dark who robbed our monsters in the 5th rank area? No wonder. Only the dark who killed a lot of people in the 5th level area could have gotten more than 2 million terrifying points. He's also the Mountain River Province's teenage hero. The top student of the Mountain River Province Unlimited Points College Entrance Examination. The Mountain River Province's college entrance exam ended the other day, and the results have already been announced. It's him. Our sisters almost died in the 4th level area, and it was him who saved us. Sure enough, he's a teenage hero. The others who had gathered in the office hall also realized this and exclaimed. Training base points topping the first, wildly killing the dark of a level 5 area, the top student of the Mountain River Province college entrance exam, and the Mountain River Province's teenage hero. One by one, gold-encrusted dazzling titles floated above Chen Xian's head, blinding the eyes of the crowd. How could there be such a bullish person in this world? In everyone's hearts, a wave of admiration for Chen Xian rose. It was both a pure admiration for the strong and a kind of worship for the hero. Donna was also smiling faintly as she looked at Chen Xian and Xia Qing. She knew that it was impossible for Chen Xian to simply stay in the Magic Capital Guard in the future. Although she wasn't very clear about it, she also knew that the identity of this woman, Xia Qing, was not simple. She only knew that Xia Qing had once served in the Navy, became the youngest rear admiral, and then did not know what she was doing after she retired. But Xia Qing should have never been anyone's teacher. The fact that this time, Xia Qing had specifically come to the Magic Capital Magic University to be Chen Xian's teacher was already very telling. Chen Xian, this student, was probably already being looked at as a key cultivation target. In the future, Chen Xian wouldn't belong to Magic City, nor would he even belong to Mountain River Province. He would belong to the entire Grand Xia. It's unlikely to want him to stay in Magic City, but with Xiaofu, it's possible to consider another way. Donna looked meaningfully at Bai Xiaofu. Bai Xiaofu. How about it, Ms. Xia Chang, are you still satisfied with my grades? Chen Xian said with a smile. Still, it's okay, worthy of being my disciple. Did pretty well, barely qualified. Xia Qing forced herself to be calm. I'm going to go. How is this disciple he accepted so heaven-defying? Just now, I hadn't paid attention to it, but when I took a closer look, this guy's soul pressure had reached the middle of the 4th order. The same period of time himself is only the level of the 3rd order. How this kid can go to muslin 5th order ferocious beast. However, as a teacher, in front of the disciple must maintain the majesty. Definitely cannot let this kid see that he was shocked by him. But fortunately, he had just blasted a wave of sea demon beasts, so he should be able to suppress it as well, right? But the posture of her hands clasping her chest, as well as her slightly trembling body, as well as her flashing eyes, all betrayed her true thoughts. Chen Xian saw Xia Qing's reaction in his eyes, but did not poke at it. This teacher of his own was really interesting. But then again, just now, he heard someone say that the Mountain River Province's college entrance examination had already been released, and that he had already become the rightful top scholar of the Mountain River Province's college entrance examination. So then, Shuang should have already known her own results from her second college entrance exam as well. I wondered if the enrollment in Mountain River Province had already been completed, and if Shuang had already arrived at the Devil's University. He had traveled to the ferocious beast area to kill monsters these days, but he had forgotten his cell phone in the dormitory, so he wasn't clear about anything. Thinking about this, he really wanted to hurry back to the Magic University. Commander Tang, points can be redeemed for rewards, right? I want to hurry up and go back to Magic University after redeeming them. Chen Xian asked urgently towards Tang Na. Chapter 99 Soul Pressure Crystals, Non-Self-Driven Soul Tools. Of course, you have more than 2 million points, you can redeem the rewards within the training base as you please. Donna said with a smile. Subsequently, Chen Xian began to check the redeemable rewards in the Chongming District Training Base's warehouse with the help of the front desk lady. After all, it was single-handedly organized by the Magic City Guard, and the rewards within the warehouse could be described as very rich. The most precious rewards were some powerful combat soul tools, such as the Thunderflame Lance, Granite Protective Armor, Divine Speed Boots, etc., as well as some powerful soul techniques used by the Guard Army, all of which were very useful in actual combat. Whether it was the development of soul tools or soul techniques, the intention was to make up for the inadequacy of the Sword Soul Master's personal Sword Soul ability in certain aspects. These things were very precious to many Sword Soul Masters. This was because no matter how high their Sword Soul grade was, there were basically areas that they were not good at. For example, offensive Sword Souls were deficient in defense, defensive Sword Souls were deficient in attack, etc. But Chen Xian didn't have such flaws. His Endless Shadow ability could be said to cover all aspects of offense, defense, and evasion. Even his healing ability, which he was unable to do before. It was also through the strengthening and upgrading of the shadowing skill that the ability of reverse shadowing was unlocked. In the future, whenever he was injured, he would be able to transform into his own flesh through his reverse shadowing of shadows in order to recover from his injuries. Even if it was some pathological diseases, as long as he operated meticulously, it was not impossible to expel some diseased cells or viruses, and then replenish them with reverse shadowing. It was just that he felt that he could not do such a meticulous operation with his current ability for the time being. Therefore, these soul tools and soul skills that were precious in the eyes of others were not that valuable to him. Moreover, these soul tools were too bulky to wear on his body, and the soul skills were also fancy. Greedy for power in this area would only make superfluous additions, making every aspect cumbersome and unrefined. Chen Xian felt that he fought with Shadow, a black coat and a black sword, was the purest. Sword Soul Masters, as a matter of course, had to fight with their Sword Soul abilities. Those who borrowed soul tools and soul techniques to fight could only say that the purity isn't high enough. Space Ring. My shadow space can be much better than this. Chen Xian thought silently in his heart. Chen Xian scratched the electronic list given by the front desk lady, his brows furrowed as he seemed to be dissatisfied with all of it. Looking at the unsatisfied reaction on Chen Xian's face, the faces of everyone on the scene were all very odd. Although redeeming the rewards had to be done through the front desk young lady, if they were to simply check it out, they themselves could do so through certain equipment. That was why many of them were well aware of how many goodies the Magic City Guard had prepared in the training base's warehouse. If they could redeem those high-quality weapons or battle armor and other soul tools, or redeem powerful and practical soul skills, it would be a not insignificant increase in their own strength. It's just that the points needed to redeem these rewards were quite a lot. Most people would only be able to sigh in disbelief. But Chen Xian had more than 2 million points, so it could be said that he could take whatever he wanted. As a result, looking at his face, he even resented on it? What, so many good things do not see on? Xia Qing stood right beside Chen Xian and also saw the redeemable rewards above the list and opened her mouth to say. Although her mouth said that there were so many good things, her eyes betrayed that she actually didn't care much for the things in here. After all, Xia Qing was an 8th-rank Sword Soul Master, and there was certainly no way that there was anything she could look at in a training base attended by up to 5th-rank Sword Soul Masters. These are all rare and good things, they just aren't of much use to me. Chen Xian was good at talking and said. Like this, in fact, some of the soul skills for combat in here are still quite good. Xia Qing said, but did not say anything more. After all, she didn't know Chen Xian very well right now, and wasn't even clear on what exactly this guy's sword soul ability was, not the time to make suggestions as a teacher. Since he was able to possess a mid-4th rank soul pressure so early on, he was also able to outperform a group of 5th rank sword soul masters and win first place in the training base. It meant that he must be extraordinary, and even if he didn't look down on some of the rewards of the training base, it was normal. At this time, Donna walked over and said to the front desk lady with a smile. In that case, show those special soul tools to student Chen Xian. Donna was also able to see that Chen Xian was not satisfied with the existing ones and said. This guy, if he didn't show this brat something good, he really thought that they, the Magic Capital Guard, were eating their food. Tang, Commander Tang, the special soul tool you're talking about? The front desk young lady was astonished. At this moment, everyone's gazes also looked at Tang Na, including Chen Xian and Xia Qing. They were all a little curious as to what the so-called special soul tool Donna was referring to in her words. Donna just smiled and didn't say anything, seemingly to keep the mystery alive. Could it be those soul tools that are powered by using soul pressure crystals? At this time, Bai Xiaofu was the one who suddenly remembered something and said in surprise. Soul pressure crystal driven, what is that? Chen Qian asked. Yes, it's a very special weapon. Bai Xiaofu was asked by Chen Qian, but she stammered and couldn't speak with a slightly flushed face. This was because she herself wasn't very clear on what exactly this thing was, and couldn't say much about it. The Magic Capital Guard has already produced this kind of thing? Natsuharu, her face slightly surprised, spoke. Obviously, she was aware of this kind of soul tool. Teacher Xiaoqing, then what exactly is this so-called soul pressure crystal-driven soul tool? Chen Qian asked. He had a feeling that this thing might actually come in handy. Xiaoqing also explained. This thing, well, it has to be from a few years ago, when Xia discovered a special mineral from the bottom of the South China Sea. This special mineral, according to the different grades, also presents different colors. The most common is blue. It has an incredibly hard and strong appearance. What makes this mineral special is that people have discovered that soul pressure is sealed within it. As Xiaoqing's words fell, the people at the scene all had shocked expressions on their faces. Chen Qian's expression was also touched. If one were to simply seal the soul pressure, it would not be difficult to do so with the existing technology of mankind. But most importantly, the discovery of this crystal meant the discovery of a large amount of utilizable soul pressure resources. This was of great strategic significance. After this kind of crystallization was discovered, it was also named simply and plainly as soul pressure crystallization. And then, the development of non-self-driving soul tools was also put on the agenda. It just didn't occur to me that your Magic Capital Guard has already officially produced this kind of thing? The non-self-driven soul tool in Xiaoqing's mouth differed from the traditional self-driven soul tool that needed to be driven by one's own use of soul pressure. This kind of soul tool could use an external energy source to be activated. Regarding the research and development of this kind of soul tool, there were actually scholars who had mentioned it long ago and had also developed a physical object. However, it was only through a special container that the soul pressure of a high-level sword soul master could be sealed into it, and then the soul tool could be used with it. Those who are qualified to provide energy for soul tools are basically some very powerful sword soul masters. However, how can people have so much free time to give you this whole thing? Few sword and soul masters are happy to consume their soul pressure specifically to create this kind of non-self-driven soul tool. Therefore, there was no way to accomplish large-scale mass production. Only the elders of some big families would be willing to personally create some of these things for their own juniors to protect themselves with. But with the discovery of the soul pressure crystals, all of that had changed. With soul pressure crystals as an energy source, non-self-driving soul tools were finally able to be mass-produced. Not long afterward, several guardsmen carried 2 large tin boxes and walked into the office hall. The large tin boxes were opened in front of Chen Qian, and in one of the boxes, a cannon weapon was placed. The other box was filled with blue soul pressure crystals. Chen Qian could feel that these crystals were sealed with soul pressure. A thought suddenly rose in Chen Qian's heart. The soul pressure crystals had another wonderful use for him. Chapter 100. Back to the Devil's University, the wind is rising. Inside the office hall, the entire crowd was attracted by the things in the 2 large tin boxes. Some of them had also heard of such things as soul pressure crystals and non-self-driven soul tools. But none of them had been able to witness it with their own eyes. Today, it was an eye-opening experience. Donna looked at the cannons and soul pressure crystals in front of her and began to give a certain introduction to everyone present. In order to strengthen the armed forces of the Magic Capital Guard, we have been vigorously developing non-self-driven soul tools over the years. Although the research on non-self-driven soul tools has been effective for a long time now, there are still many difficult technical problems to overcome if we want to use soul pressure crystals as a stable supply energy. With the great help of a number of Mordor colleges and universities, including Mordor Sword and Soul University, and of course, the efforts of the many scientific research talents within our Guard Army, the non-self-driven soul tool has finally been successfully developed and has recently begun to be put into mass production and used to arm the Guard Army. This soul tool is called the Thunderfire Twin Cannon, and it is one of the highest masterpieces of non-self-propelled soul tools that can be developed at the moment. With a sufficient supply of soul pressure crystals, it is capable of delivering a blow comparable to that of a 7th-ranked sword soul master at the highest level. As soon as Donna's words fell, they instantly stirred up shockwaves at the scene. Many people cried out in surprise. Those of them whose soul pressure was at most not past the 5th rank. However, the non-self-driven soul tool in front of them, the Thunder and Fire Twin Singers, was capable of delivering a strike from a 7th-ranked sword soul master. Even a small child who hadn't awakened his sword soul could kill them in seconds. Even a small child who had not awakened a sword soul would be able to kill a sword soul master like them in seconds. How about it, this kind of reward, is it still worth it? If you take a fancy to it, it's all yours. Donna looked towards Chen Qian with a proud and confident smile. Not bad indeed. Chen Qian looked at the Thunderfire dual cannon and the Azure Soul Pressure crystals in the 2 boxes, and a look of satisfaction finally appeared in his eyes. These 2 items were both needed for him. First was this Thunderfire twin cannon that was capable of delivering a 7th rank Sword Soul Master Strike. With his current strength, even after his Sword Soul was liberated, he can only say that he could face an early 6th rank powerhouse without being unable to fight back. This was because from the time the Soul Pressure entered the 4th rank, the strength of a Sword Soul Master reached the first watershed. Sword Soul Masters from the 1st to the 3rd rank were generally considered to be low-rank Sword Soul Masters. From the 4th to the 6th rank, they belonged to the middle-rank Sword Soul Masters. From the 7th to the 9th rank, they belonged to the high-ranked Sword Soul Masters. Most people, it was easy to reach the 3rd rank. Immediately after the 4th rank is the first difficult hurdle. The further the cultivation is, the more difficult it is. The vast majority of people would be stuck at the 4th, 5th, and 6th rank levels. The 7th rank, on the other hand, was the second watershed of a Sword Soul Master's strength. And as the difficulty of cultivation increased, the gap in strength between the various stages between Sword Soul Masters would also grow wider and wider. Therefore, having a Thunderfire dual cannon that was strong enough to strike a 7th rank powerhouse was a complete safety guarantee for Chen Qian, who was still only in the middle of the 4th rank. Especially since he had just been threatened by Aaron, Chen Qian was now even more somewhat insecure. It was just that if AI Long really came, this Thunderfire dual cannon wouldn't be of much use. Although I should be able to run away even if I can't beat them if I'm facing a 6th or even 7th ranked powerhouse, it's not bad if I can take the other party down with this thing. Chen Qian thought to himself. As for the box of soul pressure crystals next to it, Chen Qian then thought of another way to utilize it. That was to directly devour it with his dark shadow. His dark shadow was capable of devouring everything, no matter what, and absorbing the energy from it in order to strengthen itself. The discovery of the soul pressure crystals was also a big surprise to him. If he could absorb this thing to raise his soul pressure, it would be much easier than going to fight ferocious beasts. Many thanks to Commander Tang. Then I'll accept these things without ceremony. Chen Qian laughed. Tang Na also nodded with a smile. Seeing this result, the hearts of all the people present were sent into a wave of shock, their eyes glazed over with envy. This was a powerful soul tool capable of utilizing the strength of a 7th order Sword Soul Master. It was one of the latest weapon masterpieces developed by the Magic Capital Guard. Moreover, this thing was non-self-propelled, it didn't need to consume its own soul pressure at all, it only needed to be filled with soul pressure crystals. This kind of powerful weapon was simply not something that could be bought with money. This kind of thing, as a military weapon of the Magic Capital Guard, wouldn't even be put into the market at all. There was no market for it. Even if Chen Qian had a full 2 million points to exchange for this kind of thing, it would still be a huge profit. For Commander Donna to choose to take out something like this, I'm afraid that it couldn't just be because of those 2 million points. Commander Donna must have had her eye on something else. Do you have a space ring for storing things? If it's not good to carry, I can have it sent to the Magic University as well. Donna said. Chen Qian, on the other hand, shook his head to indicate that there was no need. As Chen Qian reached out, a dark shadow spread out from beneath his feet, absorbing the 2 large tin boxes on the ground. Seeing this tactic of Chen Qian's, those present were again somewhat surprised. Could this be a spatial-type sword soul ability? Surprise. It seems that this disciple of mine is indeed very skillful. Xia Qing was also becoming more and more curious about Chen Qian. Not long after, under the escort of a military-specific vehicle from the Magic Capital Guard, Xia Qing, Chen Qian and Bai Xiaofu returned to Magic City Sword and Soul University together. There were only 3 days left before the official opening day of the Magic City Sword and Soul University. And 2 days after the official opening day, it was the day when the freshman competition would be held. After Chen Qian got on the car, he also finally had the time to look at his cell phone. In the message window of his cell phone, Su Shuiying had already sent him many messages. Starting from the very beginning of the end of the college entrance exam, Su Shuiying said that she was very satisfied with her results, then asking Chen Qian how he was doing in Magic University these days, all the way to the later "You are not there, where have you been, why don't you return the message?" By the end, the message was already showing 99+. The message from Su Shuiying said that she had excelled in the second college entrance examination in Shanha province. The points had surpassed 1 million points, surpassing the group score from the first college entrance exam. She had also become the top scorer in the college entrance examination after Chen Xian, the top scorer in Mountain River province, and had pulled out a considerable gap with the third place. Moreover, Shuiying had also said that she had agreed to the enrollment offer from the Magic City Sword in Seoul University and would soon report to him. Chen Xian felt a pang of embarrassment in his heart after seeing this and hurriedly replied. Chen Xian, Shuiying, I just saw the message, you did a great job. Chen Xian was genuinely happy for Su Shuiying. He knew the stubbornness in Shuiying's heart and was happy for her achievements. Su Shuiying, whoops. Why are you replying so late? I thought you didn't even want to talk to me. Su Shuiying quickly replied with a very aggrieved look. Chen Xian also felt sorry, so he told the story of how he had been killing monsters in the training base these days and had forgotten his cell phone. Su Shuiying didn't care anymore after hearing this. She was just afraid that she had been forgotten by Chen Xian and wasn't angry. Since Chen Xian had made an explanation, she was also relieved. Su Shuiying, I'll report to the Magic University tomorrow, I'll go over to look for you soon. Chen Xian, good, tell me the time and location, I'll go pick you up. Then, Chen Xian chatted happily with Su Shuiying on his cell phone. Come to think of it, ever since they came out from the examination hall together during the college entrance exam at that time. Until now, he hadn't seen Shuiying once. It had really been a long time since he had seen Shuiying. Chen Xian's heart really missed it a bit. Shuiying was the only girl who had stood up for him at that time, and he wasn't going to forget Shuiying's friendship. Looking at Chen Xian, who seemed to be talking and laughing on his cell phone, Xiao Qing and Bai Xiaofu were both curious. The guard's specialized vehicle arrived at the Magic University almost unimpeded all the way. The atmosphere on campus at this time was already very different from when Chen Xian left. At this time, with the exception of the students from Shanha province who had not yet arrived due to the delay of the college entrance exam, the vast majority of the other freshmen had already arrived at the school. The atmosphere within the campus of the Magic University at this moment was very lively. The freshman competition is in 5 days, I'm really getting excited. A few days ago, Jiang province's top scholar Lu Changgong defeated all the province's heavenly prides in a row in the fighting arena, and was finally beaten by Mountain River province's top scholar Chen Xian. The young hero scholar from Shanha province has really come to Magic University, as well as Hanjing's top scholar Xiao Xian, and Magic City's top scholar Bai Xiaofu. This year's freshman competition is sure to be very interesting. Not only that, I've heard that Su Shuiying, the top beauty from Shanha province who's also coming to Magic University, is also a heavenly pride that doesn't lose out to the top scholar from each province, only to be suppressed by Chen Xian. West Sea province's top scholar Lin Fengqing is also very powerful, and I've heard that Jiang province's top scholar Lu Changgong was defeated, and has been clamoring for a duel with Mountain River province's top scholar Chen Xian these days. But Chen Xian is nowhere to be seen. Probably went out of school to attend some kind of training. It's almost the beginning of the school year, he should be back as well. At this moment, a vehicle specialized for the Magic Capital Guard appeared at the entrance of the Magic Gate. A man and 2 women stepped down from the vehicle, instantly attracting the gazes of all the students nearby. Chapter 101 West Sea Province Scholar, Lin Fengqing appears. The ones who stepped down from the Magic City Guard special vehicle were naturally Chen Xian, Xiao Qing, and Bai Xiaofu. Whether it was the overbearing Magic City Guard special vehicle, the 2 beauties, or Chen Xian, the cool-feeling teenager dressed in black, all of them were existences capable of attracting attention in the crowd. And when they were combined together, they even attracted the gazes of everyone at the entrance of the Magic University. I'll go. This is a car specialized for the Guard Army, who is so powerful to come to school in the Guard Army's car. What's so strange about this? See that silver white-haired beauty, she's the Magic City's top student Bai Xiaofu, the only daughter of the Magic City's garrison commander Bai Luo. It's really normal to sit in a military car. I know Bai Xiaofu, but who is the man and the beautiful girl who came down from the car with her? I'll go, long blonde hair, white leather jacket, what a big beauty. This boy in black clothes is also very handsome. There's a very cool teenage feeling, sister, I love it so much. The 3 of them walked into the gates of the Magic City Sword in Seoul University under the gaze of a sea of people. Xiao Qing said that she had come suddenly and hadn't even contacted the people of Magic University yet, so she had to pay a visit first. So she parted ways with Chen Xian and Bai Xiaofu. Chen Xian and Bai Xiaofu, on the other hand, were traveling together, as both of their dormitories were in the same villa area. Although there was underground transportation within the campus, both of them chose to walk back slowly. Chen Xian felt that he hadn't actually seen Magic University properly yet, so he wanted to take advantage of the journey back to the dormitory to walk around the campus. Bai Xiaofu saw Chen Xian want to stroll around, naturally also very happy to choose to accompany.
Chen Xian and Bai Xiaofu, it can be said that wherever they go, they will be noticed.
After all, Chen Xian was a foreigner, and even though he was known as the young hero of Shanha province, not so many people were able to recognize him. Bai Xiaofu, on the other hand, was a local of Mordor, and being a top student and the daughter of a military chief, she was recognized by many people.
Hey, look, schoolmarm Bai Xiaofu is actually on campus, with a guy. Who is that guy?
Although he's more handsome than me, but any man who dabbles with schoolgirl Bai is unforgivable.
I have an impression of that man.
I've seen him in the sword and soul fighting arena the other day. He's that Shanha province scholar Chen Xian who tyrannized Zheng province scholar Lu Changgong. As Chen Xian and Bai Xiaofu kept walking around the campus, soon enough, there were also people who recognized Chen Xian. As a result, many students let out a gasp of surprise. Previously, the most discussed on the campus of Magic University was the Hanjing top scholar, Xiao Min, and the Magic City top scholar, Bai Xiaofu.
And these days, the one that was discussed the hottest was Chen Xian, the top scholar of Shanha province.
Because although Xiao Anai and Bai Xiaofu were each the top scholar of the college entrance examination in Hanjing and Mordor, they could be said to be full of gold.
But until now, they hadn't made any major events that were worth discussing. And the Mountain River province scholar Chen Xian, worth discussing can be too much.
One was that the entire nation knew that Chen Xian, the top scholar of Shanha province, had killed a fourth-ranked ferocious beast on the college entrance exams, killing the entire field, saving countless candidates from Shanha province, and was known as a teenage hero. Whether Chen Xian had killed the fourth-order ferocious beast with his own strength, or just how strong Chen Xian was, as well as the title of teenage hero, which was the envy of all, were all points that everyone could hotly discuss. Moreover, the matter of Chen Xian violently abusing Lu Changgong in the fighting arena some time ago, after the continuous fermentation in the past few days, also had an extremely high level of discussion on campus. Therefore, the most discussed person on campus right now was actually Chen Xian. Seeing Chen Xian strolling around the campus with Bai Xiaofu at the moment, the two seemed to be on good terms.
The college students who were extremely fond of gossip couldn't help but chirp again. Could it be that there's something going on between Shanha province's top scholar Chen Xian and Magic City's top scholar Bai Xiaofu?
I've heard that Shanha province's top girl, whose name seems to be Su Shuiying, has an unusual relationship with Chen Xian as well. Not bad. Some time ago when the results of the Mountain River Province College entrance examination were announced, there was a lot of discussion on the internet, and it was said that the first college entrance examination result of the top girl of Mountain River Province was still helped down by Chen Xian. However, the Shanha provincial ranking I's own strength is also excellent. The second college entrance examination broke through the first score based on her own strength, and has completely not lost to the top students of the college entrance examination in some provinces. I heard that the Mountain River Province top I's aren't also coming to Magic University. It seems like they're still specifically coming to look for Chen Xian, so this is a good time. The gazes of the crowd towards Chen Xian became more and more excited. It was as if they had already seen some big melon about to appear. Bai Xiaofu was also hearing the chatter of the people around her, and her two ears twitched.
The top ranker of Shanha province? A good relationship with fellow student Chen Xian?
A sudden wave of curiosity rose in Bai Xiaofu's heart. At the same time, there was also an unconvincing mentality. But just as she wanted to ask Chen Xian something, a strange fellow appeared in front of the two, blocking the way.
Your Excellency is the scholar of Mountain River Province, Chen Xian?
Chen Xian's heart was also shocked when he saw the visitor in front of him. He couldn't blame him for being surprised. It was really because the dress code of this guy in front of him was really too strange. Only to see this guy wearing a lime green robe, a head of long black hair, and even wearing a smudge on his head. The body is upright, and the cheeks are also considered to be exquisite and handsome, so that people can think of the degree of ancient costume beauty at a glance.
But, buddy, are you okay? This hot day you have nothing to wear. What thick and hot ancient costume ah? Did you suddenly cross over from ancient times?
Although Chen Xian himself was also wearing a black suit. But this body of black clothes as Tao Hong gave him. Indeed, as Tao Hong said, this clothing material is special, even if it is summer wear will not be hot. But this dude in front of him was different. Chen Xian clearly saw beads of sweat already appearing on his forehead.
Could it be that he had some sort of obsession with ancient clothing? My name is Lin Fengqing of the Western Sea Province. I heard that you defeated Lu Changgong, the top scholar of Zheng Province? Then, I will defeat you.
Lin Fengqing pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist with one hand, and said to Chen Qian with great vigor. The people around him were thrilled to hear that he was the Western Sea Province scholar, Lin Fengqing, and that he was up against the Mountain River Province scholar, Chen Qian. They all knew that Lin Fengqing had been unsuccessfully looking for a duel with Chen Qian these days. Could it be that these two scholar pride of heaven would fight without waiting for the freshman competition? When Chen Qian saw this, the expression on his face began to become serious as well. Although he hadn't taken the initiative to pay attention to the information about the provincial pride, he had also heard other people's discussions. The West Sea Province's top scholar, Lin Fengqing, was indeed something he had heard about. Surprisingly, his strength has reached the early third stage? Chen Qian saw through Lin Fengqing's soul pressure at a glance and was surprised in his heart. One had to know that Jiang Province's scholar Lu Changgong, who had defeated all the province's heavenly prides in a row, was only at the late second order in terms of strength. Bai Xiaofu, as the first prize winner of the Magic City, had the strength of the early third order, and in the Magic City, it was not possible to produce one for several years. And this Lin Fengqing, originating from the relatively poor educational resources of the West Sea Province, the soul pressure can even reach the early third order. It was enough to see the overwhelming nature of his talent. It's not just you. After defeating you, I'm going to defeat the top scholar of Magic City, Bai Xiaofu, and the top scholar of Hanjing, Xiaoyan. I want to prove that even if West Sea Province is backward in terms of resources, my West Sea Province students are not weak. I, Lin Fengqing, will take first place in the freshman competition. Lin Fengqing said in a domineering manner, his eyes determined. When Chen Qian heard this, his brows stretched in amusement. He didn't hate such a vigorous fellow, but rather appreciated him. Although this fellow was not his own 1-2 punch that was. Just as Chen Qian wanted to respond, another voice interrupted him. Ha ha ha. Just with you guys, you're also worthy of being compared to our Hanjing scholar, big brother Xiaoyan? The district magic capital, Mountain River Province, and West Sea Province are nothing in front of our Hanjing. Our brother Xiaoyan is the strongest among the younger generation, and will win the freshman competition. Chapter 102 for Great Scholars, Intense Sparring. Everyone present was attracted by this arrogant to the extreme voice and looked over following the sound. Chen Qian also looked over. The Mountain River Province was being looked down upon. He couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. Only to see three people dressed in expensive clothes, full of arrogance and underhandedness, as if they were young masters of a great family that had popped out from nowhere. Those arrogant and beaten words just now came out of their open mouths. However, at a glance, the one who attracted the most attention was the man standing in front of these three punchy contraptions. He had a head of white medium-length hair, about the length of his ears, wearing a black English-style coat, wearing white gloves on his hands, with a handsome face, eyes closed, standing still, seemingly uninterested in everything around him. His body exudes an extremely cold aura, so that people dare not get close to say more. It was not difficult to guess. This person was the Hanjing scholar, Xiao Min. Seeing Xiao Min's appearance, the people present even exclaimed, sucking in a breath of cold air in this hot day. It's Xiao Min. He even showed up. My goodness, the four top students from Hanjing, Magic City, Mountain and River, and West Sea are all here. Originally, there was also a Jiang Province scholar, but after that guy was beaten to tears by the Mountain River scholar, he seems to have broken his heart. There are still 5 days left before the freshman competition, and the four great scholars are directly pitted against each other with swords drawn. This scene, hurry up and add housemates over to take a look. Send it to the forum, quickly send it to the school forum. Ever since a new student came to report to Magic University, the rumors about this Hanjing scholar, Xiaoyan, had been uninterrupted. After all, the Hanjing top scholar of all years would be the one who would enter Hanjing Sword and Soul University. The two major universities each had their own Hanking, Devil's Capital scholar, facing off against each other. But this year, this Hanjing scholar suddenly came to Magic University for some unknown reason. This Hanjing scholar is very mysterious, although the people in the Magic University talk about it enthusiastically. But only a few people have actually seen Xiao Ming. He has always been very low-key, and has never shown his strength in front of people. Some people say that Xiao Wei is from the Xiao family, a large family in Hanjing, and has been cultivated in the family since childhood, with extremely terrifying strength. However, the exact level of his strength, whether or not it was stronger than Demon City's top scholar Bai Xiaofu, was something that no one could answer. Well, everyone is here right, then I'll say it again. I, the scholar of West Sea Province, am not weak. I, Lin Fengqing, will win first place in the freshman competition. Lin Fengqing's aura lifted up once again, and as the words came out of his mouth, a powerful soul pressure also instantly erupted. A powerful soul pressure from an early third-order sword soul master. In an instant, most of the freshmen on the scene who were of the second rank could not raise their heads. Third rank. It's third-order soul pressure. The Western Sea Province scholar is surprisingly this strong. Many people were breathless from Lin Fengqing's soul pressure, but they still didn't forget to marvel a few times on their lips. Seeing Lin Fengqing's soul pressure explode, Bai Xiaofu, who was standing beside Chen Qian, couldn't hold back. As the top student of Magic City, she must also defend the dignity of the students of Magic City. Not just anyone could come to Magic City and provoke. You people, if you're not in Hanjing, if you're not staying well in West Sea Province, what kind of existence are you looking for in my Magic City? Could it be that you guys think that there's no one in my Magic City that's easy to bully? Bai Xiaofu had anger in her gaze. Although her figure was petite and cute-looking, she was also simple-minded. But it was not one that was easy to bully. As the daughter of the Demon Capital Guard Army commander Bai Luo, she had an extremely strong sense of honor in her. Seeing that Magic City was being provoked and looked down upon, she absolutely could not endure it. Immediately afterward, the third-order soul pressure belonging to Bai Xiaofu also instantly erupted out, forming a confrontation with Lin Fengqing's earth soul pressure. For a moment, the soul pressures of the two fiercely clashed in the air. They were evenly matched. Seeing this, the local freshmen in the Magic City, one by one, were also excitedly shouting. Go on! Miss White! Let them know what Mordor is. Coming to Magic City's territory and daring to be so arrogant. Great Miss White, let them have a good look at the strength of Mordor. None of us Magic City students are easy to bully. At this moment, Xiaoyan, the Hanjing scholar who had originally stood quietly in place, even speaking by his little brother, also opened his eyes. Instantly, Xiaomin's powerful soul pressure also erupted. The balance between the originally evenly matched Lin Fengqing and Bai Xiaofu's soul pressure hedges was broken. It was as if two ships had collided together, but from the side there was a huge wave that came crashing in, nearly knocking over the hulls of both ships. Xiaoyan did not say a single word. But this strong soul pressure of his said it all. He, Xiaomin, also had the ambition to compete with the provincial scholars for first place. Hanjing is the strongest. Go on, big brother Xiaomin, let them understand what Hanjing is. The Mountain and River Province, the West Sea Province, and the Magic City will have to step aside. Our Hanjing scholars are the number one in Great Xia. The three powerful soul pressures collided with each other, slowly evolving into a more stable state from the initial tipping over. Seeing how intense the atmosphere was, Chen Qian was also playful. Although with his strength, he didn't care about making an enemy of Lin Fengqing or Bai Xiaofu. But since Shanha Province had also been pulled into the game of this freshman competition, then he didn't mind taking a stand for all the scholars of Shanha Province. Scholars of Mountain River Province will not look down on their fellow students from all provinces, yet they will never show weakness. Immediately afterward, the powerful soul pressure on Chen Qian's body also erupted out. Chen Qian's soul pressure had an astonishing aura, and once it came out, it had the momentum of engulfing the other three soul pressures in one fell swoop. There was no shortage of freshmen who had reported from Mountain River Province on the scene, and once they saw Chen Qian strike, they were also excited. Go on, Qianshun. Let all of them see what it means to be the Mountain River Province's teenage hero who decimated a fourth-ranked ferocious beast and killed the entire examination center. Qianshun. I heard that you defeated Jiang Province's top scholar Lu Changgong for the sake of Mountain River Province the other day. What a good deed. Let them all know that we Mountain River Province scholars aren't some high and low town cultivators. The subterranean god is the strongest. Mountain River Province students are the strongest. The atmosphere of the scene entered a kind of white-hot stage under the collision of the four soul pressures. This guy, so strong. Lin Fengqing hurriedly raised his soul pressure release further to deal with Chen Qian, secretly surprised in his heart. Sure enough, it's worthy of being Chen Qian's classmate. Bai Xiaofu's small face turned a little white. She was the only one on the scene who knew that Chen Qian already possessed fourth-order soul pressure. Even Xiaoyan's unperturbed face appeared a hint of surprise. Lin Yan's gaze instantly glanced at Chen Qian one more time. He had a nagging feeling that this Mountain River Province scholar, Chen Qian, was the strong person he, Xiaoyan, was looking for. Chen Qian's face wore a slightly playful smile. The soul pressure he had released was only the size of the power of the third rank. If he had exerted it at full strength, he would have crushed everyone on the scene. It would be too boring to show his full strength so early. Chen Xian noticed Xiao Min's gaze and also cast a sideways glance. But this sidelong glance didn't matter, it really made him discover a secret of Xiao Min's. This kid, although the soul pressure he released was only of the 3rd rank. However, he was also a 4th-ranked Sword Soul Master. Although he had only just broken through to an early 4th-order Sword Soul Master, and was one small stage behind himself, he was still a 4th-order Sword Soul Master in name only. Surprisingly, he still hid his strength, this kid was also bad enough. No wonder that old man Zhang Jinwu had that reaction when he picked me up. Within the Devil University, there really is still a great pride. Chen Xian secretly said in his heart. The fact that he was able to grow so quickly had nothing to do with his devouring system. By using shadow devouring, he was able to become stronger, and his strength was able to quickly come to the mid-4th stage. But this Xiao Min, what kind of undercard did he possess to be able to break through to the 4th rank? Of course, if Zhang Jinwu really thought that this Xiao Min could be compared to himself, then he was very wrong. His current strength could be said to be basically invincible below the 6th rank. This Xiao Min could only make himself a little bit more energetic without using the Sword Soul Liberation. After all, in the freshman competition, it would be quite boring if there were only 2nd or 3rd rank opponents. 4 powerful soul pressures were clashing fiercely in the middle of the area. Many of the new students who were watching were white in the face and their bodies were floating. What's more, some even couldn't hold on to the impact of the powerful soul pressure anymore and had already flopped down on the ground. They only felt that the 4 strands of soul pressure were clashing with each other, and even the internal organs of their bodies were turning over under its influence, squeezing and aching. Chapter 103, My Disciple, will be the future Sword Emperor. I can't vomit. Some people knelt on the ground and held their stomachs, directly unable to hold back their vomiting. Right now, they were still only vomiting out some digestive matter and some stomach fluids, but some of those with lower soul pressures and more fragile endurance felt. If this continued, even their internal organs would be vomiting out dregs. If it was just a 3rd-order Sword Soul Master exerting pressure nearby, it was fine, they might not be unable to withstand it. But there were 4 Gao Gao Scholar Celestials in front of them, each with extraordinary strength. The powerful soul pressures collided with each other, squeezing in and out of their bodies, it was just unbearable. The current ones didn't even have the strength to speak and go act as an atmosphere group for these 4 scholarly prides. Well, really deserves to be the top scholar of each province, just the competition of soul pressure, we already can't bear it. This gap between people is really too big. Came to the Magic University to know what is the real heavenly pride. Although the 4 great scholars pinching each other is quite good to watch, but if we go on like this we are almost GAA. Many of the freshmen present were of 2nd-order strength, and simply couldn't hold up to the intense sparring of Chen Xian and the few of them with their soul pressures. It was also at this time. Alright, stop at the right time. As a middle-aged man's voice rang out with a hint of lethargy in its low tone. An extremely domineering soul pressure rushed over, dispersing the soul pressure of Chen Xian and the other 4 in an instant, and then it was withdrawn. Looking over in the direction that gave off this voice, one could only see that the other party was a middle-aged man wearing a large straw hat, sunglasses, a floral shirt, khaki pants, and slippers, just as if he had just come back from a vacation at the beach. And by the side of this middle-aged man, there was also a woman clad in an overcoat and wearing a white leather jacket. This woman was none other than Xia Qing. After she had just parted ways with Chen Xian, she thought of visiting the principal of the Magic University first. She called and asked, only to realize that the original principal was not in his office, but was walking around the campus. Xia Qing quickly got in touch with the principal and met him on campus. How are you, Ms. Xia Qing? First time meeting, the sun is very good today, how about I take you for a walk in Magic University? The principal of Magic University, Zhou Xian, said so. Xia Qing also didn't like going to the office to say polite words, so she gladly agreed. She and Zhou Xian walked and talked while listening to his introduction of the various places of the Magic University, and in a short while, they walked here. That's right, this flower shirt khaki pants standing beside Xia Qing, who looked like an uncle who had just returned from a beach vacation. It was the principal of Magic City Sword and Soul University, Zhou Xian. It's the principal. It's Principal Zhou who has appeared. Damn, why is there another beautiful woman beside this lecherous principal? Where did this colorful old man hook up again? He doesn't look like a student, he looks like a school teacher. Just as the freshmen were getting out of the 4 strands of soul pressure sparring, they were lying on the ground gasping for air. Some of the older students in the upper grades had already opened their mouths and cursed out when they saw Zhou Xian. The freshmen might not be clear about it, but the older students all understood it very well. Their principal Zhou did not do anything all day long, just wearing a flowery shirt and big pants wandering around the school, seeing which beautiful female students and female teachers will go up to hit on a conversation. That's why the students of Magic University all affectionately called him the colorful principal. This is the principal of Magic University? It looks so strange. When Chen Xian saw Zhou Xian, his heart was also speechless. Why did this principal look so unreliable? However, Chen Xian wasn't too surprised. It was said that the more powerful a person was, the more somewhat strange they were as well. Hearing some of the older students around him shouting at this person, "What a horny principal!" His heart was also a bit worried for Ms. Xia Qing. But thinking about it was also quite unnecessary. After all, his own teacher was the one who dared to stand up to a 9th-rank sword emperor and set up a cannon on the coastline to blast a wave of beasts. This demon university headmaster was at most an 8th-order sword soul master. Chen Xian didn't believe that he would be able to take any advantage of his own teacher's hands. Freshman, I am the principal of the Magic University, Zhou Xian. Although I'm also very happy to see you guys being energetic and not admitting defeat to each other, but it's not good to hurt other lovely students by sparring soul pressure like this. Zhou Shiyan said in a very lazy and somewhat playful tone. At this time, the expressions on the faces of the various new students were all very strange. Unexpectedly, the principal of their Magic University was such an unkempt fellow. Sorry, Principal Zhou, we were too impulsive. I'm sorry, students, for causing trouble. Bai Xiaofu was still a good girl by nature, and after realizing her mistake, she immediately bowed and apologized with a red face. However, Chen Xian, Lin Fengqing and Xiaoyan, 3 people, just looked at Zhou Xian or not action. Well, Miss Xiaofu is a good child who knows what she's doing, and she's also very pretty. I'm really envious that Army Commander Bai Luo can have such a good daughter who's beautiful and knows what she's doing. Zhou Ziyan said with a smile. Although his tone had always sounded a bit flippant, it didn't make people feel annoyed. The words that were said to Bai Xiaofu were also all said from the position of an elder. The other few brats, although they don't seem to know too much, well, I won't bother with you this time. Zhou Ziyan said with a smile. 5 days later is the freshman competition. Everyone is anxious to cut the duel, also to not be in such a hurry. Cut even more can not hurt the classmates. Oh, that's the way things are, then everyone will disperse. Principal Zhou Xian said with a smile. Then everyone, see you at the freshman competition. Lin Fengqing saluted the crowd present in the manner of the ancients, then with a turn, he left. Big brother Xiaoyan, we're leaving here? Big brother, you wait for our brothers. Xiaoyan also similarly turned around and left, the corner of his mouth hooked into a rare smile. Chen Xian? The reason why he, Xiaoyan, had come to the Magic University was that he didn't want to stay in that greenhouse in Hanjing where there were people guarding everywhere. He wanted to come out, meet more powerful people, and face more challenges. He felt that he had already met very good opponents. Then Xiaofu, let's leave as well. Chen Xian smiled at Bai Xiaofu. Good, Bai Xiaofu nodded. Chen Xian gave another slight salute to his teacher, Xia Qing, from afar before turning to leave with Bai Xiaofu. The rest of the students also dispersed when they saw this. Zhou Xian looked at the students in front of him, his seemingly frivolous eyes seemed to contain deep meaning. Miss Xia Qing, what do you think? How are these students from Magic University? Xia Qing glanced sideways at Zhou Xian and turned back. Young and impetuous, frivolous and arrogant, one by one, they are all impatient brats. However, I was also like this back then. Always feel invincible, see who all want to do a fight, well, although up to now I have not lost is it? As Xia Qing spoke, the expression on her own face became proud and arrogant. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xian laughed at his words. That's why we have to organize a freshman competition right after the start of the school year. Otherwise, when faced with students coming from all over the world, there's no way for them to calm down and cultivate. Only by letting them have a full and good fight and realize the gap between themselves and others can they dive into their cultivation. Xia Chang nodded in agreement as she heard this. That black-clothed boy is teacher Xia Qing's student, right? What rank do you think he can get in the freshman competition? Since he's my Xia Qing's disciple, there's no doubt that he'll be number 1. Hey! Teacher Xia Qing is so confident in him when he only just met his student? Although he has 4th order soul pressure, that brat named Xiaoyan is also 4th order O, and his sword soul ability is also very strong, the top student of Hanjing, but he is very strong O, just like the former Ms. Xia Qing. These 2 brats can be much stronger than me back then. However, I believe in my disciple. My disciple, Chen Xian, will be the future Great Xia Sword Emperor. Chapter 104 Magic Capital Station, Greeting Shuang. Hey! Daxia's Sword Emperor ah! Zhou Xian's eyes widened slightly, and although he was surprised, he did not reveal a look that such a thing was impossible. Yes, it's been 100 years, Xia, and it's time for a new Sword Emperor to appear ah! I wonder how the old Sword Emperor Senior's health is these days. After Zhou Xian finished his sentence, Xia Qing said nothing. A period of silence was maintained between the two. Ms. Natsuharu's figure is really good na, how old is she this year? Recently there is a new store next to the school that has good coffee, and I also know that there is a golden color words that is very suitable for Ms. Xia Qing. Zhou Xian didn't say a few serious words, and his mouth started to get restless again. But when he saw a sniper rifle suddenly change out of Xia Qing's hand, he shut up very sensibly. Ha, Ms. Xia Chang, it's not so exciting. Principal Zhou, I'm very happy to come to teach at Magic University. I hope we can work together happily in the future, so this is the end of the day. Xia Qing was holding a large sniper in one hand, the muzzle of the gun was facing Zhou Xian. This big sniper was also the same one that he had shot at Aaron on the coast of Chongming district at that time. After saying that, Xia Qing turned around and left, and the big sniper was reformed into a bracelet on his hand. Villa Dormitory Area. The bright sunlight sprinkled on this one luxurious and atmospheric single-family villa. Anyone who had the qualifications to live here was the most powerful and talented students of the various grades of the Magic University. After Chen Xian and Bai Xiaofu left together, they didn't go wandering around the rest of the campus. The two of them took the underground transportation back to the villa area together before returning to their own dormitories. Shen Xian walked up the steps in front of the villa's main door. After half a month in the Chongming district training base. Now, most of the new students of the Magic University had already finished checking in, and just now, Shen Xian had also met up with Xiaomin, Lin Fengqing, and the others. His teacher, Xia Qing, had also returned to the school with him. 5 days later would be the freshman competition, and his life at the Magic University would finally be officially kicked off. Go back and rest for a while, then just train your sword skills and abilities in the training room. Recently, the shadow ability has been raised too quickly, some of them can't be used, I need to skill up my mastery. Tomorrow, let's go to the Magic City Station to pick up Shuang, then go with her to do the enrollment formalities, and then accompany her to take a stroll around Magic University. Chen Xian thought in his heart and reached out to open the door of the villa. Oh? The door is unlocked, is Senior back? Chen Xian grabbed the doorknob and pulled open the gate, surprised in his heart. He still remembered that the senior he lived with was a person called Jing Chen, and had given himself many meeting gifts. When he was killing monsters in the level 5 area of the training base, some of the supply-type potions given to him by his senior played a big role. But when Chen Xian had this speculation in his mind and opened the door of the villa, seeing the scene in front of him, he directly froze. Oh? Welcome home, Lord. Only to see a black-haired girl wearing a maid outfit, holding a broom in her hand, sweeping the ground. Seeing Chen Xian who opened the door, she slightly froze, then shook her head and called out with a sweet smile. Chen Xian stood by the door and froze for a few seconds, and quickly closed the door amidst the black-haired girl's strange gaze. How awful. To have gone to the wrong door. Chen Xian left the side of the villa's door and walked towards the outside. How strange, he was clearly clear-headed nah, how could he have gone to the wrong door? But even if it is the wrong door is also very strange, the only people who live here should only be the students of the Magic University, just now the black-haired girl could it be who hired to be a maid? Can be really bad taste ah. But when Chen Xian stepped out of the big iron gate of the villa's courtyard and saw the plate number on the wall to the side, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Number 36. Here, there was no mistake that this was his dormitory. Chen Xian re-entered the front of the villa's door with a stony face. He didn't have any strange fetish of inviting a black-haired maid to clean up after himself. Could it be that this was a special community service for the residents of the villa area by the Magic University? I shucks, then this demon grade is a little too perverted. Then, there is only one possibility left. Could it be that this black-haired girl is his unseen senior Jingchen? No, senior Jingchen is definitely a boy without a fault, and the school definitely wouldn't arrange for himself to live with a girl. Could it be that the black-haired maid just now wasn't a girl, but a Nan Ryu? Chen Xian took a big, sharp breath. Jingchen Sr. turned out to be a guy with this kind of fetish. It wasn't like Chen Xian couldn't understand it. After all, in these recent years, the atmosphere of Daxia has also become more and more open, and all kinds of bulls and snakes are also more and more. What Nanliang whatsoever was also not rare. It was just that Chen Shen did not expect this kind of thing to happen to him. Adjust my mind, I must respect Senior Jing Chen's hobby. Chen Xian gave himself enough mental preparation before reaching out to try and open the villa's gate once again. It just didn't occur to him that Senior Jingchen spoke so decently in his heart, but in reality, he was such a "Welcome home, Lord." Chen Shen opened the gate, and the black-haired girl in the maid's outfit was still smiling as she said to him, "Oh. Good." Chen Xian replied somewhat awkwardly, his eyes glancing towards a certain spot on the brunette girl's upper body. Well. There really wasn't much curvature. Looks like it's really a Nan Ryu without a doubt. Chen Xian walked forward awkwardly under the gaze of the black-haired maid's expectant eyes. Could it be that Senior wanted to let himself be complimented on this? Senior's outfit today is very cute. Chen Xian gave a thumbs up. But the black-haired maid revealed a puzzled expression. Senior? Chen Xian was shocked in his heart. Although there was nothing wrong with the other party being a senior, but in this kind of getup, perhaps the other party preferred to be called a senior sister? School sister's costume today is very cute. Chen Xian once again gave a thumbs up. Is school sister a title that the Lord prefers? The black-haired maid pondered for a few seconds before smiling and saying, Ling Ling thanks the Lord for the compliment. Chen Xian smiled and walked back up the stairs to his bedroom. Chen Xian did not give much thought to the name Spirit. It was probably just a kind of fancy name when cosplaying as a maid. After all, it would be very shameful to call herself by her real name. After Chen Xian went upstairs, Ling Ling stayed in the living room to clean the floor. Well. Lord's strength is not enough, only Spirit can come out. Spirit will definitely fulfill Her Majesty's mandate and take care of Lord, but our Shadow Realm's creator Lord. The Lord said that Spirit is cute, so happy. Spirit is the first person in the Shadow Realm to receive compliments from the Lord, right? Spirit thought happily, and the broom in his hand suddenly dissipated into dark shadows. The next day, the sun was still very bright, adding a romantic mood to the Magic City in the height of summer. Chen Xian arrived at the Magic City station as promised. After waiting outside for a long time, he finally saw the very familiar silhouette that he hadn't seen for a long time. Under the summer sun, she wore a beige sun hat, brown-orange hair is very energetic, tied with a hair knot and added a few points of maturity and knowledge, a light white skirt suit, but also without losing the youthfulness of the young girl's feeling. Shuaying! Chen Xian opened his mouth and called out. Chapter 105, he, still the spirited teenager. About 10 minutes ago, a high-speed train slowly pulled into the platform. The young girl with long brownish-orange hair, gripping the large pink suitcase in one hand, made a gentle leap and jumped down from the carriage. The hem of her skirt moved slightly as she stepped on the ground of the station platform. The young girl held the brim of the beige round hat on her forehead, pulled the suitcase, and stepped away from a pair of beautiful legs, walking outward with the crowd. The young girl's heart was pounding amongst a pair of towering breasts. The blood that was constantly being violently pressed out by her heart rushed into the limbs and bones of her body, urgently demanding that she should walk a little faster. But the young girl's pair of beautiful legs were trying hard to suppress this excitement. Just along with the surrounding crowd, silently together in the direction of the outside, taking their own steps. However, the closer she got to the gate of the Magic City station, the more excited the young girl's heart became, bordering on a kind of panic and uneasiness. Just as she was about to step out of the gate of the Magic City station, the young girl could no longer suppress her inner excitement. A pair of polished, slender, but not too fleshy legs stepped out anxiously, driving her entire body across. Her long brownish-orange hair floated up from her back, and the hem of her short skirt was slightly raised. A ray of the Magic City's peak summer sunlight sprinkled on the young girl's face, revealing a few moments of slightly reddened ignorance. Will he be there? Shuaying! A familiar voice rang out, breaking the young girl's confused thoughts. All the previous panic, shyness and uneasiness were all dissipating at this moment. The young girl twisted her head to look over, bright excitement and joy surfacing on her pretty face. That was a boy dressed in black, seemingly different from that teenager who had been watched by himself countless times, longed for and loved by himself, and appeared in his dreams countless times. He was tall, thin-boned, more slender, his body straight under the black clothes, his muscles condensed and strong. His black hair was slightly longer, slightly past his ears, his face was cool and juvenile, and his eyes were full of anticipation and joy as he looked at himself. Great! He was still that introverted, shy, spirited teenager. It was just that now he looked like he had become more mature as well. Shen! Su Shuiying excitedly opened her legs and ran in the direction of Chen Xian. On the opposite side, Chen Xian also greeted him with a face of joy. Su Shuiying was even more moved in her heart as she saw the distance between the two gradually shrinking closer. She had been worried for a long time on her way here. A different place, separated by time, would she still be able to get along with Chen Xian as before? After the college entrance exam ended, the week or so that Chen Xian did not return her messages, her heart was really uneasy. She questioned herself many times whether it was a very wrong choice to stay in Shanha province for the second college entrance examination in order to prove her strength, instead of choosing to directly inherit the nearly 1 million first college entrance examination scores that Chen Xian had brought to her, and coming to the Magic City together with Chen Xian in advance? In the end, even if she broke through 1 million points, in exchange for a relationship that was washed out in time and space, was Chen Xian's staying away really worth it? But all these sorrows dissipated the moment she stepped out of the subway station and heard Chen Xian shouting. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was shrinking closer and closer. She was no longer the Su Shuiying who could only watch Chen Xian from the sidelines, visible but unattainable, sought but not obtained. Chen Xian was smiling because of her. Potential was walking towards her. Shuiying! Chen! The two excitedly hugged each other and softly shouted each other's name. The two just couldn't help but embrace for a moment and quickly separated. Chen Xian's face was tinged with a slight shyness as he said, "Shuiying, we finally meet again, welcome to the reunion of the two of us in Magic City." Su Shuiying nodded, the corners of her eyes carrying crystallized teardrops, her face flushed. "I have finally come to Magic City and met you again." Chen Xian and Su Shuiying faced each other, both smiling shyly yet contentedly. They had parted ways since more than a month ago at the examination center in Shanha province. Now, finally meeting again in this foreign land of Magic City, how could they not be excited? "Shuiying, I haven't properly congratulated you yet. Congratulations for getting more than 1 million points in the examination center with your own hard work and winning the top spot of the entrance examination in Shanha province," Chen Xian said as he looked at Su Shuiying with unshifting eyes. Chen Xian really admired this effort and strength in Shuiying. Any girl who possessed this kind of quality would not need to rely on any man in her life, and would be able to show off her wood by herself. And this kind of girl, if one day found their true love, then it will only be two people hand in hand, together with each other, rather than one party is deeply dependent on one party. What made Chen Xian feel a bit surprised and pleased was that Shuiying's soul pressure, surprisingly, had already reached the early third stage. One had to know that at that time, when the first college entrance exam was held, Shuiying's soul pressure was still only at the middle of the second order. In just over a month's time, Shuiying had made such rapid progress that she had crossed over the late second stage and peak second stage, and had already reached the early third stage. This strength could already be compared to Bai Xiaofu and Lin Fengqing, the two top Magic City scholar and West Sea Province scholar. But it's reasonable to think about it. The Mountain River Province's second college entrance exam was using the college entrance exam's alternate paper, and its difficulty was even higher than the first college entrance exam. The first college entrance exam was already quite difficult for the average candidate, not to mention the even more difficult alternate paper. For Shuiying to be able to break 1 million points, it was inevitable that she possessed an extremely strong strength, and the early stage of the third rank was not too much to ask. "Ha!" Su Shuiying laughed softly twice. "How does this sound like sarcasm coming from you, the first prize winner of Shanha province?" But where anyone else said these words, anyone would only consider it a compliment. However, coming from the mouth of Chen Xian, the top scholar of the Mountain River Province college entrance examination, it made people feel that it was somewhat intriguing. It gave people the feeling that no matter how hard you tried, you could only be the second best. But of course, Su Shuiying knew that Chen Xian was simply praising and encouraging her, and she was just making a joke like that. "Ha ha!" Chen Xian somewhat awkwardly scratched his head and laughed twice. "Shuiying, then let's not stay here much longer, let's go back to Magic University together. After completing the enrollment procedures, I'll bring you along for a stroll around the Magic University." Good. Soon, Chen Xian appeared at the entrance of the Devil's Capital Sword and Soul University together with the two of them, Su Shuiying. Looking at the magnificent and imposing gate of the Magic University, Su Shuiying was just like Chen Xian, who had just arrived at the Magic University in the beginning, and was instantly a little lost in thought as she looked at it. As a Mountain River Province student who had been rolled up from childhood to adulthood, standing in front of the gates of Dixia's topmost academy like now was also something she had dreamed of countless times. How could she not be excited when all her years of dreams had turned into reality under her own efforts? Shuang, let's go in. Chunxian looked at Shuiying's expression and just said with a faint smile. Good. Su Shuiying nodded and walked in together with Chunxian. Together, the two of them walked towards the freshman registration center. Along the way, Su Shuiying noticed the chatter of many people around them. Mountain River Province's scholar Chen Xian, tyrannizing the late second stage Jiang Province's scholar Lu Changgong, makes people look really relieved. It seems like there's a gap between the top scholars as well. Come on you're all still beating Lu Changgong there. Right now everyone is discussing about Qianshan taking first place in the Chongming District Training Base. What? The first place in the Chongming District Training Base, the one that the Magic City Guard will run every summer and winter vacation? Fake it. That training base has 5th order ferocious beasts in it, and the first place positions are all for senior students. No matter how strong the Qianshan is, it's impossible for him to compete with the senior students, right? Could it be that the Qianshan is already able to kill 5th order beasts? Chapter 106, let's see how the Magic City Scholar is doing. Although this matter sounds unreal, I'm sorry to say that his is indeed true. That's right, many of the seniors or classmates who came back from the Chongming District Training Base were the ones who saw the subterranean god take first place at the training base and received a special reward from Commander Donna. I'll go, then this is too strong. Killing a 5th ranked ferocious beast is simply not something a human can do. I think the first place in this freshman competition is definitely the subterranean gods. I also think so, but who knows if the likes of Xiaomin, Bai Xiaofu, Lin Fengqing and the others have any other cards. After all, we don't even know how much strength these top students really have. It's really hard to look up to these supreme prides. After Chen Xian, Bai Xiaofu and Xiao Qing, the three of them were the first to return to the Magic University from the training base in Chongming District. Those participating students who had returned to Magic University had excitedly shared on campus that Chen Xian had won the first place in the training base and had been personally given a non-self-propelled soul tool capable of delivering a blow from a 7th-ranked powerhouse by Commander Donna. This simply unbelievably powerful rumor soon swept across the entire Magic University. Everyone was marveling at Chen Xian's formidable strength to be able to decapitate a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. The vast majority of people believed that Chen Xian would definitely be able to win the top spot in this freshman competition. However, there was also a very small portion of people who believed that not all of the other top students from the other provinces had no hope of competing with Chen Xian. They believed that the other top students were most likely hiding some sort of undercard as well. In fact, this kind of people were just unwilling to believe that Chen Xian really had the strength to surpass the other top students. There was also a small portion of people who firmly believed that the first place in the freshman competition must belong to Hanjing scholar Xiaomin. This portion of people, naturally, came from Hanjing, and most of them were Xiaomin's followers. Our big brother Xiaomin is the strongest. What training base is the first? Our big brother Xiaowei is not looking at the eyes did not go, if he went to the first position is not his turn Chen Xian. However, despite these rebuttal voices, more than 90% of the people in the Magic University have been impressed by Chen Xian's powerful performance. Chen Xian's strong performance had convinced them that he would win the freshman competition and they were unwavering in their belief that he would be the first to win. Su Shuiying smiled helplessly as she heard the chatter of the people around her. It seemed that during the time he was away, Qian had made some great deeds again, But they said that Qian was able to decapitate a 5th-ranked ferocious beast? Su Shuiying's heart was also startled. She had personally seen Chen Xian decapitate a 4th-order ferocious beast on the college entrance exams, and she was already astonished. Could it be that after this short period of time had passed, Qian had already grown to the point where he was able to fight a 5th-ranked ferocious beast? Qian, can you tell me what your current soul pressure is? Su Shuiying asked somewhat nervously. She realized that she could not see through Chen Xian's soul pressure level at all. This meant that Chen Xian's strength had far exceeded his current self. Of course, my current soul pressure is mid-4th rank, Chen Xian said with a smile. Mid-4th order. Even if Su Shuiying had already made some mental preparations, she was still stunned at this moment. She knew that Chen Xian's strength had reached the 3rd rank during the first college entrance exam. So she had worked very hard during this period of time to catch up her soul pressure to the 3rd rank as well. Although it was only the early 3rd rank, she always felt that she was not that far away from Chen Xian anymore. But surprisingly, Chen Xian's strength had already reached the middle of the 4th rank. This gap in strength was simply desperate and suffocating. One could only say, it really was worthy of being Qian, worthy of being the young hero of their Mountain River province. Qian, you are really too strong, I can't compare to you no matter what. Su Shuiying could only smile helplessly. Her heart was both happy and lost. The happy part was that Chen Xian's strength had reached a stronger level, and she was happy for Chen Xian. The loss was that the distance between her and Chen Xian had once again been widened, and she was worried that she wouldn't be able to catch up with Chen Xian's footsteps and would only be left far behind. She really didn't want that the teenager that she had finally managed to get close to had once again moved away from her. You've already done very well, Shuiying. The strength of an early third stage is already not inferior to those topmost provincial scholars. Chen Xian soothed. But he did not notice the delicate changes within Su Shuiying's heart. Well, I will work harder. Su Shuiying just said with a sweet smile. Chen Xian and Su Shuiying went together to complete the procedures for new student enrollment. The appearance of the two hand in hand caused another considerable ripple. When the teacher in charge of the relevant procedures saw Chen Xian and Su Shuiying, he was also in awe. The young people nowadays were truly getting more and more powerful. There was hope for the revival of Great Xia. After completing the formalities, Chen Xian went to the dormitory with Shuiying to pack up his things. Su Shuiying's dormitory was also in the villa area. It was just that the distance between where it was and where Chen Xian's dormitory was located wasn't very close. It seemed like this year, any heavenly pride whose soul pressure had reached the third order had been assigned a villa as a dormitory by the Magic University. After Su Shuiying finished packing up her things, Chen Xian took her along for a stroll around the various parts of the campus. The two of them went to the school's cold drink store together and bought ice cream to eat. Then they went to the Magic University's mall for a stroll. Only then did they go to the training hall, soul skill cultivation hall, and other places to take a look. Su Shuiying took a fancy to a few soul skills and tested them out on the spot. With Chen Xian's help, she quickly mastered many kinds of soul skills. Finally, the two of them came back to the sword soul fighting arena. There were even more people here than when Chen Xian had come before. All 16 rings in the arena were filled with students who were sparring against each other. The surrounding bleachers were also filled with people. There are actually so many people here. Su Shuiying was slightly surprised. Just now when they had gone to the training hall and the soul skill cultivation hall, although there were also many people, none of them were as crowded as the sword soul fighting arena. Chen Xian glanced around. Discovering that whether it was those in the ring or in the surrounding stands, most of them were freshmen with second-order soul pressure. It wasn't surprising to think about it. The freshman grand competition was coming up soon, and it was rumored that the grand competition was taking place in the sword and soul fighting arena. Many new students must have been unable to hold back their excitement, and couldn't wait to come to the Sword and Soul Coliseum to spar with others, and test out the feeling of the actual battle. It could also be considered a warm-up before the grand competition. Chen Xian and Su Shuiying stood and watched for quite some time before finding 2 empty seats to go over and sit down. It was also at this time that an exclamation of surprise came from the arena. Oh! It's the Magic City Scholar by Xiaofu. Is she going to come down to fight as well? I'll go. This is the first provincial scholar to come down to the arena today, right? I don't know what the strength of the Magic City Scholar is like. I can't blink in this fight. In one of the rings on the field, a young girl wearing a blue and white garrison-style dress walked onto the ring. The young girl wasn't too tall, her body was somewhat slender, and her face was slightly childish but determined. She was the Magic City Scholar, by Xiaofu. Quite a coincidence, this little girl is also going to be on the stage for a fight. Chen Xian smiled slightly and said. At those words, Su Shuiying gave Chen Xian a sideways glance. This little girl? How come it sounded like Qian was familiar with this by Xiaofu? Qian, do you know her? Su Shuiying asked curiously. Aha! Chen Xian was also nervous in this regard, and directly said, this little girl can be considered the first friend I came to Magic University to recognize, right, with good strength and a good personality, it's quite good. This way, ah. Su Shuiying turned back and continued to look at Bai Xiaofu in the ring. Well. It looks like this little girl in the submerged mouth, on the contrary, looks pretty good too. The competitive spirit in Su Shuiying's heart was immediately aroused. She would like to see this so-called Magic City top student, exactly what kind of strength. Chapter 107 S-Class Sword Soul, Bright Day White Tiger. Chen Xian didn't quite notice Su Shuiying's change in mood and he just looked at the ring in the fighting arena with great interest. Bai Xiaofu's appearance on the stage had attracted the attention of many people present, and there were quite a few who were rubbing their fists, wanting to go up on the stage and compete with this infamous Magic City scholar to see the gap between themselves and the true heavenly pride. Lu Tianlai from Sichuan province, please teach the Magic City scholar. Soon there was a tall man in a battlesuit who jumped onto the ring and said to Bai Xiaofu as he cupped his fists and saluted. Bai Xiaofu had pride in her, but she wasn't overly arrogant. She also politely saluted the other party to show her modesty. Amidst the cheers of surprise and anticipation from everyone in the sword and soul fighting arena, the two of them also officially began their duel. Roar, stone-armored barbarian bear. Lu Tianlai let out a bellowing cry, and the blade of his sword exploded with an earth-colored glow of astonishing aura. Immediately after, a gigantic silhouette appeared behind him, and it was none other than a tall, majestic, and imposing stone-armored barbarian bear. A soul pressure exploded from his body, which also caused the crowd at the scene to be shaken by it. What a terrifying might, this Lu Tianlai, his soul pressure has actually reached the late second stage. This soul pressure, in many provinces, it's already a proper top few, or even a seed player competing for the provincial scholar. Although this Lu Tianlai didn't get the provincial scholar, he is still ranked in the top few, no wonder he dares to be the first to challenge the Magic City scholar. Lu Tianlai was self-conscious as he heard the people in the surrounding stands marveling at him. He even had the illusion that he could defeat the Magic Capital scholar. This Lu Tianlai's soul pressure aura is good, but it seems that he is a bit rough in his control of soul pressure, causing him to not be able to fully utilize the full strength he is capable of at this stage. Chen Xian looked at Lu Tianlai in the field and made his own analysis. A sword soul master's strength was fundamentally and naturally determined by soul pressure. But exactly how much strength one could exert also depended on one's own degree of control and utilization of soul pressure. Although it is said that the power of the brick fly, but that is in their own soul pressure is extremely strong, the opponent's soul pressure is far weaker than their own situation. In reality, in most cases, you meet the opponent, soul pressure is not much worse than you. Then the control of soul pressure and the degree of utilization of the level of whether to reach the level of should have, has become the key to determine the victory or defeat. This Lu Tianlai's soul pressure was very strong, but his mastery wasn't firm, and he couldn't utilize the strength he was supposed to have at this stage, so perhaps this was one of the reasons why he hadn't been able to win the Sichuan provincial scholarship in the end. As for why this happened, one was that he didn't pay attention to the mastery and utilization of soul pressure in his usual workouts. The other reason could also be due to the fact that the soul pressure had been raised too quickly and his own control skills could not keep up. Su Shuiying nodded, agreeing with Chen Xian's statement. She did not see through Lu Tianlai's deficiencies at first glance like Chen Xian did. She just felt that what Xian said was definitely right. To be honest, she was still a bit surprised in her heart when she first saw that Lu Tianlai's soul pressure had reached the late second stage. After all, if she hadn't had some breakthroughs, it was very likely that her soul pressure wouldn't have reached the third rank at all, or even the late second rank. It seemed that the Magic University could really be a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Here, everyone was not weak. But she believed that the strongest one in the entire Devil University must be sitting right beside her. Su Shuiying gazed at Bai Xiaofu in the ring, her competitive spirit showing. Let me see how much stronger the so-called Magic City scholar can be than me, Su Shuiying. Bai Xiaofu also pulled out a silver-white thin sword from the scabbard at her waist at this moment. At that instant, a vaguely suppressed soul pressure began to spread out in the field. Dwelling high in the vaulted sky, looking down on all living beings. Bright day white tiger. Bai Xiaofu let out a cry from low to high, and a holy light blossomed from the blade of the sword. The vaguely suppressed soul pressure also broke through some sort of shackles at this instant, releasing itself wildly in all directions. Simultaneously appearing behind her, there was also a white tiger silhouette that blossomed with holy white light. The powerful soul pressure condensed into the silhouette, crystal clear, holy and incomparable. He was not fierce, his face was solemn and noble, as if he was a god gazing at all living things under the sky. His might was unblasphemable. In front of this huge bright day white tiger, before the fight even started, the opposite stone-armored savage bear was surprisingly already showing timidity. Too strong. Schoolmarm White's soul pressure might is far greater than Lu Tianlai's. Could it be that Schoolmarm White has already reached the third stage of soul pressure? Hey! You just realized it. Yesterday, the four top students were sparring with each other in the square, and according to the descriptions of the people present, I'm afraid that Xiao Min, Bai Xiaofu, Chen Xian, and Lin Fengqing's soul pressures have all reached the third order. Third order soul pressure is the entry ticket for the top heavenly prides. In previous years, there might not be a single third-order freshman in all of Great Xia. This year is just too terrifying. How come I'm in the same semester as these monsters? Quickly look. Lu Tianlai's stone-armored savage bear has shown its cowardice. Schoolmarm White's S-rank Sword Soul, the White Tiger of Bright Day, is the king of Beast-type Sword Soul abilities, and any Beast-type Sword Soul will show its cowardice in front of him. It seems like the winner of this duel is already obvious. The battle between Bai Xiaofu and Lu Tianlai was fought. Lu Tianlai knew that his strength was no match for his opponent, so he wanted to strike first. He quickly approached Bai Xiaofu and swung his sword forward, while the stone-armored savage bear behind him followed him in launching an attack. He wanted to take the initiative of the battle first with the momentum of a first attack. However, the Bright Day White Tiger merely stood still, its aura austere. A powerful pressure immediately erupted from the body of the White Tiger of Bright Day, directly shocking Lu Tianlai and the stone-armored savage bear, who had attacked forward, back a few steps. White Tiger mighty pressure. At the same time, Bai Xiaofu, whose entire body was wrapped in the holy bright daylight, was also the first to attack. She swung the thin sword in her hand towards Lu Tianlai and decisively took the initiative of the battle. A wave of cheers erupted from the entire arena. This was the Sword Soul, the Bright Day White Tiger. The undoubted king of the beast-like Sword Souls. Just the pressure alone was able to force the enemy back. Su Shuiying's face revealed a shocked expression. This little girl looked petite, but she actually possessed such a powerful strength. It was truly a Magic City scholar, not to be underestimated. Well, Xiaofu's Bright Day White Tiger exudes an extremely fine and holy aura from the inside out. It seems that her control over her own strength is quite exquisite. Although the soul pressure is only at the early third stage, she is already able to utilize a much more powerful fighting force than the last time we met. Just as Su Shuiying was still surprised, the sound of Chen Qian's praise rang in her ears. Su Shuiying's face, which was originally still surprised by Su Shuiying's power, instantly became unsightly. Humph. That little girl is not as strong as you say. I think this Magic City scholar is just average. Although Su Shuiying thought that everything Chen Qian said was right. But this time there was an exception. Exception? Eh? Chen Qian, however, revealed a bewildered look. Why did it feel like Su Shuiying had suddenly become a bit strange? Is that so? I think it's quite strong, but compared to Shuiying, it really might be slightly inferior la. Although Chen Qian was somewhat confused about the situation, he smiled and blurted out. Who knows that after hearing his words, Su Shuiying turned her head away with a blushing face. Heart a burst of pouting said, Humph, what is probably slightly less than, clearly is definitely less than, far less than. Themselves must be more powerful than that what is called by Xiaofu Magic City Scholar. Oh who? Schoolgirl by one. In just a few moves, she defeated Lu Tianlai of Chuan Province. That's really strong. In the ring, Bai Xiaofu was holding a silver white long sword, and behind her, the tall Bright Day White Tiger was releasing a holy might. As for Lu Tianlai, he was already injured and on the ground, and even the stone-armored savage bear had disappeared. It's me who lost. I didn't expect that the gap between us would be so great. Lu Tianlai stood up from the ground with great difficulty. Bai Xiaofu, on the other hand, said warmly. It doesn't matter, fellow student Lu, you're actually very strong. It's just that you don't have enough control over your own soul pressure, so you can't utilize your true strength. Go back and practice some more. Hearing this, the loss in Lu Tianlai's heart was swept away and he happily walked down the ring. Although he lost this battle, it was worth it for him to realize his shortcomings. After that, many more people issued challenges to Bai Xiaofu. Without exception, Bai Xiaofu easily knocked them down one by one. It was just that unlike the others, Bai Xiaofu wouldn't taunt any of her opponents who came up on stage to challenge her. She also stayed on point during the battle, never bringing unnecessary harm to her opponent. Even after the battle was over, she would warmly comfort her opponent and give him advice on cultivation. These actions won the favor of everyone within the sword and soul fighting arena. Not only did she point to the point, but she also took the initiative to give the other party advice on cultivation and help her classmates. This is our true great Xia Heaven's pride. Heavens! Schoolmistress Bai is beautiful and kind-hearted. Who on earth is such a good girl talking about? I heard that she seems to have some relationship with the top scholar at Shanha province. Yesterday they were riding back to school together. In short, you and I should not think about it. Yeah. It's only those top students of the same strength that can match up with schoolgirl Bai. Chen Qian looked at Bai Xiaofu on the field, and he wasn't the least bit surprised by this result. With Bai Xiaofu's strength, she was still not in the least bit worthy of the name of Magic City's top student. But just when Chen Qian was nodding his head in satisfaction, Su Shuiying, who was sitting beside him, was the one who got up violently, sank her face, and walked towards the bottom. Shuiying's target seemed to be the ring in the arena. Chen Qian. What is Shuaying trying to do here? Chapter 108. Su Shuaying takes the field against Bai Xiaofu. Chen Xian watched Su Shuaying walk further and further toward the front with a dumbfounded expression. Shuaying she shouldn't be going up to the stage to challenge Bai Xiaofu, right? Chen Xian guessed rather shockingly in his heart. But he didn't go up to stop Shuaying either. It was Shuaying's freedom to want to challenge anyone. He was just shocked that Shuaying wanted to go on stage and spar with a strong person so soon. Could it be that she had been stimulated by something? It seemed that Shuaying also had the competitive heart of a strong person. When she met a strong person of her own level, she naturally wanted to go up and ask for some lessons. Shuaying and Xiaofu, I'm really looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Chen Xian thought in his heart. From his observation, the soul pressures of Shuaying and Xiaofu should be in between. Then the victory or defeat of the battle would depend on the degree of control that each of the two had over their own strength, as well as factors such as combat skills and combat awareness. In Chen Xian's heart, he was more worried about Shuaying. After all, Bai Xiaofu, as a Magic City scholar and the daughter of the chief of the guard army, had been given the highest level of resources and training since she was a child. Whether it was her mastery of auxiliary techniques such as soul techniques or her cultivation of combat awareness, she was certainly far superior to the others. Chen Xian did not know too much about how far Shuaying's current strength had grown. However, the current Shuaying, with the Shuaying who had taken the exams with himself before, had definitely been a world of difference as well. Still, Chen Xian secretly sweated for Shuaying in his heart. Su Shuaying walked off the stands and headed straight towards the ring where Bai Xiaofu was. Originally, she hadn't wanted to go head-to-head with the Magic Capital's pride so soon. But after hearing the chattering of the people around her, she just couldn't help herself. What Magic City's top student, White School Flower, was beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong. What a good relationship with Qian. What only a top student like Qian can be matched with it. Humph. Then she, Su Shuaying, will definitely prove that she is definitely not losing to any Magic City scholar. Su Shuaying of Shanha Province, please, scholar of the Magic City, give me a lesson. Su Shuaying mounted the ring, her mouth spoke politely and humbly, but it seemed to carry a strong killing aura. Mountain River Province. Su Shuaying? Bai Xiaofu looked at the long brownish-orange-haired girl standing across from her eyes in a trance for a moment. From Mountain River Province. The name Su Shuaying, she always felt somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Good fellow. Another person has gone up to the stage to challenge schoolgirl Bai. Even if we can't win, it's still worth it to get some combat pointers. Wait, Mountain River Province Su Shuaying, why do I feel like this name is somewhat familiar? I remember. It's the Mountain River Province's top ranker. The Mountain River Province's top ranker is called Su Shuaying. Oh my god. He's the top scorer of Mountain River Province, and legend has it that she's also very close to the top scholar of Mountain River Province. I said that this girl has a heavy killing aura. It turns out that she's targeting schoolmate Bai. The students in the surrounding stands were first bewildered, but soon someone recognized Su Shuaying's identity, followed by a flurry of excitement on the faces of the crowd. These days, there had been whispers at the Magic University about Shanha Province's top scholar Chen Xian. There were those who said that he had an ambiguous relationship with Magic City's top scholar Bai Xiaofu, and there were also those who said that he himself had a great relationship with a certain beautiful classmate from Shanha Province. Now, these two heroines of the rumors were pitted against each other. Were these two great beauties going to fight because of Chen Xian? Chen Xian was speechless when he heard the rumors around him. How did things get rumored to be like this? Shuaying must have simply wanted to spar with Xiaofu. This sister, that is. Bai Xiaofu's eyes widened, and at this moment, she also recognized Su Shuaying's identity. For some reason, a strange feeling also rose in Bai Xiaofu's heart. She always felt that she didn't want to lose when facing Su Shuaying. Su Shuaying didn't say anything more and directly began to draw her sword. 6-flower ice knot, heavenly elephant from the Advent. Frost Queen. Su Shuaying pulled out the sword blade at her waist, and a horrifyingly icy aura accompanied by an outbreak of soul pressure began to sweep across the entire arena. Behind Su Shuaying, a tall silhouette slowly emerged, wearing a crown, dignified robes, and a beautiful appearance. Her entire body exuded an icy cold aura, rejecting people from 1,000 miles away, and her eyebrows were light and slow, as if everything in the world was nothing more than a mole cricket in her eyes. This is the king who manipulates the world's Frost Queen. The Frost Empress and the White Tiger of Bright Day faced each other across the sky, not weakened in the slightest, and their auras were comparable. Wow! It's a great beauty of the ice system. The top-ranked scholar of Shanha province, facing the top-ranked scholar of Mordor, is surprisingly not the least bit weaker in terms of aura. Soul pressure. You guys pay attention to the Mountain River province top ranker's soul pressure. It's also at the early third stage. It's terrifying. There's also the Mountain River province top ranker's sword soul, able to compete with the Bright Day White Tiger. It must be an extremely powerful S-rank sword soul as well. Too strong. The strength of this Mountain River province top ranking beauty is completely the configuration of a province's top ranker. If it wasn't for Mountain River province producing a demon like Chen Xian, I'm afraid that this year's top scholar would be this beauty in front of me. Seeing Su Shuiying make a move, the spectators at the scene were all surprised and exclaimed. Even Chen Xian was surprised. He remembered that Shuiying's sword spirit was originally a grade A frost queen. However, this time when it was cast, it was clearly different from before. This was properly a might that only an S-rank sword soul could exert. Su Shuiying's sword soul had already completed its evolution towards the S-class sword soul, the Frost Queen. Su Shuiying felt the awe of the crowd around her, and her heart became even more excited. Since she was a child, she had studied hard and diligently cultivated for more than 10 years in Mountain River province. She had finally arrived at this place, the Magic University. She would prove to the world in this top academy of Disya. The people of their Mountain River province were incomparably powerful. She, Su Shuiying, was also powerful beyond compare. Extreme Cold Storm. Su Shuiying stabbed out a sword, and the Frost Empress behind her followed her movements, sending the scepter in her hand forward. There was an intense wave of frost jetting out from the head of the scepter, forming an extreme cold storm towards the opposite side. White Tiger Holy Light. Bai Xiaofu similarly stabbed out a sword. The face of the Bright Day White Tiger behind her was no longer bland, and a holy white light was spat out from its mouth with an awe-inspiring aura. Two powerful shockwaves collided together. On one side was an extremely cold storm, on the other side of the holy white light, in the center of the ring collided to the surrounding area to produce a powerful soul pressure impact force, stalemate each other. The Mountain River province top scorer Su Shuiying versus Magic City top scorer Bai Xiaofu. The battle started. Chapter 109 Bound by Xiaofu, don't underestimate her. Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu on the ring were constantly fighting furiously. The two silhouettes both had long swords in their fingers, their bodies entwined with the increase in power brought to them by the sword soul, and they were striking out their swords at each other, clashing and intertwining. The Frost Empress and the White Tiger of Bright Day were also closely following the two of them, constantly sending out attacks towards each other. The Frost Queen's face was ice cold, cold and arrogant but serious, holding a scepter in her hand, releasing cold ice magic. The White Tiger of Bright Day was noble and holy, his face was serious and alert but not losing his nobility, his body constantly emitted solidified white light, responding to the Queen's attacks. The exchange of moves between the two was also a fierce collision between the two soul pressures. The aftershocks took the location of their clash as the center point, and shook violently in all directions. The students watching from the surrounding stands were dumbfounded. This kind of duel was simply too powerful. They felt that if they were the ones standing in the ring, just the soul pressure aftershocks from the collision between the two would be enough to send them flying. This was the first time they had seen a battle between two early third-stage powerhouses. The finals of the freshman competition not long from now would at least be a battle of this caliber. And now, they were actually able to see it in advance. Frost Queen, Ice Rain Falling Sky Strike. After Su Shuiying exchanged sword strokes with Bai Xiaofu, she smoothly retreated and leapt into the air. Immediately afterward, cold light exploded from the Frost Empress' eyes, and as the scepter was raised high, a cloud like cold light appeared in the air in front of her. From the cold light, ice cones rained down, stabbing straight toward Bai Xiaofu and the White Tiger of Bright Day below. The White Tiger of the Bright Day's tall body guarded behind Bai Xiaofu, his face stern and king-like. As he raised his head high, a low and rumbling tiger whistle sounded. A majestic white light emanated from his body, spreading strongly in a hemispherical shape in all directions. All the ice cones that came into contact with this majestic white light were turned into ice dust and shattered in an instant, unable to hurt its interior in the slightest. Immediately afterward, a white light once again converged from the mouth of the Bright Day White Tiger and was spat out. Breaking down number 53, Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon. Bai Xiaofu also matched the Bright Day White Tiger's attack, pressing one hand towards where Su Shuiying was and shouting under her breath. All of a sudden, a thunder-like cannon buzzing with electromagnetic sound instantly erupted from within her palm. Thunder and white light, with an amazing momentum and destructive aura, shot towards Su Shuiying and the Frost Queen in the air. Su Shuiying's body was originally defenseless in front of her. But facing Bai Xiaofu as an opponent, it was obvious that Su Shuiying always had her defense skills ready. 6 clothes ice not shield. Only 6 hexagonal ice shields instantly appeared in front of her body. However, this defensive skill was released in a hurry after all, and in an instant, it turned into ice dust under the dual attacks of the Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon and Bright Day White Light, bursting out in a burst of ice mist that enveloped Su Shuiying and the Frost Queen's figures. The freshmen on the surrounding stands all unconsciously moved forward, all wanting to see what was going on in the ice fog. Could it be that the Mountain River Province's top ranker, Beauty Su Shuiying, had lost just like this? After all, the dual attack of Bai Xiaofu's Thunder Electromagnetic Cannon and the Bright Day White Tiger's Bright Day White Light was still very impressive. Each and every one of them did not have an ounce of confidence that they would not fall under that level of attack. But what they didn't know, Qinshen knew very well. According to the law of smoke without injury, it was impossible for Su Shuiying in the ice fog to do anything at all. Moreover, he could feel Su Shuiying's breath in the ice mist as she prepared to release her next skill. Auxiliary Dao of 30, 6 Mangled Lightlock. The voice belonging to Su Shuiying faintly sounded. A total of 6 chains of light stretched out from the thick ice fog and grabbed towards Bai Xiaofu. Seeing this, the Bright Day White Tiger exploded its might in an attempt to once again shock these chains back. However, these chains were not as fragile as the previous ice cones. The 6 Mangled Lightlocks still broke through the blockade after a battle with the White Tiger's might and reached in. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, Bai Xiaofu tried to swing her sword to cut it off, but she was unable to do so as one of the chains wrapped around the blade. At the same time, several other chains started from her legs and slowly wound their way upwards. Not long after, her legs, waist, upper body, and arms were tightly entangled by the 6 mangled chains. The binding strength of the chains was very strong, and even for a somewhat petite figure like Bai Xiaofu's, all parts of her body were tightly strangled with flesh marks by the chains. One can only say that this 6 mangled light lock, it's still really ing rogue ah. Bai Xiaofu twisted her body hard, but could only make the light locks squirm and shrink on her body. Along with the Bright Day White Tiger behind her, her body was also becoming immobile due to her master's behavior being blocked. Sword Soul abilities like Bai Xiaofu's and Su Shuiying's that were able to summon a Sword Soul shadow were able to allow the shadow to assist them in battle, or even serve as the main force in battle. However, the virtual shadow could not be called an independent individual, and if the master's actions were blocked, the virtual shadow was also unable to move. The Bright Day White Tiger could only roar lowly as well. Oh ha! This is simply too strong. The freshmen in the stands exploded into a gasp of surprise. They who had just been worried about Su Shuiying now turned to start worrying about Bai Xiaofu. Well, Su Shuiying did a great job. Chen Qian in the stands exclaimed in surprise. He certainly wasn't praising Su Shuiying for binding Bai Xiaofu in such a position, but rather, he was praising Su Shuiying's soul skill talent. This move, Auxiliary Dao 36 Mangled Lightlock, was something that Su Shuiying had taken a fancy to and learned when he had just brought her to the Soul Skill Cultivation Hall. He didn't expect Shuiying to use this skill so quickly and be able to use it in the middle of a real battle, blocking Bai Xiaofu's movements. Just an auxiliary path's binding skill. Bai Xiaofu's 2 long, pinkish-white, delicate little legs were forced to assume an inner 8 stance under the binding of the 6 main lightlocks. Even her chest cavity felt constricted due to the binding of the 6 mangled lightlocks, creating breathing difficulties. However, she didn't give in, only to see her holding her breath and gazing in concentration, receiving the power of the Bright Day White Tiger towards herself. Only the white light on her body became more and more solid and intense, and her breath became more and more holy. The 6 mangled lightlocks binding her body were also instantly taut, as if they would be broken by the white light at any moment. This is not the end. The ice mist was finally dispersing, revealing Su Shuiying's figure. She was still mobilizing her soul pressure as the Frost Queen behind her built up her strength and quickly sent out her next move. With a wave of the scepter, an area of cold light appeared in the open space below Bai Xiaofu and the Bright Day White Tiger. This cold light emitted a constant vapor towards the top and continued to release low temperatures. Quick look! Ice crystals are starting to condense on the bodies of schoolgirl Bai and that white tiger. Only Bai Xiaofu could be seen still exerting her efforts to converge the white tiger's power onto her body. But an ice crystal had already quietly condensed on the snow-white, translucent red, crystalline and delicate skin of her bare thighs. Soon, ice crystals began to appear on her boots, as well as on the hem of her skirt, on the chest of her upper body, on her neck, and even on her cheeks. The cold light below continuously emitted water vapor and low temperatures upwards. After these water vapors came into contact with Bai Xiaofu's body, they would quickly turn into ice crystals under the influence of the low temperature and condense on Bai Xiaofu's body. In a short while, Bai Xiaofu's entire lower body was already frozen with ice crystals. Even the bright day white tiger on the side was not spared. Su Shuiying landed on the ground not far away, not continuing her attack for the time being. It wasn't that she was holding back, she wasn't idle right now either, but rather mobilizing her soul pressure to continuously strengthen the low temperature and water vapor released by the cold light. She could feel that the power on Bai Xiaofu's body was growing rapidly. I'm sorry, but the victory in this battle will be taken by me. Oh. The corners of Su Shuiying's mouth rose in a shallow smile as she thought in her heart. The truth was exactly the same. The ice crystals that had condensed in the field quickly crawled all over Bai Xiaofu's entire body. Soon, not only Bai Xiaofu and the bright day white tiger, but also the entire area covered in cold light froze into a huge icicle. Bai Xiaofu and the white tiger of the bright day were frozen into this ice pillar that occupied half of the ring and was about 10 meters high. Looking at Bai Xiaofu and Daybreak White Tiger, who were still bound by the 6 light locks in the ice pillar, struggling to remain static, the freshmen in the surrounding stands were all speechless. Could it be that Bai Xiaofu, the hallowed state of Mordor, had been defeated just like this? Chen Xian, however, smiled at the corner of his mouth and gently said, Shuiying, don't underestimate Xiaofu, this girl. Boom! Only to see a fierce white light erupt from Bai Xiaofu's entire body in the middle of the icicle. The entire icicle exploded. Chapter 110, Two Beautiful Girls, let's stop here. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Countless ice crystal dust instantly exploded. The frozen column that originally seemed as solid as a glacier unexpectedly exploded into pieces in an instant. Amidst the thick dust and ice fog, a figure with white light blossoming all over its body appeared. This figure appeared to be petite, but the aura on its body was astonishing. People would not doubt for a second that this seemingly petite young girl was stronger than many taller males. Wow! I knew Schoolgirl Bai wouldn't lose so easily. Schoolgirl White looks like she's going to get serious now. I'm already excited as hell, the top-ranked student of Shanhe province, the top-ranked student of Mordor, which one is stronger? The freshmen in the surrounding stands shouted excitedly. This really is the Magic City Scholar, isn't it that good to win? Su Shuiying looked at Bai Xiaofu, whose entire body was blooming with white light as if she had already entered some kind of state, and said in her heart in shock. But soon, she guffawed. This is only good. She, Su Shuiying, didn't come to Magic University to bully the weak. Only by constantly fighting strong people would she be able to grow. Only then would it be possible to catch up with that tall, black figure that was throwing herself further and further away. Soon, Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu were once again entangled in a fight. All sorts of powerful frost skills intertwined and collided with White Tiger skills. Not only was there a competition between the blades of the swords, but according to the battle situation, various soul skills were also released from the hands of the two women. The students in the surrounding stands became more and more excited. This was the first time that strong people with the strength of a scholar in the early third stage of the upcoming freshman competition had clashed. Not only was it incredibly exciting, but watching it carefully was even more beneficial. Chen Xian watched as the two girls continued to strike, only nodding his head in satisfaction. He was able to tell that Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu, their strengths were still comparable, and both had mastered their current stage of strength to a complete degree. The duel between the two was unlikely to be able to determine a winner anytime soon, and it was bound to be very exciting. Shen Shen noticed that in addition to the second-order freshmen who marveled at the strength of Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu, there were also several third-order freshmen who were also at the same level of strength. There were also several new students whose strength was also at the early third stage who were observing Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu as if they were rivals. Xiao Yan, who was wearing a British-style coat, was standing at the very top of the stands of the sword and soul fighting arena, watching the field blandly. Lin Fengqing, who was dressed in a green-colored robe with long black hair, was sitting at the front of the bleachers, observing with a grave expression on his face. These two people, Xin Xian remembered. One was the top scholar of Hanjing and the other was the top scholar of West Sea Province, and they had sparred together yesterday in terms of soul pressure. Especially Xiao Yan, his soul pressure had even reached the early fourth stage, which was quite mysterious. Other than these two, there were quite a few other third-order soul pressures. Chen Xian did not recognize them. But thinking about it, he was able to figure out that they were the scholar pride from the other provinces. Since you're all watching, I won't be able to expose Shuiying and Xiaofu too much in front of you all. Chen Xian's mouth smiled as his body rose from his position. At this time on the ring, the battle between Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu was also proceeding to a sort of white-hot stage. Both of them did not dare to underestimate the other and used their respective arguably strongest skills. Frost Imperial Daughter. With a wave of Su Shuiying's sword blade, the Frost Imperial Maiden once again released a powerful shock of cold ice. Bright Day White Tiger. Bai Xiaofu responded with it, signaling the Bright Day White Tiger to spit out a mouthful of intense Bright Day White light. Both of these impacts were several times more powerful than the two attacks that the two had just begun to unleash. But surprisingly, neither of the two were thinking that they would be able to achieve victory by relying on this move either. At the same time that the Frost Imperial Maiden and the Bright Day White Tiger emitted the cold ice and white light, the soul pressure on both of them was also rising drastically, as if they were preparing some other more powerful move. The cold ice and white light were about to collide again. However, at the point where they were about to collide, a dark and deep shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow first appeared in a small ball, and then spread out violently in both the left and right directions. The cold ice impact and the bright white light rushed into the dark shadow left and right, without a single loud noise from the collision. It was silent, as if it had been swallowed up by this mysterious dark shadow. Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu both stopped the movements of their hands and looked towards the reassuring dark shadow, their soul pressure calming down. What's going on? What's happening? Where did this mass of dark shadows come from? Is someone interfering with their battle? The freshmen in the stands exclaimed. The provincial top students, who had been following the battle, also raised their eyebrows and were very nonchalant in their hearts. They were able to detect that a certain powerful person had interfered in the battle. The other party, however, wasn't some teacher who maintained the sword and soul fighting arena or some senior. It was a freshman just like them. And to stop the fight between Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu so easily, they thought to themselves that it would be difficult to do so. Xiaoyan even stopped relying on the wall and stood fixedly, looking at the field with a face that was no longer so bland. Soon, the dark shadows in the field dispersed in all directions. In the mid-air between the two women, Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu, what was revealed was a tall and handsome black figure with a cool yet accommodating aura. Chen Xian opened his arms slightly towards the two women and said with an affable smile, "Two beauties, let's stop here." Chapter 111 Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu, shaking hands and making peace. As Chen Xian's words fell, he extended his palms towards the two women, implying that he wanted both sides to shake hands and make peace. Seeing Chen Xian appear, Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu also calmly put their sword blades away. The silhouettes of the Frost Empress and the Bright Day White Tiger behind the two women also disappeared as the sword blades were sheathed. At this moment, on the bleachers where the atmosphere was still warm, the faces of the crowd were stagnant. They were all looking forward to Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu unleashing their big moves and then going head to head. Let's see if the Mountain River Province's top eye's beauty was stronger, or the Magic City's top scholar beauty was better. However, the sudden appearance of this man in black interrupted the battle that was about to reach its climax. This black-clothed man, what exactly is he? Isn't this Chen Xian, the scholar of Shanha Province? That's right. Chen Xian from Shanha Province. I remember him, he used this dark shadow to hang Lu Changgong that day. The only person who can stop this kind of duel between early third stage heavenly prides is someone at the level of the Mountain River Province scholar. After a short period of calm, many people were able to recognize Chen Xian's true identity. The atmosphere of the scene then became even more heated again. Considering that the two women in the ring, Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu, were each in an incestuous relationship with Mountain River Province scholar Chen Xian, they were simply more excited to see this scene than they were to see the two women face off. Both Shuiying and Xiaofu are the best of us freshmen. If you want to see their strength, please be annoyed to wait for the freshman competition in a few days. The most wonderful performances should naturally be left on the best stage. Now, please also withdraw from the stage. Chen Xian's body emanated the dark shadow denseness produced by the partial shadowization as he said towards the crowd on the stands. The freshmen on the stands were instantly somewhat confused. Chen Xian's words, were they addressed to them? Why did they feel like they couldn't understand a thing? They still wanted to watch a few more matches here, so how could they ask people to leave the stage? Many of those who couldn't understand scratched their heads in disbelief. How did it feel that although Chen Xian was speaking in front of all of them, it seemed as if he wasn't speaking to them? On the other hand, those provincial scholar pride who possessed at least the early third stage of strength were able to comprehend Chen Xian's meaning. Chen Xian's words were actually addressed to them. They were told not to think about exploring the strength of Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu before the match in order to come up with a countermeasure. To ask them to properly appreciate Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu's strength in person again during the official match. Humph, don't let people watch, maybe they have watched it privately how many times, really cunning. Mess with I don't have this kind of mind, I definitely didn't think. I'm an auxiliary class, it seems like I wasn't supposed to fight with them in one piece. Humph. I, Lin Fengqing, am not this kind of sneaky person. A sexy beauty dressed in a very sultry dress with a precocious figure got up to leave and gave Chen Qian a delicate glance. A young girl dressed in a green-colored dress with a shameful face was flustered for a while before she remembered that she wasn't supposed to be competing with these people. Feeling as if her pride had been slighted, Lin Fengqing got up and left. A man carrying a heavy sword smiled at the corner of his mouth and also left from his position. On the other hand, Xiaoyan, who was standing at the very top of the stands, did not say a word, and his figure actually disappeared in an instant. When Chen Qian saw these people's sensible movements, the corner of his mouth also smiled. That's right. Why be in such a hurry? Should everyone go to the official stage and then split the difference fairly and impartially? Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu also noticed a few silhouettes quietly leaving the stands at this time. Both of them could feel that those people had the aura of early third stage soul pressure on them. It was feared that they were all the scholar pride of each province. It was only at this point that the two of them realized why Chen Qian had appeared and stopped their fight. Among this year's freshmen, anyone who had hopes of achieving a high ranking in the freshman competition had strengths around the early third rank. With the difference in everyone's soul pressure not being that much. The higher the degree of mastery of the opponent's sword soul abilities and other battle information, the greater advantage one could gain in the competition. These differences in information could even be the deciding factor in whether the battle was won or lost. I was so reckless, thanks to dive, Su Shuiying thought in her heart as she blushed slightly. I really am, it's a good thing that fellow student Chen Qian is here. Bai Xiaofu blushed and covered her cheeks with her hands. Su Shuiying was jealous in her heart because of the surrounding people's comments related to Bai Xiaofu and Chen Qian, so she impulsively came on stage. Bai Xiaofu knew that Su Shuiying and Chen Qian had some subtle relationship, and her heart was also inexplicably rising with an unconvincing mentality, wanting to split the difference with Su Shuiying. However, it was not expected that the impulsive actions of the two of them were actually giving someone else an opportunity to take advantage of them. The two women both recognized their impulsiveness and were shy in their hearts. Then, Su Shuiying took the initiative and walked towards Bai Xiaofu. Oh? How, what's going on here? Will the two beauties fight once again in order to compete for their lovers, or will it change to a scolding battle? It wasn't just the freshman spectators on the stands, Chen Qian was also slightly shocked when he saw Su Shuiying take the initiative to walk over towards Bai Xiaofu. He had wanted to introduce the two to each other to get to know each other, but he hadn't expected that after a big battle, Shuiying would even take the initiative to walk over. Shuiying should not do anything out of the ordinary, right? Looking at Su Shuiying walking towards herself, Bai Xiaofu also revealed a hesitant, cautious color. But Su Shuiying walked in front of her, revealing a bright and lovely smile, stretching out her hand and saying, "My name is Su Shuiying, first time meeting, nice to meet you." The expression on Bai Xiaofu's face instantly turned into a thick color of surprise. She actually said that she was glad to know herself, yeah. It turned out that the other party was not hostile towards herself. Bai Xiaofu easily removed the defenses from herself and happily shook Su Shuiying's outstretched hand. "My name is Bai Xiaofu, and it's nice to meet you as well." The two women shook hands very warmly and cordially, smiling happily, seemingly having become very good friends. Chen Qian also dropped down from mid-air and arrived in front of the two women. Already greeted, originally I wanted to formally introduce you two to each other. There's no need for that already, I've already gotten to know Sister Xiaofu. Su Shuiying turned her head towards Chen Qian and said with a smile. Somehow, the two of them were not just shaking hands, both of their hands were already holding together. "Aha, I'm already good friends with Sister Shuiying," Bai Xiaofu also said with a smile. "That's good." Chen Qian was also smiling. He was worried that the two of them, Shuiying and Xiaofu, wouldn't get along. But now, it seemed that the two of them were getting along quite well and were so close after only just meeting each other. He was relieved then. Chen Qian was relieved, but some of the ones in the stands felt a bit meaningless, and those who had originally planned to gloat were jealous. Didn't see the scene of the two goddesses breaking up, Damn it, how come the two goddesses are so affectionate? They shouldn't be fighting over stealing a man and then dumping him. Oh, so jealous, how in the world did God Shan attract two goddesses and still make them feel so good about each other? Oh. Chen Xian and the others did not pay attention to the others. The three of them left the sword and soul fighting arena together. Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu's hands kept pulling together in high spirits. It made Chen Xian feel that he was somewhat excluded by these two great beauties. Chen Xian had wanted to stroll around the campus a bit more with them, but he received a message from Ms. Xia Qing. Do you have time? If you have time, come over and find me, the address is? Xian, what's wrong? Su Shuiying asked as she saw something wrong on Chen Xian's face. Chen Xian then told Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu about teacher Xia Qing wanting to call him over. Since it's teacher looking for you, then you should go quickly. Su Shuiying said. I'm sorry, Shuiying, you've only just arrived. I had wanted to stay with you for a little while longer. Chen Xian said. Don't worry La, I'm not some little kid, and there's still Sister Xiaofu to accompany me. Su Shuiying said with a smile. I'll accompany Sister Shuiying well, so hurry up and go, fellow Chen Xian. Bai Xiaofu also squeezed over and said with a smile. Seeing that the two girls were very affectionate, Chen Xian also let go of his heart. Not long after, Chen Xian followed the address given by Ms. Xia Qing and arrived in front of an office building. Then, he entered one of the offices with an open door. The area of the office was not small, but there was only room for one person. Obviously there was a chair placed nicely behind that expensive and wide desk. But a woman in a white leather jacket was still sitting capriciously on the desk. Crossing her legs in short-heeled boots, her face had an exasperated look on it. Chen Xian felt a burst of amusement and knocked on the door next to her, saying, Ms. Xia Qing. Chapter 112, Apprentice Brother, let's both fight. It was only when she heard Chen Xian's voice that the exasperated expression on Xia Qing's face eased a bit. Oh? Apprentice Brother is here, come in quickly, come in quickly. Xia Qing jumped down from her desk, her proud body looked extremely concave and convex with very seductive lines under the backdrop of the close-fitting white leather jacket. With a Navy-style military cap and overcoat, it added some feminine toughness and more substance. A splendid long blonde hair was even more the iconic soul of this great beauty. Miss Xia Qing, what are you looking for me for? Chen Xian walked into the office and sat down on a sofa next to Xia Qing's gesture. Xia Qing, however, did not sit down, pacing back and forth, her face unhappy, even her long blonde hair seemed to be somewhat fried due to her exasperation. Miss Xia Qing, I was not in the country during this period of time, and some things are not very clear. About you, I didn't have the time to understand in detail before. I just realized that the original reason why you kid has the title of Mountain River Province's teenage hero is because the White Pigeon organization moved on the Mountain River Province's college entrance exams. I knew that guy Aaron must be looking for you all of a sudden because of something. This White Dove organization is simply too arrogant. How dare it disrupt our country's college entrance exams and assassinate our country's scholars, or my Xia Qing's disciple, The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Bullying no one in my Grand Xia. In the previous heyday of my Grand Xia's 7 sword emperors, those guys wouldn't have dared to give a damn. It could be seen that teacher Xia Qing was extremely angry. She walked back and forth in front of Chen Xian, and her footsteps became faster and faster, and the tone of the words on her mouth became more and more intense. Xia Qing rattled on about how great the national prestige was 100 years ago when Great Xia had 7 sword emperors sitting at the helm. Every other country in the world was respectful to the Grand Xia and did not dare to encroach on it in the slightest. Chen Xian believed that the Grand Xia of 100 years ago was that strong, and he was not unaware of the history of the 7 sword emperors. Nowadays, the textbooks of primary and secondary schools were always mentioning that period of history, comparing it to the current decline of Xia, in order to motivate students to strive for strength. However, 100 years ago, Ms. Xia Qing should not have been born yet. She probably hadn't experienced that era, and all she knew and heard about it would have been from books or from what she had heard from others. Therefore, her gushing more or less seemed to be a bit of a cute I haven't experienced it, but I understand it very well feeling. But since that global catastrophe 100 years ago, everything has changed. 6 of the 7 sword emperors of my Grand Xia have fallen, leaving only one old sword emperor struggling to hold on. That gang of curmudgeons even took advantage of the difficult development to overtake Great Xia, and have been arrogant to the extreme for 100 years. Teacher Xia Qing's words changed, her tone becoming even more fiercely exasperated. The expression on Chen Xian's face also suddenly became serious. How could he not know what came next? 100 years ago, extremely unstable turmoil began to occur in the forbidden zones around the globe. Large waves of beasts began to appear, attacking human cities and launching large-scale massacres. One of the first countries to be attacked by the beast tide, and also the most serious, was Grand Xia. If Grand Xia couldn't withstand the main force of the beast tide and was destroyed, the beast tide would use Grand Xia as a base and then attack the world. But Grand Xia held on. Under the leadership of the Seven Sword Emperors, all of Grand Xia's people rose up and resisted, keeping the beast tide away from the country's gates. Moreover, the Seven Sword Emperors took the initiative to go deep into the Forbidden Zone to find out the cause of the beast tide's turmoil. In the end, the Seven Sword Emperors found the source of the beast tide unrest and eliminated it, successfully resolving the beast tide. However, the price was that 6 of the 7 Sword Emperors fell in the Forbidden Zone. There was only one Sword Emperor left, who had also lost an arm and part of his shoulder, and was not as strong as before. The great feats of the 7 Sword Emperors weren't just guarding Great Xia. It was more for the sake of the humans around the world who rushed to the forefront to resolve the source of the global beast tide. But instead of being thankful, those curmudgeons took advantage of Grand Xia's resistance to the beast tide to meddle up and develop, not offering help. After their strength became stronger and De Xia was weakened, they madly provoked De Xia and tried to extract some benefits from De Xia. Simply ungrateful, worse than pigs and dogs. Luckily, the only remaining Sword Emperor was still able to calm down the scene and angrily drew his sword to teach this group of youngsters a lesson, so that they didn't dare to be too arrogant. The only remaining Sword Emperor is naturally the old Sword Emperor of today. People said that when the 7 Sword Emperors came out together, they had already used up 1,000 years of De Xia's luck. So for nearly 100 years, no new Sword Emperor had been created. And the old Sword Emperor, too, had been struggling to hold on, guarding the Grand Xia for another 100 years. As the old Sword Emperor grew old and his strength declined, countries like the Pretty Country began to test the waters of Da Xia again. Xia Qing's anger at this time was not just anger at the White Pigeon organization for disrupting the examination hall and attempting to assassinate Qin Xian. She was angry at the grievances that the Grand Xia had suffered for nearly 100 years. It's easy to get angrier and angrier the more I think about it when I'm alone, so I called you over. It just so happens that we don't know each other very well yet. Apprentice, let's go fight. Xia Qing stopped and looked at Qin Xian, her face still unsettled. Qin Xian was originally just as angry as Xia Qing, and was sitting there to share the same hatred as Xia Qing. However, Xia Qing's sudden words directly confused Qin Xian. Qin Xian raised his head to look at Xia Qing, and that firm look didn't seem like he was joking. Qin Xian was dumbfounded. No? The two of us are going to fight? You're not kidding. You're an 8th-ranked big brother who has fought against a 9th-ranked Sword Emperor's soul body and shelled the coastal beast tide. If I fight with you, I'll just get my ass kicked. If you're angry with those kids, then go bombard the Pentagon. Are you using me as a punching bag? Don't worry, I won't bully you, I'll keep my soul pressure at the same mid-4th level as yours. Xia Qing said. Chapter 113 Teacher Xia Qing, be careful. Suppressed to the same realm? Upon hearing these words, Qin Xian froze for a moment, and immediately came to life, standing up from his chair. Oh? What, now you're interested in having a fight with your teacher? Xia Qing said with a bad smile. Humph, teacher has made such a concession to my disciple, how could my disciple not agree? Qin Xian also revealed a bad smile. If it was a fight against the full-strength teacher Xia Qing, then he would not agree to it no matter what. Even if he used his sword soul liberation, he wouldn't even be able to beat a single finger of teacher Xia Qing. The gap between a 4th-ranked Sword Soul Master and an 8th-ranked Sword Soul Master that was greater than a rift in the sky was something that needed no introduction. But if Ms. Xia Qing suppresses her soul pressure to the same realm as him... Ha 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 ha! Qin Xian's current strength, purely in the state of drawing the sword, can beat many 5th-ranked powerhouses. If he used his sword soul liberation, the vast majority of 5th-ranked powerhouses would be no match, and he could even fight against 6th-ranked powerhouses. If teacher Xia Qing was also suppressed to a mid-4th rank soul pressure level. Qin Xian didn't believe that he couldn't handle her. Have you ever seen any traveled protagonist who couldn't beat someone else in a state of the same rank? Very well, come with me. Xia Qing also smiled with slight excitement when she saw Qin Xian drumming up the will to fight. This brat, his self-confidence was quite ample. But she, Xia Qing, hadn't lost to anyone of her generation since she was a child, and was absolutely invincible within the same rank. What's more, she was now suppressing her soul pressure to the 4th rank with her 8th rank soul pressure, and it was still impossible to be exactly the same as a normal 4th rank soul pressure powerhouse. With the abilities and skills of an 8th order sword soul master, she was still much stronger than her 4th order self. How could she, the titular Xiaoqing, lose to this brat? Soon after, the two arrived at the training room on the first floor. It was a very empty space, and the walls on all 4 sides as well as the ceiling and floor looked like they had been reinforced with special materials. It seemed to be specifically for sword soul masters to use as various exercises. The two of them didn't mope around after arriving here and directly stood facing each other at a distance apart, ready to begin. Xiaoqing stood opposite Chen Xian, her soul pressure already suppressed by herself to the same mid-4th rank level as Chen Xian. Apprentice, tell you about my abilities, don't say that your teacher bullied you later. My sword soul is called Gun Transformation, an S-rank sword soul with the ability to change the blade of my sword into various gun-type thermal weapons at will. The ability of sword soul liberation is also told to you as well. Telling you also shows that teacher I have enough trust in you, right? After all, the trust between master and disciple is still quite important. Sword Soul Liberation's full name is called Infinite Gun Fantasy. Ken will be able to imagine a variety of hot weapons are all manifested into reality, and before liberation, and the main difference is that the ability to manifest the weapon is not only limited to a sword blade to make changes, but infinite. As Natsuharu spoke, the bracelet on her hand changed into a lightweight silver pistol that spun in her hand. While recounting her sword soul ability, Natsuharu's face was proud. It could be seen that she had fought all over the world with her S-rank sword soul and was very proud of herself because of it. After hearing this, Chen Xian also quickly understood Xiaoqing's ability. After all, he had seen Xiaoqing strike with his own eyes not long ago. The rifle in her hand instantly changed into a sniper rifle, and could also transform into a bracelet on her hand, demonstrating her ability to change guns. But since the object of change could only be a gun, then her bracelet was actually a gun as well? It seemed that this ability was not bound to the form of a gun, but only to its gun nature. As for the sword soul liberation ability, Chen Xian had even seen it with his own eyes. That summon city wall cannon that stretched along the coastline was one of Xiaoqing's sword soul liberation moves. One could only say that it was truly frightening. Since teacher believes in me so much, then I'll also briefly introduce my sword soul, Endless Darkness. Well, my sword soul's ability is to be able to manipulate dark shadows, and there are many different kinds of dark shadow abilities, such as devouring, condensing, shadowing, camouflaging, gravity, repulsion, space. As for the grade of the sword soul, I'm sorry, my sword soul is too strong to be described by the so-called grade, so yes, no grade. Chen Chen drew his endless shadow sword, the pure black slender blade refracting black light. Hey! Dead brat, so arrogant. Xiaoqing had a disbelieving face. She had never seen any sword soul without a rank. It was probably because this little brat's sword soul was so poorly graded that he refused to believe it. Maybe it was only an E rank. Then, the battle begins. With a word from Natsuharu, the muzzle of the silver pistol in her hand was already aimed at Chen Xian, instantly sending out a light bullet. Truly, Ms. Natsuharu is cunning. Before Xiaoqing finished speaking, Chen Xian had already seen Xiaoqing's hand make a ready-to-fire gesture. The moment he finished speaking, the light bullet from the pistol had already shot towards him. Good lord, this is still playing dirty, isn't it? Can't afford to play. Chen Xian was unable to dodge, and his body was penetrated by the light bullets. But naturally, he couldn't really be injured by the light bullets. The location where his body was penetrated was a hollow, emitting a dense cloud of shadows. He used shadow transformation in time to dodge Xiaoqing's strike. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian's entire body also transformed into dark shadows, rapidly approaching Xiaoqing with the rapid movement of dark shadows. Surprisingly able to change his body into a dark shadow stance? Xiaoqing observed Chen Xian's movements and said in her heart. In fact, her initiative to fight Chen Xian was not purely to take out her anger or anything. Rather, she wanted to familiarize herself with Chen Xian's sword soul ability and fighting style through this fight. It was also good for her as a teacher to provide her disciple with more help and cultivation in the future. It was Xiaoqing's first time to be a teacher, and her attitude was still quite serious. Chen Xian's figure appeared behind Xiaoqing and slashed down with a sword. Xiaoqing, on the other hand, unhurriedly transformed the pistol in her hand into a long-handled rifle, and swept it backward to block Chen Xian's sword blade. Just like that, the battle between Xiaoqing and Chen Xian officially started. Dark shadows filled and spread around the venue all the time, and a light cannon was also impacting in it. Chen Xian's black silhouette and Xiaoqing's white silhouette moved quickly, entangled tightly, and kept engaging. Poof! In the midst of one of the exchanges, Chen Xian's chin was hit by another kick from Xiaoqing, and his body flew backwards. This was not the first time he had been hit by Xiaoqing. Even though he possessed a dodging skill like shadow transformation, he was under Xia Qing's superior and skillful combat techniques. It was also impossible to dodge all of the opponent's attacks. Within a short time, almost every part of his body was kicked over by Natsuharu. Not only would Ms. Xia Qing use her skillful fighting techniques and weapon changes to make various fake moves and diverse attacks, she would also explode her soul pressure in a single instant to suppress his sword soul ability when there was not much of a difference in soul pressure. Under such circumstances, Chen Xian would have no way to accurately and timely make a shadow transformation, and could only be forced to endure Xia Qing's attacks. Phew, teacher Xia Qing is really powerful, I was the one who underestimated her. However, if I'm competing at the same rank, I will never lose. Chen Xian reorganized his posture and once again launched an attack towards Xia Qing. This brat, he's really tricky. Xia Qing dealt with Chen Xian's counterattacks step by step, and her heart was becoming more and more appalled. She had suppressed the strength of an 8th rank sword soul master to the 4th rank. By all accounts, with her strength, she could easily kill all 4th ranked sword soul masters in seconds. However, she was not able to easily defeat Chen Xian. Every time she knocked Chen Xian back, she was able to sense that Chen Xian's combat strength had been boosted, and she herself would have to exert more strength. This disciple of her own was learning combat skills by leaps and bounds in the midst of battle with herself. He was getting stronger at an astonishing rate in the midst of battle. Even, Natsuharu was on the verge of bringing out his strongest strength within the 4th rank. Teacher Xia Qing, you have to be careful. After Qin Jiwei sparred with Xia Qing for a few moves, he seized the gap and flashed behind Xia Qing with an inscrutable shadow space movement. Immediately after that, the endless shadow sword swung, and a shadow impact chopped out, hitting Xia Qing straight on. Cough ah! Xia Qing's face was shocked, but she was unable to dodge in time, and her entire body was sent flying out. Chapter 114 Freshman Competition, beginning. Xia Qing hadn't expected Chen Xian to be able to silently appear behind her. When she noticed Chen Xian chopping out a shadow impact towards her, she was already too late to dodge. Struck by the shadow impact, Xia Qing let out a cry as her plump and shapely body flipped in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Bastard! District brat, how dare you be so arrogant! Xia Qing stood up from the ground, her voice low and angry, seemingly a bit annoyed. Xia Qing's entire body's soul pressure was violently released, becoming stronger, and even began to suppress a piece of the surrounding space. Late 4th stage. Peak of the 4th rank. Early 5th stage. Chen Xian, who noticed the change in Xia Qing's soul pressure, immediately stood up in sweat. No? What about the promised same rank battle? Miss Xia Qing, how can you be a scoundrel? You kicked me so many times, and I just used my sword energy to cut you a bit, you haven't even scratched your skin a bit, right? Hey, Mr. Natsuki, you agreed to fight at the same level. Stop nagging. Would the real enemy play such a game with you? However, the furious Xia Qing clearly couldn't listen to anything Chen Xian said. Her long blonde hair all fluttered under the outburst of soul pressure, and her entire aura was extremely terrifying. Xia Qing rushed to Chen Xian's body with an instantaneous body, suppressing Chen Xian with her soul pressure so that Chen Xian was not able to successfully shadow form. With a leg sweep, she kicked Chen Xian out. Immediately after that, a rifle appeared in her hand and fired a shot. Half an hour later. On the bench in the training room, Chen Xian sat on the chair with a bruised nose and a swollen face, which was hilarious. Xia Qing, on the other hand, was sitting in the seat next to Chen Xian with a red face, one foot restlessly raised and stepped on the chair, her eyes looking at the ceiling above her, as if she was hiding her own emptiness. Well. Xia Qing Laos does not seem to shiver the same rank Zandos? Chen Xian sat very bored, because he did not dare to move for fear of pulling the wound, speak all because of the face swollen and stammered. He was considered to have experienced the terror of teacher Xia Qing firsthand. Strong soul pressure, full marks. Flexible and skillful fighting technique, full marks. Soul skill release, full marks. Utilization of sword soul change ability, full marks. From Mr. Xia Qing's body, it was simply impossible to find any flaws in fighting. It was almost as if all the skills were fully utilized. In this situation, the level of combat that Ms. Natsuharu could bring out far exceeded that of a sword soul master at the same stage of soul pressure. And what's even more disgraceful is, Mr. Xia Qing clearly said that he would suppress his soul pressure to fight at the same level. But in the end, TM Earth's soul pressure had been turned up to the 6th stage. Even if Chen Xian used the sword soul liberation, there was no way to fight with it at all, and he could only unilaterally take a beating. So much so that his body had turned into this ghostly appearance. Xia Qing blushed to no end. This person of hers had a problem, that is, she was a bit belligerent, and was proud and unconvinced. It was fine if she was the one who had the advantage, but once she was beaten up by someone else, she would have absolutely no way to maintain her sanity, and instinctively lashing out she would have to use her full strength. Just now, in the battle with Chen Xian, it was also after taking a hit from Chen Chen that she just couldn't hold back. Xia Qing knew that he was in the wrong, but he still had a stiff upper lip. I did say that I would suppress to the same rank to fight you La. But I also said that the real enemy won't play house with you. You should always be prepared for the enemy to get annoyed and overthrow everything. Teacher, I'm doing this so that you can get rid of your student mindset and understand the cruelty of adults in society. Chen Xian stared at Xia Qing with a look of contempt. Yuck. This woman, her mouth is so damn hard. Say it, go ahead and say it. Lao Zi believes a word you say, Lao Zi is a big sappy. Xia Qing blushed and said in a vain manner. Si Chen Xian did not react at all. She was also very embarrassed. Seeing that Chen Xian's head was still bruised and swollen, and his body was also bruised and purple everywhere, Xia Qing awkwardly said. Either that or Master should help you heal your injuries first. The soul techniques used for healing in the auxiliary path, Master is also very proficient in. Chen Xian but shook his head. No need rouse. Had well have an ability, a want to try. Chen Xian reluctantly shook his head. Then, in the midst of Xia Qing's curious and astonished gaze, his body transformed into dark shadows and flipped in a burst. Soon after, the dark shadows re-intertwined to form Chen Xian's body. At this time, Chen Xian had completely recovered and turned into a cool and handsome teenage boy. And that lousy pup who had been beaten to a pig's head by Xia Qing had already disappeared. This is too strong. Xia Qing looked at Chen Xian with a shocked expression. This disciple of hers had brought her too many surprises. The sword soul ability of Dark Shadow sounded like it was mediocre, but the Dark Shadow abilities possessed by his disciple were each and every one of them powerful. What with devouring, refining, camouflage, shadowization, gravity, repulsion, space and whatnot. Utilized to the fullest in actual combat, they are completely invisible and unknowable. Many abilities were also extremely overbearing and powerful. What was even more terrifying was that this kid had already learned sword soul liberation at only the 4th rank. Xia Qing had no choice but to raise her soul pressure during the battle, or else she would not have been able to resist Chen Xian's combination of attacks. Now that this disciple of his was still able to use shadow healing, he had truly played out his shadow ability. What else was there that this disciple's dark shadow couldn't do? Developing further, was it even possible to reverse time? It simply should not be too terrifying. The battle ended, and Xia Qing's purpose of calling Chen Xian here was considered to have been accomplished. After giving Chen Xian another meeting gift that she had prepared, Xia Qing said that Chen Xian could leave if there was nothing else. Chen Xian naturally wanted to go to Shuiying and Xiaofu, so he didn't stay long and left directly. Looking at Chen Xian's departing back, Xia Qing smiled bitterly. It was truly true that there were talented people in the rivers and mountains. She thought that she was already an unrivaled existence amongst people of the same rank. She had never lost a battle since she was a child. However, this time, she had lost to Chen Xian. This disciple of hers was far too powerful compared to herself at the same time. But the smile on Xia Qing's face was more of a relief. She wasn't some kind of careful person. Raising the soul pressure to violently beat up her disciple was because she really couldn't hold back. But a loss was a loss. Losing to one's own disciple was nothing to be ashamed of. She was happy to see the younger generation surpass her. And the more the better. Grow up quickly, the future of this Xia will soon depend on you all. After Chen Xian left from teacher Xia Qing, he inquired about Shuiying and Xiaofu's location and headed there after receiving an answer. The meet and greet gift he got from teacher Xia Qing was a string of necklaces, which was also a non-self-driven soul tool. It was just that this kind of soul tool was an ancient and early version that was not able to utilize soul pressure crystals. It could only use the soul pressure from Ms. Natsuharo that it carried. It can be used about 3 times. When used, the necklace would open up a spherical protective shield that could withstand the attacks of some 8th-ranked powerhouses. It could be said to be quite a powerful life preservation prop. Soon, Chen Xian found Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu. Seeing the two of them, Chen Xian could not help but cry and laugh. Originally, he was worried about whether the two would be able to get along well. Now, it seemed that he had really overthought it. Su Shuiying gently pinched Bai Xiaofu's face with both of her hands, her body coming up, her cheeks close together as she laughed. Ah, Fufu's sister's face is soft, so nice to pinch. Bai Xiaofu was like a poor little lamb. A few days later, the sword and soul fighting arena was filled with people. Even the aisles and the stage above were crowded with onlookers. Naturally, they couldn't all be freshmen, but included students from all grades within the Magic University. The freshman competition was an annual event of the Magic University, worthy of drawing the attention of the entire school. Chen Xian, Su Shuiying, and Bai Xiaofu were also sitting together at a certain location in the stands, waiting. That's right, the freshman competition was finally about to begin. Chapter 115, hundreds of people mixing it up to determine the top 64. The freshman competition is finally about to begin. I'm so excited. I hope I can get a top ranking and obtain a higher permission level. This year, there are too many scholar pride of Magic University whose soul pressure reaches the early stage of the third rank. Almost all of the top prides from up and down how many years have appeared this year. This freshman competition will surely be wonderful. Currently the biggest favorite to win the title is still Shanha Province's top scholar Chen Xian, but it's said that Hanjing's Xiaomin is also very mysterious. Many of the students sitting together were discussing enthusiastically. It wasn't just the freshmen, many senior students were also here. Aside from simply coming to see a good time. Through the performance of the freshman competition, they could gauge which of this year's underclassmen were outstandingly talented. Whether it's to help their own clubs recruit new students, or simply to recruit contacts for themselves, it's a very important reference. As for Lu Hong, he was also sitting on the stands with great interest. His Lu family was a very famous big family within the Magic City, and he would often recruit some powerful freshmen for his family within the Magic University. Therefore, he wouldn't miss the freshman competition every year. Dark, I didn't expect you to be a freshman, Mountain River Province's teenage hero? Interesting. Lu Heng's eyes were filled with anticipation. He was already interested in Chen Xian, and had developed a strong interest in him. At this moment, Chen Xian, Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu were also sitting together, joking and waiting for the freshman competition to officially begin. Hey, everyone, can you hear me? How waking up early in the morning is really tiring, ah? A lazy and low middle-aged uncle-like voice rang out. Still wearing a flowery shirt and big pants, Zhou Shan had appeared in the center of the arena ring at some point and spoke into the microphone. Beside him, there was also a black-haired beauty dressed in a black professional over-skirt outfit with black silk, looking very proper, like the principal's secretary. Hearing the principal speak, everyone was also aware that the freshman big competition this is about to start. One by one, they all closed their mouths and looked at the center of the field with excitement. Well, everyone looks very spirited nah, really worthy of young people. The sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, old people like me can no longer compare ah. Zhou Xian looked at the students on the stage, lamented. Principal, can you stop talking nonsense? The beautiful secretary standing at the side seemed to have already endured it and exclaimed with a delicate face. Ah, sorry, Nana. Then, let's officially begin. Zhou Shan seemed to have finally mustered up some spirit and said. First of all, congratulations to all of you for coming to our Magic University. I haven't formally met with all of you all this time, so as the principal, I will first say hello to all of you. Our Magic University is the topmost academy in Daxia. All of you who are able to come here must be geniuses from various provinces. But having come to the Magic University these days, you all should have already seen that the Magic University, the one thing that is not lacking is geniuses. Outside of people, outside of heaven, no matter how good you are in your respective hometowns, in the Magic University, perhaps there is no difference with an ordinary person, or even become a dangling. This kind of discrepancy is not something that can be easily accepted. Listening to Zhou Xian's words, the original fighting spirit of the freshmen were lost all of a sudden. That's right, in these few short days of coming to Magic University, they had already seen countless geniuses. In their own right, in the Sword and Soul high schools of their respective hometowns, being able to cultivate their soul pressure to the second stage within a few months of awakening was already a rare genius. However, after coming to the Devil's University, they realized how perverse the topmost heavenly prides in this world were. It was said that the top students from various provinces like Chen Xian, Xiaomin, Bai Xiaofu, and Lin Fengqing had all reached the early third stage of soul pressure. This huge gap was simply weighing them down. Even Bai Xiaofu and Su Shuiying, who were sitting beside Chen Xian, couldn't help but show a hint of despondency on their faces. Both of them were top-tier heavenly prides in the eyes of others. But they themselves knew that they were nothing compared to Chen Xian. Chen Xian's soul pressure had already reached the mid-fourth stage, and he had even left the two of them far behind. Chen Xian, is truly a breathtaking supreme pride. Seeing that the freshmen were lost, Zhou Xian then said. But there are no strong people in this world, there are just people who keep getting stronger. Some people awaken to sword souls of insufficiently high grade and easily give up their cultivation, and some people are unstable and discouraged when they can't compare to others for a while. Even some guys who seem to be strong enough, or talented enough, but think that they are not practicing hard enough, are still a kind of degradation. The world is in constant motion, constantly evolving. You guys have a long road ahead of you. A person is never easily determined by a certain thing at a certain stage. Don't look at a moment in time. Regardless of how you were before, or even how you did in this freshman competition, never give up on becoming stronger. Don't dare to move forward just because you're afraid of the strong. The truly strong are always the guys who dare to become stronger. My Magic University doesn't raise losers who are downcast or complacent. My Magic University students all must have the determination and courage to become stronger. Zhou Xian's powerful words instantly ignited the passion of the freshmen who were originally a bit downhearted. The two girls, Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu, were also both refreshed. All they had been thinking before was that Chen Xian was much more powerful than them, and that no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to compare to him. But the principal's words had told them that the world was evolving and changing, and that it wasn't rigidly true that some people would always be better than others. As long as they didn't give up their determination and courage to become stronger, and kept on getting stronger, they might not be unable to catch up with Chen Xian. A moment's strength or weakness doesn't mean anything, only those who keep getting stronger can go to the end. Chen Xian also felt the changes in the two women around him and the freshmen at the scene, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this principal teacher had an unorthodox look, but when he was serious, his speech was still quite leveled. What Zhou Zian said was actually quite profound. From the macro perspective that the world was constantly developing and changing, he told you that as long as a person didn't give up on becoming stronger, the possibilities on his body were endless. A person who dared to develop was the strongest person in the world. Then I declare the freshman competition officially begins. Zhou Xian shouted. A strong shout erupted from the scene. Zhou Xian left the ring after making the announcement, and the beautiful secretary announced the rules of the grand competition for the freshmen at the scene. First was the melee. There were a total of 4 with a total of 16 rings in the fighting arena. During the melee stage, every 4 rings would first be merged together to form 4 medium-sized rings. Around 100 freshmen would be drawn from each ring to face off in the melee, and only the last 8 students who could remain in the ring would be qualified to advance to the next round of the grand competition. The Magic University's annual enrollment was around 800 students, and there would be 8 such melee matches, which meant that only the final 64 freshmen left would be able to participate in the next round of the top 64. These 64 freshmen, too, would be rated with the rank privileges. The rest of the freshmen will be given corresponding permission grades based on their different performances during the melee. When it came to the round of 64, it would be a 1v1 system, with simultaneous matches on 16 rings. Then it will be the top 32 matches, top 16 matches, and top 8 matches. Until the final freshman grand tournament number 1 is decided. Only the number 1 in the freshman grand competition would be able to receive S-class privileges. Oh! The ring is moving. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, the rings in the arena began to move, emitting rumbling noises. Soon, each of the 16 small rings merged, forming 4 medium-sized rings. First up are the students from the first 4 melee matches. Those whose names are read please proceed to the corresponding ring. Ring number 1, Mountain River Province, Chen Xian. Chapter 116, Space Blocking, Shadow Devouring. Soon, Chen Xian heard his name. He would be heading to ring number 1 to participate in the melee. Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu, both of whom had yet to have their names read, sat in their seats and smiled at Chen Xian. Xian, even though you're definitely going to win La, I still want to say cheers to you. Oh. By the way, if I'm also assigned to ring number 1 afterward, I won't simply admit defeat. Mr. Chen Xian, although I know you're strong to the point of being perverted, I won't be discouraged and will keep getting stronger. If I'm also in ring number 1, please don't take care of me and go all out on me. Chen Xian simply cried and laughed. What are you two talking about? Even if all 3 of us are in ring 1, there are 8 advancement slots, so how do we need the 3 of us to kill each other? However, I look forward to the day when you guys surpass me. The 2 girls smiled happily as they heard this. The expression on Chen Xian's face was also sincere. He wasn't telling lies, he truly looked forward to the day when Shuiying and Xiaofu could surpass him. But anticipation was just that, anticipation. He just liked to see Shui Ying's Shofu continue to grow stronger in this anticipation and never get discouraged. But he was not going to let that day actually come. People with the determination and courage to constantly become stronger weren't just the two of them. Chen Qian quickly stepped onto ring number 1. By this time, there were already many people standing on the ring. As he stepped onto the ring, he was able to feel that a sea of scornful gazes around him looked towards him. It was as if they were saying, "How did he get assigned to a ring with this pervert? What bad luck." Shanha Province scholar Chen Qian, this kind of ruthless character, we definitely can't beat it. We definitely can't take a shot at him when the fight starts later. Before the fight even starts, one of the 8 advancement spots has already been taken. Chen Qian was able to hear them muttering in whispers, and just smiled without saying anything. Ring number 3, Mountain River Province, Su Shuiying. Ring number 4, Magic City, by Xiaofu. Ring number 2, Hanjing, Xiaomin. With the host's loud shouts, at this time, the contestants in the 4 rings had all arrived. And people were also discovering a shocking fact. That was that all of the top heavenly prides whose strength had reached the 3rd rank and above were all assigned to different rings. Chen Xian, Su Shuiying, by Xiaofu, and Xiao Yan are all in different rings, while the others like Lin Fengqing haven't even made it to the ring yet. This must be a deliberate move by the school administration, otherwise it couldn't be such a coincidence. It's normal when you think about it, it's impossible to just put the top celestial pride together to fight in a melee. It would be too easy for chaos to occur. The first round of the grand competition, the 100-people melee, begins. With a command from the host. The 100-person melee on the 4 rings also finally started. For a time, the 4 rings were crowded with people, different soul pressures colliding with each other, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and various other skills flying in the sky. The ring is too crowded, weaklings without strength should hurry up and exit the ring for me. Quite a few powerful people shouted, swinging out one mighty sword chi after another. Just after the opening, countless players fell from the ring. The freshmen sitting on the bleachers who hadn't yet taken the field looked at the melee on the field, many of them were in a cold sweat, yet they were excited. A melee of 100 people was just too exciting. Unless you really possessed a powerful soul pressure that crushed the others, even if you were considered strong, there was no guarantee that you wouldn't be knocked out of the arena by the chaotic battle between the 100 people on the field. This 100-people melee was very much a test of a student's comprehensive fighting ability. 6 flowers of ice, heavenly signs from the Advent. Frost Queen. High in the vaulted sky, looking down on all living beings. Bright day white tiger. Su Shuiying and Bai Xiaofu drew their swords right at the start and very seriously joined the melee straight away. A streak of frost, a streak of white light, quickly blew vote after vote out of the ring. Chen Xian watched the performance of the 2 girls and smiled helplessly. These 2 girls, why did they come up so seriously? Why don't you give the others some more chances? For example, he himself, no one had taken a shot at him yet, so he simply summoned the shadow to condense a chair and sat down, happy to be at ease. Hey! You guys look, the scholar of Mountain River Province is sitting down and resting in the ring. What kind of sword soul ability does he have that he created a chair? He's too arrogant to sit and watch while others fight. Hey! Not to mention, if I were to share a ring with him, I wouldn't want him to rest like this. This was indeed the case as well, seeing Chen Qian directly sit down in the ring. Many of the players in ring number 1 were relieved in their hearts. A big shot like Chen Qian would definitely advance from ring number 1, and they could only go and fight for the remaining 7 spots individually. Chen Qian's unwillingness to make a move to interfere with their fight was actually a good thing. Hey! Quickly look at ring number 2. What's happening here? Another exclamation came from the onlooker students on the stands, attracting everyone's eyes towards ring 2. Chen Qian also looked over with considerable interest. Only to see that on ring 2, all of the students seemed to be squeezed and pushed by a ring-shaped, transparent wall that was constantly expanding outwards. All the players were forced to move towards the outer edge of the ring under the thrust of this unknown transparent wall. Ah! Damn it, what the hell is this transparent wall? No! All of us will be squeezed out of the ring at this rate. The only one standing in the center of the ring, that is, inside the transparent wall, was none other than the Hanjing scholar, Xiao Yan. He was dressed in a British-style coat, his silver-white medium-length hair slightly over his ears, his hands clasped over his chest, his eyes slightly closed, his aura cold and arrogant, standing alone. It seemed that everything that happened around him was just a trivial matter to him. Just now, when the battle had just begun. Just like Chen Xian, an empty space appeared around Xiao Min's body. No one dared to get close enough to take a shot at this Hanjing scholar. Xiao Yan originally didn't care, but after waiting alone in the ring for a while, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Weak. All of them were too weak. With such weak strength, how long would it take to separate the winners and losers of the last 7 people left on the sidelines? How long would he have to stand here and wait for this farce to end? His goal was only to duel with the strong, and he was not interested in these weaklings in the slightest. Since this group of weaklings were slow to distinguish a winner from a loser, then it was up to him, Xiao Yan, to make the decision. Maneuver, King of Space. Xiao Yan did not draw his sword and remained all alone. However, a powerful soul pressure erupted from his body. At the same time, there was also an invisible wall that surrounded his body, isolating space. This space was expanding outwards with him at the center, and anyone who touched this invisible wall that separated space was pushed by the wall to slide towards the outside of the ring. And no matter what kind of attack other people launch on this wall, wind, fire, thunder and lightning, can't be violated in the slightest. The shock produced by the attack can be dispersed to the sides, but it can't threaten the invisible wall itself in the slightest. It was as if the space in front of them had been blocked. It's space. The sword soul ability of Hanking scholar Xiao Min was actually space. It's early 4th stage soul pressure. This new student, his soul pressure has actually reached the 4th rank. No wonder Xiao Yan is so lonely and arrogant. His spatial ability is already invincible at the same level, and he also has 4th order soul pressure. There's no way anyone among the freshmen can defeat him. The passion of the spectators on the stands was instantly triggered. Damn it! There's no way out. Xiao Yan is too strong. We can only take this time to drive the others out of the ring. Many of the players in Ring 2 had already reacted. Even if all of them combined their efforts to attack this invisible wall that separated space, it was still useless. This was because he wasn't a wall per se, but a space that had been blocked by Xiao Min with his sword soul ability, which was simply not something that could be broken with brute force. Only by applying pressure with a higher level of soul pressure could Xiao Min's ability be disabled and thus apply pressure. But Xiao Min's soul pressure had already reached the early 4th rank. Without a late 4th order soul pressure, there was no way to make a hint of interference with it, and to really suppress it, one would need at least a 5th order soul pressure. This was also the reason why spatial abilities were invincible at the same rank. That was why many smart people had changed their purpose and struck out at the people around them who were also being constantly pushed outside the ring. They were only able to follow the rules set down by Xiao Mingnat. Before this ever-expanding spatial blockage pushed everyone out of the ring, it was time to determine the 7 winners and losers as soon as possible. When Chen Xian saw all this, the corner of his mouth smiled with interest. This Xiao Yan, he actually changed the rules with his own power. It's not cute to have such a big fire. Humph. Chen Xian of Shanha province. See the strength of our big brother Xiao Min's strength. 4th order soul pressure, spatial ability, and horizontal suppression of peers, this is the Hanjing scholar, big brother Xiao Yan. Now, let's first try for big brother Xiaoyu, whether or not you're qualified to be our big brother's opponent. Just as Chen Xian was leisurely watching the show, a few guys who looked like the sons of big families waved their swords and slashed at him. He remembered these guys, the few followers who followed Xiao Min's side. He admitted that with 4th order soul pressure and spatial ability, Xiao Min did have a few strengths. It was enough for him to be slightly pumped up to have some fun. That's right, just a little bit of spirit. Against Xiao Min, there was no need for the sword soul to be liberated, the normality was enough to win easily. What about the unrivaled spatial ability of the same rank? Space ability, his shadow also have a. Before the dark shadow, nothing was devoured. Humph, it just so happens that I'm a bit bored sitting around. Devour, endless dark shadow. Chen Xian likewise did not draw his sword or even rise. A deep and dark shadow surged out from beneath the throne, without the slightest bit of flashy skill, directly sweeping towards the several people. Several sons of the great families screamed miserably and were instantly sent flying. Chapter 117, Still the scholar of Shanha province has a temperament and pattern. Chen Xian simply sat quietly on the throne that he had transformed with his shadow condensation. There was no drawing of the sword, much less making the slightest movement. Strands of dark shadows surged out from behind his throne as if they were the most faithful servants, sweeping towards all incoming enemies. These few descendants of the great families who were clamoring to charge towards Chen Xian were no small weaklings either. Each and every one of them had soul pressures at the late 2nd stage or peak 2nd stage level. It could be said that if they weren't fighting Chen Xian, but were instead seriously going to split the winners and losers with someone else, they would almost certainly be able to take the spots to advance to the top 64 tournament. After all, those who were able to follow the Hanjing scholar, Xiaomin, would definitely not be any ordinary people. However, they did not choose to go and split the difference with the others, but instead directly approached Chen Xian. Ever since Chen Xian had returned from the Chongming district training base, everyone had been rumoring these days that Chen Xian had the strength of a Muslin fifth-order beast and would definitely be able to take the first place in the freshman competition. Even their big brother Xiao Yan was overshadowed by this so-called Mountain River Province scholar and Mountain River Province teenage hero. They were not convinced. Their big brother Xiao Yan was also a strong person of the 4th rank of soul pressure and possessed the strongest S-rank sword soul, King of Space. If they were to say that the thin veil 5th order fierce beast, big brother Xiaoyu would be able to do it as well. Their big brother Xiaoyu was the strongest. Holding this mentality, after Xiao Yan used his ability to force back all the Ring 2 players. They also drew their swords together and struck out at Chen Xian, who was arrogantly sitting in the center of the ring watching the show. They wanted to see if this teenage hero of Shanha province, who had become famous throughout the country some time ago, and who had now thinned the 5th ranked ferocious beasts and won the first place in Chongming district's training base, was the real deal or not. It would be best if a few of them combined their efforts to eliminate Chen Xian directly, and even if they couldn't do it. It was also necessary to force out most of Chen Xian's strength to test the waters for big brother Xiaoyu. But the dark shadow that swept across, with just a single strike, sent them flying, and their entire body's organs seemed to quake under that strike. They felt that the strength of their entire body was dispersed by that dark shadow strike. Several people were spitting blood out of their mouths, splashing out several arcs of blood as their bodies slid down in the air. "I'm sorry, big brother Xiaoyu, we are just too useless." Several people's bodies fell to the ground outside the ring, eliminating them there. Chen Xian was still sitting quietly on his throne, the dark shadows around him retracting, as if only a trivial and insignificant incident had just occurred. On Ring 2, the ring-shaped spatial blockade was still expanding, pushing everyone except Xiao Yan himself towards the outside of the ring. Outside of the continuously expanding spatial blockade, everyone had already given up the useless effort of making attacks against the spatial blockade. They had completely chosen to follow the rules set by Xiao Yan. While constantly being pushed towards the outside of the ring by the spatial blockade, they fought against the others, striving to knock more people out of the ring early before everyone was cleared out of the ring by Xiaomin's spatial blockade. As long as at the end of the day, one was able to be one of the 7 people who hadn't gotten off the stage yet, one would have succeeded. The attacks unleashed by the hundreds of second-ranked sword soul masters crisscrossed the perimeter of the ring, and every now and then, there were contestants falling out of the arena under the attacks or the push of the expanding spatial blocking. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, did not pay too much attention to the fights of the people outside. Until he sensed that a few of his friends were knocked out of the ring on ring number 1. Only then did he, who had a cold and arrogant face and stood alone, open his eyes and look towards Chen Xian rather angrily. That black figure sat silently on the throne in the center of ring 1. He did not have the same spatial ability as himself, and did not form any kind of spatial blocking barrier around himself. But he was still unapproached within a radius around him. Everyone was fighting carefully away from his position, as if they were afraid that the aftershocks of the battle would anger him. As for the few friends who had followed him, Xiao Yan, and had come along from Hanjing, they were already miserably unconscious outside the ring, and were being lifted up on stretchers by a few employees to be brought down to the arena for treatment. There was anger in the gaze that Xiao Yan looked at Chen Xian, and even more so, there was the arrogance of wanting to fight Chen Xian. Chen Xian of course also noticed Xiao Min's gaze. However, he only smiled playfully at the corner of his mouth and did not respond much to Xiao Min's gaze. On the other hand, the students in the stands who saw all this in front of them were going crazy with excitement. Holy! Those were the best of the freshmen with later peak second stage strength beside Xiao Min, and they were actually knocked out of the arena so lightly by Chen Xian. It seems that Chen Xian's thin veil 5th order fierce beast in winning the first place in the Chongming district training base was truly based on hard power. I see that his soul pressure seems to be at the 4th rank level as well. Heavens! In previous years, it was rare for a 3rd order to appear in the freshman competition. This year, there are several more 3rd order freshmen, not to mention that even 2 4th order ones have appeared. My Grand Xia is about to usher in some kind of heyday. I didn't expect that the freshman competition had only just begun, and Chen Xian and Xiao Yan are already facing each other with swords drawn. I'm already looking forward to the final match between the two. More gazes from the entire arena were focused on the number 1 and number 2 rings. On one side, there was Qin Xian, who was in a melee of 100 people, sitting on a throne in the center of the ring dressed in black, with no one daring to disturb him. On one side was Xiao Min, who was standing in the center of the field as the spatial blockage continued to expand, pushing the 100 people in the melee to the outside of the ring. Although the freshman competition had only just begun. However, everyone already knew clearly that the final would belong to Qin Xian and Xiao Yan. In the number 3 and number 4 rings, Su Shuiying and Bai Xiufu summoned the Frost Empress and the Bright Day White Tiger and were also killing it on the field. The outstanding performances of the two, whether they were placed in the 100-member melee ring of any of the freshman competitions in previous years, they were all very attention-grabbing. Only this year, there was Chen Xian and Xiao Min. The performance of the two of them, who still needed to personally draw their swords to kill the enemy, even if they were even stronger, they still appeared to have lost some of their style. Those two, without even drawing their swords, without even moving their fingers, they had beaten the entire crowd without temper. The first one to end the battle was naturally ring number 2. At the last moment when Xiao Min's spatial blocking was about to push the entire ring 2, that is, the entire ring 2 was unable to stand anyone down. There was finally a clear division of winners and losers in ring number 2. There were 7 people who stood on tiptoe, struggling to stand on that last bit of remaining space, and managed to qualify for advancement. When the host finished announcing the advancement results of ring 2, Xiao Yan also withdrew the spatial blocking. The 7 people also fell backward onto the ring in unison, panting heavily. In order to rush to finish off the others before Xiao Min's spatial blocking pushed everyone down, so that they could qualify for advancement to the top 64, they had exerted all their strength. Chen Xian wasn't like Xiao Yan, he didn't make any moves to interfere in the others' fights. Even when the aftermath of someone's battle blasted over to his side, he merely swallowed the aftermath with his dark shadow. He then waved his hand to those few contestants whose faces were pale, fearing that they would be thrown out of the ring, indicating that it did not matter at all. Then, still sitting quietly on the throne, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. As long as they did not directly strike out at him like the several sons of the great families just now, then Chen Xian would not strike out at anyone either. This action of Chen Xian's had even won widespread praise from the people around him. It's so nice of the top scholar at Shanha province to not even hit us, unlike that Xiao Min from ring 2. Luckily, I wasn't assigned to ring number 2. That's right, it's still the first prize winner from Shanha province who has the temperament and pattern, no wonder he's a young hero. I've decided, I'm turning pink to black on Xiao Min, I'll unconditionally support Chen Xian, the scholar of Shanha province, from now on. Similar voices didn't just ring out in ring 2, even the ring resounded with such voices. Chen Xian was even crying and laughing. He himself was just too lazy to go out and fight with a bunch of people far weaker than himself. That guy Xiao Yan was also angry and went out to play a wave of pussy. But he didn't expect to earn himself a wave of favorable reviews from the masses.